Family, in my last life, the big demon king died a tragic death, pierced through the heart by a good brother's arrow. As a result, I was reborn as a baby and adopted by Jiuxian. For years later, I was sent to play with Jiuxian and the others, where I proudly acknowledged my nephews and was great at fishing. Now, Yueguan has informed me that 2 years later, I will awaken my martial soul and have to decide whether to stay with the spirit hall. Let me tell you, I died a horrible death in my last life. On the city wall, I crawled covered in blood just to ask my best brother by Xian one question. Why? And what happened? While he pretended to wipe the blood off my face, he said something about having his reasons, and the next second, an arrow pierced me from behind. I remember until my death that he was still acting, saying, "A Jew, it wasn't me. Buddy, with your acting skills, not giving you an Oscar would be an insult to this big hole in my chest." So guess what? I closed my eyes and opened them again, and lo and behold, I was in the underworld. Just when I was contemplating how to kill my way out of that dark hole, a voice floated over, asking me, "Young master, do you want to leave?" I thought, isn't that a pointless question? Who would want to stay in this ghostly place? The person sounded quite confident, saying if I wanted to leave, then I should. Then everything went black. I lost all consciousness. When I woke up again, I was stunned. Family, who understands? I, a fierce demon king who could kill without blinking, had turned into a helpless baby, and I was left in the wild, almost frozen solid. Just when I thought my life was about to go downhill, a ridiculously handsome man appeared. He was dressed flamboyantly and was complaining about the mountain. I thought to myself, oh no, this person looks unreliable. He won't be after my kidneys, will he? But he carefully picked me up and used his soul power to keep me warm. At that moment, I was genuinely a bit touched. Later, I found out this man was called Yueguan, a big shot from an organization called the Spear Hall on this continent, with the title of Douluo. Sound impressive, right? He took me back and discussed with his brother, Ghostly Charm, about raising me. Ghostly Charm asked if he was sure, since raising an unknown child might mean going against their empress, Bibi Dong. My cheap old dad, Yueguan, didn't even think and agreed. Then I got my name. Since I was picked up on Jiuxian Mountain, he named me Jiuxian with the nickname Little Gio. I almost rolled my eyes. Little Gio? That's too embarrassing. But considering he saved my life, I let it slide. What's even more ridiculous? After raising me for almost a week, he was shocked while changing my diaper and exclaimed, "Oh, so you're a boy? My goodness, how big is your heart, man?" Time passed day by day, and 4 years flew by. During these 4 years, I did nothing but eat and sleep, occasionally being carried around by Yueguan's emotionless subordinate, Yuan Gao. I heard Yuan Gao was a soul king, but had been sent by Yueguan to be my dedicated caretaker. It was overkill, a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I thought I couldn't let him suffer too much, so I urged Yueguan to take him out for outdoor barbecues. You have no idea how much I can eat. At 4 years old, I managed to finish 5 roasted chickens and down several jars of sweet wine. Yuan Gao, that emotionless face of his, looked like his eyes were about to pop out, probably thinking, is this really the stomach of a 4-year-old? This is a reincarnated food bucket. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, life was really comfortable. The only problem was that Yueguan was too busy and often went on missions. This time, he said he would be away for a month, and, fearing I would be bored with Yuan Gao, decided to send me to a few older kids. I had a disgusted look on my face. What fun could I have with those little brats? But he directly threatened me, saying if I didn't go, I would have to stay home with Yuan Gao and go nowhere. Well, what could I say? Under someone else's roof, I had to lower my head. When I arrived at the place, I was greeted by 3 kids, Hulaina, Xieyu, and a guy named Yen. As soon as Yueguan left, those 3 came at me like hungry wolves. I thought they were going to gang up on me, almost screaming for help. But instead, they started rubbing and pinching my face. The girl named Hulaina even looked at me with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "So cute." I was furious. Family, do you know who you are bullying right now? I was the demon king in my last life. Where's Yuan Gao? Come and save me from these little brats. As I was fuming inside, the one named Xieyu leaned over with a sly grin, rubbing his hands and said, "You Jiuxian, call me brother again, and I'll take you for delicious food." I nearly rolled my eyes into the back of my head. Brother? Calling you big nephew would be an elevation. And take me for delicious food? I wouldn't believe you for a second. I forced a smile and decided I had to clarify our relationship today. You should call me uncle. Uncle? Uncle? Xieyu was stunned, as if 3 big question marks floated above his head. He looked down at my height and reached out to pat my shoulder, saying, "You must be dreaming." I slapped his hand away. Dreaming? Haha, let me tell you, I'm wide awake today. I asked him, "What do you call Yueguan and Ghostly Charm?" He replied nonchalantly, "Grandpa, why?" I was overjoyed and directly hit him with a bombshell. "Then if I call them uncles, what should you call me?" Let me tell you, Xieyu's expression was frozen, Like his phone's signal suddenly dropped from 5G to E. He stepped back 2 big steps, his face pale as he muttered, "Uncle?" I kindly walked over and patted his shoulder. "Hey, big nephew, Uncle is right here." Ha ha ha. His expression was like he had swallowed a live fly, while Yin next to him covered his mouth, almost laughing out loud, probably noting this precious footage of Xie Yu's embarrassment. It was Ulaina who couldn't stand it anymore, quickly stepping in to rescue her older brother, changing the topic to introduce the 3 of them to me. All right, for the sake of the pretty sister, I let it go. Then they said they were going to train and asked if I wanted to join. Of course, after finally getting out, I was definitely going to follow. When we got to the training ground, they immediately unleashed their big moves. A fluffy tail suddenly appeared behind Hulaina. Xie Yu produced 2 curved blades, and the most explosive was Yin, whose body cracked open like lava, glowing red. I was shocked this was way more exciting than any special effects movie. I blurted out how cool his martial soul was. Hulaina looked quite proud and even flirted with me, asking if I thought her tail was pretty. Family, who understands? A little girl, so young, knows how to flirt. Even I, with over 20 years of soul experience, was almost overwhelmed. I quickly nodded. Pretty. Xie Yu is also very cool. Desperate to survive, I was. After a few days, I became their shadow, watching them train. It was okay, but there was no real killer instinct. It felt like a game of pretend. But after training, the 3 of them took me out to sneak around the spirit hall, climbing mountains and wading through rivers. Once, when we went fishing, I have to say it was just 2 clumsy bags acting out a performance. Xie Yu and Yin, 2 clever ones, didn't catch a single fish and ended up kicking each other into the river, getting all muddy. I quietly stood by, sharpening a branch with my dagger. But then Hulaina glanced at me, and wow, the look in her eyes suddenly filled with maternal brilliance and a 45-degree angle of sadness. I could tell she was probably imagining a dramatic story titled The Mystery of the Lonely Little Poor Soul. I was like, "Sister, I'm just sharpening a fishing spear. It's a shame you're not writing scripts with that imagination." I showed her the sharpened stick, and she even asked if it was chopsticks. I smiled and said nothing, diving straight into the river. Those 2 goofballs scared all the fish away, so I had to swim upstream. I spotted a fat one, and with a whoosh, the stick flew out, skewering it cleanly. A few more times, and I had several fish hanging from my left hand like a grill master. When I returned to the shore, Hulaina was wide-eyed. "You're amazing." I humbly replied, "Just basic skills, nothing impressive." I let them start a fire while I went for more. By the time I returned with a basket of fish, they had already started grilling. Wow, Yin was using his palm as a grill. Who knew a flame spirit could be used like that? I was really seeing things differently. They were worried ID caught too many fish, but I joked that I had a big appetite, and they didn't believe me. Well, today ID showed them what a real feast was. After eating and drinking to our fill, the sunset came out, and those 3 were still splashing around in the river. Watching them laugh and play, I momentarily felt dazed, as if I had returned to my past life, a time that was hard but also pure. Heaven had given me a second chance. It was wonderful. Happy days are always short-lived, and soon, my cheap Uncle Yuguan returned from mission. The look in his eyes was complicated, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing his constipated expression, I knew something was up. I directly prompted him, "Uncle Guan, just say it." Only then did he stutter out that in 2 years, I would awaken my martial soul and had to decide whether to stay in the spirit hall for life. He rambled on about a bunch of things like qualifications. The source is abundant, but one must remain eternally loyal. Upon hearing these words, I immediately grasped their hidden meaning. He wished for me to depart. Thus, the ultimate decision rested upon my shoulders. 2 swift years passed, and I turned 6. On that fateful day, Yueguan mysteriously summoned me, proclaiming he was to awaken my martial soul. Since I had resolved to leave, this process had to be conducted in secrecy. He arranged the formation, embodying his own martial soul, and lo and behold, 9 soul rings adorned him, accompanied by a magnificent purple chrysanthemum, exuding an overwhelming aura. Standing within the formation, I felt a warm current surge towards my right hand, and with a sudden burst, I found myself wielding a wooden fan. This fan appeared unremarkable, yet its ribs bore sharp edges, crackling with threads of wind and lightning. Yueguan, upon seeing this, was taken aback, exclaiming it was a spirit pattern fan, albeit seemingly mutated. Authentic ones typically commenced with 4 attributes, with the most powerful possessing 7. Mine, however, had only 3, akin to the most inferior version. Yet, when he assessed my soul power, the crystal orb erupted with brilliance, indicating innate full soul power. This left him in a quandary, questioning the nature of my martial soul. While its strength was lamentably lacking in attributes, its innate talent was top tier. It was truly a Schrodinger's martial soul. He rambled on for quite a while, explaining that this fan was purely auxiliary, devoid of offensive capabilities, advising me to be clever in future encounters and to invoke his name, titled Chrysanthemum Daw, should I find myself in peril. He also entrusted me with his elder badge and a storage ring. Despite his words, it was evident he cared for me deeply. I solemnly bowed 3 times, and he appeared somewhat bashful, his tough exterior betraying a tender heart. Upon returning to my room, I intended to practice, but alas, a torrent of primal energy surged within me, threatening to explode. My chest ached terribly, as if something were striving to break free. I dashed outside, finding refuge in a nearby desolate mountain, and could no longer contain it. With a primal roar, I unleashed my power, first sprouting from my body, my hands morphing into claws. Glancing back, I was astounded to see a colossal phantom behind me, a creature with the body of goat and the face of human, its teeth tiger-like and its hands human. A Taodai? Could it be a twin martial soul? The heavens had bestowed upon me a tremendous boon. Then, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself back in my own bed. Who had returned me? As I pondered this, there came a resounding knock at the door. Upon opening it, I was met with a forceful bang as the door slammed into my face. Outside stood a fellow named Yuan Gao, sent by Yue Guan to escort me to the Primary Soul Master Academy. Yue Guan had already departed on a mission. Not even a chance for a farewell. Yuan Gao, perceptive enough to sense my rising irritation, quickly made his exit. I caught sight of my reflection, a sizable bump on my forehead igniting my anger. A package lay at my bedside, containing clothes, money, and 2 letters. One was from Uncle Gue, the other from Hulaina and her companions, cautioning me to be vigilant while away and to inform them should I encounter any trouble. How condescending, as though I were some helpless child. Nevertheless, I sighed softly, murmuring that I would heed their advice. Just as I stuffed the items into my storage ring, I turned to find a sleek black whip sprawled across my bed. My pupils dilated in shock. I recognized this whip well. Comprised of 9 segments, each coiled with a dragon and adorned with barbs, it appeared most formidable. Was this not one of the 3 legendary artifacts from my previous life, the 9 Dragons Whip? With a mere infusion of soul power, it would ignite in roaring flames, truly irreplaceable. My mind reeled. I had perished and found myself in this strange realm, yet my weapon had followed me. Furthermore, I had stealthily slipped out last night. Who had returned me? Even if someone had passed by, how could they possibly know my whereabouts? And judging by Yuan Gao's demeanor, the person who returned me had not disturbed the spirit hall. Who? Who could it be? Frustrated, I tugged at my hair, a terrifying thought taking form. If I could traverse realms, could not those from my past also do the same? The only ones capable of wielding my whip were 4 individuals, my 2 closest companions, Hua Xiao and Mi Sha, along with those 2 old geezers, the elder and the second. The second was now a king among men, invincible. The elder would wish for my swift demise to facilitate my reincarnation. Thus that left only Hua Xiao and Mi Sha, who could understand the ache in my heart. The mere thought of them potentially seeking me out, only to meet their end in my absence, pierced my soul like a dagger, leaving me breathless. If it were indeed them, why not come to see me directly? Why the clandestine delivery of the whip? No, I must not dwell upon this. I began to fervently rationalize to myself. Yes, this was merely a supernatural occurrence. My whip yearned for me, traversing time and space to accompany me. Yes, that must be it. I truly am a clever little soul, and with this comforting thought, my heart felt much lighter. I tucked the 9 Dragons Whip into my ring, freshened up, donned my attire, and accompanied Yuan Gao to the so-called Evergreen Academy. Upon reaching the dean's office, the moment the dean laid eyes upon my enrollment certificate, which stated my innate full soul power, his eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. He exclaimed that I was only the 2nd prodigy in the 6 years since the school's founding. I mused. Only the 2nd? I had thought myself unique. Who was the 1st? I casually inquired. My daughter, Yin Xiao Xiao from the second grade, he replied, brimming with pride, nearly wagging his tail in triumph, gloating about how the dean of Nodding City had boasted of having 2 innate full soul powers, and now he could do the same. How delightful! I rolled my eyes in exasperation, realizing he was merely a connection-based beneficiary. Yuan Gao, likely unable to endure the spectacle, rapped his knuckles on the table, prompting the dean to hastily retrieve my uniform and dormitory provisions. Yuan Gao escorted me to the dormitory building, advising me that he would remain nearby for a month and to seek him out should I require assistance. I nodded, contemplating his eternally stoic expression, sensing a hint of warmth in his words today. However, upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, I was abruptly struck. Pain shot through my shoulder, causing me to grimace, only for the assailant to retaliate, shouting, "Hey, can't you walk properly?" My hand froze mid-reach for my fallen books. "What did you say?" I retorted. "If you cannot use your legs, perhaps you should consider a wheelchair." The mere mention of a wheelchair shattered my composure, flooding my mind with memories of my previous life, of my legs being shattered and crawling upon the ground. I burst into laughter. "Very well, let us see who is cowardly." Without hesitation, I summoned the 9 Dragons whip into my hand, not even channeling my soul power into it, merely swinging my arm. With a resounding crack, the boy was slammed against the wall, unable to detach himself. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixated on me as if I were a specter. I shook the blood from the whip and returned it to my possession, then bent down to gather the scattered books, arranging them neatly on the steps and leaving behind a pouch of gold soul coins. To any acquaintances of his, please assist in extracting him from a wall. It is unbecoming to leave him hanging so. I dusted my hands and departed. Thus, I commenced my academic journey with a resounding impact. While Uncle Gue and Yueguan fretted over my welfare from afar, Yueguan slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Ah, I nearly forgot our dear Jiu possesses innate full soul power. He must first hunt for a soul ring." Uncle Gue concurred, both expressing concern over the new school's instructors potentially assigning me a decade-long soul ring. Yueguan nearly abandoned his mission, eager to return and assist me, but Uncle Gue, ever the voice of reason, reminded him that Yuan Gao was with me. Our clever Jiu would undoubtedly navigate this challenge unscathed. Alas, the hearts of parents are filled with worry. Upon returning to my dormitory, I declared to the 2 young boys within, "I require rest. Do not disturb me." One, a gentle lad named Mo Xiaotang, nodded in agreement. The other, Yu Chong, seized Mo Xiaotang and whispered, "Are you mad?" He just slammed his senior against the wall. "You dare approach him?" Yu Chong had witnessed the entire spectacle from above, trembling in fear. Yet, Mo Xiaotang maintained, surely the senior was at fault first. As a result, Chong immediately severed ties with him, and that very night, he fled with his bedding. The other beds in the dormitory were swiftly vacated. To my astonishment, out of the 6 beds in the dormitory, only Mo Xiaotang and I remained. I fell asleep only to awaken in the middle of the night, roused by hunger. As I surveyed the desolate dormitory, pondering where to procure some food, the door swung open, and Mo Xiaotang returned. "You're awake?" he asked, holding a thermos. I looked at him and questioned. "They've all left. Why haven't you gone? Are you back to collect your things?" "I'm not afraid of you. We are roommates now," he replied with an air of nonchalance, extending the thermos towards me. "I brought you some food in case you were hungry. Would you like it?" I accepted the warm thermos, sighing inwardly at this rather naive boy. As I ate, I casually inquired about where to obtain a soul ring. He informed me that 400 miles outside Nodding City lay a hunting forest. "Thank you, little brother." The following morning, I slipped away. What a stroke of luck I had. Within half an hour of entering the forest, I encountered a black bear, larger than myself. Without hesitation, I swung my 9-dragon whip at it, only to be dumbfounded. The gaping wound I inflicted healed before my very eyes. An immortal bear, a century old. While its attack power was modest, once provoked, it would pursue you relentlessly. I was merely a level 10 novice, without a soul ring, and was swiftly knocked to the ground, spitting blood. How careless of me. Provoked, I infused my soul power into the 9-dragon whip and struck at its eyes. Seizing the opportunity while its vision was impaired, I leapt onto its back, attempting to strangle it with my whip. However, this hefty creature, despite its blindness, was quite agile, and it swiftly threw me aside, crashing me against a distant tree. The impact was jarring. I felt as if my bones had shattered. It had been quite some time since I had found myself in such a predicament. As I tasted the blood at the corner of my mouth, I suddenly sensed a surge of dark energy erupting from within me, amplifying my strength instantaneously. Observing the bear that wished to flee, I chuckled. "Want to run? Did you ask for my permission?" I limped towards it, and with a single punch, I shattered its leg. Then, in a frenzy, I climbed onto its body, raining blows upon its chest until it finally succumbed. A yellow soul ring gracefully ascended. As the black mist dissipated, I felt my strength drain away, collapsing onto the ground. Had I harnessed the power of that beast's spirit? "Are you not going to absorb the soul ring?" A feminine voice interrupted my thoughts from above. Startled, I instinctively looked around, finally locking my gaze on a tree. A plump girl in a white dress was perched on a branch, swinging her legs. For some inexplicable reason, she struck me as familiar. With a wave of her small hand, a wisp of black mist formed into a staircase, and she descended leisurely. I instinctively recoiled, questioning her intentions. "Your guard is too high," she chuckled. "I am Yin Xiao, a sophomore at Qingqing Academy." "Yin Xiao?" I relaxed my grip on the whip, realizing she was the daughter of the principal. "Your martial spirit is the spirit pattern fan, isn't it? This immortal bear is nearly 400 years old, with exceptional self-healing capabilities. It will make a splendid first soul ring for you. I will provide you protection. Hurry and absorb it." After a moment's contemplation, I figured it would be advantageous to have something readily available. As for her, she seemed harmless. "Thank you." I sat cross-legged and began the absorption process. When I next opened my eyes, night had nearly fallen. Yin Xiao had built a fire beside me, her head nodding as she dozed off. Seeing her asleep, I thought to cover her with my cloak. However, as my hand brushed her shoulder, she suddenly sprang awake, grasping my arm and executing a swift shoulder throw that sent me tumbling to the ground. Kneeling, she shouted, "Do not disturb him. Are you trying to kill me?" I groaned, clutching my waist where the bear had struck me, writhing in pain. Upon realizing it was me, Yin Xiao's embarrassment was palpable, and she quietly snatched her bag and fled, leaving behind a hasty, "I just remembered my father needs me." "See you. I don't believe you." My waist throbbed painfully. I swiftly summoned my spirit pattern fan and activated my first soul skill. A white light enveloped me, and to my astonishment, I felt my bones crack as my injuries healed significantly. This skill was extraordinary. It could even be used on myself, with such remarkable healing effects. I tested the fan's other attributes and discovered its wind element also granted me increased speed, essentially providing me with a divine skill. As darkness descended, I knew I had to leave this cursed place. Just then, I heard rustling sounds. I climbed a tree for a better view and spotted a small child and an adult being pursued by a large, dark green snake. I stealthily followed, and what I witnessed was astonishing. The child, roughly my size, was using a white radish as a projectile, striking the snake with uncanny accuracy. I thought to myself, this child possesses remarkable aim. Clearly, he is trained. Unfortunately, the radish proved ineffective, and the child resorted to throwing a metal object, which also failed to injure the snake, instead inciting its wrath further. Seeing that the snake was about to strike, I knew I could not stand idly by. I dashed forward, striking the snake with my whip, and shouted to the child, "Aim for its eyes and mouth." The child, who turned out to be Tang San, hesitated for a moment but quickly reacted. I unleashed my spirit pattern fan, and, as he adjusted his footwork, he became like a ghost. Just as the snake opened its massive jaws, he darted forward and thrust his dagger deep into its mouth. I waved my fan to hasten his retreat. The adult, who was master, was horrified, shouting "Little San." After being saved, the child feigned a slip, tumbling into his teacher's arms with a dramatic, "Oh no, I nearly died. Thank goodness for this little brother." I nearly applauded. He deserved an Oscar for that performance. I quietly observed as the snake struggled and ultimately perished, a yellow soul ring emerging. Master cautioned me not to approach, warning that the snake might feign death. After a moment, the soul ring stabilized, and I kicked the snake's head, lamenting, "What a shame, 100-year soul ring. Yet no one wants it. Such a waste." Tang, since share my sentiment. However, Master shook his head, gazing at Tang San and stating, "It is not a shame. Little San, this is a 400-year-old mandala snake, your first soul ring. Isn't this perfect?" My mind went blank. I thought, is this a joke, sir? My martial spirit is blue silvergrass, a pure plant type. You want me to take a beast soul ring? Isn't that mixing things up? If I absorb it, I might explode on the spot. Just as I was grappling with this absurdity, a voice interrupted. It was the young man who had saved me earlier, Jiuxian. He glanced at me and delivered a blow. Blue silvergrass? You're already level 10? I instinctively nodded, explaining that I possessed innate full soul power. His expression resembled that of someone encountering an alien as he muttered, "Is it really that common to have innate full soul power these days? How is it that I meet two right after leaving the martial soul hall?" Moreover, his gaze clearly conveyed disbelief. Blue silvergrass, such a useless martial spirit, can also possess innate full soul power? What kind of cyber anomaly is this? Before I could feel awkward, he continued, "I once read a book that stated plant martial spirits are not necessarily confined to plant soul rings, and beast martial spirits are not strictly bound to beast soul rings. Under certain specific conditions, these two can be mixed." Upon hearing this, I quickly shot a glance at Master, silently imploring him for confirmation. To my surprise, Master nodded. His expression was one of delight as he gazed at Jiuxian, exclaiming, "You've read my top 10 competitiveness of martial spirits?" Jiuxian was utterly astonished. His eyes wide. "No way. You are the master." This feeling is akin to fervently following a niche yet remarkable theory blogger online, only to serendipitously encounter them in real life. He was exceedingly excited, recounting how he had encountered that theory years ago and had even made a special trip to the Wuhuan temple to inquire about it. Everyone advised him to proceed step by step, matching beasts with beasts and plants with plants. At that moment, he thought this so-called master was merely a whimsical dreamer. Never expecting to meet him in person today, the master, filled with emotion, chuckled and said, "Indeed, whether ordinary soul masters or the old stubborns at the Wuhuan temple, they all regarded my theory as a joke. You are the second person to believe in me, aside from Xiao-san." Observing the camaraderie between the two, I couldn't help but inquire of Jiuxian, "With those skills you just displayed, you must already be a soul master, right?" He nodded, gesturing towards himself. "Just like you, I possess innate full soul power, and I am currently a first-ring soul master." Upon hearing this, the master was astounded by his extraordinary talent and understanding of my theory, exclaiming that he was indeed a formidable individual. He immediately extended an invitation to Jiuxian. "Xiao-san is my first disciple. Would you be willing to become my second disciple?" I was quite hopeful, thinking how wonderful it would be to have another junior brother. However, Jiuxian shook his head, stating that he already had a master. Although that person seemed rather unreliable, rules are rules. Nonetheless, he turned and extended his hand towards me. "While we cannot be brothers in the same sect, let us be friends and true brothers in the future. What do you say?" "I am Tang San." I quickly grasped his hand. The master looked at us with a satisfied smile, patting my shoulder and saying, "Xiao-san, I have told you before that the greatest advantage of Lan Yin Xiao is its non-exclusivity. It welcomes all who come. So, rest assured and absorb it boldly." With determination, I thought to myself, trust in the teacher. I must achieve immortality. I sat cross-legged and prepared to begin. The master added, "Although Xiao Jiu believes in me as well, this theory has never truly been tested since its inception. I believe in the teacher." I declared decisively before closing my eyes. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Today, I shall be the guinea pig for this secondary verification. As I fervently absorbed the soul ring, Jiuxian was not idle either. He was scheming. Having just dispatched the bothersome director from the academy, the director was likely now weeping as he reported his demise back at the school. He felt a great sense of joy, eagerly anticipating the accolades ceremony in a few days, where he would make a dazzling appearance and relish the astonished expressions of those who had envied him. Just as he was reveling in his plans, a loud thud was heard. The master's lips turned purple, and he collapsed. It was the poison of the mandala snake. Jiuxian attempted to use his first soul skill, ultimate healing, but found it was on cooldown, nearly cursing in frustration. With no other option, he resorted to primitive methods, binding the Master's arm and making incisions to release the toxic blood. After a series of frantic actions, he managed to stabilize the Master's life temporarily. Exhausted from the ordeal, he was also nursing previous injuries inflicted by a bear. Looking at the unconscious Master in me, who was busy absorbing the soul ring, he sighed, "Well, I must see this through to the end. I will protect you too, the old and the young, tonight." The next day at noon, feeling rejuvenated after completing my absorption, I opened my eyes to see Jiuxian jumping down from a tree. He paused upon noticing I had awakened, and I quickly shared my provisions with him, informing him that I had finished my task in the morning. Stretching, he restored his soul power and unleashed his martial soul, the spirit pattern fan, fanning it towards the still unconscious Master. Little white lights descended, and before long, the Master gradually awakened. The Master looked bewildered, and Jiuxian explained with a smile, "You were poisoned. I performed a simple treatment yesterday. Seeing you had not awakened, I used my first soul skill to give you a boost, and it seems to have worked well." The Master was utterly astonished. "You are an auxiliary soul master." He had always thought Jiuxian's fire whip was his martial soul. "Indeed," Jiuxian nodded. "The auxiliary type is too fragile, without some means of self-defense. How could I dare to venture out?" Seeing that we were both fine, Jiuxian gracefully took his leave. He returned alone to Chongqing City, where he fortuitously ran into his bodyguard, Yuan Gao, at the entrance of an inn. Yuan Gao assumed he had been wronged at the academy and had fled, but Jiuxian shook his head and began to boast, recounting how he had evaded the director, fortuitously encountered an indomitable bear, and miraculously unleashed power to counterattack, all while being saved by a passing female classmate, thus also absorbing a soul ring. Yuan Gao listened in stunned silence, praising his good fortune. Jiuxian casually penned a letter for Yuan Gao to take back, primarily inquiring about his mysterious second martial soul. 2 days later, at the Chongqing Academy's accolade ceremony, the principal stood on the podium with a somber expression, announcing that the talented new student Jiuxian had unfortunately perished in the soul-hunting forest. The students, who had often envied him, were nearly popping champagne in celebration. Only a girl named Yin Xiao appeared pale and distraught, likely the very classmate who had saved Jiuxian in his tale. Just as the atmosphere turned bizarre, a bloodied specter staggered into view at the end of the playground. The director, sharp-eyed, immediately panicked, shouting, "It's a resurrection." All the students turned to look, exclaiming, "What the hell? Jiuxian." He smiled wickedly at them. The playground erupted into chaos, transforming into a grand comedic horror scene, with Jiuxian chasing the terrified students across the field. As he passed by Yin Xiao, he whispered, "I'm just pretending." The conclusion of this uproar, of course, ended with parental involvement. However, when Jiuxian's guardian Yuan Gao arrived, he placed a knife at the principal's neck, coldly inquiring, "Does he need to apologize to anyone?" The principal, nearly in tears, dared not utter a single word of dissent. Ultimately, Jiuxian proposed that since he was now a first-ring soul master, he wished to graduate early. The principal claimed there was no precedent for such a request and adamantly refused. Jiuxian took a step back, stating, "Very well, then I will require leave, and you must grant it unconditionally." The principal, eager to rid himself of this formidable figure, tearfully agreed. Thereafter, Jiuxian enjoyed a leisurely existence, only attending school for less than a month within a year, thanks to his permanent leave. He was stuck at level 19 for over half a year, growing increasingly frustrated, as the responses he received urged him to focus on cultivating the spirit pattern fan rather than concerning himself with the second martial soul. Time flew by, and finally, the holidays arrived. As he stepped out of the school gates, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw his unfortunate roommate, Mo Xiaotang. This fellow had been in poor health and had spent the past half-year recuperating, making their reunion long overdue. Upon inquiry, neither planned to return home for the holidays, and the two wild children decided to venture out for some fun. Having grown weary of the vicinity, they made their way to Notting City. I must tell you, it was simply delightful. just as Jiuxian thought there was nothing entertaining in the city. He glanced up and spotted a familiar profile in front of blacksmith shop. Just as he wondered who it was, someone bumped into him from behind. When he turned around, the individual had already faced him. Jiuxian's eyes lit up instantly, exclaiming, "Tang-san?" Indeed, it was he. I shouted out, and the other person, taken aback, scrutinized me and asked how I had come to be there. I, being quite spontaneous, replied on break, just taking my newly recruited junior brother out for a stroll. Tang-san, looking rather cool, simply nodded and mentioned he was returning to his village to see his father. I thought it best not to delay his reunion, so I waved him off to hurry back. Once he departed, my stomach began to grumble. I turned to the nearby Xiao Hai Tang, eyes sparkling, and said, "Let us go. Brother will take you to experience the pleasures of adulthood, feasting on meat and drinking wine." Xiao Hai Tang's face went blank, mouth agape, as if to fit an egg, drinking wine. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I was extravagant, slamming my hand on the table. "Boss, bring me your best dishes. As for the wine, let us start with a dozen jars for a warm-up." Xiao Hai Tang was petrified, tugging at my sleeve, whispering, "Isn't that a bit too much? What a waste it is to leave food uneaten." I simply bestowed upon him a gaze that conveyed my belief that he was still too young, pressed him down onto the chair, and commenced my mini-lecture on life. "Little Hai Tang, allow me to impart some wisdom. In the world of martial arts, the swiftest method to forge friendships is to indulge in wine and meat together. After a few drinks, men will reveal their innermost thoughts, and thus, a brotherhood is formed." To my surprise, this seemingly obedient lad, who appeared ready to pass out after one drink, turned out to be a hidden deity of wine. Astonishingly, he consumed half of over a dozen jars of liquor, and aside from a slightly flushed face, he remained perfectly lucid. I was utterly astonished. Who among my family could comprehend such a talent? It was as if the heavens themselves were serving him a banquet. After our feast, we strolled through the streets. I pondered my imminent ascent to level 20 and casually mentioned to him my plans to take a leave of absence from school. Little Hai Tang erupted in disbelief, his tone soaring an octave higher. "Level 20? My sister is a year older than you, possesses innate full soul power, and is only at level 17. You are truly extraordinary." Upon hearing this, I paused. "Wait, your sister? It wouldn't be the charismatic, queen-like Yin Xiao, would it?" He nodded affirmatively. My mind went blank for a moment. How could a regal, commanding elder sister and a shy, gentle younger brother share the same blood? The distribution of genes must be entirely random. However, that was of little consequence. I insisted that I was indeed taking a leave, and it would span 5 years. Fast forward to the beginning of the semester. I boldly marched into the dean's office, where the elderly gentleman's booming voice nearly shattered my eardrums. "A leave of absence. 5 years, you say? I refuse. Do you think this academy is your personal amusement park, where you can come and go as you please?" He then proceeded to regale me with motivational platitudes, likening schooling to savoring tea, which must be enjoyed slowly, without haste. I nearly rolled my eyes. Such eloquence would be wasted if he did not perform at the Yun Society. At that moment, the vice dean burst through the door, inadvertently causing the dean's cherished teacup to shatter upon the floor. The dean, livid, pointed accusatorily at the vice dean. Sensing an opportunity, I seized the dean's hand and, with utmost sincerity, countered his own words. "Dear dean, did you not say that one should not rush their affairs lest they burn themselves? What has this table done wrong that you wish to strike it? What fault lies with your hand that you wish to punish the table?" The dean's expression transformed from green to blue, and then to a deep purple, resembling a dye shop in chaos. In the midst of this awkwardness, the vice dean trembled as he reported a startling development. "Dean, a prodigy has emerged. During yesterday's entrance assessment, a 7-year-old child has already surpassed level 20, achieving the status of a second-ring Great Soul Master." Upon hearing this, the dean stood in shock, stammering, "Who? How old?" Feigning innocence, I tilted my head and reminded him, "Dean, remain calm. Do not rush, do not rush." Only then did he regain his composure, slowly crouching down to stare intently at me. "Classmate, I recall you are the one with innate full soul power at level 20. It cannot possibly be you. Can it?" I innocently tilted my head. Well, it seems so. The next moment, he slapped my head in frustration, fuming. So you've been playing at concealment all this time? Nevertheless, he had no choice but to reluctantly grant my leave of absence, given my undeniable prowess. After securing the dean's approval, I bid farewell to little Haitong. His eyes were red-rimmed with tears as he grasped my hand, pleading for my return, promising to diligently train so that we might attend the same prestigious academy. In his earnestness, he gifted me a jade pendant, claiming it would bring safety and good fortune. My heart warmed at the sight of this foolish child. Upon reaching the school gate, Yin Xiaoxiao caught up, breathless, just as she inquired about my leave of absence. A loud bellow echoed from behind. You Jiuxian, our matter is not yet settled, and you think you can leave? Turning around, I saw a group of over 10 individuals, one of whom looked vaguely familiar. They chattered amongst themselves, accusing me of bullying their classmate, Minghao, a notorious bully from 4th grade, and declared their intent to exact revenge. Suddenly, I recalled having dealt with an obnoxious fellow a year prior. It seemed the real culprits had come to retaliate. Amused, I beckoned them with a finger. All right then, let us not waste time. Come at me together. Minghao unleashed his martial soul, a spear aimed directly at me. But I effortlessly dodged, too lazy to even summon my own martial soul. Frustrated by his failure to land a hit, he rallied his lackeys to attack me simultaneously. Yin Xiaoxiao attempted to rush to my aid, but I pulled her protectively behind me. Sister, stay back and watch my performance. The scene was akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep, with a mere ordinary long whip in hand. I wielded it with such finesse that the little rascals were brought to tears in no time. Just then, Minghao attempted a sneak attack from behind, unleashing his first soul skill. Yin Xiaoxiao and the vice dean, who had rushed to the scene, gasped in shock. I executed a nimble flip to evade, but a sudden, piercing pain gripped my chest. An old ailment had resurfaced. Seizing the opportunity, Minghao lunged again, and just as he was about to strike, Yin Xiaoxiao activated a soul skill, summoning a doppelganger that tackled me out of harm's way. One impressive pair of siblings. I was furious. Had it not been for my quick reflexes and Yin Xiaoxiao's timely assistance, I might have met my end today. No longer willing to play around, I charged forward, ensnaring Minghao by the neck with my whip, dragging him before me like a defeated dog. It was at this moment that the vice dean finally emerged, pleading for mercy. I couldn't help but laugh, turning to him. Where were you when he attempted to kill me? Were you merely spectating? Is my life so worthless? Just as I was about to unleash my wrath, little Haitong rushed over. He stood frozen, eyes wide in shock, witnessing the chaos around him and my simmering rage. The moment I caught sight of his innocent gaze, my anger dissipated instantly. I released my grip on the whip, kicked Minghao aside, and whispered in a tone only we could hear, Little Haitong is here. I shall spare you. But do not feel too relieved. Having said that, I walked away from the academy without a backward glance. In the ensuing 5 years, I remained industrious. I joined a mercenary group known as Xu, spending my days in the Star Doe forest, grappling with soul beasts in life-or-death encounters, living on the edge. From being a support-type soul master in need of protection to becoming a core combatant capable of leading counterattacks against 10,000-year soul beasts. The dangers I faced were beyond mere words. Over these 5 years, my soul power surged to level 30, yet I refrained from acquiring a 3rd soul ring, as drawing too much attention could lead to unforeseen troubles. Time flew by, and I was soon to turn 12. After a day of completing missions, I sat by the campfire with Xu, the leader of the mercenary group, sharing roasted fish. He inquired about my plans following graduation. I shook my head, honestly admitting I had not given it much thought. The knowledge imparted by intermediate academies had long been mastered during my years on the brink of death, rendering any time spent there a waste. After a moment of contemplation, Xu suggested, if Brother Jiuxian trusts me, perhaps you should consider visiting this place. The name of the academy he mentioned was unfamiliar and enigmatic. I mused to myself that since I had nowhere else to go and Xu had recommended it, I might as well take a look. I turned to Xu. Before heading to that academy, I must return to Chongqing Academy to collect my graduation certificate. With the time it takes for the round trip, I should be ready to depart in a few days. Upon hearing this, Shuze's expression was a mixture of pride and reluctance. He shook his head and said, "I know you are leaving." To my astonishment, he produced a precious item from his soul guide and presented it to me as a gift for the new school. I gazed at it in disbelief, nearly exclaiming. It was far too extravagant for me to accept. Yet, Shuji's expression turned serious as he insisted, "You must accept it. For the past 5 years, you have stood by me through thick and thin, never asking for a single coin in commission, saving my life countless times. This life of mine has been salvaged by your efforts, so what is wrong with me offering you something in return? Moreover, this item does not align with my attributes. Keeping it would only lead to waste. Having said all this, to refuse further would be to feign modesty, so I sighed and accepted it. Half a month later, I finally returned to Changqing. Upon seeing my good brother, Ma Xiaodong, I immediately enveloped him in a hearty embrace. He still retained that scholarly demeanor, and my affectionate gesture brought tears to his eyes. He retaliated with a playful punch, grumbling that I had returned after 5 years, thinking I had forgotten him. I couldn't help but laugh. Then I clasped his shoulder and led him into a tavern for some revelry. After a few rounds of drinks, this lad began to boast about his hard work over the years, claiming his father praised him for his prowess. I merely smiled and shared that I had been quite content, having met a kind-hearted uncle. Some struggles are best swallowed in silence, sparing my brother from undue concern. Suddenly, the naive boy looked at me with earnestness and declared, "Xiao Jiu, if you turn bad, I will turn bad with you." Family, who could understand? I was momentarily taken aback. In his eyes, I was still that soft and adorable little puppy. What a skewed perception, but it was somewhat endearing. This lad truly belongs to the type who, even when sold, would still help count the money for others. Later, as we prepared a journey to Shillake Academy, I unwrapped the gift from Shuga, a map. Upon opening it, I nearly collapsed from disbelief. What was this? Even Picasso would weep, and AI-generated art would crash at the sight. The labyrinthine scribbles seemed designed to prevent us from finding our way. Left with no choice, we asked a passerby for directions. Guess what? The person simply said, "Just turn right ahead and walk a bit." I was speechless. How could Shuga have drawn a route leading us to a neighboring country? Following the directions given, we finally reached the entrance of Shillake Academy. Gazing at the dilapidated village gate, I fell silent. This must be the academy, not some rundown rural guest house, right? A sunbathing elder lazily informed us that registration would take 3 days. Thankfully, we had not missed our chance. The weight on my heart finally lifted. Meanwhile, my companion, Xiao Haitong, looked at the desolate scene and whispered that he would have his father invest in this academy. Quite the audacious suggestion indeed. 3 days later, it was time for school to commence, and I needed to find lodging. However, my obstinate subordinate, Yuan Gao, had booked a room at the Rose Hotel. I tell you, when I saw that pink sign, I nearly scratched my toes raw in disbelief. Bringing my innocent little brother to such a place made me feel like the worst role model imaginable. Bored at the hotel, I ventured downstairs to find some engagement and inquired at the front desk about nearby mercenary groups. Just then, a handsome blonde fellow, surrounded by admirers, overheard my search for work and directed me to the Coliseum in Suatawa City for some brawling. This fellow was Daimú Bai. Coincidentally, I also ran into Tong San and Xiao Wu in the lobby. Goodness, after 5 years, this lad had changed quite a bit. After exchanging greetings, I strolled out with Daimú Bai, who was quite the extrovert. Upon arriving at the Coliseum, the grandeur of the place was astounding. Daimú Bai proposed we form a duo for a 2-on-2 match, and without hesitation, I agreed. We named ourselves Dai Yue, which sounded rather cultured. Before long, we found ourselves matched against a pair called the Manyo Duo, both of whom were at a higher level than us. Before stepping onto the field, I deliberately marked myself as a support type. Daimú Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. The opposing duo, the bull-headed brothers, scoffed at me, hurling insults about my name and appearance. I merely chuckled, thinking they would soon regret their words. As the match commenced, they indeed followed the expected strategy, focusing their attacks on me, the seemingly frail support. Daimú Bai, true to his nature, shielded me without hesitation. Then, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the older bull-headed brother attempted a sneak attack from behind. In that instant, I swiftly drew my Jiuxian whip, The expression on the bull-headed brother's face transitioned from disdain to shock, and within 3 seconds, he was sent flying by my strike. My friends, this is the ultimate thrill of playing the fool. The other brother was swiftly dispatched by Dai Mubai in the chaos. Afterward, the bull-headed brother yelled in frustration, "Aren't you a support type?" I shrugged, replying, "Who says support types can't fight?" At that moment, Dai Mubai was thoroughly impressed, draping his arm around my shoulder and praising my prowess. He mentioned he had never seen such a fierce support before. Naturally, if I hadn't been formidable, I would have perished countless times over these past 5 years. On the day of formal enrollment at Shillake Academy, the queue was reminiscent of a popular tourist attraction during the holidays. While I stood in line, Yuan Gao reappeared, refusing to fade away. I quickly dragged him into a small grove and exclaimed, "Brother, you are my real brother. I'm here to study, not to engage in espionage. Stop following me." With a blank expression, he handed me a letter and a bag of money, claiming it was from my family. Upon opening the letter, I found the familiar nagging of the elders, which brought tears to my eyes. By the time I returned, everyone had left. Only the elder from days ago remained. He mentioned that he had noticed my enthusiasm to attend and had waited specifically for me. My heart felt warm. The elder assessed my bone age and soul power, and upon learning I was a 12-year-old soul master, he was taken aback, granting me an exemption from the entrance exam and instructing me to find someone named Dai Mubai. Stepping into this legendary academy of monsters, I surveyed the rustic landscape, noting a slight air of poverty. However, I later discovered that my good brother, Xiao Haitong, had already had his father invest in this humble academy, securing my admission as well. As I wandered about, I suddenly spotted a cart selling grilled sausages, and there was a familiar figure. That face, that voice, it couldn't be my brother from past life, Lao, I rushed over calling out, only to be met with a confused expression. "Who are you?" "I'm Ayasaka. Would you like to buy a sausage?" In that moment, I realized I had lost my mind. How could this be? Yet, inexplicably, I bought one. As I was savoring it, Dai Mubai approached and leaned in to quietly reveal how the sausage was made. After hearing his explanation, I maintained a poker face and took another hearty bite. It was amusing. As long as it tasted good, the ingredients mattered little. Dai Mubai noticed my indifference and decided to remain silent, then patted my shoulder, saying, "Come, let me introduce you to a few others who just arrived." Following him, I casually inquired, "Is that sausage vendor also part of this academy?" Dai Mubai nodded, confirming that he was one of the academy's elders. My mind reeled. Goodness, including Dai Mubai, there were only 4 students in total. Would this shabby school close down by tomorrow? Who could understand my plight after just paying the fees? Noticing my troubled expression, Dai Mubai quickly added, "Including you and my friend Ma Xiaotong, we now have 6. He explained that the academy's principal upheld a policy of strict admissions, asserting that only those who passed through 4 rigorous evaluations could enroll, ensuring that only monsters were admitted each year. I thought to myself, fine, if they're monsters, so be it. I had been specially granted admission without examination. Dai Mubai revealed this to Tong-san and the others, and then drama unfolded. An unruly fellow in line protested, pointing at Tong-san and Xiao Wu, demanding to know why they were allowed to skip evaluations. I chuckled, crossing my arms and retreating to the side, anticipating a spectacle. Tong-san was no pushover. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand against the testing crystal ball, and a brilliant light erupted. Level 29. The crowd fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu hopped over to the crystal ball, and once again, a dazzling light shone forth, also revealing level 29. The narrative continues as a young woman clad in a pale blue gown, exuding an air of affluence, approaches with a smile. She is Ning Rongrong. She places her hand upon the testing device, revealing a level of 26. The final participant, a frosty figure known as Jiuxian, who had remained silent throughout, quietly measures her level, achieving 27. The supervising teacher beside us is unable to contain his amusement, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, "Monsters abound each year, yet this year is particularly exceptional." At that moment, I could only think, good heavens, this is not merely an admission test. It feels like a game of blind boxes, and they have drawn an SSR. Dai Mubai casts a furtive glance towards Jiuxian, his gaze evasive, before hastily urging us to proceed to the fourth challenge. Upon arriving at the fourth station, we find a burly instructor, resembling a bear, dozing against a chair. Dai Mubai calls out to him, "Teacher Zhao," only for the man to finally open his eyes. He is Zhao Wujie, who surveys us and declares that since we four are so remarkable, he will personally oversee the fourth challenge. The rules are simple. Endure for the duration of a burning incense stick under his watch, and we shall pass. Silly Xiao Wu naively inquires if Teacher Zhao is as formidable as the Soul Emperor at the entrance. Dai Mubai's complexion pales, and with a wry smile, he clarifies, he is not a Soul Emperor. He is a Soul Sage at level 76. What? The faces of Tang San and the others turn ashen. A Soul Sage at 76? How could they, mere children under 30, possibly contend with such a power? This is a dimensional discrepancy. I remain unfazed, accustomed as I am to the presence of two titled Douluos at home. A Soul Sage is merely that, nothing extraordinary. Tang San casts a curious glance my way, to which I can only fabricate a response about my extensive experience in the martial world. As the incense is lit, I hastily encourage my companions to strategize their skills, lest they be obliterated by a single strike. Tang San, a level 29 control type with blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu, a level 29 agility type rabbit. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support type wielding the 7 treasure glazed tile. The mere mention of the 7 treasure glazed tile sends a thrill through me. It is a textbook level, first-rate support spirit. Finally, there is Jiuxian, a level 27 agility type with a spectral cat spirit. My gaze flits between her and Dai Mubai, sensing a tale lurking beneath the surface. Dai Mubai urges me, a direct admit, to introduce myself, and I casually state, Jiuxian, level 33 support type with the spirit of the spirit pattern fan. Dai Mubai freezes momentarily, exclaiming, "Wait, you level up twice in 3 days." Ning Rongrong is equally astonished. Support types can progress that quickly? I shrug, thinking to myself that had I not feared startling them, I would have already reached title Dalu. I am disinterested in their combat, opting instead to wander about the village. Not far into my stroll, I encounter Oscar, the sausage vendor. Upon seeing his face, my mind buzzes as if my server had crashed, triggering a flood of unpleasant memories. When I regain my senses, I find Oscar staring at me in horror, pointing at my face. Goodness, I am crying. I hurriedly wipe my tears and, in a moment of impulse, ask him, "Could you call me a Geo?" Oscar, with a look of concern, replies, "But doesn't Boss Dai call you Jiuxian?" I awkwardly extend my hand, reintroducing myself, just as we begin to converse. Dai Mubai's voice echoes from afar, "Oscar, we have a situation." I rush back with Oscar to find, to my shock, Tang San and the others sprawled haphazardly on the ground, appearing as though they had been plowed over. Xiao Wu has fainted. I think to myself, Teacher Zhao's methods are rather severe. Dai Mubai instructs Oscar to prepare sausages for aid. I stop him, declaring, "No need for that. I shall clear the area." With that, I produce my spirit pattern fan and announce, "Group healing. Anyone?" With a single sweep, a gentle radiance envelopes the entire area, instantly healing all wounds and restoring a significant portion of their soul power. The atmosphere falls utterly silent. Oscar, leaning against my shoulder, stares in disbelief. "Dude, this is beyond incredible." Dai Mubai can only manage a wry smile, informing them, "I've sparred with him for 3 days, and he has yet to use his spirit." Now, the gazes directed towards me are distinctly altered, as if I am an extraterrestrial. Zhao Wujie dismisses us to our dormitory, while Tang San, ever the loyal friend, assists in removing the hidden weapons embedded within Zhao Wujie's body. I casually pick up a poison needle and examine it, noting its exquisite craftsmanship. Tang San's face pales as he exclaims, "That thing is poisonous." I shake the needle, reassuring him, "No worries, poison does not affect me." That night, as we were assigned to dormitories, I decide to share a room with Dai Mubai while waiting for my friend Xiao Haidang. The most absurd moment occurs when, in the dead of night, hunger drives me to seek sustenance. Outside the village, amidst the forest, I suddenly sense a terrifying pressure capable of flattening me. Title Douluo? At first, I think I'm still dreaming, only to hear Zhao Wujia's anguished scream. Subsequently, I become lost until a cloaked figure appears. It is that Douluo. Remarkably, he recognizes me and inquires about the spirit hall, specifically asking about Tang San. My mind clicks into place. Could this be Tang San's father? The following morning, Tang San seeks my assistance in gathering his hidden weapons. I subtly question him about his family, and he mentions having only a father. My heart sinks. It is confirmed. Upon returning to the dormitory, I urgently asked Dai Mubai what transpired the previous day. He explains that Xiao Wu was knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujia's soul power backlash, prompting Tang San to fly into a rage and challenge Zhao Wujia to a bet, unleashing a flurry of hidden weapons. Dai Mubai recounts how Tang San ultimately produced a hammer and struck Zhao Wujia, leaving him stunned. A hammer? My mind races. The surname Tang. A father who is a titled Douluo, wielding a hammer. Could this be the legendary Haotian hammer? Tang San's father could very well be the infamous Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Wanted to cross the continent. What a revelation. I have befriended a child of nobility. However, this realization only deepens my contemplation of Tang San. A twin spirit? His father is the legendary Tang Hao. The weight of this information is overwhelming, leaving my mind in a whirl. I decide to set aside these thoughts. Regardless of the implications, I sit cross-legged and delve into my training. I have possessed my third spirit ring for several months now, and if I do not strive diligently, these prodigies at the academy will surpass me in no time. That sense of security must come from my own soul power. As I engage in meditation, it feels as if I have activated airplane mode on my phone, disconnecting from the world. When I finally open my eyes, 2 days have mysteriously passed. Dai Mubai has already organized my new roommate, Imo Xiaodang, and is off gallivanting with the chubby fellow. Upon waking, Imo Xiaodang, resembling a little angel, presents me with 2 giant lunchboxes. Stunned, I instinctively express my gratitude. Upon opening the boxes, the enticing aroma of meat mingled with rice overwhelms me, and I eagerly grab chopsticks, devouring the meal eagerly. Imo Xiaodang giggles beside me. Take your time. If it's not enough, I have snacks. I must confess, witnessing his innocent smile stirs something within me. While my hands are stained with blood and my heart is darkened, I am inexplicably drawn to protect him. This young boy has shielded me since our first encounter, delivering meals and persevering for half a year to join the same academy as me. Others may label me a genius in cultivation, but the truth is, I merely possess memories from a past life. Yet this Imo Xiaodang, with a mere innate soul power of level 1, has persevered for 6 years to reach level 25. What a true prodigy. His kindness resonates deeply within me. I have long believed my existence to be shrouded in darkness, yet this boy shines like a beacon of purity. Initially, I intended to taint this blank slate, but instead, I find myself surrendering to his light. I cannot help but feel the urge to cherish and protect him. Thus, I gaze at him earnestly and call out Xiao Haitang. He was contemplating getting me some snacks as the lunchbox was empty, tilting his head to look at me and asking, "What's wrong, Xiao Jiao? Not full?" I grasped his wrist and said, "Call me Ge." Without a moment's hesitation, he cheerfully exclaimed, "All right, family, who understands?" Just that single utterance of Ge made my heart melt. And right then, I resolved to protect him for life. However, my moment of sentimentality barely lasted 3 seconds before Dai Mubai's voice drifted in from the doorway. "If you're awake, hurry up and tidy up." I was utterly bewildered. Tidy up what? In the past 2 days of your training, Oscar has broken through to level 30. Tomorrow, Teacher Zhao will take us to Xing Dota's son Lin for his soul ring hunt. Fine, off we go. Dai Mubai supplemented my lessons for 2 days, stating that one day would be spent at the Great Soul Arena, while the other was reserved for tasting Oscar sausages. I thought to myself, well, that is not too bad. I didn't miss any key plot points. By the way, Dai Mubai suddenly remembered, "You haven't met Fatty yet, have you?" As he spoke, he pulled me along, insisting that we must know our comrades before embarking on battle together. Xiao Haitang trailed silently behind me like a little tail. Upon entering, we spotted a hefty figure voraciously devouring a chicken leg. Noticing us, he pointed his greasy finger at the bed, indicating that we could sit wherever we liked. Once he swallowed his mouthful, he gazed at me and said, "You're the one who passed the 3 trial for the support class?" I smiled and nodded. "I am Jiuxian, a great immortal," he exclaimed in awe. Dalu has told us about your prowess at the Great Soul Arena. Your skills were simply divine. Wait a minute, Great Immortal? Do you take me for a fortune teller? I shot a glare at Daimui, who stifled a laugh and explained, "There are few people in the academy, so everyone has nicknames. This gentleman before you is Ma Hongjun, known as Fatty. Tang-san is called Xiao-san, Oscar is Xiao-Ao, and I am Ubai. As for you, because your skills are as fierce as a celestial being, everyone calls you Great Immortal. Fine, if that is what it is, I'll accept it." Finally, the fortune and glory have come my way. Daimui formally introduced. Fatty, Ma Hongjun, with the martial spirit of the evil fire phoenix, a level 27 attack type. Phoenix, I was directly taken aback. That martial spirit is astonishingly powerful. Daimui shook his head and said, "It's a mutated martial spirit. In his village, they all had ordinary chickens, but he transformed into a phoenix." Upon hearing this, the DNA of battle stirred within me. A chicken turning into a phoenix? How powerful must that be? I have to test it for myself. I turned directly to Fatty and asked, "Do you mind sparring?" Fatty hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes lit up now. I nodded, while Mo Xiao Tang beside us grew concerned. "What if he injures you?" I ruffled his hair. "Don't worry, Gu may not win, but he certainly won to hurt me." Without further ado, we dashed to the training ground. I couldn't be bothered to summon my martial spirit, and simply pulled out the 9-dragon whip. On the other hand, Fatty was all set. Unleashing his martial spirit as the first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line charged towards me. The flames were quite intense, but my agility was commendable, and I dodged easily. Yet, I noticed a problem. Fatty had heard tales of the glorious exploits of my whip, and those I had struck were still bedridden. He was evidently too intimidated to approach me. Family, who understands? I wanted a good fight, but my opponent was too scared. He stayed back, casting skills from a distance while I chased after him, but he refused to engage in direct combat. My temper flared. Just then, Tang-san and the others arrived. Drawn by the commotion, I quickly devised a plan. Ning Rong Rong, support Fatty. Oscar, feed him recovery sausages. They both stared in shock. What? 1 against 3? This great immortal truly has no fear. Daimui couldn't bear to watch any longer. Xiaojiu, that's enough. Not enough. I unleashed my spirit pattern fan, for I had yet to experience the might of a mutated martial spirit. Tang-san inquired, "But they have support. What about you?" I flashed a devilish grin. "I support myself." Ning Rong Rong, gritting her teeth, decided to grant Fatty a buff. First strength, second speed. Fatty instantly felt invigorated, devouring Oscar's sausage and charging at me with a roar, unleashing his second soul skill, Fiery Phoenix, with purple flames illuminating half the sky. Now that is more like it. I licked my lips, releasing the spirit pattern fan into the air, with the purple bamboo pattern aimed at the flames. Third soul skill, activate. I waved my palm forcefully. The fan trembled, unleashing a bone-chilling gust akin to a fire extinguisher, instantly extinguishing the raging inferno. Fatty dropped down, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, probably wondering if I had borrowed the banana fan from Journey to the West. I retrieved my fan and waved it at the singed arms and hair, casually remarking to everyone, "Fatty's martial spirit is indeed formidable." Everyone fell silent, likely thinking, "Formidable? It's clearly your fan that's more overpowered." After the battle, amid the astonished murmurs, I pulled Xiao Haitang and headed back to the dormitory. Halfway there, I sensed someone following us, so I patted Xiao Haitang to head back first. Once he was far off, I addressed a large tree beside me. "Aren't you tired from following me for so long?" Ning Rong Rong timidly emerged, clutching her skirt, and hesitatingly asked, "Are you from the Spirit Pattern Fan clan?" I thought to myself, "There's a clan for this?" I replied that I wasn't. I was found. She then inquired why I was cultivating so swiftly, considering the Spirit Pattern Fan clan was said to have a notoriously slow training speed. I sighed and revealed my fan to her. Upon seeing the sharp blades on the fan S-bone, she immediately understood. Mutated martial spirit? Seeing her eager eyes reminded me of my younger self. And I couldn't help but dispense some wisdom. If you have talent, rely on talent combined with hard work. If you lack talent, depend on diligence and intellect. Your talent is decent. You're just too lazy. This place is filled with monsters. If you don't strive, you'll be devoured. After sending this young lady on her way, I felt relieved, only to sense someone else still lurking in the tree. My head was spinning. Rong has left. Why don't you come out? As soon as the words left my mouth, Jiuxian elegantly leaped down from the tree like a cat, exuding an air of aloofness. You're quite impressive, she remarked. I thought, what does she want now? Does she want to spar with me? She shook her head. I cannot defeat you. Is that so? I replied. I wish to be your disciple. Please teach me. With that, she suddenly knelt before me. I was utterly stunned and quickly rushed to help her up. Sister, please stand. We're the same age. What is this about? Yet, she remained kneeling, her gaze unwavering and intense. I was at a loss, feeling this was karmic retribution. Years ago, I had persistently pursued my master, and now the tables had turned. I covered my face and squatted down, finally relenting. All right, get up. If you want to be my disciple, so be it. But you must address me by name in front of others. Otherwise, it will be too strange. She stood up and earnestly called out, Master. A shiver ran down my spine. Just like that, I inexplicably gained a disciple. What on earth is happening in my life? The next morning, we gathered on the training ground with 8 of us. Upon seeing teacher Zhao Wuji, we nearly burst with suppressed laughter. The poor man had a bruised face, a clear sign of having been beaten by Tang Hao. I couldn't help but feel gleeful. Serves you right for bullying my third brother. Zhao Wuji blushed under our gaze, angrily shouting, What are you staring at? You little rascals? Dai Mu Bai arranged the formation. Tang Sen led the way, with the support and Mo Xiao Tang in the middle, others flanking the sides, while he and Zhu Zhuqing took up the rear. When it was my turn, I waved my hand, I'll bring up the rear. I'm a final boss after all. As we proceeded, while others were gasping for breath, I strolled casually as if shopping. Dai Mu Bai, leaning on his legs, asked me what was going on. I replied, I'm used to it. After 5 years of training, if I lacked stamina, I would have long perished. It's all about endurance. I took the opportunity to reminding Rong to not just watch, but to use her support abilities to aid everyone. She understood immediately, unleashing her martial spirit, causing the team's speed to soar. Everyone praised her, and she finally smiled, casting a grateful glance my way. See, I am truly a life mentor. Under the influence of various buffs, we traversed over 400 kilometers in a single day. As darkness enveloped the sky, teacher Zhao guided us to a quaint little town for the night. Tang San, gazing at the bustling town with confusion, inquired, Isn't it a bit far to rest here? Given that we are still over 100 kilometers from the Qingdao Great Forest? I must tell you, little Jiu, with the demeanor of a seasoned expert, shook her head and replied, Is it closer? That would be dangerous. The Qingdao Great Forest is no backyard. The soul beasts within are formidable and fond of wandering out to stir trouble. Staying too close would be akin to delivering takeout to them. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen understood. Oscar, ever the sociable one, playfully draped his arm around little Gio's shoulder, grinning. Little Gio, you are so knowledgeable. Little Gio, unfazed, shrugged him off, stating, Of course, aside from my first soul ring, the latter 2 were acquired from the Qingdao Great Forest. I have a significant portion of my tasks here. If I didn't understand, that would be sheer ignorance. Teacher Zhao, uninterested in our youthful banter, retired to his room to sleep, exuding an air of nonchalance. Little Gio, feeling fatigued, stretched and announced, I'm off to rest as well. You all do as you please. Little Tang promptly asked, Little Gio, aren't you going to eat? After running all day, aren't you the glutton feeling hungry? No appetite, little Gio replied, directing the latter part of her statement toward all of us. You all eat. You shall go cultivate. Don't bother me. With that, she disregarded us entirely, heading to the front desk, swiftly acquiring several rooms, took her key, and tossed the remaining keys to Dai Mu Bai before ascending the stairs without a backward glance, exuding an air of aloofness. Tang Sen observed the large bunch of keys in Dai Mubai's hands, his mouth twitching in disbelief. I sensed something amiss, although little Jiu appeared cold. She was certainly not the type to disregard her teammates' well-being. Her eagerness to cultivate indicated something was up. Sure enough, as she settled into her room and began meditating, a thunderous crash resounded from downstairs, startling her. I could tell she swallowed a bitter taste that rose in her throat, her dark red eyes snapping open, filled with murderous intent. She strode downstairs to find us encircled by a group clad in white uniforms, led by an elderly man. These individuals belonged to Songhui Academy and were exceedingly arrogant. Without hesitation, little Jiu produced a dagger from her ring, flicking her wrist as it flew toward the old man's face. The elder, not to be trifled with, caught the blade between two fingers and shot a cold glance at little Jiu before returning the dagger, which clanged to the ground barely an inch from her feet. Little Jiu smiled, drawing her dagger, the chill of her expression piercing. Why so irritable, old man? With the weather being so hot, wouldn't it be better to stretch your limbs? The Songhui Academy group regarded her as if she were a fool, disdainfully accepting her challenge. Little Jiu exchanged glances with Dai Mubai, and they readied for combat. We followed suit, stepping outside. Once outside, little Jiu brandished her weapon. Infusing her Nine Dragons whip with soul power, it ignited in blazing flames, striking the ground with a force that sent up a wave of dirt, scorching the earth below. Jiuxian, 34th level support system soul respect, at your service. At that moment, I thought to myself, who understands this? She refers to herself as a support system. The opposing group was momentarily stunned at the mention of soul respect. A soul respect at such a tender age? Surely a boast. In the next moment, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, ascended around little Jiu, forming the optimal configuration. The atmosphere fell silent. Following suit, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the rest of us released our martial souls. Our soul rings illuminating the surroundings. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The faces of the Songhui Academy members turned pale, 2 soul respects. 6 soul masters above level 25 and 1 at 30, all with optimal soul ring configurations. Such a lineup, in a few years' time, could very well shake the continent. Dai Mubai, observing the fierce aura radiating from little Jiu, shivered and quietly remarked to us, "If you provoke her, don't expect to leave standing today." He recounted an incident from when little Jiu first enrolled. She had done something extraordinarily fierce in the battle arena. A 4-ring soul master had attempted to insult her with particularly crude remarks, to which little Jiu merely smiled, saying, "You wish to come at me? Let's see if you have the ability." The soul master, upon unleashing their martial soul and enhancing their defenses, was met with a single lash from little Jiu's whip, sending the 4-ring soul master flying several meters away, followed by a thorough beating. From that day forth, she earned the moniker Harbinger of Hell. In the fleeting seconds of Dai Mubai's recollection, little Jiu had already dispatched the students from Songhui Academy. She flicked her whip and pointed at the leading teacher, Jiuxian, saying, "Old man, care play with me?" Jiuxian, witnessing his students writhing on the ground, darkened in countenance. "Which academy are you from?" "Shrek Academy, Jiuxian," she replied. Upon hearing this, Jiuxian appeared perplexed. What a wretched academy. I have never heard of it. Since he was unfamiliar, he saw no reason to show courtesy. He bellowed, "Xiangui, possess me." 5 soul rings rose beneath him, a black light flashing as a massive tortoise shell enveloped him. Dai Mubai gasped, realizing what the hell. A 5-ring soul king. He hurried to pull little Jiu back. However, she shrugged him off, her expression dripping with disdain. "Is that just a broken turtle? What is so remarkable about it?" This remark ignited Jiuxian's fury. He had intended merely to intimidate us, but now he was genuinely enraged. Such an uncultured little brat. "Today I shall teach you some manners on behalf of your elders." Oh no, the term uncultured was little Jiu's Achilles heel. I watched as her fists clenched tightly, her eyes glowing red, her aura shifting ominously. "Who are you calling uncultured?" Sensing the shift, Jiuxian acted, launching his second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Phone. Straight at her. As the attack neared, little Jiu remained stationary, a peculiar smile adorning her face. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to intervene, a disheveled man suddenly appeared, pushing him aside and striking the ground. Rock shield rise. A wall of stone materialized before her. Yet little Jiu, now in a frenzy, glanced at the stone wall and struck it with her nine dragons whip, shattering it effortlessly. The disheveled man turned pale, shouting at us. What did you say to her? Dai Mubai quickly pieced it together. Yi Zhiqiu called her uncultured. The man clenched his fists in desperation. This is bad. Little Tang, witnessing little Jiu's transformation, fearfully asked, what has happened to her? She has lost control. That old man is in danger. Initially, we dismissed it. How could a soul respect threaten a soul king? What nonsense! But the next moment, we witnessed little Jiu strike down Yi Zhiqiu, who had activated his first soul skill, Xianjia, sending him crashing to the ground, then proceeded to pummel him with her bare hands. We could visibly see the once sturdy Xiangui shell beginning to crack. Oscar, panicked, shouted at the disheveled man. Why aren't you stopping her? The man wore a mask of despair. It's futile. I am merely a soul king and cannot restrain her in this state. Just then, Oscar, for reasons unknown, inexplicably shouted, a Jiu. This invocation seemed to flip a switch in little Jiu's mind. Memories of her past life surged forth. She was once a frail boy, beaten and kicked by a group of children who taunted him as an unloved wretch, uncultured, left on the brink of death. He sought refuge in a dilapidated temple, feeling his end was near. At that moment, a boy appeared, gently asking his name, tending to his wounds, and affectionately calling him a Jiu. That boy was the first glimmer of hope in his world. In reality, little Jiu's fist froze midair. She abruptly turned her head, staring at Oscar, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the boy from her memories, leaving her utterly bewildered. He instinctively concealed his bloodied fists behind him, standing there like a child caught in mischief, in stark contrast to the earlier ferocity of the brutal Han Wang. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted. His bones cracked ominously as he glared at Ao Sika, challenging him with a fierce gaze. Dare you approach me again? He raised his hand, ready to strike. But as soon as he uttered the words, his body weakened, and he toppled backward, darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. The scruffy uncle swiftly caught him. When I awoke again, I found myself in a hotel room. I sat up and checked my clothes. Thankfully, they remained intact. I had merely experienced a bizarre dream, one in which a group of uncles seemed to be unduly familiar with me, sending chills down my spine. Just as I pondered this, the door creaked open, and in walked the disheveled uncle, Su Zhe. He scratched his head in embarrassment upon seeing me awake. I thought you were still asleep. I shook my head, my mind in a fog. How did I end up here? Didn't you take on the task in Xingdo de Sunlin? Su Zhe wore a knowing expression. You really don't remember what happened last night? That was a week ago. A week ago? My mind buzzed. A flurry of memories flashing like slides. Dai Mubai, the Oscar who resembled a second-rate character, Tang Sen battling Zhao Laoshe for Xiao Wu, the chubby Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and me mercilessly thrashing that old tortoise. I clutched my head in pain and collapsed back onto the bed, slipping into unconsciousness once more. When I opened my eyes again, all my memories returned. Lying in bed, I wished for a bolt of heavenly lightning to strike me down. An auxiliary soul master like me committing such acts? My reputation was shattered. I was now merely a combat support figure, was I not? 100,000 mouths could not clarify my situation. Despairingly, I descended the stairs, only to find no sign of Dai Mubai and the others. But I did encounter a familiar face, Yin Xiao Xiao. She smiled at me. You finally woke up? You fainted this morning and scared us all. I stared at her, my mind momentarily blank. It's been 5 years, and you really forgot about me. She pouted in response. No, Senior Yin, how could I forget? Upon hearing this, she laughed and nudged me. Didn't we agree that when we meet again, you wouldn't call me Senior? I'll call you Jiu, and you call me Xiao Xiao. Well, that was hardly different from an announcement. I had no choice in the matter. I inquired about my friends, and she informed me that Ao Sika was hunting for a soul ring, while Zhao Laoshe had taken them into the forest first, leaving her behind to watch over me. As for Su Zhe, Someone had come looking for him, instructing her to care for me before he departed. She also revealed that she was the student who had taken a year off that Dai Mubai mentioned, returning just in time to witness my fainting spell, with Zhao Vice Dean and the others present, thus accompanying me. After hearing this, I felt a wave of embarrassment. Such coincidences, it seemed fate was intent on reuniting us. Before long, I pulled Yin Xiao into Xingdou Sunlin to search for them. I insisted she follow me, but as soon as we entered the forest, I instinctively shielded her behind me. However, the vastness of Xingdou Sunlin proved overwhelming, and I couldn't locate them. While wandering, I suddenly heard rustling from Soul Beast. I climbed a tree for a better view and spotted a millennium-old phone, Wei Ji Guanxi. Initially, I intended to ignore it, but sensing a surge of soul power in the direction the snake had flown, I wondered if it was Ao Sika and the others. I gestured for Yin Xiao to follow me as we stealthily approached, hiding in the branches. To my surprise, it was indeed them. Zhao Laoshi was handing a dagger to Ao Sika, preparing to claim this soul ring. Just then, an elderly woman and a young girl burst onto the scene, shouting for them to halt. I quickly assessed the situation. A 6-ring soul emperor and a newly qualified soul master at level 30, clearly there to steal the prey. Yin Xiao quietly asked, "Should we intervene?" I shook my head. No need. Zhao Laoshi is a 7-ring soul saint. That old woman won farewell. We turned to leave, but as fate would have it, trouble ensued. After wandering around, I realized I was lost. Yin Xiao looked at me, incredulous. "You're lost?" I nodded, feeling utterly dejected. She erupted into laughter. Who would have guessed that the renowned me was directionally challenged? With no choice left, we would have to wait for nightfall to navigate by the stars. To my dismay, the heavens seemed to conspire against me. As night fell, thick clouds obscured all the stars. I could only cover Yin Xiao with a blanket and use my burning Jiulongbian as a torch to keep watch. The next morning, I ventured out to scout the area and, remarkably, stumbled upon Zhao Laoshi and the others. They had camped in the forest overnight. Just as I was about to join them, a thunderous roar erupted from the west. The sound was unmistakably that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Yin Xiao, frightened, grabbed my arm. "Are you insane? Don't head that way." I shook her off. Those were my friends, and I couldn't flee. As I dashed toward the sound, my heart raced. A titan-sized titan giant ape loomed before Tang San and the others. A 10,000-year soul beast. My legs felt weak, even in my prime. I might not last 10 minutes against it. I glanced at Zhao Wuji, who stood protectively before the group like a mother hen, and took a deep breath. "Zhao Laoshi, protect them." Zhao Wuji was stunned to see me. "What are you doing here? Come help." As I spoke, I unleashed my martial spirit. Xiao Tang, still naive, asked, "Brother Jiu, that SA 10,000-year Titan giant ape, can you defeat it?" I couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. If Zhao Vice Dean can't handle it, how could I? Are you daft? Yet, I ruffled his hair, assuring him I would safely escort him back. I focused intently on the forest's king, noting that despite its intimidating presence, it remained still, seemingly pondering something. Just then, Yin Xiao joined me, poking me. "Wow, it's the forest king." Zhao Wuji observed us both, his mouth twitching in disbelief. He must have been cursing in his mind. These two little troublemakers, none of them are easy to handle. In a moment of sheer audacity, Yin Xiao shouted to Zhao Wuji, "Awesome." At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. I quickly signaled to her and Mo Xiaotang, counting down, 1, 2, 3, run. To my shock, Yin Xiao suddenly sprouted a pair of shadowy wings, lifting 2 girls into the air. Mo Xiaotang also transformed, becoming a large bluebird and carrying Ning Rongrong along. I stood there dumbfounded. I quickly cast buffs on the remaining boys, intending to shout for them to flee, but the Titan giant ape paid us no mind, striding forward, its large eyes fixed on the direction where Yin Xiao had flown. It took off after them. My mind raced. This was bad. The target of that giant gorilla was not us, but one of those girls. They were in danger. I shouted, sprinting after it. Zhao Wuji and the others quickly realized the situation, with Ao Sika immediately producing his flying mushroom sausages. We each took one. sprouting transparent wings and soaring into the sky in pursuit. However, Yin Xiaoxiao, burdened with 2 girls, began to slow down. Seeing this, Xiao Wu insisted on landing, claiming she could run faster due to her agility. Jiuxian and Ning Rongrong quickly agreed. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Xiaoxiao, clearly unable to bear the weight, released them. Yet, the moment Xiao Wu touched down, she proposed the absurd idea of splitting up. I shook my head from above, thinking, doesn't she realize this is just asking for trouble? If they split into 3 paths, the Titan giant ape would only pursue one of them, and that group would be doomed. Unsurprisingly, the giant ape charged straight after the route Xiao Wu had taken. There was no time to waste. We had to act. I descended from the heavens, positioning myself before it, and with a flick of my hand, I unleashed the Lingwen fan, activating my second soul skill, Thunder Strike. The fan whirled around the colossal creature, leaving a crackling trail of electricity in its wake. With a thunderous roar of explode, I witnessed the Titan great ape being scorched, its body charred and emitting anguished cries. This maneuver effectively consolidated its ire upon me. Zhao Wujia, observing the scene, rushed to shield Xiao Wu behind him, bracing himself to confront the beast. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, one and all, charged forth. Despite the apparent futility of our endeavor, a poignant sense of camaraderie surged through us, evoking a profound emotional response within me. Chaos erupted in an instant. Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared the Titan great ape's legs with fervor, while Yin Xiaoxiao's dark mist obscured its vision. Zhao Wujia leapt to deliver a crushing blow, and Dai Mu Bai and Mo Xiaodang flanked it, targeting its forelimbs. The most audacious was Ma Hongjun, who stealthily maneuvered behind, unleashing a torrent of phoenix fire aimed at its lower regions, a truly audacious act. I, momentarily idle, decided to imbue everyone's weapons with a thunderous enhancement, instantly elevating our collective prowess. However, just as I reveled in my brief moment of glory, an alarm blared in my mind, signaling imminent danger. Without hesitation, I wielded the Jiuxian whip, ensnaring Yin Xiaoxiao from the sky and pulling Dai Mu Bai to safety. The next instant, the Titan great ape erupted in fury. With a deafening roar, the blue-silver grass binding it snapped as a wave of dark energy exploded outward. Zhao Wujia and Ma Hongjun, caught in their own assault, were sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, blood spilling forth. But the calamity did not end there. The great ape extended its hand and seized Xiao Wu. Tang San, with eyes ablaze, unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons from his sleeves. In a panic, I plucked a handful of leaves, infusing them with soul power and launching them as flying daggers. To my astonishment, the Titan great ape, irritated by our incessant interference, swatted Tang San aside and, with a swift motion, captured me as well. I was left in a state of bewilderment, ensnared in its grasp, feeling as if my very insides were being crushed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. A quick glance revealed Xiao Wu calmly perched upon the Titan great ape's shoulder, her expression a blend of urgency, yet devoid of fear. In that moment, clarity struck me. This was no mere pursuit. The two were familiar. The great brute, named Erming, had come forth specifically to play with Xiao Wu. This girl was no ordinary human. She was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. As Erming galloped away, Xiao Wu requested to be released. I laid my cards on the table and directly inquired, "Are you a soul beast?" Her face paled instantly, her fists clenched tightly, likely contemplating dire consequences. I hastily reassured her, "Fear not. I mean no harm. My curiosity is benign, and I shall keep your secret." In the end, we broke her pact. I would guard her secret, and she vowed not to extinguish my life. Then, in a display of audacity, she sat cross-legged, declaring that she would absorb her third soul ring before my very eyes. While we basked in tranquility, chaos erupted elsewhere. Enraged by my abduction, Yin Xiaoxiao cried out to Zhao Wujia, professing her affections for me, before launching herself into the fray to rescue me. Jiuxian and Mo Xiaodang followed suit without a second thought. Upon witnessing our friend's capture, Dai and the others felt compelled to join the fray. With Oscar hastily preparing his mushroom sausages, rallying everyone to action. On our return journey, we encountered the trio, where Yin Xiao boldly confessed her feelings for me. I was taken aback by the earnestness of a 13-year-old girl, tears glistening in her eyes, professing her affection. What could I do but gently explain that she was still too young to comprehend the complexities of love? Yet she was unconvinced, insisting my rejection stemmed from my feelings for Jiuxian. Cornered, I resorted to my ultimate move. With a sigh, I spoke in a tone of resignation. Child, do not wait. I am not worthy, for I am drawn to men. Finally, peace was restored. When we located Tang San, the sight was grim. He lay on the ground, blood enveloping him in a mist, teetering on the edge of life. Zhao Wujie recounted how, in our absence, Tang San had single-handedly confronted a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider in a desperate attempt to find Xiao Wu. Though victorious, the Soul Ring's age was far beyond his capacity, and absorbing it would prove perilous. What could I say? I merely offered comfort to Xiao Wu, acknowledging that fate had dealt a cruel hand. I spun a tale of how we had been frightened away by the Titan Great Ape's roar. Just as we believed Tang San's fate was sealed, the blood mist surrounding him began to dissipate, his brow unfurling, and a faint blue glow emanated from him. Before I could exhale in relief, the scene shifted dramatically. Tang San's face contorted grotesquely, his throat releasing a heart-wrenching scream that sent shivers down my spine. Jiuxian cast a glance, signaling us to retreat hastily. The tension was palpable. Oscar's face drained of color as he muttered, "What is happening? Wasn't he stable just moments ago?" To our astonishment, Jiuxian, instructing us to fall back, dashed forward to stand before Tang San, leaving Zhao Wujie and the others unable to intervene. It was an audacious maneuver, a silent message of "stay back, let me handle this." Xiao Wu, on the verge of tears, clenched her fists in silent prayer. Before our eyes, a more explosive spectacle unfolded. Tang San's shirt tore apart with a resounding rip. His back swelled, grotesquely forming 8 bulging masses akin to tumors, inciting a wave of discomfort within me. Tang San writhed in agony, while Jiuxian remained composed, producing a fan to gently cool the air around him, murmuring, "Tang San, relax, do not tense up." Remarkably, his taut muscles began to slacken. Just as we dared to hope for improvement, the 8 bulges burst forth. Erupting from within were 8 deep purple tendrils, growing wildly. My mind raced with the thought, was this a real live parasitic creature? Would it drain Tang San of his very essence? Strangely, however, Tang San's expression seemed to soften. The tendrils elongated to over a meter, sprouting joints and resembling spider legs. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his humor, quipped, "Wow, is Tang San about to transform into Spider-Man or man-faced Demon Spider-Man?" A piercing glare from Xiao Wu silenced him instantly. The spider legs continued to grow until they reached 3 meters. Then, with a series of snaps, they plunged into the ground, lifting Tang San into the air. Zhao Wujie panicked, shouting at the meditating Jiuxian, "What on earth is happening?" Without lifting his gaze, Jiuxian replied coolly, "Do not worry, he will not perish." Frustrated, Zhao Wujie clenched his teeth, unable to act. Soon, Tang San's blue-silver grass sprang to life, enveloping him in layers until he was cocooned in a massive blue chrysalis, leaving the 8 spider legs protruding outward, resembling a grand performance art installation. As the one knowledgeable among us maintained an air of aloofness, we could do nothing but wait. We stood vigil throughout the night until dawn broke. Suddenly, the chrysalis stirred. Xiao Wu sprang up, ready to charge, only to be yanked back by startled Jiuxian, who admonished, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you wish to be turned into a sieve?" He commanded us to remain still while he monitored the chrysalis. Gradually, the blue-silver grass retracted, revealing Tang San within. As the grass receded entirely, Tang San opened his bewildered eyes. Xiao Wu shouted brother, in excitement, but the next moment, she paused, sensing something was amiss. Daimobite playfully waved his hand in front of her, exclaiming, "How about it? Look at this abdominal muscle. Isn't it impressive?" From behind, Al Suka peeked out, teasing, TSK, 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 Xiao, you little rascal, staring at someone's bare body without even blinking. Only then did Xiao realize the situation, her face turning as red as a monkey's backside as she suddenly spun around. In fact, Nungrong and Jiuxian had long been guided away by Douluo and Aosara, leaving these two mischief-makers time to tease Xiao. Tong San, still bewildered, looked at Jiuxian and asked what on earth is happening. Jiuxian pointed to his lower half with a fan and cleared his throat. Perhaps you should put on some pants first? Tong San glanced down, his pupils contracting in shock. Who stripped me naked? He hastily retrieved pants from his soul guide and was about to put on a shirt when he felt something swaying behind him. Turning around, he nearly screamed, as it appeared as if a face-like magic spider had latched onto his back. Jiuxian patted his shoulder, instructing him on how to retract it with his mind. After 3 attempts, Tong San finally succeeded, his back now smooth without a trace. Jiuxian, with an air of mystery, said, "Practice more at home. There will be surprises." Since Tong San was fine now, Jiaoji wanted nothing more than to leave that dreadful place, swiftly leading us away from Shidasanlin. Days later, we finally returned to the academy. Jiaoji was boasting to Difa about our harrowing adventure, recounting tales of the Titan Great Ape and the 10,000-year-soul beasts, causing Difa's glasses to nearly shatter as he eagerly examined Jiaoji for any missing parts. Meanwhile, Jiuxian, for reasons unknown, ran off to a desolate mountain and shouted into the empty air, "O Xiao, Misha, why haven't you appeared?" I must say, he looked quite like a mystic. After a lengthy call, he seemed to grow amused with his own frustration, declaring, "If you don't show yourselves now, I shall not recognize you even if you stand before me in the future." Just as he finished speaking, 2 clouds of red mist suddenly appeared in the sky, slowly descending until they transformed into a boy and a girl about 15 or 16 years old. The boy was handsome, and the girl was attractive. Jiuxian smiled. Upon seeing him, the 2 called out, one of it and the other Jiu. He rushed forward to embrace them, murmuring their names, Xiao Xiao and Dami. The information was overwhelming. The girl named Xiao, with tears in her eyes, began to complain that while Jiuxian was away, Dai bullied her daily. Gatsukyusen immediately greado, atto daibe, WHO rukto atari rongudo. As if to say, I actually dote on her. Dai, unable to contain his laughter, gazed at the young girl and the 12-year-old Jiuxian, calling him Huoxiao, feeling challenged, threatened he, saying, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, you can forget about sleeping in bed." Dami, pleading for mercy, explained. A stunning young lady calling a child is quite the visual shock. Jiuxian, realizing the situation, gently patted Huoxiao's head and affectionately said, "It's fine. If Xiao Xiao wishes to call me that, she may." After the playful banter, Jiuxian finally asked about serious matters. It turned out these 2 were his companions from his previous life, and after his death, a man named Galak had brought them here. When Huoxiao recounted how Galak had shown his lifeless body, burned beyond recognition with limbs missing and riddled with holes, I could not help but gasp in horror. What kind of hell had this man endured in his past life? Dabi continued, explaining that they had arrived 6 years prior, but upon seeing that the reincarnated Jiuxian was living happily with new friends, they hesitated to intrude. It was not until one night when Jiuxian collapsed that Huoxiao secretly carried him back, leaving behind a whip as a token. The next day, they were sucked back through an unstable teleportation array, only returning a couple of days ago. Jiuxian, after listening, patted Dami's shoulder and simply said, "Thank you for your efforts." The 3 of them indulged in their reunion for a while, and then Jiuxian remembered he had to report back to the academy the next day, asking if they would like to accompany him. Huoxiao was eager to see the friends his brother had praised so highly. The following day, as Huoxiao gazed at the dilapidated entrance of our dungeon, she was left speechless. "You study in a place like this? Have you been cheated?" Jiuxian shrugged nonchalantly. "I think it's not bad." He was pushed into the village by Huoxiao, heading towards the playground to report. Just as we were about to disperse, Shou, with sharp eyes, called out to him, "Dashan, you're back." Jiuxian approached, gritting his teeth as he said to Shou, "Why are you calling me?" The master, upon seeing him, reprimanded him for being late. Once the teachers departed, Jiuxian collapsed on his shoulder, exhausted, and said, I rushed back overnight. Are there any vacant rooms in the village? My friends have come. Dai Mubai confirmed there were. As if Jiuxian was about to go fetch them himself, Mubai stopped him, saying, "You're too worn out, I'll go." What do they look like? One boy and one girl. The boy is named Amit, and the girl is named Xiao. They are quite beautiful. Upon hearing that there were beautiful girls, Meng's eyes lit up. I'm going too. Jiuxian smacked him on the head. You can look, but don't think about anything regarding Xiao. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. We set off to find them. When Xiao saw us, she immediately asked, "You must be the good friends Ge spoke of, right?" She was curious why we referred to Jiuxian as Tashan. Ma Hongjin proudly explained, "Because his combat prowess is as fierce as a deity." Xiao nodded in agreement, and she attempted to strike up a conversation with Jiuxian, saying that Jiuxian had advised her to learn how to be cool from her. Dami, standing by, mercilessly chimed in, "Does she even need to learn? Without Ge, her temperature drops by 10 degrees. Without me and Ge, she could freeze someone into a sculpture." Xiao, caught off guard, immediately pulled his ear, and they playfully tussled. Yet their conversation always circled back to Ge. Ma Vijing, the gossip enthusiast, leaned closer to Dabi and whispered, "Your girlfriend calls you Ge all the time. Don't you feel jealous?" Dabi smiled, wrapping an arm around Xiao, and replied, Xiao is my beloved. But in her heart, Zhou is family, a deity untouchable. No one is worthy of him. I was truly impressed. The relationship among these three was so extraordinary that it could easily inspire an 80-episode drama series. After bringing them back, Jiuxian was utterly exhausted, yet still wanted to help them tidy the room. Dai Mubai directed us to an empty room next to his dormitory, then took the bedding from Jiuxian's hands without allowing him to protest. The five of us boys exchanged glances, grabbed brooms and rags, and rushed inside. Hausukar playfully grabbed Jiuxian by the neck, asking, "Why didn't you call your brothers if you needed help?" Dai Mubai added, "Exactly, why be so polite with us?" Jiuxian smiled, realizing that after having faced life and death together, we were already brothers. The six of us worked together and quickly transformed the cobweb-filled room into a clean space. Jiuxian offered his bed to them, while we collapsed into chairs, exhausted. Dami looked at Jiuxian's fatigued expression and shook his head, warning, "Don't always indulge that girl. When she gets going, it can last for days and nights without stopping. You still need to study and train. Your body can't handle it." Jiuxian, upon hearing this, chuckled and retorted, "If Xiao hears you say that, she'll surely make me deal with you. As her older brother, should I act or should I act?" Dami, quick-witted as ever, immediately raised his hands in surrender. "I must obey the little princess. As long as she can smile, I would endure being beaten, even multiple times." The banter between these two was so entertaining that Ma Jin could no longer sit still, slapping Tuka on the shoulder. "Did you hear that, Xiao? Learn from Dami. With that emotional intelligence, would Ti Yurong be won over in no time?" Suka's face flushed as he shot him a glare. As a result, the plump Ma Hongjun became even more spirited. He stuck out his tongue, darted between Dai Mubai and Jiuxian, and began to exuberantly exclaim, "No, Jiuxian, you still don't know? Xiao Ao has a fondness for Rong. Our leader Dai likes Zhuqing, and the third is infatuated with Xiao Wu. What about you? Even that Yin Xiao has a penchant for you. Alas, does anyone here understand? Am I the only solitary soul in the entire academy?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's face flushed crimson as he fervently waved his hands. "Xiao Wu is my sister." The chubby one gasped, his expression practically screaming, as if he were about to engrave the words sisterly affection upon his face. Upon hearing of such juicy gossip, Misha immediately perked up and tugged at the plump one. "Wait a moment, did you just say someone likes Jiuxian?" "Indeed," the plump one responded animatedly, resembling a herald. "It's that girl from the academy, Yin Xiao. Remember when we went to the Star Doe Forest, and Jiuxian was captured by that Titan giant ape? She wanted to rush in to save him, but the vice principal stopped her, and then, right in front of everyone, she confessed her feelings." Misha, upon hearing this, turned to look at Jiuxian, who also appeared taken aback, shaking his head. "I don't like her. You know this matter well." "I can't believe what monumental gossip I just heard," Oscar exclaimed, covering his mouth, his eyes wide as saucers. Misha sighed and patted Jiuxian on the back. If you don't like her, you should clarify it sooner rather than later. Don't hold up the girl. He thought to himself, has this fellow come to this world only to remain forever alone? When Daimao Bai and the others returned to their dormitory, only Jiuxian and Misha remained. Misha suddenly handed over a pitch-black ring. Upon receiving it, Jiuxian's hands trembled. What is this? It's from your previous world, Misha explained. Old Gui said you have a habit of spinning rings when you think. He feared you might not adapt here. He continued, let me tell you, Jiuxian's master, Old Gui, is a delightful contradiction. On the surface, he appears to be extremely hands-off, taking on disciples and then casting them aside, only to toss out a casual mantra when they meet, leaving them to figure out alone. This makes Jiuxian constantly seek his master's presence, relying solely on his innate talent and determination to grow stronger. But in reality, Old Gui cares more than anyone else. When Jiuxian descended the mountain, he sent gifts 3 times. When Jiuxian's training went awry, he was the first to rush over. Even when Jiuxian died in his past life and was desecrated, it was Old Gui who retrieved his remains. Ultimately, he exerted great effort to bring both of them to this world. Isn't that just a classic case of a hard exterior with a soft heart? An absolutely qualified master. Jiuxian returned to the dormitory shared with Daimao Bai, sat on the bed, and fell into a trance while holding the ring, murmuring, Master. Daimao Bai waved his hand in front of him. What is the matter? Are you thinking of your master? Coming back to reality, Jiuxian reflected on the life of Old Gui, a man of unparalleled strength, wealth, and power, living a carefree existence, which could simply be summarized in 4 words, a carefree old man. Daimao Bai fell silent at this description. He pondered changing the subject. You don't have any betting tonight. How about sharing with me? No need. I feel a breakthrough coming. I'll be up all night. You sleep. Jiuxian shook his head, adding, don't disturb me. It would be bad if I went berserk again like last time. With that, he directly crossed his legs and entered a meditative state, embodying decisiveness. Daimao Bai watched as dark energy emanated from him, the fluctuations of soul power making his eyes widen in astonishment. This guy is truly a monster. Early the next morning, Daimao Bai, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stepped outside and encountered Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing him alone, the plump one shouted, Dai old big, where's Jiuxian? Did he not travel all night? Is he still practicing? Is he made of iron? Daimao Bai forced a smile. I wish I could stop him, but how can I? The 3 arrived at the cafeteria, where Tang Sen already awaited them. Noticing the absence of Jiuxian, he inquired, where's Jiuxian? Still in training. Tang Sen was astonished. Is he really that dedicated? Meanwhile, Jiuxian finally broke through in his soul power, exhaling a breath of stale air and feeling as if he had transcended. He disdainfully removed his dirty clothes and changed into a clean outfit, just as a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found that girl, Huashao. Jiuxian, what are you doing? She peered curiously. Just finished training. What is up? Jiuxian pulled her inside. Nothing much. Just that me walked past the playground this morning and saw your brothers being scolded by your teacher. Since you weren't around, I came to check on you. Upon hearing this, Jiuxian exclaimed, What? Class. Daimao Bai didn't tell me. Oh no, it's the 3rd day at this academy, and I've skipped 2 days of class already. He hurriedly gathered his dirty clothes and told Huashao, I have to go now. Behave yourself and don't bully to me. With that, he vanished without a trace. Huashao pouted, inwardly vowing, Demi, you wait for me. On the playground of Shrek Academy, the master stood with his hands behind his back, resembling a disciplinary officer, and directly called out to Daimao Bai. I have a task for you. Without injuring any limbs, take down those 8 one by one. Daimao Bai was stunned. Taking them down is easy to say, but with Tang San's elusive hidden weapons, Yin Xiaoxiao's mysterious martial soul, and that flying Mo shouting, how on earth do I do that? Just as Daimao Bai and Tang San were preparing for battle, Jiuxian appeared like the wind, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the commotion. Are we about to have a fight? He quickly leaned over to Oscar and whispered, What is going on? Oscar explained the master's task, and upon hearing it, Jiuxian was energized. Count me in. Oscar shivered in fear. Who would voluntarily seek a beating? No, wait, this guy is eager to fight. This battle maniac's nefarious hands were finally reaching towards Dai Mubai and Tang San. As they murmured, the battle on the field had already concluded. Tang San had utilized his third soul skill, spiderweb binding, to completely immobilize Dai Mubai, securing an effortless victory. The master admonished Dai Mubai and proceeded to arrange the next match. Jiuxian immediately stepped forward. Master, I wish to participate. Upon hearing this, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies as they frantically shook their heads. No, master. Jiuxian just returned from the Stardow Forest and hasn't slept all night. Let him rest. Oscar snickered from the side. Ha, you're just scared, admit it. Jiuxian observed their cowardly demeanor and shook his head, then suggested, how about this after you finish your fight? All 9 of you can take me on together? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, recalling his terrifying soul abilities and the 9-dragon whip, pondered the idea of a 9-on-1 battle. That could work. They nodded vigorously, believing this plan was foolproof. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded on the playground. 9 individuals encircled Jiuxian. Jiuxian, witnessing this spectacle, feigned a pitiful expression. Please show mercy. Dear brothers and sisters. Some were genuinely convinced, nodding in agreement that it was indeed a given. However, the next moment, a smirk spread across Jiuxian's face. A crimson light flashing in his eyes as he unleashed his martial soul. Just as Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared him, Dai Mubai's white tiger's radiance surged forth, and Ning Rongrong's support aura enveloped him. I must say, this collaboration was flawless. Unfortunately, they were facing Jiuxian. In an instant, Jiuxian vanished from his position. Dai Mubai felt a chill at his back when he heard the plump one shout, "Get back!" A stream of phoenix fire erupted toward them. Yet, Jiuxian made no attempt to evade. Instead, he wielded his fan and swept it forcefully, conjuring a tempest that extinguished the flames. Amidst the swirling yellow dust, he silently materialized behind Ning Rongrong and Oscar, placing a hand charged with lightning upon their shoulders. The 2 supports fell unconscious without even a murmur, their eyes rolling back. Tang San felt the amplification fade from his body and turned to find Jiuxian had vanished. He promptly activated his purple extreme magic eyes, only to see Jiuxian moving so swiftly that he left behind only an afterimage. Just as he was about to reach Xiao Wu, Tang San hastily released the blue-silver grass. One vine aimed at Jiuxian, while the other sought to pull Xiao Wu back. Then came a light-hearted laugh in his ear. Hee, who are you trying to hit? Tang San felt a chill run down his spine, and upon closer inspection, he realized that his Lanin Xiao was actually aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who initially intended to be the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, found that Zhu Zhuqing had effortlessly torn the Lan Yin Xiao to shreds with a single swipe. Just as Dai Mubai turned to respond, the voice of Jiuxian echoed in his ear, prompting him to swing his fist, imbued with the ferocity of a tiger's claw, which resulted in a pained cry emanating from the stout figure nearby. Is there anyone else? Jiuxian had already darted back to the master's side, folding his arms to watch the spectacle unfold. At that moment, Yin Xiao Xiao, with her eyes closed and a smirk on her lips, proclaimed, I have found you. First soul skill, Mist of Transformation. Observing the fluctuations in her soul power, Jiuxian rushed forward with a grin, eager to eliminate her as the third target. However, upon making contact, Yin Xiao Xiao transformed into a swirling cloud of black mist. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. A rich, floral fragrance enveloped him, causing his vision to blur and his mind to flash with chaotic images. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. Just as he felt himself wobble and on the brink of collapse, a pair of small hands steadied him. Are you all right? How could I possibly be in trouble? Jiuxian retorted with a wry smile, swiftly grasping Yin Xiao Xiao's hand. A flash of lightning later, and yet another opponent lay defeated, round and surveyed the scene. The remaining contenders were wildly unleashing their skills into thin air, creating a chaotic tableau. He darted in front of Zhu Zhuqing, and after exchanging a few blows, she prepared to execute a shoulder throw. Yet, Jiuxian cleverly turned the tables. yanking her into his embrace. He winced in pain, his left hand crackling with electricity as he pressed it against the nape of her neck, swiftly concluding the encounter. Only 4 remain. He was about to tackle the overweight opponent who was running amok and shouting, when suddenly, Tang San ensnared him with a tendril of Lan Yin Chao and pulled him away. Jiuxian observed in surprise. Oh, Tang San has managed to resist the illusion. How intriguing. With a flick of his fan, a whirlwind erupted, lifting Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu into the air before he pointed his lance at Tang San. Little San, shall we engage in a serious duel? All right, master. The master's voice resounded just in time. Yu Jiuxian sighed and dissipated the wind, dispelling the illusion. Once everyone had regained consciousness, the master summoned them for individual admonishments. Tang San, far too careless. Xiao Wu, you failed to seize your opportunity. Mubai, you underestimated your foes and made excuses. Hong Yun, Oscar, absolutely innate teamwork. When it was Yu Jiuxian's turn, he preemptively confessed, I did not take the battle seriously. The others nearby visibly twitched at his words. Goodness, if this was his lack of seriousness, what would happen if he truly engaged? Yet the master remained stern. Your talent, ability, and intellect are commendable, but every battle deserves your utmost attention. It is the least respect you owe your opponent. Yu Jiuxian was taken aback. This sentiment echoed what the old ghost had once said. He nodded solemnly, indeed. Finally, the master turned his gaze towards the corner where Mo Xiao Tang had been floating and spectating throughout the entire battle, his frustration evident as he paced in circles. And you, what have you contributed to this skirmish? Complete lack of team awareness. And you, Yu Jiuxian, he is your opponent. He does not attack you. Yet you do not attack him either. Wrong. Both Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiao Tang lowered their heads in unison, their contrition sincere, while they displayed commendable remorse. The master's poker face remained unmoved by their display. I tell you, he stepped forward, radiating an imposing aura. Your performance was utterly abysmal. Now all of you turn left. Run from the academy to Suodo City and back 10 laps. No soul power permitted. If you do not complete this, no one shall eat. His gaze landed on Tang San. Tang San, your error is the gravest. 12 laps. Now immediately go. Tang San, a man of action, wasted no time and dashed out first. Dai Mubai and the other boys followed suit, shouting in fervor. As for me, I took hold of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Tang, leisurely adopting a leisurely stroll behind the group. I even began imparting wisdom to Zhu Zhuqing. Do not rush. The long march stretches ahead. We must conserve our strength and maintain our composure. However, just as we had taken but a few steps, the master's voice floated back to us like a haunting specter. At the academy's entrance, there are prepared stones. Each must carry one. Remember, you are a collective. If one person fails, all must go hungry. I was taken aback. This old man had clearly plotted this. We chorused our assent, internally lamenting our fate. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong interjected, her face a picture of confusion. I did not err. Why must I be punished? The master pointed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was already far ahead. I did not say she made a mistake. Why has she already left? I ask you, what is your relationship with them? Ning Rongrong, momentarily dazed, replied, partners. In an instant, it seemed she comprehended, her expression reminiscent of enlightenment. She bowed to the master and took off in pursuit. As I continued my leisurely pace, Hua Xiao, having emerged from nowhere, caught up to me and asked, Jioge, has the lesson concluded? I ruffled her hair and sighed. The lesson is over, but the punishment has just commenced. You and Demi should head to Suodo City to have some fun. I will likely be toiling until nightfall. However, this stubborn girl furrowed her brow and insisted. I do not want to. I want to accompany you, brother. Misha also approached, promptly declaring, let's go together. We will just follow behind and not cause any trouble. Very well, with such declarations made, what could I say? I had no choice but to agree. Yet upon reaching the village entrance, Hua Zhao's face turned ashen. 9 large bamboo baskets filled with stones awaited us, each inscribed with names. Dai Mubai stared, dumbfounded, exclaiming that the master had clearly planned this for some time. Silently, I hoisted my assigned basket. The master had likely prepared this based on his impression of me as a support. The weight was comparable to what Xiao Wu and the others carried, light enough. Once my burden was secured, I resumed my leisurely pace, embodying the essence of a leisurely elder. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, shouted as he ran, "Jiuxian, at this pace, you won't finish until next month." I shot him a glance. "You know nothing. This is tactical energy conservation, a strategy for future success. All right then, you keep conserving. I'll be off for my meal." After declaring this, the stout fellow accelerated, with Oscar and the others hastily following, fearing they would miss their meal. Dai Mubai approached me, concern etched on his face as he observed my dark circles. "How long has it been since you last had a proper rest? Should I speak to the master?" I waved my hand dismissively. "No worries, you all hurry on ahead. Do not mind me. Besides, Xiao Xiao and Demi are with me. If anything happens, they can carry me back." I firmly pushed Dai Mubai and Tang San forward, urging Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Tang to keep up with the main group. Once they had distanced themselves, I tousled Hua Zhao's head, asking why her expression had been so dire earlier. The girl kept her head down, silent, when suddenly Mi Sha patted my shoulder, his expression causing my heart to skip a beat. He said, "We might have to leave again." "Leave?" I exploded. "It has only been a few days. What trickery is the old ghost up to now?" Misha shook his head, his eyes filled with resignation and contentment. "To see you again and know you're well is already a blessing. We came to this world because the old ghost employed forbidden techniques that defy the natural order." "Such nonsense." My eyes turned red. "What does the natural order matter? If he dares to stop me, I will drag him down to hell and trample him in the mud." Hua Zhao's eyes also glistened with tears as she grasped my arm, saying, "Brother, do not be foolish. You have a new life in this world. Live it well." I shut my eyes, a heavy weight in my chest, struggling to breathe. Misha sensed the atmosphere was amiss and quickly interjected, wrapping an arm around each of us. "All right, enough of this gloomy talk. Did not Jiu say we are to run? Once we finish, we shall all dine together." He winked at me, reminding me of past training sessions where my stamina was perpetually the lowest. "Today, let me see if you have progressed." These two, once again, were attempting to evade responsibility. I managed a wry smile, intending to express that I had changed from my former self, but before I could speak, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Well, let them run. I took a deep breath and began to sprint forward. To my surprise, my old man-esque running style allowed me to quickly surpass those foolish youngsters and catch up with the front-runners, Dai Mubai and Tang San. As we ran, Tang San suddenly called for everyone to halt. He pointed at the bamboo baskets we carried and then glanced back at Oscar and the others, who were panting heavily. He stated, "The teacher said we are a team. I have realized that he means we should assist each other and, by the way, improve our physical fitness." Upon hearing this, I chuckled. In simpler terms, it meant that the strong should lend a hand for mutual prosperity. Tang San nodded in agreement, and Dai Mubai caught on as well. Thus, the three of us paused to wait for Oscar and the others, who approached with disheartened expressions. When Dai Mubai conveyed Tang San's idea, Ma Hongjun collapsed on the ground, breathless, exclaiming, "A master is indeed a master. Even running can have so many variations." I walked over to Mo Xiao Tang, and without hesitation, I poured half the stones from his basket into mine. He grew anxious and tried to stop me. "Brother, you can't do this." I flicked his forehead and retorted, "As a man, don't say can't. When the sky falls, someone must hold it up, right?" I then intended to assist Zhu Zhuqing, but she coolly shook her head. "I can manage. You help the others." Fair enough. Everyone readjusted and began to run at a steady pace to conserve energy. Thus, the first lap came to an end. However, as time passed, the stones grew heavier, akin to carrying a mountain on my back. My speed gradually decreased, and I appeared worse off than Ning Rong Rong and Oscar. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, the master awaited us and had prepared water. I took a sip. It was salty, infused with salt. I glanced at the master and downed it in one go. One lap, then another. The sun became increasingly fierce, and I felt a heaviness in my chest, struggling to keep pace silently. Yin Xiao Xiao had unknowingly slowed her pace to run alongside me. She glanced at me. "Can't keep up?" I shook my head and reached for the stones in her basket, but she firmly grasped my wrist. "I senti that you?" After completing another lap, Oscar and Ning Rong Rong were nearing their limits. prompting Tang San and Dai Mu Bai to assist them. As we approached the 8th lap, nearing noon, Ma Hongjun was the first to falter, collapsing onto the ground. I too could not endure any longer, swallowing hard. I surveyed my surroundings and noticed that Hua Xiao and Mi Sha had vanished without a trace. Calming my mind to sense their presence, I detected their faint energy nearby. Steeling myself, I stood and informed Dai Mu Bai before tossing my bamboo basket to the ground and charging toward that energy. In a dilapidated alley, I found them. They were leaning against the wall, their breaths weak, their bodies beginning to turn translucent. I rushed over, my voice trembling. "You too?" Hua Xiao lifted his eyelids and, upon recognizing me, managed a smile. "Brother, our time has come. We must leave." I reached out, wanting to touch his face, but his hand grasped mine weakly, cold as ice. "We are departing. You must take good care of yourself and not worry us." Biting my lip, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Xiao, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being useless, for misjudging people and causing harm." Misha looked at me and asked if I wanted to convey a message to the old ghost. I opened my mouth, struggling for a long time to utter a few words. "I only wish for your safety. I also wish for you to live well." Hua Xiao held my hand tightly, insisting that I must survive, regardless of right or wrong. I wanted you to live joyfully and freely. As soon as the words left my lips, I felt his body beginning to fade. Ultimately, in my embrace, he slowly grew faint and vanished. I fell to my knees with a thud, tasting blood in my throat as I spat out a mouthful of black blood. Xiao, to me, I leaned against the wall, my vision darkening until I knew nothing more. Let me tell you, I experienced an extraordinarily long dream, akin to a cinematic portrayal, scene by scene. First, I found myself as a child, huddled with Demi and Xiao at a street corner for warmth. Then, I was kneeling before the old ghost in the pouring rain, pleading to be accepted as his disciple, all for the sake of growing stronger to protect them. In the blink of an eye, I was 15 or 16, transformed into a ruthless figure in others' eyes, stained with blood from helping others seize power. The most absurd part was dreaming of cultivating too intensely, causing blood to flow from my 7 orifices. It was the old ghost who risked injury to rescue me. I then realized that, although he never voiced it, he thought highly of me. In the dream's conclusion, the old ghost seemed to see me and said, "Xiaojio, it's time for you to return. They're all waiting for you." With a wave of his hand, I felt myself plummeting into an endless abyss. I kicked my legs fiercely and awoke, drenched in cold sweat and aching all over. I sat up and looked around, discovering I was in the dormitory, with Mo Xiao Tang's bed across from me. Wasn't Ti running? I went to find Xiao and the others, and then it seemed I fainted. While pondering this, Mo Xiao Tang strolled back into the dormitory. Upon seeing me awake, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and hurriedly brought me food. "Brother Gio, you finally woke up. You've been asleep for 7 days, scaring us half to death." As I was eating, his words caught in my throat, and I choked. I grabbed Mo Xiao Tang to pour me some water, incredulous as I asked, "Did you just say I slept for several days?" 7 days, he confirmed. 7 days? Who understands? I had turned into Sleeping Beauty. I inquired how I had returned, and he explained that the academy's teachers found me on the streets of Tua City, where there was still blood on the ground, frightening everyone. He also mentioned that the dean and the master wanted me to find them once I woke up. I had a rough idea of what was happening. That evening, I directly went to the dean's office, where the master and Zhao Wuji were present. Goodness, 3 old bachelors holding a meeting late at night. Flandra, that old fox, got straight to the point, asking if I was aware of my physical condition. I smiled and nodded. I've always known. In simple terms, my body and martial soul were incompatible, akin to a water mother head paired with a clamping sound. Using soul skills or overexerting my body meant draining my life force. The only solution was to forfeit my soul power. What a joke. After all my struggles to rise from the depths, you want me to sever my own limbs? I looked at the 3 of them, speaking earnestly. "I will rejoin training tomorrow." Zhao Wuji was the first to object, claiming I needed rest. I shrugged. "I know my body. Prepare my share of the bamboo basket for tomorrow." After saying this, I stood to leave, but at the door, I added, "Do not inform anyone about my condition." The next day, I rejoined the team and began a grueling 3-month training regimen. Those days were hardly fit for human existence. However, the results were remarkable. Even a chubby one had leveled up. Upon completing the training, the master generously granted us a 7-day break. That evening, Daimú Bai Tang San and the others surprisingly came to visit me. As soon as Ma Hongjun sat down, he remarked, "Master, you're quite a character, waking up and immediately seeking trouble." While chatting, this chubby fellow, with his mouth never closing, suddenly asked, "Master, did Huo Xiao and Mi Sha leave?" I was fiddling with the ring on my hand when I heard his question, my grip tightening as I lowered my head and mumbled an affirmative. Oscar swiftly kicked the chubby one, and the atmosphere grew awkward. I quickly changed the subject, asking Tang San, "By the way, Xiao San, I heard you're making concealed weapons for self-defense. What do they look like? Let me see." Tang San did not hesitate and pulled out a hefty Zhuge crossbow from his treasure belt. I took it, aimed it at a distant boulder, and fire volley. To my astonishment, the stone instantly bore 16 new holes. Then I flipped my hand and retrieved my own toy from the ring, a gilded crossbow, and shot at the same stone. With a whoosh, 3 rows of fine holes appeared. Tang San's eyes lit up, excitedly asking what this was. "It's also a crossbow." I returned his Zhuge, Shen Nu, and passed my own to him, which was filled with slender needles. "You must have over 100 of these little needles, right?" Oscar leaned in for a closer look, astonished. He rushed to examine the 3 rows of needle holes in the stone and, upon closer inspection, discovered they formed the character for 9. I must say, Oscar's jaw nearly hit the ground. I explained, to be precise, there are 99 needles. It shoots 9 at a time, creating a 9. It can shoot 11 times. I call it Lu Jin Shi Sha. Tang San examined the crossbow in his hands, praising it profusely, claiming its power rivaled his own, yet it was more cunning. I shook my head, saying, "However, this device is more ornamental than practical." Ma Hongjuan's mouth nearly watered at the thought. "This isn't practical?" I chuckled silently, saying nothing. Tang San returned the Lu Jin Shi Sha to me and earnestly inquired, "Great master, may I ask who crafted this Lu Jin Shi Sha?" What was I to say? I couldn't possibly reveal that this contraption was born of my weariness from taking lies in my past life, a whimsical creation devised for amusement. After a moment of thought, I settled on the simplest explanation. "Oh, I made it based on bow and arrow designs." Let me tell you, Tang San's expression was akin to seeing a ghost. His jaw almost dropped to the floor. The way he looked at me was as if he were gazing upon some prehistoric beast. He likely couldn't fathom that while he toiled away with Tang Sek's hidden weapons, relying on the blueprints left by his ancestors, fruits of generations of labor, I was the one who drafted those designs. The nature of our crafts was entirely different. Daimú Bai, standing nearby, was equally stunned, staring at my creation and asking, "Such an impressive device. Have you submitted it to the state?" I rolled my eyes at that thought. What nonsense! Why would I hand over something I painstakingly created? I wasn't some fool. Besides, this was Tang San's business now. How could I possibly hinder my brother's livelihood? I waved my hand dismissively and sauntered back inside, lazily tossing over my shoulder. "If you want it, ask Xiao San. I'm not interested in dealing with it. And keep my ability to make this a secret. It could bring me trouble. I'm not exactly robust, and if someone hold a knife to my throat, that would be quite unfortunate." The 4 behind me must have rolled their eyes so hard they nearly saw their brains. They were undoubtedly thinking, "You're not robust? Then who is?" After that training session, we were fortunate to have a few days off. Feeling restless, I wandered the streets, contemplating what small gadget I might bring back to tinker with when suddenly I was yanked into an alley. When I regained my senses, lo and behold, it was Yin Xiao Xiao again. She blocked my path and declared, "I like you." My head was spinning. Who among my family understands? This was the 2nd time. I sighed. "I seem to recall having rejected you already." Her eyes immediately filled with tears, likely unwilling to accept defeat. In a moment of impulsiveness, she shoved me against the wall, executing a wall slam. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed me. In that instant, my heart skipped a beat, yet reason prevailed. How could I, a man stained with blood, bring harm to a pure-hearted girl? Just as her lips almost touched mine, I instinctively pushed her away. To my surprise, she was not angered. Instead, she smiled wryly and poked my chest with her finger, saying, "We're clearly siblings, yet you are so gentle with Xiao Tang, but so harsh with me." Her words left me momentarily speechless. After all, she was Xiao Haitang's older sister, someone I would frequently encounter. I could only lower my head and murmur an apology before swiftly leaving. Upon returning to the dormitory, I collapsed onto my bed, my mind flooded with the image of the wall slam, my chest feeling tight. Truth be told, I didn't dislike her, yet at that moment, I felt no aversion. Upon reflection, most of my interactions in both lives had been with males. Had my orientation shifted after spending so much time with those fellows? While I was lost in thought, Emo Xiaodang approached, gazing at me with a look of concern and gossip, as if I were a victim of bullying. "Jiuge, are you all right?" I shook my head. He sighed in relief and muttered, That's good. I thought my sister had, really. I was left bewildered. "What do you mean?" Later, I learned that his sister had confided in him, and this little rascal had taken on the role of a relationship advisor, offering misguided suggestions like playing hard to get, encouraging her to pursue me boldly, and even urging her to consummate the relationship. Now, seeing me well-dressed, he must have felt fortunate that his sister hadn't truly taken matters into her own hands. Meanwhile, 3 individuals arrived in Suatawa City: Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu. They were looking for me, yet upon arrival, they discovered they only knew I was in Suatawa City, without any indication of which academy I attended. While they were at a loss, a scream echoed from ahead. With nothing else to do, the 3 of them went to investigate. They found a lecherous man harassing a young girl, while a bruised, portly figure lay on the ground. Xiaoyu helped the chubby fellow up, who turned out to be Ma Hongjun. He, being quite loyal, urged them to leave quickly, saying, "You all should get out of here. This guy's called Dalu, from the 4-Ring Soul Sect. You can't defeat him." Xiaoyu chuckled at that. "Can't defeat him?" He pointed to Hulaina, who had already released her martial spirit. Ma Hongjun looked closely, and to his astonishment, he saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl with 4 soul rings beneath her feet. A soul sect. Hulaina couldn't even be bothered to use her soul skills against such a lowly opponent. She simply threw a flirtatious glance, and Dalu appeared entranced, nearly drooling as he stumbled toward her. Yin scoffed, stepping forward to deliver a flurry of punches, each blow striking true, until with a final thud, he sent Dalu flying. The sound itself was painful to hear. Later that evening, while dining in the cafeteria, I noticed Ma Hongjun sporting a swollen face, sighing heavily. Dai Mubai chuckled and explained, "This chubby fellow tried to be a hero, but ended up needing saving himself. And now he's feeling embarrassed." My curiosity piqued. After all, this guy was a formidable soul master. What level must his assailant have been? Who had come to his rescue? They all spoke at once, and when Ma Hongjun mentioned the name of his savior, Yin, my heart sank. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was incredibly strong, and one of the men was named Yin. My instincts kicked in. This could only be Hulaina and her golden triangle. They had genuinely come to Suatawa City? Hadn't the Pope grown suspicious of me? For 6 years, Yuan had refrained from seeing me to protect me. Their audacious arrival clearly signaled to the Pope that I was here. After Dai Mubai and the others finished their meal, they clamored to avenge the chubby fellow and confront Dalu. Feeling troubled, I glanced at Yin Xiao, who was eating in the corner, and shook my head, choosing not to join them. However, the next day, I ventured to Suatawa City alone. One reason was to verify whether Hulaina had truly arrived, and the other was to help tidy up after Dai Mubai and the others. I have a penchant for eliminating threats entirely. I navigated the winding streets until I found a place, just in time to hear Dalu and his 2 accomplices still plotting revenge. I couldn't help but chuckle. Avenging one another seemed so cumbersome. Why not resolve it all at once? With a smile, I approached them. The 2 fools mistakenly thought I was with them, nodding eagerly. Since they were so agreeable, I drew closer without hesitation. A short time later, the alley was engulfed in flames, burning everything to the ground. I carefully wiped each finger clean with a handkerchief, disposed of it in a trash bin, and returned to the academy as if nothing had happened. The 7-day holiday swiftly faded away, and I found myself once again grappling with the challenges of rising from bed. No matter how much Emo Xiaodang called out to me, I remained nestled under my covers, bargaining for a few more precious moments of slumber. Xiao Haitang, I proposed, what if I just drop out of school? After all, graduation is just around the corner. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. I managed to negotiate an additional half an incense stick's worth of sleep time. Consequently, I dozed off until the afternoon. Upon finally making my way to the cafeteria, I was met with glances of reproach from everyone present. Mo Xiaodang informed me that the second phase of our master's training had commenced, necessitating all participants to engage in live combat at the Great Soul Arena, with the completion of the training hinging on acquiring a Silver Soul badge. The thought of this sent my head spinning. It seemed an endless endeavor. To make matters worse, the master had assigned me extra tasks, not only requiring me to obtain my personal badge, but also to team up with 7 different individuals to secure a Gold Soul badge. Furthermore, I was prohibited from utilizing my peculiar charm ability. Very well, I thought, the sooner one faces their demise, the quicker one can be reborn. Our group marched resolutely toward the Great Soul Arena. The master distributed masks to each of us, assigning code names. Dai Mubai and his companions were dubbed the Shrek 7 Monsters, while my code name remained the Hell Messenger. Yin Xiaoxiao chose to call herself the Poison Beauty, and Mo Xiaodang opted for the moniker of Bluebird. Soon enough, my first 2-on-2 match alongside Yin Xiaoxiao commenced. The announcer, standing at the center of the arena, bellowed, "Next, we have a 2-on-2 battle in the 5th division of the Soul Arena. On one side, we have the Hell Messenger duo, who have triumphed in 3 consecutive matches. But this time, they have a new teammate named Poison Beauty. Their opponents, the Snake and Rat Sisters, boasted an undefeated record. As I revealed my martial soul, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, the noise nearly lifting the roof off. The announcer appeared momentarily flummoxed, perhaps bewildered by how a seemingly delicate young master could possess such charisma. The opposing duo, visibly incensed, glared at me. The woman wielding the snake as her martial soul sneered. Just a child. What strength could he possibly have? With a soft chuckle, I introduced myself, a 38th level support type soul master. I welcome your guidance. The arena fell into silence. Even Dai Mubai and the others watching from the VIP box were astounded. Ma Hongjun collapsed onto the sofa in disbelief. 5 levels in just a few days. Is this even human? The Snake and Rat Sisters were taken aback, but their confidence as agile attackers led them to disregard me as a support type. They exchanged glances and charged towards Yin Xiaoxiao. Second soul skill, Serpent enters the grass. Third soul skill, Swarm of black rats. Hundreds of rats surged towards me like a tidal wave, dark and menacing. I must say, the 3-meter-long shadow of the black snake was merely an appetizer compared to this onslaught. The announcer, struggling to maintain composure, shouted into the microphone. The Snake and Rat Sisters have unleashed their ultimate moves. But Poison Beauty is standing still. What is she planning? What was she planning? Yin Xiaoxiao smirked, her demeanor exuding calmness. Naturally, with my partner, Jiuxian, present, there was no need for her to lift a finger. In an instant, Jiuxian appeared before Yin Xiaoxiao, wielding a gleaming white spear. I squinted in recognition. This was the divine weapon he had prepared to confront Tang San 3 months prior. With a single, sweeping motion, he held the spear horizontally, creating a luminous barrier that repelled the oncoming snakes and rats. He then gestured towards Yin Xiaoxiao, implying it was her turn to shine. Yin Xiaoxiao understood the cue, clapping her hands in appreciation for the support. She gracefully unleashed her third soul skill, which had been kept hidden until now. 2 clouds of black mist materialized, enveloping our side, while simultaneously ensnaring the Snake and Rat Sisters. The audience was left bewildered, questioning the purpose of such a seemingly gentle skill. Gentle? I assure you, Yin Xiaoxiao's strategy hinged on surprise. Moments latte. The arena erupted with the anguished screams of the sisters, who fell to the ground where Jiuxian had previously stood, convulsing and contorted in pain. Understandably, they had inadvertently struck themselves with their own attack. This maneuver illustrated that while their skills were commendable, the subsequent moment belonged to me. After a prolonged delay, the sisters struggled to rise, prompting the announcer to declare, with a smile from the immortal, "Victory goes to them." Jiuxian, ever the opportunist, sauntered over with a grin. remarking, "I heard you've never lost before? Congratulations on experiencing your first defeat today." Yin Xiao chuckled beside him, teasing, "You are quite the provocateur." The sisters, now lying defeated, must have contemplated retaliating had they been able to rise. Yet, Jiuxian merely shrugged, feigning innocence. "Consider yourselves fortunate. You fared much better than my previous opponents." Upon hearing this, the sisters turned pale, unable to fathom the trials he had faced. The title of Hell Messenger was not earned lightly. Observing their fearful expressions, Jiuxian smiled with satisfaction, his sense of security bolstered. One battle was simply insufficient for him. His desire for combat surged as he promptly signed up for a one-on-one match. Just as he returned from the registration desk, he encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu. The four exchanged knowing glances and returned to the VIP box together. Upon entering, the master commenced his analysis of the previous match. Jiuxian, stifling yawns, likely pondered the utility of such discussions after the battle had concluded. It was through hardship that one truly learned. Just as the master was about to introduce a new topic, Jiuxian raised his hand. "Master, I've registered for the next match, and I must take my leave." As he reached the door, a muscular man barreled in, pushing Jiuxian aside and advancing directly towards Dai Mubai. I couldn't help but be amused by his audacity. Jiuxian wiped his mouth with his thumb, his demeanor shifting to one of cold intensity as he brandished his weapon. In the instant before the man, known as Guangxi, reached Dai Mubai, the icy tip of Jiuxian's weapon pressed against his waist. Guangxi glanced down, immediately raising his hands in surrender. A grin plastered on his face. "Easy there, brother. Our team is set to face yours in the next match. I merely came to offer my regards." Jiuxian snorted dismissively, retracting his weapon and leaning against the doorframe, eyes locked onto him like a predator. Guangxi, with a sneer, pointed at Dai Mubai. "So you're the captain? TSK. Your team is lacking, especially with a soul master still in their 20s. Upon hearing this, the Shrek's 7 monsters remained unfazed. "What a soul master? We could still make him eat dirt." Seeing our lack of reaction, Guangxi turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing and Yin Xiao, leering with an insatiable hunger as he reached out to touch one of the girls' faces. I was aghast. Such insolence could not be tolerated. Jiuxian swiftly positioned himself in front of the two girls, seizing Guangxi's unwelcome hand with a grip strong enough to elicit a crack from his bones. Dai Mubai and the others immediately sprang into action, especially Dai Mubai, who regarded Zhu Zhuqing as his designated partner. How dare this ruffian lay hands on her? The 7 of us closed in, ready for confrontation. Guangxi attempted to retaliate, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag towards Jiuxian. With a mocking chuckle, Jiuxian effortlessly blocked the blow, twisting Guangxi's arms behind his back with a sharp twist. A loud crack echoed through the room as Guangxi yelped in pain, just as a middle-aged man burst in, shouting, "No fighting allowed in the Great Soul Arena." Guangxi pointed at his dislocated hand in protest, and the supervisor, fully aware of the situation, dismissed him curtly, instructing him to take it up in the arena. Guangxi could only leave with a parting threat, shoving past Dai Mubai. The supervisor, before departing, kindly warned us that Guangxi's team consisted entirely of soul masters above level 35 and had not lost in 7 days, advising us to tread carefully. Jiuxian first confirmed that Yin Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing were unharmed before turning to Dai Mubai and saying, "That fellow is at level 38 or 39, so be cautious. If it becomes too overwhelming, surrender. Once we exit this door, let us put a bag over his head and give him a good beating." Having sent Dai Mubai and his companions away, Jiuxian finally prepared for his one-on-one match. His opponent was a robust man named Deshawn, a level 39 Battle Soul Master with a tiger as his martial spirit. He introduced himself warily. Jiuxian maintained his cheerful demeanor, leisurely drawing out the Mie Shen Chong and gesturing with his chin. "Please." Deshawn unleashed a thunderous tiger roar as his second soul skill, Tiger's Roar, activated, sending forth a sonic wave attack. Jiuxian frowned, covering his ears and retreating 2 steps, his expression suggesting that this little kitten was far too noisy. Seizing the opportunity, Deshawn charged forward with a tiger fist, only for Jiuxian to evade effortlessly, eyes still shut and ears covered. The commentators were in a frenzy, Was it mere coincidence or a premonition? Deshaun was momentarily stunned, then increased the distance and unleashed his ultimate move. The third soul skill, Thousand Tigers Ravage. A flurry of tiger phantoms surrounded Jiuxian from all directions. How would he escape this? However, when Jiuxian finally opened his eyes, a hint of impatience flickered in his gaze as he wielded the Mieshin Chong. I tell you, in his hands, that gun seemed alive, darting forth like a dragon, swift as lightning. A shimmering silver light flickered, and those tiger phantoms were obliterated in an instant. As if made of paper, Deshaun retreated, clutching his arm, still unwilling to concede, and prepared to charge again. Jiuxian glanced at the private box above, noticing Jiuxian watching intently. Realizing his disciple was so focused, he felt compelled to showcase his true prowess. With a swift motion, he sheathed his spear, exerted force through his legs, and propelled himself forward like a bullet. His speed was astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in the air, and Deshaun couldn't even discern where to strike. Jiuxian landed a punch in Deshaun's abdomen, causing him to convulse in pain. As Deshaun swung a claw in retaliation, he found only empty air, for Jiuxian had already maneuvered behind him. In the private box, Xiao Wu was left in awe, murmuring, "Only speed is invincible." Tang San shook his head, thinking that Deshaun's combo might work against others. But against Jiuxian, it was utterly futile. Ultimately, Deshaun called for the match to end, realizing he would become nothing more than a living target. Jiuxian felt a tinge of regret, thinking he hadn't sufficiently demonstrated for Jiuxian. As all matches concluded and night fell, Ma Hongjun and the others surrounded Jiuxian like starry-eyed admirers, asking, "Master, how did you train for that speed? Your coordination with Xiao Xiao was simply divine." Jiuxian merely smiled without replying, allowing them to ponder. In the midst of their playful banter, Flinder and his companions, walking at the back, suddenly halted. Flinder snorted coldly, revealing his 7 soul rings, and called out, "Sneaky fellows, come out and chat." Instantly, we became alert, and Jiuxian drew the Jiulong whip protectively in front of Mo Xiaotang, thinking narcissistically, could it be that my actions today were too harsh, and someone has come seeking revenge? Moments later, a woman and 2 men emerged from the shadows. The plump Ma Hongjun shouted, "What are you doing here?" Jiuxian was taken aback. Were these not the 3 from the spirit hall? Hulai Na, Xieyu, and Yin. What brought them here? Tang Sen wore a puzzled expression, while Hulai Na kicked Xieyu sharply, her eyes demanding to know why he had said they would not be discovered. Xieyu looked utterly aggrieved. Who could have guessed that 2 level 7 soul saints were hiding within their ranks? The master, maintaining his composure, inquired why they had been following. Jiuxian quickly intervened, misunderstanding, they are my friends." Dai Mu Bai was astounded, exclaiming, "Your circle of friends is quite expansive." Hulai Na quickly explained that they had seen them as if attending a class and did not wish to interrupt. With the misunderstanding resolved, Flinder allowed them to proceed. Later, at the tavern, Jiuxian hosted them with a spread of food and drink. Hulai Na ruffled his hair, expressing her desire to give him a surprise. As they chatted, Yin patted Jiuxian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You are truly a surprise, a 12-year-old level 38 soul master. That's astonishing." However, the word surprise struck a painful chord within Jiuxian. His countenance paled as he abruptly downed from a wine jug, sorrow filling his eyes. "I do not wish for this surprise. I was once like you, just 3 of us." He became utterly inebriated, emotions spiraling out of control as he mentioned his 2 departed companions, Hua, Xiao, and Mi Sha. Family, who understands? The essence lies in companionship. Yet all the eyes are aimed at me. He swayed unsteadily, gazing at the myriad lights, his eyes moistening. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, forcing his emotions back down. The following day, Jiuxian awoke in the hotel, suffering from a splitting headache. Yuan Gao awaited outside, handing him a letter stating that the spirit hall's suspicions regarding him had largely dissipated and urging him to take care. Jiuxian glanced at the letter before burning it, scoffing at the notion of Yu Guan being overly idle. Yuan Gao then broached the subject of his health, to which Jiuxian chuckled dismissively, a ruse to placate the Pope, and you all take it seriously? With that, he returned to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, at the academy, Yin Xiao sat on the steps, lost in thought, surrounded by flower petals from the little flowers she had been pulling apart all morning. Her brother, Mo Xiaotang, approached her, inquiring about her mood. She sighed, asking, "Why is he so kind to everyone, but cannot be gentle with me?" Just then, Jiuxian strolled by. The clever Missouri Xiaotang called his brother over, then found an excuse to slip away, leaving the two alone. Jiuxian, seeing Mo Xiaotang vanish, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and steeled himself to approach Yin Xiao, extending his hand. "Let us head to the great arena. We can discuss matters later." Yin Xiao dazedly placed her hand in his, only to be yanked up. Yet, having sat too long, her legs buckled, and she fell into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, her heart skipped a beat as she clutched his sturdy waist, her cheeks flushing. This closeness was unprecedented, and she truly wished to linger there forever. However, Jiuxian felt entirely different, his muscles tensing in awkwardness. He quickly steadied Yin Xiao, then retreated 3 large steps, creating a noticeable distance. He understood that prolonging this entanglement would only bring her more pain. Better a short pain than a long one. Thus, Jiuxian said nothing, merely glanced at her before turning away. Yin Xiao stared blankly at his hasty departure until he vanished from sight, then raised a hand to rub her sore eyes. Suddenly, she realized that her feelings for him were her own affair, something she willingly accepted, and she had no right to demand his reciprocation. Perhaps she had been a burden to him during this time? Yes, it was time to draw the line. I tell you, the atmosphere between us plummeted to an icy low in the following month. On stage, we were the perfect duo, our combat synergy seamless as if we were one. Yet, off stage, we were as unfamiliar as strangers, even lacking the exchange of glances. The teachers wished to offer counsel, but found themselves powerless. Our combat prowess soared, undefeated in both singles and doubles, and my level climbed to 39, while Xiao ascended 2 levels as well. The teachers could find no excuse to claim that our discord was affecting our performance. As for Dalu Bai and the other men, they were hardly reliable. Tang San was an emotional blockhead, still sorting out his feelings for Xiao Wu. Dalu Bai was fervently pursuing Zhu Qing, while Ma Hongjun seemed to pass through a garden of flowers without touching a single petal. Oscar was secretly courting Ning Rong. They were all entangled in their own romantic dilemmas, leaving no room to concern themselves with us. Thus, an entire month passed in this peculiar manner, and by the end of the month, Master led us back to the brightly lit great arena. Over this month, our group had become a sensation, drawing packed crowds to every match. When the Master went to register, I observed him fumbling with the receptionist for quite a while, causing me to furrow my brow in suspicion. That old fellow, Flander, remained nonchalant, suggesting there was no issue and that we should wait in the VIP room. Goodness, we nearly bored a hole through the ceiling after waiting for what felt like an eternity before the door finally swung open. The Master entered alongside Flander, whose countenance was as dark as storm clouds gathering before a tempest. The Master handed a booklet to Dalu Bai, and I leaned in to glance at it. Lo and behold, their opponents were the Huang Do battle team, comprising 7 members with an impeccable configuration, all possessing Silver Soul Masters above level 35, equipped with optimal spirit rings. To make matters worse, I recognized several familiar names on the list of martial spirits: Lan Dian Ba Wang Long, Xian Wu Gui, Bai Lin Shi, and one more, Jiuxian Haitang. I tossed the booklet onto the table with a chuckle, exclaiming, "Heaven seems to think you have had it too easy and is preparing to raise the stakes." I then wrapped an arm around the petite Haitang beside me, grateful that she would have to participate. Otherwise, I would have had to devise a scheme to sabotage them from backstage. Flander, still bewildered, "Inquit about Jiuxian Haitang." Ning Rong, the quintessential support-type lady, promptly explained, "Jiuxian Haitang is a unique lineage with only one soul skill, a wide-area healing technique. As long as she remains alive, their team effectively has invulnerability." What? The expressions of everyone changed dramatically. The rugged Zhao Wujia suddenly interjected, "Master, didn't you register the 3 of you in the team initially? Why not have you and Xiao participate in this match?" Flander's eyes brightened, perceiving merit in the suggestion. If I and Xiao Xiao took the stage, our odds of victory would be at least 80 to 90%. However, I promptly silenced them. Do not entertain that thought. Xiao Xiao and I will not participate. I rapped the table, surveying the 7 of them with a stern gaze. If I step in, I would be, to put it charitably, granting you an advantage. To be blunt, it would be cheating. Over this past month, your victories have come too easily, and you seem to have forgotten what challenging battles entail. Each of you is gifted, having sailed smoothly through life. Are you not feeling a little too self-assured now? Ning Rong, indignant, retorted, we are not overestimating ourselves. If anyone is guilty of that, it is you. I chuckled, unabashedly admitting, indeed, I believe I am quite formidable. Among my peers, I hold the highest level. No one of the same rank can best me, and I can even contend with those 10 levels above me. Can you? My words rendered the room silent. I took a breath and handed the booklet back to Dai Mubai, stating, listen, losing to such a flawless team is not shameful. What is disheartening is if you falter first. The master has trained you for so long not to rely on me as a safety net when facing formidable foes. You must learn to confront challenges on your own. Otherwise, what is the purpose of your presence here? Observing their lowered heads and the rekindling of their fighting spirit. I knew I'd said enough. I patted Tang San on the shoulder, gathered our badges, and made my way out. They have their work cut out for them. We cannot remain idle. Yin Xiao Xiao and Little Hai Tang promptly followed suit. Little Hai Tang clung to the doorframe, shouting, go for it. You are the best. Only to be met with a playful slap from Xiao Xiao on the back of her head. Look at you being silly. Hurry up. Upon exiting the VIP room, Yin Xiao Xiao, surprisingly, initiated a conversation. You believe they will win, don't you? I nodded indeed. They are all exceptional. This minor difficulty is nothing. It is not that I do not wish to assist, but I cannot always be their crutch. Dependence breeds weakness, and I cannot be by their side eternally. But if they truly lose and get hurt, you cannot just turn a blind eye, can you? She pressed further. I chuckled. If they were genuinely injured, I would ensure that the Huangdo battle team experiences the harsh realities of society. My brothers are not to be trifled with. I ruffled the bemused Little Hai Tang's hair. Come, let us engage in a 2-on-2 match. Yin Xiao Xiao stood still, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. I heard Little Hai Tang at the front desk shouting, Sister, I signed you up for a 1-on-1. Come quickly. After a moment of realization, she slapped her face and hurried to catch up with us. I first glanced at the main battle arena, where Shrek had already taken the stage. I spotted someone from a Huangdo battle team and was taken aback. He was indeed the descendant of that individual. I had assumed he was far away in Tiando and did not expect him to appear in this small locale. I hoped he would not bully my brothers too mercilessly. Otherwise, I would not concern myself with generational differences. After observing, I proceeded to the 11th arena, where Little Hai Tang awaited me at the entrance. As we stepped onto the stage, the expressions of the 2 soul grandmasters opposite us darkened, evidently anxious from the wait. The match between Yu Xiaodang and the invincible duo officially commenced. The host also exhibited impatience. The opposing team consisted of one wielding an iron axe and the other manipulating vines, both at levels 39 and 35, respectively. I briefly declared our levels, and Little Hai Tang showcased his 27-level Qing Niao martial spirit. Upon seeing us with a high-level soul master, the opponents were taken aback. What were they thinking? Bringing along a burden 10 levels lower? I found great amusement in their surprise, as it was precisely the effect I desired. The vine user made the first move, lashing out at Little Hai Tang. With a flap of his wings, Little Hai Tang effortlessly evaded and soared into the air. I gave him a thumbs up. The opponent then employed his second soul skill, sending multiple vines hurtling toward me. I promptly unleashed the 9-dragon whip, channeling my soul power, causing sparks to fly. My whip is particularly effective against plant types. With a single strike, the vines were reduced to ash. The opponent, now frantic, charged at me with his axe, which had a tracking effect and managed to slice my arm. How dare he? Infuriated, I transitioned the 9-dragon whip into its staff form, transforming it into the 9-dragon staff with a series of crisp sounds. This was my first time utilizing this form in this world. Did he think me a mere kitten? With a powerful swing, I smashed his axe, creating a crack. Realizing he could not overcome me, he began to gather power for his third soul skill. The vine user, understanding the need for teamwork, wrapped his comrade in vines, creating a green dumpling in an attempt to buy time. I retrieved 2 jars of fine wine from my storage ring, splashing one on the green dumpling and tossing the other to Little Hai Tang in the air. Little Hai Tang understood my intent, soaring above and pouring his jar down. You see my point? Let us give their comrades a fiery spectacle. I struck the ground with my 9-dragon whip, igniting the concoction. The 2 within the vines became instant barbecue. Ultimately unable to withstand the heat, they surrendered, rolling on the ground. I leisurely approached to extinguish the flames. Just as I left the stage, a supervisor named Ao stopped us, cheerfully presenting us with 2 golden badges, one for me and one for Little Hai Tang. I accepted it without much expression and led Little Hai Tang back to the VIP room. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao faced a formidable opponent, a lecherous man named Shou Ho, relying on psychological warfare. At the outset, she confounded him with illusionary clones, making him embrace and kiss thin air while firing arrows at nothing. Frustrated, Shou Ho eventually unleashed his ultimate move, a barrage of arrows, only to hit mere phantoms. After floating above for a while and observing his impending breakdown, Xiao Xiao nonchalantly revealed herself. Infuriated, Shou Ho prepared to shoot again. Xiao Xiao activated her third soul skill. In a flash of dark mist, their positions swapped. Those in the know would appreciate the irony. Shou Ho, witnessing his own arrows raining down upon him, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Ultimately, he was left as a pincushion, falling unconscious on the spot. When Xiao Xiao returned to the VIP room, adorned with the Golden Soul Master Badge bestowed by Supervisor Ao, Flander and the others were anxiously glued to the glass, intently watching the main battle arena. Down below, Tang San and his team had devised a strategy that severely wounded the leader of the Huang Do battle team, Jiuxian. As a result, his girlfriend, Dong Guiyan, who possessed the Bai Lin Shi martial spirit, became enraged and unleashed a large cloud of toxic purple mist without a second thought. Zhao Wujia and the others turned pale, stating that Xiao Ao's detoxifying sausage could not counter this poison. Yet, I remained unfazed, turning my gaze back to Tang San. This fellow, since the first time I met him at the age of 6, has always struck me as extraordinary. The art of hidden weaponry. Surely, it must have been honed since the womb. This fellow may very well belong to my ilk. Indeed, Tang San, unperturbed, produced a water pouch and tossed it into the air, beckoning Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun. The subsequent events were predictable. I leisurely returned to my seat, pulling Xiao Hai Tang along to continue sipping tea. How's it going, ninth brother? Xiao Hai Tang in guit wit gu vcd. I calmly took a sip, leisurely placed my cup down, exuding an air of nobility that left Xiao Hai Tang momentarily speechless. However, the next moment, with a resounding crash, the door to our private room was kicked open from the outside. I must tell you, the noise was so great that it startled the water in my teacup. Yin Xiao Xiao stood at the entrance, striking what she believed to be a dashing pose, only for her younger brother, Xiao Hai Tang, to immediately retort, "Sister, it's one thing not to emulate ninth brother's effortlessly regal demeanor, but must you make such a spectacle of yourself? It's quite the eyesore." Goodness, Yin Xiao Xiao, initially attempting to maintain an aloof air to mask her irritation, immediately fell apart under her brother's critique, delivering a sharp slap to his fluffy head. The masters joined in the commotion, curiously asking me, "Great immortal, is your demeanor perhaps indicative of a royal lineage?" I shook my head, calmly uttering 8 words. "I am merely a relatively affluent commoner." What a display of Versailles literature. I almost believed it myself. Dean Flander, nearby, was visibly twitching at the corners of his mouth, likely reminded that a 7th ring soul saint like him still relied on support from a student like me, nearly losing face. Just as we were engrossed in conversation, a sudden exclamation from teacher Zhao Wuji caught our attention. "Goodness! You sin hai dan Julie shaw fomidang." We all rushed over. I glanced down at the stage and was immediately engulfed in darkness. It was over. We were done for. I had repeatedly instructed them that they must first target the opposing support, the one named Yi Ling Ling of Jiuxian Haitang. Yet, it seemed my warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Now, one healing spell later, the nearly defeated Yutian Hung stood up fully rejuvenated, rendering our efforts futile and wasting our soul power. Tang San and the others also registered the situation, their faces turning as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. But what use was regret now? The opposing Yutian Hung wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, signaling his teammates to form up, and they charged forth like arrows released from a bow. The true battle had only just begun. I sighed, returning to the sofa, resuming my tea. The master coldly remarked, "You certainly seem to be at ease." I was tempted to roll my eyes. What else should I do? Stand there and cast buffs with my mind? Other than growing anxious and tiring my legs, what good would it do? It was truly perplexing. With this time, I would be better off sitting, conserving my energy, and rushing down to save them once the fight concluded. Dean Flander stepped in to mediate, stating that everyone expresses concern differently. I shrugged, uninterested. Regardless, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. I must tell you that prolonged and tedious battle had me dozing off on the sofa. I even dreamt of my previous life in the Bai Kingdom, seeing my two younger siblings living well, which brought me comfort. I dreamt of that treacherous Emperor Baishuren, who had wronged me, looking despondent. I couldn't help but sneer, regretting now. Too late. Yet, I couldn't fathom how I had offended him. I found myself asking in the dream, why? Ninth brother? Ninth brother, what did you dream about? Why the question of why? Upon opening my eyes, I was met with Xiao Haitang's enlarged face. I touched the corner of my mouth, relieved I hadn't drooled. Looking around, the masters were nowhere to be found. Were they? Have they finished? I inquired. Almost the master went down first, came the reply. Hearing this, I immediately sprang up, exclaiming, "Then let's go down and see if we can lend a hand." I walked out with Xiao Haitang eagerly trailing behind. Yin Xiao Xiao, observing from behind, likely sighed internally at her foolish brother, who was helping count the money after being sold out. By the time we reached downstairs, the battle had concluded. It turned out that Tang San had unleashed his ultimate move at the last moment. 8 spider-like appendages extended from his back, toppling the members of the Huang Do battle team, who were subsequently poisoned. He then pointed those 8 legs at Yi Ling Ling, coldly declaring, "Heal my teammates, or your companions shall await a painful demise from the poison." Yi Ling Ling, her face paling in fright, hurriedly began healing the Shrek side. Once our team had regained their strength, Tang San extracted the poison from the opposing team. His display of both benevolence and might was truly exquisite. "Shrek wins. The host," Dodo finally announced, eliciting cheers from the crowd, as this twist had been thrilling. The audience adored such spectacles. The master and Flander chuckled heartily from the sidelines, while Oscar, with a cheeky grin, inquired about a possible break. The master surprisingly acquiesced, waving his hand. "Half a month. Rest well, and return in 2 weeks for the 3rd phase of training." Oscar, ecstatic, yelled out, pinching the thigh of the nearby Ma Hongjun, who yelped in pain, finally confirming he was not dreaming. Everyone clamored to celebrate with a meal, insisting I join, but after searching high and low, "Where's he?" Yin Xiao Xiao explained. "He came down with us, but vanished upon seeing your victory." At that moment, where was I? I had directly teleported into the private room of the Huang Do battle team, lounging on the sofa and tidying my hair. When their dejected figures entered, supporting one another, they froze upon seeing me. Their teacher, Qin Ming, darkened his expression. "The messenger of hell? What brings you here?" Leaning back on the sofa, I languidly replied, "What is the matter? Losing doesn't sit well, does it?" Tian Hung was about to explode, but Qin Ming held him back. I stroked my chin and continued, "I'm not pleased either. You injured my friend, and this matter isn't settled. Thus, I have come to challenge you." One fellow from their team, boasting a bird-like martial spirit, protested, "If you want to fight, let them come. Who do you think you are?" I shrugged and clearly stated, "I'm challenging all of you." We set a date for a month later, and I left their room with flair, leaving the 7 members of Huang Do staring at one another, likely questioning their choices. Concerned, teacher Qin Ming hurried to inform Flander and the others about the situation. Upon hearing, the master's expression turned sour. Previously, He had criticized my indifference, only for me to now stand up for my brother by challenging an entire team. His face was practically stinging from the slap of irony. However, he remained obstinate, believing I was attempting the impossible and sought to refuse the challenge on my behalf. This irked Xiao Haitang, who normally soft-spoken, stood up firmly. No, we must fight. Ninth brother isn't foolish. If he dares to do this, he surely has his reasons. Who are you to decide against him? It's outrageous. Dean Flander nodded in agreement. Xiao Gang. Great Immortal has challenged them in his own name. We have no right to refuse. Shrek Academy is his strongest backing. The master, witnessing the unanimous shift, flung his sleeves in anger and stormed off, with Tang San hastily pursuing him. Yin Xiao and Xiao Haitang also bid farewell to Flander before departing. Just as they reached the hall, staff members intercepted them, relaying my message that I would not be returning to the academy that night. The sibling duo spotted me at the entrance of tavern, quite tipsy and swaying. Xiao Haitang, being perceptive, opted to return alone, leaving his sister behind. At that moment, I was already inebriated, leaning against the wall while stumbling forward when a fragrant and soft figure rushed over to steady me. In my daze, I pushed the person away. No, Xiao will be jealous. Yin Xiao's voice trembled slightly. Why are you only thinking about your Xiao? She is my only sister. Of course, I must dote on her, I replied, leaning against the wall, my speech slurred. She walked closely beside me, cautiously protecting me, and softly inquired, what kind of girl do you like? I scratched my head, a vague silhouette appearing in my mind, and I blurted out clean. As soon as the words left my lips, the effects of the alcohol surged, and darkness enveloped me as I toppled backward. Yin Xiao caught me in her arms. Gazing at her face, so near, I unwittingly uttered before losing consciousness, you resemble that child I like. I felt her grip on me tighten. Who could understand the heartache of secretly loving someone for 8 years, only to hear them confess their feelings for another? It was indeed the most emo moment of the year. Later, I was awakened in the dormitory. Oscar and others were chatting outside on the steps, and I learned that Yin Xiao and Xiao Haitang had not attended the dinner that day. Ma Hongjun mentioned that Yin Xiao had dropped out again. Dai Mu Bai explained that she had previously dropped out shortly after enrolling last year, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Listening to their casual chatter, my face fell instantly upon hearing the words dropped out, my fists clenched, and I could only sigh in resignation. The following morning, the master summoned us all to the playground and announced 2 matters. First, in 2 months, all of us from Shrek Academy would merge into the Royal Dough Academy in Tiando City. Second, my challenge against the Royal Dough team would also be postponed until 2 months later. Once the announcements were made, everyone dispersed. I took Xiao Haitang back to the dormitory, as the holiday had officially begun, and it was time to give my disciple Jiuxian a proper lesson. Thus, the ensuing days became particularly interesting. During the day, with the dormitory door tightly shut, I trained with Xiao Haitang and Jiuxian. Poor Dai Mu Bai could only stand at the doorway of the opposite dormitory, longing for a glimpse, the scent of jealousy wafting through the air. In the evenings, I took Jiuxian to the small woods for special training, while Dai Mu Bai sat outside my dorm, sulking. That night, observing Jiuxian's rapid improvement in her spectral thrust, I nodded in satisfaction and signaled her to stop. That's enough for today. There's something I need to tell you. Jiuxian looked puzzled, as today's training was less than a third of our usual regimen. I quickly clarified, it's not your issue, it's mine. I broke through to level 40 during the day. With only half a month until we head to Tiando City, the challenge against Yu Qianhing's team needed to be prioritized. Before that, I had to acquire a 4th spirit ring, so training had to be paused for now. Jiuxian looked astonished, likely contemplating whether my training speed had hit an extraordinary level. I shrugged. My training methods differ from yours, hence the faster progress. Regretting my words, I feared she might think I was withholding secrets. I hastily added, my technique is somewhat peculiar. If not careful, one could easily go astray. You've seen it before. It's not that I intentionally withheld it from you. Unexpectedly, Jiuxian simply gazed at me earnestly and replied, it's fine. Warmth spread through my heart. This disciple was truly worth having. Rest assured, once I optimized this technique, You will be the first to learn it. The next day, I lay my cards on the table. After confiding in Daimu Bai and the others about reaching level 40 and my intention to acquire the fourth spirit ring, my companions were astonished by my rapid advancement and inquired about my plans. I had long decided to pursue the demonite tree. With its wood, poison, and mental attributes combined, it was simply perfect. But can I share this with them? No. I intended to tackle it solo and then surprise them at the Royal Do Academy. However, my perfect plan hit a snag right from the outset. At the entrance to the dean's office, Flender and the master, akin to two gatekeepers, intercepted me. Flender's face was drawn tight, mirroring the master's demeanor. As he waved me off, "You boy, spare me the act. Going to the Start Do Great Forest alone? Have you forgotten the Titan giant ape from last time?" No way. I wanted to roll my eyes. Who could understand that last time was entirely due to Xiao Wu? It was a mere accident. I attempted to reason with them, recounting my past triumphs in acquiring my first, second, and third spirit rings. Yet it was to no avail. The master lectured me, previously, it took centuries or millennia. Now, for your fourth ring, you must start with 5,000 years. Can they be compared? Seeing that a hard approach wouldn't work, I shifted tactics. With an expression of feigned confession, I informed them, actually, my family has dispatched someone to protect me secretly. Flender hesitated. What level? My heart soared with glee as I quickly added, a six-ring spirit emperor. At that moment, he was convinced, likely because of my usual lavish spending, which made having a spirit emperor bodyguard seem plausible. He granted me passage, even suggesting I send word if needed. Done. I must say, is my luck not astonishingly fortuitous? Just upon entering the starred Do Great Forest, in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a 3,000-year-old mandala snake confronted me. My only thought was to flee. This was not my target, and I had no reason to waste energy. Yet, as I attempted to escape, I slipped and snapped a branch beneath my foot. The snake's head whipped around. Of course, I was long gone. Who could outrun me? Just as I paused to catch my breath and mock the snake, darkness descended above me. My heart sank and I stiffened, looking up to discover I had disturbed a spider's nest. Dozens of black and purple 1,000-year-old underground magic spiders clung to the web, creating a scene that could terrify anyone with a phobia of clusters. I felt like perishing. It would have been better to face that snake. As a massive net descended upon me, I instinctively lashed out, striking a smaller one with my whip. But this only worsened matters. I had roused a hornet's nest, and several formidable beasts began to surround me. Realizing I had drawn the larger ones, I wasted no time and pulled out the flying mushroom sausage given by Xiao Ao. Gulping it down, wings sprouted, and I bid farewell. Is my luck truly at an all-time low? Just as I soared into the air, I encountered a giant eagle. With a screech, it flapped its wings, stirring up winds that nearly scattered me. Before I could stabilize, I felt emptiness behind me. Oh no, the flying mushroom sausage had expired. Is the latest model from 2025's endurance really this poor? I plummeted from a height of several meters. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, activating my martial spirit midair, conjuring a whirlwind to cushion my fall. That wretched bird refused to relent, circling above like a dog on a leash. Infuriated, I thought, "You little 2,000-year-old bird, do you think you can bully me?" With a swift motion, I unleashed a bolt of lightning, giving it a shocking experience that scorched its feathers. It shrieked and fled. I couldn't be bothered to pursue. My goal remained the demonite tree. Finally, I found some peace. Relying on my memory, I sprinted in the right direction, but soon found myself utterly exhausted, having seen not a single tree shadow. The eerie silence was unsettling, devoid of birdsong or buzzing insects. Just as I pondered this, a sharp pain pierced my head. I quickly stepped back, and the pain vanished. I instantly realized I had stepped into the territory of a certain mental-type master. Wait, mental attribute? In this direction? Just as I was contemplating this, I sensed soul power fluctuations emanating from three directions. It dawned on me that the few opponents I had previously bested were now banding together to ambush me. I was caught between a rock and a hard place. Retreat was not an option. Resolutely, I tossed the spirit pattern fan and unleashed a combination of whirlwinds and lightning upon my pursuers. As I watched them become disoriented, I was about to smirk when suddenly, I froze. Looking down, I saw a branch protruding from my chest. Good heavens! I had become a cicada caught by the mantis. The demon eye tree had outsmarted me, striking swiftly before retracting its branch. I knelt directly on the ground, blood gushing endlessly. Yet could I concede defeat? I gritted my teeth and administered a healing treatment, my soul power plummeting to nearly empty, barely 2/10 remaining. But what did 2/10 of soul power matter? Those who provoke me must pay the price. I fixed my fiery gaze upon the forest behind me and growled, "Bring me the gun." In the next instant, the pristine white extermination gun materialized in my hand, swiftly darting into the woods to locate my enemy. Following its lead, I soon discovered the ancient Lu tree. It attempted to bind my gun with its vines, but I executed a complete 360-degree spin with the extermination gun, severing them with a resounding crack, plunging it straight into the trunk. The tree emitted a mournful sound, as if weeping, a soul beast that had existed for nearly 10,000 years, and this was all it could muster? Infuriated, it lunged at me like a mad beast. The extermination gun instinctively shielded its master, conjuring a barrier to block the attack. I commanded it to step aside. I wished to engage it directly, grasping its branches barehanded. I summoned a flash of electricity, delivering a shocking treatment that charred it black. It attempted to strike me with other branches, but I unleashed the spiritual pattern fan, which autonomously circled and attacked, unleashing a barrage of lightning that turned its leaves a scorched yellow. In desperation, it released toxic gas and attempted a mental assault. The poison had no effect on me, but the mental attack was excruciating, causing me to grimace in pain. I disregarded the agony, holding my breath and clenched my fists, delivering a relentless barrage against its trunk. With a crack, the trunk splintered. As it fell, darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed beside it. In my hazy consciousness, I felt the extermination gun surge forth in a frenzy. Then, it seemingly stumbled upon a treasure trove. Absorbing the demonic eye tree and the soul rings of the soul beasts I had previously electrocuted, gathering a staggering number of soul rings, totaling nearly 40,000 years. At that moment, the Titan Great Ape arrived, staring in disbelief at the scene. It must have been thinking, how can a fragile being at level 40 absorb such an immense amount of energy without exploding? Yet, it dare not interrupt. After watching me remain intact for a while, it settled down to protect me, only to eventually doze off. When I awakened, dawn had broken. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the enormous face of the Titan Great Ape. I was momentarily dazed, questioning my whereabouts. Was I in the heart of the Qingdao Great Forest? It boasted of saving me. Initially, I was skeptical, considering its volatile temperament. It could have easily torn me apart. However, upon reflection, had it not been there, I would have long since become another soul beast's midnight snack. Fine, I conceded to its little pride. It informed me that I had absorbed soul rings, and I remained doubtful until I inspected within myself. To my astonishment, my soul power had surged to level 44. I quickly released my soul rings to confirm. Yellow, purple, and black. My fourth soul ring was, remarkably, a 10,000-year black ring. Extermination gun, you truly are my divine companion. Just as I was reveling in my excitement, preparing to bid farewell to the Titan Great Ape, a colossal figure emerged from the lake, an azure bull serpent, the Tianqing Yolong. It approached me politely, stating, "Human, I have a request." Meanwhile, the members of Shrek had set off for Tiando City. As the month drew to a close, I had yet to return. Flander informed them I must have left on my own. Although Dai Mubai and the others were concerned, they had no choice but to proceed. Little Ao was as reliable as ever, each carrying a flying mushroom sausage. Only Mo Xiaodang flapped her azure wings, confessing to Dai Mubai that this was her second long journey and that she felt a bit anxious. Who would have thought her father, fearing she would be bullied, had established an academy for her? Now, that is a true cash-capable player. Ma Hongjun, the hefty fellow, assured everyone, thumping his chest, that with his brothers around, they could fly with confidence. I, on the other hand, was far from leisurely. Upon exiting the Qingdao Great Forest, I pressed on relentlessly, day and night, toward Tiando City. Finally arriving, I marveled at the grandeur of the imperial capital. Without hesitation, I strolled directly into the Martial Soul branch hall. This branch hall may not be as lavish as the main hall, but it was still quite respectable. As I gazed around, a man in his 40s descended the stairs, wearing a warm expression. "Young one, are you here to test your soul power?" I shook my head and revealed the badge bestowed upon me by Douluo. Instantly, the man's face drained of color, nearly causing him to kneel, his voice trembling. "Sir, what brings you here? I shall have someone attend to your needs immediately." Just a moment ago, he was addressing me as a child, and now his demeanor had shifted dramatically. I had merely come to leave a letter, for if Douluo and the others sought me and found me absent, it would be rather awkward. I handed him the envelope. "If a soul king named Yuan Gao comes, give this to him and mention it is from you, Jiuxian." The official leaned against the wall to steady himself, accepting the letter while wiping his sweat profusely. His nerves were clearly frayed. Once I completed my business, I stepped outside, basking in the bright sunlight, my heart echoing a single thought. "Royal Combat Team, your father has arrived." In the afternoon, within the office of the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming appeared weary as he massaged his temples. "The dean has yet to arrive. Are you truly going to engage in battle without waiting for them?" "I cannot unleash my full potential with them present." I twirled my ring, grinning mischievously. "If they're free this afternoon, you may head to the back mountain." Qin Ming checked the class schedule and provided me with confirmation. Upon hearing this, I immediately stood up and headed for the door. At the entrance, he still inquired with concern, "Are you really sure? Alone, you plan to challenge all 7 of them?" I did not turn around, merely nodding in affirmation. Upon reaching the back mountain, I took a brief nap and stretched lazily as I ambled over, only to find the 7 handsome youths and maidens already waiting there. With a smirk, I introduced myself. Jiuxian, wielding the Martial Soul spiritual pattern fan, possessing 44 levels of soul power. "I seek your guidance." I must say, they appeared quite composed upon hearing the first half of my introduction, but upon reaching 44 levels, their eyes widened in disbelief. Their expressions seemed to scream, "What on earth are you talking about?" Noting their disbelief, I promptly summoned my martial soul. The spiritual pattern fan in my hand, beneath me swirled 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul ring. The sight of that black 10,000-year soul ring was enough to leave them utterly astonished. An eerie silence enveloped the area. I could even hear the sound of them swallowing nervously. A 12 to 13-year-old at level 44 with a black 4th ring. This was not merely a challenge. This was an outright display of overwhelming superiority. Acknowledging my 4 rings, I kindly advised, "Thus, all 7 of you should engage me together. Let us not waste time." Jiuxian Hung and the others exchanged glances, initially contemplating a rotational battle to exhaust me. However, upon realizing their plans had become obsolete, they resolved to confront me collectively. The girl known as Jiuxian was the first to strike, unleashing a torrent of purple poison mist from her mouth. I waved the fan before my nose. Astounded by the pungency of the poison, its quality was utterly lacking. Employing my 3rd soul skill, I summoned a tempest that swept away the toxic fog in an instant. Jiuxian was taken aback, but she did not expect this maneuver to defeat me. It was merely a distraction. In the time it took to disperse the poison mist, they had quietly arranged their formation. The brothers known as the Xuanwu Turtle had somehow positioned themselves behind me, with the Ghost Leopard and Jiuxian flanking me. Jiuxian Hung standing directly in front, and a flying figure above while a healer lurked behind. This encirclement was flawlessly executed. They seemed to envision that if one struck me, the others could ambush from behind. Oh, such an arrangement. They intended for me to enter standing and exit lying down. I surveyed them all. Jiuxian crossed her arms and scoffed, "Stop wasting words. If you're scared, just concede." I shook my head, swirling my fan, conjuring multiple tornadoes, crackling with electricity that effectively separated them. The airborne figure, realizing the precarious situation, exclaimed, "I'm still up here." With that, its wings transformed into blades and dove towards me. I could hardly contain my delight. "Of course I knew you were up there." This maneuver was precisely designed to lure your fragile self down for a single battle. This tactic was all about surprise. Outside the tornado, Yu Qianheng and Douluo came to their senses, simultaneously shouting, "Yu Feng, don't go down." Too late. That fellow had already charged halfway, and it seemed he finally realized the danger. A level 36 agile attacker, recklessly charging at me, a level 44, with sheer folly. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. I seized his ankle and, entwined with lightning, hurled him from the sky. A crack resounded as a bone shattered. Yu Qianheng and the two turtle brothers braved the electric tornado, believing they could manage a 3-on-1 fight. Dragon's wrath, thunderous might. Yu Qianheng erupted, his entire being crackling with electricity as he lunged at me. I tilted my head, thinking playing with thunder? I could do that too. However, I still had 2 turtle shells behind me. Just as I contemplated retreating, I noticed the 2 brothers launching their turtle shells at me. A pincer attack, was it? My figure flickered, and I slipped away to the left. Consequently, Yu Qianheng's lightning collided with the turtle shells, resulting in a friendly fire incident. In the next instant, I had appeared behind the turtle brothers, sweeping one off his feet before vanishing to Yu Qianheng's rear. Upon hearing a scream, Yu Qianheng shuddered, sensing a chill at his back. He hurriedly ran forward, creating distance, only to turn and unleash a thunderous claw strike. Gazing at the dense web of lightning, I thought, that strike could easily turn someone to ashes. I needed to find something sturdy to shield me. My eyes scanned the area and landed on the 2 recently incapacitated turtle brothers, robust and defensive. Perfect. As I dashed away, Yu Qianheng assumed I had evaded him. In a blink, I returned to my original position, holding his unconscious teammates, and placed them directly beneath his claw. The lightning struck his own comrades with a crackle, and I could even smell the scent of roasted meat. When Yu Qianheng glanced back, he found his teammates charred, nearly drooling in shock. Meanwhile, the Shrek team had arrived at the Sylvis Kingdom. After days of travel, Mo Xiaodang was on the verge of nausea, feeling utterly drained. Flanders, the old scoundrel, insisted on dragging everyone to the Grand Sol Arena at night to make money, allowing only Mo Xiaodang to rest at the hotel. Sitting alone in the courtyard, watching ants move, Mo Xiaodang felt increasingly melancholic. He pondered why Flanders and the others had not returned yet, then chastised himself. Realizing that his brother was no deity and battles at the arena could not conclude swiftly. Just as he was about to return to his room, he bumped into a soft, fragrant embrace. Looking up, he saw a beautiful girl with pink hair dressed in white. She gazed back, her fluffy hair and soft face radiating a naive charm that struck a chord within him. The girl felt her heart race, mentally reminding herself, "Peach, be composed. You're a girl." Mo Xiaodang was entranced, only snapping back to reality when she cleared her throat, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. He was about to apologize when the girl spoke first. "I hope I didn't hurt you." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaodang, a man of fortitude, straightened his chest and shook his head. "You are truly adorable. My name is Taozi. What is yours?" she asked with a radiant smile. Nervously, Mo Xiaodang introduced himself. "Montak Xiaotang? What a sweet name. I like it," Taozi replied, her eyes narrowing with delight. Mo Xiaodang was puzzled, wondering how Tang could be associated with sweetness. "Why are you alone? Are you waiting for someone?" Taozi asked, noticing the emptiness of the courtyard. She pulled him down to sit, saying it's so dull alone. "Let's wait together." Upon learning he was from Shrek Academy, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to share her woes. "The people at my academy bully me. I wish to transfer. Does your academy accept new students?" Her pitiful demeanor tugged at Mo Xiaodang's heartstrings, and he quickly replied, "I'm not sure. You should ask our dean when he returns." On the other side, within the Wuhuan temple, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. Bibi Dong fiddled with her nails, casting a sly glance at Hu Laina. "Xiaona, I heard you met the child from the Yueguan family?" While massaging her shoulders, Hu Laina casually replied, "Indeed, teacher. Xiao Jiuer has remarkable talent. He reached level 38 before turning 13. Oh, I heard from Yueguan that he had health issues and could not be cured." Bibi Dong pulled her close, scrutinizing her sharply. "When you met him, did he show any signs of discomfort?" Hu Laina pretended to contemplate for a long moment before stating, "Not discomfort, just a bit strange. He competed in 2 matches without using his martial spirit or soul skills." "Isn't that odd?" This statement coincided with Yueguan's remarks, and Bibi Dong nodded, realizing she was not lying. She dismissed Hulaina to rest. The moment Hulaina exited the dormitory, her legs felt weak, and she had to lean against the wall to make her way back to her room. Who could understand the pressure of performing in front of the Pope? Before long, Flanders and the others returned, their faces pale and eyes frantic, as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Tauzi rushed over to assist. Flanders, spotting the unfamiliar face, immediately grew wary. "Who are you? What are your intentions?" Tauzi responded straightforwardly. "My name is Tauzi, 15 years old, martial spirit Peachtree, a level 42 offense-type soul master, seeking to transfer to your academy." Flanders exchanged glances with Zhao Wuji, and understanding dawned upon them. Flanders, hands clasped behind his back, feigned difficulty. "Our academy has strict admission standards. You exceed the age limit." Zhao Wuji, beside him, rubbed his fingers, hinting wildly. Tauzi immediately understood, producing a pouch of coins and offering it. "This is the tuition. I can supplement it if needed." Flanders glanced at the pouch filled with golden soul coins and promptly reversed his stance. "Ah, seeing your sincerity, I shall make an exception for you." The master, observing nearby, shook his head in disapproval, criticizing Flanders for being so easily swayed by money. Flanders retorted, "What ill intentions could a young girl possibly have? Besides, look at our impoverished state. What could we gain?" Returning to the Huangdo Academy, Qin Ming arrived at the back mountain to find Dugian and her companions in a frenzy, shouting at the air. He kicked Osro awake and knocked out the two girls. After Osro explained the situation, Qin Ming was left dumbfounded, astonished that in merely 2 months, he had reached level 44. Inside the tornado, Yu Qianheng had been thoroughly electrified by my second soul skill, Thunderstrike. My spirit pattern fan circled him like a homing missile, shocking him until he was engulfed in smoke. Observing his 3 brothers lying defeated on the ground and realizing the healer outside was no longer dependable, he finally closed his eyes and surrendered. To be honest, I hadn't even had my fill of the fight yet. However, since he had surrendered, I couldn't force him to continue. I helped him up and dissipated the tornado. Upon seeing Dugian and Yi lingering unconscious on the ground, Yu Qianheng immediately interrogated me. "What have you done to them?" I shrugged, "Not me. By heaven's grace, all I did was create an illusion. Who knew their psychological fortitude was so weak that they fainted?" Just then, Qin Ming arrived and clarified that he had knocked them out. Yu Qianheng finally understood. In Qin Ming's office, Yu Qianheng admitted with respect, "Losing to you is not shame." When he heard from Qin Ming that I had registered as a support-type soul master at the Grand Soul Arena, he was utterly flabbergasted. "You can't be serious." I shot him a glance. "I am from Shrek Academy." "Shrek, the Monster Academy, understand?" Yu Tianheng smiled. "I look forward to becoming friends with you. Want to be my friend? Then you must work hard." My casual remark left him momentarily speechless. After chatting for a while, I yawned, preparing to leave. Qin Ming wished to keep me at the academy, but I explained I had matters to attend to and would be staying at the hotel nearby, instructing them to find me directly when they arrived. Back at the hotel, I flopped onto the bed, cocooning myself in the blankets, and began to recharge. Being alone was truly delightful, though I pondered where Flanders and the others had ventured and when Xiaotang would finally arrive. The following day, I awakened naturally, stretching as I drew back the curtains, marveling at the idyllic life. Yet, my bliss was abruptly interrupted by a relentless series of knocks at the door, each one more insistent than the last. The expression on Yu Jiuxian's face soured in an instant. Could the attendant not indulge in a few more moments of daydreaming? As I opened the door, Yu Jiuxian cast a melancholic gaze at the hotel staff, demanding a valid reason for this early morning disturbance. The staff, bewildered, earnestly corrected him. "Sir, it is already 2 in the afternoon." Yu Jiuxian smacked his face in disbelief, taking a deep breath to collect himself. Was he still in a state of slumber? The crux of the matter was not the time, but the rationale behind this interruption. The staff, sensing his agitation, took a step back and hurriedly explained, "Apologies, sir, but a gentleman named Qin Ming is seeking your presence." Qin Ming? Had he come to inform him that the dean had arrived? Yu Jiuxian exhaled, attempting to quell his frustration, and waved the staff away. They were downstairs, causing a disruption. after the staff made their hasty exit, citing the irritable nature of the guests. Jiuxian returned to his room, hastily freshened up, and donned his attire before descending to the lobby. Upon spotting Qin Ming and the dean along with their entourage, he paused briefly. The reason for Qin Ming's visit was to relay the dean's arrival. Yet what were they doing here? Shouldn't they be at the Royal Academy? Why were they all gathered in this place? His gaze fell upon the disheartened Mo Xiaotang, and he inquired, "What troubles you? Who has wronged you? Allow your brother to seek vengeance." Mo Xiaotang recounted the events succinctly. After we arrived at the Royal Academy, someone instigated trouble. Dai Lauda confronted him and gave him a sound beating. Later, Senior Qin led us to the 3 committee members at the Academy. But the person Dai Lauda had struck was none other than the 4th Prince of Tiandou. He, not being one to take it lightly, sought out Prince Shui to pursue us, claiming that we could not enter the Academy for having assaulted a prince, as one of their members is a poisoned Douluo. We were subsequently expelled, with Senior Qin following us out. The revelation of their expulsion caused Flinder's face to flush with embarrassment as he playfully thumped Mo Xiaotang on the head, exclaiming, "What do you mean expelled?" It was I who deemed the Royal Academy beneath my contempt. Mo Xiaotang nodded obediently, recalling Flinder's final words before their departure. Prince Shui? Jiuxian's brows knitted tightly. After waking up in a foul mood, he was now confronted with another disheartening situation. The Royal Academy, it seemed, was truly absurd. To reject their entry simply for striking a prince. It was important to note that the teachers accompanying Flinder, aside from the master, were all sole emperors above the 6th rank. Additionally, Dai Mu Bai and the others, at the tender ages of 12 to 14, possessed soul power ranging from level 26 to 38. Such talents would surely make them formidable assets to any academy. Jiuxian scoffed quietly at the Royal Academy's absurdity. He turned to Flinder. "What is your plan now? Since you have arrived in Tiandou Imperial City, we should take the opportunity to explore before deciding on our next steps." Flinder shrugged, indicating that this was the conclusion of their earlier discussion. Upon hearing this, Jiuxian fiddled with his storage ring, contemplating how a little diversion might serve them well after such a frustrating incident. "I, too, have not properly explored during my time here. Senior Qin, as you are more familiar with this area, would you kindly act as our guide?" "Of course." Qin Ming nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed," Jiuxian declared, draping his arm across Mo Xiaotang's shoulders as they walked, inquiring about the events that had transpired during his absence. Dai Mu Bai and the others joined in the conversation, sharing tales of their encounters with the Fiend team at the Great Soul Arena, recounting how they had been unsettled after defeating them with Tang San's hidden weapons. Though Mo Xiaotang had heard of this before, he couldn't help but shrink back slightly, prompting Jiuxian to pat his back reassuringly. "Jiuxian, are you not afraid of killing?" Tang San inquired, observing Jiuxian's composed demeanor, voicing the unasked question lingering in everyone's minds. While he possessed the resolve forged from 2 lifetimes, what are you, Jiuxian? Though he was referred to as the messenger of hell, he was still merely a 12-year-old child. Jiuxian licked his lips, recalling that in his past life, he had been a remorseless killer. How could he harbor fear? Yet, he pondered, what was it like for the former version of himself when he took the life of another for the first time? Did he feel trepidation? It seemed he did not. At that moment, someone had bullied Hua Xiao, and in a fit of rage, he had crushed the offender. Witnessing Hua Xiao's terrified sobs, he had focused solely on comforting him, leaving no room for other thoughts. As for subsequent incidents, once one had occurred, was the second not inevitable? He shrugged at Tang San, inviting him to draw his own conclusions. Subsequently, Jiuxian ruffled Mo Xiaotang's hair gently, assuring him, "Fear not, for I shall not allow you to endure such experiences." Indeed, Mo Xiaotang nodded vigorously, placing his trust in him, observing Montaxio Tang's unwavering faith. Jiuxian couldn't help but chuckle at the innocence of the boy. After a brief pause, Jiuxian felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him from behind. "What is it, Jiuge?" Mo Xiaotang asked, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. Turning to look back, Jiuxian noticed a stranger trailing them, her eyes filled with resentment. He recalled having seen her at the hotel, mistakenly believing her to be a mere passerby. He had let his guard down, In the past, such complacency could have cost him dearly. What do you want? Why are you following us? He demanded, irritation lacing his voice. And Mo Xiao Tang, noticing Jiuxian's anger directed at the girl, quickly interjected, Jiuge, this is Tao Zi. She joined the academy on our journey to Tiando. Newly admitted, are you? Jiuxian's lips twitched. Then why do you look at me like that? One might think I had harmed your partner. Tao Zi scoffed. I wouldn't go that far. It's not that serious, but your actions towards my man were rather inappropriate. I haven't even had the chance to pat Xiao Tian's head. Jiuxian's arms stiffened around Mo Xiaotang, pondering whether this new student had a fondness for him. Slowly, he released his hold. As expected, Tao Zi's gaze softened slightly. Jiuxian chuckled awkwardly, scanning the group. What is the matter? Daimubai asked, perplexed. I'm just checking for any other new arrivals, Jiuxian replied, distancing himself from Mo Xiaotang to stand beside the hapless Oscar. He had no desire to be caught in the crossfire of romantic glances. There is only Tao Zi. Oscar chuckled at Jiuxian's antics, recalling how he had displayed similar behavior earlier that morning. It was quite unexpected to find that Mo Xiaotang, the seemingly innocent boy, attracted so much attention from girls. Oscar promptly positioned himself beside Mo Xiaotang, using his robust frame to shield him from Ning Rongrong's curious glances. Chapter 78. Lanba Academy. Envy of talents in the midst of their playful banter. The group soon returned to their usual selves, though Jiuxian noticed a peculiar expression on Xiao Wu's face. Nevertheless, amid the camaraderie, he quickly set aside his concerns. Time flew by during their merriment, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the city gates. Just as they were about to retrace their steps, Flinder's attention was drawn to a bulletin board at the entrance. Curious, the group gathered around to see what had captured his interest. It was an advertisement for a prestigious academy known as Lanba, seeking to recruit teachers. Upon reading the words stating that once employed, the treatment would be exceptional, it seemed to Fran that numerous gold soul coins beckoned to him. Qin Ming, having spent considerable time in Tiando, do you know the origins of Lanba Academy? Qin Ming recounted what he knew in detail. Lanba Academy's specific background was unclear, occupying less than a third of the area of the Royal Academy, and it was said to only admit commoners. In the previous elite tournament's preliminaries, they had eliminated a team from the Royal Academy, demonstrating commendable strength. However, with the likes of Yu Qianheng participating in the upcoming tournament, the prospects for Lanba Academy appeared uncertain. Uncertain? Frand adjusted his spectacles, gazing at his little monsters. This academy exclusively admits commoners. It resonates with my ideals. What do you all think? Zhao Wujia and the other teachers, having followed him for many years, expressed no dissent, as Master was his close brother, and Dai Mubai and Tang San were his students. Seeing this, Fran nodded and turned his attention to Yu Jiuxian. And you? Yu Jiuxian looked at Fran in confusion. Did he seem to be someone with many issues? Sighing, he replied, I will follow the director's arrangements. Then let us depart for Lanba Academy. Fran's lips curled into a smile, revealing a glint of cunning as he turned away. At the Wuhuan Temple training camp, Hulaina was drenched in sweat after sparring with the instructor multiple times, feeling parched. She waved her hand for everyone to stop and take a break. Approaching the railing, she wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel and grabbed her water pouch. After removing the lid, Hulaina tilted her head back and drank eagerly. After just a couple of sips, the pouch was empty and she tossed it to the ground. Seeing this, Yin Jiang picked up his own water pouch and offered it to Hulaina. After catching her breath, Hulaina accepted the pouch, opened the lid, and handed it back to Yin. Yin, momentarily puzzled, thought to himself, is it because he is too delicate? Yin, I meant for you to drink, not to open the lid for me. Xiaoyu chuckled as he approached. Poor Yin, so devoted and attentive, yet the path to winning his sister's heart seems long, and he wonders when he might celebrate their union. Huh? Hulaina awkwardly retracted her hand that held the pouch. Noticing this, Xiaoyu reached for it. Isn't that for Yin? Why are you pulling it back? I'm out of water too. Let me have a sip. Just as Yin was about to grab his other water pouch, Xiaoyu playfully poked him, leaving him feeling aggrieved. Is this how you repay kindness? Xiaoyu was about to speak again. While your brother is here helping you win her over, you're sabotaging your own efforts. unaware of the context. Hulaina shot Xiaoyu a glare. This is Yan's gift to me. You think too highly of yourself. With that, she resumed drinking. Xiaoyu patted Yan on the shoulder, winking at him. You've indirectly kissed her. Upon hearing this, Yan's ears reddened, and he quickly changed the topic. By the way, Shaona, what did the Pope want with you yesterday? I saw you return late at night. Oh, we discussed some training matters, Hulaina sighed, recalling the questions Bibi Dong had posed. What? Xiaoyu tilted his head. She also inquired about Xiao Jio's health. After saying this, Hulaina exhaled. Do you think there's truly no hope for Xiao Jio's condition? Xiaoyu shook his head, lamenting, truly, the heavens are envious of talent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Frand and his group finally arrived at Lamba Academy. After inquiring, they found a middle-aged man responsible for personnel matters. Since the academy was hiring teachers, the middle-aged man suggested that Jiuxian and the others step outside while the teachers underwent evaluation. They are our students. If we succeed in our applications, I hope your esteemed academy will allow these youngsters to study here, Fran stated, pointing to Jiuxian and the others. After all, they had come to provide the children with an excellent training environment, enabling them to shine in the elite tournament a year later. If these youngsters were not admitted, there would be no need for them to apply for teaching positions here. Considering the academy's current recruitment difficulties, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Once the terms were settled, he led the Shrek teachers to the assessment area, while Jiuxian and the others remained behind, waiting for their return. Standing idly was still waiting, and as they observed the departing figures, Jiuxian pulled Mo Xiaodang and his little disciple to a bench within the academy. Just as Jiuxian was contemplating an engaging conversation with the two, Xiao Wu approached him and said, I misplaced something. I think I accidentally dropped it while heading to that hotel. Xian, since you stayed there for so long and are familiar with it, could you help me look for it? Jiuxian glanced at Tang San, who was idly standing a meter behind Xiao Wu. Why don't you ask your little San to accompany you? It seemed odd to him that she would not ask the good brother for help. Hearing his name called, Tang San walked over. What is the matter? Your little rabbit lost something near the Keela Hotel. Go help her find it, Jiuxian remarked, deftly pushing Xiao Wu into Tang San's arms. He then waved them off, urging them to return promptly. Tang San ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and inquired, Xiao Wu, what did you lose? The tone was so sweet, it could make anyone swoon. However, Xiao Wu, at that moment, was too preoccupied to respond. She puffed her cheeks and pushed Tang San away. You just arrived in Tiando City. Everything is unfamiliar. Let Xian take me to search instead. With that, she glared at Jiuxian. Xian, will you accompany me? Jiuxian, noticing Xiao Wu's persistence, began to suspect that she had something important to discuss with him that she did not wish to share with others. He shook his numb legs and slowly stood up. If the adorable little rabbit seeks my help, how could I refuse? Hearing this, Xiao Wu sighed with relief and pulled Jiuxian along. Jiuxian shook his head, thinking about how hurried she was, not considering the potential misunderstandings Tang San might have regarding their relationship. Meanwhile, Tao Tai, who had been fixated on Mo Xiaodang, observed this scene with a gloomy expression. In a desolate clearing, after confirming that no one was around, Xiao was about to search for another location when Jiuxian halted her. They had walked quite a distance, and he genuinely felt too hungry to continue. Sighing, he drew the machine gun and created a transparent barrier around them. Now no one can hear us, so why the rush to pull me out here? Daxian, have you noticed? There is something off about the new student. Xiao Wu gasped, speaking slowly. Off. Jiuxian twirled the spatial ring on his hand. A girl possessing both strength and talent would be coveted by any academy. With so many institutions to choose from, why had she chosen to join a financially struggling academy? It was hard to believe there were no underlying issues. However, Xiao Wu had gone to such lengths to bring him out here. Does she know something that she cannot share with others? Xiao Wu continued, I sense she is akin to me. Jiuxian felt a deep sigh within, pondering how rare it was to encounter shape-shifting soul beasts in the Douluo Continent. Yet, Shrek Academy had discovered too. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a monster academy. Are you not astonished? Xiao Wu gazed at Jiuxian with a serene expression and inquired with curiosity. She wondered how a mere human could remain so composed. while her own soul beast was terrified upon realizing that Taozi was of the same kind. Should one commend his mental fortitude? Jiuxian found himself at a loss for words. However, he should have suspected that Taozi was a soul beast, considering Xiao Wu sought him out, a person aware of her identity, rather than her beloved Tang San, while also trying to avoid drawing attention from others. This indicated that she intended to discuss matters pertaining to soul beasts. Over the past few days, he had gathered some insight into their circumstances. Aside from the expulsion of Flandra and his group, it was the attention drawn by Taozi's admission into the academy that stood out. Furthermore, Xiao Wu had expressed concerns regarding Taozi. If she, who knew him to be the little rabbit, claimed that a human posed a problem, it was evident that Taozi must be a soul beast. He sighed, pondering that Taozi's entry into the academy must have a purpose. After all, Xiao Wu met Tang San only after entering the junior academy, fell in love with him, and followed him to Shrek. What could Taozi's intentions be? Surely it could not be love as well. He slapped his disheveled head, lamenting that his hunger left no room for contemplation. Great master, since I sense she is of the same kind, she must also be aware of my identity as a soul beast. Do you think she might expose my secret? Xiao Wu tugged at her clothing, genuinely fearful. Throughout their journey, she had been on edge, dreading that Taozi might reveal her identity at any moment. She shuddered at the thought of Tang San's reaction upon discovering the truth, unable to fathom how he would treat her. Jiuxian sighed, recognizing the consequences of interspecies romance. If it were him, he certainly would lack Xiao Wu's bravery to fall in love with a human. Observing her fidgeting demeanor, he clapped his face and returned to the matter at hand. Since she joined the academy, has she said or done anything towards you? Without hesitation, Xiao Wu shook her head. No. You fear she might expose your identity as a soul beast, but she holds the same fear. To avoid conflict, she will likely coexist peacefully with you. Just treat her as an ordinary person. When the time is right, I shall speak with her. After saying this, Jiuxian stretched and lowered the barrier. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to turn back to Lanba Academy, an unexpected figure appeared. Well, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Jiuxian smirked. Miss Taozi, what a coincidence. We were just discussing you. Taozi shrugged, her gaze flitting between Xiao Wu and Jiuxian. She had initially thought Xiao Wu would speak with her closest companion, Tang San, rather than this fellow. Though surprised, she noted their demeanor suggested they had devised a strategy. What were their intentions? To expose her? Or to eliminate her? Or perhaps to expose her and then eliminate her? Xiao Wu, nightfall approaches. You should return to your beloved Tang San. I find this new arrival, Miss Taozi, quite intriguing and wish to discuss life and aspirations with her. The atmosphere grew tense as Jiuxian could not tolerate the silence any longer. He patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, urging her to leave while he handled Taozi. Xiao Wu hesitated, concerned that both were rank 4 soul masters, with only a 2-level difference in soul power. What if a conflict arose? What if he gets hurt? Get hurt. Observe who possesses the greater soul power. Jiuxian pushed her aside and cast a knowing glance at Taozi before striding forward, presumably towards the imperial city. Seeing this, Xiao Wu called out, Peace is of utmost importance. Avoid fighting and communicate. I favor harmony. Go find your beloved Tang San. Jiuxian waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. Oh, Xiao Wu tugged at her ear, glancing back several times as she made her way towards Lanba Academy. The imperial city held countless dining establishments. Jiuxian led Taozi to a more secluded private room, browsed the menu, ordered a variety of dishes, and requested a jug of wine. What are you doing? Taozi asked, perplexed. Aren't we here to discuss matters? Why so much food? It is already evening. Aren't you hungry? Jiuxian replied, patting his empty stomach. After a fight with Tianheng and the others, he had returned home, collapsed in a bed, and slept until noon today, only to be dragged around until now without a meal. Taozi stiffly nodded, realizing she was indeed feeling a bit hungry. But you know my identity now. As the wine had yet to arrive, Jiuxian poured himself a glass of water, and, after quenching his thirst, he spoke leisurely. You are the newly admitted female student at Shrek Academy. And? Taozi flipped her cup upside down, skeptical that the little rabbit had not revealed anything after dragging this fellow out. Jiuxian chuckled softly. Some matters are best left unspoken. as long as they are understood. Is that so? Is this the conclusion of your discussion? She nodded, just as the waitress arrived with the food and wine. Taozi stood, kicked aside the long bench, flipped over 2 large black bowls on the table, filled them with wine, and pushed one toward you, Jiuxian. I heard them call you Great Master, right? Great Master, I look forward to our days ahead. With that, she lifted the other bowl and downed its contents in one gulp. Yu Jiuxian nodded, impressed by her boldness, and felt he could not display a lack of enthusiasm. He too finished his drink. Once the bowls were empty, he took the jug and filled their glasses again. Since they would be classmates from now on, certain matters ought to be clarified. Taozi sampled the hot dishes, and after praising the food, she returned to the main topic. So, what do you think I should disclose? Chapter 80. 3 questions and 3 answers. Tang San's disappearance. Yu Jiuxian took a light sip before setting down his bowl. Why did you enter Shrek Academy? I am fond of Mo Xiao Tang, and I wish to win her heart. Thus, joining the academy facilitates my pursuit, he stated plainly, causing Taozi's expression to soften at the mention of Mo Xiao Tang. This recollection brought to mind Tang San's visage prior to their encounter. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, pausing with his hand on the spatial ring, deciding to be forthright. He spoke slowly, ensuring his words were clear. Have you considered how Xiao Tang would feel upon discovering you are a soul beast? Are you aware of the implications of a relationship between a human and a soul beast? If one day, Xiao Tang falls in love with you, and others uncover your true nature, what will you do? I have contemplated this long ago. I believe that if Xiao Tang truly loves me, she would not care whether I am human or soul beast. Furthermore, as I initiated the affection, I will devote my life to protect her from harm. As for anyone discovering my identity as a soul beast, I would ensure they do not find out. If they do, I would take my own life and give my soul ring to Xiao Tang, so no one would dare harm her. Taozi's gaze was resolute as she spoke these grave words in a light and carefree tone. After finishing, she looked at Yu Jiuxian, who wore a broad smile. Knowing her response had pleased him, Yu Jiuxian did not deny his approval. After all, compared to Xiao Wu, this Taozi exhibited far more confidence and had considered the future with great care. The moment she decided to pursue Xiao Tang was when she began contemplating all that lay ahead, which was precisely what Yu Jiuxian appreciated the most. Yu Jiuxian rapped his fingers against the table, emphasizing an important point amidst their conversation. Do you truly harbor feelings for Xiao Haitang? He inquired, placing particular stress on the term feelings. Taozi lowered her gaze and smiled faintly. She had fallen head over heels for him at first sight, and her affection only deepened with each encounter. For the sake of Xiao Tian, she would give anything. She lifted her chin, her unwavering conviction causing Yu Jiuxian to momentarily falter in his breath. Listening to her assert, "You must not judge by appearances," he questioned. "So, you agree to my being with Xiao Tian?" Leaning with her chin propped on her hand, she gazed at Yu Jiuxian, who was sipping his drink. Despite her youth, her thoughts were remarkably beautiful. Yu Jiuxian shot her a sidelong glance and scoffed. Upon hearing this, Taozi paused, realizing that after all her inquiries, he had led her to nothing but empty answers. This was intolerable. She abruptly stood, slamming her palms onto the table. "You are deceiving me." Yu Jiuxian waved his hand, signaling her to sit. This girl truly was prone to overreacting. If you wish to be with Xiao Haitang, there are numerous challenges ahead. The most significant one is that Xiao Haitang must consent. I'm merely assisting in managing his romantic prospects. Ah, that makes sense, she mused. Xiao Tian is such a pure and lovely person. It stands to reason that many would be enamored with him, so one must be cautious in choosing. Having already passed through Xiao Tian's romantic trials, the forthcoming challenges would be a breeze for her. Taozi gradually resumed her seat, taking a sip of wine to calm her nerves. Observing her, Yu Jiuxian reflected on their escalating journey, realizing that as they ascended, they encountered increasingly formidable individuals. It would be unfortunate if the still immature Taozi were to falter before achieving her potential. He stroked his chin, contemplating the need for a pill that could obscure one's aura, when suddenly, the ring on his right hand clinked against the wine jar, snapping him back to reality and igniting a moment of inspiration. He retrieved the lone 10-centimeter-tall, white gourd from the ring, noticing the faint inscription that read Hidden Aura. He shook it, then presented it to Tao Zi. She had heard the sound and, curious, lifted the gourd's lid to discover an assortment of tiny black pills, each the size of a grain of millet. Although only half the container was filled, it likely contained over 100 pills. She looked at Jiuxian, bewildered. What is this? It's a medicine to conceal one's aura. Take one at a time, and it lasts for the duration of a stick of incense. If you're concerned about its effectiveness, you may consume several, Jiuxian explained after taking a sip of his drink. Upon hearing this, Tao Zi's eyes brightened. So, after consuming it, no one will detect the aura of my soul beast? Just as Jiuxian was about to nod, he recalled that the medicine had been stored for over a decade. If its efficacy had not diminished, it would indeed work. Does this medicine have an expiration date? Tao Zi inquired, bringing the jade gourd close to her nose, but she detected no scent. I don't know, Jiuxian shrugged. This medicine has been stored since my previous life. It was always bought fresh. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics of its shelf life. Moreover, he hadn't used this substance since completing his training under Gui Lao, and it was remarkable he still remembered having half a bottle left after all these years. Seeing her excitement over the uncertain medication, Tao Zi exclaimed, "Then when I return, I'll take it and let Xiao Wu take a look." Jiuxian nodded, hoping they would not be disappointed. Glancing at the steaming dishes on the table, he nudged the rice toward Tao Zi, urging her to eat quickly before it cooled and lost its appeal. "All right," she replied, picking up her chopsticks and hastily consuming a mouthful of rice followed by a bite of vegetables. However, despite her rapid pace, by the time they finished dining, the sky had darkened. Under the serene moonlight, the two walked back to the academy on foot. Upon seeing a group of youths gathered at the school gate, including a visibly anxious Xiao Wu, Jiuxian instinctively remarked, "I did not engage in a fight." In response, Tao Zi nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu shook her head, clarifying, "No, I wasn't worried about that. It's about Tang Sin being missing." "Missing?" Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. If someone were indeed missing, why were they not out searching? The dean has gone to look for him. Xiao Wu is anxious and decided to wait here for his return, Dai Bai explained. Having discerned Jiuxian's thoughts, gritting his teeth, Jiuxian nodded. He surveyed the crowd and concluded that since the dean was already on the case, and with so many others waiting for news, he might as well return to wash up and rest. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Wu caught his arm, asking, "Do you think Tang San will be okay? I'm not a fortune teller. How could I know if that lad will be fine? However, given Tang San's skills, he should be all right," he reassured her, gently pulling away her grasp and hastening his departure. After running for a while, he suddenly realized he had no idea where to go for lodging. He slapped his forehead in frustration. However, asking them now might just result in Xiao Wu clinging to him again. He spun around in place, casting his gaze toward a relatively quiet flower bed. With his hands on his hips, he approached, sitting cross-legged to circulate the chaotic soul power within him. Chapter 81. The Immortal's Jest. Beyond human comprehension, Jiuxian stood amidst a crowd, observing Jiuxian's hurried departure with a hint of astonishment. Typically, he exuded a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed even when the sky threatened to collapse. What had spurred such urgency today? After a moment, as Jiuxian's figure faded into the night, Jiuxian suddenly recalled that he had not been present during the dormitory arrangements earlier. She approached Mo Xiaotang and, lowering her voice, inquired, "What number is the Immortal's dormitory?" 730, Montag Xiaotang replied, momentarily stunned. Wait, does he not know his own dormitory number? Will he be able to find his way back to rest? Just as she turned to leave, Jiuxian tapped her shoulder and said, "I can see clearly in the dark. I'll go after him." Mo Xiaotang, realizing her unfamiliarity with the campus paths, nodded in agreement. All right. Having conferred with Mo Xiaotang, Jiuxian discreetly departed the group. Utilizing her acute hearing, she quickly located Jiuxian's whereabouts. Observing him attempting to stabilize his chaotic soul power, she thought to herself, no wonder he rushed off. It seems his soul power is in disarray. Once Jiuxian calmed his energy and opened his eyes, Jiuxian cleared her throat, her voice hoarse, and asked, "What is wrong with your body?" Jiuxian regarded the icy girl and countered, "Have you ever witnessed the process of making hand-pulled noodles?" Hand-pulled noodles? She had eaten them, but never witnessed their creation. What does this have to do with your body? Jiuxian continued. Noodles, when skillfully pulled and kneaded by a master, can stretch over a meter long. He gestured to illustrate. Seeing Jiuxian nod in comprehension, he added, however, if the dough is not kneaded properly, it may break before reaching 10 centimeters. I don't quite understand, Jiuxian admitted, having never seen in action. Jiuxian, unfazed by her confusion, pondered for a moment before offering another example. You've seen how a sponge absorbs water, right? The size of the sponge dictates how much water it can soak up. If you wish to absorb more, you must use a container to squeeze the water from the sponge into it. Water, sponge, container. These were familiar concepts, and Jiuxian quickly visualized it. So, she prompted, so, our bodies resemble sponges, while the soul power we cultivate is akin to a droplet of water. A fully saturated sponge mirrors the opening of our vessel, which encompasses the entirety of our soul power. As Jiuxian elucidated this concept, he retrieved an old, frayed handkerchief, a water pouch, and a cup from his jade ring, vividly demonstrating his explanation. Each time one advances in cultivation, water seeps into the sponge. Once it is saturated, one must expel it into the vessel. Upon concluding his words, he repeatedly absorbed water with the handkerchief, accumulating moisture until it frayed. He then discarded the damp cloth on ground. Observing Jiuxian's bewildered expression, Jiuxian clarified his actions. Observe how a handkerchief frays with repeated use. A sponge, too, will deteriorate under excessive pressure. Yet, even a worn sponge can still absorb water, albeit with continued use and squeezing leading to its eventual disintegration, until one day, it crumbles and the water spills forth. Gazing at the large, damp patch on the floor, Jiuxian bit her lip, realizing that perhaps it was his rapid cultivation that was too much for his body to bear. If what he said was true, continuing his cultivation could lead to his demise. Jiuxian found it hard to believe that such a formidable individual could meet such an end. She crouched down and tugged at Jiuxian's sleeve, urging him to cease his training. Jiuxian smiled charmingly, saying, "What difference does it make if a sponge is left idle? Water will gradually seep down, allowing the sponge to absorb. Control is unending? How can that be?" Jiuxian stammered. "When did you realize this?" "Long ago," Jiuxian sighed, propping himself against the garden railing as he stood. "How much time is left?" Jiuxian sank down, lost in thought. "Perhaps a year or two, or merely a few days," Jiuxian shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, Jiuxian's tears began to fall. Jiuxian, turning to face her, felt his heart stop at the sight of her weeping. He hurriedly crouched down, attempting to wipe her tears, saying, "I only wanted to tease you because you seemed so glum. I'm truly sorry. I never anticipated your reaction would be so profound." With red-rimmed eyes, Jiuxian lifted her head, asking, "Tease me?" Jiuxian nodded earnestly. "Yes, it was a jest, don't cry. Those who are formidable value life, and I cherish mine most dearly. Had I known cultivation could lead to such dire consequences, I would never have spent that month and a half training with you." Wiping her tears, Jiuxian stood with Jiuxian's support and inquired once more, "Is it truly just a joke?" "I swear, it's merely a jest. You know my character. If my body were genuinely in peril, would I not inform you?" Jiuxian raised his hands in a solemn oath, his eyes revealing no hint of jest. "Then why is the soul power within you so chaotic?" Jiuxian pointed to his chest. Jiuxian spun in place, contemplating, then waved his hand, conceding, "I suppose I must tell you. I was injured while hunting for a soul ring, and my cultivation nearly spiraled out of control. I've been trying to stabilize myself these past few days. Please, do not share this with others. I wish to spare them worry." Realizing he had indeed been joking, Jiuxian closed her eyes and exhaled, feeling her anger rise. How could he make such a jest? If someone with a weak heart had heard it, they might have perished on the spot. As she raised her arm, her fist only a centimeter from Jiuxian's face, she suddenly opened her eyes. Recalling that he was her mentor, striking a teacher is a grave disrespect. Taking a deep breath, she withdrew her fist, muttering dormitory 730 before turning away. Jiuxian swallowed hard, pondering what fate governed him. He rolled his eyes, reflecting on Jiuxian's fervent demeanor. smacking his forehead in realization that her emotional response nearly derailed everything. Watching the shadow of the damp handkerchief sway as it made its way back to the dormitory. He mused that the further west it went, the longer the shadow grew. Well, the life without a wife or child. I, Jiuxian, shall accompany my shadow into old age, living a life of carefree elegance. Chapter 82. The Wake-Up Call. Who dares to use it? Brother, wake up. Xiao Wu and Taozi are here to see you. Did you not say it is quite impolite to keep the ladies waiting? In dormitory 730. Mo Xiaodang shook Yu Jiuxian's body as he lay sprawled on the bed. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I never said such a thing, Yu Jiuxian mumbled, turning over to continue his slumber. Mo Xiaodang recalled that indeed, this was something he had heard his sister say back at Chongqing. However, who said it was not the crux of the matter? Brother, even if it weren't for Xiao Wu and Taozi, consider Tang San, the dean and master have returned. And everyone is eager to inquire about the situation. After much effort, Yu Jiuxian opened his eyes just a sliver, lying on the bed as he ruffled Mo Xiaodong's hair and replied with the last remnants of his consciousness. Upon arriving at Lamba Academy, Flander is no longer the dean. Tang San is now a formidable figure, possessing remarkable skills as a three-ring soul master. Even if he were to lose, he could find his way back. If you're worried, you may inquire and relay the news to me. You were unaware yesterday, but the dean of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong, is a friend of Flander and the master. Upon learning of Flander's situation, she bequeathed the academy to him. So he remains the dean, Mo Xiaodang explained, shaking his head. Yu Jiuxian, weary, stared blankly at Mo Xiaodang, hazily responding, the dean must be overjoyed, yes? Indeed, Mo Xiaodang nodded. Yesterday, the dean's smile nearly reached his ears. Congratulations. Yu Jiuxian murmured as his head drooped over the edge of the bed, slipping back into slumber. Just as Mo Xiaodang was about to insist on expressing congratulations in person and urging him to rise quickly, a knock echoed at the door. He was momentarily startled before standing to open it, surprised to find two handsome young men at the threshold. Dai, Xiao Wao, what brings you here? Xiao Wu and Taozi have been waiting for you for quite some time. They asked us to hurry you along, Dai Mubai said with an expression of exasperation. I have yet to wake up Jiuge. Mo Xiaodang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not awake, Oscar exclaimed, covering his mouth in disbelief. What did I just hear? Our illustrious Shrek's talented and capable beauty has yet to awaken, even as the sun approaches its zenith. Dai Mubai, too, expressed surprise, pondering why Yu Jiuxian, usually diligent in his training, had not yet risen. Had he truly exhausted himself? Reminiscing about the fabrication they concocted to cover for Yu Jiuxian's training, Mo Xiaodang felt a wave of embarrassment. Jiuge cannot be roused. Perhaps you should ask Xiao Wu and Taozi to come back this afternoon. Cannot be roused? Oscar scoffed at this superstition, turning to Mo Xiaodang. Have you employed the wake-up quintet? The slapping, shaking, and splashing techniques? I did push him, Mo Xiaodang replied, raising a hand sheepishly. So, you merely neglected the other four techniques? Oscar declared, rolling up his sleeves, boldly striding into the dormitory to seize the water-filled cup from the table. As he prepared to splash water, Oscar hesitated, glancing at the two standing at the door. Aren't you going to stop me? Didn't you say you were going to wake him? Why should we intervene? Mo Xiaodang tilted his head in confusion. Well, that question is best left for fate to answer. Oscar set the water cup back down, taking small steps toward Dai Mubai. I provided the method. The actual execution shall be left to our valiant and mighty Dai. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai shook his head. No. Dai, you are being too cowardly. Oscar's lips twitched in disbelief. Why do you put down the cup if you're not afraid? Dai Mubai shot him a glance. Oscar was left speechless by the remark. He cleared his throat a couple of times, nudging the two of them out and gently closing the door. Earlier, Xiao Tang mentioned informing Xiao Wu about Dacian's slumber, right? We should hurry, otherwise, the chubby one will come looking for us soon. After Oscar spoke, he pulled the two of them downstairs. Meanwhile, the chubby one downstairs, casually lounging with his legs crossed, sneezed. Ning Rong, hearing the commotion, cast him a glance. Are you unwell? If you're feeling under the weather, you should head back. Ma Hongjun patted his round belly. This physique is not for show. With that physique, you still sneezed? Xiao Wu countered earnestly while sitting on a bench and swinging her legs. Have you not heard? 1 scolding, 2 thoughts, 3 colds? I just sneezed, which means someone must be cursing me. Ma Hongjun pouted, placing a hand on his head in contemplation. After a moment, he pointed towards the dormitory building and said, "It could very well be that Oscar." The 4 girls, including Xiao Wu and Taozi, listened intently. At the instant Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Dai Mu Bai and Oscar descended with Mo Xiaotang. Upon seeing the 3, Xiao Wu sprang up, pulling them aside to look behind, only to find it empty. "Not even a hair from you, Jiuxian." Pouting, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "After all this time, where est the Jiuxian you called for?" "Well, after Jiuxian hunted the spirit ring, he rushed here overnight and didn't arrive much earlier than us. Seeing his current dark circles, he is sleeping soundly. So we didn't disturb him," Oscar replied, rubbing his neck with a righteous tone. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded. Jiuxian was indeed exhausted and deserved a good rest. She turned to Dai Mu Bai. "Then shall we head to the dean's office?" Dai Mu Bai agreed, leading the group towards the dean's office. However, Taozi, following behind, was slightly skeptical. Had they really not recovered after traveling for several days? Also, the dark circles, she didn't notice them when she dined with him yesterday. Casting a glance at the taciturn Mo Xiaotang, she thought that her little sweetheart must know something since she came down with them. However, since Sweetheart chose to remain silent, she felt it prudent not to press further. "The dean and the master are there." Just then, Zhu Zhuqing's voice suddenly rang out, halting the group's footsteps as they followed the direction of her finger. It was the small pavilion in the garden. Inside, Flinder noticed them and waved. As the group approached him, Flinder adjusted his glasses and spoke in a deep tone. "You wish to inquire about Tang San, correct?" Xiao Wu hurriedly nodded, "Yes. I saw that Xiao San did not return with you yesterday. Did you not find him, Dean?" "We found him," replied Lu Erlong, who was seated beside Flinder, taking a sip of tea. "Then why hasn't Xiao San returned?" Xiao Wu anxiously swallowed, tugging at her skirt. Lu Erlong pulled Xiao Wu onto a stone chair and patted her shoulder, reassuring, "Do not worry. Xiao San is fine." "Fine? If he is fine, why is there such a mystery surrounding it? And if he is fine, why hasn't he returned?" "When we discovered him, he was in the company of an old friend of ours. He mentioned that he saw great potential in Xiao San and wished to teach him a few things. Since it was for Xiao San's benefit, I consented," Flinder said, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a somber tone. The group reacted with skepticism. Flinder noticed their doubtful expressions, except for Mo Xiaotang, and playfully tapped each of the other 3 boys on the forehead. Oscar winced at the impact, pouting at Flinder with a resentful look. "Why did you only hit us 3? I'm a grown man. How could I lay hands on a girl?" Flinder poked Oscar's forehead. "This lad is still pursuing Ning Rongrong. How can he not know to cherish the fair sex? What about Xiaotang?" Oscar glanced at Mo Xiaotang. "Not hitting girls. Does that mean Xiaotang isn't a girl?" Flinder crossed his arms, chuckling coldly. "Have you never heard that offending 10 gentlemen is better than offending 1 woman?" "I have heard," Oscar nodded. "Do you know that there is more to it?" Flinder asked, draping an arm over his shoulder with a smile. "More?" Oscar shook his head. "I haven't heard any additional sayings regarding gentlemen, villains, and women." Dai Mu Bai, recalling the cowardly antics of himself and Oscar in relation to Yu Jiuxian, hesitated. "It wouldn't be better to offend 10 women than 1 Yu Jiuxian, would it?" Flinder patted his shoulder, proclaiming, "You have insight." Upon hearing this, Oscar's grievances vanished, and he chuckled. "True, if I were to strike at Xiaotang, with Jiuxian's protective nature, he would definitely come wielding a whip to find the dean." Ma Hongjun interjected, "They can't defeat Yu Jiuxian. They wouldn't dare pluck hairs from Tiger's head. How could his teacher, a rank 7 soul sage, dare? The formidable Jiuxian, who could face many alone, who would dare offend him? With his rapid cultivation speed, he would surpass me one day. In dealing with such a person, it is wise to accumulate virtue and leave oneself a path for retreat." Flinder imparted this lesson gravely to his students. Those eavesdropping recalled that Yu Jiuxian had claimed he would challenge Yu Qianheng and the others. Given the character of the 4th prince of the Royal Academy, it was likely that our Shrek had already become a black mark on their list, raising concerns about how Xian would challenge Yu Tianheng and his group. Ma Hongjun pondered, his tone brimming with excitement. He believed in Yu Jiuxian's abilities. Individually, none of Yu Tianheng 7 would best Yu Jiuxian. However, they were numerous, and with the presence of the nine-heart Sea Tang, it would be a daunting challenge for Yu Jiuxian to take on 7 opponents. If Yu Jiuxian merely wished to compare strength, akin to their previous encounters, he would undoubtedly cheer him on from the sidelines. But this time was different. Yu Jiuxian was doing it for them. If there was even a hint of danger, they could not allow Yu Jiuxian to go. Others shared the sentiment, relieved that Yu Jiuxian was spared from the challenge. However, the next moment, their fantasies were shattered by Qin Ming, who casually remarked, "Are you saying that Yu Xuedi has already challenged Tianheng and the others?" He finished it before you arrived. The crowd's hearts shattered, rushing to Qin Ming to inquire about the outcome. Even Flinder and the master approached with curiosity. Only Taozi and Lu Erlong remained in the pavilion, bewildered. Tianheng's companions were still lying in the dormitory, unable to rise. Observing their anxious expressions, Qin Ming refrained from teasing them and directly conveyed the results. Xian is extraordinary. Xian is invincible. Xian is the best. Zhu Zhuqing, standing at the back, smiled faintly, realizing that she had indeed chosen the right master. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in dormitory 730, Yu Jiuxian finished washing up, stretched lazily, and sat on the bed. Listening to Mo Xiao Tang chatter about what had transpired in his absence that morning. "Brother, do you think Xiao San really went to study?" Mo Xiao Tang asked dreamily, resting her chin on her hand. "Perhaps," Yu Jiuxian shrugged. Chapter 85. Is it true or false? Following Flander's remarks, the peculiar thought process of Oscar led the conversation in a different direction, causing Tang San's situation to be momentarily forgotten. By the time people recollected the matter, the dean had already left with the master, leaving Lu Erlong to remind them, "Tang San has gone to study. You must not slacken your efforts and should continue to practice diligently." Tang San had been taken away by Flander and his old friends for learning, which in itself was not problematic. However, their deliberate avoidance of discussing the details surrounding Tang San's studies raised suspicions. As Tang San himself would assert, something was surely amiss. Nevertheless, he affectionately ruffled Mo Xiaotong's hair, reassuring her that Tang San was fine. Otherwise, the protective dean would not have been so composed. Montak si Iotang nodded, testing Yu Yuxian. Speaking of which, Mo Xiaotang observed Yu Jiuxian, who had fallen asleep with a tuft of messy hair, and recalled the earlier visit from Xiao Wu and Taozi. She gently shook Yu Jiuxian's leg, saying, "Brother, Xiao Wu and Taozi are looking for you." "Huh?" Yu Jiuxian appeared bewildered, unable to recall their visit. "You were asleep when they came. I didn't wake you. Afterwards, we went to find the dean," Mo Xiaotang stated with a hint of exasperation, clutching her pillow. In response, Yu Jiuxian asserted that sleep was paramount and other matters could be addressed later. However, now that he was awake, it was time to attend to the affairs that arose during his slumber. Did they mention what they wanted? Mo Xiaotang shook her head. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. 2 soul beasts had come to see him, yet their purpose remained unspoken. Reminiscent of the time, Xiao Wu discreetly sought him out upon discovering Taozi. He exhaled, donned his shoes, and stood up, patting Mo Xiaotong's shoulder with a reminder to rest while he exited the dormitory. He intended to discover which of their acquaintances had been identified as kindred spirits. An incense stick's length later, Xiao Wu and Taozi emerged side by side from the girls' dormitory, following Yu Jiuxian to the playground. Nearby boys remarked on the fortunate lad, while girls, unwilling to concede, commented on the beauty of the young man, enviously noting how he seemed to captivate the 2 girls. With keen hearing, Taozi furrowed her brow and suggested, "Let us go somewhere less crowded." "Why?" Yu Jiuxian turned to them, seeking an explanation. Being a girl herself, Xiao Wu also preferred not to linger in the bustling area. She exchanged glances with Taozi, who nodded in agreement. Yu Jiuxian glanced around, bemused. What is abnormal about this? What is the matter? He pondered whether their speculations were indeed true. Could it be that they have arrived in the realm of transformative soul beasts? The 2 girls, though uncertain of Yu Jiuxian's thoughts, sensed that he was not privy to their concerns. Sharing a knowing glance, Taozi and Xiao Wu grasped Yu Jiuxian's arm and led him toward the academy's back mountain. What brings you two to seek me? Yu Jiuxian settled on the ground, gazing at the girls who had pulled him along. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously expressed their gratitude. Thank you? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, suspecting that they required medicinal assistance. He chuckled lightly. No need for thanks. After all, if they were discovered, he would find himself embroiled in numerous troubles. Taozi's eyes sparkled as she recalled the medicine in the little gourd, realizing there were many destinations ahead. If they consumed it together, it would likely be gone in no time. She turned to the composed Yu Jiuxian and inquired, "Is there any of that medicine left?" Yu Jiuxian shook his head. There's only one bottle remaining. Observing the frown on Taozi's face, he quickly understood. However, there is no stock available. Chapter 86. A quiet prelude to a stunning revelation 3 months later. The Blue Tyrant Academy was renamed Shrek Academy. In the boys' dormitory, 7:30. Mo shouting vigorously shook the sleeping Yu Jiuxian. He reluctantly opened his eyes, thinking to himself that only Mo shouting could be so audacious. Had it been someone else, he would undoubtedly have retaliated. The last person who dared to provoke him was Ming Hao, who now trembled at the mere memory. What is it, Xiaodang? Has the sky fallen or the earth cracked? Yu Jiuxian lamented, gazing at Mo Xiaodang with a look of utter disillusionment. Mo Xiaodang shook her head, grasping his wrist with excitement. No, brother, I have broken through to the 30th level. 30th level? Yu Jiuxian tumbled off the bed in surprise. Scrambling to regain his footing, Mo Xiaodang, startled by his reaction, reached out to help him, but he seized her shoulder, his excitement mirroring hers. Xiao Haidang, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, once my little flower exerts herself, others pale in comparison. Mo Xiaodang scratched her head. Brother, you are being overly dramatic. In the past, at the Evergreen Academy, such an achievement might have been notable, but in this talent-rich Shrek Academy, she felt unworthy of Yu Jiuxian's praise. Overly dramatic? This is simply the truth, he declared proudly, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Seeing Yu Jiuxian's exuberance, Mo Xiaodang couldn't help but chuckle. He had not displayed such enthusiasm even when he himself had made a breakthrough. His previous demeanor had been as calm as if he were merely eating or drinking, leaving Su Zhe to wonder if his progress had merely been an illusion. Returning to the matter at hand, Yu Jiuxian's gaze shifted to the obedient Mo Xiaodang, and a thought sparked in his mind. Xiao Haitang, would you like to experience the sensation of being silent before suddenly revealing your brilliance? Of course. But can I truly manage that? She questioned hesitantly. With your brother by your side, you absolutely can. Yu Jiuxian reassured her, noticing her uncertainty. An hour later, a knock echoed in the dean's office. Flander called out, "Come in." Yu Jiuxian patted Mo Xiaotang's shoulder, mouthing a reassuring message that he would ensure their success. Given Yu Jiuxian's frequent absences at Evergreen Academy, Mo Xiaodang had complete faith in his capabilities. With that, Yu Jiuxian waved his hand, encouraging Mo Xiaodang to enter with him. Flander, seated in his rocking chair, looked up upon hearing their approach, his expression brightening at the sight of the two. What brings you both here uninvited? He gestured for them to sit on the sofa. What winds have blown you my way? Yu Jiuxian shrugged. Whatever the wind, it brought us here. Dean, I have a matter to discuss. I intend to take my little Haidang away for a few days. Off for a few days? Flander stroked his graying beard. You can go, but why take little Haidang with you? I am merely concerned that she might be bullied if left alone here, Yu Jiuxian replied, carefully crafting his words. At this, Flander slammed his leg in disapproval, exclaiming, I don't like the sound of that. What do you mean by saying Mo Xiaodang would be bullied here? After all these years, my reputation for protecting my students isn't merely a facade. Seeing Flander agitated, Yu Jiuxian gently patted his back to calm him. Let me rephrase. Although Blue Tyrant Academy has been renamed Shrek Academy, the previous students remain. My little Haidang is shy, so I thought it best to take her with me. As the explanation grew increasingly convoluted, Flander's frustration mounted, his beard almost skewed. How could he have such a student full of fanciful ideas? With a sigh, he conceded, fine, go ahead. Thank you, Dean. Yu Jiuxian, with a polite demeanor, finished his last sentence and swiftly pulled Mo Xiaotang away, leaving only Falanda, who shook his head. Thank you for the approval. It certainly seemed rather plausible. Chapter 87. Taozi sends Tao off to hunt souls at the school gate. Taozi had just returned with fresh fruits when she spotted Jiuxian leading Mo Xiaotang away. She approached and inquired, "Hey, Xiao Tian, where are you off to?" Mo Xiaotang shook his head, indicating that this was not something he could disclose at the moment. Taozi glanced at Jiuxian, who merely shrugged, prompting her to pout in annoyance. What s with all the mystery? I left something back in the dormitory. Xiao Haitang, wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. Observing the forlorn expression on Taozi's face, Jiuxian sighed, patted Mo Xiaotang's shoulder, and took his leave. As Jiuxian's figure faded from view, Mo Xiaotang pondered the situation. He left something behind, but he checked multiple times before leaving. Taozi's lips curled into a smirk, appreciating the charm of this adept. It seemed her decision to express her feelings was indeed wise. She approached Mo Xiaotang again, asking, "You can't say where you're going, but can you at least tell me when you'll be back?" "This I can share," Mo Xiaotang estimated and replied, "about 10 days. Upon hearing this, Taozi's face turned pale. 10 days without seeing Mo Xiaotang? Goodness, was this not akin to carving her flesh? She clutched her heart, teetering on the brink of tears. Mo Xiaotang touched the tip of his nose, questioning if he had erred in his words. "Is it not possible to go?" Taozi gently tugged at his sleeve with her fingers. "Not go. He has already made a breakthrough. How could he possibly not go?" He shook his head in denial. Seeing no room for negotiation, Taozi took out the fruits she had purchased and rinsed them in the water pouch of her soul guide, then offered them to him. "Take these with you on your journey." "I can't accept these. They are meant for you," Mo Xiaotang insisted, waving his hands. Taozi placed the basket firmly in his arms, asserting they were originally bought for you, before turning and leaving. As he gazed at the basket of lush, pink peaches, Mo Xiaotang felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. Meanwhile, Jiuxian, sitting on the stone steps in search of his forgotten items, idly counted ants. After reaching 100, he lifted his head and rubbed his sore neck. Surely they must have finished by now? They are not yet together. It has been sufficient time. Jiuxian mused to himself as he glanced at the gray-white stone bricks. Having concluded his thoughts, he stood up, dusted himself off, tousled his hair, and retrieved a jar of ointment for injuries from his jade ring, casually sauntering towards the school gate. "Brother, don't you have healing abilities? Why resort to an injury ointment?" Mo Xiaotang asked, holding the jade vial as they walked. "Well, if the injuries are not severe, then the ointment suffices. When hunting for soul rings, there are numerous instances where soul power is required. Every bit saved counts," Jiuxian explained, quickly concocting this rationale in his mind. Montak Cio Tang nodded, believing in his brother's seasoned experience. Indeed, Jiuxian smiled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow in a place where Mo Xiaotang could not see. "By the way, brother, I overheard you telling the dean that you were worried I might be bullied, which is why you brought me along. Is that true? Then why didn't you take me last time?" Mo Xiaotang, innocently shifting focus from the ointment to another matter of interest. Jiuxian pouted in annoyance, pondering how to articulate his reasoning. "The last soul beast I hunted was around 6,000 years old, perhaps even older. I feared you might get hurt. Besides, Mu Bai and the others would surely take good care of you under my pressure." Chapter 88. Sunset Forest. Rob listening to Jiuxian's words. Mo Xiaotang tilted his head. "What about this time?" "This time?" Jiuxian chuckled lightly. "Now that the academy is bustling with students, even if they take good care of you, there may still be oversights. I fear that group of students might bully you. This morning, brother praised my prowess." Mo Xiaotang crossed his arms, turning away in displeasure. Seeing the seemingly harmless Mo Xiaotang, Jiuxian's heart softened. "Indeed, my little flower is quite formidable. But what if they choose to gang up on you instead of facing you one-on-one? A capable little flower may not fear them, but brother would be concerned. I feel that with brother Jiu by my side, I can navigate the world with confidence," Mo Xiaotang declared, a grin spreading across his face as he expressed his sentiments. "Do you wish to walk with such confidence, little one? It seems you have to strive harder," Jiuxian said, ruffling Mo Xiaotang's hair. "Consider it done." An hour later, Yu Jiuxian brought Mo Xiaotang to an inn on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. We are about to enter the Sunset Forest. Let us rest well today to rejuvenate ourselves for tomorrow's encounters with soul beasts. Approaching the front desk, he found no staff present, only a group of rough-looking men brandishing large knives. Just as he was about to draw his nine-dragon whip, Yu Jiuxian remembered Mo Xiaotang was behind him and refrained from being overly aggressive. They have taken over this place. Let us leave, Yu Jiuxian suggested. If we cannot fight, let us find another place. Out of sight, out of mind. He took Mo Xiaotang's hand and prepared to depart. Mo Xiaotang had no objections. Just as they were about to exit the inn, one of the thugs raised his knife, eyeing them before decisively pointing towards Mo Xiaotang, the easier target. Yu Jiuxian glanced at the knife resting against Mo Xiaotang's neck. His naturally relaxed hand clenching into a fist, the bones audibly cracking. Why does no one ever accept my goodwill? He turned to face the bully seated at the desk. I will count to 3. Have your men lower their weapons. The bully stroked his chin, sensing no soul power emanating from this young boy. Observing Montak Xiaotang, who appeared to be merely a 30-level novice yet to acquire a soul ring, he deemed him no different from the boy beside him. Thus, why should he heed the words of a mere child? He waved to his subordinates, declaring, "These two are wealthy patrons, brothers, strip them of their possessions." Seeing the approaching figures, Mo Xiaotang instinctively shrank back, quickly retrieving his storage soul guide. Please don't resort to violence. I can give you what you want. The bully thought to himself. Indeed, they were 2 naive children. The young master is quite accommodating, he exclaimed, signaling his men with a gesture. The advancing thug retreated, while another, standing beside Mo Xiaotang, lowered his knife and reached for the storage soul guide bracelet. Just as the knife left Mo Xiaotang's neck, Yu Jiuxian narrowed his eyes, and before the thug could touch the storage ring, swiftly pulled Mo Xiaotang into his embrace, delivering a heavy kick to the thug behind them. The thug crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. Yu Jiuxian scoffed softly, thinking to himself that anyone who dared to threaten his brother deserved such a fate. Noticing Montak Xiaotang's subtle movements, he looked down to see the boy covering his eyes. Ah, this little one, why would you offer them anything? Did your money fall from the sky? Montak Xiaotang, gazing at Yu Jiuxian, who towered above him, replied earnestly, but I isn't my money either. Yu Jiuxian was momentarily speechless, raising his hand to lightly tap Mo Xiaotang's forehead. Brother is seeking justice, and you're here undermining my efforts? Though it wasn't particularly painful, Mo Xiaotang instinctively rubbed his forehead, retracting slightly. Xiaotang is wrong. Brother, please continue. Yu Jiuxian chuckled lightly. Chapter 89. Mental distress and compensation after stealthily placing an item into Mo Xiaotang's embrace. He swiftly exited the hotel and firmly closed the door behind him. Observing the throng of thugs, he reminded Mo Xiaotang, "Little Haidang, cover your ears." "All right," Mo Xiaotang responded, her voice echoing against the closed door. As she listened to the commotion within, her heart raced with excitement. Her 9th brother was taking action. However, she recalled her promise to cover her ears and quickly found a crack in the door to peek through while covering her ears. Inside the hotel, the thug boasted, "Do you know I am a soul master of level 39? As he watched Yu Jiuxian approach, he stumbled back, overturning a table. Yu Jiuxian smirked, "Level 39? How impressive. But why are you so afraid of me?" The thug glared at him, uncertain of the source of Yu Jiuxian's confidence. He summoned his martial spirit, wielding a 2-meter-long blade, feeling a slight sense of security. He pointed the knife at Yu Jiuxian, threatening, "Hand over your money, and I will spare your lives." Spare their lives? This was the most laughable joke he had heard in 12 years. Yu Jiuxian grinned, brandishing his Mieshan gun to create a barrier at the door, ensuring that no sounds or sights from outside would penetrate. He then leisurely retrieved the 9-dragon whip, declaring, "Money must be preserved, but it shall be given to me, Ude." Upon hearing Yu Jiuxian's demand for payment, the thug called for his brothers to attack. "You underestimate yourself," Yu Jiuxian coldly remarked, then wielded the 9-dragon whip with precision. swiftly incapacitating the thugs until only he and the leader remained. Will you hand over the money or not? Jiuxian inquired, standing a short distance from the thug. The thug, witnessing his fallen comrades, took a deep breath. Though fearful, he hesitated to part with his precious belongings. Seizing the moment when Jiuxian appeared relaxed, the thug unleashed his third soul skill, Blade Breaks the Water. To his surprise, Jiuxian dodged the incoming blade effortlessly. With a smirk, he transformed the 9-dragon whip into a 9-dragon staff, skillfully deflecting the blade, which then embedded itself in the wall above the thug's head. The thug fell to his knees, swallowing hard, checking to see if his head and neck were still intact. My brother was frightened by your man. Shouldn't you compensate for his mental distress? Jiuxian crouched down, gazing intently at the thug. The thug nodded stiffly, trembling as he reluctantly presented his valuables to Jiuxian. At least you know your place, Jiuxian remarked, taking the thug's storage ring before rising and stowing away the machine gun. As the barrier dissipated, Jiuxian pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Jiuxian emerge, Mo Xiaodang rushed towards him, clinging to his side to sneak a glance inside. The thug remained on the floor, visibly shaken, while his subordinates lay strewn about, but thankfully, none were severely injured. Jiuxian gently pulled Mo Xiaodang aside and placed the spoils from his confrontation into her hands. What is this? Mo Xiaodang asked, momentarily taken aback by the item. Compensation for your mental distress, Jiuxian replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Upon hearing the term mental distress compensation, Mo Xiaodang bit her lip. Although Jiuxian was not her biological brother, he treated her with more kindness than any brother could. Chapter 90. A Gift for Breaking Through. Entering the forest, what are you thinking? We should find another hotel to rest. Jiuxian ruffled Mo Xiaodang's hair, urging her to regain her focus. Okay, Mo Xiaodang replied, trailing behind Jiuxian as she handed him the black dagger he had previously given her. Jiuxian glanced at it but did not take it, saying, keep it. Consider it a gift from your brother for breaking through to level 30. A gift for breaking through? This was the first present Jiuxian had ever given her. Mo Xiaodang touched the dagger, smiling. Thank you, brother. Jiuxian tilted his head, amused by her simplicity. He placed a hand on her shoulder, imparting some advice. Before using it, remember to let your blood drop onto the gemstone of the dagger to bond with it. Be cautious. It can harm you. Mo Xiaodang looked at him, astonished. Bonding? Is this a divine weapon? How can my brother simply give it to me? What kind of extraordinary brother is he? Does it have a name? Recalling the name she had previously thought of for the dagger, Jiuxian shook his head. No, little Haidang. Why don't you name it? Xin Yunin, Mo Xiaodang declared, her mind racing as she stepped into the newly found hotel. Xin Yunin? A prayer for safety? Jiuxian paused, surprised but said nothing further, realizing that this little one was a believer in the divine. The following dawn, in the Luo forest, Mo Xiaodang was taken aback to see Jiuxian awake so early. Had he not been called? She thought to herself and playfully nudged him. Regardless, Mo Xiaodang was a powerful assault-type soul master, and her strength was certainly greater than others. The sudden strike startled Jiuxian, who was about to cry out in pain when he noticed little Haidang watching intently. He held back, biting his lip to suppress his reaction. What's wrong? He inquired, his expression questioning. Mo Xiaodang murmured, You were dreaming after all. I knew it. How can my brother be up this early? Upon hearing her words, Jiuxian scowled at her, feeling unappreciated. I woke up early for you, and this is how you repay me? With that, he effortlessly lifted Mo Xiaodang by one hand and carried her toward the nearby tree. As Mo Xiaodang regained her senses, she flailed her arms, exclaiming, If it was just a dream, why does it feel so real? Could it not be a dream at all? Upon reaching a tree, Jiuxian set her down and affectionately tousled her hair. After ensuring she was fully awake, he earnestly cautioned her, Little Haidang, we have entered the Luo forest. We must be vigilant. Do not act foolishly. Stay close to me, and if the situation seems dire, run immediately. Do you understand? Yes, Mo Xiaodang replied, though inwardly she thought, Ninth brother thinks too little of my strength. If danger arises, I will shield him and buy him time to escape. Running away alone? What kind of man would I be? Unaware of her thoughts, Jiuxian asked before they ventured deeper. Have you taken the detoxifying pill I gave you earlier? Montak si iotang noted. Seeing this, Jiuxian brandished the nine-dragon whip to lead the way, while Mo Xiaodang followed closely behind. They traversed a significant distance, encountering numerous soul beasts, yet none caught Mo Xiaodang's fancy. Chapter 91. Skillful Techniques. Gentle Master, finding a suitable soul beast is not an immediate endeavor. Let's take a moment to rest. Jiuxian comforted the disheartened Mo Xiaodang, patting her head gently. Mo Xiaodang nodded in agreement, recalling how her father and sister used to accompany her on soul beast hunts, which often took a long time, yet they always returned home laden with spoils. Moreover, this time his elder brother personally took action. All he needed to do was obediently follow instructions. While idly sitting, Jiuxian leaned against a tree with a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, engaging in mundane conversation with Mo Xiaodang. Although they spoke of trivial matters, his mind was preoccupied with the events of yesterday at the hotel, where the young lad was threatened and terrified. Yet his hand was steady as he swiftly wielded the soul-harvesting device. He casually inquired, "By the way, yesterday you seemed quite adept at extracting money from others. You must have had ample opportunities to spend." "Not all," Mo Xiaodang instinctively retorted, tossing a peach he had been offered at Jiuxian. The latter caught the succulent fruit and teased, "How can that be? I hadn't even registered the situation when Xiao Haitang had already removed the storage ring." That was clearly. Mo Xiaodang shook his hand, attempting to explain, but memories of past humiliations rendered him speechless. What is there that cannot be discussed with an elder brother? Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, pouring water from a canteen while rinsing the peach. Mo Xiaodang pressed his lips together, realizing the validity of his words. "But when I recount this, you must promise not to mock me." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian nodded earnestly. "When I was younger and frail, my father and sister forbade me from going outside. The more they restricted me, the more I yearned to escape. So, each time they left without me, I would sneak out." As Mo Xiaodang recounted, his voice grew increasingly soft until, in the end, Jiuxian could see his lips moving but heard no sound. His gaze lowered. He placed a hand on Mo Xiaodang's shoulder, squeezing gently to encourage the lad to relax. "What happened after you sneaked out? Tell me." "I was sickly, and they didn't like me. Some less fortunate children, seeing my decent clothes, would ask me for money. That day it was an instinctive reaction." Mo Xiaodang scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. Money? Was that not extortion? Furthermore, how long had he endured bullying for such behavior to become instinctive? How had he managed to maintain his gentle demeanor towards the world despite these experiences? It is not difficult to treat the world with kindness. The challenge lies in sustaining that kindness. There was once someone who, like the young lad, could not persevere in such tenderness. Jiuxian closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. When he opened them again, he appeared significantly calmer. Yet Mo Xiaodang, standing nearby, could still perceive the dark emotions hidden within his deep black eyes. "Xiao Haitang, write down the names of those individuals. I will go to great lengths to track down their families." Mo Xiaodang gazed at Jiuxian dazed. Just as Jiuxian was on the verge of drifting off to sleep, he chuckled softly. "It has been so long. How could I possibly remember their names? By the way, brother, you are truly gentle." "Gentle?" Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to how such a description could apply to him. Just as he was about to protest, Mo Xiaodang shook his head, retracting his statement. "No, it seems you are only gentle in front of me. After all, in the eyes of Dai Mu Bai and the others, his elder brother's reputation was more fearsome than that of a messenger from hell. Yet, he had never witnessed it himself. All the negative rumors had originated from those around him. Were it not for the fact that they were his brother's friends who treated him well, he might have doubted whether they were intentionally slandering his brother. Chapter 92. The Great Claw Black Tiger, Hunting for Soul Rings. 1. Listening to Mo Xiaodang's words, Jiuxian's brows furrowed. Just as he was about to hand the peach to Mo Xiaodang, his pupils contracted, and in a flash he pulled Mo Xiaodang behind him, lowering his voice to say, "Xiao Haitang, take flight." In an instant, Mo Xiaotang found himself behind Jiuxian, momentarily dazed but without waiting for clarification. He released his martial soul and soared into the air. When he finally regained his senses and looked down, he was astonished to see Jiuxian engaged in battle with a great claw black tiger. Connecting the dots from earlier, he realized that the beast must have appeared just behind him. Had Jiuxian not pulled him away, he would have become the tiger's meal. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. However, fear must be overcome with courage. He rolled up his sleeves and steeled himself, focusing intently on the scene below. As soon as he found an opening, he unleashed his first soul skill, Featherblade. Not far away, Jiuxian heard the great claw black tiger's roar and glanced up just in time to see Mo Xiaotang release thousands of feather-like projectiles that struck like daggers. A smirk crept onto his lips as he gave Mo Xiaotang a thumbs up. Their coordination was impeccable. Mo Xiaotang smiled slightly, pleased that his efforts were not in vain. However, as the two exchanged glances, the great claw black tiger, unwilling to be overwhelmed, retaliated by slamming its massive paw onto the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath them. As the cracks threatened to spread toward him, Jiuxian leaped onto a nearby tree and waved to Mo Xiaotang in the air, signaling him to come over. Mo Xiaotang flapped his wings and quickly reached Jiuxian, who asked, "What do you think of this formidable creature?" The great claw black tiger, just from that last strike, it is evident its attack power is formidable. If I could absorb its soul ring, it would be excellent. However, it must exceed the age limit for my third soul ring absorption, right? Do you not like it? Jiuxian assumed Mo Xiaotang's silence indicated his disinterest, and he affectionately ruffled the young lad's hair. Mo Xiaotang shook his head. What I desire is that this soul beast likely surpasses the limit for me to absorb. Limit? Jiuxian glanced at the great claw black tiger. Aside from his first soul ring, the other three had not adhered to the absorption limits, which explained why Mo Xiaotang had been dissatisfied throughout their journey. If Xiao Hua desired it, they must find a way to obtain it. Jiuxian found a stable spot to leap down and charge toward the great claw black tiger. Given that this soul beast was over 3,000 years old, if the young lad attempted to absorb it directly, he would likely perish. However, his Mieshin gun could convert energy. Mo Xiaotang sighed as he watched Jiuxian subdue the great claw black tiger below. They needed to ensure he could absorb it successfully. After a brief moment, witnessing the great claw black tiger sprawled on the ground, shedding tears, Jiuxian smirked and gestured for Mo Xiaotang to deliver the final blow. "Brother, are you certain? What if I explode after absorbing it? If I harm Xiao Hua, you must exchange your life for hers." Jiuxian laughed as he guided Mo Xiaotang in front of the great claw black tiger. Chapter 93. The Great Claw Black Tiger. Hunting for soul rings, too. The great claw black tiger lay on the ground, watching the two humans with contempt. It had painstakingly reached this stage of cultivation, only to be reduced to a mere soul ring for that little brat. It was unwilling to accept this fate. While it could not defeat the human who had injured it, the child aspiring to absorb its soul ring would not find it easy. With its dark eyes fixed on the young lad, it watched as he approached with a dagger in hand. Just a few steps away, it leapt forward, its massive paw crashing down toward the child's face. Jiuxian, who had been closely observing the situation concerning Mo Xiaotang, swiftly approached her side. Noticing the proximity of the colossal black tiger's paw, he instinctively gathered Xiao Haitang into his embrace, turning his back to bravely absorb the impact of its claw. As the giant paw lunged once more, he forcefully pushed Mo Xiaotang away and brandished the Jiulong whip, unleashing a series of fiery strikes upon the beast. The already wounded black tiger visibly weakened after enduring several lashes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jiuxian inhaled a breath of mixed energy, tightened his grip on the whip, and advanced to choke the creature's neck. He beckoned to Mo Xiaotang to come forward and finish it off. Oblivious and dazed, Mo Xiaotang complied, her legs trembling as she approached him. Jiuxian, seeing the terrified expression on Mo Xiaotang's face, sighed and grasped her hand, directing the dagger towards the black tiger's chest with determination. After a few moments of struggle, the creature lay still, and soon a violet soul ring emerged beneath its body. Hearing subtle movements nearby, Mo Xiaodang regained her senses, circled around Jiuxian, and gazed at his bloodied back. Tears streamed down her face in that poignant moment. She collapsed on the ground, her voice trembling with fear, questioning why he would shield her. I am taller and stronger than you. Shouldn't I be the one protecting you? Jiuxian shrugged, acknowledging his failure to protect her adequately, allowing the great tiger a chance to retaliate. Absorbing some of the injury lessened his burden, and he gently wiped Mo Xiaotang's tears away with his delicate hand. I don't want you to take the hit from me, no? Mo Xiaodang protested, pushing his hand away, shaking her head vehemently. She could not bear to see him hurt, especially because of her. In response, Jiuxian nodded repeatedly, recognizing that in such moments, Mo Xiaotang's feelings took precedence. Then swear it, she urged, grasping his hand and insisting he make a vow. Complying, Jiuxian swore earnestly, crafting a series of dramatic oaths about the consequences of shielding her from harm, all in jest. Undoubtedly, Mo Xiaotang, in her innocence, believed him completely, her sobs fading away. Seeing this, Jiuxian could not conceal his smile as he feigned a cough to mask his amusement. After all, how could a delicate flower outmaneuver a cunning wolf? With the commotion behind them settled, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. He produced the Mieshin gun and positioned it beside the black tiger, allowing it to draw upon the soul ring and convert its power. Having completed this task, he turned to Mo Xiaodang and said, "The oath is made. Now quickly absorb the soul ring." After a brief moment of hesitation, Mo Xiaodang sat cross-legged on the ground. This old beast had been vanquished by her brother's efforts. She could not squander his intentions. Just before closing her eyes, she fixed her gaze on Jiuxian, urging him to treat his wounds promptly. "All right," he replied with a smile and a nod. Chapter 94. Haitang's Gift, Right Arm Soul Bone. After Mo Xiaodang commenced her absorption, Jiuxian stood up and removed his soiled garments, applying the medicinal salve to his back. Once he donned fresh attire, he scattered insect repellent powder around them, as he had no desire to spend the night besieged by bites. Just as he was about to sprinkle the powder near Mo Xiaodang, he spotted a bone lying beside the black tiger, emanating a faint white light. Drawing from his extensive experience with soul bones, he recognized it instantly as a right arm bone, given that the black tiger's strength predominantly resided in its forelimbs. Obtaining this significant bone was indeed fortuitous for the young girl. An hour later, Mo Xiaodang, having finished absorbing the transformed power from the Mieshin gun, slowly opened her eyes. With a sigh of relief, she prepared to rise when she noticed Jiuxian tossing a pale object towards her from beneath a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a bone. "What is this for?" she wondered aloud. "The right arm soul bone of the black tiger. Simply absorb it as you would a soul ring," he explained. Mo Xiaodang, examining the seemingly ordinary bone in her hand, gasped in awe, realizing it was indeed a soul bone. With excitement, she approached Jiuxian, offering it to him. "Are you afraid to absorb it?" Jiuxian straightened up, shedding his previously languid demeanor. Mo Xiaodang shook her head resolutely. As a capable young man, she would not shy away from such a challenge. "I wish to give this soul bone to you," she declared. Aware of its rarity, she wanted to present something valuable to her brother, who had always treated her with kindness. "Absorb it. This is your first soul bone," Jiuxian urged, shaking his head and returning the bone to her. Although soul bones were indeed precious, he believed she would encounter more in the future. "I want my brother to absorb his first soul bone," Mo Xiaodang insisted, her expression downcast. "Your brother already possesses 3. You should absorb it yourself." Jiuxian chuckled at her naivety. "Really?" Mo Xiaodang tilted her head in disbelief, marveling at her brother's prowess. Yet, she remained unconvinced. Surely, having more soul bones was advantageous. "Brother, this is my first gift to you. Please do not refuse it." Hearing her plea, Jiuxian pursed his lips, realizing she would be saddened by his rejection. He accepted the soul bone and stored it in his spatial ring, ruffling her hair and expressing his gratitude. Despite not absorbing it himself, the gesture brought a radiant smile to Mo Xiaotang's face. "Now that you have absorbed the soul ring, shall we move on?" "Indeed," she nodded, wrapping her arms around Jiuxian's waist as they proceeded forward. However, he grimaced, stifling a groan. Her arm inadvertently pressed against his wound. Upon hearing his discomfort, Mo Xiaotang halted and glanced at the blood staining his back. Alarmed, she questioned what happened. During her soul ring absorption, had he neglected his own injuries? How could he endure such pain for so long without treatment? My healing is becoming increasingly taxing as my soul power grows. If I expend too much energy on myself, I would be unable to protect you should another soul beast appear, he explained. Now that I have finished absorbing the soul ring, you must treat yourself, she insisted. The setting sun forest is fraught with peril, and I can manage for now. We shall address it once we are outside, he reassured her. I will carry you. All right. Chapter 95. Side Effects. Reminiscing. Mo Xiaotang squatted down, allowing Jiuxian to climb on her back. Once she was sure he was secure, she unleashed her Qing Niao martial spirit, soaring gracefully into the air. As she felt the rhythm of his breathing, she was suddenly reminded of a memory from long ago, one regarding healing. At that time, they had been journeying towards Shrek Academy in Soto City. Xiaojiu, when will we arrive at Shrek Academy? She inquired. In a day or two. What's wrong, Xiao Haidang? Are you struggling? No, not at all. I just feel that Shrek Academy seems so far from home. It is my first time traveling this distance. Is that so? You must grow accustomed to it. After all, there are many more distant journeys ahead, he replied. Mo Xiaotang nodded with a smile, contemplating where her brother might take her next, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her foot. He lowered his head and gasped. A snake, gray and slender, about 3 fingers thick and half the length of a grown man, lay before him. Rarely venturing outside, he could not discern whether it was venomous or not. At that moment, his legs weakened, and he wished to call out to Jiuxian ahead. However, the snake bit his calf, rendering him silent, afraid that any sound would startle it. After taking a few steps, Jiuxian noticed that the person beside him had not followed and turned to look back. With keen observation, he immediately spotted the snake coiled around Mo Xiaotang's ankle. Judging by its coloration, it seemed non-venomous, yet Mo Xiaotang's expression indicated he was frightened and unaware. He bent down, picked up a stone the size of his palm, and hurled it at the snake. Mo Xiaotang had been focused on Jiuxian's figure, and when he saw the action of picking up the stone, he anticipated pain in his ankle. Suddenly, he heard a swish, and the crawling sensation on his leg vanished. Looking down, he saw the snake had been struck down by the stone. Jiuxian's throw had been forceful, severing the serpent in two. He limped toward Jiuxian and exclaimed, Xiaojiu, that snake bit me so painfully. It can't be venomous, right? I can't accompany you to the academy now. Will you be sad? Upon hearing Mo Xiaotang's sorrowful words, Jiuxian could not help but chuckle. Just because it hurts doesn't mean it's venomous. Even if it were, you have me to treat you. What is there to fear? Mo Xiaotang blinked his tear-filled eyes in surprise. Oh? Jiuxian shook his head and released the Lingwen fan, administering 2 gentle waves towards Mo Xiaotang. Instantly, Mo Xiaotang felt invigorated, his pain vanished, and fatigue dissipated. He excitedly embraced Jiuxian, relieved that he would not perish before achieving his goals. Jiuxian, taken aback by the sudden embrace, patted his back with resignation. Look at your cowardice. Hurry desire ways, I'm starving. Okay, Mo Xiaotang replied, loosening his grip on Jiuxian and darting ahead. Jiuxian stood bewildered. What was this boy thinking? That direction led to a cliff. He should go right. I know, Xiaojiu, you're just too slow. Jiuxian held his chest with one hand and leisurely waved the Lingwen fan with the other, ignoring Mo Xiaotang's words, and strolled behind him. As the recollection faded, Mo Xiaotang felt tears welling up on his back, recalling how he had thought Jiuxian was merely tired from a long journey. In hindsight, he realized Jiuxian was suffering from side effects. He turned to glance at the drowsy figure on his back, sniffing back his emotions, silently making a vow. In room 0712 of the Guren Bu San Hotel, Jiuxian rubbed his neck and rose from the bed, completing his self-treatment under Mo Xiaotang's watchful gaze. He patted his well-toned body and reassured Mo Xiaotang, now are you at ease? Hum, montak si I o tang nudit. feeling relieved as his wound had healed. Observing Mo Xiaotang preparing to pack, Jiuxian recalled the aura he had sensed while guarding him. He tapped the bed frame. Since we Haven T specifically requested leave from the Dean, let us linger here a bit longer, shall we? Xiao Haitang? Sure. Mo Xiaotang readily agreed, leaving Jiuxian momentarily speechless. The quick response caught him off guard, leaving him no choice but to nod stiffly. Days later, fully restored in spirit, Jiuxian, accompanied by Mo Xiaotang, entered the Sunset Forest, wielding the Nine-Dragon Whip. As they approached the forest center, he halted, retrieved the Annihilation Spear, murmured a few words to it, and cast it forth. Then he sat beneath a tree, awaiting news, hoping that the entity would remember the Annihilation Spear. Meanwhile, Tang Sen sat by the ice and fire yin-yang eye, gazing vacantly at the sky. He had been away for so long and wondered how Master and Xiao Wu were faring. Noticing the sun's position, he steadied himself and began to rise, intending to gather herbs for crafting. Suddenly, he was startled back 2 steps by a white spear that appeared before him. The Annihilation Spear swayed slightly, then pointed toward the direction he had just come from. Tang Sen furrowed his brow. What is this? A martial spirit? It doesn't seem like one. The Annihilation Spear repeated its previous motions, but Tang Sen remained perplexed. After several attempts, the spear grew impatient and pointed directly at him, evoking certain memories within Tang Sen. During Master's initial training phase, when Mu Bai had to defeat them one by one, Jiuxian had summoned his battle spirit and fought against them. It was a haunting memory, yet at the conclusion, Jiuxian had wielded that very spear. How could it be here? Did that mean Jiuxian was nearby? He looked at the Annihilation Spear and inquired, is Jiuxian here too? The term Jiuxian had been heard by the Annihilation Spear in Jiuxian's presence multiple times. It understood that Jiuxian referred to Jiuxian. Realizing the boy had made the connection, it stood upright, swaying slightly. Tang Sen's spirits lifted. Where is he? The Annihilation Spear swayed its shaft and then soared in the direction from which it had come. Tang Sen promptly followed closely behind. Moments later, guided by the Annihilation Spear, Tang Sen successfully reunited with Jiuxian. How did you end up here, Jiuxian? I was about to ask you the same. That's a long story. Then let us make it short. Hearing this, Tang Sen chuckled helplessly and briefly recounted his experiences. He had engaged in battle with the Imperial fighting team, and Jiuxian was aware that Dong Guyan was the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. After he had neutralized her by Lin snake poison, he had informed the poisoned Douluo. Impressed with his aptitude for poison, the poisoned Douluo had taken him to Lanba Academy, wishing to teach him some skills. As Tang Sen spoke, he licked his lips. You know, I'm skilled in poison. To receive guidance from the poisoned Douluo is an opportunity one could not pass up, so I followed him to his lair, Sunset Forest. Jiuxian nodded, acknowledging the story's appeal. Half-truths often held the most power. However, seeing Tang Sen's earnest effort in weaving this tale, he refrained from interrupting. He twirled his storage ring, adjusting his expression, and inquired about matters that weighed on his heart. Have you encountered any other Douluo here recently? Other Douluo? Tang Sen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I haven't seen any. Not seen any? The answer left Jiuxian somewhat disappointed. However, with Tang Sen present, he concealed his emotions, sheathing the Annihilation Spear and making his way toward the forest's edge. If you haven't seen any, then I'll be heading back. Tang Sen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Jiuxian here to find him? He called out to the departing figure. Aren't you going to ask when I'll return? I'm not Xiao Wu, and you're not Xiao Haitang. Jiuxian continued walking, waving his hand dismissively behind him. Tang Sen paused. Though he was somewhat emotionally obtuse, he was not foolish. It didn't take long for him to grasp Jiuxian's underlying meaning. However, is it certain that the person who uttered those words, Jiuxian, is the same Jiuxian who challenged the Huangdo battle team? Could it be that after 3 months of absence, they were swapped out? At Shrek Academy, in the girls' dormitory, Tao Zi and Xiao Wu leaned against the window, sharing their longing for their beloveds. Xiao Tian mentioned leaving for 10 days, yet it has now been 12 days, and they have yet to return. Oh, my heart! Tao Zi clutched her chest, her face a mask of sorrow. Xiao Wu sighed. noting that while Mo Xiaotang had only been gone for 12 days, her own love had been absent for 3 months. Observing the despondent Tao Zi, Xiaowu propped her chin up and changed the subject, asking, by the way, "In which forest did you grow up?" Tao Zi shook her head, confessing she did not know. "You don't know?" Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. How could a soul beast not know where it resides? Yet the truth remains, Tao Zi truly did not know. She shrugged and explained to Xiaowu, "I opened my eyes in the human realm, and I have no recollection of anything prior to the age of 13. Xiaowu sighed again and patted Tao Zi's shoulder. Meanwhile, in room 0712 of a hotel, Jiuxian had stepped out, leaving Mo Xiaotang in a state of utter boredom. He took out the divine dagger, Shunjunin, which was entirely black, adorned with a dark red gem on its sheath, appearing quite ordinary. Who could have imagined it was a divine artifact? He bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the gem. Aside from the blood being absorbed completely, there was no further reaction. Hesitantly, he drew the dagger slightly, and seeing no sign of the danger Jiuxian had mentioned, he pulled it out entirely. Wielding the dagger, he aimed it at the wooden bed railing beside him. At that moment, Jiuxian returned from the sunset forest and rushed in to pull Mo Xiaotang away. Just as Mo Xiaotang stood up, the wooden bed instantly split in two. Montauk Cio Tang gasped in astonishment. Jiuxian couldn't help but chuckle at the child's expression. After all, this dagger was indeed a divine artifact, capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud, and severing hair with the slightest breath was merely the basics. Was he satisfied with the results of the test? It exceeded expectations by 1,000-fold. Upon hearing Mo Xiaotang's response, Jiuxian nodded appreciatively, mentioning that business was particularly good today, marking the first time this year that the hotel was fully booked. With the bed now destroyed, it certainly exceeded expectations. Chapter 98. Xian Xiaotang returned to the academy. 1. Half a month later, at the old friend's hotel, after a day of fun, Jiuxian jumped onto the bed to stretch, and, while moving his neck, noticed Mo Xiaotang, who had returned with him, sitting upright and preparing to meditate without taking a moment to rest. This little fellow, always punctual with his meditation and cultivation, one might say he is persistent. But for those unaware, a moment's absence from cultivation could feel like a life-or-death matter. Sighing, he quickly called someone over before Mo Xiaotang could start. "What's wrong, brother? Take a break first. We can cultivate later." "Oh." As the person walked over in a daze, Jiuxian pushed him onto the bed and raised his hand to begin giving the little one a massage. "No need, brother," Mo Xiaotang quickly interjected, sensing the movements beneath his brother's hands. After a day of fun, how could he let his brother massage him when he was already so tired? Seeing his hands captured, Jiuxian chuckled. There were few who could receive a massage from him, and here was one right before him. Yet he did not cherish it. He slightly lifted his chin, letting the little one free his hands. "If you don't want me to, I want tea," he feigned, as if he truly desired to massage. Once Mo Xiaotang released his hands, he noticed Jiuxian lying on the soft bed, eyes closed in rest. Hesitating, he began to massage his brother's limbs. Jiuxian lifted his slightly weary eyelids and did not refuse. After all, not everyone was like this little fellow, able to refuse a master's free massage. If he could enjoy it comfortably, he certainly would. After some time, Jiuxian expected to doze off under the little one's gentle touch. Yet time passed, and he found himself ever more awake. The moment he sat up, Mo Xiaotang halted, looking at him with eyes brimming with questions. Was my pressure too heavy? Uncomfortable? Jiuxian shook his head. It was impossible for him to feel discomfort from the little one's attentive service. In truth, he was the one whose hands must be sore from so long a massage. Grasping the little one's fingers gently, he began to knead them. Noticing the little one trying to pull away, he shot a glance at him. Mo Xiaotang pursed his lips, feeling he could not refuse. In contrast, Jiuxian, finding ordinary kneading insufficient, began to channel his soul power into massaging the little one's fingers and wrists. Upon seeing this, Mo Xiaotang grasped Jiuxian's hand, swallowing hard. The last time they hunted souls, Jiuxian had spoken of the side effects of using healing powers. And now, whenever Mo Xiaotang saw him using soul power, he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing possible side effects. Will using soul power have side effects? Jiuxian, noticing Mo Xiao Tang's tense expression, recalled the candid conversation in the sunset forest. His heart warming, he explained, only the first soul skill has side effects. Mo Xiao Tang nodded, relieved. Jiuxian smiled lightly. Just as he mentioned the sunset forest, another thought struck him. Since leaving the academy, over half a month had passed. If they did not return soon, the dean might very well post a missing persons notice. He turned to Mo Xiao Tang and asked, in this half-month, did you enjoy yourself? Brother took me out to eat, drink, and have fun each day. I returned thoroughly satisfied. Mo Xiao Tang replied indirectly. Hearing this, Jiuxian nodded. Since you've enjoyed yourself, it is time for us to return. Chapter 99. Da Xian Xiaotang. Return to the academy, too. Listening to brother. Mo Xiao Tang held no objections to such matters. Whatever his brother said was what he would follow. Seeing this, Jiuxian withdrew his soul power and released the little one's delicate hand. Then tomorrow, we shall set off for Tiando Shrek Academy. No more cultivation for today. Let us rest properly. Although Mo Xiao Tang had some reservations about the latter half of the statement, he dared not voice them due to his brother's authority, withdrawing his hands and obediently climbing back into his bed. At Shrek Academy, during the absence of Xiao San and Xiao Tang, Xiao Wu and Tao Zi had nearly turned into stone statues, waiting for their beloveds. Indeed, I suspect that if Xiao Xiao had not left, there would have been one more here. TSK, look at the bitterness in your tones. If you had someone you liked, you would feel the same bitterness. Exactly, as the two good friends teased each other. Ma Hongjun crossed his arms and rolled his eyes dramatically. I would never be like you two. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged knowing glances. They had once thought the same, but now they were seasoned veterans, waiting for the day Ma Hongjun would eat his words. Just as the three were seated on the steps of the Academy's teaching building, engaged in lively conversation, a raspy voice interrupted. In less than half a year, the elite competition will commence. Do you truly believe you have a 100% chance of victory while idly chatting here? Startled, Dai Mubai and his companions quickly stood up, realizing Lu Erlong had stealthily approached them from behind, unnoticed. Uncertain whether it was the lowering of vigilance during their conversation or the overwhelming strength of the three youths that eluded detection, Lu Erlong found herself disinterested as she observed the trio's tense expressions. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she declared, I was merely jesting with you. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting that if she had continued her teasing for much longer, they might have met their demise on the spot. Lu Erlong, however, remained unperturbed, believing that life should be infused with a bit of amusement. As she noticed the surrounding students, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Dai Mubai and Oscar, a thought crossed her mind about a certain student she had encountered earlier in the day. She turned to the three boys and inquired, What brings you here? After our training, we thought to relax a bit, but we weren't quite sure where to go, so we ended up here to enjoy the Academy's scenery and chat, they replied. Lu Erlong couldn't help but chuckle at such a simple explanation. Next time, perhaps choose a more secluded spot. I've had students report that your presence disrupts the order of the campus, but we haven't done anything. Oscar raised his innocent hands in protest. Since arriving at the academy, they had truly embraced the ethos of being model students, engaging only in meals, training, and classes, leaving behind all prior vices. How then could they be accused of disturbing the academy's order? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged perplexed glances with Lu Erlong, observing their bewilderment. Lu Erlong found it hard to believe that these young men, who were clearly enamored with certain girls, could be so overtly transparent. No wonder they had yet to win the affections of any young lady. She pointed towards the throng of admirers nearby. Look at those students over there. Following her gaze, the three boys beheld a sea of infatuated girls surrounding them. As their attention was drawn, the girls erupted in exuberant shouts. Daik Swedi, Oscar Shiwedi, Kang Kangia. Dai Shiwedi, you are my one true love. Oscar Shiwedi, you are my eternal god. All the little wolf cubs are mine. Ma Hongjun, with a forced smile, cast a resentful glance at his companions, realizing why people claimed they disrupted the order. Dai Mubai and Oscar felt equally awkward under Liu Erlong's scrutiny and quickly offered apologies and reassurances. Everyone has their youthful days. Liu Erlong shrugged nonchalantly. After all, she was not the principal at the moment and had no responsibilities within the academy. She had only come out of boredom, seeking a bit of excitement. The following day, in the simulated training environment at the back of Shrek Academy, a stranger among the students called out to the new arrivals, his powerful aura causing the younger students to swallow hard in nervousness. Once they collected themselves, he spoke, "Greetings, juniors. The principal has requested your presence." "The principal? All right, we will head there immediately," replied Dai Mubai and his companions, surprised after a long time without being summoned. Curious about the principal's intentions, they promptly bid farewell to the younger student and hurried to the principal's office, knocking on the door. Meanwhile, back in the Tiando Imperial City at Shrek Academy, Mo Xiaodang watched as Jiuxian headed straight towards the male dormitory, puzzled. "Brother, shouldn't we report to the principal first?" "Report? Now that we are back? It doesn't matter. We can do that later. First, I want to change clothes and grab a bite," Jiuxian replied, shaking his head. "Oh," Montauk Xiaotang nodded absently, following her brother into room 731. However, not long after they entered, there was a knock at the door. "Knock, knock." Jiuxian, confused, approached to open it, pondering the situation. Could it be that Dai Mubai and the others had seen them when they returned? Upon opening the door, he found a stranger, a male student. Thinking the boy had made a mistake, he was about to close the door when the boy hastily exclaimed, "I'm here to deliver a message, Junior." "You must have the wrong person," Jiuxian replied, unconvinced. What message could possibly concern them, two who had just returned and not yet made an appearance? He reached for the door handle to shut it again. The boy pressed against the door, calling out, "I'm not mistaken. I was sent to find the people in room 731. The principal asked me to summon the new juniors to his office. I've already informed the others, so you should hurry." Jiuxian hesitated, contemplating the boy's words, and finally opened the door. "All right, I understand. I'll come shortly." The boy nodded and departed towards the stairwell. Jiuxian closed the door and began to change. Mo Xiaodang, glancing at her brother's well-defined waist, swallowed hard, admiring his physique. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. Jiuxian turned to her. "Was that message true? Did the principal really summon us? Whether it's true or not, we need to report anyway, so let us go see," Jiuxian said while rummaging through his wardrobe for clean clothes. "Okay." Mo Xiaodang nodded repeatedly, relieved that Jiuxian did not press her about earlier. In the principal's office, Flinder paused at the sound of knocking, surveying the room. Aside from him, the 7 summoned youths were present, along with Master Liu Erlong and Qin Ming. All expected guests had arrived, so who could be knocking? He exchanged a glance with Ma Hongjun, who nodded and dutifully went to answer the door. To everyone's surprise, it was Jiuxian and Mo Xiaodang. Taozi, positioned directly opposite the door, caught sight of her longed-for companion and rushed forward, bypassing Ma Hongjun to embrace Mo Xiaodang. Startled by the sudden embrace, Mo Xiaodang stood frozen. Taozi, feeling the stiffness in Mo Xiaodang's body, reluctantly released him, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Why did you take so long to return?" Montauk Xiaotang rubbed his neck, unsure how to respond. He tugged at Jiuxian's sleeve, seeking support. Jiuxian chuckled and explained to Taozi he was just busy eating, using the restroom, and training. "I was worried he might overdo it, so I took him out to unwind a bit." Hearing the words, "overdo it," Taozi's irritation faded, and she nodded, agreeing with Jiuxian's decision. Meanwhile, Flinder approached Jiuxian, a look of disbelief on his face. "Didn't you say you had something to attend to?" Jiuxian nodded. "Indeed, I had something to address. My task was to help Mo Xiaodang manage his emotions." Instantly, a wave of envy washed over the others. Yet this feeling was quickly eclipsed by astonishment when Liu Erlong remarked, "This child has already reached the 31st level? The last time I saw him, he was merely a 27 or 28 level soul master. How could he have advanced to Soul Zune in such a short time?" "What?" Flinder was equally shocked and, upon further examination, confirmed the astonishing revelation. The master inside listened to their exclamations and could not help but step outside. He gazed at the dazed Ma Xiaodong and recalled the words of Fuland and Liu Erlong. He inquired, At level 31, have you already absorbed the third soul? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotong glanced at Yue Jiuxian, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to respond with a simple yes. Philand also turned his attention to Yue Jiuxian, who shrugged and casually remarked that he had assisted in the hunting of soul beast while playing. The nonchalance in his tone evoked feelings of envy and jealousy among the listeners. Dai Mubai stepped forward and inquired, Xiaodong, what is your innate soul power? The bystanders stared at Dai Mubai as if he were foolish. With such talent, he must either possess full innate soul power or have it at levels 8 or 9. Was there any need to ask? Seeing Ma Xiaodong appear embarrassed, Yue Jiuxian interjected. Xiaodong has an innate soul power of level 1. Innate soul power level 1. This is impossible. They thought Yue Jiuxian was joking. However, in the next moment, they were proven wrong as Ma Xiaodong nodded in confirmation. It was indeed true. On another front, in the office of Chongqing Academy, the headmaster Ma Huai, engrossed in his work, paid no heed to the voice that broke the silence. The reason was simple. Over the past 2 years since his daughter and son had left, he had endured too many instances of auditory hallucinations, rendering him numb to them. When he finally set down his pen to review some documents, the clear voice resonated once more. That's me, Xiao Xiao. He stiffly lifted his head, and his eyes instantly reddened upon seeing the girl before him. He rose excitedly, raising a hand to gently touch Yin Xiao Xiao's head, afraid that this was yet another figment of his imagination that would shatter with a mere poke. Xiao Xiao, you truly have returned. Yes. In Chapter 102, Xiaotong's planning and meticulous preparation. 1. The last to finish washing up, Yue Jiuxian entered the dormitory, drying his damp hair, and asked Ma Xiaodong, how do you feel today, Xiaodong? Taken aback by the sudden question, Ma Xiaodong looked at Yue Jiuxian in confusion. What feeling? Yue Jiuxian facepalmed. Have you forgotten so soon? I meant the sensation of making an impressive entrance after being silent for so long. How's that feel? After tidying up his bedding, Ma Xiaotong sat on the bed, and as he listened to Yue Jiuxian's casual inquiry while lying on the bed, he recalled the attitudes of everyone toward him earlier that afternoon, causing his earlobes to turn red. He pursed his pink lips and nodded slightly. Observing this, Yue Jiuxian smiled, stretched out on the bed, and pulled the blanket over himself with a flick of his hand. Ma Xiaotong, already accustomed to this, calmly watched as everything unfolded, and after organizing his belongings, he too lay down to sleep. The following midday, Yue Jiuxian, having slept comfortably, stretched lazily and reluctantly, opened his eyes to rise from the bed. Observing the dim dormitory, he was momentarily stunned. Why hasn't Xiaodong drawn the curtains today? Has he also succumbed to sleeping in? He eagerly glanced at the opposite bed. The outcome was evident. The diligent little darling, Xiaotong, could not possibly still be in bed. He simply hadn't drawn the curtains for some reason today. After pinching his somewhat numb legs and taking a moment to gather himself, he stepped barefoot onto the floor and opened the curtains and window. Gazing at the glaring sunlight, he inhaled deeply. Another day, much like the others, had commenced. Just as he prepared to lament the scorching sun, his stomach began to grumble audibly. With no other option, he donned his shoes, grabbed his clothes, and headed toward the washroom. After freshening up, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror and deemed himself presentable enough to venture out for a meal. Then, under the gaze of onlookers, Yue Jiuxian swiftly made his way to the cafeteria. The equally famished Ma Hongjuan was also en route to the cafeteria. Though after an exhausting spar with Dai Mubai, his legs felt weak and he could barely move despite his hunger. As he vowed to never engage in a fight during mealtime again, he witnessed Yue Jiuxian's swift actions and applauded from behind. Fellow food enthusiast, he knew he still had much to strive for. Meanwhile, Yue Jiuxian was singularly focused on the prospect of food. He dashed into the cafeteria. Just as he was about to queue for a meal, he was intercepted by Ma Xiaotong, who pointed to a nearby table laden with dishes. I knew you would be hungry, so I prepared your meal in advance. Xiaotong, you are truly wonderful. Ma Xiaotong chuckled and shook his head, thinking that this was nothing compared to what his brother would do for him. His brother was simply too easily satisfied. However, at that moment, with his stomach growling, Jiuxian had no time to debate such matters. He pulled Ma Xiaodong toward the dining table. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat the rice and vegetables, Ma Xiaodong intervened once more. How about you eat this first? He then slid a steaming bowl of distinct noodles in front of Jiuxian. Without protest, Jiuxian took the chopsticks and began to eat. In Chapter 103, Xiaodong's planning and meticulous preparation, too, it was known that Jiuxian was not particularly picky about food. However, these noodles were truly lacking in flavor. He swallowed the noodles and was about to comment on their taste when he noticed Ma Xiaodong's expectant gaze. Instantly, he was left speechless, silently lifting the bowl of noodles, larger than his own face, and before taking a bite, he mentally repeated a phrase 3 times. This is Xiaodong's heartfelt gesture. It must not go to waste. After a brief interval, having polished off an entire bowl of noodles, Jiuxian straightened his back and exhaled deeply. Ma Xiaodong, who was eating beside him, noticed and handed him a water cup. Wary of revealing his feelings to Xiaodong, Jiuxian took a couple of sips and set the cup down. Fortunately, while the dishes were not particularly delectable, they were certainly better than the noodles, and he soon resumed eating heartily. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan stumbled into the cafeteria. Just as he was about to serve himself, he spotted Jiuxian and Ma Xiaodong already enjoying their meal. Gazing at the abundant spread on their table, his hunger peaked. He licked his lips and was about to approach them for a bite when he was stopped by the passing Jiuxian, who firmly stated, "You're not allowed to go over there." Bewildered, Ma Hongjuan looked at her. Was it not normal among brothers to share a meal? Why the prohibition? Just as he was about to inquire further, Dai Mubai arrived and covered his mouth, pulling him away. Once they had distanced themselves, Dai Mubai released Ma Hongjuan's mouth. But Ma Hongjuan, gazing at Dai Mubai's handsome face, gritted his teeth and said, "It was just for a meal. What is the matter with all of you?" In response, Dai Mubai shrugged, explaining that he had been either training or sparring with a hefty individual all morning and had no idea what was happening. Ma Hongjuan nudged him aside, asking, "Then why did you pull me away?" Dai Mubai crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "Although I don't know the reason, since Jiuxian has forbidden you, you must not go." "Oh, so Jiuxian has not yet accepted you, and you're already playing the protector. If you two end up together, won't you become a devoted husband?" Ma Hongjuan jested with a chuckle. Dai Mubai gently patted Ma Hongjuan's ample belly, teasingly inquiring if he was no longer hungry. "Of course I am hungry," Ma Hongjuan retorted with a roll of his eyes, lamenting that had they not restrained him, he would have already indulged in a warm meal. He surveyed the queues at each window and proceeded towards the one with the least line. Observing this, Dai Mubai followed suit. As night fell, Jiuxian stretched his limbs on the playground, watching as the darkness enveloped the sky before deciding to return. He lazily pushed open the door to the dormitory, only to find it shrouded in darkness. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. What was up with Xiao Haitang today? No curtains drawn and no lights turned on upon returning to the dormitory. Could it be that she was unwell? He cautiously approached the light switch, but just as he reached for it, his hand brushed against a warm one. His eyes sharpened as he grasped the unknown wrist and yanked upwards with force. A sharp crack echoed throughout the dormitory, followed by a howl of dismay from the owner of the wrist. Hearing that familiar sound, Jiuxian paused momentarily, wondering why it seemed so recognizable. He quickly turned on the light and was met with the sight of Oscar, leaning against the wall, lightly cradling his wrist. Jiuxian could hardly believe his eyes. What on earth was Oscar doing hiding in his dormitory? Oscar, with a hint of indignation, explained, "I just wanted to surprise you." "Did you have to be so rough?" "Surprise?" Jiuxian scoffed, dismissing the notion. He had been startled enough already, believing at first that someone was attempting to harm Xiao Haidang. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, he continued to manipulate Oscar's trembling hand with a firm grip. Oscar understood that this was Jiuxian's way of realigning his bones, yet he couldn't help but emit a series of pained howls. Listening to the lamentations, Jiuxian resigned himself and retrieved his Lingwen fan, infusing it with what attributes before gently fanning Oscar's hand. In no time, Oscar ceased his cries, moving his wrist with newfound ease, relieved that the pain had subsided. Meanwhile, Jiuxian hesitated, having caught a startled exclamation amidst Oscar's wails. To his astonishment, He discovered not only Oscar in the dorm, but also Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. What was going on? Were they staging a rebellion? He navigated around the group towards his bed, prepared to inquire about their intentions when they synchronously exclaimed, "Happy 13th birthday, Daxian." Birthday? Jiuxian chuckled softly, recalling the peculiar behavior of Xiao Haitang that day, surmising that this idea must have originated from her. He turned to Mo Xiaodang and remarked, "I didn't even know when my own birthday was." Mo Xiaodang bit her lip, taking a moment before responding. "Didn't you say you were likely born in December? So I picked a date in December to celebrate your birthday. You won't mind, will you?" "Mind?" Jiuxian shook his head. "Not at all. It's just a bit novel. After all, whether in his past life or this one, it was his first time celebrating a birthday." With that, Mo Xiaodang joyfully approached the bed, producing 2 boxes, one large and one small, and handed them to Jiuxian. "What is this?" he asked, shaking the boxes to hear the dull clinks of something solid inside. "Birthday gifts from me and Zhu Qing," Mo Xiaodang explained, scratching the back of her head. Jiuxian nodded appreciatively, patting Xiao Haitang on the head. She had put thought into this. Observing the scene, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, feeling overwhelmed by the sweetness of the moment. "Why are you still here?" Jiuxian directed his gaze at them. Dai Mubai's lips twitched as he replied, "What do you mean by still here? We've been here all along." Mo Xiaodang interjected, "Once they learned I was throwing you a birthday celebration, they came right over." "How'd they find out?" Jiuxian questioned, looking at the trio. Ma Hongjun shrugged and, along with Dai Mubai, recounted the events of the afternoon. "I was stopped by Zhu Qing while trying to find you for a meal, and Dai Mubai came to my rescue, declaring he must protect his wife. Naturally, we were curious and asked her why. She mentioned that the lunch was specially prepared by your Xiao Haidang. She wouldn't say anything more, so we asked Mo Xiaodang, who revealed the plan to celebrate your birthday tonight. We decided to organize a surprise for you, not anticipating that you would be so resilient." As Ma Hongjun said this, he playfully flexed his wrist. Jiuxian let out a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Of course, he directed this sentiment towards Mo Xiaodang, as she was the one who had orchestrated everything. Dai Mubai then observed the gift boxes in Jiuxian's hands and slowly remarked, "We rushed over in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare a gift for you, so the 3 of us decided to discuss it." "What?" Jiuxian looked at him puzzled. Dai Mubai merely smiled in silence, prompting Oscar to step forward and reveal the mystery. "Your gift had been exchanged for 3 wishes, Daxian. What wishes do you have? Speak them, and we shall help you fulfill them." "None at the moment," Jiuxian replied, shaking his head. Most of what he wished for had already been accomplished, and the things that remained were beyond their capabilities. It would be better not to voice them and burden others with his troubles. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. "Then remember your wishes, and when you think of them, we'll help you fulfill them. Just do as you see fit." Jiuxian shrugged. He was not particularly invested in gifts. Their heartfelt congratulations were more than enough to bring him joy. However, the others did not seem to share his sentiments, so he let them be. As it was his birthday, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun lingered in the dormitory until late into the night. The 5 engaged in discussions about everything under the sun, life, aspirations, and more. The following day, having stayed up late the night before, Jiuxian unapologetically lounged in bed. Mo Xiaodang, unable to do anything about it, descended from the dormitory slowly. Just as he was about to head towards the back mountain for some training, he ran into Dai Mubai and the others. Exchanging smiles, they discovered they shared the same destination and proceeded together. Oscar, recalling last night's celebration for Jiuxian, noted how Mo Xiaodang had called him brother repeatedly. Initially, when he first arrived at the academy, Mo Xiaodang had referred to him as Xiao Jiu or something similar, but at some point, he had begun calling him brother. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Xiaodang, why do you call Daxian brother? After all, he is younger than you." "Isn't? Because Jiu gives me a sense of reliability." Mo Xiaodang candidly shared her reasoning. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat incredulous. "Is that really the reason?" Montak Xiaotang nodded, and when she noticed their disbelief, she elaborated with some reliable details. "You all know that this soul beast was hunted with Jiugu's help. But what you don't know is that during the hunt, he always shielded me, standing in front of me to face any danger first. Jiuxian gives me the feeling that no matter how many hardships lie ahead, I won't lose a single hair. Listening to these words, Dalu Bai nodded in agreement, for he believed them. After all, since their arrival at the academy, they had all witnessed Jiuxian's unwavering protection of Mo Xiaotang. Not long ago, they had even felt a pang of jealousy over Jiuxian's excessive kindness towards Mo Xiaotang. Both Oscar and Ma Hongjun nodded in affirmation, with Oscar remarking that indeed, he truly cared for you. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang felt a deep sense of agreement. Recalling the time in the Sunset Forest when Jiuxian had bravely shielded him, and how, despite the severe side effects, he had insisted on treating him after he had been bitten by a snake, he nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the dark shadow beneath his feet as he murmured, "Indeed, he has always been exceptionally good to me." In Chapter 106, A Pot of Tea, Telling a Tale 1, Oscar pondered a question as he observed the downcast Mo Xiaotang. As friends and brothers, did Jiuxian's longer acquaintance with Mo Xiaotang warrant such preferential treatment? Just as this thought surfaced, it was swiftly dismissed when his gaze fell upon Dalu Bai. If longevity of friendship were the measure, Xiao San and Xiao Wu had known Jiuxian since he was 6 years old in the Junior Soul Master Academy. Moreover, Dai Lao Da, though not as long as Xiao San and Xiao Wu, had known him longer than he and Fatty. Yet, Dai Lao Da, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu had not received any special treatment from Jiuxian. Curiosity piqued, he stroked his chin, and after some hesitation, could not resist asking, by the way, "Xiaotang, how did you come to know Jiuxian?" Upon hearing this, the other two turned their attention to him, although his query seemed somewhat out of place. They too were intrigued by the question. Mo Xiaotang scratched his head, about to respond, when memories of the scene from 7 years ago, when he first met his elder brother, flooded back. On his first day at school, naturally curious, he had leaned against the window, observing the throngs of new and returning students. Among them was a strikingly handsome boy who captured his attention. This boy was Jiuxian. As he followed Jiuxian's figure, he soon witnessed the entire incident that transpired in front of the Qinglu dormitory. Before the incident, a senior student stormed out of the dormitory, frowning and clutching a stack of books. Unbeknownst to him, Jiuxian, lost in thought, did not see the senior approaching, and the collision caused him to gasp. The senior stumbled back, scattering his books everywhere. Observing Jiuxian frowning, Mo Xiaotang expected him to be angry. Instead, he bent down to help the senior gather his books, only to be met with a barrage of insults from the senior. After a moment of silence, as Oscar and the others awaited Mo Xiaotang's response, Oscar turned to him, noticing that although Mo Xiaotang's gaze remained fixed ahead, his expression was vacant, as if lost in thought. It seemed that something quite riveting had occurred back then. He smiled, gently patting Mo Xiaotang on the shoulder. When Mo Xiaotang regained his senses, he looked apologetically at them. Seeing they were not upset, he began to recount. When Jiuxian first entered the academy, someone sought to provoke him. After enduring multiple provocations, Jiuxian finally retaliated and struck the person. Dalu Bai's lips twitched, although Mo Xiaotang's account was understated. It was clear that anyone who dared to provoke Jiuxian would face dire consequences. That fellow certainly had some courage, he mused. Mo Xiaotang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this incident has since become a popular topic in the academy. Those who hear about it share sentiments similar to yours. He paused, then continued at the time. I was upstairs with another roommate when we witnessed the scene. Since Jiuxian and I shared the same dormitory, my other roommate was frightened of him. I attempted to mediate, but he refused to listen and even warned others to avoid sharing a dorm with Jiuxian. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun tilted his head. They all saw it. If he was scared, what about you? Weren't you afraid of Jiuxian? Mo Xiaotang, bewildered, looked at him. Why should I be afraid? My brother is not a bad person, and it was that fellow who was disrespectful first. To this day, I believe my brother's lesson was justified. Seeing that Mo Xiaotang was unconvinced, Ma Hongjun sighed and urged him to continue. And then what happened? In Chapter 107, A Pot of Tea, Telling a Tale 2, Mo Xiaotang replied nonchalantly, after that, only Jiuxian and I remained in the dormitory. Upon entering, Jiuxian simply told me not to disturb him and fell asleep. When dinner time came, I noticed he and T woken up and feared he would miss a meal, so I brought him a portion. From that point on, we became friends. Upon hearing the entirety of their initial encounter, Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief, and the others felt similarly astonished. They had envisioned countless scenarios regarding the meeting of Jiuxian and Mo Xiaotang. Yet none had anticipated that it began with a simple meal exchanged for genuine friendship. Mo Xiaotang, however, cared little for their speculations. Upon reaching their destination, he waved goodbye and ventured off towards their respective training grounds. As night fell, after an exhaustive day of training, Mo Xiaotang trudged back to the dormitory, his body weary and drenched in sweat. Avoiding his bed, he headed straight to the washroom. Once refreshed, he retrieved clean clothes from his storage ring and made his way to the soft, inviting bed. Observing Jiuxian sitting at the bedside, preparing tea, he recalled the question Oscar had posed earlier. After Jiuxian set down his cup, Mo Xiaotang asked, "Brother, why are you so good to me?" Jiuxian cast a fleeting glance his way, noticing his genuine curiosity, and replied cryptically, "Let me tell you a story." Although puzzled by the need for a story, Mo Xiaotang nodded in agreement. All right. After sipping his tea, Jiuxian began, in a distant land, there exists a kingdom known as Baigua. Here, a child was born, and a wise sage foretold that his future would be grim. Upon hearing this, his parents grew disdainful of the child. Mo Xiaotang frowned at this, struggling to comprehend how parents could feel such contempt for their own offspring, having been raised with care and affection. Jiuxian chuckled lightly. Parents who disdain their children are not unheard of. In fact, many harbor such thoughts. I have seen parents who are obsessed with their children, wishing for their demise while neglecting their well-being. However, he refrained from sharing these grim tales with Xiaotang. After taking a sip of tea to clear his throat, he continued, yet they could not bear to kill their own child, so they abandoned him in the mountains, leaving him to fend for himself. Those parents are utterly wicked, Mo Xiaotang exclaimed, pounding the bed in frustration. That child must have suffered terribly. Jiuxian gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, there is more to the story. Mo Xiaotang, now intrigued, urged what happened next. Did the child survive? Jiuxian nodded and proceeded to reveal the rest of the tale. Perhaps fate spared him. He was found and raised by a passing beggar. However, the old beggar, having reached an advanced age, passed away when the child was merely 3 years old. At such a tender age, how could a child possibly survive? Mo Xiaotang lowered her head, pondering the implications of such an ending. Without the old beggar, the child would surely meet a similar fate. Chapter 108, A Pot of Tea, Reciting a Tale 3. Have you never heard? Children from impoverished families often mature quickly. Jiuxian tapped Mo Xiaotang's forehead lightly, admonishing her for her morose thoughts and urging her to consider the possibility of miracles. He refilled their teacups, undeterred by Mo Xiaotang's melancholic gaze, and continued, stating that the child had taken the old beggar to be buried and, on the way back, encountered 2 other children of similar age. Surely, the child would lead them home. Mo Xiaotang stared blankly at Jiuxian. He nodded in affirmation, noting that children of that era retained an innocent nature akin to that of Xiao Haitang, their thoughts mirroring one another. He twirled the spatial ring on his hand and recounted how the child, moved by their plight, brought them back to share the meager remnants of food left by the old beggar. Listening to Jiuxian's narrative, Mo Xiaotang considered that, since they were referred to as beggars, they must have been quite destitute, and their food supply likely scant. Jiuxian pursed his lips, pondering the old beggar's meager provisions. Even if plentiful, 3 children sharing would inevitably lead to the food being depleted. Observing the dwindling supplies day by day, the child ventured out to beg. But being so young, all he could do was desperately plead with passers-by in the snow, while the other 2 children did the same. Mo Xiaotang swallowed hard, clenching her hands tightly under the covers as she murmured, in the end, they must have realized the truth, right? After all, 3 of them begging and returning home to compare their meager offerings would lead to such an understanding. Jiuxian sipped his tea, concealing the complexity of his emotions. Once he regained his composure, he continued, saying that the child, upon understanding, was deeply moved and vowed to become a protective elder, sibling to the others. despite not being the eldest. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiaotong's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she sighed softly, asking, "Was that child a brother?" Jiuxian paused momentarily before shaking his head, reiterating that he was merely telling a story. Yet, the authenticity of it all tugged at his heartstrings. Imo Xiaodang moved closer to Jiuxian, observing his indifferent demeanor, which caused a pang in her heart. Isn't a story meant to be real? When it resonates with me, does it not evoke sorrow? Jiuxian shot her a glare, playfully flicking her forehead. Imo Xiaodang protected her head, contemplating that since she could not refute him. And upon reflection, her brother had been quite wealthy upon arriving in Chongqing, unlike the child who had been taken in by the old beggar. Stories are best left untold, she thought, patting her cheeks before returning to her bed. Just as she prepared to rest after hearing the tale, Jiuxian remarked, "So, do you understand now?" "What?" Imo Xiaodang gazed at Jiuxian in confusion, questioning what she was supposed to understand. "I believe this is merely a story. My brother is no longer that child." Jiuxian sighed, contemplating Imo Xiaotong's seemingly absent-minded nature, and set down his teacup, stating, "Did you not ask me why I treat you so well? This story aims to convey that I am not unlike that child, both of us being individuals whose hearts can be swayed by a meal." Imo Xiaodang nodded faintly at these words, her demeanor far from cheerful as she remarked, "Brother, I hope you do not endure hardships like that child." "Understood," Jiuxian replied with a smile. Chapter 109. Tang San returns. Celestial-grade medicinal herbs. 1. Observing the atmosphere shift slightly, Jiuxian retrieved a jade bead bracelet from the bedside, attempting to change the subject. "By the way, Xiaodang, why did you give me a Pichio bracelet for my birthday?" Imo Xiaodang adjusted her blanket, explaining, "Father helped me acquire it. With you protecting me, I thought it fitting to present it to you as a gift. But you have already given me one," Jiuxian remarked, pulling out the jade pendant strung on a red cord from around his neck and waving it before her. Imo Xiaodang chuckled in response. "Isn't it said that the more good things, the better?" Jiuxian, with a sense of resignation, nodded and returned the pendant beneath his clothing. Seeing this, Imo Xiaodang happily reclined onto her bed to rest. A month later, "Have you heard? Our new dean has brought back a student, Tang San. By now, everyone should be aware. Indeed, who could miss the return of a Douluo?" After a satisfying meal outside, Jiuxian and Imo Xiaodang returned to Shrek Academy. Upon entering, they immediately overheard groups of students engrossed in discussions about Tang San's illustrious deeds. Upon hearing the names Tang San and Douluo, Jiuxian turned the spatial ring on his finger. If his guesses were correct, the Douluo Tang San had brought back must be the poison Douluo. To have the poison Douluo follow him back so obediently, Tang San truly possessed remarkable skills. However, with the poison Douluo's presence, might Yuan have returned as well? He stroked his chin, realizing he needed to alert Taozi and Xiao Wu to be vigilant during this time. After all, he did not wish for their comfortable life in the academy to end so abruptly. With these thoughts in mind, they approached the dormitory building and were intercepted by Oscar just as they were about to enter their room, 731. "Tang San has returned. He is summoning everyone. You two are the last to arrive." Jiuxian furrowed his brow, retracting his hand from the door, and glanced at Imo Xiaodang as they silently followed Oscar. After a brief moment, the three arrived at Lu Erlong's residence. At that moment, Tang San was distributing the celestial herbs he had brought back from the ice and fire yin-yang well and explaining their benefits. As Oscar, Jiuxian, and Imo Xiaodang arrived, Tang San handed Oscar an 8-petal fairy orchid. Just as he was about to retrieve more from his 24-bridge Minjuai for Jiuxian and Imo Xiaodang, he was met with Jiuxian's polite refusal. "Just give them to him, Xiaodang, and I do not require them." Tang San looked at Jiuxian in confusion, stating that the celestial herbs were meant to aid in enhancing their physical condition, which would be beneficial for cultivation. While he understood Jiuxian's refusal, given his strength, he could not fathom why Imo Xiaodang's share was also being declined. Jiuxian explained, "As for celestial-grade medicinal herbs, I possess them as well. I have already given them to Xiaodang." "You have? And she has consumed them?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others regarded Jiuxian with expressions that clearly conveyed their thoughts. He was hoarding the good stuff for Xiaodang. Mo Xiaodang bashfully fidgeted with her fingers. Preparing to clarify, when Jiuxian boldly stated, "You did not ask, so how could we know you had them?" Ma Hongjun felt a flush of embarrassment at Jiuxian's words. Reflecting on the situation, Jiuxian recognized the validity of his statement. Yet his pride prevented him from admitting it. Chapter 110. Tang Sin returns, celestial grade medicinal herbs 2. Tang Sin waved his hand, addressing the group. All right. It's not about who provides the herbs. I've already explained the effects of the celestial grade medicinal herbs and how to consume them. Now, everyone, please take a seat and absorb the benefits. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others redirected their attention. Not genuinely harboring objections, but merely envious of Jiuxian's affection for Mo Xiaodang. Listening to Tang San's words, the group settled down to focus on absorbing the celestial grade herbs. Observing that Taozi and Xiaowu were not absorbing the essence, Jiuxian felt a hint of surprise, but chose not to comment further. Recalling the events that had transpired prior to their arrival, he instructed Xia Heitang to remain obediently behind, before summoning the two outside. Since you both are not engaging in absorption, let us step outside. I have matters to discuss with you. Xiaowu and Taozi exchanged glances and followed Jiuxian outside. In a secluded corner, Jiuxian leaned against the wall, toying with a dagger. After a considerable pause, Taozi, noticing his silence after calling them out, took the initiative to inquire. What is it that you want to discuss with us? You are aware that Douluo has returned to the academy, correct? Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, posing the question in return. They had been fortunate enough to witness the scene when Tang San returned with Douluo. Thus they were indeed informed of the situation. However, was this the sole reason for Jiuxian, summoning them? With the Douluo present, you must exercise caution, stay indoors as much as possible, and if you must go out, ensure you take your medication, Jiuxian stated gravely, retracting the dagger. He had heard from Xia Heitang that during their visit to the Royal Academy, it was Prince Shui who had accompanied Douluo in expelling them, and at that time, Douluo had not recognized them as soul beasts. Now, equipped with the medicine to conceal their auras, they might inadvertently let their guard down, which was extremely perilous. Although he was uncertain of Douluo's current state, should other Douluos discover them, their fate would be sealed in an instant. Understanding Jiuxian's good intentions, the two nodded in acknowledgement. Is there anything else to advise? No, that will suffice. You may go now. I have other matters to attend to, he replied, shaking his head. That was already the extent of his deliberation, leaving no room for further counsel. Very well, Xiaowu and Taozi said, parting ways with Jiuxian. In the afternoon, under the scorching sun, Jiuxian arrived at the dean's office. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Flandra and the master seated on either side, with a master emanating a faint aura of soul power, likely having just retracted his martial soul's energy upon hearing the knock. Clearing his slightly hoarse throat, he addressed the dean. As the elite competition approaches, I wish to enter seclusion in my dormitory for cultivation during this time and will not be attending classes. Flandra raised an eyebrow. Such a statement from others would typically be met with delight. Yet with Jiuxian, he must tread carefully. Analyzing the statement, the first part sounded like a reason. The middle part served as an explanation, while the latter part was indeed the crux of the matter. Jiuxian sought his presence for the very purpose of skipping class. Adjusting his glasses, Flandra considered the contrast. Had it been anyone else, he would have shot them a sharp glance. Yet, with Jiuxian, he would simply acquiesce. With a serious demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Satisfied with this response, Jiuxian exited the office. The arrangement for a guilt-free nap was settled, and Xia Heitang no longer needed to worry about his waking hours. Indeed, he was a capable and considerate elder brother. As night fell, Jiuxian sat on a small stool, savoring the meal brought back by Mo Xiaodang, while listening to her animatedly recount the effects experienced by Dai Mubai and the others after consuming the celestial great herbs. After finishing her tale, Mo Xiaodang rested her chin on her hand, perplexed, and asked, why do the effects differ if they all consume celestial great herbs? There is a wide variety of celestial great herbs, each possessing distinct properties, Jiuxian explained after swallowing his food. Mo Xiaodang nodded in understanding. As Jiuxian reached for a cup of wine, He recalled Xia Heitang's earlier mention regarding Dai Mubai and the other soul power enhancements. He set the cup down and asked, "Do you think Xia Heitang might feel that her lack of enhancement means the celestial grade herbs were ineffective? How could that be?" Montak Xiaotang responded, bewildered at her brother's line of thinking. Although Dai Mubai and the others had indeed increased their soul power and physical abilities, he himself had gradually healed from the afflictions he had carried since birth under Jiuxian's care, and he felt content with that. As for enhancing soul power through the celestial herbs, he was not incapable of achieving that on his own. Noticing Montak Xiaotang's demianoa, Yue Jiuxian chuckled lightly, patting her shoulder earnestly. "Xia Heitang, the celestial grade herbs I provided for you are no less than those received by anyone else." Mo Xiaotang nodded. She was well aware of her brother's unwavering commitment to her well-being. Days later, Mo Xiaotang gently shook Yu Jiuxian awake from his slumber. "Brother, the Dean and Vice Dean have taken the Master and Dai Lauda to hunt for soul rings. Rongrong has gone home for a visit. We ought to attend class. I forgot to mention, I have already informed the Dean. I will remain in the dormitory to cultivate and will not be attending class." Yu Jiuxian, struggling to grasp consciousness, responded faintly, "Oh, then I shall take my leave. You continue to rest." And Mo Xiaotang, adjusting her blanket, quietly exited the dormitory, leaving a drowsy Yu Jiuxian behind. 2 hours later, Yu Jiuxian rolled to the edge of his bed, losing himself in slumber, and suddenly flipped over, colliding intimately with the ground below, abruptly rousing his senses. Rubbing his waist, he steadied himself against the bed frame and glanced at the now vacant bed across from him, completely oblivious to their morning conversation. However, knowing Mo Xiaotang's gentle nature, he presumed she must have gone to class by now. After washing his face, he settled onto the bed. While his seclusion for cultivation served as justification for skipping class, he realized that if he had made no progress after this interval, it would reflect poorly on him. Nevertheless, he was known for his rapid advancement. Today, he would complete his assignments all at once, aiming to elevate his soul power to the 44th level, striving for a breakthrough to level 45. With that thought, he closed his eyes and focused his mind. Meanwhile, in the academy's teaching building, Taozi rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Mo Xiaotang while playfully teasing, "Little sweetheart, you must know many paths, don't you?" "Not many," Mo Xiaotang pondered seriously. Though he was not directionally challenged like his brother, he had visited few places, and thus his knowledge of routes was limited. Taozi chuckled lightly at his earnestness. "But there is one path you surely know." "What path?" Mo Xiaotang inquired, intrigued by Taozi's cheerful demeanor. Instead of answering immediately, Taozi presented him with a fresh peach. And once he accepted it, she remarked, "The path that leads to your heart." Mo Xiaotang was momentarily taken aback by her words, his face turning crimson as he comprehended the implication. Xiaowu, seated behind them, stifled a giggle, surprised at how adept this newcomer was at flirting. As noon approached, Yu Jiuxian opened his eyes after meditating. Feeling the fluctuations of soul power within him, his gaze sparkled with intensity. Clenching his fists, he sighed in solitude within the empty dormitory. "Where is Zhu Qing? Why haven't I seen her?" While eating, he scanned the dining hall for her. But after 2 rounds of searching, he still failed to spot the person he sought. His dining companions paused thoughtfully, and it was finally Taozi who mentioned, "She went straight to the simulated training ground after class. Please pack me a meal after you finish eating," he requested. Yu Jiuxian picked up a bowl of rice beside him and, before taking a bite, addressed Mo Xiaotang, who was about to eat. Mo Xiaotang nodded in agreement. Nearby, Oscar, overhearing their conversation, glanced at Yu Jiuxian, intending to tease him, but was captivated instead by his hair. "Master, what has happened to you recently?" Yu Jiuxian looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? Is there a mirror?" Oscar asked a few nearby girls, who shook their heads in unison. "I have one." Tang San produced a palm-sized mirror from beneath the moonlit sky of the 24 bridges and handed it to Oscar. Without pausing to question why a grown man like Tang San would possess a mirror, Oscar shoved it into Yu Jiuxian's hands. "Take a look at your hair." Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and examined his reflection, but was about to dismiss it as unremarkable when he spotted strands of white at his temples. He set down his chopsticks and, turning his back to the table, raked through his hair. Mo Xiaotang leaned over to take a look and gasped at the sight of her brother's graying hair. "Brother, are you troubled by something?" Jiuxian nudged her gently and ruffled her hair before returning the mirror to Tang San. Meeting the gazes of those present, he shook his head. "Who doesn't he have a couple of gray hairs? No need to make a fuss. Let us eat." The others exchanged glances, bemused by his nonchalance. It wasn't just a few strands. Even Flender, at his age, had fewer gray hairs than Jiuxian. However, seeing that he did not wish to elaborate, they resumed their meal in silence. After finishing, Jiuxian, carrying his lunchbox with Mo Xiaotang, headed towards the simulation training ground. The other five, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Taozi, tag along since they had nothing else to do. Upon arriving at the training arena, Jiuxian summoned Zhu Zhuqing and offered her the food. "Eat." "I'm not hungry," Zhu Zhuqing replied, wiping sweat from her brow. "Haven't you heard? If you don't eat well today, you won't have energy tomorrow. As long as your appetite is steady, your cultivation will rise in no time." With that, he pressed the lunchbox in her hands. Surprised, Zhu Zhuqing opened the box and began to eat heartily. After a while, she finished and turned to Jiuxian. "I'm done. Can we discuss the matter now?" Everyone leaned in, eager to listen. Jiuxian shrugged with a smile. "I heard from Xiaotang that you have been practicing diligently in the third ring, and after taking Xiaosan celestial herbs a few days ago, your soul power has risen to 38 levels. So, I came to challenge you." "All right," Zhu Zhuqing nodded in response. Oscar, suppressing a grin, thought to himself how Jiuxian's wicked hands had reached Zhu Zhuqing, who surprisingly agreed. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaotang looked eagerly at Jiuxian. "I want to fight, brother, too." "That is fine, but it will have to wait until I finish with Zhuqing," Jiuxian replied, not refusing as he had yet to spar with Mo Xiaotang and was curious about her abilities. She nodded in agreement, pleased. With that, Jiuxian led Zhu Zhuqing and the group to the training ground. Watching him unleash his martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. He was not using any weapons, but relying solely on his martial spirit for their duel. The others were equally astonished, as Jiuxian typically employed weapons in battle. This unexpected choice of engaging with martial soul techniques was indeed shocking. Jiuxian, reluctant to rely on his martial spirit, understood that the elite competition in 6 months would not allow weapons, but only martial souls. What choice did he have but to adapt early? He decided to observe Zhu Zhuqing's strength, allowing her to make the first move. As she approached and unleashed her second skill, aiming Hunter Claws, he deftly dodged. Satisfied with his maneuver, Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed by his evasion, continued her assault. This time, she skipped her first and second skills, opting directly for her third, summoning Blades of Darkness to execute a Yin Ming slash. The spectators watched intently as Jiuxian faced the formidable attack without flinching, their hearts racing. Yet, they soon recalled that Jiuxian was not easily struck. He wielded the Lingwen fan, fanning himself, and when Zhu Zhuqing's soul technique struck, he smirked and, in the blink of an eye, vanished 3 meters away. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Teleportation?" Previously, they had attributed his swift dodges to sheer speed, but this was different. He had instantaneously moved within a specific range. Is this Master's fourth soul technique? Maongjun wondered aloud. It shouldn't be, Tang San countered, shaking his head. Jiuxian is only a 4-ring soul master. Using the 4 soul technique would drain too much soul power. It's unlikely he would waste his energy just to look impressive. In the center of the training ground, as they deliberated, Jiuxian and Zhu Zhuqing continued their back and forth, with one pursuing and the other evading. Ma Hongjun applauded Jiuxian's speed, prompting Taozi to glance at him. He is indeed impressive, but it can't be that extraordinary, can it? An auxiliary soul master surpassing the speed of agility-type Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, with an attack strength exceeding that of powerful attackers like Dai and himself, and control surpassing Tang San? That is quite a stretch. Maongjun retorted. While Taozi considered his words, the battle between Zhu Zhuqing and Jiuxian reached its conclusion. Jiuxian patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, offering feedback on her performance. Your speed has improved significantly, evident from your practice. But you're still faster, she remarked, lowering her gaze. Despite being of the same stature, Jiuxian's prowess felt insurmountable, making her doubt her ability to surpass him in this lifetime. Jiuxian chuckled and shook his head. This little disciple was too earnest and lacked flexibility. She was indeed progressing, her speed increasing. Was he not improving as well? It was akin to two runners starting from the same point. Though they began together, he had always known the most efficient path, allowing him to outpace Jiuxian. Now that she had found her method and matched his speed, the distance between them had already widened. How could two individuals of equal speed ever close that gap unless he paused or she discovered a shortcut? Otherwise, she would never catch up to him. However, given Jiuxian's demeanor, it was evident that such words were ill-timed. He stroked his chin, contemplating the most comforting approach. After a brief moment, Jiuxian heard him say, "Jiuxian, there is something you must comprehend. Each of us harbors a grand objective, yet these lofty aspirations must be pursued through a series of smaller targets. One should not aim too high. It is through grounded efforts that we can achieve significant goals." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian nodded and inquired, "What is your grand objective?" Jiuxian instinctively began to respond, but halted after uttering just one word. Was this the moment to discuss his grand objective? He slapped his forehead, realizing he nearly led his young disciple astray. Clearing his throat, he continued to enlighten Jiuxian. "I do not wish to appear modest, but very few in the academy can surpass me in combat. It is commendable to view me as a target. However, you must understand that for you, this is evidently a grand ambition. Do you agree?" "I do," Jiuxian affirmed with a nod. Seeing this, Jiuxian pressed on. "As I previously mentioned, grand objectives must commence from smaller goals. Before you surpass me, should you not consider the individuals around you and establish those who are superior to you as your smaller targets?" Jiuxian nodded once more. At this juncture, Jiuxian, since they were nearing the conclusion of this enlightening session, he exhaled and delivered his final summation. "If you surpass them all and then look back at me, you will realize that I am merely a slightly stronger individual, merely a small target in your life. By then, you shall be ready to embark on your journey. There is a saying, listening to the words of a wise person is more valuable than 10 years of study." And the wise person in this context was Jiuxian. While Jiuxian represented the one who benefited immensely from this wisdom, she concealed her emotions and gazed at Jiuxian, stating, "I will." Hearing this, Jiuxian nodded approvingly, gesturing for Jiuxian to accompany him towards the others, including Oscar, who were engaged in a lively debate. As they walked, he inquired, "Have you decided who will be your first small target?" "Daimú Bai," Jiuxian replied, having mentally evaluated each individual before settling on Daimú Bai. Upon hearing this name, Jiuxian felt a pang of embarrassment, lamenting that all his previous words might have been in vain. Chapter 115. The hand of evil reaches out again, for, upon noticing Jiuxian and Jiuxian approaching, Tao ceased to dwell on them and directly asked the person in question, "How does your support ability compare to Xiao Ao's?" Jiuxian, wearing a troubled expression, turned his soul ring as this question struck a chord. In terms of support abilities, Ning Rongrong possesses enhancements in strength, speed, and soul power. Oscar specializes in recovery, detoxification, his speed, and wind blades, soul power, and substantial side effects. It was a draw more or less. Furthermore, his third soul skill surpasses Ning Rongrong's second, as it not only increases speed but also adds wind blades. While Ning Rongrong's enhancement is limited to speed and is less effective than his. As for the other soul skills, they are distinctly different, making direct comparison impossible. Observing the crowd, who were eagerly awaiting his response, he spoke, to each their own. The audience responded with a collective murmur of surprise. Jiuxian shrugged. Having delivered his statement, whether they grasped it was their concern. As he led Mo Xiaotang to engage in a sparring match, he inquired, "How do you wish to approach this fight?" Mo Xiaotang furrowed her brow, uncertain as this was a spur-of-the-moment decision. She insisted, "I definitely want to have a serious match. Not like with Jiuxian." After a moment's hesitation, Jiuxian concurred, recognizing that with his control over soul skills, he could manage the situation without issues. Having reached an agreement, Jiuxian escorted Mo Xiaodang to the center of the training ground. Since he had just battled with Zhu Zhuqing and had not retracted his martial soul, he remained stationary. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaodang observed her brother, raised her arm, and released her martial soul, soaring into the air. Oscar, watching from the sidelines, tilted his head, pondering how Mo Xiaodang's aerial advantage would force Jiuxian into a defensive position. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms, remarking that while others might be relegated to passive roles, Jiuxian was different. It depends entirely on his intentions, she stated coolly. Suddenly, Jiuxian, standing at the center, gripped his Lingwen fan and summoned a series of winds beneath him, gradually forming a tornado that lifted him into the air. This display of skill drew admiration from the spectators, who awarded him a score of 99, deducting 1 point to prevent him from becoming overly proud. Only when he reached eye level with Mo Xiaodang did he cease expanding the tornado, his left hand resting behind his back while he held the fan in his right, smiling at her. As both declared the start of the match in unison, Mo Xiaodang shot backward a distance before launching her first skill, Featherblade. Watching the countless feathers hurtle toward him, Jiuxian remained unfazed, casually waving his fan. He intended to take it easy at first, allowing Mo Xiaodang to warm up. Seeing her first soul skill, Featherblade, redirected by the wind toward herself, Mo Xiaodang's lips twitched. To use her own attack against her was rather clever of her brother. Feather Shield. Mo Xiaodang evaded slightly and deployed her second soul skill, a pair of azure wings shielding her. Chapter 116. The Hand of Evil reaches out again. 5. Having just successfully defended against her Featherblade, Mo Xiaodang breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear her brother's mischievous voice. In life, it is essential to reciprocate, little Xiaodang. Since you sent me a Featherblade, as your elder brother, I must return the favor. Hearing this, she stuck out her tongue. She had no desire to endure her own attack as a return gift. While contemplating this, she noticed Jiuxian raising both hands, summoning wind blades that hurtled toward her. Realizing that his previous gesture was merely a prelude to the real return gift, she flapped her wings and launched several feather blades back. As the feather blades and wind blades collided, they did not demonstrate any dominance over one another, but rather canceled each other out. Observing from the sidelines, Ma Hongjun stroked his chin, noting that while Mo Xiaodang typically appeared gentle, her attack was quite formidable. Tang San, also watching intently, was similarly taken aback, though for different reasons. He was already aware of Mo Xiaodang's considerable attack power, as only those capable of earning a gold soul badge at the Grand Soul Arena could match her prowess. Regardless of Jiuxian's protective presence, he inquired of those nearby, what soul beast did Mo Xiaodang's third soul ring hunt? Was her soul skill? The group shook their heads, indicating that only Mo Xiaodang and Jiuxian could provide that information. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun glanced at Jiuxian, who was engaged in a spirited battle with Mo Xiaodang, and asked, "Are you all aware of Jiuxian's fourth soul skill?" Again, the group shook their heads. Listening to their banter, Ao Ka shook his head. Instead of engaging in trivial discussions, it would be far more enlightening to observe their battle closely. Perhaps something remarkable might unfold. Xiao Wu cast him a sideways glance, ready to retort that merely wishing to see something does not guarantee its occurrence, when she was abruptly silenced by the spectacle before them. In the center of the playground, Ma Xiaotong soared through the air, unleashing her never-before-seen third spirit technique, Qingniaoli Zhao, upon Yue Jiuxian. As she conjured dozens of claws that lunged at Yue Jiuxian, the spectators collectively gasped. However, was Yue Jiuxian truly so easily vanquished? Concern for him was entirely misplaced. In their line of sight, Yue Jiuxian raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, wielding his Lingwen Shan and fanning it backward. Instantly, the branches of the trees surrounding the playground thickened and extended toward him, just as Ma Xiaotong's claws threatened to breach this barrier. Yue Jiuxian waved his fan twice more. In an instant, all damage to the branches was restored. Once the claw attack subsided, he flicked his fan, and the branches gracefully retracted, returning to their original state. Truly, this celestial being is beyond human comprehension, Ma Hongjuan remarked, clutching his pounding chest in awe. Beside him, Ao Si Khan nodded gravely, lamenting that one could hardly compare the abilities of a typical auxiliary spirit master to the likes of Yue Jiuxian. Sighing, he added that speaking further would only lead to tears. Meanwhile, Yue Jiuxian regarded the frustrated Ma Xiaotong and inquired if she wished to continue. No, I do not, she replied, shaking her head. Her brother always went easy on her during their sparring, merely defending without counterattacking, rendering it devoid of interest. Upon hearing this, Yue Jiuxian dispelled the whirlwind and gently descended to the ground. Chapter 117. Seeking trouble with Tong San. Let us have a meal. With their martial spirits retracted, Ma Xiaotong and Yue Jiuxian strolled towards the perimeter of the playground. Observing their intrigued expressions, he waved his hand. The battle was over, and it was time to take little Haitong home. As for the audience, they could attend to their own affairs. Seeing this, Ao Si Ka and the others decided not to prolong their stay, exchanging pleasantries about meeting the next day before dispersing. The following day at noon, after awakening from slumber, Yue Jiuxian stretched his back and made his way downstairs. Just as he was about to head to the dining hall, he noticed a stream of students hurriedly rushing towards the school gate. Initially indifferent, he pricked up his ears upon hearing the mention that Tong San had fought with the academy's top student, Tai Long, over a girl, and that Tai Long had lost and gone to seek his father. This piqued his interest. However, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the dining hall caused him to swallow hard. He resolved to eat first. After all, Tong San, a 37th level control-type spirit master, was unlikely to be in real danger, especially with his arsenal of hidden weapons and poisons. If trouble truly arose, those around him would call for Zhao Wuji. With the spirit saint present, who would dare to lay a finger on him? Thus, while the crowd flocked to witness the spectacle, he decided to enjoy his meal first. Speaking of meals, it seemed his appetite had grown once more, possibly due to the influence of his other martial spirit. Fortunately, he possessed a physique that did not gain weight easily. Even though he often napped after meals, his figure remained unchanged. Entering the dining hall, he surveyed the sparse crowd and, inhaling the delicious scents, approached the serving area. It appeared that a bit of gossip could be quite beneficial. At least the chatter drew people away from the dining hall, allowing him to avoid long waits. However, he realized he had never really had a queue, as little Haitong would always prepare his meals in advance. If he were absent, she would simply pack a meal for him to take back. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by the voice of the cafeteria lady. "Young man, what would you like to eat?" she inquired. "Eggplant with minced meat. Sweet and sour crispy fish, braised eggplant, twice-cooked pork, and crispy pork," Yue Jiuxian recited from the menu, listing about 10 dishes. Noticing the lady's astonishment, he chuckled and added, "and 3 bowls of white rice to finish." "That is quite the order," the cafeteria lady exclaimed, as she deftly began serving the dishes. Upon completing the meal, Yue Jiuxian placed the 2 food containers into a storage ring, then carried the 2 large trays to a table and began to eat. As he savored his meal, he marveled at how delightful eating truly was, although he lamented that little Haitong was not there to share the experience. Otherwise, the joy would have been amplified. After all, as the saying goes, the happiness in life comprises 60% derived from delicious food and 40% from the company with whom one shares it. After a while, Yue Jiuxian patted his satisfied belly, returned the trays to their designated spot, and set off towards the academy's entrance. Chapter 118. Sated and refreshed, Celestial Brother 1. As he departed, he noticed a stream of students making their way back to the dining hall behind him. Realizing they were returning, he wondered if that meant Tong San and Xiao's duel had concluded. Raising an eyebrow, he was lost in thought when he overheard a pair of students discussing the recent events. Tong San is so cool. He defeated a 58th level power-type Spirit King. I think it's not that impressive. If he hadn't used poison, who knows how it would have turned out? Sounds like you're just being sour grapes. Regardless, he defeated a Spirit King. Not at all. He only won through trickery. If it were a straightforward fight, Tong San would certainly lose. But if we compare him to someone I encountered a few days ago, it would be a different story. A few days ago? You can't be referring to that person, can you? Indeed, I heard he is a 4-ring spirit master named Yue Jiuxian. Listening to their conversation, Jiuxian smirked. This was rather unfortunate for him. Rubbing his temples, he glanced back at the students heading toward the dining hall. Confirming that Ma Xiaotong was not among them, he turned and left the place he had just deemed a sanctuary. As he walked past the blooming flowers and verdant grass, he engaged his long-unused mind. Initially, he thought Tong San and Little Hai Tong were together, but it seemed that was not the case. Considering the situation, if Tong San was not with Little Hai Tong and she had not gone to the dining hall, then she must be at the imitation training ground. After all, with Little Hai Tong's personality, she would never venture out alone. Even if others had invited her to play, she would certainly inform him in advance. Since she hadn't mentioned anything, it was likely she had gone to class as usual. He recalled Little Hai Tong mentioning during their conversation that her morning schedule consisted of attending classes, training, and dining hall visits. Thus, with her absence from the dining hall today, it was clear she was at the training ground, likely losing track of time. Therefore, he should be able to find her there. Meanwhile, at the imitation training ground, Mo Xiaotong took a deep breath, and at the moment he slowly opened his eyes, he clenched his fists to feel the soul power within him. To his astonishment, he had already reached level 39. Suddenly, he recalled the journey back to the academy. At that time, feeling fatigue, he glanced at the effortlessly composed Jiuxian and couldn't help but grumble aloud. As a powerful assault-type soul master, my physique is abysmal. I wonder when I will catch up to Dalu and the others, just like my brother. Upon hearing this, his brother frowned slightly, seemingly having forgotten about it. Forgotten what? He asked in confusion. His brother gently ruffled his hair and explained, last time when Xiao and the others came, they brought some of my belongings, which included some miraculous elixirs capable of completely healing your body. Heal me. Mo Xiaotong inhaled sharply, for the ailment he had suffered since birth had long plagued him. Throughout his life, he had consulted numerous doctors, yet none could cure him. He never imagined his brother would have a solution. What a miraculous brother! His brother nodded and added, indeed, and after consuming my medicine, your cultivation will also see improvement. What does that mean? He scratched his head, puzzled. However, his brother offered no further explanation, merely stating that he would understand in due time. Upon returning to the academy, his brother presented him with the celestial-grade medicinal herbs. Fearing that Mo Xiaotong might not absorb them properly, he refined the herbs into pills for him to take daily. According to his brother, once he finished those pills, the effects of the celestial-grade herb would be entirely absorbed, resulting not only in an improvement in his health, but also in some unexpected benefits. It was only a few days ago that he completed the regimen. Immersed in the joy of his improved health, he had not considered the unexpected benefits. Yet here they were, manifesting now. Realizing it was already noon, he stifled his excitement and quickly exited the simulated training ground. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he immediately spotted Taozi waiting for him. He glanced back at the training ground and asked, Xiao Ao, Fatty, and Jiuxian haven't come out yet? Since they often trained together, they had a tacit understanding to wait for each other before heading to the cafeteria. Seeing only Taozi there, he inquired. Taozi shook her head and replied, If I can't wait for you, I'm going to the cafeteria first. What? Mo Xiaotong was taken aback. How could you not wait for him? Although he was usually the last to emerge, it shouldn't have been that dire. He looked at the blazing sun and suddenly remembered that he had spent significantly more time training today than usual. He inhaled deeply and hurried towards the cafeteria, praying that his brother would be a little late today. However, the next moment, he spotted the smiling Jiuxian standing in front of him. When Jiuxian saw Mo Xiaotong emerge, he paused his steps, patiently waiting for Mo Xiaotong to approach. Noticing Mo Xiaotong's frustrated expression, he gently ruffled his fluffy hair and said, Training and health. Health comes first, understand? Today was an exception. It won't happen again. Mo Xiaotong earnestly assured him, I promise. I believe you. Jiuxian nodded, completely disregarding Taozi, and took Mo Xiaotong's hand to head towards the dormitory. Seeing this, Taozi hurried to catch up with them, saying, Xiao Tian hasn't had lunch yet. Let's eat first before heading back to the dormitory. Just as Mo Xiaotong was about to say it was fine, Jiuxian interjected calmly. I know. I've already gotten him a meal. He can eat when we return to the dorm. You got him a meal? Montauk Xiaotong blinked in surprise. His brother had indeed prepared a meal for him? What a wonderful brother. Meanwhile, Taozi felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to share lunch with Mo shouting. Jiuxian, oblivious to her feelings, patted her shoulder reassuringly when I arrived. I ran into Jiuxian and told her you were with Mo shouting, so she helped get your meal. You can eat as soon as you go in. Taozi exchanged a glance with Mo shouting, who nodded in agreement and sighed, reluctantly making her way to the cafeteria. After dining at the 731 dormitory, Mo shouting lay on his bed, engaging in casual conversation with his brother. Brother, after taking the pills, my training speed has increased tremendously. I'm already at level 39. Jiuxian nodded knowingly. Shouting is impressive. It seems I'll be able to break through alongside you this time. Mo shouting abruptly sat up. Since Tang San had brought back the celestial herbs, everyone at Shrek, except for the unmedicated Xiao Wu who remained at level 35, had improved. Those who consumed the herbs had their levels ranked from lowest to highest. Ma Hongjun at 36, Tang San and Ning Rongrong at 37, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing at 38, and Dai Mu Bai, who had surpassed level 40 while hunting soul rings with Master Flender. As for Taozi, although she had not consumed any herbs, her soul power had risen to level 44 over the past 6 months at the academy. Recently, he had worried that, despite his brother's prowess, his prolonged slumber and lack of training might allow Taozi to surpass him, only to discover that his brother had secretly reached level 49. After sharing this, Jiuxian, who had been silent, turned to observe Mo shouting, who sat on the bed with a silly grin. What is you so joyous? He inquired. Montak Xiaotang instinctively replied, because I now know that my brother is still the most formidable person in the academy. Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. You hope I am the most powerful? Realizing what he had just said, Mo shouting fidgeted with his fingers. Not so much a hope, but rather a belief. My brother ought to be the strongest. If I could no longer cultivate and remain at my current level, would you be disappointed? Jiuxian could not help but roll the ring on his finger, intently gazing at Mo Xiaotang's profile, observing his expressions. Mo shouting tilted his head, disappointed. How could that be? I might even be very happy. Very happy? Jiuxian was taken aback. Hadn't Mo shouting just expressed delight at his brother's strength? Why was he now elated at the thought of his brother's inability to cultivate? What do you mean? Because I wish to protect my brother. If my brother remains so formidable, I will forever be under his protection, and that wish would remain a mere fantasy, he explained. Hearing this, Jiuxian clenched his fists tightly, murmuring, protect me? Mo shouting, having not heard clearly, replied with a puzzled, huh? He shook his head, smiling as he changed the subject. By the way, since shouting is training so rapidly, I must exert myself as well. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang's face reflected rejection. With his brother's training speed, if he truly applied himself, he would surely surpass in no time. He waved his hands vigorously. I still wish to break through alongside my brother. Just maintain your usual pace. Observing this, Jiuxian's mischievous side surfaced as he propped his chin, looking at Mo shouting with keen interest. Xiao Haitang's current pace of cultivation is indeed remarkable. There is no need for humility. The naive young Mo Xiaoyan, unaware of the circumstances, leapt from his own bed to his brother's, tugging at his brother's sleeve and exclaiming, We promised to break through together. Brother, you cannot do this. What do you mean by this? Jiuxian blinked innocently. You must not work hard on your cultivation. You ought to break through alongside me. Observing his brother's stubborn demeanor, Mo shouting shook his brother's sleeve while insisting. Chapter 121, The Master of Facial Expressions. Yuan Gao's visit all right, acquiesced Jiuxian, charmed by Xiao Haitang's adorable appearance. With a smile, Mo shouting returned to his own bed. In the afternoon, well-rested Mo shouting and the awakened Jiuxian descended from their dormitory to head towards the mimicry training ground. Initially, Jiuxian, feeling drowsy, was reluctant to go, but he had no choice but to follow the persistent Mo shouting like a puppet. Along the way, they encountered Tang San, Oscar, and others who were also heading for training. Noticing the dazed Jiuxian, Oscar gave Mo shouting a hearty thumbs up, truly deserving of the great immortal's favor. You have managed to summon him. Beside him, Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, recognizing the remarkable nature of this young boy. Meanwhile, the protagonist, oblivious to their stares, scratched his head, ready to inquire about their curious gazes, when a loud voice interrupted. Tang-san, someone is looking for you. Almost instantly, upon hearing this voice, Mo Xiaotang glanced at his bewildered brother. Sure enough, the sudden announcement eradicated Jiuxian's drowsiness. He glared at the messenger. Are you looking for someone or stirring up trouble? Shouting so loudly. Who do you intend to scare? The student recoiled slightly, responding in a hushed tone only he could hear, looking for someone. Seeing his brother's intimidating demeanor, Mo Xiaotang tugged at his sleeve. Brother, let it go. You are an adult. Don't stoop to his level. Nodding, Jiuxian, realizing that he appeared too fierce in front of Xiao Haidang, softened his expression and smiled at her to indicate he understood. He then turned to the student, coldly asking, Who is looking for us, little San? The student, taken aback by the rapid change in Jiuxian's expression, was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tang San, hearing the tone of Jiuxian's question, remarked helplessly, That sounds rather odd. Jiuxian reflected on his words and realized they did indeed sound peculiar. Since that was the case, he decided not to hold it against Tang San for disturbing his rest. He cast a cold glance at the shrinking student, scoffing, What are you doing here? Interrupting my dreams? The student, frightened, quickly regained his composure and stammered that it was Talon's grandfather looking for Tang San before sprinting away. The remaining group exchanged glances, exclaiming, Grandfather! Xiao angrily remarked, Talon is taking this far too lightly. If he cannot handle it, he sends his father, and if that fails, he brings his grandfather. How far will this go? Hearing this, Jiuxian chuckled softly. Not lightly. They are merely a family that fiercely protects their own. Closest to his brother, Mo Xiaotang hesitated, sensing that although his brother was smiling, he seemed somewhat unhappy or even sad. Before he could ponder further, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and suggested they go take a look. Upon receiving no objections from Tang San, they decided to set off. However, after walking just a few steps, they encountered another young student. This one was also delivering news, but it pertained to Jiuxian. The young student leisurely announced, Jiuxian, an uncle named Yuan Gao is looking for you. Initially disinterested, Jiuxian perked up upon hearing the name Yuan Gao. Where is he? Right at the academy entrance, the young student replied slowly. Chapter 122, The Protector, the Great Immortal's Boldness. Upon learning that Yuan Gao was at the academy entrance, Jiuxian led his entourage with great enthusiasm. Upon reaching the entrance, he immediately spotted Yuan Gao, dressed in simple attire, standing behind the gate. He chuckled softly. A dignified soul king of the Five Rings, the second in command of Yuguan, once a caretaker a decade ago, now reduced to a mere errand boy. Quite amusing indeed. What is it? Ma Hongjun, noticing Jiuxian's inexplicable smile, patted his shoulder and inquired. I am fine, Jiuxian replied, shaking his head. Not having seen Talon before, he scanned the unfamiliar students at the academy's entrance and asked, Is that Talon? The enthusiastic Oscar raised his hand, pointing to three individuals not far away. Jiuxian glanced in their direction, nodding in satisfaction. A 37th level soul master, a 58th level soul king, and an 86th level soul Douluo. Their family's strength is quite impressive. They have a means to provoke. Oscar, who had been focused on the great immortal, gasped upon hearing this. Soul Douluo, how could he remain so composed while casually mentioning such a formidable opponent? He turned towards the protagonist, eager to share this shocking news with Tang San, only to find that he had already approached Titan, Talon's grandfather, with Xiao Wu unable to stop him. Long life. Tang San halted about a meter away from Titan and declared, I am Tang San. You're the one who injured my son and grandson. Titan spoke calmly, scrutinizing the fearless young lad before him. This child, though young, possessed a temperament far superior to that of his son and grandson. He glanced at his cowering son and grandson, pursing his lips. Being defeated by such a child was a matter of their own inadequacy. However, they were still part of the Li Ji family, and he demanded an explanation. How about we make a wager? What does the elder wish to wager? Jiuxian stepped forward, eager to inquire as Tang San questioned Titan. This old man is protective. Does he think Yu Jiuxian is any less so? Has anyone asked if they can bully him? Titan raised an eyebrow at Yu Jiuxian, subtly exerting pressure. I'm asking Tang-san, what business do you have here? Little one? Yu Jiuxian smiled, shrugging. Elder, you must first clarify what we are betting on. Seeing him remain unruffled under pressure, Titan clasped his hands behind his back. Among the current youth, there are indeed many talents. We old folks are not what we used to be. He sighed, inserting an incense stick into the stone pillar at the academy entrance. I will not intervene, nor will I release my martial spirit. If that lad can endure the pressure I release until the incense burns out, he wins. Should he succeed, I will have Talon and Tainua apologize to you. Otherwise, that lad must join my Li family. Yu Jiuxian twirled the spatial ring on his hand. The pressure of an 8-ring soul Douluo posed no challenge for him. However, he was uncertain about Tang-san's capability. He glanced at Tang-san. What do you think? If it is not feasible, I can step in. Tang-san nodded in response. Yu Jiuxian then turned to Titan, then let the competition begin. However, if he wins, there shall be no need for them to bow in thanks. Let Tang-san decide. Agreed, Titan nodded. Chapter 123, The Street of Success. Purchasing trinkets once the conditions were agreed upon, and both parties consented, Yu Jiuxian casually remarked that friendship comes first, competition second, and promptly led Yuan Gao out of the academy's gates. The speed of their departure was such that Oscar barely caught a glimpse of their figures. Moments later, the two ahead commenced their endeavor. Observing the palpable tension emanating from Titan and the visibly straining Tang-san, he clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face, and turned to Mo Xiao Tang beside him. Tang-san faced the daunting pressure of the soul duel, yet Jiuxian appeared unfazed, leaving without a trace of regret. It wasn't just Tang-san who had someone seeking him. Jiuge had his own admirers, didn't he? Unable to tolerate any disparagement of her brother, Mo Xiao Tang immediately defended him. She glanced at Tang-san, who had just unleashed his external spirit bone, and continued, besides. When Jiuge asked if Tang-san could handle it, it was Tang-san himself who assured us he could. If he isn't afraid, why should you be? After uttering these words, Mo Xiao Tang noticed Oscar's mood plummeting further. Taking a deep breath, she gently patted his shoulder in consolation. Rest assured, Jiuge arranged for Tao Zi to seek out teacher Zhao Ji before coming out. Even if Tang-san falters, it will be all right. This was somewhat reassuring, and Oscar exhaled, pulling Mo Xiao Tang and the others to a relatively safe spot to observe the competition. On the other side, Yuan Gao leisurely followed Yu Jiuxian along the bustling street. Upon reaching an intersection, Yu Jiuxian paused and inquired, "How has Uncle Wan been lately? Has the Pope sought him out again?" The gentleman is well, but Yuan Gao hesitated, contemplating the earlier rumors. Yu Jiuxian noticed his hesitation and probed further. What about what? Yuan Gao pursed his lips and replied with considerable caution. The Pope has not approached the gentleman recently. But I heard that a month after the Golden Generation trio returned, the Pope did inquire about matters related to you. About me? Yu Jiuxian pinched his fingers, recognizing the meticulous nature befitting someone of the Pope's stature. Such meticulousness could be quite vexing. If only his former strength were intact, he could have easily dealt with that Pope to prevent him from extending an invitation. However, for now, patience was key. What do you plan to do? Yuan Gao asked, observing Yu Jiuxian's tranquil expression. What else? Just let it be. Yu Jiuxian shrugged, his gaze drifting to a nearby stall selling exquisite trinkets. As his words fell, he approached the vendor. The shopkeeper, noticing a customer, eagerly stepped forward with a barrage of questions. What style are you looking for? Is it a gift or for personal use? Yu Jiuxian remained silent, browsing the items until he selected 2 pieces. How much for these 2? Young master has a discerning eye. These are the finest on the stall. A total of 3 gold soul coins. The shopkeeper grinned, holding up 3 fingers. Yu Jiuxian nodded, but before he could pay, Yuan Gao had already stepped in to settle the bill. Observing this, he took out a handkerchief to wrap the 2 small accessories, placing them into his storage ring before continuing forward. Yuan Gao couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a particular fondness for these trinkets?" Yu Jiuxian paused for a moment, contemplating his feelings. Did he truly like them? Not particularly. He simply thought the two accessories, resembling begonia flowers and quite delicate, would complement the rather plain birthday gift he was crafting for Xiao Haitang. Yet, he chose not to share this with Yuan Gao, responding nonchalantly, "They're just all right." "Ah," Yuan Gao nodded, seeing Yu Jiuxian's lack of enthusiasm and choosing not to press further. It was Yu Jiuxian who then recalled that he was still unaware of Yuan Gao's purpose for coming here. Thus, he inquired slowly, "What brings you to Tiando?" Yuan Gao replied, quietly, "I came along with the two gentlemen." This revelation surprised Yu Jiuxian. His Uncle Guan and Uncle Gue had also come. Reflecting on the sudden departure of the poisoned Douluo a few days prior, he began to piece together their reason for being here. They likely weren't aware that he had been transferred to the Shrek Academy. Otherwise, they might have sought to meet him discreetly. As he pondered, the enticing aroma of meat wafted from a nearby restaurant. He turned to Yuan Gao. "It's been a while. Let me treat you to a meal." Yuan Gao, also drawn by the scent, cast him a knowing glance. "Sounds nice. Treating me to dinner? You must be the one who's hungry." As a diligent and considerate subordinate, Yuan Gao refrained from calling him out, simply responding with an agreeable okay. With that, Yu Jiuxian smiled and led him to the restaurant. To Yuan Gao's astonishment, he ordered a lavish spread of dishes. Watching Yu Jiuxian eat heartily, Yuan Gao quietly set down his chopsticks, noting that the boy's appetite had significantly increased over the years. After the meal, Yuan Gao, with an empty stomach, settled the bill. Exiting the restaurant, Yu Jiuxian rubbed his full belly and remarked, "If there is nothing else, I'll head back to the academy. You should go find Uncle Guan." Yuan Gao nodded. But as Yu Jiuxian lifted his leg to depart, he closely followed. Confused, Yu Jiuxian turned to him. "Didn't we agree that I would return to the academy while you want to find your master? Why are you still trailing me?" With a stoic expression, Yuan Gao explained, "I'll escort you back to the academy before seeking the gentleman. I can manage on my own." Yu Jiuxian waved dismissively. "It's just a trip back to the academy. I want to get lost." Yuan Gao paused for a moment before stating that Soul Duelist might still be around. Yu Jiuxian pondered this, dissecting his words carefully. Finally, he grasped his implication. The Soul Duelist could pose a threat. Setting aside the fact that he wasn't afraid of that Soul Duelist and doubted he could do anything to him, he simply thought to observe. After all, he had recently reached the rank of Soul King at level 59, while the Titan was merely an 86th level Soul Duelist. If the Titan intended to confront him, what could Yuan Gao do? Sort of a meat shield. He'd likely meet his end in mere moments. Sighing, he regarded the resolute Yuan Gao and conceded, "Fine, you can accompany me. Although it may be unnecessary, I appreciate your good intentions." Nodding, he resumed his journey towards Shrek Academy, with Yuan Gao following silently. Having walked quite a distance, by the time they returned to the academy, the sun had already set. Chapter 125, Returning to the Academy. Encountering danger, too. As Yu Jiuxian stood before a prominent figure, his lips twitched. What luck he had, returning to the academy only to encounter Ningfeng Ji, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, alongside the Bone Daw. Noticing Yuan Gao's tense demeanor, he was certain that Yuan Gao had crossed paths with Ningfeng Ji during his time with Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he silently hoped that Ningfeng Ji wouldn't remember Yuan Gao. As he considered slipping past them unnoticed, he heard the Bone Daw coldly remark, "Isn this Yuan Gao, the Soul King under the command of the Douluo? What brings you here with a child to this Soul Master Academy? Is it that the Spirit Hall cannot properly educate this child?" As these words were spoken, Yuan Gao, who had contemplated retreating, found himself unable to do so and could only face Ningfeng Ji and Gu Douluo directly. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian also halted his steps, turning his attention to his spatial ring, his eyes reflecting a look of bewilderment as he gazed at Gu Douluo. "What subordinates of Gu Douluo bring me there? And what is this academy of the Spirit Hall? It all seems so nonsensical. I recognize each of them individually, yet I cannot fathom their connection." Ningfeng He, taken aback by his words, looked at Yu Jiuxian and inquired, "Are you unaware?" Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What am I supposed to know?" The exchange of glances between Ningfeng Ji and Gu Douluo prompted a probing question. "How is it that you are with him?" Yu Jiuxian scoffed at this, as if he had heard the greatest joke, proclaiming, "With him? I don't even know who he is. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a familiar figure within the campus. Glancing back at Ning Fengji, Jiuxian's smile faded, and he waved dismissively, saying, "All right, I won't idle here any longer. My friend is waiting for me." With that, he hurriedly departed. Ning Fengji followed his gaze as he entered the academy. He observed that Jiuxian had barely taken a few steps before colliding with a young boy he had just met, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Retracting his gaze, Ning Fengji turned to Yuan Gao. "Just what were you doing here? Or did your elder send you on some errand?" After watching the boy leave, Yuan Gao felt a sense of relief, responding to Ning Fengji's inquiry with a nonchalant, "Just passing by," before turning to leave. This left Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanging glances at the academy entrance. Inside the academy, Jiuxian rested his arm on Mo Xiaodong's shoulder, cheerfully asking, "What brings you to the academy entrance?" Mo Xiaodong scratched his head, answering obediently, "I noticed the snacks were running low and was worried that when my brother returns, there wouldn't be enough to eat, so I thought I'd go buy some." He suddenly remembered that his brother had been pulling him back. He still hadn't bought anything to eat. Seeing through Mo Xiaodong's intentions, Jiuxian patted his head and reassured him, "Since you've come back, I'll save some for today, and tomorrow I'll accompany you to buy snacks." Mo Xiaodong nodded with a hint of resignation. Whatever his brother said was final. Observing the adorable little Mo Xiaodong, Jiuxian inquired, "By the way, have you eaten yet?" Mo Xiaodong shook his head, "Not really hungry, so I didn't go." Hearing this, Jiuxian, a die-hard foodie, frowned and took Mo Xiaodong by the hand, leading him toward the cafeteria. "Even if we do nothing else, we cannot neglect our meals. Remember, nothing is more important than eating." Days later, in the simulated training ground, Mo Xiaodong exclaimed with excitement as he felt the breakthrough in his soul power. He supported himself off the ground and stood up, seemingly in disbelief that he had actually succeeded. He summoned his martial soul and unleashed a three-soul technique against a nearby rock. As the 40 claws he conjured made contact, the rock shattered, and he dashed toward the dormitory, eager to share the news of his breakthrough with his brother first. Meanwhile, in dormitory 731, Jiuxian gazed at his own breakthrough in soul power with a hint of melancholy. They had promised to break through together, and now he had done so first. Would little Mo Xiaodong be upset? He flopped onto his bed with a thud, pulling the blanket over himself and rolling back and forth in frustration. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and as he prepared to answer, a hurried figure rushed towards him. He instinctively leaned back, causing his head to bump against the wall. The sound was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Mo Xiaodong quickly scrambled off his brother, checking the back of his head. Adhering to the principle of not worrying little Mo Xiaodong, Jiuxian grimaced through the pain and smiled, shaking his head. "I'm fine. But what has you so excited?" The moment he spoke, Mo Xiaodong, as if electrified, clutched his brother's sleeve and began to dance with joy. "Brother, I practiced after class today and broke through to level 40. Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback, his mind fixating solely on the fact that little Mo Xiaodong had achieved a breakthrough. Regaining his composure, he looked at the exuberant Mo Xiaodong and said, "I have good news to share as well." Hearing his brother's tone, Mo Xiaodong quieted down slightly and asked, "What is it?" "I also broke through today." Jiuxian exhaled slowly, stating his achievement. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaodong could hardly contain his excitement, showering his brother with congratulations and praise. "Congratulations, brother, for breaking through to Soul King so quickly. You are the most formidable person I have ever seen, without exception." Jiuxian, feeling a smile tug at his lips, ruffled little Mo Xiaodong's hair before gently pulling him away. "A mere Soul King has you so enamored? You seem to have forgotten that beyond Soul King, there are the 6 ringed soul emperors, 7 ringed soul sages, 8 ringed soul Douluos, and 9 ringed title Douluos." Mo Xiaodong pouted, dismissing his brother's words. "What the title Douluo? If brother puts in the effort one day, he will surpass them in no time." Sitting on his bed, Jiuxian took a sip of water from the cup on his nightstand, nodding in agreement with little Mo Xiaodong's words. While the earlier exaggerations were indeed a bit much, this sentiment rang true. Returning to the matter at hand, He pulled little Mo Xiaodang onto the bed, stating that since they had both broken through, it was time to plan for hunting soul rings. Looking at the obedient little Mo Xiaodang, Jiuxian thought of his own apprentice, who never approached him unless he sought her out. By the way, little Mo Xiaodang, do you know what level Jiuxian's soul power is at? If she is close to a breakthrough, we should wait for her to do so and take her along to hunt for souls. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaodang reflected, Jiuxian? I think she is still at level 38. Level 38? Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, realizing that after consuming the immortal herb, Jiuxian had not managed to advance to the next level. As her master, he could not simply take the title without attending to her needs. He mused while tapping his fingers on the desk. Jiuxian, are you free recently? If not, join little Mo Xiaodang and me on an outing for a few days. Jiuxian spoke slowly as he called out to Jiuxian. Surprised by the unexpected invitation, Jiuxian was unsure why they wanted her to accompany them. However, adhering to the principle of master and disciple, she ultimately refrained from asking questions and simply replied, I have no plans. Seeing this, Jiuxian nodded and proceeded to share his plans for the journey with little Mo Xiaodang and Jiuxian. All right, then little Mo Xiaodang and I will go ask Flander for leave since we will be gone for several days, and you can prepare your things. Understood. With Jiuxian's agreement, Jiuxian's proposal was finalized. Thus, he led little Mo Xiaodang and Jiuxian on separate paths to attend to their respective tasks. On the way to the dean's office, Jiuxian found himself feeling somewhat bored and began gossiping, rather, discussing the recent wager between Titan and Tang San. I wasn't there. So what happened to Tang San in the end? Since Jiuxian was often absent, he was curious about the events that transpired in his absence. Mo Xiaodang had developed the habit of remembering every detail that occurred while his brother was away, ready to share whenever his brother inquired. Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, he immediately recounted the events of that day without a moment's hesitation. After his brother departed, Tyrone's grandfather released his pent-up emotions. The third son subsequently exhibited his martial soul, his external soul bone, and, as rumored, a hammer which was said to be his second martial soul. Tyrone's grandfather was taken aback upon seeing the hammer, muttering the name Hao Yan under his breath. Jiuxian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, it was the Hao Yan hammer. It appeared his earlier suspicions were correct. Tang San was the son of the hunted Hao Yan Doa Tang Hao from the Spirit Hall. Truly, one should not judge by appearances, nor should the depths of the ocean be measured lightly. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaodang noticed her brother's expression was somewhat perplexed. Why was he not the least surprised upon learning that Tang San possessed a twin martial soul? Furthermore, when Hao Yan was mentioned, why did he not appear confused, but rather seem to understand completely? Did her brother already know that Xiao San had a twin martial soul? Did he also know about Hao Yan? Upon hearing this, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, contemplating that while he was previously uncertain, he had confirmed it after listening to Xiao Haitang's revelations. Mo Xiaodang nodded and began to share her feelings, expressing her astonishment upon learning that Xiao San had a twin martial soul. Possessing two martial souls was indeed remarkable. As she praised others, Jiuxian felt a pang of hurt. After all, his brother also had two martial souls, yet Xiao Haitang had never commented on how cool he was. Hearing this, Mo Xiaodang inhaled sharply, realizing her brother also possessed a twin martial soul. Just as she was about to speak, her brother covered her mouth. Jiuxian pressed his finger against his lips and winked at her. Besides the elders who raised me, I will only tell you one person. Xiao Hua must keep this a secret for your brother. Mo Xiaodang nodded repeatedly, affirming her promise. Seeing this, Jiuxian released Xiao Hua and inquired about what transpired next. Mo Xiaodang cleared her throat and continued, stating that at that moment, Rong Rong returned with her father, Ning Zhongzhu, and upon witnessing the atmosphere, intervened to mediate. Tyrone's grandfather readily agreed. Subsequently, Tyrone's grandfather called out to Xiao San as young master before heading to the conference room with Ning Zhongzhu, with Xiao San following suit. After that, I am unaware of what happened. By this point, the two had arrived at the dean's office. Chapter 128, A Joint Breakthrough. Then to hunt souls. 3. Gazing at the 4 or 5 large characters on the door of the dean's office, Jiuxian pressed his lips together and knocked twice. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, he took Xiao Haitang's hand and stepped inside. Observing Jiuxian and Mo Xiaotang, Flinder's expression mirrored that of their previous encounter. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired blandly, "What brings you two to my humble abode?" Jiuxian, with an innocent demeanor, replied, "It's nothing too significant. I merely wish to request a leave of absence." Flinder, who was in the midst of sipping from a large teacup, nearly choked upon hearing this. As Jiuxian approached, he immediately raised his hand, signaling for him to keep his distance. After a moment's respite, Flinder, feeling considerably better, turned his gaze to the young man before him and remarked, "My young comrade, you seem to be rather frequent in your requests for leave." Beside him, Mo Xiaotang tilted her head, questioning, "Frequent? It's only 3 times in half a year." Back in Chongqing, her brother had been so adept at requesting leave that their father, finding the signature process tedious, had simply given him a permanent leave slip. Now, that was what one might truly call frequent. At this, Flinder nearly erupted in exasperation. However, considering their backgrounds, one was the son of a wealthy merchant, while the other was a treasured student of the academy. He took a few deep breaths to compose himself. Eventually, Flinder looked at the two with a kind gaze and, forcing a stiff smile, asked, "How many days do you wish to take off?" "It's just me, Xiao Haitang, and Zhu Qing. We need about half a month." Jiuxian responded calmly. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's name, Flinder suppressed the urge to reprimand Jiuxian and nodded begrudgingly. Seeing this, Jiuxian took Xiao Haitang's hand and prepared to leave. However, before they could open the door, Dai Mu Bai barged in. Upon entering, Dai Mu Bai ignored Flinder entirely, walking directly to Jiuxian. He had just returned and was finally able to see his beloved Zhu Qing, but while delivering something, he overheard that Jiuxian intended to take her away for over half a month. The thought of being separated from the one he yearned for caused him great distress. Nevertheless, as Jiuxian was taking someone with him, he dared not object. Instead, he sought a compromise. "Where are you taking Zhu Qing?" "I want to go too." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian twirled his storage ring, contemplating that he was bringing them both along not merely for soul hunting, but also to allow them to unwind and not become too engrossed in their training. Hence, he had not disclosed their plans to their teacher, preferring to keep his secret. He feared that if they all went together, the two would not be able to fully relax. However, looking at Dai Mu Bai, he thought that having one more person, especially him, should be manageable. He nodded and turned back to Flinder, stating, "Dean, Mu Bai will join us. Please grant us half a month's leave." Flinder inhaled deeply and, with eyes closed, nodded. With this, Jiuxian smiled and led the two out. As they exited, Mo Xiaotang looked at her brother in confusion, wondering why the dean had closed his eyes. Why did he shut his eyes? Jiuxian exchanged knowing glances with Dai Mu Bai, both aware of the answer. He chuckled and explained, "The elite competition is approaching, and I've taken 3 of his best students out for some leisure." How could Flinder be willing? Yet, since he can't keep his students from leaving, he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang nodded, understanding. It was only natural for an elder to feel disgruntled about agreeing to something he did not wish to. Chapter 129, A Joint Breakthrough. Then, to hunt souls for, having gathered her belongings, Zhu Qing descended the stairs and paused upon spotting the 3 individuals standing not far away. Approaching Jiuxian, she pointed at the tall figure and asked, "Why is he here as well?" Jiuxian pressed his lips together, realizing that revealing the truth might not sit well with his young disciple. For the sake of the days to come, he took Xiao Haitang's hand and explained half-truthfully, "Given the potential dangers of this endeavor, I am confident in my own abilities to return unscathed, but with you too, I cannot guarantee the same." Thus, I invited Mu Bai along, adding an extra layer of safety. Zhu Qing nodded in understanding. She believed his words, as she felt there was no need for Jiuxian to deceive her. However, this only deepened her curiosity about their destination. Yet, out of pride, she felt it inappropriate to ask further and kept her thoughts to herself. In contrast, Dai Mu Bai pursued Jiuxian and directly inquired, "Where are you planning to go, And is there danger involved? Hunting souls, Yu Jiuxian replied as he exited the academy, gesturing towards the direction of the sunset forest. Dai Mubai gazed at them in astonishment, his eyes darting among the three. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Mo Xiaotang. You've broken through to level 40. What kind of miraculous elixir have you consumed? This thought conjured an image in his mind of 2 months prior, when Tang San had returned and offered Mo Xiaotang a rare herbal remedy, which Yu Jiuxian had declined. He swallowed hard, his admiration for Yu Jiuxian deepening. However, he couldn't help but ask, "But why did you bring Zhu Qing along for Xiaotang's soul hunting?" Upon the utterance of those words, Zhu Qing turned her gaze towards Yu Jiuxian, equally curious about the reasoning behind the decision. After all, this soul-hunting expedition involved bringing along Mo Xiaotang as a prudent choice and Dai Mubai for the sake of ensuring Mo Xiaotang's safety. But what about her? In the face of true danger, she feared she might not only be unable to assist them, but could also become a burden. Observing their expectant expressions, Yu Jiuxian fell silent for a moment before delivering an answer that met their anticipation. Since I have accepted that identity, I must take responsibility. Those who understood would grasp the meaning, while those who did not might misconstrue it. The individuals in question were none other than Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's alarm bells rang as he fixed his gaze on Yu Jiuxian, demanding to know what identity she referred to. Yu Jiuxian paused, momentarily halting her hand that was turning the ring, and closed her eyes, heavily tapping her forehead. How could she forget that Dai Mubai was present, allowing herself to speak in such a potentially misleading manner? She looked at Zhu Qing, who appeared nonchalant, cleared her throat, and softly stated the identity of master and disciple. At these words, Dai Mubai momentarily froze, a question mark flashing in his mind. Wasn't the great master a few months younger than Zhu Qing? Nevertheless, it was good that it wasn't that kind of identity. He had no objections to the rest. With the misunderstanding resolved, Yu Jiuxian took Mo Xiaotang by the hand and headed towards the sunset forest, engaging in light-hearted gossip along the way. Do you think someone will contribute something to us this time? Montak si iotang muzit. Probably not, came the reply. What a pity. As they conversed, a revitalized Dai Mubai joined in, inquiring about the contributions Yu Jiuxian had mentioned. Mo Xiaotang explained with a smile. What my brother means is that during our last visit to the sunset forest, while resting at an inn, we encountered a group of people who robbed us of all our money. Dai Mubai chuckled lightly, remarking on the audacity of those who dared to rob the great master. A week after Yu Jiuxian departed from the academy with the trio, they arrived at the sunset forest. Having been in the forest for 2 days, perhaps due to ill fortune, the 4 of them had yet to encounter a suitable soul beast, just as on their previous visit. Noticing the growing impatience of Mu Bai and Zhu Qing, Yu Jiuxian encouraged them to rest in place to conserve their strength. She retrieved provisions and water from her jade ring and offered them to the seated trio. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing expressed their gratitude upon receiving the supplies. As for Mo Xiaotang, he shook his head, pushing the water back, declaring, in his own words, that he was neither thirsty nor hungry. Observing this, Yu Jiuxian did not insist, knowing that Mo Xiaotang's storage soul guiding device contained ample provisions. Should he feel thirsty or hungry, he could easily access it himself. She returned the water to her mouth, taking several hearty gulps. After quenching her thirst, Yu Jiuxian wiped her lips and turned to walk away. Seeing her brother about to leave, Mo Xiaotang hurriedly stood up and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" Hearing her, Yu Jiuxian paused and replied, "You and Mubai. Zhu Qing, stay here and rest. I will just take a look around." Dai Mubai, propped against a tree, stood up and reassured the worried Mo Xiaotang, saying, "With the great master's abilities, he can only defeat others, so rest easy." Reflecting on their previous soul-hunting experience, Mo Xiaotang still looked at her brother with concern, urging, "Just be careful, brother." Yu Jiuxian smiled and nodded, continuing on her way. After walking for a while, she placed her hands on her hips and surveyed her surroundings. She had distinctly sensed the presence of a nearly 10,000-year soul beast nearby. How could it vanish in the span of a mere conversation? Just as she was about to turn back, she heard rustling sounds a mere 2 meters behind her. Stealthily, she turned around, spotting a small creature resembling a wolf, albeit less attractive, with striking purple fur. A smirk crept across her face. A near-complete 10,000-year Ziling Bei. What fortuitous luck! She quietly unleashed her martial spirit and discreetly activated the illusionary soul skill from her head soul bone. Only when the Ziling Bei succumbed to the hallucination and appeared dazed, wobbling unsteadily, did she approach it leisurely. To be candid, she could easily crush a Ziling Bei, but if she startled it and it fled, finding it again would prove challenging. Thus, she opted for a gentler approach. She bent down, enhancing her attributes with a lightning element from her spirit pattern fan, gripped the creature by the nape, and murmured, "Little one, come along with me." Observing the Ziling Bei rendered completely unconscious by the electric shock, she lifted it and shook it lightly. It was truly too weak. Meanwhile, the trio resting in place felt a faint surge of soul power emanating from a distance, stirring excitement within Mo Xiaotang. That very direction was precisely where her brother had ventured. Could it be that her brother was in danger? Dai Bai, seated beside her, looked perplexed at her sudden alarm, questioning what had caused her to think Jiuxian was in peril. Jiuxian, calm and composed, closed her eyes to sense the atmosphere, but detected nothing. She grasped Mo Xiaotang, her gaze inquiring whether she had noticed something. Mo Xiaotang swallowed hard, about to explain, when she caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. Brother. Upon hearing that pitiful call, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, wondering what had transpired. She glanced at Dai Bai and asked, "Did you bully Xiao Hua?" Dai Bai quickly raised his hands in protest, shaking his head. "How could we bully the great master's beloved? We would protect them instead. That would be courting disaster." Seeing this, Jiuxian approached, and upon reaching Xiao Hua, unceremoniously dropped the unconscious Ziling Bei to the ground. Wiping her hands, she then tousled Mo Xiaotang's hair, asking, "What happened, little one? Look what I brought back for you." Mo Xiaotang looked down, her eyes widening in surprise. "A soul beast?" Jiuxian nodded, nudging the Ziling Bei closer to Mo Xiaotang's feet, declaring, "I thought it suited you, so I caught it." "Brother, you weren't hurt, were you?" Mo Xiaotang asked. Her eyes filled with concern as she inspected her brother's arms and abdomen. Understanding her worry, he chuckled and pulled her away, saying, "How could such a small soul beast injure me? You underestimate your brother." Relieved to hear that he was unharmed, Mo Xiaotang felt a weight lift from her heart. Jiuxian pointed toward a sturdy tree nearby, instructing, "Sit under the tree. I will transform this for you with a Mieshan gun, and then you can absorb it." Hearing about the transformation, Mo Xiaotang shifted her gaze back to the Ziling Bei, asking, "Isn't this a several-thousand-year soul beast?" Jiuxian, retrieving the Mieshan gun, explained nonchalantly, "It's nearly a 10,000-year Ziling Bei." Dai Bai, who had been silently observing, was taken aback. Had he misheard? Nearly 10,000 years. He quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Great master, I understand you wish to provide Xiaotang with a strong soul ring, but the maximum absorption age for the fourth soul ring is 5,000 years. Only the fifth ring can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Are you not concerned about Xiaotang's safety? Last time, when Xiao San absorbed his third ring, he nearly faced disaster due to a mere few hundred years difference. Why would you double it for Xiaotang? That 5,000-year gap could lead to her demise during the absorption process." Seeing Dai Bai's anxious attempts to intervene, Mo Xiaotang waved her hand and explained for her brother, "Don't worry, Bai. Last time, under my brother's transformation, I successfully absorbed a soul ring that was thousands of years inferior to me. Everything will be fine. Besides, I have faith in my brother." Before utilizing the Mieshan gun to transform its power, Jiuxian earnestly assured, "You can rest assured, I have personally tested the feasibility of this transformation. After absorbing, Xiao Haitang will be unharmed." Noticing Dai Bai's softened demeanor, Jiuxian pressed on, "You all know what I would do for Xiao Haitang. I would rather injure myself than let her suffer even the slightest harm." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang felt a pang in her heart, disregarding Dai Bai's thoughts. She quietly took out the dagger Shinjun and that her brother had gifted her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mo Xiaotang drew Shanjun and plunged it directly into the center of Ziling Bei's brow. As the dark purple soul ring ascended, and Mo Xiaotang seated herself beneath a tree, sniffing back tears, and turned to her brother, saying, "Brother, hurry and transform. I can hardly wait to see what my fourth soul skill will be." "All right," Jiuxian responded, gripping the Mieshun gun, linking the soul ring to it. Once the power was transformed to a level Xiao Haitang could absorb, he nodded at her, signaling that it was ready. Chapter 132, Sunset Forest. Commencing soul hunting, 3. Observing Jiuxian's earnest demeanor, Dai Mubai smiled faintly, beginning to understand why Mo Xiaotang had such unwavering trust in Jiuxian. He shifted his gaze from the protective Jiuxian to the indifferent Jiuqing nearby. The transformed power was gentle and non-intrusive. Thus, even though it was a soul ring nearing 10,000 years, Mo Xiaotang fully absorbed it in less than an hour. Dai Mubai stretched his limbs, intending to caution everyone about the lurking dangers in the Sunset Forest, when he heard their impressive elders say, "Xiao Haitang's soul ring is secured. Come with me to find my desired soul beast." His desired soul beast. The elder had broken through to level 50, observing Dai Mubai's astonished expression. Jiuxian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Did this child really just realize he was not the only one hunting soul beasts? What naive child! How could he think of the dangers while also assisting Xiao Haitang in hunting a soul beast? Did he think the title of elder was just for show? Moreover, he had stated his intention to fulfill his role as a master to Jiuxian. Merely bringing her to the Sunset Forest to hunt a millennium-old soul beast was hardly fulfilling that obligation. Not to mention, he had hardly participated, merely sightseeing in the Sunset Forest. He had thought Xiao Haitang was naive, but Dai Mubai was even more so. Sighing, he placed a hand on Xiao Haitang's shoulder and walked ahead, inquiring as he went, "What soul skill did you gain from absorbing Ziling Bei?" Mo Xiaotang recounted the skill she sensed after absorption. "I plan to name this soul skill Qing Niao Chongming. It is an auditory domain attack that interrupts the current attack, but can only be sustained for 5 seconds with my current soul power." Hearing this, Dai Mubai inhaled sharply. He had not understood why the elder had insisted that Ziling Bei was suitable for Xiaotang, allowing her to absorb it. He had not expected that Ziling Bei would grant Mo Xiaotang a skill capable of interrupting an ongoing attack for 5 seconds. In a critical moment, that 5 seconds could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, potentially saving a life. He looked at the composed Jiuxian, his admiration deepening further. His Jiuqing had truly sharp eyes. While lost in thought, Jiuqing, recalling the soul beast Jiuxian had mentioned earlier, asked, "Elder, have you decided which soul beast you wish to hunt?" In response, Jiuxian gave her a thumbs up, proud of his clever little disciple. Nodding, he slowly replied, "Yes, the Dali Jiangang Xiong we encountered yesterday." Jiuqing paused. Dali Jiangang Xiong? She remembered how cautious Jiuxian had been when they had previously encountered it, and Mo Xiaotang had asked why he was so fearful. At that time, Jiuxian had explained that as a Dali Jiangang Xiong aged 56,000 years. Although the fifth soul ring's age was 12,000 years, Jiuxian could transform its power, making complete absorption feasible. Yet, why would he consider absorbing the Dali Jiangang Xiong's soul ring? The Dali Jiangang Xiong was a soul beast purely of strength. If Jiuxian absorbed it, the resulting soul ring would undoubtedly be related to strength. He was well aware that assisting Mo Xiaotang in hunting such a soul beast was a significant matter. So, why? Seeing Jiuqing's confusion, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and patiently explained. Chapter 133, Sunset Forest. Commencing soul hunting, 4. Given the considerable distance from the Dali Jiangang Xiong and the absence of immediate dangers, Jiuxian took the time to enlighten Jiuqing. As everyone settled in to listen attentively, he gradually elaborated. The inspiration to hunt the Dali Jiangang Xiong came from my recent battle with Xiao Haitang. With me, Mo Xiaotang was taken aback, never having anticipated that she had influenced her brother's decision to pursue the Dali Jiangang Xiong. Recognizing the truth in her surprise, Jiuxian nodded, affirming that it was indeed due to Xiao Haitang, as that battle had enlightened him greatly. My first soul skill is healing. As for my fourth soul skill, Aside from the growth you are aware of, it also possesses some mental attributes, which consumes a significant amount of soul power upon use. The other two skills you have seen and known about are lightning and storm, which are quite lethal, very practical against enemies or sturdily built soul beasts. However, Jiuxian paused, carefully considering his words before continuing. If used against your martial souls, or in the upcoming elite tournament where weapons are prohibited, a moment of misjudgment in controlling the intensity could result in loss of life. Thus, he faced the dilemma of lacking a usable soul skill, prompting his desire to hunt a Dali Jiuxian. Upon hearing this, Dalu remained lost in thought, reflecting on the elder's dangerous remarks. As for Mo Xiaotang and Zhu Zhuqing, after digesting Jiuxian's final words, they discerned the hidden tenderness within him. Yet, this little secret was clearly not one to be voiced, for they could not afford to provoke an angered Jiuxian. Observing the darkening sky, Jiuxian waved his hand, leading them towards the territory of the Dali Jiuxian. On the other side, having just suffered a setback from the poisoned Douluo, Yuguan quietly returned to the inn where he was temporarily lodging. After taking a sip of water, he sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly circulating his soul power. After a brief moment, as Guimei, who had been searching for the poisoned Douluo in vain, ambled back. He was about to enter the inn when he spotted Yuan Gao returning to report. This was a day and a half later than he had anticipated for someone's return. Though slightly displeased, he patiently inquired, "Why did it take you so long to catch up?" Yuan Gao respectfully replied, "After arriving at the sub-temple, I received a letter from the young master. Upon learning that the young master was also in Tiando Imperial City, I went to check on him." "Why is Guai gone to Tiando?" Guimei asked as he walked. "It is said to secure a spot for the upcoming elite tournament." Yuan Gao relayed the young master's words verbatim. Upon hearing the words, Guimei furrowed his brow. Participate in the elite competition? Sensing that Yuguan had returned, he pushed open the door to Yuguan's room, ready to discuss matters in detail, only to find someone was venting their frustration. Had he just finished meditating? Observing Yuan Gao trailing behind Guimei, Yuguan casually inquired, "Is there something you need?" Guimei chose a chair to sit down and exchanged a glance with Yuan Gao, prompting him to relay the earlier events to Yuguan. Upon hearing, Yuguan rubbed his temples, pondering how this seemingly obedient lad could be so reckless. Just as he had lulled the Pope into a sense of security, he had gone off to participate in the elite competition. Which academy was he in? Lanba Academy, as its principal was acquainted with the head of Shrek. And now Lanba Academy had been transformed into Shrek Academy. As they neared the territory of the formidable Dali King Kong Bear, Jiuxian cautioned, gripping the Mieshin gun, to remain vigilant and cautious. At this point, no further prompting was needed. Everyone was already on high alert. The fear of a careless mistake leading to being crushed into a pulp by a 5,000-year-old Dali King Kong Bear kept them on edge. Listening to Jiuxian's warnings, they maintained a state of heightened vigilance, unwilling to relax. Observing their demeanor, Jiuxian pursed his lips, reflecting that their caution was perhaps excessive. However, better to be overly cautious than to risk returning home due to negligence. Pressing his fingers to his temples, he continued to lead the group forward. Moments later, the enormous form of the Dali King Kong Bear loomed into Jiuxian's view. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his right hand high, signaling the others behind him a halt, aware they had arrived. Once organized, Jiuxian waved his hand, prompting the three individuals behind him to silently execute the strategies discussed earlier. Mo Xiaotang, usually well-behaved, took the lead, quietly releasing her martial spirit and soaring into the air. As the others were not yet in position, she found cover behind a robust century-old tree, awaiting further commands from their leader. The second to position herself was the agile Zhu Zhuqing, who deftly climbed and jumped, landing on a tree not too far from the Dali King Kong Bear. Once atop the sturdy trunk, she did not rush, but carefully ensured, per Jiuxian's earlier instructions, that she could maneuver effectively and retreat safely in case of danger. Confirming her position with a glance at Jiuxian, she turned her gaze to Dalu, who had just taken his position not far from the Dali King Kong Bear. Upon seeing him ready, Jiuxian's indifferent expression shifted as he firmly gripped the Mieshin gun in one hand and the released Lingwen fan in the other. embodying a striking combination of a ruthless general and an elegant scholar. Yet, as the saying goes, beauty does not last long. Though perhaps the phrasing was not entirely accurate, it conveyed the essence. Observing him lightly fanning the nearby tree, within moments, branches began extending towards the unsuspecting Dali King Kong bear. After Jiuxian commanded the branches with another flick of his fan, they swiftly ensnared the bear, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As the bear blinked in confusion at the branches entangling it, Jiuxian struck the rough trunk with his delicate hand, crackling with black and purple lightning. In an instant, the Dali King Kong bear found itself bewildered by the sudden shock. Despite being a 5,000-year-old power-type soul beast, it was momentarily incapacitated but not entirely defeated. "Now let's commence," commanded Jiuxian. The three, with smirks adorning their faces, prepared to unleash their most formidable attacks. Bai Hu Lu Xingyu, Qing Yao Li Ren, and Yu Ming Zhan. With no strength to resist, the Dali King Kong bear let out a thunderous roar before crashing to the ground. "Brother, quickly absorb the soul ring." "We shall guard you," urged Mo Xiao Tang, watching the black soul ring rise. Having retracted his martial spirit, Jiuxian obediently approached the fallen Dali King Kong bear, ensuring everything was in order before inserting the Mieshun gun beside him. He then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes filled with joy, focusing intently on absorbing his fifth soul ring. As time passed, and seeing their leader show no signs of completing the absorption, the trio formed a circle, keeping watch while enjoying snacks and light chatter. Just as they reveled in their playful banter, their ears perked up at the sound of thumping noises. They quickly ceased their merriment, releasing their respective martial spirits and standing guard. Daimu Bai and Mo Xiao Tang positioned themselves protectively around the absorbed soul ring, while Zhu Qing leaped to the tallest tree nearby, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting a colossal creature approaching, which bore a striking resemblance to the bear on the ground, she inhaled sharply. It was another Dali King Kong bear, likely of a similar age. She hastily descended to share her findings with the others. After Zhu Qing's words, Daimu Bai clenched his fists, despair washing over him. That couldn't possibly be a relative, could it? Hearing this, Zhu Qing kicked him sharply, admonishing, "How can you say such things at a time like this? Shut your crow mouth." And Mo Xiao Tang, noticing the tension between them, quickly intervened. "The soul beast is approaching us. As Zhu Qing mentioned, the Dali King Kong bear is likely heading our way. We cannot disturb Jiugu while he absorbs his soul ring. A 5,000-year power-type soul beast is not something we can easily handle. We must unite our efforts and devise a plan." Upon hearing Mo Xiao Tang's words, Zhu Qing and Daimu Bai ceased their argument, acknowledging that facing a 5,000-year soul beast without Jiuxian's assistance would be perilous. They quickly huddled with Mo Xiao Tang to strategize. As the Dali King Kong bear drew nearer, they finally conceived a singular, albeit risky, plan. "We have no choice but to take a gamble," Zhu Qing declared, clenching her fists while observing the massive form of the Dali King Kong bear. However, she soon relaxed her grip, knowing they needed her to divert the creature's attention. Taking a deep breath and reassuring herself, she recalled a solemn promise made by a certain someone. With renewed determination, she opened her icy eyes and shouted at the Dali King Kong bear, "Hey, big fella, look over here." Due to her poor eyesight, the formidable Dali Jiuxian possessed an exceptional sense of hearing. With her grayish eyes fixed on Zhu Qing's position, she let out a thunderous roar. With trembling legs, Zhu Qing charged towards Dali Jiuxian and unleashed her first soul skill. Understanding the enormity of a soul beast that had existed for over 50,000 years, she was acutely aware that, as a 38th level agility attack soul master, her strike would likely leave no mark on the creature. She also understood that even her third soul skill would only inflict superficial damage. Thus, she did not intend to harm Dali Jiuxian with her attack. Chapter 136, Absorbing the Soul Ring, an Unexpected Event 3. The purpose of her attack, the Yuming Tusi, was not to injure Dali Jiuxian, but rather to provoke it. After the strike, seeing the furious Dali Jiuxian, Zhu Qing hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been hiding behind, instructed Mo Xiaodang to keep an eye on Jiuxian before hastily pursuing Dali Jinggang Xiong in Zhu Zhuqing's direction. Mo Xiaodang clung tightly to her brother, praying for him to finish absorbing the soul ring quickly, while anxiously watching their figures gradually vanish from her sight. This was the strategy they devised. Given Dali Jinggang Xiong's massive size and cumbersome movements, Zhu Zhuqing, as an agility attack soul master, would provoke it and draw its attention away. For Zhu Zhuqing's safety, and recognizing that she could not withstand the creature's wrath alone, Dai Mubai would closely follow to protect her in the shadows. Their mission would only be half complete once they succeeded in diverting Dali Jinggang Xiong from the area. The other half involved their own escape, as Dali Jinggang Xiong was a vengeful and patient soul beast, making their departure a challenging endeavor. Thus, Mo Xiaodang prayed fervently for her brother to finish quickly. Only after Jiuxian successfully absorbed the soul ring could Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing be rescued from danger. However, the process of absorbing a soul ring could take a short while or extend to a day and night, which was the gamble they were taking. On the other side, Dali Jinggang Xiong uprooted a large tree and hurled it towards the fleeing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, who was occasionally checking behind him, nearly had his heart leap from his chest upon witnessing this scene. He quickly wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and leaped to the side. After successfully moving away from the initial spot, Dai Mubai shielded Zhu Zhuqing, and as she gazed at him, filled with admiration, she swallowed hard, her heart racing. Yet, as she regained her composure and recalled how he had placed his hand on her waist, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a surge of anger at his seeming impropriety. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing noticed a large tree, over a meter in diameter, hurtling towards their previous location. Her expression shifted dramatically. Had Dai Mubai not pushed her away, she would have been in grave danger. Hearing the thuds, she quickly helped Dai Mubai to his feet and pulled him forward. As they ran, they began to notice something amiss. The path they were on seemed eerily similar to the one they had taken to lure the bear away. They were not puzzled for long, as the answer soon presented itself. Spotting two familiar figures not far ahead, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing nearly choked on their disbelief. After exerting so much effort, they had merely circled back, bringing Dali Jinggang Xiong right to them. It seemed fate conspired against them. There's a saying that bad news travels fast while good news travels slowly, and this was starkly evident in their situation. Just then, the furious bear lunged at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing with its massive paw. Meanwhile, their desperately hoped-for Jiuxian remained motionless, calmly seated and absorbing the soul ring. As the paw descended, Dai Mubai pulled Zhu Zhuqing behind him and unleashed two of his soul skills in quick succession, Baihu Shunjiao and Baihu Jinggang Bian. Chapter 137. Absorbing the soul ring, an unexpected event. 4. Jiuxian collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. When the bear's paw struck, he had just used his soul power to push Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing away and was turned sideways, resulting in a dislocated right arm and a fractured left leg upon impact. Thus, even though his consciousness remained relatively clear, he was unable to lift himself off the ground. After a moment, he turned his head to glance at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been pushed aside. Fortunately, they were merely dazed by the shockwave and unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief at this. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaodang rushed over to assist him. Observing the bear advancing towards them with a thunderous roar, Jiuxian, once helped to his feet, forcefully pushed Mo Xiaodang away and shouted, "I will hold this creature off. You must quickly take the stunned Mubai and Zhuqing to safety." In response, Mo Xiaodang shook her head vigorously, refusing to leave her brother behind. Seeing this, Jiuxian gritted his teeth, ruffled her hair with his uninjured left hand, took a deep breath, and gently said, "I am Jiuxian. I will be fine, but Xiaodang, I cannot bear to see you hurt before my eyes." Hearing his words, Mo Xiaodang paused, realizing that her brother had always protected her well. She had never been injured in front of him. Moreover, his gaze seemed to pierce through her, looking at someone else. His words were not meant for her, but for another, who had been injured before him, that made him so concerned. "Xiaodang, I do not wish to see you harmed." "So is it Xiaohua?" The name Xiaodang and Xiaohua bore a striking resemblance. Jiuxian, gazing at the bewildered girl, placed a hand on her shoulder, assuring her, "I promise you, I will return safely." Mo Xiaodang raised her head, realizing that his words seemed directed at her, yet also seemed to reach beyond her. Having experienced so much today, her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, unable to grasp clarity. Seeing Xiaodang remain unmoving, Jiuxian channeled his soul power and forcefully pushed her towards Dai Mubai, shouting, "Now, go!" At the moment his command fell, Mo Xiaodang's eyes reddened. She grasped Dai Mubai and Jiuxian, exhaled deeply, and with difficulty flew into the air, glancing back every few steps as they headed towards the outskirts of the sunset forest. Watching Xiaodang depart, Jiuxian smiled and boldly declared to the bear, 80,000 years? Huh, what your age? You are still just a bear. Do you truly think I, Jiuxian, would fear you?" Hearing the incessant chatter of the small human before him, Dali Jingang Xiong roared back, its roar nearly rupturing Jiuxian's eardrums. He raised his uninjured left hand and unleashed his Lingwen fan, forcefully directing it at Dali Jingang Xiong Dai. Simultaneously, Mo Xiaodang, leading Dai Mubai and Jiuxian away, gradually stirred from their stupor. As they opened their eyes to find themselves suspended in mid-air, they both gasped in astonishment. Subsequently, both individuals recalled the moment before their unconsciousness. At a critical juncture, Jiuxian absorbed the spirit ring and, upon sensing their peril, immediately rushed forward to shield them. As she did so, Jiuxian looked up and encountered the pale countenance of Mo Xiaodang, whose tearful eyes evoked a surge of determination within her, prompting her to clench her fist. Chapter 138. Absorbing the spirit ring, an unexpected incident. 5. Beside her, Dai Mubai, despite his growing physique, quickly grasped the situation. Xiao Dang, that spirit beast possesses pure strength, exceeding 50,000. Before the Grandmaster was injured, it may not have mattered much, but now, we must return and support him. Recalling her brother's expression moments ago, Mo Xiaodang inhaled deeply and shook her head. Returning now would only complicate matters for him. Observing the approaching Dali King Kong bear, Jiuxian retreated 2 steps, contemplating her limited spirit power. After devising a swift strategy in her mind, she unleashed her 4 spirit abilities sequentially towards the bear's face. The first flick of her spirit fan released the essence of growth. Given their location within the forest, her 4th spirit ability was poised to exhibit its full potential. However, since the bear was a strength-type spirit beast, the branches would inevitably snap. Nonetheless, restraining the Dali King Kong bear for a few minutes was a significant advantage, facilitating her subsequent actions. Once the branches ensnared the bear properly, Jiuxian fanned the air twice more, activating her 3rd and 2nd spirit abilities. A tremendous whirlwind erupted, enveloping the Dali King Kong bear, followed by a cacophony of thunder and lightning striking within the vortex. With no one else present, and the bear gravely injured, the relentless assaults from her allies showed no mercy. Moments later, the bear emitted a feeble whimper from within the tornado. Hearing this, Jiuxian swiftly approached the whirlwind, releasing her newly acquired 5th spirit power while retracting her 2nd and 3rd abilities. Gazing at the charred Dali King Kong bear, she leaped and struck its head with a heavy blow from her spirit fan. An age-old saying rings true. Old ginger is spicier. Although the Dali King Kong bear was a beast of millennia, being a strength-type spirit beast, it was akin to a tank in a game, possessing formidable resilience. Thus, after enduring her crushing attack, the bear, upon witnessing the dissipating whirlwind, retaliated with a powerful swipe of its paw. Indeed, the master remained a master. In that instant, Jiuxian and Dai Mubai were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground with a thud. Dazed and disoriented, Jiuxian coughed up blood. Observing that aside from herself, only the bear remained alive, she felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate they had left, otherwise, her current disheveled state would have tarnished her image in their eyes. As time passed, feeling her body grow cold from blood loss, Jiuxian lowered her dim eyes. Contemplating her grim fate in this sunset forest, the thought struck her heart like a dagger. conjuring images of her promise to Xiao Xiao to live well and her vow to return to Xiaotang. She opened her blurred vision, having escaped the soul-hunting forest. She refused to succumb in the sunset forest. No. Gritting her teeth, she pushed against the ground with her relatively intact left arm, struggling to stand. After what felt like a century, Jiuxian finally rose, panting heavily as she thought of those who cared for her, quickly adjusting her state. Chapter 139. Absorbing the Spirit Ring, an unexpected incident. 6. Having promised to live well, I shall certainly fulfill that. Recalling the scene of her victory over the undying bear, Jiuxian retracted her spirit fan and summoned her nearly forgotten Taodai, martial soul. The Dali King Kong bear, being a spirit beast of over 10,000 years, had developed a faint consciousness. Sensing the aura emanating from Jiuxian, it resisted the urge to submit and retreated several steps. However, observing its battered form, Jiuxian smirked. "Want to leave? Did I permit you?" With a swift motion, she teleported beside the bear, gripping its leg tightly before it could strike her down with a powerful paw. Thanks to her Taotai martial soul, Jiuxian possessed immense strength, and after securing the bear's leg, she executed a series of violent slams. The forest echoed with the sounds of impact and anguished roars. After a brief moment, stood triumphantly on the chest of the incapacitated bear, coldly plunging her Shun gun into its forehead. "I am a fearsome Gue Lao Jiao, 8,000 years of the Dali King Kong bear. It is an honor for you to become my spirit ring." As night fell at the resting inn, Jiuxian placed 2 prepared meal boxes on the table where the 2 boys sat, her demeanor unhurried and her expression composed, exuding a sense of calm. Yet, only she knew the turmoil brewing within her heart. After setting down the food, she approached the window, intently observing the movements below. After an indeterminate amount of time, she could no longer maintain her stoic facade. It's been so long, and the Grandmaster still hasn't emerged. What if something happened? Xiaotang, shall we return to check? Hearing her words, Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, could something have happened? Jiuxian was undeniably formidable, if all was well. He believed the Grandmaster could effortlessly contend with 2 Dali King Kong bears. However, their ally, having suffered severe injuries while protecting them from the bear's assault, was now in a precarious position. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the person on his right. Xiaotang. Just as he called out, she interjected, "I believe in my brother. He'll be fine." Meanwhile, 2 ethereal figures materialized in the sunset forest, hovering beside the pallid and lifeless Jiuxian. Observing the unrest radiating from the unconscious Jiuxian, the figure clad in white robes expressed confusion. When did he come into contact with that substance? The man in black rolled his eyes. "I was discreetly watching him, but who can resist the call of slumber? I'm not constantly vigilant. How would I know when he got into this mess?" Nonetheless, regardless of when it occurred, they could not allow it to persist. The man in white nodded in agreement. But as he glanced at his companion, a flicker of sorrow crossed his hollowed eyes. He bent down, gently trailing his luminous finger along Jiuxian's cheek. "I cannot bring myself to harm him. What about you? Harm him? That truly poses a dilemma," the man in black sighed. "I cannot do it either." Upon hearing this, the man in white withdrew his finger, about to inquire further when the man in black coldly uttered 2 words. Chapter 140. Compliant Jiu Unconscious. Return to the Spirit Hall. 1. Seal it. Seal it? Now that is a brilliant idea, but based on his cultivation speed, it seems he cannot maintain it for long. The figure cloaked in black lowered his dark, brooding gaze, aware that his resolve would not endure for long. However, in that moment he saw no alternative. Every moment of persistence counted. Thus, he made his decision. The man in black stood shoulder to shoulder with the one in white, raising their hands and uttering an intricate series of arcane incantations directed at Jiuxian. Moments later, the sealing was complete, and the dark radiance emanating from Jiuxian visibly dissipated. 3 days later, Yu Guan surveyed the dense forest, inhaling the acrid miasma. Ever since he ventured in pursuit of an ancient being, his furrowed brow had not relaxed. Just as he was about to lament to the specter beside him, an exclamation pierced the stillness. "Is that Guaijiu?" Upon hearing those words, Yu Guan swiftly followed the specter's gaze. Although it had been over 7 years since their last encounter, He recognized at once the child he had nurtured for 6 years. Seeing the bloodied child, Yuguan's heart constricted. He patted the dazed specter, urging him to leave this place. The specter, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement. As Yuguan gently lifted the child into his arms, the two moved with steady strides, hastening toward their point of origin. At the rest inn, the eldest among them, Daimao Bai, who had lost his previous composure, rubbed his face heavily while glancing at the door, anxiously awaiting Jiuxian's return. It has been 3 days. Continuing to wait like this is futile. At this, Jiuxian stepped forward, eager to contribute. Indeed, Xiaotang, you have faith in the great immortal's safety, and we share that belief. Yet, the lack of news leaves us all uneasy. If the great immortal does not return, we shall seek him out. If you fear we may not find him or encounter danger, we can return to the academy and enlist the dean as help. It is far better than waiting idly. Before Jiuxian could finish, she noticed Xiaotang, his eyes bloodshot, gazing at them with a dazed expression. After a brief moment, his hoarse voice broke the silence. I believe he will return. He mustn't he? Observing the uncertainty creeping into Xiaotang's tone, Daimao Bai felt a tightening in his chest, his tongue tangling in confusion. After much inner turmoil, he finally whispered a barely audible word. Yes. In the afternoon, Daimao Bai and Jiuxian resumed their routine, standing beside Xiaotang after their meal, watching the shadows of people below. Just as Xiaotang seemed on the verge of becoming a statue of longing, a knock echoed at their wooden door, accompanied by the voice of an unfamiliar man. Is Xiaotang there? Upon hearing this, Xiaotang's thoughts immediately drifted to the absent Jiuxian. Filled with excitement, he stumbled to the door and replied, It's me. The man responded coolly. My young master, Jiuxian, has sent me to inform you that he is well. Xiaotang's heart sank slightly at the words. Could this be a ruse orchestrated by Jiuxian and Daimao Bai to placate him? He turned to see the two of them, equally surprised and excited. Was it not they who had summoned this messenger? He pinched his fingertips and redirected his gaze to the man in the sleek black attire, his expression inscrutable. Then why does he not return? Why send you with this message? The man, who had recently reported to Yuguan, paused momentarily, recalling the instructions given to him. He replied in a formal tone, Our master has not seen him for a long time and has taken him back to reminisce. Daimao Bai, eavesdropping on their exchange, felt a pang of concern as he and Jiuxian guided Xiaotang inside. Glancing at the man standing at the door, he lowered his voice and asked, Xiaotang, do you believe him? Xiaotang lowered his head, contemplating. Did he believe? His brother had indeed mentioned that he had not seen his family in ages. However, truthfully, he found the reasoning behind an unannounced return to be somewhat implausible. Yet, if these reasons were false, where was his brother now? Why did he not come back? Was he in danger? At the door, the man observed their hushed conversation, noting their skeptical expressions. He retrieved a red cord from his pocket, having anticipated their disbelief. He knocked on the door once more, and the sound immediately captured the attention of the 3 children. As he presented the red cord, he asked, Surely, you recognize this? Since the young master had been clutching his fists tightly, he refrained from forcibly prying the ring from his hand, opting instead to take the cord from around his neck. He had seen the child wear it long ago, and it had remained with him to this day. Daimao Bai and Jiuxian appeared indifferent, while Xiaotang's response was markedly different. He accepted the familiar red cord, nodding fervently. How could I not recognize it? Although I gave it to my brother when he left school, I had worn it for 6 or 7 years prior. Upon examining the intricate patterns and feeling the texture, he was certain this was the very piece he had gifted his brother. Logically, it had been well preserved, suggesting his brother must have kept it close. He would not have surrendered it to a stranger. Thus, was this man genuinely telling the truth? Seeing Xiaotang's excited reaction, the man felt a sense of relief. Rest assured, he is well. You should return to the academy and await his return. Xiaotang turned to the man, asking a vague question. Will he come back? The man, puzzled by the child's concern, nodded affirmatively. He will return. With that assurance, Xiaotang inhaled deeply, withdrew his gaze, and waved to Daimao Bai and Jiuxian. Let's go. Noticing the shift in Mo Xiaotang's demeanor, Jiuxian was taken aback. You believe him? Mo Xiaotang held tightly to the jade pendant and offered a gentle smile to Jiuxian. I trust my brother. We shall wait for him at the academy. With Mo Xiaotang, the one closest to Jiuxian, expressing such confidence, Dalu Bai and Jiuxian found themselves without a counterargument. They nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Days passed, and Mo Xiaotang, accompanied by Dalu Bai and Jiuxian, returned to the Tiando Shrek Academy. As they descended from the training arena, they were met by the sight of three familiar figures. Before they could express their joy, the cold demeanor emanating from the usually gentle Mo Xiaotang startled them. Tang San, who had been quietly observing, noted that 4 had left, but only 3 had returned. He approached Dalu Bai and inquired softly what happened to Xiaotang. Why is the great immortal not with you? Is there something amiss? The inquiry struck Dalu Bai like a heavy blow, stirring memories of an unsettling scene that lingered in his mind, casting a shadow over his expression. Upon hearing the light cough of Jiuxian behind him, Dalu Bai turned his gaze toward Tang San and said helplessly, the Great One encountered an elder on his way back home, and Xiaotang is reluctant to part with him, so he's been sulking all the way. Tang San nodded, believing his words without doubt. In the illustrious hall of Wuhuan City, the headquarters of the Wuhuan Temple, Yu Guan and Gei Mei stood respectfully below, their eyes fixed on the exalted figure of Pope Bibi Dong. Yu Guan pointed to the child lying on the ground and beseeched, Your Holiness, please save this child. Save? From a moment they brought the young boy in, Bibi Dong had begun to surmise the boy's identity from their worried expressions. Now, it appeared her suspicions were confirmed. She gestured with her fingers, directing her gaze once more upon the young lad, inquiring, What has happened to him? Yu Guan took a shaky breath, recounting the events in detail. A few days ago, while searching for Douluo with old Gui, we discovered this child at his lair. Though we hadn't seen him for years, we recognized him at first glance. The periphery of Douluo's lair was inhabited by soul beasts, and upon seeing him covered in blood and unconscious, we assumed he'd been injured while hunting for a soul ring. We brought him back for treatment, and while his external wounds healed gradually, the child remained unresponsive. It was then we realized something was amiss. At this point, Yu Guan paused, tears welling in his eyes as both he and Gui Mei knelt on one knee, pleading in unison, We implore you, Your Holiness, considering our loyalty to you, please save this child. Bibi Dong waved her hand, urging them to rise, for she had already intended to assist them. After all, aiding them in saving this child would bring her numerous benefits. Firstly, it would allow her to personally ascertain whether there were any issues with the child's body, thereby verifying whether his 2 arms had deceived her. Secondly, regardless of their past deceit, assisting them today would fortify their loyalty to her. Lastly, if he were cured, he could potentially be of use to her. Even if not, having heard that the child was deeply emotional, she believed that since she had intervened to save him, the elder who raised him would remain loyal to her, ensuring that the child would harbor no ill will toward the Wuhuan Temple in the future. She composed herself and approached the unconscious Jiuxian, speaking to the kneeling elders, You may rise. I will first examine the condition of this child. If it is possible, as he is your child, I shall do everything in my power to save him. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong would assist, Yu Guan and Gui Mei slowly stood, casting grateful glances toward her. Bibi Dong nodded and, bending down beside Jiuxian, delicately placed her slender fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. After withdrawing her hand and steadying herself with her staff, she informed Yu Guan and Gui Mei of her findings. His soul power is chaotic, and within his body reside 3 distinct forces. 2 of these forces are in conflict, wreaking havoc, and the only reason he has not perished is due to the presence of another gentle force protecting him. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan nodded, affirming that it aligned perfectly with the findings he and old Gui had previously encountered. He then looked up at Bibi Dong, who had returned to her throne, and inquired, Does the esteemed Pope possess a solution? Earlier, there may have been a solution, Bibi Dong replied. The issue with this child's body arises from the disorderly soul power within him. If we were to nullify all his cultivation, the problem would be resolved. However, now the forces within him have inflicted irreversible damage on his body, rendering any action futile. Bibi Dong sighed, causing Yu Guan's heart to plummet. Gazing at the silver-haired youth, he recalled the Pope's earlier words about the gentle force being the reason the child had not perished. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Your Holiness, does that mean if the gentle force persists, the child will remain safe? Bibi Dong confirmed that gentle force is safeguarding Yu Jiuxian. As long as it endures, he will remain unharmed. However, it must be noted that the child's body has been problematic for over 2 years, and that protective force has been sustaining him until now. Currently, that force is weaker than the other 2 forces within him. Given that he remains unconscious, it suggests that the gentle force is nearing its limit. Nonetheless, even if it is weaker, it can still protect him for another year or 2. She regarded the sorrowful expressions of the 2 men and shared what could be perceived as a somewhat positive piece of news. For the next year or 2, the child will be temporarily safe. A year or 2. A mere span for a child not yet 14 years of age. Yu Guan forced a smile, seizing the opportunity to voice another concern while the Pope was still present. Since he is safe for this time, why does he not awaken? Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, one hand gripping her staff while the other rested on the arm of her seat, lightly drummed her fingers in contemplation. Responding to Yu Guan's query, she gradually replied, the gentle force is insufficiently strong to protect him adequately, and his physical body must inevitably endure immense pain. His brief state of unconsciousness is, in fact, a blessing. You should take the child back and care for him well. He should awaken in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan and Gue Mei's expressions darkened. Given their understanding that the child they had raised might not live long, they were engulfed in sorrow. Bibi Dong, not minding their apparent distress, waved her hand dismissively, permitting their departure as she prepared to exit the grand hall. Just as Yu Guan was about to carry the child home, Yu Jiuxian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at them in bewilderment as he uttered painful groans. It hurts. Chapter 144, Awakening from Coma. The Great One rejuvenates. 1. How it hurts. Yu Jiuxian clutched at his chest, his crimson eyes scanning the faces around him as he murmured, Who are you? Initially tense at the sound of Yu Jiuxian's pain moans, Yu Guan's mind momentarily blanked upon hearing his next words, rendering him utterly speechless. Gue Mei, remaining somewhat composed, placed a supportive hand on Yu Jiuxian's shoulder and gently inquired, Little Nine, do you not remember us? Where does it hurt? At that moment, the child, with the mind of a mere 3 or 4-year-old, could not comprehend the words being spoken. All he knew was that he clutched his chest, crying out in pain, It hurts! It hurts! Having not yet exited the grand hall, Bibi Dong, upon hearing the commotion, returned and approached them. Glancing at the dazed Yu Guan before turning to Gue Mei, directing, Slowly channel your soul power in him. Let us see how it goes. After a short while, Gue Mei held the now tranquil and sleeping Yu Jiuxian in his arms and turned to Bibi Dong, asking, Your Holiness, what has happened to this child? It is likely a consequence of the conflicting forces within him, Bibi Dong shrugged. Few possess such chaotic soul power, and those who do not perish are exceedingly rare. Thus, the Wuhuan Temple has scant records on this matter. She was not particularly familiar with it either. Returning to reality, Yu Guan inquired, Will he remember us? Bibi Dong remained silent, knowing that with so few records and the varying circumstances, she could not ascertain the outcome. With silver hair and crimson eyes, the enchanting Yu Jiuxian squatted by the flower bed in the courtyard, cradling her cheeks as she engaged in a monologue with the little white flowers planted by Yu Guan on a whim. Where have the little flowers gone? They don't even come out to play with me. I'm all alone. How dull it is. If it weren't for the little flowers being the only ones who know me, I would ignore them and not play at all. Upon receiving the news of Yu Jiuxian's return, Gulai Na urged her brother and Yin to complete their daily tasks early and come to visit the young boy. Although they had been informed about a certain individual's condition beforehand, seeing it in person still tugged at their hearts. Xie silently approached Yu Jiuxian from a distance, observing the silly expression on her face. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who once exuded confidence and nonchalance, almost soaring above the rest. Hearing voices from behind, Yu Jiuxian turned around, her face solemn as she innocently asked, "Who are you?" Hu Laina pressed her lips together, managing a smile as she stepped within a meter of Jiuxian. After introducing herself, she pointed to the two behind her, saying, "These are my brother Xiaoyu and my good friend Yan." Noticing no ill intentions from the three, Jiuxian blinked her red eyes and greeted, "Hello, I am Xiao Jiao." Upon hearing Xiao Jiao express her boredom from being alone, Hu Laina gently suggested, "Would you like us to keep you company?" After seeing Jiuxian nod in agreement, the trio cautiously approached her. Their carefulness stemmed from the warm warnings given by Grandpa Yu and Grandpa Gue before their visit. The mentally unstable Jiuxian was not permitted to be approached by strangers. Should anyone attempt to come too close, it would result in a forceful retaliation, leaving them incapacitated. Their awareness of this was born from experience, as someone had previously tested this theory for them. Once beside Jiuxian, Hu Laina mimicked her posture and asked, "What are you doing here?" Taken aback by the beautiful girl's question, Jiuxian hesitated, wondering how she couldn't see the obvious. While poking at the petals of the little white flowers, she replied, "I'm waiting for the little flower. It's been a long time since it came back." Hearing this unfamiliar name, Hu Laina was momentarily stunned. Didn't Grandpa Yu say that Jiuxian's mind was not complete and that she remembered no one? Moreover, to her knowledge, none of the friends she had in the academy had a name that included Little Flower. Composing herself despite her surprise, she asked softly, "Who is the Little Flower?" "The Little Flower is my brother." "Are you stupid?" Jiuxian shot her a glance, believing she could keep this secret from everyone, unaware that all eyes were on her as she discreetly shifted away. The Little Flower said that those who associate with foolish people will become foolish themselves. So it's better to keep a distance to avoid catching this person's foolishness. Yan's lips twitched at this revelation, realizing the truth of the saying that the one within the situation is often blind to its reality. Ignoring the antics and words exchanged, Hu Laina continued, "Where's the Little Flower? When will it come back?" Rubbing her head of silver hair, Jiuxian replied, "How can I know where the Little Flower is or when it will return if I can't see it?" Instinctively, she deemed Hu Laina to be hopelessly foolish and moved even further away from her. Half a year later, after Hu Laina's relentless efforts, the trio had finally deciphered Jiuxian's ways of interacting with others. However, her memory was not much better than that of a goldfish, so they frequently visited her to maintain their presence. Otherwise, one careless moment could lead her to forget them entirely, necessitating another attempt to breach her emotional barriers. With the upcoming elite competition approaching, their training tasks had intensified, leaving them with increasingly less time to establish their presence before Jiuxian. To mitigate any potential issues, the three of them, after exchanging greetings, directly brought the rather large child from Guan's residence to their own. On that day, at the training grounds of the Wuhuan Palace, in Yan's lounge, Jiuxian was enjoying herself, indulging in food and play, when two individuals barged in. Zhang Fan and his subordinate, upon seeing Jiuxian alone in the room, paused momentarily, only to realize they had entered the wrong space upon glancing at the door's signage. However, they did not exit immediately. Instead, they exchanged cold smirks, seeing Jiuxian all by herself. Zhang Fan signaled his subordinate to stand guard outside. Observing the obedient subordinate close the door, Zhang Fan cracked his knuckles and stepped closer to Jiuxian. "You foolish child, how dare you be so close to the golden generation?" Feeling insulted, Jiuxian narrowed her eyes, her good-natured heart recalling Hu Laina's advice against striking out at others. In the moment Zhang Fan raised his fist, Jiuxian clenched her own fist and kicked him away. Despite her mental state being compromised, her soul power remained intact, and with over 50 levels of soul power, her kick sent Zhang Fan reeling, gasping for breath on the floor. He shouted towards the door, "Get in here and help me." His bewildered subordinate was about to unleash his Wuhuan, but how could he possibly contend with someone who had just beaten his boss? In the blink of an eye, he found himself sprawled on the floor beside Zhang Fan. In the grand hall of the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong sat on her throne, casually inquiring, "Elder Yu, the preliminary rounds of the elite competition are about to commence. I have heard that although Xiao Jiao has lost her memory, her combat prowess remains high." At this, Yu Guan felt his throat tighten, taking a moment to regain his composure before nodding in agreement. Yes. Bibi Dong tapped the armrest of her throne, continuing, "What do you think about having her join Xiao Na and the others?" Beside her, Gui Mei raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Pope would allow their child to join the Golden Generation. This seemed rather inappropriate. He glanced at Yu Guan, who subtly interjected, redirecting the question back to Bibi Dong. "You are aware of Xiao Jio's current condition. If she were to take the stage, any unforeseen incidents could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Are you certain you wish for Xiao Jio, this uncertain factor, to compete?" Having partnered with Yu Guan for many years, Gui Mei was acutely aware of the appropriate words and expressions to convey. He nodded, emphasizing a crucial point. Moreover, Xiao Jio and Xiao Na have never trained together. With only a month before the elite competition begins, ISNT it a bit late to start training their coordination. Bibi Dong was not swayed by their arguments. She had already considered these factors. That's of no concern. I believe that once Xiao Jio is on the field, her performance will surpass that of others who have trained for years. As for any unforeseen circumstances, I trust Xiao Na will take good care of her. At this juncture, to refuse would seem unusual, so the two suppressed their inner resignation and nodded in acquiescence. After reaching a decision, Yu Guan recalled another matter, "Your Holiness. Xiao Jio's name and Wuhuan information have likely already been registered in the academy, where she previously attended." "What's the matter?" Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. "Then let us just change the name and the martial soul." "Change the martial soul?" Gui Mei looked at Bai Dong in confusion. How can one even change their martial soul? Bai Dong ignored Gui Mei and turned towards Yu Guan. "Elder Yu, isn't Xiao Jio a twin martial soul? You can simply register her other martial soul." "Twin martial soul?" Yu Guan was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. "You didn't know?" Bai Dong raised an eyebrow. Her gaze on Yu Guan filled with intrigue. Yu Guan shook his head, recalling the scene from the past. He reaffirmed his earlier conclusion. "I was the one who awakened Gui Jio's martial soul, and it clearly displayed a spirit pattern fan at that time." Bai Dong pressed her lips together and explained, "It seems you were unaware. However, that makes sense, considering her other martial soul is a divine beast. You hadn't fully awakened, so it's normal that you didn't notice." Yu Guan stared blankly ahead, pondering why someone with such innate talent, possessing a twin martial soul and full soul power, would end up like this. Noticing Yu Guan's expression, Bibi Dong frowned slightly, her lips parting as if to offer words of comfort, but after much thought, she found no suitable words to say. In the end, she merely called, "Elder Yu." Yu Guan took a deep breath, his shoulders sagging even further. As long as he is safe, let him participate. Do you agree? Gui Mei looked at Yu Guan in bewilderment. The fight was still ongoing, and he was still striving, yet this fellow had already betrayed. Yu Guan lifted the corners of his mouth, explaining to them. He expressed a desire to enter the elite competition at a very young age, intending to win the championship. Although he may have forgotten now, I don't want him to have regrets. Bai Dong descended from her throne and patted Yu Guan's shoulder, promising, "Rest assured, I will ensure he remains unharmed." Yu Guan mustered his spirits and nodded. "Hui Mai shined. Then I'll go inform Xiao Na and the others. Xiao Na will be thrilled to know Gui Jio is competing with them." Bibi Dong nodded. "Go ahead." Gui Mei took Yu Guan and exited. But as they reached the door, they encountered Yuan Gao limping towards them. "Sir." Yu Guan looked at him, puzzled. "Shouldn't you be protecting a certain clever individual by Xiao Jio's side? Why are you here? Is something wrong with Xiao Jio? What happened? Speak slowly." Yuan Gao gasped for breath and hurriedly said, "The young master has fought someone." "He fought someone?" A weary Yu Guan nodded to indicate he understood. "As long as he wasn't beaten, it's fine. Tell them to apologize quickly." "Apologize?" Yuan Gao's lips twitched. "Sir, the young master has beaten everyone at the training grounds." Yu Guan's head shot up. "What did you say?" Hui Ma was equally perplexed. "ISNT Xiao Na with Gui Jio? Why didn't they stop him?" Yuan Gao frowned, speaking slowly under the gazes of the two adults. "The Saintess, Yin, and Xiaoyu all helped the young master fight. At the training ground, Gulai Na and her companions were anxiously pacing nearby, watching as someone knocked another down again. Finally, Gulai Na couldn't hold back. "Xiao Jio, stop." Yu Jio frowned. "Stop? Why?" He waved his hand, thinking of them as his good friends. It's so much fun. You all should join. Join? How can we join in this chaos? Xiaoyu shook his head. Please stop this nonsense. Yu Jiu was displeased by this response. How is this nonsense? He turned to the students, beckoning them with a finger. You all come at me. The first student who had been beaten, Zhang Fan, felt regret wash over him as he knelt on the ground, hands clasped in earnestness. We were wrong, Your Grace. Please forgive us. Yu Jiu scoffed. Forgiveness is something only an innocent angel like Xiao Hua would do. I'm a demon who resolves matters with my fists. As Xiao Hua said, the kind are easily bullied, and the good-natured are easily ridden. Therefore, in this world, I can only bully others. No one can bully me. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation with Yu Jiu, Zhang Fan turned to Hu Lai Na with a pleading look. Saintess, please save us. Hu Lai Na cast a glance at the children behind her, hesitating. Upon noticing, Yu Jiu lowered his gaze, pouting as if deeply wronged. Sister Na, do you also want to join them in bullying me? You're all bad people, just like Xiao Hua, pretending to protect me and be nice to me. Hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward to clarify. That is not true. We are just like Xiao Hua. Yu Jiu's eyes narrowed at the mention of like, and he coldly replied, Xiao Hua is one of a kind. There is no one like Xiao Hua. Yin pulled Xiaoyu back, urging him to be quiet, and stepped forward. Yes. Xiaoyu just didn't express himself well. What he meant was that we will treat you well, just like Xiao Hua. Liars. You only want to team up with them to bully me. Yu Jiu turned away, crossing his arms. Yin swallowed hard, stepping closer to Yu Jiu. No, we are on your side. Really? Yu Jiu shot him a skeptical glance. Yin, sensing the doubt, quickly reassured him, of course. A smile spread across Yu Jiu's face, and he pointed at the trembling students. Then you go teach them a lesson. Avenge Xiao Jiu. Vengeance? Zhang Fan, nearly terrified to the point of urination, exclaimed in shock, gazing at the majority of students on the ground moaning. His heart sank. After all I've done to them, I still need to avenge. He looked at Yin with hope, wishing he could restore Yin's sanity and prevent him from agreeing to this madness. However, Yin ignored his plea and stood beside Yu Jiu, nodding. Of course, if anyone bullies our Xiao Jiu, Xiaoyu and I will definitely stand up for him. Upon hearing this, a broad grin spread across Yu Jiu's face. All traces of displeasure vanished in a thin air. You all truly protect Xiao Jiu, just like Xiao Hua. Yin lifted his chin and casually replied, indeed. Yet inwardly, he thought, ginger truly is spicier with age. The young are still the most ruthless. Then, in front of all, Yin approached Xiaoyu, ready to unleash a thorough beating. After overhearing this absurd conversation, Xiaoyu forced a smile, lowering his voice to ask, Are we really going to fight? Before Yin could respond, it was Hu Lai Na who fixed her gaze on Yu Jiu, declaring fight. Yin added, It's better for us to take action than for Xiao Jiu to do so. Xiaoyu nodded, rolling up his sleeves with a chuckle. All right, let us get started. Half an hour later, Hu Lai Na and her companions met a heroic demise. In the great hall, Yu Guan rubbed his temples, observing the children before him, who had lost all sense of reason in front of Yu Jiu. Let them watch a certain child and refrain from taking action. After much discussion, the child was indeed persuaded to stay put, yet they themselves ended up assisting in the altercation. How could grown individuals engage in such frivolity alongside Guaijiu? Xiaoyu pondered their actions, fully aware that they would face punishment. Reluctantly, before departing, he muttered that it was they who had initially bullied Xiao Jiu, and they merely sought to defend him. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan furrowed his brow even tighter, recalling the scene of chaos, his expression difficult to articulate. What camaraderie indeed! In the name of seeking vengeance, they had assaulted the students of the Wuhuan Temple. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Initially, they had intended to merely put on a show, never truly meaning to engage in a fight. However, as the scuffle escalated, their desire to retaliate against those who had bullied the defenseless child became uncontrollable, resulting in an unfortunate escalation of force. As Chapter 149 unfolds, they prepared to join the tournament. Yunshi Quan stood silently, accepting full responsibility, claiming, I was the one who led the charge. If anyone is to be punished, let it be me. This declaration displeased Yin, who interjected, What do you mean it was you? It was clearly my idea, and I dragged them into it. Hulaina shook her head, positioning herself between the two, stating, if there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me. For it was I who encouraged their actions. Observing their eagerness to accept punishment, Yu Guan felt overwhelmed and waved his hands dismissively, issuing a final decree. Enough, enough. Your loyalty is commendable. Those who fought together will be punished together, including Guaijiu. Hence, there will be collective consequences. Upon hearing that Jiuxian would also be punished, Hulaina stepped forward, only to be restrained by Yin. Confused, she looked to Yin, who quietly remarked, Grandfather Yu's concern for Xiaojiu is no less than ours. Let us first ascertain the nature of the punishment. Yu Guan cleared his throat, breaking their hushed discussions, and commanded them to stand at attention. As he regarded them, memories of the past flooded his mind, and a fleeting smile graced his features. He approached Hulaina and her companions, solemnly announcing their punishment. After the Pope learns of this matter, you are to bring Guaijiu along to participate in the upcoming elite tournament. The trio instinctively accepted, ready to fulfill the punishment, when they suddenly realized it was not merely a matter of running 20 laps or competing in numerous challenges. They exchanged incredulous glances at Yu Guan, unable to believe the gravity of the situation. What? Yu Guan raised an eyebrow, questioning their reluctance. Hulaina was the first to shake her head, affirming, I accept. I am willing. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan took a deep breath, steeling himself. As he exited the grand hall, he lowered his voice, entrusting them with care for Guaijiu. Hulaina and Yin exchanged glances, recalling all that Yu Guan had done for Jiuxian, and nodded solemnly in agreement. As Yu Guan let out a sigh, upon reaching the doorway, another thought struck him. Guaijiu's previous school has likely reported him, which is why the Pope has instructed Xiaojiu to assume a new name and identity for the elite tournament. You should engage with Xiaojiu in advance. Hulaina, skilled in communication, nodded in agreement, ready to facilitate this transition. The following day, Hulaina and her companions returned to Yan's resting quarters. The atmosphere stifled after the previous day's chaos. Even passers-by avoided crossing their path. Observing this, Jiuxian blinked innocently, seemingly having forgotten the events of the prior day. Without offering explanations, Hulaina slowly began, Xiaojiu, in a few days we will participate in a competition, and you will need a new name. What do you think it should be? Seated in an old rocking chair, Jiuxian pondered aloud. You say I am Jiuxian. I recall a saying, Yu xia Jiuxian, yin jin shi qi quan. If I must change my name, let it be Yin Shi Quan. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu entered the room as if it were his own, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed a bright red apple. After a few bites, he grimaced in distaste. Casting it aside, listening to Jiuxian, he propped his chin on his hand and jested, Our little Jiu's intellect is certainly on the rise. As Chapter 150 commences, Jiuxian shook his finger at Xiaoyu, saying, Did you not say I must assume a new identity? You should now refer to me as Xiao Qi or Yin Shi Quan. Both Xiaoyu and Yin nodded in unison. However, Hulaina, upon hearing this, was struck by a thought. Softening her voice, she gently inquired, Xiaojiu, or rather Xiao Qi, can you tell Sister Na how old you are now? Jiuxian rocked in his chair, bemused by their curiosity, wondering how they, having spent so much time together, could not know his age. Nevertheless, recalling the adage, one does not strike a smiling face, he replied, I am 5 years old. 5 years old? Old Guan. Do you truly intend to let Xiaojiu participate in the elite tournament? Guimei, seated on the stone steps, could not restrain his curiosity as he observed the composed Yu Guan tending to the flowers. Yu Guan paused, taken aback by the question. Agree? What do you mean by agree? From the outset, the Pope's approach regarding this matter was not one of inquiry or discussion, but rather a notification. Now that the child was under the Pope's watchful gaze, should they refuse, the only fate awaiting the child would be an untimely demise. All he could do was comply with the Pope's directives. Yet it was troubling that the child had concealed health issues for so long. They should have been alerted by the letter that the child had sent, feigning illness. If the child were truly well, why would he concoct such a ruse so convincingly? Yu Guan sighed, lamenting that while he now understood everything, it was regrettably too late. Noticing Yu Guan's demeanor, Gui Mei chose not to press the issue further, instead bringing up another concern. Old Guan, I heard from Yuan Gao that the academy attended by Xiao Jiu possesses considerable. What will happen if Xiao Jiu encounters his former friends in the finals? Yu Guan massaged his temples, setting down the watering can as he walked over to Gui Mei. You wretched spirit, must you always dwell on troublesome matters? Can you not bring me some good news instead? Gui Mei shrugged, exasperated. I wish I could share something uplifting, but all that has transpired lately is an array of vexing incidents. What can I do? I cannot fabricate tales. Sighing once more, Yu Guan settled next to the ancient spirit, just as he prepared to respond to the previous query. A young lady, Hulai Na, appeared at the doorway. Shouldn't you be at the training grounds at this hour? Is it possible that our Xiao Jiu is restless again? However, observing her expression, he sensed something was amiss. Curiously, he asked, Xiao Na, what brings you here? Without engaging in pleasantries, Hulai Na directly conveyed her purpose. Grandfather Yu, Xiao Jiu has shown significant promise. Significant promise? Yu Guan exclaimed, rising in excitement. How did you discern this? Hulai Na smiled faintly, recounting her observations in detail. It had been 6 months since they forged a bond with Jiuxian, and observing his innocent demeanor, akin to that of a child, she had playfully asked his age. He had solemnly declared that he was 3 years old at the time. A few months ago, on a certain day when they were engaged in playful antics, Jiuxian remarked that 4-year-old Xiao Jiu was quite the big child. At the time, I assumed someone had misspoken due to forgetfulness and paid it no mind. However, today, Xiao Jiu declared himself to be 6 years old, his speech having lost some of its infantile sweetness. And he even articulated phrases such as Yuxia, Jiuxian, and Yun Jin Chi Quan with an air of sophistication. In Chapter 151, Misty Friends, Forgotten Matters, 1, I speculate that in a short while, Xiao Jiu may revert to his former self. Revert? I now find myself wishing he could remain blissfully oblivious. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's expression did not brighten. Rather, his furrowed brow deepened in concern. Hulai Na, standing nearby, observed Yu Guan's demeanor with uncertainty. Yu Guan settled back onto the stone steps, shaking his head at Hulai Na. I am fine. You must have sneaked out. Return to your training. Hulai Na hesitated, glancing at Gui Mei, who nodded reassuringly. She exhaled, bidding farewell to the two elders. Once Hulai Na departed, Gui Mei cast a worried glance at Yu Guan, opening his mouth to speak, but like Hulai Na, he was at a loss for words. Yu Guan, however, remained silent, pinching the bridge of his nose and gazing up at the azure sky adorned with clouds. Perhaps he had been dwelling too much on that child. Now, even the fluffy white clouds seemed to take on the child's visage. Speaking of that child, they had nurtured him for 6 years, and despite not having seen him in 7 or 8 years, they had maintained correspondence. They had discussed hopeful futures, grand plans, martial souls and abilities, the Pope's unilateral power, and the intricacies of political maneuvering with the Pope. In recent days, memories of that child flooded his mind, stirring a sense of confusion within him. When did that child realize there was something amiss with his body? A mere lad, barely 10 years old, or perhaps not even that, such a small child, upon discovering his condition, chose to remain silent, bearing the burden alone, or his feelings while writing to them. Did he ever wish to confide in them? Perhaps not. After all, he was a child who could turn misfortunes into jest. He sighed, finding a moment of tranquility, recalling the bewildered expressions of Gui Mei and Hulai Na after he had spoken. He slowly remarked, Old Gui, do you not think that if obedient Jiu were to regain normalcy and learn he has but 2 years left, his naivety would allow him to remain joyful until the very end? Sigh. In the mist, Jiuxian observed the surroundings, which appeared surreal, igniting a sense of vigilance within him. He swallowed hard, clenching his fist tightly, just as he had spun in circles dozens of times. Feeling as if he might suffocate in this place, he heard a soft voice. Xiao Jiu? Xiao Jiu. Jiuxian's heart leaped with joy at the sound. He hurried towards its source, murmuring, Xiao Hua, is that you? You have finally returned. Upon reaching a space reminiscent of a resting lounge, Jiuxian halted, staring at the figure before him, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Hua, brother, it's me, Xiao Haitang. Do you not remember me? Yu Jiuxian gazed at Mo Xiao Tang in confusion, murmuring, "Who is Xiao Haitang?" He strained to recall, but his mind felt sealed, unable to access the memories. In mere moments, the effort caused his head to throb, and he broke into a cold sweat. Mo Xiao Tang noticed his distress and rushed to support him. But the instant she touched his arm, her mind went blank. In Chapter 152, Misty Friends Forgotten Matters 2, upon seeing this, Yu Jiuxian quickly pushed her away and fled. Mo Xiao Tang looked at her brother's retreating figure, her chest tightening. "Brother, you promised me you would return. You always keep your word, right?" Hearing her hoarse, soft voice, Yu Jiuxian fled in a panic. Surrounded by mist, he had no idea where he was running, only that he had been at it for a considerable time. Just as he contemplated stopping, his head collided with a solid chest. Daimao Bai looked at him, his expression one of surprise. "Daxiang." In this unfamiliar place with unfamiliar faces, Yu Jiuxian, feeling a profound sense of insecurity after his memory loss, instinctively took a few steps back. "Who are you?" "I am Mu Bai, the evil-eye white tiger, Daimao Bai." "Daxian, do you not remember me?" Daimao Bai was momentarily taken aback by Yu Jiuxian's question. Yu Jiuxian, recalling the earlier incident, shook his head vigorously. He did not wish to know. Daimao Bai, observing Yu Jiuxian's demeanor, sighed, "It is understandable that you do not want to remember me. Had it not been for your protection, you would not have been injured in the Sunset Forest." "Sunset Forest? Protection? Injury? Were these?" As Yu Jiuxian pondered these terms, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he clutched it, fleeing once more. He ran until he was breathless, his legs too weak to carry him any further. Collapsing onto the ground, perhaps unwilling to allow him peace, he soon heard a cold voice calling out, "Master." Master? A 5-year-old child, though a big kid, was still incapable of taking on a disciple. Surely, she had made a mistake. Hadn't he just been mistaken for Xiao Huang moments ago? He steadied his breath, slowly rising to his feet, intending to leave the area, but the next moment, a graceful figure appeared before him. "Master Daxian, I truly am inadequate. I cannot assist you and have caused you to be hurt. It is all my fault." Yu Jiuxian's lips twitched as he prepared to shake his head, denying that he was her master, when he heard a distant yet near voice. "Jiu, return." This was, without regard for titles or relationships, Yu Jiuxian hastily withdrew. As he walked away, he muttered, "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, why have you been ignoring me lately? Did I upset you?" The distant yet near voice responded, "Jiu did not offend Xiaohua. There is a reason for my silence, and you will understand in due time. Now, you must leave here with me." Yu Jiuxian, obedient to the voice, was about to follow when he recalled the 3 strange individuals he had encountered earlier. "By the way, Xiaohua, do you know who those 3 people were? They spoke in such peculiar ways that I could not comprehend." The distant yet near voice did not respond immediately. After a prolonged silence, Yu Jiuxian assumed Xiaohua was also unaware. Just as he was about to dismiss the matter, the voice returned, "I cannot tell you now. You will know in the future." Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling that if he was to remain uninformed, he should at least be told when he eventually learned. He pinched his fingers together. Though discontent, he could not bear to be angry with Xiaohua, who had finally returned. He quietly acquiesced, saying, "All right." In Chapter 153, Misty Friends, Forgotten Matters 3, in the lounge, Xiaoyu observed the increasingly faint breaths of Yu Jiuxian, his forehead glistening with sweat. He squatted beside the couch, vigorously shaking Yu Jiuxian's body, calling out, "Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu," in a state of trepidation, fearing that someone's heart might cease to beat at any moment. Yin cast a significant eye roll at the soul-calling antics of Shiyue. He patted Shiyue's shoulder, conveying a silent message to step aside. After Shiyue stood up, he gazed intently at Yin, aware of the physical afflictions plaguing Yu Jiuxian. They all possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the situation. It was evident that a malady had struck, yet the question lingered. Was this ailment truly awakened by the resonating sound of Yin's voice? Yin, dismissing the individual obstructing his path, approached the bedside, gently uncovering the thin blanket that Yu Jiuxian had draped over himself. Shiyue stood behind the bed, fixated on Yin's every movement, pondering what actions to take. "Let us find you Grandpa," Or ghost grandpa, Yin suggested, as he carefully lifted Jiuxian onto his back and strode out of the resting chamber. Xue, realizing the urgency, quickly followed suit. Not far outside, Hulaina spotted Yin and Xue hurrying with Jiuxian on Yan's back. Observing their frantic demeanor, she decided to accompany them back into the Yueguan Hall. Upon entering, Xue spoke rapidly. You grandpa. Today Xiao Jiu felt bored and went to rest. I left something behind, and when I returned, I found him. At this, Yueguan promptly cast aside any sentimentality, rising to assist in placing Jiuxian onto the grand bed. Let me take a look, he stated. Xue, anxiously watching Yueguan, inquired. Xiao Jiu won't be in any danger, will he? Despite not being particularly fond of the individual, having known him for an extended period had fostered some semblance of emotion. Purely platonic friendship, of course. As Yueguan conducted a thorough examination, Gue Mei reassured the three children, recalling the words of the Pope, stating that for 2 years, Jiu would remain unharmed. Do not panic, he advised. Just as he concluded, Yueguan withdrew his hand and proclaimed, he is fine. His soul power is abundant. What? She, momentarily stunned, glanced at Yin and Hulaina, unable to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, this individual's heart had ceased to beat, yet Yueguan declared him unharmed. Gue Mei, noticing the chaotic concern of Xue, contemplated whether to voice his thoughts but refrained, as it was evident that Xue was merely worried about the child. He exchanged a glance with Yin, who succinctly remarked, if Xiao Jiu were losing his life force, his soul power would undoubtedly diminish as well. It is implausible for him to retain such vitality. Such abundant soul power, indeed. How foolish of me, Xue chuckled awkwardly, redirecting his gaze toward Jiuxian. Adopting a perspective that all was well, he scrutinized Jiuxian, even perceiving a rosy hue to his complexion. If his heart had stopped yet he remained unscathed, could it be that he was in a state of apparent death? Yin smiled and nodded, affirming the notion. Xue, deep in thought as he regarded the unconscious Jiuxian, finally asked, what now? We wait, Yin replied patiently. Meanwhile, Hulaina, relieved to hear that Jiuxian was safe, watched the exchange with amusement, nudging Xue with her elbow. I never realized how much he cared for Xiao Jiu. Could it be that old saying holds true? Beating is affection, scolding is love? Xue's face flushed at the teasing. In the Shrek Academy, in the 731 dormitory, Mo Xiaodang gazed at the figure before him, his eyes misty. Hadn't his brother gone home with the elders? How could he have changed so drastically in just 6 months? Even forgetting him? Brother, he called out, reaching for him, but as his hand brushed against his brother's arm, it passed right through. He paused, pondering whether this was merely an illusion. If it were a figment of his imagination, why had his brother transformed so, and why did he not recognize him? If it were crafted by another, such a master would surely be of the 6th or 7th ring or higher. The Academy's leaders, Flinder and Lu Erlong, would have noticed an individual of such caliber. Observing his brother turn to depart, Mo Xiaodang hesitated before pursuing him. Moments later, he navigated through the crowd, following the elusive figure to the training ground. He exerted all his strength to catch up, yet failed, instead colliding with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who were supposed to be in the simulated training area. They exchanged glances, simultaneously asking, have you seen a white light? Upon hearing this, the three inhaled sharply. Mo Xiaodang clenched his trembling hands, mouthing 3 words without sound, yet Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing understood and nodded in affirmation. Time passed, and Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze, feebly stating, he does not remember us. Dai Mubai placed a comforting hand on his beloved's shoulder, wishing to offer words of solace, but ultimately managed only a strained smile. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head to look at the 2 boys beside her. Is it truly an illusion? If so, it is far too vivid. In the Yueguan Hall, Xue, and now the subject of his sister's teasing, felt his face flush crimson upon hearing her words. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Jiuxian. Did he truly care for that young one? Impossible. Observing the slight movement of Jiuxian's eyes, Xue grasped at an opportunity to divert attention from his concern. Xiao Jiu has awakened, he announced. The revelation of Yu Jiuxian's revival captivated the attention of those present. Indeed, their focus shifted from Xiu's feelings to the awakening of Yu Jiuxian, prompting even Yu Guan to hasten over. As Yu Guan approached, he noticed that the child remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to chastise Xiu for jesting about Yu Jiuxian, the latter stirred, producing a muffled sound. The collective attention shifted back to the young boy. Xiu, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, exhaled quietly. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, emerging from a mist, began to regain his senses, opening his blurred eyes, and once the surroundings came into focus, he sat up with Yu Guan's assistance. Seeing familiar faces surrounding him, Yu Jiuxian was enveloped in confusion. He recognized only a handful of them, easily counted on one hand, yet they had all gathered during his rest. "What are you all doing here?" he inquired. Hulaina observed as the two prominent figures departed, pulling a chair to sit by the bedside. Engaging in a back-and-forth conversation with Yan about how Yu Jiuxian had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian nonchalantly toyed with the Pishio bead bracelet adorning his wrist and replied with a casual inquiry. "Are you familiar with the Sunset Forest?" Sunset Forest? The name sounded somewhat familiar to them, yet Hulaina and Yin, rarely venturing outside, possessed scant knowledge of the realms beyond Wuhan City. Just as they shook their heads in response, they heard Xieyu, who had been standing behind them, mention that it was located somewhere on the outskirts of the Tiando Imperial City, a place rumored to be teeming with various soul beasts. Hulaina was taken aback, realizing that the Sunset Forest was situated within the Tiando territory. If Yu Jiuxian was well, he would undoubtedly be aware of this place, perhaps even having hunted soul beasts there. However, the current Yu Jiuxian, with the memory of a goldfish, seemed oblivious to this. Hulaina paused, then gently inquired, "How do you know about this place?" "How do I know?" A vague recollection surfaced in Yu Jiuxian's mind, a melancholic voice echoing. "You may not wish to remember me, but had it not been for your protection, you would not have been injured in the Sunset Forest." He absent-mindedly ran his empty hand through his hair, smiling as he said, "I dreamed about it." "You dream about it?" Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Does this place hold a significant memory for you? Are you on the path to recovery?" Yet the oblivious Yu Jiuxian merely nodded, asking, "Can I go take a look?" Going to see is not out of the question, but the journey to the Sunset Forest is rather far, Hulaina replied. A sentiment Yin echoed, adding that the area was filled with soul beasts, making it unsafe for him to venture alone. Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, his eyes darting around at the three individuals in the room. "Then you can accompany me. That would ensure my safety." They certainly wished to help, but Hulaina sighed. "However, we have training." At this, Yu Jiuxian ceased his fidgeting with the beads, lowered his head, and sighed, realizing that his hopes were dashed. Seeing the look of disappointment on Yu Jiuxian's face, Hulaina's breath caught in her throat. His pitiful demeanor was simply too disarming. She rubbed her nose and cleared her throat. "Don't be sad. I'll speak to the teacher and ask for a few days off to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's eyes lit up. "Really?" Hulaina smiled and nodded, thinking to herself that this was the spirit Yu Jiuxian should embody. In the dormitory, Bai Dong paused her grooming, glancing at the elegant Hulaina. "What made you suddenly want to visit the Sunset Forest?" Hulaina did not conceal her intentions, succinctly explaining the events following Yu Jiuxian's fainting spell before looking toward her teacher. To be honest, although confident in what she told Yu Jiuxian, she wasn't certain whether her teacher would agree. After all, the elite competition was approaching, and training seemed far more critical than leisure outings. Yet, she was reluctant to disappoint the young boy. Swallowing her apprehension, she quietly asked, "Teacher, may I?" Bai Dong withdrew her gaze, flicked the water droplet from her hands, and removed the hairpin from her hair. Observing Hulaina's expectant expression in the mirror and recalling their coach's reports regarding their recent training progress, she nodded. "If you wish to go, then by all means, consider it a pre-competition relaxation." Hulaina's excitement surged as she exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher." Bibinong waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. You already have time off. The reason I consented to your outing just days before the elite competition is because your efforts have surpassed my expectations, and I am quite pleased." She removed the last ornament from her person and cautioned Hulaina. The center of the sunset forest is the lair of the poisoned Douluo. Although he has not returned recently, exercise caution nonetheless. Furthermore, should anything arise, take Yu Guan and Gui Mei along with you. Hulaina nodded earnestly. Understood. 3 days later, Yu Jiuxian gazed at the dense forest, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him, yawning as he mused. So this is the sunset forest. Observing the young boy's demeanor, Hulaina felt a pang of sympathy. When she had brought Yu Guan along to this location 2 days prior, he had been taken aback by the news. They had sensed something amiss, and after much persistence from her and Xiaoyu, they learned from Yu Guan that he and Gui Mei had discovered Yu Jiuxian here. At the time, he had been covered in blood, with an unknown number of bones broken, particularly his legs, which were severely injured. Even though Yu Guan had ensured he received prompt medical attention, Yu Jiuxian now appeared to be fine. However, should he attempt to walk quickly, it would become evident that he limped slightly. Hulaina felt a genuine sense of injustice for the young boy. Despite possessing extraordinary talent, his future was one that anyone could envision, destined to stand at the pinnacle of success. Yet fate had played a cruel joke on him. With a slight sniffle, she caught up with Yu Jiuxian, affectionately ruffling his silver hair. Indeed, this is the sunset forest. Meanwhile, Yin, observing Hulaina's tender demeanor towards Yu Jiuxian, could no longer suppress his jealousy. He pulled Yu Jiuxian from Hulaina's embrace, placing him between himself and Xiaoyu. This place is quite different from the training ground, little brother Jiu. You must stay close to us so that your older brothers Yin and Xiaoyu can protect you. Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, leaning closer to Yan's ear, and whispered, "Do you like Sister Na?" At this, Yan's face flushed crimson. He quickly turned away, casting a furtive glance at Hulaina's expression. Once he confirmed that she had not overheard, his embarrassment began to fade slightly. Yin then glanced at the giggling Yu Jiuxian and, with a playful ruffle of his fluffy hair, released him only after receiving a promise that Yu Jiuxian would not disclose his secret. Yet, the mischievous Yu Jiuxian, now free, dashed back to Hulaina's side, exclaiming, "Yin likes." Having witnessed this, Yin quickly activated his martial soul, swiftly pulling Yu Jiuxian towards him and covering his mouth to silence him. Noticing Hulaina's gaze, Yu Jiuxian blinked innocently. "Sister Na, Yin is bullying me." In response, Hulaina shot a glare at Yin. Under her authoritative presence, he dared not protest, reluctantly letting go. Once freed, Yu Jiuxian stuck out his tongue at Yin, who, feeling thwarted in his attempt to intimidate, bared his teeth in a mock snarl. Yu Jiuxian merely shrank back, scampering over to Yu Guan's side. Instantly, Yan's frustration dissipated, and he refrained from causing further trouble. Yu Jiuxian circled Yu Guan, and just as he was about to move on, he noticed a flower floating in Yu Guan's hand. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Uncle Guan, do you have a Mao Ji Ju as well?" "Mo Shi Yu. What on earth is that?" Yu Guan's forehead twitched, shaking his martial soul in irritation as he gritted his teeth. "This is my martial soul, the Qirong Tantian Ju." Yu Jiuxian scrutinized the flower closely. It was fuzzy, purple, and resembled a chrysanthemum. He pursed his lips, noting that it was strikingly similar to his own fuzzy purple chrysanthemum. However, Uncle Guan referred to the fuzzy purple chrysanthemum as Qirong Tantian Ju, which certainly sounded far more sophisticated. Yu Guan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and silently repeated to himself 3 times, "Do not harm what you raise. Do not harm what you raise. Do not harm what you raise." Observing Yu Guan's increasingly dark expression as he repeatedly mentioned the fuzzy purple chrysanthemum, Yu Jiuxian raised his delicate hand to retrieve something while explaining. "The reason I call this flower fuzzy purple chrysanthemum is that I have one that looks exactly the same. So I named it that." "Exactly the same? Can you show it to Uncle?" Upon hearing this, Yu Guan, disregarding the flower's rusticity, eagerly looked towards Yu Jiuxian. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jiuxian pulled out a Qirong Tantian Ju from his black storage ring and presented it to Yu Guan. "Here, enjoy it at your leisure." Yu Guan trembled with excitement as he received the Qirong Tantian Ju. "Is this truly a Qirong Tantian Ju? Do you realize how significant this is?" "You're just giving it to me." Yu Jiuxian shrugged. The herbs he had stored in his ring were not many, and this Qirong Tongtianju was one of them. He had left it untouched because it was non-toxic, and he found it rather uninteresting, allowing it to grow freely. Besides, he was uncertain about its uses, so now that he was giving it away, he felt no regret. Once given to Uncle Guan, it belongs to him. As for its effects, I can't recall, but it shouldn't be harmful. Yu Guan sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Guaijiao." "No need for thanks," Yu Jiuxian replied, shaking his head. Chapter 158. Combatants Provoking the Soul Saint. 1. In the setting sun forest, hearing a commotion not far away, Yu Jiuxian pulled his 3 companions, who were whispering, behind a robust tree. Noticing their puzzled gazes, he placed a slender finger against his lips. "Sure, there are people ahead." Yu Guan, who was trailing behind, nodded at this remark. Although he had lost his memory, his vigilance remained intact. Thus, he felt somewhat reassured about this child wandering outside. Leaning against the tree, he calmly stated, 3 7-ring soul saints, 8 4-ring soul masters, and 2 3-ring soul emperors. This group possesses considerable strength. Upon hearing Yu Guan's words, Hulaina grew curious about the identity of this group. She patted Yu Jiuxian on the shoulder, climbed the tree, and quietly peeked at the crowd not far ahead. Instantly, her heart raced, and she nearly fell from the tree. After taking a calming breath, she gradually informed the group, "They don't seem to harbor any ill intentions. They're just ordinary hunters. Let's circumvent them." Hearing this, Yu Guan turned to the child behind him. "What do you think, Guaijiao?" Yu Jiuxian thoughtfully stroked his chin. "I think we could catch them in a sack and give them a good beating." Beat them? This child is quite the combatant, even sparing no thought for innocent bystanders. Hulaina swiftly jumped down from the tree, exchanged glances with her brother and Yin, and hurriedly cautioned, "Little Jiao, be cautious." With his propensity for mischief, if he regained his memories of their violent escapades, it would surely lead to regret. Yu Jiuxian pouted and, as he walked to the right, said exasperatedly, "I was just joking. Why are you all so frightened?" Xieyu's lips twitched. "Is that a joke? Then he truly is ill-suited for humor." Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. "Do you know them? Why are you all so tense if I want to fight them?" Hulaina waved her hand dismissively. "That's not the case at all." After a lengthy discussion, Yin roughly deduced who they were and stepped forward to support her, explaining, "We're just concerned you might carry your tendency to fight into the competition." "Oh, I will behave." Yu Jiuxian nodded in agreement. After walking a short distance, he turned left. Hulaina, who had been watching him intently, paused momentarily. "Why are you turning left?" She called out to his back. "Little Jiu, you're going the wrong way." Yu Jiuxian shook his head. "No, I'm not. Not wrong. They are clearly situated with the Shrek group over there." Hulaina gazed at him in disbelief, wondering if he had genuinely abandoned the idea of fighting. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Yu Jiuxian calmly declared, "Catching them in a sack and beating them is too underhanded. If we are to fight, it must be done openly." "Openly? How bold of you. Sister Na, you will help me, won't you?" Yu Jiuxian tugged at Hulaina's sleeve, swaying from side to side. Hulaina sighed, realizing that no one could resist the charms of cute boy. She nodded, conceding her agreement. "But what do you need my help with? Fighting?" Yu Jiuxian waved his finger. "Fighting is best done by oneself for the thrill. Let me share my plan. Those kids seem too weak. I wish to confront those elders instead. Sister Na, please help me incapacitate those children to avoid any interference." "Is that truly how you intend to use my fox charm?" Chapter 159. Combatants Provoking the Soul Saint 2. In the setting sun forest, Mo Xiaodang observed a fleeting figure in the forest, murmuring, "Brother." Under the tree, Tang San, resting, heard Mo Xiaotang's murmurs and glanced at Dai Mubai, silently inquiring, "What's wrong with Mo Xiaodang?" Since their return 6 months prior, he had observed something odd about her, as well as Zhu Zhuqing, who remained uncommunicative. Dai Mubai had consistently covered for her. Those unaware might think they were plotting a coup. Dai Mubai, avoiding the subject, shrugged and casually approached Mo Xiaodang. As the others perked up their ears, they heard Mo Xiaotang's hoarse voice say, "I think I saw my brother." "Here? How is that possible? Didn't Xian go home? How could he be here?" Dai Mubai scanned the surroundings and, confirming no one was present, turned to the others with a light-hearted tone. It seems Xiaodong really relies on Xian, missing him so much after 6 months. That's quite an obsession, almost like longing for a brother, remarked Ma Hongjun, his lips twitching. As the group's attention shifted, Dai Mubai discreetly glanced at Mo Xiaodong. Xiaodong! Mo Xiaodong gently wiped her eyes and pressed her lips together. Dai Lauda, did I truly see wrongly? Dai Mubai sighed, looking at his equally dispirited partner. Perhaps it's just that what you think about during the day manifests in dreams at night. Perhaps. Mo Xiaodong yawned and nodded. Feeling the contagious yawn, Dai Mubai's eyelids grew heavy as he leaned against the tree trunk, closing his eyes with a soft hum. Meanwhile, the master, sitting nearby, observed his proud students yawning one after another and felt a sense of peculiarity. In such a perilous environment, they had never behaved this way before. Could it be that they were simply exhausted? Contemplating, he too nodded off, lowering his head to rest. Bored and restless, Flanders swung his legs and observed as the children drifted off to sleep. Initially indifferent, his concern was finally piqued when even the master succumbed to slumber. He summoned his martial soul and patted the drowsy Lu Erlong, then delivered a hefty kick to the yawning Zhao Wujia. What happened? Zhao Wujia exclaimed, springing up like a startled fish and scanning the surroundings. Flander? Even Lu Erlong stood up in confusion, concealed in the shadows. Jiuxian resembled a wolf stalking its prey, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he watched the little lambs unwittingly walk into his trap. He chuckled softly, prepared to step out, only to be halted by Yu Guan tugging at his collar. He looked quizzically at the arms crossed Yuan, who pointed at the 3 individuals and whispered, "They're all 7-ring soul saints, surpassing you by 2 rings and approximately 20 levels. Have you thought this through?" Xiao Hua mentioned the importance of daring to challenge those stronger than oneself. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Jiuxian turned and spoke slowly. Yu Guan squeezed his wrist, pondering that he had heard that name from his child before. He wondered about this Xiao Hua, a figure of significance, as the amnesiac child remembered only Xiao Hua, placing unwavering trust in him. Chapter 160. The Combatants Provoking the Soul Saints 3. It must be said that he felt a twinge of jealousy. He ruffled the child's hair and stated, "Daring to challenge is commendable, but the gap between you and them is far too vast. A 1 against 3 ISNTA challenge, it's self-flagellation. It's not just me. There's also Sister Na and the others." Jiuxian pointed towards Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He wasn't aware he would also have to fight as a Soul King of level 52. Facing Soul Saints above level 75, he lacked the courage and combat prowess of Jiuxian. He quickly glanced at Yin and Hulaina, noticing their smiles were somewhat forced. Yu Guan, observing them, added, 4 Soul Kings against 3 Soul Saints is a bit far-fetched. Jiuxian waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. If we can't win, we have Uncle Guan behind us." This remark pleased Yu Guan, who leaned against a tree and said slowly, "Those kids won't sleep for long. You should hurry and finish it quickly." "All right." Jiuxian nodded with a smile. Seeing their hesitance, Jiuxian pulled Xiaoyu with his left hand and Yin with his right, advancing confidently as he said, "No worries. Haven't you heard much about my martial soul recently? Let us give it a try." Upon hearing this, Hulaina and Yin exchanged glances with Xiaoyu, who covered his face in despair, thinking, "So this is my responsibility." Observing this, Jiuxian patted their shoulders and continued, "Oh, it's fine. Uncle Guan will support us from the back, allowing us to frolic freely at the front." The 3 companions paused, realizing that perhaps they had no reason to worry after all. So, what were they waiting for? Hulaina produced 4 masks, distributing them among the group. Once donned, the 4 stood resolutely, ready to face the Soul Saints. A few minutes later, Flander gazed upon the white-haired, red-eyed youth before him, adorned with a mask and wielding a spirit-patterned fan, and couldn't he help but recall a student from his academy who had yet to return. With a spirit-patterned fan martial soul, what is your connection to Jiuxian? Flander inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the recognition. However, the split persona of Jiuxian concealed his astonishment, leaning closer to the muscular Yin and confidently retorting, It's not like Jiuxian is the only one with this fan. Flander adjusted his glasses, agreeing, indeed, while the spirit pattern fan is rare, it is not exclusive to Jiuxian. As their banter continued, Lu Erlong elbowed Flander sharply, forcing a smile as he remarked Flander, the kids are still unconscious. Oh. Flander nodded at Lu Erlong, turning to the four young boys. By the way, what brings you here? Why have you incapacitated my students? The leader, Jiuxian, waved his fan and replied amicably, we wish to challenge you. At this, Zhao Wujie exclaimed in disbelief, challenge? You? Though they were already soul kings and among the elite of their peers, they were still facing soul saints. Were they jesting? Flander lightly kicked him, giving him a look only they could understand. Chapter 161. The Combatants Provoking the Soul Saints. 4. At this, Zhao Wujie, recalling some unpleasant memories, immediately fell silent. Flander turned to Jiuxian with a smile, nodding, a challenge, of course. It's just that my students. Upon hearing this, Hulaina slowly added, we merely want them to sleep peacefully. There's nothing to worry about. With that, Flander felt reassured. However, Jiuxian, eager to engage, urged after all this chatter. Can we begin? Flander glanced at the four boys who had unleashed their martial souls, nodded, and stepped back with Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujie, creating space between them and Jiuxian's group. The challenge begins. Jiuxian maintained his position, smiling as he empowered his three companions. Power, speed, thunder, triple enhancement. At the instant his voice fell, 12 beams of light emanated from the spirit-patterned fan, bestowing their effects upon Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and himself. Being merely a group of adolescents, Flander and his companions, in the prime of their youth, held back from striking first, adhering to the principle of respecting their elders. In contrast, the spirited Jiuxian, embracing his youth, charged forward, delivering a heavy punch to Zhao Wujie's dark cheek. Taken by surprise, Zhao Wujie's face turned as he stumbled. Had it not been for Flander, that merciless old fox, exhibiting a flicker of humanity at the last moment, he would have met the ground intimately. Catching his breath, Zhao Wujie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, recalling past painful lessons, and forcibly suppressed the rage swelling in his chest, refraining from retaliating against Jiuxian. Observing this, Jiuxian pouted, could you at least pretend to take this seriously? You are a soul saint after all. With that, he gestured for his companions to join him. He was not afraid of facing them alone. Hulaina exchanged a glance with Yin and Xiaoyu and nodded slightly before charging forward under the scrutinizing gazes of the three middle-aged men. Together, Hulaina and Xiaoyu unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, isolating Lu Erlong, while the three engaged in spirited conversation. Yin, meanwhile, used hell lava to propel Flander aside, trading blows with the old fox. Finally, Jiuxian, maintaining a balance of jest and seriousness, faced Zhao Wujie directly, with a desire to avoid further punishment. Zhao Wujie unleashed his martial soul, blending it with water, and engaged Jiuxian in combat. After a short while, Zhao Wujie lay on the ground, clutching his swollen face, gazing at the unscathed Flander with a mix of incredulity and frustration, exclaiming, why is it always me who gets hurt? Jiuxian shook his tingling hand, which had been affected by the interaction of force, and glanced at the already bored Yin, as well as the children who were showing signs of awakening. He waved his fan and called out to his companions. It's time to conclude. Upon hearing this, Yin immediately released the laughing Flandra, who resembled a fox, while Xiaoyu and Hulaina leisurely made their way to Moon Jiuxian's side. In a spirit of respect for the elderly and affection for the young, Moon Jiuxian, before parting, placed a blood-activating pill in front of Zhao Wujie. Contemplating his handsome cheeks and the pain coursing through his body, Zhao Wujie accepted it with tears in his eyes. Wait a moment. Chapter 162. The Tiandou Empire Preliminaries begin. 1. Having said that, Moon Jiuxian slowly approached Mo Xiaotang, who was unconscious, and noticed the dagger tightly gripped in the young boy's hand, momentarily taken aback. How did this item come to be in his possession? Flandra glanced over and, recalling the gossip he had heard from the students not long ago, casually remarked, a dagger? That seems to be a gift from his brother. Upon hearing this, Moon Jiuxian's fingers instinctively fumbled on his spatial ring. Ever since he awakened, he occasionally sensed fleeting thoughts in his mind. Yet, whether in the past or present, he could never quite seize them. He looked at Flandra and inquired again. Who is his brother? Flandra pointed to the spirit pattern fan in his hand. He is the boy with the same martial spirit as yours, the one I mentioned earlier. Could it be that this boy is the brother? And that he gifted him a dagger that resonated with him so deeply? Moon Jiuxian found his previous self utterly astonishing. However, before he could ponder further, he was pulled away by Hulaina, who had noticed signs of awakening in a certain boy, and they hurried towards Yuguan, who was hiding in the shadows. Finally out of sight of the crowd, Hulaina let out a sigh. Observing Moon Jiuxian's reluctant gaze on the dagger, Yin asked, Xiaojiu, does that dagger hold any significance? Moon Jiuxian shook his head. To be honest, he was unsure of the dagger's significance. It simply felt as though it belonged to him, calling out to him. He looked at Hulaina and the others in front of him. Since the dagger had already been given away, he need not expend too much energy on it. Rather, it was they who, since his awakening 6 months ago, had eagerly introduced themselves, recounting their relationships and heroic tales. Yet, he could not recall them mentioning having a soft-spoken younger brother. And those elderly men, how did they know him so well? Was it his forgetful mind that had cast aside their words, or had they never uttered them? As he pondered, memories surfaced of Hulaina's expression and actions when she had gone to investigate the presence of someone ahead. A smirk crept upon his lips. They likely had never mentioned it at all. Watching Hulaina beckoning him to hurry up, he casually twirled his spatial ring and followed suit. This matter was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. How delightful! On the other side, in the forest where Shrek was located, after a moment of confusion, the members of Shrek began to awaken one by one. Seeing Zhao Wuji's familiar bruised face, Dai Mubai inhaled sharply. What happened to you, Teacher Zhao? Hearing his voice, the newly awakened youths immediately turned their gazes toward Zhao Wuji. Facing the children, Zhao Wuji, warned by a cunning old fox, stammered awkwardly. Eventually, he shifted his position and turned to engage in a staring match with 3 robust tree trunks. Observing this, Dai Mubai glanced at Flandra, who was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, and Lu Erlong, who was assisting the master. Flandra, ever astute, understood that the Academy's teachers had been attacked while the students were unconscious. This matter would not be brushed aside without an explanation, given the protective nature of these young ones. Chapter 163. The Tiando Empire preliminaries begin. 2. Who is Flandra? He is the esteemed head of Shrek, who has diligently instructed them for over 2 years. Flandra was acutely aware of the students' determination for answers, and thus he leaned against the tree, racking his brain to articulate a response. With a calm demeanor, he finally said, after waking up, your teacher Zhao, in a daze, tripped over a stone, and that injury was from falling on the ground. Injured from a fall? Such a story would hardly convince even a child. If it didn't want to speak, he could have simply remained silent. This excuse was hardly credible. Feeling deceived, Dai Mubai and the others silently turned away to regroup, wary of further ambushes. When Dai Mubai arrived at Mo Xiaotang's side, he noticed that although Mo Xiaotang had awakened, his gaze was vacant, fixated on the ground nearby. Following Mo Xiaotang's line of sight, he saw only disordered footprints and nothing else. It merely indicated that Zhao Wuji and that old trickster Flandra had fought there recently. He couldn't understand what was so captivating about that. He patted Mo Xiaotang's shoulder, intending to ask what was wrong, when he heard Mo Xiaotang mutter, he has arrived. Days passed. After Moon Jiuxian had finished his business with the children in the Sunset Forest and assisted them in hunting souls, they hurried back to the academy. Meanwhile, Moon Jiuxian and his group of 5, after wandering around aimlessly, exited the Sunset Forest. However, instead of returning to Wuhuan City, they followed Moon Jiuxian's request and found a place to stay in Tiando Imperial City. Thus, they settled into room 1002 of the Kulai Hotel. With nothing pressing to do, Moon Jiuxian lay on the bed, engrossed in the gossip magazines that Xiaoyu had helped him acquire from the Imperial City, occasionally voicing his opinions. The third trending topic read, on a certain day, during the preliminaries of the last elite competition, the Lanba Academy eliminated one of the teams from the Tiando Royal Academy. For unknown reasons, the original headmaster not only stepped down, but also renamed Lanba to Shrek. Upon reading the last word, Moon Jiuxian rolled his eyes, silently mocking. This is trending at number 3? What could the reason be? It's obvious, favoritism. After all, what would compel the head of such a prestigious academy to step down and change its name? Don't even mention power, money, or status. The first could allow the original headmaster to be ousted directly. The latter two reasons would have manifested long before, not waiting until the academy gained notoriety nearly 3 years later. After his rant, he continued reading. The second trending topic stated, 7 elites of the Tiando Royal Academy were injured by a mysterious assailant and have been bedridden for over half a month. Injured to such an extent, and they still call themselves elites? They must be oblivious to the meaning of the word elite. Hulaina had mentioned that the Tiando Royal Academy was also participating in the elite competition. Those 7 unfortunate individuals, now in such a decrepit state, would surely be representing their academy. If the 7 individuals from Tiando Huangjiashuan were to encounter Hulaina, they would likely be defeated in an instant. Reflecting on the prowess of Hulaina and their own capabilities, he nodded, deciding to cast aside any uncertainty regarding their valorous deeds. Chapter 164. The Tiando Empire. Preliminaries commence. 3. The top trending news reported that the Botanical Academy had been consumed by flames set by its own unscrupulous students. According to rumors, those expelled from the Botanical Academy had joined Shrek Academy. Once again, Shrek appeared prominently on the leaderboard, with 2 out of the top 3 rankings attributed to this institution. The allure of Shrek remains a mystery. Jiuxian curled his lip in disdain, just as he was about to peruse another book when a deafening knock echoed through the air. Even with his eyes closed, he could easily surmise that it was the burly Yin. As he sluggishly descended to open the door, he recalled a conversation from long ago with Xiaohua. He remembered Xiaohua sitting before the mirror, saying that if a boy likes someone, he becomes gentle. Yet, he had never witnessed such gentleness in the robust figure of Yin. Upon opening the door, Jiuxian barely had time to step aside before being pushed into the room by the exuberant entrance of Yin and Shiyue, leaving Hulaina outside in the cold. Observing this scene only reinforced Jiuxian's belief that Xiaohua's insights were rather dubious. As he pulled Hulaina inside, he resolved to confront Xiaohua about this incident when he next encountered him. Now, turning to the nonchalantly seated Shiyue on the bed and the imposing Yin by the wall, he inquired about their purpose for visiting. After Hulaina settled onto the sofa, she spoke slowly, indicating that the preliminaries for the elite competition would commence the following day. Although they would not be participating immediately, it was essential to discuss the competition rules. Upon hearing this, Jiuxian lounged lazily on the armrest of the sofa, contemplating the strength of certain academies, and hesitantly asked if the elite competition was truly enjoyable. Such a solemn event could hardly be described as fun, yet Shiyue, who was devoid of sentiment but possessed formidable combat skills, cheerfully nodded, asserting that fighting was indeed enjoyable. Jiuxian pondered whether the weaker teams would be filtered out before the finals, mused that not everyone participating would possess the same caliber as those from Tiando Huangjia, and concluded that the varying strengths were akin to opening a mystery box. Thus, he turned to Hulaina and asked her to elaborate on the rules of the competition. Hulaina nodded, methodically outlining the vital rules. First, since 7 participants were required for the competition, in addition to their group of 4, 3 more brothers or sisters were necessary. It was crucial to remember that they were a team, and once on the field, they must collaborate to confront their opponents without turning against each other. Jiuxian agreed with this point, affirming it with a nod. Continuing, Hulaina stated that during the competition, participants could not kill their opponents, advising Jiuxian to exercise restraint. He hesitated slightly, as he often acted on impulse, but agreed for the sake of participating. Hulaina felt her heart melt at his compliance and quickly delivered the final rule. The third and last rule was that no substances or food produced by non-food type or healing type soul masters could be used, nor could any weapons outside their soul rings be employed. While this rule might not hold significant weight for someone like Jiuxian, who preferred brawling unarmed. Hulaina still deemed it necessary to mention. Chapter 165. The Tiando Empire. Preliminaries commence. 4. Having concluded the discussion of the rules, Jiuxian, known for his forgetfulness, retained a general understanding and eagerly asked when they would take the field. Before Hulaina could gently respond, Shua, seated on the bed, chimed in, explaining that their strength was so formidable they had been directly advanced to the finals. With a swift victory, they would claim the championship joyfully. Finals? Jiuxian tilted his head, recalling that Yin had previously mentioned the elite competition consisted of 3 stages. After the preliminaries and advancement rounds, the finals would follow. With the filtering of the previous 2 formats, the final competition would feature capable participants. Thus, the excitement of the mystery box was lost on him. Yet he anticipated discovering new delights within the finals. However, prior to that, he seemed to have little to occupy his time. He glanced at Hulaina, asking if he could observe the preliminaries. Upon hearing this, Hulaina and the others simultaneously exclaimed, "No," slightly taken aback by their synchronized response. Jiuxian blinked his large, watery eyes, bewildered by their refusal to allow him to merely observe the excitement. Regaining his composure, he stood with hands on his hips, indignantly questioning their reasoning. Unless they provided a satisfactory explanation, he threatened to turn them into mere spectators for his amusement. In a display of apprehension akin to a startled bird, Shiyue timidly clutched herself and pointed a trembling finger at Jiuxian, stating that they feared he might lose control and resort to violence. Jiuxian, suppressing a smirk, declared with righteous indignation, "Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. I, Xiao Jiono, Yin Qichuan, am far too well-behaved to resort to violence." Leaning against the wall like a student in disgrace, Yin scoffed, claiming that while he would believe anyone else, he could never trust Jiuxian. After all, he was not merely likely to act out, it was a certainty. Shi, sitting on the bed, nodded in agreement, expressing that they would suffer the consequences of his actions. The mere thought of being expelled for breaking the rules filled him with trepidation, especially when considering the disapproving visage of the Pope. Upon hearing their arguments, Jiuxian gazed longingly at Hulaina, crouching to tug at her sleeve. Understanding her brother's tendencies, Shiyue quickly implored Hulaina not to waver. Hulaina nodded, firmly aware of her principles in this matter. She shrugged at Jiuxian, her face reflecting her helplessness. They were correct. If he were to watch, he might become restless and act out, and they could not restrain him. Aside from this matter, she asked if there was anything else he wished to do. Other matters? Jiuxian declared that he was solely interested in this event, raising 3 fingers in a vow that he would not resort to violence, lest he be struck by lightning and fail to see the next day. The 3, well acquainted with his tendencies, exchanged glances of concern, contemplating whether he had grown reckless due to an absence of mischief in recent days. Watching their reactions, Jiuxian gradually grasped the situation but remained unperturbed, for he held no belief in such superstitions. Chapter 166. The Tiando Empire. Preliminaries commence. 5. The following day, amidst the bustling city of the imperial capital, Jiuxian rubbed his ears, still ringing from the noise, while dodging strangers and regretting his decision to come here. The crowd was overwhelming. Upon hearing this, Yin and Shiyue exchanged glances, having almost forgotten how to manage the temperamental young master after spending too much time with him. As a certain gentleman adeptly sidestepped, the 2 hastily lifted their legs to stand beside him, assuming the role of his protectors. Meanwhile, Hulaina quietly trailed behind, gently advising Jiuxian. Today marked the opening ceremony of the preliminary round, naturally attracting a larger crowd than usual. Xiaoqi, do you recall what we discussed before coming out? Although shielded by Xiaoyu and Yin, an air of unfamiliarity lingered about him. Jiuxian nodded, expressing his irritation. Isn't it just that we're not allowed to fight or cause trouble? We should just watch the competition and call for you if anything arises, right? I remember. Clearly, he had absorbed the prior admonitions, but the countless reminders before leaving had slipped from his mind. Hulaina wearily added, "And remember, you are not to stray from our side." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian couldn't help but shudder, At 6 years old, he understood what he should and shouldn't do. Observing his expression, Hulaina instantly comprehended. Indeed, who knows which little rascal previously humiliated someone from the Spirit Hall training camp. All right, the opening ceremony has commenced. Let's focus. With a glum expression, Jiuxian gestured towards the elevated platform while guiding the trio to a relatively secluded corner. His peculiar demeanor truly left one exasperated. Finally, the three sighed heavily and silently turned their gaze towards the stage. As Jiuxian had indicated, the ceremony was underway, with the host enthusiastically holding the microphone and proclaiming, "Welcome to the opening ceremony of this year's elite tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. First, let's invite the 28 participating teams to enter." The first to make their entrance was the Royal Team 2 from Tiando, followed in succession by the 5-Element Academy, the Plan Academy, and the Shrek Academy. As Shrek Academy's captain, Dai Mubai, led the way, Hulaina's eyes darkened momentarily. After a moment of contemplation, she placed a securely fastened mask over Jiuxian's face. Oblivious, Jiuxian observed the stream of young contestants entering, curling his lip in disdain. This is truly dull. With a carefree Hulaina glancing at him, crossing her arms, she remarked, "I wonder who was so eager to come yesterday?" Jiuxian, hands on hips and emanating a faint aura of irritation, retorted, "I didn't realize it would be this boring. If I stay any longer, I might sprout mushrooms." Hearing this, Yin quickly stepped in front of Jiuxian, questioning his intent. Jiuxian made a face at him, deftly maneuvered around, and darted off, casually stating, "I'll just be out for a bit." Observing this, Hulaina and the others pushed through the crowd to chase after him. But how could they possibly catch up to Jiuxian, who seemed to be gliding like the wind? Chapter 167. How for fun, trouble approaches. 1. Gazing at the throngs within the stadium, Xiaoyu furiously pounded the air, mentally cursing Jiuxian as a troublesome little brat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the venue, a crisp voice erupted. Clang! A young man shook his arm, stinging from the collision, and exclaimed, "Hey, you little brat, can't you walk with your eyes open?" Watching the black mask that had fallen from his face, Jiuxian was utterly speechless. He had been walking just fine, and it was this person who had carelessly bumped into him. He hadn't even blamed the person for knocking off his mask. Yet here they were, casting blame. How amusing. Infuriated, he clenched his fist, ready to strike the repugnant individual, but the admonitions from Hulaina echoed in his mind. Perhaps due to her and Xiaoyu's incessant reminders, he managed to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and unclenched his fist, bending down to retrieve his wrongly afflicted mask. As the saying goes, taking a step back opens up a vast horizon. Yet, no one ever mentioned that this step required mutual retreat. Otherwise, if one steps back and the other advances, it merely results in one party ineffectually enduring the brunt of the situation. The young man, seeing Jiuxian's lack of reaction, assumed he had intimidated him, and with a fierce glare, he pushed Jiuxian's shoulder with force, declaring, "Hey, you little brat, are you deaf? Do you even know who I am?" Jiuxian bent forward as he was shoved, but his quick reflexes allowed him to pivot and steady himself. Witnessing the disappointment on the young man's face, which lacked the anticipated humiliation, fragments of memories flashed through Jiuxian's mind. For instance, a rotund man serving warm meals, pressing a frail boy down and hurling insults at him. Or a winter's day, where a thinly clad boy was cornered in an alley by a group of peers, his meager clothing torn apart. Another memory surfaced of a beaten boy limping down the street, with passers-by choosing to ignore his plight. Those individuals resembled the young man before him, high and mighty, expressing disappointment as he continued to struggle. More egregious were the whispers within earshot, suggesting that someone like that boy was a waste of air, better off dead. As these fragmented memories surfaced, Jiuxian found himself clenching his fists once more, preparing to confront the young man who was about to taunt him again. In a blink, he appeared beside the young man. "I don't care who you are. If you provoke me, even the heavens won't save you." He spoke coldly while raising his fist, imbued with his beast spirit, and struck the young man's filthy mouth. Thud! The young man collapsed, spitting blood. A closer look revealed several gold teeth among the crimson. As he stared at the bloodied ground, realization dawned on him, and he clutched his mouth in horror. Jiuxian advanced step by step, each footfall echoing against the young man's heart. The young man, Mo Changshao, retreated, his body trembling with fear, stammering threats. "Why, you better not come any closer. I am Mo Changshao from the Mo family. If you hit me, the Mo family won't let you off." Hearing this, Jiuxian rubbed his ear, scoffing internally at the notion of the Mo family seeking him out. He felt no fear whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued his leisurely advance. Chapter 168. Out for fun, trouble approaches. 2. Mo Changshao, realizing his threats bore no fruit, turned to the bystanders, attempting to entice them. "If you help me deal with him, the Mo family will reward you with unimaginable wealth. He's so pitiful, come on. Lend a hand." Jiuxian chuckled, beckoning to the onlookers with a finger. The crowd exchanged glances at Mo Changshao and promptly stepped back, as though avoiding a plague. Witnessing this, the smile on Jiuxian's face gradually faded. This was the reality of people in this world. He quickened his pace, nonchalantly stepping on Mo Changshao's calf. He lifted the fist that had struck Mo Changshao and wiped it with a handkerchief, casually inquiring, "Tell me, if I apply this foot, would it break?" Montak Shangshao, shrinking his neck and covering his mouth, fell silent. When could one ever refrain from answering a question? Jiuxian picked up a fallen green leaf from the trees surrounding him and tossed it lightly towards Mo Changshao. As the leaf brushed against Mo Changshao's arm, blood immediately oozed forth, causing him to instinctively withdraw his hand, and in the next moment, a resounding clang echoed in his ears. Both Jiuxian and Mo Changshao turned in unison to see a small bamboo tube, which appeared to be worth merely 10 copper soul coins. To Mo Changshao, it was as if he had spotted a lifeline. With swift reflexes, he raised his arm to seize it and opened the bottom chamber. As it flew into the sky, a crimson character, Mo, exploded in midair, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. Jiuxian had no doubt that had he not been stepping on Mo Changshao's calf, this individual would have performed a jubilant dance under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Mo Changshao, unfazed by his inability to stand, wiped the blood from his chin, straightened his collar, and spoke with an air of confidence. "You little brat, my reinforcements are on their way. Just wait, I will ensure you regret your actions." Jiuxian tucked away his handkerchief, bemused by his nonsensical words, reflecting that he was not blind. Unlike Mo Changshao, whose thoughts seemed muddled, it was clear to any passerby what he intended. However, knowing it was a signal for help, why not stop him from firing it off or hastily depart? If Jiuxian were to answer, he would simply say, 1, he would fight, 2, he would vanquish, and a crowd would be annihilated. Jiuxian, feared no one. Crouching down, Jiuxian glanced at the bloodied right side of Mo Changshao's face and then at the clean left side, finding it rather bothersome. After flexing his wrist, he helped Mo Changshao achieve symmetry. Just after taking action, the sound of hurried footsteps reached Jiuxian's ears. Reinforcements had arrived. They moved swiftly and possessed decent strength. 4 soul masters, all at level 45 or above. Mo Changshao lamented, "Xiongdi, there will be no reward. Brothers, charge." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian smirked and had just risen when he was unexpectedly struck in the face by a drunken punch from a burly older man. Raising an eyebrow, Jiuxian grasped the older man's wrist and gracefully executed a perfect shoulder throw. "So it's drunken boxing, is it? If you're not swaying, how can it be called drunken boxing? Allow me to enhance it for you." Onlookers watched in amusement, covering their faces to stifle their laughter. The older man, treated so gently, was thrown aside, his face and neck flushed, staggering on the ground as if truly inebriated. Chapter 169. Golden Fish Jiuxian. Encountering an old friend, what is happening over there? It seems rather lively. After the match commenced, Shrek swiftly eliminated the opposing team within a minute and, taking advantage of the distraction, slipped out of the competition area. Not long after, they were captivated by the ruckus ahead, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose curiosity was piqued. Due to his stature, he could hardly see the situation while standing still, causing his heart to race with an itch akin to that of a cat's claws. He had no choice but to jump to get a better view. The tall Dai moved by, noticing his struggle, cast a glance at Jiuxian and casually remarked, "It seems like a fight is breaking out." Upon hearing this, Oscar hastily shoved a sausage into Mo Xiaotang's hands and dashed forward, as if pressing the accelerator. A fight? How audacious! Meanwhile, Mo Xiaotang, standing behind, heard a voice nearby say, "I dare not approach. I might just leave." He muttered brother under his breath, handing the sausage to a nearby Taozi and moved forward. Seeing Mo Xiaotang slip away, Shrek, who had agreed to return together, rushed to intercept him. But they couldn't even grasp the edge of his clothing. Xiao Dang. Tang Sen looked at his empty hands and activated his purple extreme magic to track Mo Xiaotang's whereabouts, only to witness him bump into a white-haired, red-eyed figure resembling Jiuxian. "Brother, is it really you?" Mo Xiaotang exclaimed with excitement. Fresh from a scuffle, the irritable Jiuxian pushed him away, saying, "What do you mean it's really you? If you don't want to get hit, then step aside." Mo Xiaotang gazed at Jiuxian, gently tugging at his clothing, and asked in a dazed manner, "Brother, have you truly forgotten us?" Jiuxian glanced at him, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet he could not recall where he had seen this person before. He pulled his clothes back, wiped the blood from his mouth, and coldly retorted, "What? I need to find my friends." Mo Xiaotang bit his tongue to suppress the rising bitterness in his heart and smiled. "It's all right if you've forgotten me. We can get to know each other again. My name is Mo Xiaotang. Mo from Mo Fan Tang from Hai Tang. And you?" It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Jiuxian hesitated before slowly responding. "Xia Jiuxian from Yun Jin Chi Chi Quan. Yun Ki Quan. Now that you know, I shall take my leave." With that, he dusted off the remnants of the recent scuffle and turned to depart. Seeing his brother about to leave, Mo Xiaotang wanted to chase after him, but he recalled the disdainful expression on Jiuxian's face moments ago. After a brief moment of contemplation, he followed behind Jiuxian, maintaining a respectful distance. "Brother, where do you live?" Jiuxian glanced back at his little shadow and scoffed. "What? Are you planning a midnight raid?" Mo Xiaotang quickly shook his head. "I have no such intentions. Brother, I just want to know if you will be around." In response, Jiuxian shrugged. "It depends on the situation." Mo Xiaotang pursed his lips and removed the jade pendant from around his neck, offering it with both hands. "Brother, please take this." Jiuxian glanced at it, but did not accept. "Why are you giving me this jade pendant?" "For safety." Mo Xiaotang swallowed hard. Jiuxian chuckled. "Who needs protection? Gods and Buddhas? Huh. Yin Chi Quan, trust in myself and the blade I hold. I have no faith in such intangible things." Chapter 170. The Emergence of Jiuxian's Ailment. 1. Jiuxian scoffed. "Who needs protection? Gods and Buddhas? Huh. Kikuan. Trust in myself and the blade I wield. I have no belief in such ephemeral concepts." "Is that so?" Mo Xiaotang, feeling somewhat dejected, retracted his hand and replied, "Oh, then I suppose that's that." Seeing his demeanor, Jiuxian felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He swiftly snatched the jade pendant from Mo Xiaotang's hand, hurriedly saying, "Well, since you've given it, I shall reluctantly accept it." "All right." Montak Xiao Tang, witnessing his brother's departure, felt no sorrow but rather joy, thinking to himself, "Brother is still the same as ever." At the hotel, Xiao leaned against the wall with a stern expression as Jiuxian entered, coldly remarking, "Xiaojio, what did you say before going out? You certainly have a talent for creating surprises. You've returned after barely a short while, leaving us with quite the spectacle." "You've misunderstood me. They bullied me first." Jiuxian replied nonchalantly as he settled into the sofa, providing them with the explanation they sought. Upon hearing this, Xiao nearly broke into laughter, struggling to maintain his serious demeanor. The notion of someone bullying Jiuxian was the greatest joke he had ever heard. With those fists of his, who could ever dare to bully him? Upon witnessing this, Jiuxian pursed his lips. To be honest, had this not truly transpired in his own life, he would scarcely have believed it. He rubbed the tip of his nose and was about to exaggerate and gesture in a dramatic fashion when a sharp pain pierced his chest, biting his pallid lower lip. He gritted his teeth and rose, shoving them out one by one. The truth was they had collided with him first. The evidence was there, and if they doubted it, they can inquire outside. Now, they should leave promptly. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted unexpectedly. Until he was pushed outside, Xiaoyu remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It was only when the door clicked shut that he regained his senses. He propped the door, peering through the crack, and asked, "What is the matter? I just want to be alone for a bit." Jiuxian replied weakly while gripping the doorknob. Alone? A person who revels in lively company suddenly craves solitude? Could be I misunderstood. Pondering this, Xiaoyu pressed against the door, hastily clarifying, "You didn't take that seriously, did you? I meant it as a jest." From the moment he entered and uttered Xiao Jiu, Jiuxian recognized it as a jest. After all, a genuinely angry person would hardly address you with a nickname in such a pleasant manner. However, he had no time for lengthy explanations now. He kicked Xiaoyu away from the door and, with a decisive thud, shut it, securing the latch. Outside, Hulaina stared, somewhat dazed, at the swift and fluid motions of the young rascal. Yet, what left her more astonished lay ahead. At the moment the door fully closed, Xiaoyu unleashed his martial spirit. Fortunately, Hulaina and Yin reacted quickly, whisking him away before he could cleave the door with his moonblade. Inside, as two voices echoed in succession, Jiuxian collapsed onto the bed, his hands clutching his chest, burying his pallid face in the blanket, gritting his teeth to stifle any moans of pain. Time trickled by. The anguished Jiuxian rolled from the bed to the floor, from the floor to beneath the window, and from there to the corner by the door. After such a tumultuous period, sweat thoroughly soaked his garments. After ensuring that Xiaoyu, who was hardly more reliable than a mischievous pup, was settled, Yin took a deep breath and headed towards his room. As he walked, he reflected on Jiuxian's earlier demeanor, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. Just as he was about to enter his own room, he glanced at the pristine white wall. A thought flitted through his mind, and he turned back towards Jiuxian's chamber. Seeing the closed door, he pushed it forcefully, but it did not budge, further validating his suspicions. After all, why would one lock a door in broad daylight? He hastily knocked. "Xiao Jiu, what is wrong?" "Open the door." Though he voiced concern, within the room, Jiuxian paid no heed to his inquiries, opting instead for silence. After tilting his head and taking several deep breaths, he suppressed the tremor in his voice, coldly barking, "Get lost." Yin clenched his fist, suppressing the urge to kick down the door, and replied, "Xiao Jiu, now is not the time for tantrums." Yet, Jiuxian merely leaned against the wooden door, repeating his earlier command. Hearing this, Yin raised his hand to knock again, but just before his knuckles met the door, an image of a boy curled up in the corner flashed in his mind. He closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and slowly lowered his hand. As he turned to lean against the wall, he encountered Xiaoyu and Hulaina, who had emerged to investigate the commotion caused by his earlier vigorous knocking. He scratched his head, and as Xiaoyu strode forward with an air of bravado, he landed a punch on Yan's chest, exclaiming, "What's the deal? Are you trying to showcase your barehanded demolition skills?" Upon seeing Yan's silence, Xiaoyu glanced at the door number beside Yin and continued relentlessly, "And what are you blocking Xiao Jiu's door for? You just shoved me back inside, and now you're back? What? Is there gold in Xiao Jiu's room that you want to hoard for yourself?" Yin rolled his eyes at the dim-witted Xiaoyu and explained to the approaching Hulaina, "Xiao Jiu is likely having a breakdown." Hearing this, the boisterous Xiaoyu sprang back into action, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, "What? Then we should hurry." Before he could finish, Yin firmly blocked him, stating, "Xiao Jiu won't let anyone in." At this proclamation, not only did Xiaoyu scoff, but Hulaina also could not help but chime in. "If he says not to enter, then don't. It's just a door. You could kick it down." Yin shook his head, addressing the two. "There is no life-threatening danger. Let him handle it himself." "Yin, why?" Hulaina looked at him quizzically. He usually doesn't have issues with that kid. In such a crucial moment, how could he utter such words? Yin gazed at the closed door, his voice steady. No one wishes for others to witness their vulnerable side. Xiaoyu tapped his tongue against his teeth, finding Yan's words unassailable. Hulaina suddenly grasped the truth. They all understood this sentiment. If it were anyone else, they might behave similarly to Yin. However, due to Jiuxian's physical and mental struggles, they had overlooked this reality. Jiuxian was merely unwell. A principle derived from ages past could indeed be applied to his situation. Hu Laina sighed, tugging on her brother Xieyu, leaning against the wall like Yin, saying, "Then let us wait here for him." Indeed, in the Tiando Empire, at the entrance of the Mo family compound, Mo Xiao Tang sat on a cold black wooden chair, coldly observing the 5 individuals kneeling in the center of the grand hall. The foremost of them was Mo Chong Xiao, who had instigated trouble days prior. Gazing at the child before him, whose aura was entirely transformed since their last encounter, he swallowed hard. Under Mo Xiao Tang's emotionless scrutiny, Mo Chong Xiao nodded, which was wrapped in bandages, and replied, "Yes." Mo Xiao Tang was aware of his own demeanor and temperament, perceived as tender and incapable of handling significant matters. However, he was surrounded by many formidable individuals, particularly his brother, who had been with them for so long that he had absorbed nearly all of their aura. He could not genuinely uphold the scene. Could he pretend otherwise? He casually tapped the arm of his chair and slowly inquired, "I recall you were always at the main branch in Xingluo. Why did you come to Tiando instead of staying to oversee things?" Montauk Changshe, though merely a youth, felt a sense of unease under Mo Xiao Tang's gaze. Steadying himself, he replied, "Half a year ago, the family head returned to the main branch. Since then, he has been busy managing affairs. After sending a letter, I received no reply from the young master, so I came to check on you." In response, Mo Xiao Tang did not reply immediately. Instead, he leisurely picked up a pristine teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. After moistening his throat and setting the cup down, he earnestly asked, "Is there anything else?" Mo Chong Xiao shook his head, stammering, "And no, that's all." Mo Xiao Tang rubbed his wrist, gradually standing and approaching Mo Chong Xiao. The latter, haunted by vivid memories of Jiuxian, nearly lost control of his bowels. It took him 3 silent repetitions of "it's just a weaned child" to regain his composure. Because the chairs above the hall were not far from the center, in the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaotang found herself before the timid Mo Chongxiao. "If my father has sent you to see me, what mischief have you caused in Tiando?" Upon hearing Mo Xiaotang mention the previous day's incident, Mo Chongxiao raised an invisible corner of his mouth, smiling apologetically. "Young master." It was he. Before he could finish, Mo Xiaotang interrupted, "What was it he did? Did he strike you first? Did he collide with you? Or did he push you?" Hearing this, Mo Chongxiao hurriedly nodded. "Young master, you truly possess keen insight." "Keen insight?" Mo Xiaotang chuckled lightly, tilting her head slightly. "Such a term suits you well. Thus, I understand that everything you say is mere nonsense." Mo Chongxiao felt a chill at her words, but quickly regained composure, grasping at Mo Xiaotang's clothing, both apologizing and confessing, seeking her forgiveness. "Young master, I was wrong. I should not have stirred trouble or lied to you, but that matter was indeed his fault. After all, he was a newly sprouted little radish, inexperienced and naive despite donning a red wedding gown." Listening to the first half of his statement, Mo Xiaotang initially believed he was genuinely remorseful, only to find that the latter half was still an attempt at evasion. Watching the older man attempting to grasp her clothing, she swiftly stepped back to avoid him. "Young master, I was wrong. I should not have caused trouble or lied to you, but it was indeed he who blocked my path." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang returned to her black wooden chair, took a sip of tea, and addressed the trembling Mo Chongxiao, who was kneeling on the ground. "The son of the Mo steward is quite imposing. Even I, as a young master, cannot compare." "You cannot do this, young master. I am an elder of the Mo family. You cannot." Mo Chongxiao struggled to swallow, trembling as he stood to point at Mo Xiaotang. Mo Xiaotang sneered, "Cannot? What is there that I cannot do? My father has long wished to abdicate and pass the family business to you two. The rightful heirs of the Mo family are my sister Yin, Xiao Xiao, and myself. My sister is indifferent to family affairs, if I desire it. I could be the head of the Mo family right now." In a moment of impulsiveness, Mo Chongxiao realized the gravity of his words and knelt down with a thud. "Young master, please grant me another chance. I am merely a sole master of level 10. If I am cast out from the Mo family, I will have no means to survive." Mo Xiaotang set her teacup down and closed her eyes, choosing to ignore him. This action once again brought tears to Mo Changshao's eyes. Is the young master truly willing to end my life for a stranger? Hearing this, Mo Xiaodang opened her eyes. And this time, there was no pretense, only genuine anger. She spoke to Mo Changshao and the quivering figures behind him. Remember this, he is my brother, Mo Xiaodang's brother, a distinguished guest of the Mo family. At the inn, Yin Er pressed his ear against the door, listening for any sounds from within. He signaled to Xie Yu and Hu Laina behind him. Let us sneak in through the window to take a look. After a moment, the three successfully entered the room of Jiu, where they stripped the wet Jiuxian and changed him into clean clothes, laying him onto the bed. Once done, Xie Yu sat in a chair, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, gazing at the unconscious Jiuxian. A question arose in his mind. He occasionally falls ill. Do you think he knows he will die in 2 years? Hu Laina, who was tucking Jiuxian in, looked up. What brought this on all of a sudden? Xie Yu merely shrugged. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. The dark, ominous night seemed to swallow everything, and the young Jiu's eyes were filled with fear. He glanced around, spotting a white figure in the west, immediately recognizing it as Xiaohua, feeling the overwhelming sense of security emanating from Xiaohua. He rushed after her without hesitation, but for some reason, Xiaohua kept running, always staying just out of reach. He stumbled over a stone, but quickly regained his footing, shouting as he pursued her, Xiaohua, don't go. Don't leave me. Please, please don't go. Upon hearing his plea, Xiaohua halted. Jiuxian dashed forward, gripping her tightly, terrified that if he let go for even a moment, she would vanish again. After a moment of contemplation, still anxious, he took a deep breath and promised, Xiaohua, as long as you stay with me, I will behave from now on. Whatever you say, I will do. Seeing Xiaohua remain silent filled the young Jiu with dread. He tugged at her white sleeve, softly calling Xiaohua. Upon hearing her name, Xiaohua finally reacted for the second time in a long while. She turned her head, her hollow eyes meeting his. A shiver ran through him, and he tightened his grip on her wrist. Just when he thought she could not escape, her wrist turned transparent, slipping right through his grasp as she turned to leave. Her speed was astonishing, as though something terrifying pursued her. The young Jiu attempted to follow, but the ground beneath him suddenly softened, and his feet were shackled by black chains, rendering him unable to move forward or backward. In a frenzy, he tugged at the chains, desperate to break free and chase after Xiaohua. Yet, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was cruel. He sank deeper into despair, watching the nearly invisible figure, his chest heavy with sorrow. You have left, and I can never return. Hell is too cold. I cannot endure it alone. As the scene faded in reality, Jiuxian lay in bed and, with a sudden gasp, opened his eyes wide. Instinctively, he looked around and froze upon seeing Xie Yu lounging casually across from him. Under Xie Yu's gaze, which seemed to question whether he had forgotten who he was, Jiuxian took a while to recall who this person was. Why are you here? Realizing he remembered, Xie Yu leaned back against the chair, brushing aside the stray hairs on his forehead, casually responding, guarding you. Guarding? Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, perplexed as to why he needed their watchful eyes. He shifted his weakened body, propping himself up and attempting to get out of bed. Fortunately, Xie Yu was quick to assist, preventing him from collapsing to the floor. What happened to me? Jiuxian asked, looking pale. Xie Yu licked his lips and recited the familiar lines. You have fallen ill again. Jiuxian nodded, returning to bed with Xie Yu's support. Observing him, Xie Yu recalled the murmured words from Jiuxian's dreams and couldn't he help but ask, what did you dream about? Did I dream? Jiuxian reflected for a moment, responding with a question of his own. Xie Yu merely smiled and remained silent. After pacing around the room a couple of times, he stepped out to inform Hu Laina that a certain little rascal had woken up. However, it was Yin who eventually entered. Having taken care of him tirelessly during his illness, Hu Laina had just managed to catch a brief rest. Not wanting to disturb her, Yin took a seat on the chair by the bedside and engaged in light conversation with Jiuxian. Does it hurt? Hurt? What hurts? Jiuxian looked at him puzzled, sensing something was off today as they asked him questions he did not fully comprehend. Are you injured? Does it hurt? Yan's fingers intertwined, his dark eyes gazing at you, Jiuxian. Upon hearing his words, Jiuxian playfully delivered a gentle punch, questioning, "Are you foolish? How can injury not hurt? Moreover, I am quite sensitive to pain." Yin tightened his grip and inquired again, "Then how do you endure when you are hurt?" Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, asking why he wanted to know. Reflecting on the muffled, unstable breaths he had heard behind the door, Yin pursed his lips and smiled. "When training with Xiaoyu, we occasionally sustain injuries, so I want to seek your wisdom." Jiuxian shrugged, stating that the only way to deal with such matters was to become stronger, strong enough that no one could harm you. Everything else was mere nonsense. If it pertains to personal ailments? Hearing Yan's somber voice, Jiuxian chuckled lightly. "Personal ailments? Are you subtly asking if I feel pain when I am unwell?" Realizing Jiuxian understood, Yan's throat tightened, unsure of how to respond. However, Jiuxian appeared unfazed. He sat on the bed, propping a pillow against the wall, and began to converse leisurely with Yan. "It certainly hurts. I may be called Jiuxian, but I am not a deity. I am a flesh-and-blood human." Yin poured him a glass of water and, upon hearing this, pressed on with his earlier question. "So how do you endure the pain?" Jiuxian shook his head, not because he wished to withhold his answer, but simply because he could not recall. Nevertheless, such matters could be summed up as closing one's eyes and gritting one's teeth. Observing the now slightly more mature and less innocent Jiuxian upon waking, Yin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "How old are you now?" Before he could finish, Jiuxian interjected, answering, "How old?" 8 years old. 8 years? Given his eloquence, one could easily mistake him for 11 or 12. Yet, it was precisely this aspect that made the young lad so endearing. Yin sighed, reflecting, they say mature children take on responsibilities early. In truth, mature children bear the heaviest burdens. Jiuxian took a sip of water and shot him a glance, bemused by his line of thought, wondering how he could possibly know such things. Yin, catching his gaze, assumed he had not understood and pointed to Jiuxian's heart, asking, at such a young age, "Having witnessed so much, don't you feel exhausted?" Hearing this, Jiuxian mulled it over before pointing at himself. "Do you think those thoughts originated from me? Aren't they?" Yin replied, astonished. Jiuxian scoffed, "Of course not. I am merely a carefree little madman. How could such eloquent words ever come from my lips?" Shaking his head, he helplessly added, "I merely borrowed them." Yin, with his fingers resting on his legs, felt a name stirring in his mind. To confirm his suspicion, he asked, "May I inquire who it is?" As expected, Jiuxian readily blurted out the name, Xiaohua. "Xiaohua." Once again Xiaohua. Yin inhaled sharply, unable to resist asking, "You often mention him. What kind of person is he?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiuxian vividly described the figure in his mind. Xiaohua is a refined gentleman, genuinely kind-hearted and utterly pure, untouched by any stain. Yin found it hard to believe that such a perfectly clean person could exist in the world. Jiuxian shrugged, "Why not? Xiaohua is indeed a fine example." Yin scrutinized Jiuxian from head to toe, questioning, "How have you managed to maintain such a good relationship with him? Do you never quarrel?" Jiuxian, catching the incomplete thought, chuckled. "By what measure? By his character? By his virtues? There is no need for pretense. Compared to that fellow Xiaohua, I am indeed mired in a quagmire, thoroughly corrupt and wicked, a veritable rogue." He admitted. As for why they could coexist so harmoniously, it was entirely due to Xiaohua's forbearance. The stark contrast between him and Xiaohua was remarkable, all thanks to Xiaohua's understanding. Whenever he wished to do something, Xiaohua never impeded him. At times, he would even support him from behind, providing assistance when needed. How could things not progress smoothly? Yin stroked his chin, perplexed. How could such a person as Xiaohua allow you to engage in mischief? Jiuxian paused, then realized he had become too absorbed in his thoughts, inadvertently revealing his innermost feelings. He shook his head. Xiaohua's character, if one were to put it nicely, is that of a good Samaritan. If one were to be blunt, he possesses a savior complex, wanting to help and save everyone. So how could he assist me in wrongdoing? That would be absurd. Yin, noticing this, subtly probed, then what about his non-interference, his support, his assistance? Jiuxian propped his chin on his hand, smiling as he explained, "That is simply because my misdeeds are always carried out in secrecy. By the time Xiaohua notices, I have already acted. As for the aftermath, when my wrongdoings are uncovered, it is that protective Xiaohua who comes to my aid. Furthermore, there are always those who are stronger and more capable than him. To ensure he does not become a target for bullying, Xiaohua has helped him strengthen his physique. Thus, it results in Xiaohua's non-interference, support, and assistance." Yin leaned back in his chair, lamenting, "I would love to meet this Xiaohua." Jiuxian nodded. "I would like to meet him too." "You would like to meet him as well?" Yin paused for a moment, but in no time recalled what someone had said previously. "All right. You mentioned he hasn't appeared for a while." Jiuxian hung his head, thinking, indeed, it has been quite some time. Xiaohua has never been away from me for this long. Observing the dejected Jiuxian, Yin unintentionally stoked the flames of concern, wondering if he might encounter danger. Jiuxian straightened up, grabbing a nearby cushion and hurling it at Yin, exclaiming, "Who is in danger? Who could possibly be in danger? He is so formidable. How could he be in peril?" Yin chuckled as he deflected the playful assault, muttering to himself, "I truly envy you." After a brief tussle, Jiuxian calmed down, returning to his seat with an indignant huff. "Envy is futile. Xiaohua is mine alone." Observing his puffed-up demeanor, Yin chuckled inwardly and added fuel to the fire, "But he might just be your future brother-in-law." However, this remark did not land as intended. For after taking a sip of water, Jiuxian replied nonchalantly, "He does not like girls." "Doesn't like girls?" Yin gasped, realizing Xiaohua might have a preference for men. He instinctively hugged his sturdy frame, suddenly not wanting to meet Xiaohua. After all, that Xiaohua was so perfect. If he were to pursue him wholeheartedly, Yin could not guarantee he would not be swayed, given his own affection for Xiaona. Watching Yin, Jiuxian silently sipped his water, pondering that the person who called him a drama queen probably had no inkling of Yan's existence. Just as he set down the cup, a sudden thought jolted him. "Drama queen? Who label me as such?" While he rubbed his temples, contemplating this notion, Yin spoke again. "If he prefers men, then you may very well remain without a sister-in-law." Implied within the discourse is the notion that a stranger, a blue child, would share something about his brother. But what is the purpose of such boasting? In Chapter 177, Return to Wuhuan Hall, Farewell to Haidang, Jiuxian opened his mouth, intending to express that Xiaohua initially had an affinity for the opposite sex, and it was through his assistance that he came to appreciate men. Yet, would this not merely validate Yan's implication? He swallowed hard, hastily diverting the conversation. "So, when shall we return?" Yin, perceiving his inability to counter, assumed that he had successfully outmaneuvered Jiu and chose not to revisit old matters, merely remarking, "Did you not wish to find some inspiration in Tiando?" Jiuxian shook his head, deeming it sufficient as it was. Relying solely on the sunset forest to seek his so-called inspiration in the vastness of Tiando seemed futile. Setting aside whether it existed, even if it did, the enormity of Tiando meant that finding it could take an eternity. Observing Jiuxian's pallid complexion, Yin inquired about his health. "Are you still unwell?" The slightly breathless Jiuxian, his heart steady and face unflushed, replied no. Yin nodded. "Very well, prepare your belongings. I will inform the others. We shall depart tomorrow." Just as Jiuxian was about to nod in agreement, a despondent visage appeared in his mind. "I need to step out for a moment." Yin cast a glance at his frail limbs, questioning whether he could even manage to leave. Sensing Yan's reluctance, Jiuxian added, "Just for a brief moment." Yin shrugged, adhering to the principle that the patient is paramount. If he believed himself fit enough to venture out, then so be it. At worst, he would assist him in carrying his lifeless body. In the afternoon, across from the venue of the Tiando preliminary competition, Jiuxian leaned against a wall, idly toying with a small white sphere while surveying each individual that emerged. After an indeterminate wait, just as he was on the verge of dozing off, he finally spotted someone. With a yawn and a stretch, he ambled over to intercept the person. "You were rather elusive to find." The members of the Shrek team regarded the masked figure that had seemingly appeared from nowhere with puzzled expressions, questioning his identity and intentions. However, Imo Xiaotang's eyes lit up, prompting her to tell the others to proceed while she led the masked Jiuxian to a quieter locale. Upon seeing the true visage before her, Mo Xiaotang joyfully exclaimed, "Brother." Jiuxian, somewhat perplexed by her exuberance, handed her the small white sphere. Mo Xiaotang examined it closely. It was a milky white orb with a multitude of luminous strands flowing within. "What is this?" "I'm leaving. This is a token in return for the jade pendant. In times of danger, throw it away. It will ensure your safety," Jiuxian explained lightly. The words, both chilling and comforting, caused Mo Xiaotang's eyes to redden. She knew he would not divulge much, yet she couldn't restrain herself from asking, "Where are you going, brother?" Jiuxian tilted his head slightly, responding with indifference. "Naturally, I am returning to where I belong." Mo Xiaotang pressed her lips together, thinking that indeed he had not clarified, but where he belonged should be with them, should it not? Gazing at Jiuxian, she couldn't help but call out, "Brother." Jiuxian instinctively queried, "What is it?" Mo Xiaotang shook her head. "It's nothing. I just want to call you brother. It feels like there will be fewer chances to do so in the future." Jiuxian raised his gaze to meet hers, recalling a conversation from their last encounter in the Sunset Forest where an old man had remarked, "I have heard it said that you are the brother of Jiuxian. You must be a brother without blood ties. How long have you known Jiuxian?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Xiaotang answered, "In a month, it will be 8 years." In Chapter 178, the four great immortals returned to Wuhuan Hall. Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, contemplating the significance of such a lengthy acquaintance. He had forgotten about others, which was indeed a painful realization. Unbeknownst to Mo Xiaotang, who had carefully stored the white orb, he solemnly declared, "Regardless of how my brother changes or how much he forgets, I shall await your return." Upon hearing this, a shiver ran down Jiuxian's spine, and he vigorously rubbed his arms. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated, and all farewells exchanged. After a moment's thought, he decided that remaining longer served no purpose and simply stated, "This is too sentimental. I am leaving." Mo Xiaotang watched her brother's retreating figure, softly calling out to him while burying her unease deep within. 3 days later, in Wuhuan City, upon entering the city, Jiuxian overheard two individuals at a nearby restaurant engaged in conversation over their meal. The burly man with a dark complexion remarked, "I heard a dark horse emerged in the Tiando preliminaries." The other, with a pockmarked face, scratched his head in confusion. "A dark horse?" "The strongest team in Tiando was granted a direct entry. You must mean the Royal Academy's second team, correct?" The dark-faced man, unaware of being observed, hastily devoured his meal and vigorously shook his head. "Not at all, though it is somewhat related to that team." "Please do elaborate," the pockmarked individual urged. Curiosity piqued as he snatched the dark-faced man's chopsticks, prompting him to speak. The dark-faced man cleared his throat and divulged, "This Dark Horse Academy is Shrek, formerly known as Lanba Academy, which defeated the Royal Second Team in just 1 minute during this year's preliminaries." "Is Shrek truly that formidable?" The pockmarked man swallowed hard. The dark-faced man grinned, indeed. Standing on the street corner, Jiuxian crossed his arms, showing no embarrassment in eavesdropping. After listening intently, he tugged at Hu Lai Na's sleeve and inquired, "Sister Na, is what they said true?" After contemplating a moment, while searching for a wayward child, Hu Lai Na nodded, affirming its veracity. Jiuxian stroked his chin, offering a stern assessment. "It seems this Shrek may indeed possess some merit." At this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. The news of defeating the Royal Second Team in a mere minute spread throughout Tiando within half a day, becoming common knowledge. Everyone praised Shrek Academy as the newly emerged dark horse of the preliminaries. Yet when it reached Jiuxian's ears, it transformed into a mere, nonchalant remark. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Jiuxian arched an eyebrow, lowering his arms and casually inquiring, "Is the Tiando's second team particularly strong?" If not due to Shrek's exceptional performance, then it must imply that this year's Royal Second Team was woefully inadequate. Xiaoyu, exhibiting a rare sense of optimism, shook his head, "Not particularly." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian smiled and spread his hands, continuing to clarify his previous statement. "Is defeating a lackluster team in a minute truly impressive?" though the individuals in the training camp are all my subordinates. I must concede that they could achieve such a feat with ease. If that is the case, what is there to lament? One must understand the value of humility. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, sharing an awkward smile. That is indeed a valid point. United as a quartet, we are indeed invincible. Why would we require a rehearsal? Hulaina felt a hint of embarrassment. Though this young rascal may be diminutive, he is far from modest. She brushed aside her hair, speaking softly. While we are formidable, without a modicum of tacit understanding and cooperation, we could easily face setbacks in a competition where the exceptional are commonplace. Jiuxian appeared to be in relatively good spirits today. Despite his lack of humility, he refrained from contradiction, nodding and inquiring about the specifics. Should I utilize the fan or the so-called Taodai beast, or perhaps both? Reflecting on her recent private conversation with the Pope Bibi Dong, Hulaina bit her lip and murmured, "The teacher advised you to use the Taotai." The nearby Xiaoyu's expression soured upon hearing this. Just the Taotai? Hulaina nodded helplessly, affirming. Observing their peculiar demeanor, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, questioning what was amiss with merely using the Taotai. Yin, who had been somewhat dazed, began to regain clarity. As he listened to their exchange, he rubbed his face and thought to himself that Xiaoyu was implying that his Taotai martial soul had yet to hunt for a soul ring. Soul ring? Such a familiar term. Jiuxian searched his mind, summoning forth his Taotai martial soul. He pointed to the dark, glimmering circle beneath his feet, asking, "Is this it?" The other three, overwhelmed by his formidable presence, momentarily gasped at the sight of the soul ring at Jiuxian's feet. 10,000 years. Hulaina hurriedly inquired, "Can you discern what your soul skill is?" Jiuxian quietly concentrated for a moment and slowly replied, "It seems to be devour." Devour? The three exchanged glances. The meaning in their eyes unmistakable. This soul skill is quite rare, yet it aligns with the essence of this martial soul. After all, the legendary Taotai is known as a voracious and ferocious beast. Seeing their confusion, Jiuxian promptly offered, "Shall I demonstrate it for you?" Here, setting aside the multitude of onlookers, his martial soul skill could inadvertently harm the innocent. Moreover, considering his fragile physique, should anything untoward occur while employing his soul skill, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon them. Hulaina quickly shook her head. "Now is not the time. We shall wait until we return." Having previously been unaware of the soul ring associated with his Taotai martial soul, she now felt it imperative to consult Yu Guan upon their return, deliberating the matter further. Jiuxian shrugged, reining in his martial soul, and replied, "Very well." Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, a cloaked figure wielding a staff gazed in a specific direction with a gleam in his eyes. Gradually kneeling, he uttered obscure and cryptic incantations. Observing this, the minions behind him followed suit, kneeling in sincere reverence. Jili Gulu Balabala, Jili Gulu Balabala, we welcome the sovereign's grand arrival. We welcome the sovereign's grand arrival. Chapter 180. The Ferocious Beast Taotai and the Soul Skill Devourer. 2. In the Wuhan Palace, Hulaina, having reported to Bibi Dong, hurried to find Yu Guan, who had returned early. Glancing at Yu Guan tending to the flowers, she bypassed pleasantries and promptly stated her purpose. "Grandfather Yu, Xiaojiu's second martial soul has already acquired a soul ring." Already acquired a soul ring? How is that possible? Yu Guan's face was a mask of astonishment. While that young rascal had concealed matters regarding his body from them, he had always been forthright about everything else. Moreover, when it came to his words, as long as he believed them to be correct, he would obediently comply without acting recklessly. He distinctly remembered having spoken to the boy about this. What on earth transpired during those years he was away? He exhaled sharply, attempting to regain his composure, and raised his head to ask, "What is the age of the soul ring?" Hulaina bit her lip and replied solemnly, 10,000 years, though I suspect it to be over 50,000 years. 50,000 years! Upon hearing this, Yu Guan set down the watering can, placing his hands on his hips, and his indignation flared into a blaze. 50,000 years! With his reckless absorption methods, it is a wonder his body has not been ruined. Having such a troublesome child at home, it is only natural to feel anger out of concern. Hulaina waited for Yuguan to vent his frustration before slowly articulating her worries. Grandfather Yu, you know that once the preliminary rounds commence, the finals will not be far behind. We were hoping to rehearse with Xiao Jiu before taking the stage, to avoid any unforeseen incidents during the competition that might be difficult to handle. Indeed, other people's children do seem more appealing, Yuguan nodded. Do you have any concerns regarding this? Your considerations are quite thorough and feasible. Is Xiao Jiu safe to use this martial soul and soul skill? Hulaina nervously fidgeted with her fingers, her tone revealing her deep concern for Jiuxian. Yuguan, realizing he had been muddled by that little rascal's antics, slapped his forehead in realization, having forgotten this crucial detail. He took a deep breath, focusing on Hulaina's question. According to what that boy previously mentioned, he would become exhausted and faint after releasing his martial soul. However, since that child lost his memory, he had observed that the boy appeared unaffected after releasing it. This may be related to the child's soul power. Now stronger in both soul power and physique, he should have enough reserves to support the martial soul's consumption. However, I cannot guarantee the same for releasing a soul skill. Hulaina nodded in acknowledgement, about to suggest that they should forego it, prioritizing Xiao Jiu's health. When Yuguan interjected, "When will you rehearse?" "I shall watch." Hulaina was taken aback. "What? You are uncertain about what might happen afterward? Why would you still want him to use it?" Glancing at the flustered Hulaina, Yuguan picked up the watering can, continuing to tend to the flowers while explaining. "It is better to use the soul skill now and ascertain the specifics than to face an unexpected situation during the competition, forcing its use." Hulaina contemplated this and agreed. Discovering the situation now, with so many people from the Wuhan Palace, they might even find a solution. Even if a solution is not found, they could strategize on how to avoid issues. However, if they were to find themselves on the competition stage, oblivious to the situation, this would pose a significant risk looming over them constantly. Very well. Chapter 181. The Ferocious Beast Tao Tai and the Soul Skill Devourer 3. In the afternoon, the scorching sun bathed the earth in the expansive training ground to ensure careful observation and timely assistance for Jiuxian. This rehearsal involved not only the 7 youths slated for the finals and the 7 teachers assisting them, but also Yuguan and Gue Mei. Observing the tense atmosphere, Jiuxian tilted his head. In an effort to alleviate their anxiety, he released his martial soul, emanating a faint black light, its form resembling a goat-bodied, human-faced creature, with eyes in its armpits and tiger-like teeth. He flexed his wrists in preparation for the impending exertion, and the shadow behind him mirrored his movements. The others followed suit, releasing their martial souls. The 7 teachers across from them surveyed the scene. From left to right, they beheld Yuguan's young rascal, Jiuxian, whose imposing Tao Tai exuded an aura of a level 55 assault-type Soul King, and Hulaina, the saintess of the Wuhan Palace, one of the Golden Generations, with her enchanting and beguiling fox spirit, a level 51 control-type Soul King. One of the illustrious members of the Golden Generation, Xiaoyu, wields a blade as sharp as steel, embodying the prowess of a level 52 Assault Soul King. Another distinguished member, Yin, commands the Molten Flames as the Lord of Fire, also a level 52 Assault Soul King. Additionally, we have the trio recently acquainted by Jiuxian, Li Kai, Su Yu, and Zhang Ping. Among them, Li Kai possesses the martial soul of the Blackhorn Mountain Pig, a level 47 Assault Soul Master. Su Yu wields the brilliant Golden Staff, a level 46 Support Soul Master. Zhang Ping's martial soul is the Golden Waist Flying Swallow, a level 47 Agility Soul Master. Upon surveying the group, one might be surprised to discover that the most formidable among them is not Xiaoyu or Yin, but rather the seemingly carefree Jiuxian. Not only does he possess the highest soul power, but he also boasts the most impressive soul rings. This observation is underscored by the fact that the other 6 individuals are equipped with optimal soul ring configurations. Aside from the 3 soul masters in the team who have 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, the rest possess 2 yellow and 3 purple rings. If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Yet, there's more to unfold. Focusing on Jiuxian, it is rumored that he possesses a dual martial soul, with his soul power fluctuating at level 55. While the first martial soul's rings remain unseen, his second martial soul is highlighted by a black 10,000-year soul ring. It is evident that the age of the soul rings associated with his first martial soul is equally remarkable. With introductions completed, the battle was set to commence. The first to unleash a soul skill was the support soul master, Suyu. Grasping his brilliant golden staff, he waved it, casting an acceleration effect upon several individuals. The skirmish had begun, and the ever-prepared Jiuxian surged forward. Observing from the sidelines, Yu Guan and Gue Mei felt a sense of pride in their young protégé's fearless demeanor. However, their expressions soon shifted to disbelief as the opposing teachers initiated their soul skills, preparing to attack Yu Jiuxian, who had yet to show any inclination to evade. Witnessing this, Yu Guan nearly rushed in to pull the reckless youth away and deliver a stern reprimand. Yet, Gue Mei remained composed, grasping Yu Guan's arm and advising him to watch closely. Taking a deep breath, Yu Guan's gaze fixated on his young charge. Yu Jiuxian smirked as an array of attacks descended upon him, raising his remarkably luminous hand, illuminated by the black shadows. With a flick of his wrist, a swirling black hole materialized in his palm. He elevated the black hole to defend himself. A miraculous scene ensued. As various attacks approached, while others were filled with trepidation, Yu Jiuxian remained unfazed. Following a low command from him, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. With a twist of his wrist, the black hole hovered above his hand, and he lifted his arm, positioning the black hole before him. In an instant, the impending attacks were effortlessly absorbed into the black void. Clenching his fist, Yu Jiuxian retracted the vortex, and just as everyone thought it was over, the ominous glow of the Taotai behind him intensified. The overwhelming presence of the Taotai evoked a sensation among the teachers and young souls that an enhancement could solidify its form. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that after devouring the teacher's soul skills, their young protégé's aura had transformed. This aura felt hauntingly familiar, yet they struggled to recall its origin due to its subtlety. Gue Mei gently patted Yu Guan's shoulder, reassuring him of his presence and urging him to refocus on the evolving situation. With a sigh of relief, Yu Guan lifted his gaze. He beheld Yu Jiuxian raising his fist high, casting a shadowy hand towards the opposing teachers. Unfazed, the teachers, including a formidable level 68 defense soul master, retaliated with their own techniques. The defense soul master swiftly deployed his golden pot, executing a fourth skill with precision. The golden pot effortlessly deflected Yu Jiuxian's shadowy hand. Feeling a tinge of frustration, Yu Jiuxian launched several strikes at the defense soul master. The continuous use of his fourth soul skill took a toll on the defense soul master's energy, and as he braced for another of Yu Jiuxian's attacks, he felt a sense of impending defeat. Perhaps the heavens heard his lament, for at the moment Yu Jiuxian threw his sixth punch, he found it devoid of strength. Staring at his powerless hand in astonishment, the opposing assault soul master seized the opportunity, raising a gleaming axe for a spinning strike. Yu Jiuxian stepped back, lifting his arm, and with a flick of his wrist, the devouring black hole reappeared. As the soul skill was consumed, the once dim Taotai glimmered with renewed vigor. Sensing the warmth of power returning to his hand, Yu Jiuxian smirked, stepping closer to his opponents to deliver a surprise attack. The action, though exhilarating, was fraught with peril. Captain Xiaoyu gestured to his 5 companions, indicating that the spotlight should not rest solely on Yu Jiuxian. It was time for them to showcase their skills as well. Hulai Na and the other teammates responded in unison, affirming their readiness. As the words left their lips, the 6 young souls advanced with determination, and before Xiaoyu and Yin could unleash their martial soul fusion technique, they noticed an individual preparing to ambush Yu Jiuxian from behind. Without waiting for Xiaoyu and Yin to react, Hulai Na, accompanied by the agile Zhang Ping, swiftly reached Yu Jiuxian's side. Hulai Na blinked her eyes, casting a charm upon the teachers while Zhang Ping seized the moment to pull Yu Jiuxian away from the battlefield. However, given the teacher's superior levels, Hulai Na's charm had minimal effect. As Zhang Ping attempted to escort Yu Jiuxian to safety, the 7 teachers scoffed, stretching their muscles before unleashing a barrage of attacks towards the trio. In response, Xiaoyu led the nearby Assault Soul Masters to provide support. Su Yu, the support Soul Master, did not remain idle either. He struck the ground with his staff, unleashing a radiant light that bolstered his teammates' defenses and offensive capabilities. Once on the battlefield, Xiaoyu quickly reached his sister, Hulai Na's side. The other members, seasoned allies, formed two distinct teams. The first team, comprising Li Kai and Zhang Ping, positioned themselves protectively in front of Hulai Na and Xiaoyu, allowing them to focus on their martial soul fusion. The second team, consisting of Yin and Yu Jiuxian, pressed forward, one absorbing the teacher's soul skills while the other engaged them in combat to buy time. Minutes later, under the protection of their classmates, Hulai Na and Xiaoyu successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique, Yao Mei. In that moment, Yin pulled Yu Jiuxian back, retreating swiftly with their remaining teammates. As Jiuxian firmly established his stance, he observed that the previously pristine training ground was now engulfed by a dense red mist. Meanwhile, his companions stood nonchalantly at the periphery of this fog. Prior to the onset of the team battle, he had heard Hulai Na herself introduce their martial soul fusion skill, known as Yao Mei. This technique primarily serves as a control mechanism, radiating a red mist from its center. Within the confines of this mist, all sensory perceptions are diminished by 50%, soul power is suppressed by 50%, and all actions are delayed by 50%. Furthermore, as Hulai Na had mentioned, only the two wielders of this martial soul fusion skill could see clearly within a mist, with the enemy illuminated while he remained shrouded in obscurity. It was a trivial matter to suppress and defeat anyone of lesser strength. This was indeed a remarkably delightful skill. However, as he could not partake in the fray, Jiuxian found himself growing increasingly bored. Casting a glance at the warm and inviting pillow, he unceremoniously leaned against it. After a brief interlude, he heard the cacophony of clattering sounds, witnessing the teachers being flung out, which caused him to raise an eyebrow in amusement. Indeed, the reality proved far more striking than any proclamation could convey. Congratulations on your success. The two, Hulai Na and Xiaoyu, who had just experienced the martial soul fusion skill, supported each other while listening to Jiuxian's emotionally detached congratulations. Xiaoyu merely smiled. Yes, success had been achieved. His self-created soul skill, Yue, had indeed succeeded. Jiuxian pursed his lips and slowly remarked that next time, they should refrain from such reckless ventures. Xiaoyu blinked, questioning why it was considered reckless. Jiuxian shot him a knowing glance before turning away. This challenge aimed not only to observe the usage of his soul skill and their mutual cooperation, but also to allow Xiaoyu to experiment with his self-created soul skill. To facilitate this experiment, Xiaoyu arranged for 7 teachers who were one level higher than them. Before the challenge commenced, he had instructed Hulai Na to greet him, and upon reaching a certain level of exertion, he would signal for them to join. They sought to test the potency of Yue. In Chapter 184, regarding soul skills, a reassessment was conducted to better evaluate the power of his Yue. Xiaoyu had Hulai Na engage with him right from the start of the challenge. After allowing him to revel in the excitement for a moment, he obediently withdrew, ceding the stage to the two of them. Although he verbally agreed, he secretly harbored intentions to quickly eliminate them upon entering the fray. After all, they were contending against 7 individuals who were undeniably one level above them. While he did not fully comprehend the implications of facing an opponent of a higher soul ring, he had heard others remark that having an additional level granted one more soul skill to utilize against them. 7 opponents effectively translated to an additional 7 soul skills. For them, having successfully created a skill, yet lacking practical experience, this was indeed an endeavor fraught with a danger index of 9 stars. Though they had concealed certain matters from him, their goodwill was genuine. He wished to spare them from harm over such trivialities. However, he had overestimated his own abilities. Lacking proficiency in utilizing soul skills, he could not contend with the 7 seasoned instructors. As he gazed at the entrance of Yue Guan Hall, Jiuxian clutched his chest and exhaled deeply, realizing he had returned without even noticing. This was perhaps for the best. He hastened back to his room and leapt onto his bed, burying his weary face in the soft comforter. In the training ground, after Jiuxian departed, Gue Mei unabashedly extolled the merits of the brother and sister duo, declaring that they were indeed a part of the golden generation, with Yue exhibiting almost no flaws. Xie Yue considered this to be a given. After all, if his self-created soul skill bore no distinctive qualities or utility, he would not have invested such time and effort into its development. However, being praised so openly by the typically stoic Gue Mei made him feel somewhat bashful, prompting him to discreetly tug at Juliana's clothing. Having grown up alongside him, Juliana understood Xie Yue's unspoken sentiment without his need to articulate it. As Gue Mei and Yue Guan concluded their remarks, she promptly interjected to redirect the conversation. Grandfather Yue, Grandfather Gue, let's discuss Xiao Jire. Very well. Upon hearing the name of their young protege, Yue Guan and Gue Mei immediately adjusted their demeanor, reflecting on the events that transpired at the beginning of the challenge, and they thoughtfully summarized their observations. Firstly, Yue Jiuxian's martial soul was extraordinary. His first soul skill should not be devour but rather Taishan Yading, the Great Mountain Press. The ability to devour was likely a passive skill. Secondly, the Taishan Yading formed through devouring, given his current strength, could only store 5 attacks, regardless of the power absorbed. This capacity would presumably increase as his level progressed. Thirdly, it appeared that Yue Jiuxian had no issues after utilizing his soul skill. Upon hearing this, Juliana smiled with relief. As long as he is all right. Meanwhile, Yin, who stood at the back, recalled the heavy breaths of a certain someone leaning against him and felt a flicker of doubt. Was that fellow truly unscathed after employing his soul skill? He glanced at the assured expression of Yue Guan and vigorously shook his head, dismissing his concerns. If Yue Jiuxian had indeed faltered, then surely the others, being alive and well, would have noticed. Convinced of this, he nodded in agreement. Within Yue Guan Hall, Yue Jiuxian, having endured the pain once more, drifted into a deep slumber, murmuring names he felt a strange familiarity with, yet had never heard since his amnesia, such as Mu Bai, Zhu Qing, and Xiao San. In Chapter 185, on the training ground, each harbored their own thoughts. Within Yue Guan Hall, Yue Jiuxian, having survived an arduous battle, fell into a profound sleep. Should anyone have gazed upon him, they would have noted that his slumber was far from restful. His eyes were tightly shut, his brow furrowed, and he muttered several names that were once familiar, yet now felt foreign, such as Mu Bai, Zhu Qing, and Xiao San. In Wuhuinsheng, the preliminary rounds of the elite competition had long since commenced, and the finals were fast approaching. Thus, Hu Liana and her companions found themselves in a state of preparation to foster an optimal environment for them. Bibidong had issued orders that rendered the entire academy eerily quiet, inciting envy among many students towards the golden generation. In response, Hu Liana and her peers exchanged glances, their arms aching from rigorous training, a complex emotion flickering in their eyes. On this particular day, following their recent challenge, and due to unforeseen circumstances, Yue Jiuxian found himself idly leaning against the railing, resting his chin in his hands as he observed his friends training diligently. They often expressed envy towards him, unaware that beneath the coveted treatment lay a heavy burden looming over each of them. As Yin approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, he nodded in agreement with Yue Jiuxian's sentiments. Long ago, when Yue Jiuxian was but a child, he frequently uttered a desire for a simple and peaceful life, to find a farmstead and live unobtrusively. At that time, they had not fully grasped his words. Yet in just a few short years, bearing immense accolades and pressures unknown to ordinary individuals, they finally understood the essence of Yue Jiuxian's longing. If given the choice, they would indeed prefer to be among those of modest talents, leading a simple and joyous existence. Listening to the coach's urging from behind, Yin snapped back to reality. After wiping away the sweat, he couldn't resist teasing a certain, somewhat mature child before leaving. Has Xiao Jiu grown up again? He actually worries about his older brothers now. Yu Jiuxian tightened his grip on the railing, concealing the complex emotions in his eyes. He lifted his head with a light smile and said in their familiar tone, Shout, Gio hasn't he grown up? He understands everything, all right? Upon hearing this, the little man in Yan's heart rolled his eyes dramatically. Indeed, the recent intensity of training had taken its toll. Sleepless nights had left his eyes weary, yet he could still discern maturity in such a character. One must not judge solely by appearances. Observing Jiuxian's face, which proclaimed that he had already matured, Yin sighed and walked towards the training ground with his hands behind his back. Growing up? That would be a matter to discuss when a certain someone ceased to utter such childish remarks. Meanwhile, leaning against the railing, Jiuxian turned away, exhaling softly. He glanced at the few individuals engaged in high-difficulty training and, fiddling with the spatial ring on his hand, turned to leave. In a certain corner, a ragged man spoke to a youth clad in a black cloak across a long table. "Boss, recently many little ones have been captured and dealt with by that group. Should we not intervene?" The youth shook his head resolutely without a moment's hesitation, stating, "No, have them keep a low profile for now." The man looked puzzled. But why? Even if they are numerous, their few elders are not to be underestimated. The youth, seeming to anticipate the man's thoughts, slowly turned around, revealing a face marred by scars beneath the swaying cloak. Looking at the disheveled man, he spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "The master is awakening. Just wait a little longer. Soon, they will no longer have anything to fear in this world." Chapter 186. Return to Tiando. Seeking Haitang, 1. In the Tiando Empire. As the elite competition is held only once every few years, the venue was bustling with not just locals, but also many outsiders eager to purchase tickets for the event. This year's competition was particularly fierce, and with limited seating, the spectators appeared hurried, anxious about securing their places. Thus, as the somewhat languid Jiuxian strolled leisurely down the street, chewing on a yellowing dogtail grass, he seemed quite out of place. However, Jiuxian himself was indifferent, making his way to a tavern not far from the Tiando Grand Sol Arena. Rubbing his somewhat stiff fingers, he settled down slowly. Due to its proximity to the Grand Sol Arena, the tavern's business was thriving. Perhaps the owner, having earned a considerable amount of golden coins from customers, aimed to provide a good experience, resulting in service that rivaled a five-star hotel. No sooner had he taken his seat than a server approached with freshly brewed tea and a menu, offering enthusiastic service. In response, he cooperatively opened the smooth, fine paper menu, lightly tracing his fingers over several wine names. After the server noted his selection, he ordered 2 jars of each. The server paused in surprise. Would he be able to finish such a quantity of wine? He moved his lips, about to remind the handsome young man, but then recalled the owner's advice. The customer is king, and one must not question the king's decisions. Glancing at Jiuxian, who displayed no remorse, the server quietly retreated with the order. While waiting for the wine, Jiuxian was not idle. He leisurely poured himself some tea, savoring it, while activating his keen hearing to eavesdrop on the discussions at the nearby table about the recent matches. Since the opening ceremony of the Tiando Elite Competition, Shrek had been performing as if under a spell. Cheating? 1 or 2 lucky wins could be attributed to chance, but winning a dozen consecutive matches suggested something more than mere luck. It was evident that even one of the 5 great academies, the Elephant Armor Academy, could not prevail against Shrek, indicating that Shrek was indeed formidable. "Oh dear, we brothers came here to enjoy a drink. Can't you talk about something light and entertaining instead of all this fighting and killing?" Yes, so what shall we discuss?" Hearing this, Jiuxian's interest in their conversation waned. Just as he leaned back in his chair, feeling a bit parched, the server returned with several companions, bringing the requested wine and placing plates of exquisite dishes on his table. "I didn't order these," he thought, puzzled. Noticing his confused expression, the server clasped his hands in front of him and kindly explained, "The owner learned you were ordering so much wine and, fearing it might upset your stomach, asked the chef to prepare some appetizers for you. However, since it is still early, our head chef has yet to arrive, so these were made by the staff. I hope you don't mind." Jiuxian nodded in agreement, genuinely appreciating the thoughtful gesture of the owner, and found the server to be refreshingly honest and sincere despite his youth. What a delightful character, he mused, smiling and asking the server to convey his gratitude to the kind-hearted owner. The server nodded and left with the tray. As Jiuxian prepared to enjoy his wine, he suddenly overheard something intriguing once more. Chapter 187. Return to Tiando, seeking Haitang, too. As soon as the server departed, Jiuxian swiftly opened a jar of wine. Upon uncorking it, a fragrant aroma wafted out, reinforcing his notion that this tavern was indeed a fine choice. He lifted the large black bowl set upside down on the table, filling it from the jar. Just as he settled down, ready to savor the wine's lingering taste, he again caught an interesting snippet of conversation. Earlier, you mentioned Shrek. I have some gossip about them. What gossip? Do share. This involves a scandal from the Plan Academy. 2 years ago, a female student set the academy ablaze. She must have been a school bully back in her day, but what does this have to do with Shrek? Wasn't there a rumor that this student ended up at Shrek? It's true. Recently, that student successfully confessed to one of Shrek's boys. Which student? Who could capture the heart of that female bully? I heard it was the cutest child from Shrek Academy. His surname is M.O., but I can't recall the full name. This revelation seemed both unexpected and yet somehow reasonable. Ha! I was equally astonished when I learned of it. All right, brothers, let us toast to that. With that, the group of drinkers fell silent, diving into their food and drink. Jiuxian, however, was fully absorbed in the unfolding tale of Mo's youthful charm and the female bully. The surname Mo and the description of a cute child undoubtedly referred to Mo Xiaotang. As for the female bully, he had encountered some references to her, but nothing as detailed as what these drinkers were discussing. The connection between Mo Xiaotang and the mysterious female bully intrigued him. Jiuxian raised his large bowl of wine, downing the remaining half in one gulp. Upon hearing the sound of a knock, several young boys and girls in the lounge of Shrek Academy exchanged puzzled glances. Just as the event was about to commence, who could possibly be seeking them? Embodying the principle of standing upright and sitting straight, Frand gave his chubby little disciple a knowing look, unperturbed by the potential arrival of an adversary. Ma Hongju nodded and approached the grand door of their private room. Upon opening it, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure captured everyone's attention. It was the man who had conveyed the message about Jiuxian to them. He was the one who was supposed to undertake an extravagant task, but had been abruptly summoned to take care of a certain individual instead. Frand observed the excitement sparkling in Mo Xiaotang's eyes and, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward. May I inquire, sir, what brings you here today? Yuan Gao peered inside, confirming the presence of the protagonist, and slowly replied, My young master wishes to have a word with young Master Mo. Frand raised an eyebrow at this, and the several students within the room surged forward. Young master? That must be the long-absent Jiuxian from the academy. If he has returned, why not come directly? Why summon Mo Xiaotang alone? Mo Xiaotang pursed his lips, pondering. I shall go and see. Considering that Tang San and the master had not arranged for Mo Xiaotang to participate in this match, Frand waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Chapter 188. Return to the Tiando. Seek out Haitang. 3. Behind the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Yuan Gao, having delivered his charge, turned and departed without hesitation. After all, the task was not of his concern, so why linger? As for Mo Xiaotang, he was well aware that his brother would make an appearance and was not particularly bothered by Yuan Gao's silent departure. Rather, he assessed the surroundings, noting that this area was considerably more desolate and dilapidated compared to the grandeur and liveliness of the main entrance to the arena. Ever since his brother had undergone a drastic transformation and lost his memories, their encounters had consistently taken place in quieter locales. Initially, he thought it was due to the inconvenience of speaking amidst crowds, but upon reflection, it seemed his brother had an aversion to such bustling places and a certain wariness of strangers. Though the reason eluded him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Meanwhile, at a nearby tavern, the somewhat neglected Jiuxian, feeling a pang of concern for the little one, began to consume the 3 large barrels of alcohol on the floor, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not. Perhaps having indulged excessively, he found himself musing over names that had recently surfaced in his mind. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Yin Xiao Xiao. Initially indifferent to them, he now recalled that in his dreams, these individuals appeared alongside a previously unfamiliar but later acquainted Mo Xiaotang. He yearned to inquire about Hulaina and the others. But mindful that they had never broached the subject, he relegated those thoughts to the depths of his heart, refraining from voicing them. He remembered a saying uttered by Xiaohua, which essentially conveyed that if one could not trust those around, they should attempt to trust their instincts. Thus, while those individuals were preoccupied with their own affairs, he had come here to discern what memories he had lost. After finishing his last sip of alcohol, he propped himself up from the table and exited the tavern. Passers-by should not misconstrue his actions. He was not indulging in a free meal. For the tab had been settled long ago when Yuan Gao went out to notify Mo Xiaoding. Speaking of Mo Xiaoding, he had taken quite a while to drink, and he hoped the little fellow would not grow impatient and leave. Contemplating this, he quickened his pace, following the route ingrained in his memory from his previous visits to the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena. Approximately after a stick of incense had burned. After circling the area twice, Jiuxian finally located the designated spot. Observing Mo Xiaotong's slender figure, he fidgeted with his spatial ring, feeling somewhat conflicted. He was relieved that the boy had not departed. Otherwise, he would have to return inside to call out to him once more. However, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, a playful spirit awakened within him. He inhaled deeply and stealthily approached Mo Xiaoding. As he neared, he playfully tapped the young one's left shoulder and then shouted in his right ear, Mo Xiaoding. Chapter 189. Return to the Tian-Do. Seek out Haitang for Mo Xiaoding. Feeling a sudden tap on his left shoulder, Mo Xiaoding instinctively turned, only to be met with an ear-splitting shout in his right ear. The sound caused his ears to ring, and he instinctively tilted his head to the left, narrowing his innocent eyes. Once he regained his composure, he turned to face Jiuxian, who was eagerly awaiting his reaction. Observing the boy's lack of fear or shock, Jiuxian's lips twitched. Have children these days become so audacious? As for Mo Xiaoding, having known his brother for quite some time, he could decipher some of the emotions reflected in his brother's gaze. He lowered his eyes, silently responding to himself that it was not a matter of bravery, but rather the knowledge that the visitor was his brother. Just as he was lost in thought, his brother's voice echoed in his ear. I heard you accepted a confession from a girl tyrant? Confession? Oh right, the other day, Taozi had publicly confessed her feelings for him. Given their vastly different personalities, it had sparked much discussion among onlookers. It was only natural for his brother to have heard about it upon arriving in Tian-Do. With his brother's curious gaze upon him, he swallowed hard and nodded in affirmation. Hearing the confirmation directly from Mo Xiaoding, Jiuxian felt a peculiar sensation. He had initially assumed that a boy like Mo Xiaoding would be drawn to gentle and demure girls, as the old adage goes, like attracts like. Yet unexpectedly, the little fellow had taken a liking to a strong and commanding older sister. He cast a glance at Mo Xiaotong's frail frame, internally lamenting, fearing that the boy might not withstand such a dynamic. Noticing that his brother seemed to be lost in thought, his gaze drifting toward him, Mo Xiaoding felt a bit perplexed. He tilted his head and inquired, What's wrong, brother? At this, Jiuxian's face flushed, as if caught red-handed peeking at something inappropriate. He quickly turned away and vigorously patted his flushed cheeks to regain his composure. He chided himself for letting his thoughts wander due to the effects of alcohol. Montak Xiaotong, oblivious to his brother's internal struggle, stood there in a daze, contemplating whether to approach him. Just then, Jiuxian abruptly turned around. Having adjusted his emotions, he straightened his expression and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Mo Xiaoding. Since I have forgotten my past, could you share the events that transpired before? Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotong's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. In response, Jiuxian felt his composure starting to slip. As he reflected on which words he might have misspoken, he heard Mo Xiaoding clear her throat. Subsequently, she inhaled softly and began to recount tales from the past in her gentle voice. I'm the one who has known Gu the longest among his friends at Shrek. Our formal introduction took place in the dormitory of the Qingqing Junior College, located far away in Qingqing City. On the other side, since Taozi was not required to participate in this match, she moved alongside other companions to the audience seats. Today's contest was not as relaxed as those of the previous days. They were once again facing one of the 5 element academies, the Fiery Academy, following the Earth Element Academy. Observing the sparks flying on the arena, Tauzi swallowed silently and, after greeting Master Flander, quickly vacated the scene. Upon leaving the great Fighting Soul arena and feeling the chill of the wind, Tauzi finally sensed her genuine safety. Chapter 190, Is It True or False? A Curious Thought. 1. In the desolate mountains of the Tiando Empire, under a starry night, the north wind howled as Jiuxian sat atop a rocky peak, sipping the fragrant and rich baijiu he had purchased from tavern. That morning, he had inquired with a certain young storyteller about matters preceding his amnesia. The child, perhaps accustomed to narrating tales, spoke in vivid detail. After listening, Jiuxian's heartfelt reflection was that he truly lacked a sense of conscience. Awakening to find so much forgotten was indeed a grievous matter. Furthermore, he pondered whether this was a common affliction of the amnesiac. Even after digesting the immersive stories relayed by the young storyteller, he still felt as though they belonged to someone else's life. At this juncture, he began to harbor doubts, suspecting those tales might have been fabricated by the child. The young storyteller, keenly aware of this skepticism, confidently asserted that if Jiuxian did not believe him, he could dispatch someone to Qingqing City's Qingqing Academy, to Soto City's Shrek Academy, and to Tiando's Shrek and Royal Academies for verification. He was indeed unfeeling. After departing the great Fighting Soul arena, he turned to seek out his childhood caretaker, Yuan Gao. He asked Yuan Gao if he had any recollection of attending school in Qingqing and requested that Yuan Gao investigate his history in Soto City and Tiando. The result was that not a single detail contradicted the young storyteller's words. All were verities. Contemplating this, he tapped the dark brown wine jar in his hand, the crisp sound catching Yuan Gao's attention as he diligently roasted meat nearby. Without explanation, Jiuxian took a hearty swig from the jar. He had spent the afternoon in this cold breeze, his mind replaying the young storyteller's narratives. Perhaps due to overthinking, he surprisingly found a semblance of familiarity within those phrases. Yet, for some reason, a persistent voice echoed in his mind, asserting that he was Jiuxian and that he was Xiaojiu. This notion compelled him to question whether they were indeed the same person, or if perhaps Jiuxian and he were merely two similar souls who had mistaken their identities. Observing Yuan Gao, who was now calm and methodically roasting meat, he exhaled deeply and asked, Yuan Gao, since you serve as my caretaker in my youth, you must be quite familiar with Jiuxian. Do you truly believe I am the Jiuxian you know? Yuan Gao paused at this inquiry, lifting his gaze to meet the bewildered eyes of Jiuxian. This child had grown, yet he appeared even more pitiable. He held the golden, glistening rabbit in his left hand, then pointed with his sun-kissed fingers to the right side of Jiuxian's waist. Young master, when you were 7, I accompanied you on a hunt for spirit beasts. Due to my inadequate protection, you sustained a claw wound on your right side from a thunder eagle, leaving 3 charred scars of about 10 centimeters each. Upon hearing this, Jiuxian set down the wine jar, rose, and pulled aside his dark blue garment to inspect. His body bore countless scars, some long, some short, some deep, some shallow, to the extent that he had never truly noticed the scar on his waist during his daily routines of washing and dressing. Now, with Yuan Gao's observation, he carefully examined and indeed found those 3 scars. If he were truly a different person from Jiuxian, how could he bear the scars left from the genuine Jiuxian's hunting expedition? Chapter 191, Is It True or False? A Curious Thought. 2. Yuan Gao's revelation was pivotal, offering irrefutable proof that he and Jiuxian were one and the same. Additionally, Hulaina had also described his childhood behavior, highlighting his obedient nature at home and his mischievousness outdoors. Furthermore, after meeting them, he had resorted to unscrupulous means to secretly prank the boys at the academy. Setting aside the initial sentence, the subsequent descriptions were quite fitting for his character. Yet, the thoughts swirling in his mind could not be mere figments of imagination. Dressing himself, he naturally accepted the well-roasted rabbit from Yuan Gao and devoured it hungrily. Despite the lack of progress in his thoughts, his mind remained active, shifting perspectives. He pondered whether Yuan Gao's acquaintance with Jiuxian might provide further clarity. The instant this thought emerged, he decisively quelled it. although Jiuxian had vanished for 5 years after the age of 7. The jade pendant Mo Xiaoding had gifted him remained around his neck, a token he had worn since being brought back by his uncle, Yuguan, in which Yuan Gao had removed only to assure Mo Xiaoding and the others of his authenticity. Moreover, the agreement between Jiuxian and Mo Xiaoding regarding his return after 5 years had indeed been fulfilled, as the narrative is well known and can be substantiated. The scars were known only to Yuan Gao and the individual concerned. The jade pendant had never left his possession, and the agreement was known solely to Mo Xiaoding and the parties involved. All these signs and pieces of information pointed to him being Jiuxian. Yet, why then did he harbor such doubts? Was it truly the result of amnesia? Jiuxian discarded the skeletal remains of the rabbit onto the ground and reclined, lying back on the rock where he had spread his outer garment. Xiaohua once said that when the world is filled with the unknown and uncertainty, if one cannot even trust oneself, then living becomes a burdensome endeavor. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Now, with deep understanding, he felt a pang of gratitude for the pain in his face. Indeed, experience speaks volumes, and the wisdom of his brother resonated profoundly. After an incense stick's time, having consumed numerous jars of wine and overwhelmed by mental exertion, Jiuxian succumbed to slumber, sprawled upon the rock. Observing this, Yuan Gao approached and gently patted Jiuxian's shoulder. The evenings had grown cooler, and while Jiuxian was a soul king of the 5 rings, his body was not impervious to care. Though he could withstand a night of sleep, this tender child could not afford to neglect his health. However, the exhausted Jiuxian, once asleep, was impervious to disturbance. Yuan Gao had learned this lesson through personal experience. He sighed and murmured, "Forgive me." As soon as the words fell, someone draped a broad coat over Jiuxian, then slipped his hands beneath her neck and legs. With a firm lift, he hoisted her high, glancing at the rugged terrain of the desolate mountains. He embraced the seemingly 100-pound child tightly, channeling his soul energy as he made his way towards the inn. In a state of hazy oblivion, where day and night blurred without boundaries, a man clad in white robes observed the scenes of Jiuxian displayed on a floating white screen, clasping his hands behind his back with a sigh. The seal, after all, had weakened. Chapter 192. The seal weakens. Danger awaits the great immortal. 1. In the chaos, the man in the black robe rubbed his temples, weariness evident in his eyes. He turned to the seated man in white and spoke. It is said that Gui Lao Jiu kills without blinking, a heartless individual. Yet, now sealed with past emotions and memories, he cannot withstand even half a year. Upon hearing this, the man in white retracted his aura, opened his eyes, and stated that Xiao Jiu was never a heartless person. You have misjudged him. The man in black crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, eyeing the white-robed man, who perpetually wore a hood, and slowly remarked that the rumors of you were widely known. You say Xiao Jiu is sentimental. Perhaps you're merely biased, thinking you are protecting him. Who would have known it to be true? The white-robed man rose from the ground and shook his head at the black-robed man's disparaging remarks about Jiuxian. In this world, no one is inherently evil or good from the start, much like him and Xiao Jiu. They have both shaped their characters over time, influenced by the words and actions of those around them. If one were to label Xiao Jiu as bad, it would merely be a reflection of how poorly the world has treated him, causing him to respond with bitterness in misguided ways. He is not just a good child in my eyes. Contemplating the suffocating aura sensed years ago, the man in black chuckled dryly, still unable to fully agree. However, gazing at the sleeping Jiuxian on the screen, he knew he had to dutifully seek solutions from the man in white. What shall we do now? Given the current situation, even if they were to continue their interference in the shadows, that individual would only take a day or 2 longer to regain his memory and break the seal. Let's observe for now. The man in white pinched his index finger, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at the young boy on the screen. His worry was not for the world as fate posts seal, but rather for the potential harm that might befall the boy's body if the seal were to break. With his current physique, should the events of the past unfold again, he would be unable to protect the boy safely once more. Noon, at the Kila Hotel. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming Jiuxian. Before long, he emitted a few comfortable hums, opened his eyes, and, holding his head, slowly rose from the soft bed. As he surveyed the familiar yet strange room, he paused. How did he end up in a hotel? Rubbing his numb legs, he recalled the last fragments of his fading consciousness and memories while making his way to the washroom. In the mirror, he appeared dazed, clearly just awakened. To rouse his senses, he splashed cold water on his face. According to his last memory, he should have been sleeping on the rock. He had been with Yuan Gao, so his presence here was likely due to Yuan Gao's efforts. Lost in thought, a knock echoed on the door. Who could be looking for him at this time? Adhering to the principle of not opening the door to strangers, he resolutely grabbed a towel to dry his face as the knock resounded again, then headed to the door. Upon opening it, he raised an eyebrow, surprised to find a girl standing there. Moreover, she bore a slight resemblance to someone he vaguely remembered, though he could not pinpoint where he had seen her. Leaning against the doorframe, Jiuxian spoke coldly, inquiring if she had business with him. Chapter 193. The seal weakens. Danger awaits the great immortal. 2. Upon overhearing their conversation, curiosity had compelled her to watch from a distance. Since Yuan was facing away from her, she had not felt much at the time, merely noticed that his hair had turned white rather quickly. Perhaps the memories of that past Jiuxian were too profound, as now, seeing the white-haired, red-eyed Jiuxian up close, the girl momentarily lost her composure. Jiuxian narrowed his eyes at the dazed girl and coldly asked what she wanted. Hearing that familiar tone, the girl snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Great Immortal, I would like to have a chat with you, if possible." Addressing him as Great Immortal, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, recalling that the old friends he had forgotten from Shrek called him by that title. So, she must be from Shrek. He pondered, recalling the 5 girls from Shrek: Rabbit Xiao Wu, Black Cat Zhu Zhuqing, Tower Ning Rong Rong, Black Mist Yin Xiao Xiao, and the Peach Spirit Soul Master Taozi. Twirling the ring on his finger, he looked at the girl, and a name surfaced in his mind. To confirm, he asked Taozi. Taozi, the girl, felt somewhat odd being blocked at the door by Jiuxian, but she could not quite articulate what felt strange. Hearing the question from the esteemed figure, she set those thoughts aside and silently nodded. With that, Jiuxian smiled and turned back into the room, inviting her in. Meanwhile, in a dead end of the imperial city, 2 ordinary-looking men wielding staves stood. One, appearing rather mundane, asked Elder, "Do we really have to proceed this way?" The man with the mole on his right cheek shot him a glance and simply replied, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Then, the mole-faced man knelt on one knee in a specific direction, shaking his elder staff while solemnly saying, "Holy Master, someone has tampered with your arrival. Allow me to assist you." As his words fell, a black thread of light emerged from the elder's staff. After the man murmured a few incantations, the mysterious thread darted off towards a certain location. The ordinary-looking man glanced in that direction, closed his eyes, and sighed. Hopefully, all they were doing would aid in awakening the Holy Master soon. Returning to the Keela Hotel, Jiuxian settled onto the sofa, just about to speak when he felt a tightness in his throat. Noticing the warm teapot on the table, he politely poured 2 cups, downing one and offering the other to Taozi. With his throat soothed, Jiuxian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he leaned back on the sofa and initiated the conversation. "What would you like to discuss with me?" "Great Immortal, not long ago, I confessed my feelings to Xiao Tiantian," Taozi said, glancing at the languid figure before her, resting her hands on her knees, and smiling. Jiuxian nodded, having heard from passers-by when he arrived yesterday. It seemed the young girl had a preference for strong, assertive types, which surprised him. "How did you win her heart?" At this, images of her confession flooded Taozi's mind, a broad smile breaking across her face as her grip on her knees tightened. She appeared somewhat shy, and after a long pause, she finally replied, with a beauty trap. Using beauty to deceive a mere child? Such a tactic seems excessively extravagant. I am uncertain if anyone awaits the update at 2 o'clock today. Yet I must inform you all that the author is feeling unwell and has been unable to write. Consequently, the publication time has been postponed to 8 p.m. Furthermore, as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, I extend my heartfelt wishes. May you receive promotions without overtime, and may happiness accompany your high salary. Chapter 194. The Seal Weakens. The Great Immortal in Peril. 3. utilizing beauty to deceive a mere child? Jiuxian stroked his chin, contemplating the unconventional approach of the female tyrant. However, upon mentioning the term female tyrant, he cast a glance at Tao Zi, who possessed delicate features and flowing pink hair. Why did he only associate the term with Tao Zi? Meanwhile, under the unabashed gaze of the powerful figure, her aura waned. Taking a deep breath, Tao Zi hastily shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Great Immortal, do you think Xiao Tian's father and sister would dislike me?" Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. The child's father and sister? According to the child, his father was quite indulgent, so there should be no concerns there. As for his sister, Yin Xiao, the child described her as very gentle. However, what he had learned from Yuan Gao revealed her to be a genuine female tyrant. The collision of two formidable female tyrants might just ignite a unique spark. He smirked, preparing to deceitfully assure her that they would certainly like her. Yet a sharp pain pierced his chest. At that moment, his grip on the teacup faltered. What was happening? Was his body malfunctioning? Considering the presence of others in the room, he struggled to swallow, bowing his head as he leaned on the table to slowly rise. He abruptly pulled Tao Zi up, apologizing for the abruptness. "Please forgive me for not being able to entertain you today." Startled by the sudden motion, Tao Zi blinked, momentarily dazed. Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself thrust out of the hotel room by the visibly distressed Yu Jiuxian. As she gazed at the closed door, she contemplated raising her arm to knock and inquire about the matter, recalling Yu Jiuxian's earlier feeble words. She had come in a rush today, without prior notice. Perhaps he had pressing matters to attend to. With a sigh, she turned and departed. Inside the room, leaning against the door, Yu Jiuxian listened to the receding footsteps. Feeling a weight lift from his heart, he tilted his head back, releasing a deep breath. If anyone had been observing, they would have noticed that within moments, a thin sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the color drained from his face. After a brief respite, regaining some strength, Yu Jiuxian could not help but think of the departed Tao Zi. She had come to discuss matters with him, but had instead focused on inquiries regarding the child. Were it not for his steadfast masculinity, he might have suspected that Tao Zi was there to assert her claim. Shaking his head, he raised a hand to cover his chest, laboriously moving step by step. Just as he was a few steps away from the bed, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The next moment, he collapsed with a thud. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yuan Gao, glancing at the blazing sun, estimated the time and began to gather the clothes he had changed out of before heading to Yu Jiuxian. At this age, children are growing, and it would be unwise to let a child miss 2 meals in a row simply because he had eaten well the previous day. With this thought, he retrieved his keys, inserted them into the lock, and with a slight twist, the door swung open. In a corner, a man with a mole at the corner of his mouth knelt on one knee, manipulating dark strands of light into their sacred body. Just as he was about to marvel at the immense power within, he suddenly paused. He turned his gaze to the staff in his hand. Realizing that he had indeed performed such feats many times before, using it on various individuals. Why then? What gone awry? Chapter 195, Dreaming Back to Baigua. Xiao Hua and Xiao Jiu. 1. In Baigua, due to a scarcity of benefactors this year, the tattered old man could only lean on his cane and ascend the snow-covered mountain, hoping to set a trap and try his luck. Reminiscent of his youth spent wandering the rivers and lakes. However, barely a meter up the snow-covered mountain, he was captivated by a gray rabbit with its eyes tightly shut beneath a tree. Stealthily approaching, he raised his cane, intending to tap the rabbit on the head, but was startled by a child beside the rabbit. Bending down, he gently cradled the trembling child, exclaiming, "Such a beautiful little one. How could you be abandoned here? Poor thing, come home with this old beggar." This was the first encounter between the old beggar Yang Mu and the child, who viewed the world with magnified wonder and trepidation. Though instinctively frightened by previous experiences, the warmth of the old man's embrace brought him an inexplicable sense of security. As they walked, Yang Mu recounted tales of his vibrant youth, bestowing upon the child the name Xiao Hua, simply because of his beauty. About a stick of incense later, upon returning to what he referred to as home, the first task Yang Mu undertook was to board up the dilapidated window tightly with wooden planks. In his previous careless days, He had not minded the cold, but now with a child at his care, the thought of the wind seeping in and harming the delicate creature concerned him deeply. Once Yang Mu had finished his preparations, nightfall descended. He retrieved dry branches from the corner and, with a deft motion, ignited them to create a fire. Then, as the flames flickered, he unwrapped the blanket enveloping Xiao Hua, preparing to change the child's clothes. To his astonishment, he discovered the child was indeed a boy. So you're a little lad. The name Xiao Hua might be too feminine for you, and you surely won't like it as you grow up. Contemplating, the illiterate old beggar decided simply to name him Xiao Jiu, for he was the 9th child he had taken in. Xiao Hua blinked, taking some time to process this revelation. He looked at Yang Mu, opening his mouth as if to speak, but being a child of tender age, he lacked teeth, and his attempts at speech resulted in garbled sounds that Yang Mu could not comprehend. Believing the child was merely tired and ready for sleep, he hastily spread the blanket on the ground, placed the child upon it, and gently patted his belly while humming a lullaby to coax him to sleep. Helplessly, the child closed his eyes, allowing his imagination to roam free. The next morning, as the air turned slightly cool, Yang Mu rose, adjusting the blanket around the child before quietly leaving the home. Do not misunderstand. He was not sneaking away, but rather going to check on the trap he had set the previous day to see if it had yielded any results. At the moment Yang Mu closed the door, the child opened his dark eyes, thinking to himself, he has left. Does this mean he is abandoning us? Shortly thereafter, a voice within him reassured, no, if that were the case, he would not have brought us home yesterday. And he does not seem like the kind of person to do such a thing. The child pouted, his gaze cast downward as he observed his fair, tender little hands. In his heart, he murmured, you once said the same. Chapter 196, Dreaming Back to Bai Gua, Xiao Hua and Xiao Jiu too. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the little one had grown to 3 years of age. As he gazed upon the lifeless, cold form of Yang Mu lying on the ground, warm tears cascaded down his frostbitten cheeks. That winter, they had been brought back by their father, and 3 years later, they were abandoned by the very man who had taken them in. He opened his pale lips, taking along while to voice a single phrase, you deceived us. He had indeed cast them aside. Moreover, this man was more ruthless than those who had come before, allowing them to experience familial warmth only to forsake them afterward. Upon hearing these words, a voice within him hastily interjected, it is not so, father merely suffers from old ailments. And after 2 years of toiling for you, he could no longer endure. Such words, perhaps more damaging than abandonment itself, echoed in his mind. Listening to that half-hearted reasoning, Xiao Jiu silently lowered his gaze. Even you cannot defend him, can you? He picked up a nearby wooden stick and stepped out of the courtyard, diligently digging away. The little voice within observed him quietly as he gradually excavated a pit 2 meters long, half a meter wide, and deep enough to accommodate half a meter. From dawn until dusk, the pit was finished, and Xiao Jiu paused, summoning every ounce of strength to drag the tall, lifeless form of Yang Mu into the grave. He steadied his trembling legs, entered the house, and retrieved Yang Mu's clothing and the cane he had used, placing them into the pit. As he watched Yang Mu being buried beneath the earth, Xiao Jiu's heart ached painfully. After setting the wooden boards he had prepared over the pit, he knelt down and offered several bows, his forehead turning red from the repeated contact with the ground. With his head pressed to the earth, tears flowed freely. And after 3 bows, he straightened up, wiped away his tears, and walked out. The little voice within him felt a deep pang of sorrow, wishing to urge him to rest, but upon reflection, it realized that what he needed at that moment was silent companionship. After an indeterminate distance, Xiaoju was bumped into by another small boy of similar age. Feeling irritable, he raised his head sharply, ready to lash out, only to find the boy tightly clutching a small infant, appearing timid. Yet, Xiaoju had no doubt that should he dare to harm them, the boy would not hesitate to bare his teeth and strike back with his small fists. Drawing in a breath, he prepared to bypass the boy when he heard a murmur, "I'm sorry." Turning back, he gazed at the pitiful child and blurted out, "Are you also an unwanted child? If so, let us band together." In the alley, a group of youths surrounded a frail boy whose bones were almost visible. hurling insults before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The boy was Xiao Jiu, who curled up defensively, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He couldn't comprehend why this was happening, what he had done to incite their wrath. He had merely passed by, intending to buy food for his siblings. Why? Why must they treat him this way? Clenching his fists, his eyes filled with hatred, and just as he prepared to rise and resist, his mind went blank. When he regained his senses, he witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. Chapter 197, Dreaming Back to Baigua, Xiaohua and Xiaojiu 3. He beheld a boy who shared his face, his body, or rather, his shell, enduring the blows. Xiaojiu let out a cold laugh, inwardly cursing foolishness. The world was cruelly harsh towards them. Why must that foolish lad remain so gentle? In such a world, enduring would only invite greater torment. Day by day, year by year, time swiftly advanced to the year Xiaojiu turned 7. Brother, eat. In a corner of the capital, 3 children huddled together for warmth. Among them, the small girl, Hua Xiao, broke the only bun she possessed into halves, offering it to the 2 boys beside her. The boy, Xiaohua, shook his head, smiling as he patted his flat stomach, nonchalantly declaring, "I'm not hungry, even to me enjoy it." Observing this heartwarming scene, Xiaojiu scoffed internally, thinking how foolish it was for him to starve himself while giving away food. He deserved to go hungry. By the way, did you really mean that the ghost elder will accept you as a disciple? Xiaomi Sha asked, her big eyes fixed on the frail Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not refute the term Sha. The secret of their shared existence had remained hidden, as they feared being regarded as monsters. For the longest time, Xiaojiu had been in control of their shared body. Thus, accustomed to being called by his brother's name, he resolutely replied, "I will definitely make him accept me as a disciple." The scene shifted to Gue Shan Peak. Torrential rain fell, striking the ground with a resounding patter, and landing on Xiaohua's face, reddening his cheeks. Yet his unwavering gaze remained fixed on the bamboo cottage not far away, repeatedly imploring, "Please, Ghost Elder, accept me as a disciple. Please, Ghost Elder, accept me as a disciple." Inside the bamboo cottage, an elderly man with white hair gazed at the chessboard, visibly troubled, pacing back and forth. Finally, the Ghost Elder could no longer suppress a sigh and stepped outside, observing the bedraggled child with a weary expression. "Why do you insist on taking me as your master?" Upon hearing this question, Xiaojiu and Xiaohua forcibly exchanged consciousness within the boy's body. Feeling the chill of the air, Xiaojiu shuddered, steadied himself, and raised his head to meet the Ghost Elder's gaze, hastily responding, "Because they say you are powerful. Once I become your disciple and complete my training, I will no longer be bullied by others. I can stand strong in this world and protect those I wish to protect." The Ghost Elder, holding an umbrella, approached Xiaojiu, inquiring, "Do you know that I am not a benevolent being? The methods I practice are not righteous. The world does not speak well of me. Why must I act with goodness?" Xiaojiu scoffed softly, bowing his head and replying in a drained tone, "Get up. Come to me tomorrow at noon, and I will teach you my techniques." The Ghost Elder sighed and retreated into the bamboo cottage. Xiaojiu stood there, astonished, his eyes brimming with disbelief. That fellow had jested about wanting to be accepted by the Ghost Elder, never imagining he would truly succeed. He had genuinely become the Ghost Elder's disciple. Raindrops slid down his face, the sound of their impact pulling him back to reality. Hurriedly, he adjusted his posture before the Ghost Elder and bowed 3 times. "Yes, Master." Chapter 198, Dreaming Back to Baigua, Xiaohua and Xiaojiu 4. At the age of 7, through Xiaohua's determination, Xiaojiu successfully became a disciple of the Ghost Elder. Studying at Gue Feng for 5 years, he persevered, ultimately becoming a formidable force. Perhaps due to his elevated status, he began to perceive the world's darkness more clearly, and his heart gradually grew cold. Often, as he gazed into the mirror, he felt a profound sense of confusion. He found himself unfamiliar with the reflection staring back at him in the mirror. A pair of icy hands seemed to corrode his heart, gradually drawing him into a dark world devoid of light. The abyss was too dark and too cold, offering no warmth or hope. He felt utterly alone and unable to endure it. Fortunately, whenever such thoughts plagued him, a steady voice would resonate within him, reassuring him, "Xiao Jiu, I am here." He mused that without this voice, he would have succumbed long ago. On this particular day, the Baigua hosted the Shun Yudadian, a grand ceremony to pray for the well-being of the people. Xiao Jiu, no, Gue Lao Jiu, was the name that best embodied his formidable presence and authority. However, despite his might, he was merely a boy of 12, one who reveled in the vibrancy of crowds. Thus, it was only natural for him to be present at such an event. This led to a vivid scene. Jiuxian, one hand clutching a bright red Tonghalu, and the other playing with the ghostly blade he had risked his life to procure from the treasure cave of Gue Feng. Excitedly, he strolled along the street, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, atop a tall building, a man observed the festivities below, one hand holding a pastry while the other wielded a dagger to slice into a snack. When his gaze fell upon a young boy below, he beckoned to his subordinate. As the subordinate approached, he whispered a question, and upon receiving a confirming nod after glancing at the boy, Baishuren smiled subtly, dabbed at the crumbs on his lips with a handkerchief, adjusted his expression, and hurriedly descended the tower. Moments later, down on the street, after finishing his Tonghalu, Gue Lao Jiu stood at the roadside, intrigued by the jubilant festivities, where the deities seemed to dance and leap in prayer. Just as he felt a bit peckish and turned to seek a nearby stall for snacks, someone bumped into his shoulder. Ouch! Is this person made of iron? Gue Lao Jiu grimaced as he gently rubbed his shoulder. Raising his head, he was about to confront the instigator when a gentle voice floated over from across the way. "I'm so sorry, are you all right?" The voice made the little flower within Gue Lao Jiu's heart momentarily falter as he whispered, "It's him." Simultaneously, the figure opposite him, upon seeing him lift his head, exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." The coincidence of you and him resonated perfectly. Gue Lao Jiu, devoid of any sentiment, maintained a neutral expression and was about to walk away when the elegant young man spoke again. "You must be a Jiu, right?" "A Jiu?" That name had only been spoken once before, when he was 5, having been beaten and seeking refuge in a temple, where a gentle boy had tended to his wounds. No wonder the little flower said it was him. He paused, nodding slightly. "So you have come to the capital. No wonder I couldn't find you when I searched for you 5 years ago." Baishuren smiled lightly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Hearing this, Gue Lao Jiu's heart was filled with cold laughter. Gue Lao Jiu s'got internally, thinking that it was quite the coincidence that Baishuren arrived in the capital just as he had 5 years ago. Seeking him out at Gue Shanfeng after entering the gates of the Ghost Old sect, it was inconceivable that someone without intent could find him. The little flower within him sensed his feelings and shook his head, stating that he knew nothing. Gue Lao Jiu rolled his eyes at this, thinking, "Little flower, you've been called so often that you've truly become a little white flower." Taking a deep breath, he forced his consciousness to shift. Since he was fond of this person, appreciating him, he decided to engage in conversation. He would no longer concern himself with it. However, despite his resolve, the inherently contradictory Gue Lao Jiu could not help but secretly observe their every word and action. He watched as they conversed joyfully, lamenting missed opportunities, ultimately returning to that loathsome man's abode. Filled with indignation, Gue Lao Jiu vowed to wait. There would come a day when that little white flower would be deceived and left in despair, seeking him out for solace. Gue Lao Jiu was one to play tricks, yet his words carried a certain accuracy. Before long, the little flower found himself utterly captivated by Baishuren, assisting him in gaining power and strategizing for him. Until 3 years later, during a war, Gue Lao Jiu witnessed a scene that filled his eyes with rage. A sinister smile curling upon his lips as he unleashed a terrifying shout that sent chills down spines. The next day, pierced through the chest by a sharp weapon, battered and on the verge of death, he was brought back by reinforcements and treated with utmost diligence. Upon awakening, his gaze was vacant as he stared at the little white flower, coldly querying the gentleman who delayed the rescue, who claimed that the Baihun sand could heal. Baishuren numbly uttered a name, Chi Wang. Clutching his painfully throbbing chest, Gue Lao Jiu forced a smile and nodded, muttering several words of approval. In the afternoon, the The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. A furious roar shattered the tranquility. Gu Laozu, seated in the palace's back garden. Gue Lao Jiu turned slowly at the sound of that melodious voice, laced with anger and fear. Now, 15, he bore less of a boyish demeanor, appearing more like a refined gentleman, gentle yet unassuming. He regarded the rotund man opposite him with a detached gaze, lightly tapping his fingers on the stone table as he inquired, "Who instructed you to act so recklessly? Speak, and I shall spare your life." The man, Qi Wang, pointed at Gue Lao Jiu, indignantly declaring, "Instructions? To kill someone like you? No one needs to give me orders. It is my wish to see you dead." At this, Gue Lao Jiu produced a handkerchief, removing the black ring from his right hand, meticulously cleaning it inside and out, and then inquired, "We have never met, have we? What fuels such animosity towards me?" Qi Wang sneered and unleashed a torrent of invective upon the composed Gue Lao Jiu, accusing him of assisting Bai Shi in an usurping power and committing countless murders to prevent damaging rumors from spreading. "Gue Lao Jiu, you are a merciless fiend. Everyone wishes for your demise. Are you not afraid of descending into hell?" "Hell!" Gue Lao Jiu tilted his head, donned the ring once more, and slowly rose. "What is it like?" He chuckled coldly as he brandished the flaming Jiulong whip. "Why don't you go ahead and scout the way for me?" As the words fell, Qi Wang's face paled, pointing at Gue Lao Jiu in horror, shouting, "You madman!" "Madman? That is a novel title," Gue Lao Jiu mused, relishing the fresh moniker. Under Qi Wang's fearful gaze, he raised the whip high and then brought it crashing down. In that instant, scalding blood splattered across his face, and for the first time after taking a life, his eyes turned crimson. He rushed to the pond's edge, retrieving the handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. Clumsily as a child, fearful that the little flower and that loathsome man would be upset if they saw him stained with blood, he resolved to clean himself before they noticed, ensuring they would remain unperturbed. After a brief moment, he glanced at his reddened cheeks in the water. Frowning, he was about to fetch ointment to tend to his face when ripples began to appear on the water surface. He hastily sat up. Just as he was about to touch his cheek, drops of rain began to fall upon his face. So it was raining after all, he thought to himself. How could the fearsome Gue Lao Jiu possibly shed tears? The sky was overcast, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Gue Lao Jiu sniffled, feeling the weight of his head, and staggered back. Perhaps it was the gloomy weather that clouded his mind, as he had lost track of the direction he was heading. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a hoarse, deep voice emanated from the palace gate behind him. "I delayed the reinforcements for a month and provided you with Bai Hun-san, yet you still failed to take the life of that boy. Truly a bunch of useless fools." The man clad in a guard's attire fell to his knees at these words, pleading earnestly. "I beg your pardon, Prime Minister. Please grant me another chance. Next time, I will undoubtedly ensure that little bastard meets his end." The man facing him, holding an oiled paper umbrella with a noble visage, kicked the guard to the ground and coldly retorted, "Who are you calling a little bastard? That boy, no matter his shortcomings, is the son of this Prime Minister, Qi Yunmu. How dare you speak of him in such a manner? What place does that leave me and my wife?" The guard, trembling in terror, looked at the current Prime Minister, unable to fathom that the legendary Gue Lao Jiu, one of the top 10 experts in the world, was in fact the son of the Prime Minister. He scrambled to his feet, bowing profusely, begging for mercy. "Prime Minister, spare me, I beseech you." Qi Yimu let out a cold laugh, drawing the sword from the guard's waist. With a swift motion, the sword fell, and in an instant the guard blinked, his pleas still unuttered, as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Concealed in the shadows, Gue Lao Jiu clutched his aching chest, staring blankly at the man who had been the source of his nightmares for the past 15 years, Qi Yimu. He recalled the moment he and Xiao Hua opened their eyes to see him, the first person they encountered. That man had gazed at him with kindness, bustling about to give him a name. In those early days, he truly showered them with affection, worrying about their every need, earning the reputation of being a good prime minister, a devoted husband, and a loving father. He and Xiao Hua were so happy to have such a father. Yet, perhaps heaven could not bear to see their joy, as this warmth abruptly ended half a month after their birth. He remembered that day, shrouded in dark clouds and heavy rain, reminiscent of the weather today. On that fateful night 15 years ago, the Prime Minister's residence welcomed an extraordinary, enlightened monk. The monk, upon seeing a small child clutching a staff, slowly spoke. In the midst of this heavy rain, a humble monk has been taken in by you, and in return, I possess some rudimentary divination skills. Would you allow me to perform a reading for this young benefactor? Having had this intention all along, Yunmu smiled and nodded. Upon receiving consent, the monk cast a deep glance at him and Xiaohua, within which they discerned a sense of guilt. Just as they were puzzled, the monk turned his face away. He took a breath and asked Yunmu for the child's name and birth date. Yunmu, either due to a clear memory or sheer audacity, readily provided the details. Jiuxian, on the XX day of the month. Having observed the monk closely, Xiaoju noted that upon hearing his name and birth date, the monk swallowed hard, his fingers twitching, and soon his brows furrowed tightly. His fate was ominous. This utterance and pause did not sound favorable. Xiaojiu pouted, hearing Yunmu's anxious inquiry, "What is it?" The monk, gripping his staff tightly, took a long while before responding. Alas, he has the potential to bring prosperity to the world, yet also the capacity to bring about its ruin. You must discern this for yourself. With that, the monk departed, though Xiaojiu felt it was more akin to fleeing in haste. Shaking his head, as he pondered the old monk's words might be a deception, Yunmu spoke. "Quickly, cast him out." "Cast him out?" Xiaoju blinked his watery eyes, confused as the old monk had already left. What did he mean by that? They say time reveals all truths. Within a second, Xiaojiu grasped the meaning. The man who had been so kind that morning was now ordering his subordinates to throw him out. Hearing the distant clattering, Gui Lao Jiu regained his focus. Looking down at the blood-stained bandages on his chest, sitting on the ground, he smiled and shook his head. "Xiaohua, oh Xiaohua." Initially, when he sought revenge against those who had bullied them, he had been adamant about not pursuing it, believing the matter was in the past and should not be revisited. Yet, holding on to his desire for retribution, he stealthily sought out those who had wronged him, returning the pain they had inflicted upon him one by one. One day, feeling utterly exhausted, he exchanged consciousness with Xiaohua, just as those who had previously sought him out for justice arrived. Xiaohua silently bore the brunt of it all, watching him closely thereafter. Because of this, he never found the opportunity to strike against that old rascal, Yunmu. Now, Xiaohua, do you see? Some matters are not forgotten with the passage of time. Do you ever regret your past actions? Had I slain Yunmu back then, you would not be Gui Lao Jiu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood, yet he did not relent. Determined not to let certain individuals die too easily, Gui Lao Jiu devised a plan that would span 2 years. Throughout those years, he sought every means to torment his enemies, secretly freeing some individuals from the dungeons, regardless of their humanity. It was not long before his notorious reputation spread throughout the land. It was said that Yunmu fell gravely ill for a month due to his torment of innocent citizens. Upon hearing this news, he celebrated with a lavish feast for 3 days. 2 years later, within the only mechanical camp in the capital, in the strategist's quarters, a voice called out, "Gui Junshi, you have a letter." Listening to the voice from outside, Gui Lao Jiu tucked away the golden-hued 11-kill weapon he had crafted 6 months prior, which had never truly been used, yet had been polished countless times. He circled the table, donned his mask with fierce fangs, and as he took his seat, his gaze instinctively fell upon the white magnolia positioned on the left side of the table, silently acknowledging that another visitor had arrived. After a prolonged wait without a response, he took a deep breath, masking the faint sadness in his eyes, and smirked before addressing the person outside. "Come in." Upon hearing his command, the individual entered, adhering to the camp's protocol, keeping their head bowed, and approached with an unopened letter. Seeing this, Gui Lao Jiu leaned forward to sneak a glance, and upon seeing the childish handwriting that read, "To Brother Jiu," he stood to accept the envelope. Observing the young soldier, still awaiting news, he waved his hand gently, signaling for them to leave. Once alone, he did not immediately delve into the letter, but instead picked up a watering can on his right. watering the plants while speaking to himself. Xiaohua, I have plotted for so long. It is time to reap the rewards. Xiaohua, will you watch over me quietly? Will you be angry for all that I have done? If you see this, you surely would be. Anger, indeed, is a good thing. At least it signifies the presence of life. It has been nearly 2 years since I last witnessed your wrath. Moreover, my absence will likely extend for a month, and I am uneasy about entrusting your care to another. I shall take you with me. However, fret not. I am aware of your aversion to bustling crowds and the outdoors. During our travels, I will keep you safely within an Jia, taking you out merely to water you regularly. The time has come for us to depart. With those final words, Gue Lao Jiu waved his hand, placing Bai Yulan into the Jia, straightened his attire, and grasped a letter sealed with red paper and black ink before stepping out of the strategist's tent. 10 days later, in the southern region of Baigua at Yong'an Temple, observing the golden statues and the bustling crowds within the temple, Gue Lao Jiu smirked. Deities? What purpose do they serve? Today one prays and offers incense. Yet tomorrow, when danger looms, will the very gods one venerates rise to protect them? Having experienced this firsthand, he was acutely aware that they would not. They merely observe from their lofty perches. Thus, belief in the divine. It is far more prudent to trust in one's own blade. Rely on others? Better to depend on oneself. He inhaled deeply and strode boldly into the temple, directly toward the hall that housed the revered statues. Glancing at the young monk who was fervently chanting, he waved the Gue Rin Xiu in his hand, demanding, "Where's Wang Chun? Bring him forth." Upon hearing this, the young monks clutched each other tightly, retreating in fear, except for one slightly older monk who stepped forward, declaring himself as the one. Gue Lao Jiu looked up and immediately recognized a face that mirrored the one from 17 years prior. Clearly, life had treated him well. Not bad for someone in their 40s or 50s still exhibiting such vitality. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, he regarded Wang Chun, gripping the Gue Rin Xiu with a force that rendered his knuckles pale. Wang Chun, however, remained composed, holding his prayer beads, and with a slight bow, spoke softly. "What matter brings you to seek the humble monk today?" At this, Gue Lao Jiu circled the hall twice before halting at the offering table. He tapped the surface with his dagger and enunciated deliberately. "Do you recall, 17 years ago, how you maliciously calculated the fate of a child from a wealthy family?" Calculating fates? Wang Chen's breath hitched, and his fingers quickened their motion on the prayer beads. He closed his eyes and nodded, recalling the source of his lifelong regret. Gue Lao Jiu leaned against the offering table, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet, why should he, after committing such acts, assume a new name and identity, and live a carefree life, forgetting the past? He was indeed a despicable individual. Drawing his dagger, he lightly grazed the blade with his fingertip, drawing blood, which he tasted with a flick of his tongue, savoring the metallic sweetness. "Now, amidst this throng, do tell what you did back then. Speak. Such matters cannot be disclosed, especially not in front of so many." The fear in Wang Chen's eyes was palpable as he took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Gue Lao Jiu, satisfied, stepped through the onlookers and approached Wang Chun, proclaiming, "You dare not speak, but I shall. What is it that you fear to reveal? Did you ever consider showing mercy to that infant who is not yet a month old?" He continued, "Do you realize that because of your words, that child fell into darkness for the rest of their life? Do you know that your reckless utterance led to that child being abandoned by their own father and ultimately poisoned by him?" Wang Chun swallowed hard, his prayer beads slipping from his grasp, and he retreated further, unable to comprehend the gravity of his past actions. He had thoughtlessly left after completing the tasks assigned to him, entering the Buddhist order and adopting the name Wang Chun. He had been drowning in debt from gambling. With no choice but to act as he did, he truly had no idea of the consequences his words would unleash. As Wang Chun stood there, lost in thought, Gue Lao Jiu overheard the murmurs of the crowd, speculating that perhaps the child's fate was simply unfortunate. How could they continue to blame the monk? Surely the child must have had some issue of their own. An issue? The greatest issue lay in having a father wholly devoted to the imperial court. He hastened toward Wang Chun, seizing him by the collar. Addressing both Wang Chun and the surrounding crowd, he exclaimed, "Do you know that not long ago, I consulted a renowned diviner regarding that child's birth date? What did he say? That child was destined for greatness, to bring prosperity to the realm." The crowd gasped at the mention of the renowned diviner, who was said to possess the ability to discern a person's past and present with merely a gesture. If the diviner had spoken thus, then that child was surely destined to serve the country and achieve greatness. Hearing this, Wang Chun was overcome with emotion, stammering, I was left with no choice." Gue Lao Jiu, unmoved by pity, pushed Wang Chun away with disdain. "No choice. A fine excuse. Do you understand that your so-called no choice resulted in the demise of the kindest soul in this world?" Wang Chun fell to his knees, staring blankly at Gue Lao Jiu, who was consumed with fury. Gue Lao Jiu opened his mouth, but found himself unable to voice his thoughts, his heart aching with the injustice faced by those affected. Due to the no choice of a stranger, one had perished while the other was left in despair. Regaining his composure, Gue Lao Jiu turned and demanded, "Who instigated you to act thus?" Regretful, Wang Chun promptly revealed, it was Right Chancellor Liu Mao. Liu was Labia Mao. Gue Lao Jiu recalled that he had always been at odds with Left Chancellor Qi Yunmu. It was not surprising that he would concoct such a scheme, especially given his fondness for his own child. Sheathing his dagger, Gue Lao Jiu departed coldly. As he exited the temple, he could not resist taking aim at Wang Chun with his bow. With the information now publicly revealed, Gue Lao Jiu mounted his warhorse, eager to lead a small contingent of soldiers towards the capital. Remembering that these brethren were nurtured by Xiaohua, he felt a pang of concern for their well-being. Thus, as he passed the tavern, he waved to his comrades, calling for a halt. "Dismount and rest. Let us eat and drink well before continuing our journey." Entering the spacious tavern, Gue Lao Jiu seated himself at a table alone, retrieving Bai Yulan, which he had meticulously cared for, and requesting a pot of cold water. He feared overwatering might damage the roots, so he poured the water into his hands and gently flicked droplets onto the delicate petals. As he gazed at the vibrant Bai Yulan, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, just as he contemplated the imminent success of his plans. A young soldier approached. Gue Lao Jiu cast a fleeting glance, his expression slightly pale. After all, with so many soldiers trained by Xiaohua, it was impossible for him to remember each one. He raised his chin, questioning the situation. The small soldier, swallowing hard at the sight of the crimson blood on the ground, timidly presented a bowl brimming with fish soup. Gue Junsure, this is for you to drink." Noticing this, Gue Lao Jiu tucked away his white robe and wrapped his fingers on the table. Am I truly that fearsome? He had heard that when their strategist was enraged, it was precisely like this, and the young soldier hurriedly shook his head. No, not fearsome. Gu Lao Jiu's not Gon Li, dismissing the feeble lie, rolling his eyes as he accepted the large bowl and downed the fish soup in one go. An hour later, the people had nearly rested, and the journey back to the capital was set to resume. Just as they neared the city gate, Gue Lao Jiu suddenly sensed a blockage in his spiritual energy, which puzzled him. Yet, he had no time to ponder this, as a spear imbued with spiritual power came barreling toward his face. He leaned back, twisting his body to roll off his steed, narrowly evading the spear's thrust. Turning around, he intended to alert the soldiers behind him to be on guard, only to discover that black-clad guards surrounded them. Drawing forth the Jiulong whip, he declared fiercely, "Do you think I would fear you merely because I lack spiritual power?" With each crack of the whip, an adversary fell to the ground. However, despite his formidable strength, he was still outnumbered. Soon enough, a sword pierced his left eye, and his arms and legs were brutally shattered by iron rods. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, gazing at the blade poised against his neck, a laugh escaping his lips. Unexpectedly, he found himself meeting such a demise. He lifted his head, about to lament when he noticed a figure in white atop the city tower. Turning to observe the black-clad guards beside him, he intended to scrutinize the insignia hanging from their waists, but realized that the man who had just held the blade to his throat had vanished, along with the hundreds of others who had appeared moments ago, now gone without a trace. Perhaps this scene caught the attention of the heavens, for as Gue Lao Jiu appeared so disheveled, A torrential rain began to pour. He looked up, shouting at the figures above, "Why? Bai Shuren, why are you here?" He knelt on the gravel-strewn ground, painfully crawling forward, each movement leaving streaks of bright red blood behind. His intact right eye beheld the pale visages of his fallen brothers, his heart wrenching in agony. Xiao Hua had placed such trust in him, and yet that man treated him thus. If he harbored hatred or fear, believing him to be an obstacle to his path, he should have stated it outright. He knew all too well that at the sound of his command, regardless of the peril, that foolish man would not flinch. Why? Why resort to such a formality? These individuals are innocent. If only that little Bai Hua could see this, how devastated she would be. Bai Shuren, perhaps hearing the roar of his heart, the rain-soaked man leapt down from the high tower. Upon seeing this, he grasped Bai Shuren's robe with fervent urgency. Once, this man cherished cleanliness above all, adorned in immaculate garments, but now they were stained with blood and dirt. Tell me why. Why betray Xiao Hua? Why? Bai Shuren's eyes drooped, the red hue of his gaze betraying his emotions as he gently wiped away the blood trickling down from Lao Jiu's injured eye. I have my reasons. Trust me. Come back with me, and I shall reveal everything. Lao Jiu managed a strained smile, just as a sharp pain pierced his chest. Slowly lowering his gaze, he beheld the arrow shaft protruding from his body, the iron tip bearing a word that robbed him of all warmth. Ignoring the pain and blood loss, he drew forth his machine gun, pointing it at Bai Shuren. He was in league with that old scoundrel, to harm the one who trusted him most for such a deceitful lie. Oh, Xiao Hua, this is the man you love. This is the man you cherish. Bai Shuren, witnessing the long spear impaling his heart, fell to his knees, panic etched across his face. Lao Jiu raised a hand, his mind screaming to pierce him, yet he found himself too weak. The machine gun was plunged into the earth, and he leaned against it for support. Under Bai Shuren's gaze, his hand naturally fell, his head drooping. Were it not for the spear anchoring him to the ground, he would have collapsed entirely. In a daze, he thought he heard, "Jiu, it's not me. Does it even matter?" It was a pity he could not provoke that old scoundrel, nor could he verbally refute the rumors that were mere tactics devised by his foes against her. It was said that upon hearing of his disgrace, his beloved wife succumbed to grief. They say that one knows oneself best through their enemies, and indeed, it proved true. Perhaps the influence of Qi Yunmu had seeped into his very bones, for even as his consciousness faded, he lamented the missed opportunity to provoke Qi Yunmu. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that enemies truly understand one best, and in Qi Yunmu and Liu Mao, he saw this truth clearly. Qi Yunmu, a man who loved his nation more than his own family. Just a hint of bait regarding threats to the state would ensure that Qi Yunmu would take the bait without hesitation. Liu Mao seized upon this vulnerability, stripping away the pride of his son and driving his beloved wife to anguish. Yet Qi Yunmu stood tall, proud, despite rumors of his failing health in recent years. He had prepared a grand gift. Upon seeing it, he might very well weep tears of joy. Alas, he would never witness it. However, it mattered little. The darkness is so cold. Xiao Hua, one wonders if she still awaits him. In Douluo, Dalu, within the Moon Palace, in the chamber of Jiuxian, the door creaked open as Yin entered, bearing a tray. He glanced at Hulai Na, who was dozing by the bedside, and instinctively softened his footsteps. After setting down the tray, he gently patted Hulai Na, waiting for her to open her drowsy eyes. He pointed towards a dark blue door behind him. Since Jiuxian had been hastily returned by Yuan Gao over 2 months ago after falling into a coma, they had agreed to take turns watching over him daily due to their concerns. Thus, Hulaina did not refuse, tucking the blanket around Jiuxian before stepping outside. As the door clicked shut, Yin slowly settled into a chair. Observing Jiuxian's pallid face, he sighed and began his routine soliloquy. "Xiaojiu, what on earth happened after you left? How could the power within you suddenly become uncontrollable?" Listening to the revered Pope, one learns that the power residing within one's body does not spiral out of control without reason. There is always a catalyst, often linked to one's emotions and spiritual energy. Yuan Gao mentioned that he was nearby at the time, and the atmosphere was quite tranquil on your side. indicating that your distress was unlikely to arise from any conflict with others. As for spiritual energy, considering your current intellect, it is improbable that you would experience any disruption while alone in your chamber. Xiaojiu, you have been asleep for over 2 months, and everyone is deeply concerned about you. When will this slumber come to an end? As he spoke, Yin felt he had perhaps said too much, his throat becoming parched. He turned his gaze toward the tray that had just been brought in. Raising his hand, he retrieved a cup of water that had been prepared in advance and drank deeply. After quenching his own thirst, he did not forget about the person on the bed. He promptly stood up, pulled out a chair, and rummaged through the nightstand for cotton swabs. Just as he pondered where the swabs had gone, a hoarse voice reached his ears. Xiao Hua, no, I am the one who deserves to be damned. Why are you more deranged than I? Do not abandon me. Xiao Hua, please return. Hearing the despondent voice of Jiuxian caused Yan's breath to catch. Reminding him of something Jiuxian had once said, he had not seen Xiao Hua for a long time. He hastily stood, gazing at the contorted face of Jiuxian lost in slumber, and a thought emerged in his mind. Chapter 207. The Celestial Awakens. Decides to act young, too. Not long ago, Xiaoyu had also mentioned to him that Jiuxian had uttered similar phrases in his sleep, pleading for Xiao Huan not to leave him. If this were merely a nightmare, it could not possibly recur with such consistency. It must indicate that something genuine had transpired, like a heart demon or a nightmare that relentlessly tormented this young man, correlating his sleep talk with a plea for Xiao Hua not to abandon him. Yin stroked his chin, recalling Jiuxian's previous words. Xiao Hua had treated him exceptionally well. Therefore, it was inconceivable that Xiao Hua would depart without a trace, especially under such fervent entreaties from Jiuxian. Was there a possibility, then? Yin pursed his lips, taking up the slightly damp towel from the tray to wipe the beads of sweat from Jiuxian's forehead. After what felt like a stick of incense's worth of time, Jiuxian calmed down, ceasing his sleep talk and sinking into a stable slumber. He laid the towel down, rolled up Jiuxian's sleeve, and placed his fingers on the pulse. Though he was not a physician and lacked the expertise of Pokyuguan, as someone accustomed to having his health checked, he could discern a few signs. The once turbulent spiritual energy was now akin to a submerged boulder, gradually settling, leading to significant improvements in his condition. This pulse indicated that Jiuxian would awaken shortly. He lowered the sleeve, turned to leave, and as he closed the door, he cast a lingering glance at Jiuxian through the crack. Sighing, he shut the door, ready to share this good news with the somber individuals who had awaited for a month and a half. Unbeknownst to Yin, after he exited, a man clad in a white cloak stepped into the room. Let the past memories resurface if they must, but it would be best if you forget that incident. With this, the man in white extended a hand, emitting a soft white light filled with scars, and waved it above Jiuxian's head. As the white light entered Jiuxian's mind, the figure in white flickered and vanished into thin air. 3 days later, the volatile spiritual energy within Jiuxian subsided, and on the 3rd day of Yan's diagnosis, he finally awakened. He instinctively opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, noticing Xiaoyu sleeping peacefully beside the bed, breathing steadily. He lowered his voice and moved slowly, sitting up gently, extending his fair hand. He stared at it in a daze. He had dreamed a dream that felt all too real. In this dream, he returned to many places. The small temple that his adoptive father had turned into a home, the ghostly peak of Gui Lao, the capital of Baigua, the residence of the second prince, and the imperial palace of Baigua. There were countless locations to recount, yet he could not pinpoint the reason. Unlike before, when dreams of these places would agitate him, this time he felt an inexplicable lightness, as if the boulder that had weighed upon his heart for years had vanished. Reflecting on the details of the dream, he sensed a dissonance, as if those mismatched memories had dissipated, allowing him to experience an unprecedented ease. This sense of lightness felt delightful, yet disconcerting. He detested the feeling of losing control, and even more so, he resented that his newfound joy was predicated upon such a loss of control, instilling within him a vague sense of impending crisis. He exhaled softly, raising his hand to grasp the water on the nightstand. Chapter 208. The Celestial Awakens, Feels Young Again 3. if his ease stemmed from forgetting those memories. Then such a tranquility was, in his eyes, a form of losing control, and he could not find happiness in it. It was akin to dancing upon a knife's edge. Even if one felt confident, could one truly guarantee that there would be no minor missteps? Could one assure that no accidents would occur? They say that the higher one stands, the harder one falls. When one feels at ease and suddenly finds oneself shackled, restrained in both hands and feet, can one endure it? Perhaps one could. Yet the process of acclimation would be excruciating. One misstep could lead to madness. As he contemplated this, Jiuxian slapped his cheeks, reminding himself, having just awakened, I should not dwell on these heavy and complex matters. First, let me drink some water to soothe my throat. He extended his arm, reaching for the cup on the nightstand, only to find it utterly empty, devoid of even a single drop. He inhaled sharply, placing the cup back onto the nightstand. Perhaps his irritation was the cause. He placed it down with more force than intended, causing it to clatter. Initially, he thought that the noise might disturb Xiaoyu, but upon glancing down, he realized that disturbance was non-existent. Xiaoyu was soundly asleep, utterly unaffected, repeating in his mind that he was here to care for himself. He pulled the blanket around him, rolled over, and closed his eyes to sleep. In the Luo Empire, at the entrance of the Mo family's main hall, Yin Xiaoxiao sat by the window, perusing the latest news with a smile gracing her face. Her father, Mo Huai, felt genuine happiness seeing his daughter so elated. He recalled how, upon her birth, he and his wife had named her Xiaoxiao, wishing for her to remain joyful throughout her life. However, since her return, she had worn a frown daily, often heading to the Mo family training camp. Watching his daughter come home exhausted, her clothes drenched in sweat, filled him with genuine concern. When he inquired about the source of her troubles, she remained tight-lipped, leaving him truly worried. Finally witnessing her happiness, he could not restrain himself from approaching her, asking, "What has brought such joy to you, Xiaoxiao?" Yin Xiaoxiao handed her father the letter she held in her hand, a correspondence from Xiaotang. Mo Huai quickly scanned the letter, disbelief washing over him as he looked at his daughter. His youngest son, afflicted with an ailment since birth, often led him to despair, believing that the little one would never recover. Yet, the radiant smiles of his two children spurred him on in his quest for medical assistance. Over the years, countless doctors have been rendered helpless against the illness. However, today, his dear Xiaodang revealed that she had indeed been cured, thanks to the benevolent intervention of an elder brother. Furthermore, under this brother's tutelage, her cultivation speed had significantly increased, now reaching the impressive level of 45. In the past, when Xiaodang possessed merely a first-level soul power, he had feared that she would never become a formidable soul master. He had even envisioned that once his children grew older, they would inherit the family business, as he worried that they might not take to the family restaurant. To mitigate this, he had made substantial investments across various industries, ensuring that even if his children did not share his passion, the wealth he amassed would provide them a life free from worry, allowing them to squander their inheritance for 300 years without concern. Of course, he understood that this was a world where power reigned supreme. Mere wealth was insufficient. In order to shield his children from adversity, he diligently trained his daughter and those around her. His hope was that, even if he lacked strength, his little ones would grow up with untroubled lives. To his astonishment, his child achieved the remarkable feat of reaching level 49 at merely 14 years of age. He sniffled and turned to his daughter, inquiring about the identity of the brother she spoke of. Yin Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze and replied slowly, "He is Jiuxian, my beloved." Jiuxian? Was he not the very child who had captivated both Xiaodang and Xiaoxiao? When Jiuxian awakened once more, the night had already enveloped the sky. Hearing the buzzing sound around him, he turned over, pulling the blanket over his head, content to drift back into slumber. Meanwhile, those beside him, witnessing this scene, raised their voices in excitement, with the first to call out being Xiaoyu. Little Jiu has awakened. Hearing this, Yin, Hulaina, Guimei, and Yuguan all turned and approached the bedside. Noticing Jiuxian's hidden face, Yuguan, fearing he might suffocate, tugged the blanket away and gently said, "Jiu, you're awake. How do you feel?" With no cover to shield him, Jiuxian was compelled to confront Yu Guan directly. Truth be told, he had assumed Yu Guan had gone on a mission and had not considered how to face him, particularly since they had not met in person for 7 or 8 years, communicating solely through letters. Furthermore, in his fragmented memories, Yu Guan had learned of his physical condition, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Yet, Yu Guan and the others had not contemplated that Jiuxian had regained his memories. To them, his latest fainting spell had merely been an illness. Since it was indeed an ailment, they hoped for no further deterioration, let alone the luxury of recovering memories. Seeing Jiuxian silent, Hulaina assumed he did not recognize them, and, sensing his wariness, immediately donned a familiar, comforting smile. "Little Jiu, I am your sister Na. You've been asleep for over 2 months. Do you feel any discomfort?" To Jiuxian, this expression resembled that of someone showing concern for a child with disabilities. And what was this, Sister Na? Did they truly still consider him to be that simple-minded little Jiu? Jiuxian twirled the storage ring on his finger, thinking that since he had not yet decided how to confront them, he might as well play along. Moreover, pretending to be foolish would grant him a measure of freedom, facilitating his endeavors. With this in mind, he suppressed his distaste, blinked his eyes, and feigned innocence, declaring, "I feel quite well." Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed in relief, grateful that he experienced no discomfort. Hulaina swallowed nervously before asking, "So, how old is little Jiu now?" "How old?" Jiuxian pinched his fingers, recalling that according to his impaired memories, he should be 8 years old. This age, though slightly awkward, might help him navigate future matters more easily and align with logic. However, given that he had lived for 34 years in total, this could easily expose him. But according to Hulaina, he had been in a coma for 2 months. If he maintained his original age, it would not quite make sense after such an extended period of unconsciousness. Aware that they awaited his response, Jiuxian smiled and slowly declared, 6 years. After considerable contemplation, he deemed this age neither too young nor too old. With a bit of effort, he should manage to endure the finals without issue. Meanwhile, Hulaina appeared calm on the surface, yet inwardly, she was distressed, reassuring herself that returning to the state of a mere 2 or 3 years old after such a severe illness was already a blessing. She exhaled, smiling as she affectionately patted Jiuxian's head. "Wait here, I'll prepare some food for you, sister." Given his accumulated years, he could easily be her father. However, stealing a glance at the eager faces surrounding him, he believed that should he dare to reveal his true age, they would surely retaliate. The unspoken truth weighed heavily on him. Observing Hulaina's expectant gaze, he forced a smile and nodded. So be it. He had endured 6 years thus far. What was this in comparison? He reclined back on the bed, feigning cheerfulness while inwardly lamenting at the ceiling. How utterly unjust that this aging man must masquerade as a child for the sake of convenience. Had those he once disciplined in the past known of this, he wondered if they would even be able to contain their laughter. Alas, he recalled that before his unconsciousness, Tauzi had sought him out, confessing her feelings to him and inquiring whether her sister's father would approve of her. What question? Given her abilities and appearance, it would be strange for him not to like her. Yet if it were Xiao Wu, her concerns would likely revolve around her identity as a soul beast. As for familial relations, that was far beyond her consideration, for she was confident in that regard. Speaking of soul beasts, he remembered Xiaodang narrating a story, hinting that he had come to understand Tauzi's identity. This was both unexpected and yet entirely logical. Nevertheless, he would need to devise a plan to create potions that could help them conceal their auras. He certainly did not want Xiaodang to fall for Tauzi only for her soul beast identity to be revealed, leading to disastrous consequences. 7 days later, in the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, having devised a clever plan to emerge unobtrusively, Jiuxian, upon learning of the location of a Shrek 7 Monsters promotion match, scaled the walls to arrive at the royal arena. Having just evaded 3 waves of guards, he noticed another group approaching and, rather than exerting himself to hide, he merely lowered his head and gestured lightly to his cheek, raising his gaze for them to inspect closely. The guards, however, merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction before continuing on their way. Jiuxian scoffed internally, thinking to himself that they ought to recognize who he was, as he swaggered towards the resting quarters with his arms crossed. As he departed from the tent, he pondered about the boy clad in a red team uniform who was inquiring about Shrek and his companions. At that moment, Jiuxian was spotted by Jiuxian, who had stepped outside to catch some fresh air. Recalling the jovial exchanges they had just shared with Mo shouting inside the tent, Jiuxian swallowed hard, channeling her soul power as her feet began to move. Just as Mo shouting was about to speak with Huo Wushuang from the Fire Academy, she lightly tapped her toe and delivered a fierce strike aimed at the neck of the fake Mo shouting. However, the imitation, a true Jiuxian, was not so easily subdued. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the attack and seized Zhu Zhuqing's wrist. Chapter 211. The Tiando Empire. A pact established. 2. Jiuxian was about to execute a shoulder throw on the person behind him when he sensed a familiar, icy aura. He turned to glance back and realized it was Zhu Zhuqing. Observing her stubborn determination to attack, Jiuxian gently tapped her cheek and retracted his soul bone skill. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback by his countenance, was about to exclaim, but Jiuxian quickly employed his soul bone skill again, deftly covering her mouth. After assuring Huo Wushuang, who had been pulled along, that everything was fine, he led Zhu Zhuqing to a more secluded area. "Senior, when did you return? Do you know that as soon as shouting arrived?" Zhu Zhuqing could not help but inquire. However, before she could finish, Jiuxian interrupted her. "I'm aware, but this time, I simply wish to see you all and request your assistance. I am not truly staying, and regarding Mo shouting, I will wait until the afternoon to seek him out privately. For now, could you please summon the others, excluding Mo shouting?" Being her mentor and having a good understanding of her character, he was confident in his request. Once the words left his lips, Zhu Zhuqing, whether out of lingering affection or reason, could not refuse. As anticipated, upon meeting his gaze, she nodded and turned towards their tent. A moment later, the youthful members of Shrek, with the exception of Mo shouting, emerged. Witnessing this, he dismissed the soul bone skill, revealing his true self. With waist-length white hair and blood-red eyes, he held a paper fan adorned with landscapes, having chosen a more understated gray robe before his arrival. Yet, with such a visage and demeanor, he resembled a delicate young gentleman, impossible to overlook among the robust scholars and soldiers. Dai Mubai approached with a smile and enveloped him in a hearty embrace, repeatedly reassuring him that everything was well. He was aware that Dai Mubai still harbored concerns about the incident in the Sunset Forest, but in truth he had not dwelled on it. After all, since joining Shrek, his actions had been voluntary, and had any other member been in his place, he would have acted similarly. When Dai Mubai released him, Jiuxian patted his shoulder, encouraging him to relax. With a faint smile, Dai Mubai, once steadied, brought up the matter. "Zhuqing mentioned you sought us out for something important. What is it?" Jiuxian smacked his forehead, realizing he had nearly forgotten. He twirled the spatial ring on his finger and addressed the 7 individuals summoned by Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing must have informed you that I am not planning to stay. You are all like brothers to me, and during my absence, I ask that you look after Mo shouting." Look after Mo shouting? They had expected something more serious. After all, Mo shouting was also one of their own. Without needing Jiuxian's prompting, they would have naturally taken care of him. For instance, upon hearing the request, the stout Ma Hongjun promptly patted his chest in assurance. The others quickly followed suit, affirming their commitment, albeit with less boisterous gestures than Ma Hongjun. Jiuxian scanned their faces, clenching his fists. Recently, an inexplicable sense of unease had plagued him. Despite undergoing a transformation in the Sunset Forest and fainting 2 months prior, he had never felt such anxiety. This feeling had come on too suddenly. Chapter 212. The Tiando Empire. A Vow to Protect. 1. The sensation was disconcertingly abrupt. He racked his brain, struggling to identify any potential issues. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to those around him, contemplating each individual. Ultimately, he settled on the one person who could profoundly impact him, his naive younger brother, Mo shouting. Expressing his unease, he spoke earnestly, or rather, threatened. "A pact has been forged. I, Jiuxian, do not believe in the heavens or the spirits. You need not swear oaths. However, since you have consented. Should I discover that a single hair from Mo Xiaodang is harmed, I will traverse the ends of the earth to seek accountability from you. He then posed a crucial question. Now, I offer you an opportunity. Are you truly willing to pledge your protection for Mo Xiaodang? The gravity of Yuelu Xian's words resonated deeply, stirring the hearts of the seven. They had long known of Yuelu Xian's kindness towards Mo Xiao, but they never anticipated the depth of his concern. After exchanging glances, they solemnly nodded in agreement. Seeing their response, Yuelu Xian's left hand reached for the spatial ring. Though they were brothers, when requesting assistance, mere words were insufficient. It was only right to offer a fitting reward. In the afternoon, at the Tiando tea house, Mo Xiaodang observed Yuelu Xian's every movement as he poured tea, akin to a delicate ink wash painting. So beautiful, it felt surreal. As the dark green teacup filled with fragrant tea was placed before him, he gradually returned to reality. Gently gripping the edge of the cup, he softly inquired, "Brother, are you leaving again? How long until we meet next? Can you take me with you?" He recalled half a year prior, when his brother had taken him to hunt soul beasts. The dean had questioned, "If you have matters to attend to, why bring Mo Xiaodang along?" To which his brother had replied, "I worry about my little Xiaodang being left here alone and bullied." Perhaps it was his own cowardice, but those memories lingered vividly, as if they had occurred yesterday. Yet, how much time had passed? Did his brother no longer fear for his safety? Or was he deemed unworthy of such concern? Sitting opposite him, Yuelu Xian, with his head lowered, licked his lips, contemplating the truth of the matter. Bringing Mo Xiaodang back to the spirit hall? Wasn't he that tantamount to declaring before the Pope that he had deceived them? Given the Pope's temperament and Yuelu Xian's current abilities, he feared he might not survive the encounter, blood staining the ground. Thus, this endeavor was far too perilous, leaving no room for negotiation. He lifted his head, affectionately ruffling Mo Xiaodang's fluffy hair. "I've heard you've progressed to the qualifying rounds. Haven to you?" "Yes." Montak si iotang, somewhat puzzled by the sudden shift to the topic of the qualifying rounds, nodded obediently and added, "Moreover, we've already defeated half of the formidable teams." Given Shrek's lineup and strength, triumphing in the qualifying rounds was hardly surprising. Yuelu Xian sipped his tea, feeling a swell of pride. Meanwhile, noticing his brother lost in thought, Mo Xiaodang waved his hand in front of Yuelu Xian's face. Snap back to reality. Yuelu Xian addressed the adorably naive child before him. "Didn't you want to know when we would meet again? The day you reach the finals will be when we reunite." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaodang widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Is it true?" Chapter 213, Tiando Empire. Sworn to protect, too. Is it true? Jiuxian nodded helplessly. Was it really necessary for this young man to be so excited? When had he ever failed to deliver on his promises? Of course, there was that one time he had become a fool. Sitting opposite his brother, Mo Xiaodang felt his heart race with excitement upon seeing his brother's nod. However, mindful of his brother's presence, he tried to maintain composure. After taking a few deep breaths, he managed to regain his calmness. Perhaps due to his newfound tranquility, his mind became exceptionally clear, allowing him to quickly organize the conversation he had just had with his brother. After some reflection, he pondered, why must it be the finals? They had already played a significant portion of the matches. Perhaps they would finish in 6 or 7 days. He paused for a moment and quietly asked, "Brother, are you?" Jiuxian understood what he was hinting at. It was whether he had joined another academy. He answered straightforwardly, "Yes." While it was a mere speculation, hearing this confirmation caused Mo Xiaodang to furrow his brow, feeling perplexed. Why? Initially, he had not comprehended his brother's combative spirit, but after several days of competition, he gradually realized that engaging in such endeavors was indeed exhilarating. How wonderful it would be to share such fervor with friends and brothers. Mo Xiaodang's thoughts were transparent, and Jiuxian lowered his gaze, calmly stating, I have some matters I have not disclosed to you." "Undisclosed matters?" Mo Xiaodang mused, then uttered 2 words, "Family?" Jiuxian nodded, acknowledging that while he might be a bit foolish, he was still quick-witted enough not to fall prey to deception. He nodded again and poured a cup of tea for Mo Xiaodang, saying, "Yes, over there I have some issues that are quite troublesome to resolve. However, after the finals, they will be completely settled. Mo Xiaodang repeated his earlier plea. Brother, can't you take me along? Perhaps the previous incident with the soul hunting had left him shaken. He felt uneasy whenever he heard about his brother facing trouble. Jiuxian firmly refused, saying no. Mo Xiaodang tugged at his brother's sleeve. Brother. Resorting to softer tactics, Jiuxian smiled and reasoned with the young lad. Little Xiaodang, now that you have Taozi, if I take you along, what will happen to her? The situation there is complex and dangerous. I cannot risk your safety. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang's expression turned somewhat complicated. He could tolerate many things, but when it came to Taozi, he wished he had known beforehand. As he recalled this, unpleasant images flooded his mind, and he bit his lip to steady himself. All right then, brother, you must be careful. Careful? Jiuxian tilted his head, a smile that did not reach his eyes gracing his face. He twisted his storage ring, thinking that it was the opponents he needed to be cautious of. After all, he was the great demon king from his past life. However, this was not something he could share with Mo Xiaodang. After ruffling the young lad's hair, he said, Got it. Do you really doubt me? Mo Xiaodang lowered his head and murmured, I used to trust you. But after that incident with the soul hunting, my faith has wavered. Even now, I still feel a bit apprehensive. Jiuxian was not entirely heartless. He understood that since meeting him, every word and action of the young lad had been filled with concern for him. He had always treated those who cared for him well, and he was especially fond of little Xiaodang. Chapter 214, Tiando Empire, Sworn to Protect. 3. Jiuxian considered himself to be both ruthless and deeply affectionate. Perhaps it was due to prolonged solitude. Ever since his rebirth, he had felt compelled to repay even the smallest kindness with boundless gratitude. He was always sensitive to the emotions of others, especially with someone as straightforward as Mo Xiaodang, whose thoughts were often transparent to him, though sometimes he found them difficult to comprehend. Yet this was inconsequential. What mattered most was that Mo Xiaodang had no ulterior motives and genuinely cared for him. He extended his hand and said, All right, let's make a pact. I promise to take good care of myself. Even if the sky were to fall, I would stand tall. Just as in his previous life, when he faced that person, he had remained unbowed despite all odds. Mo Xiaodang, not grasping the deeper meaning, simply extended his hand and made a vow. If we change, we must not change. If we do, then you are no longer human and shall never be harmed or die. Hearing the words not harmed, not dead, Jiuxian momentarily froze. When he regained his composure, he mused that this oath was indeed intriguing. He extended his delicate pinky and hooked it with Mo Xiaodang's. Then the tips of their thumbs met. This was their bond sealed. With the pact established, it was time to discuss serious matters. He retrieved the annihilation spear from his storage ring and handed it to Mo Xiaodang, saying, Take this spear. If you face danger, use it. It will protect you. Huh? But is it not bound to its master? I cannot wield it. Mo Xiaodang retreated a few steps, shaking his head. He declined to accept the annihilation spear, for he knew it was his brother's weapon, and he wondered what his brother would use to protect himself. Besides, he already had Shinjunin. Take it. Seeing little Xiaodang refuse, Jiuxian directly pressed the annihilation spear into the young lad's hands. Recent events had stirred an unease within him, and he could not shake it off. He could not think of anyone else, apart from this little fool, who could give him such concern. Thus, he entrusted the spear to him for protection. After all, the annihilation spear possessed its own consciousness, and he was not very familiar with it. It would be better to let it act on its own accord. He took a deep breath and said to the young lad, whose eyes were red, You know it is bound to its master. When I am not by your side, let it protect you, just as I would. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaodang felt warmth in his heart. He tightly grasped the annihilation spear and looked at his brother with sincerity, saying, Brother, you must be careful. Jiuxian nodded in agreement. As he turned to leave, he reiterated his instructions to the annihilation spear. You must take good care of him. The annihilation spear trembled slightly in response. The journey from Wuhuan Hall to Tiando City took more than half a month, and to secretly meet them, Jiuxian had condensed the timeline significantly. Upon returning to the guest hotel, Jiuxian did not even change his clothes before leaping onto the bed and falling into a deep slumber. This time, he intended to rest well. After all, once he awoke, he would need to set off without delay for a certain destination. Calculating the time, he anticipated that Yuan Gao would soon arrive with the people from Wuhan Hall. As promised, he would part from them and enjoy a few days of unrestrained freedom before they arrived. He could not let them perceive any signs of fatigue on his face. Life was truly exhausting. Pretending to be foolish was even more tiresome. The finals. Why must there be a month left? And why must plans be so complicated? Why could they not simply exert themselves? Why must he handle everything? Chapter 215, Tiando Empire. A Twisted Fate 1. The following day, Jiuxian reached the border of the imperial city. Just as he stretched his shoulders, preparing to take flight, he heard hurried comments from passers-by. Today, Shrek Academy faces the challenge of the Jiuxian. I wonder who their academy will send to compete. The students from Jiuxian specialize in control. It is said that the control-type soul masters from Shrek have sustained injuries, which leaves the strong attack-type soul masters from Shrek as potential candidates. Is that so? Shrek possesses 5 strong attack soul masters, each wielding distinct martial souls. Upon reflection, I find myself favoring the 2 avian martial soul wielders from Shrek. Jiuxian, observing the passers-by, could tell they were from out of town and might struggle to recall the names of Shrek's academies. However, Jiuxian is well informed. Upon hearing about the avian soul masters, he immediately thought of the Rotund One and Xiao Haidang. Although he is not well acquainted with Jiuxian, he knows that it belongs to one of the 5 elements, with all members specializing in control. If Tang San is unable to compete, it is certain that the Rotund One will take his place, as he is a fire attribute soul master, which is quite effective against the students of Jiuxian. Nevertheless, despite the advantages, the control-type members of Jiuxian are not to be underestimated. He mused that the master, while formulating strategies, would undoubtedly arrange for other students to test the waters against Jiuxian before allowing the Rotund One to compete. Just moments ago, he overheard some passers-by mention that Shrek would field strong, attack-type soul masters. This notion can only be partially correct. While strong attack-type soul masters are a necessity, they alone are insufficient to probe the capabilities of Jiuxian. Though he is unaware of their true strength, their advancement to the qualifiers suggests they possess considerable prowess. Thus, he concluded that both strong and agile attack-type soul masters would be deployed. It is also possible that Xiao Haitang, with her avian martial soul and flight capability, might be included. Despite Xiao Haidang having attained the rank of a soul master, recent unease has left him apprehensive. Clenching his fists, he resolutely turned toward the imperial arena. There is a saying, it is already too late, whether a minute or 2. Thus, he might as well embrace the delay wholeheartedly. At the imperial arena, on the spectator platform, Flinder watched in discomfort as his 3 soul master students were outmaneuvered. After days of easy victories, this was particularly disconcerting. He sighed and glanced at the seemingly naive yet formidable Mo Xiaotang beside him, patting the child's shoulder with a grave admonition to exercise caution. Just as Mo Xiaotang was about to nod in agreement, expressing the shared desire to avoid injury, Dai Mubai stepped forward, volunteering. Master, I recall you mentioned that a proficient control-type soul master can fully dominate those within a 10-level disparity. Mo Xiaotang's lack of combat experience made it perilous for her to challenge an opposing control-type soul master alone. Thus, Dai Mubai insisted on taking the lead. Listening to Zhu Zhuqing's words, Dai Mubai pulled her back, countering, "It is more appropriate for me to participate. As a strong attack soul master, I can handle myself with care against that opponent. Even if I cannot overpower them, I can certainly gauge their techniques." Flinder observed them silently, choosing not to intervene and instead directing his attention toward the master. He felt at ease in his role as the academy head, having entrusted the strategic planning to the master and Qin Ming from the outset. As the competition intensified, the master stood on the spectator platform, surveying the outstanding students from various families. He intended to urge them to adhere to the pre-battle strategy, but was distracted by the sight of a particular moving youth. He could not help but think of the unchanged Jiuxian. Should that boy learn of Mo Xiaotang's participation in such a perilous match, he would likely be even more agitated than Dai Mubai and the others. However, someone once imparted to him a profound truth. The strength of the opposing team is known. Such a decision must have been made with a plan in mind. Thus, regardless of the outcome, it remains the choice of the participants. They cannot express overt support, yet they must not presumptively refuse on behalf of others. When that girl had previously contested him, he was initially infuriated, but upon reflection, her logic was not without merit. Turning his back, he glanced at Mo Xiaodang, silently questioning her stance. "I am willing," Mo Xiaodang affirmed with a nod. Although she was uncertain as to why Dai Mubai and the others were so eager for her to compete, she had consented. She yearned to prove herself, regardless of victory or defeat. As the gong sounded, signaling Mo Xiaotang's entrance onto the stage, she smiled. Unleashing her martial soul and soaring toward the arena specifically constructed for their competition. Below, Jiuxian furrowed his brow as he observed Xiao Haitang ascend to the stage. Despite his hurried attempts, she had indeed taken to the arena. Exhaling softly, he leaned against a pillar, scrutinizing the two combatants on stage. The opposing female Soul Master was a 4-ring control-type Soul Master, comparable in soul rings to Xiao Haitang, yet her soul power was inferior. Moreover, his Xiao Haitang had 3 ranged attacks at her disposal. If she could perform to her potential, overcoming this female Soul Master was not beyond the realm of possibility. As Mo Xiaodang took the stage, her exquisite azure wings fluttered rapidly, evading the Jiuxian Soul Master's attempts while targeting her with her 3rd soul skill, Qingyao Lizhua. Claws. Attack. In an instant, 45 black claws formed around her, launching toward the female student below. At her level in the 30s, her attack dealt considerable damage. Now, at her 40s, the impact was even more formidable. Before long, the female student found herself in disarray, retaliating with her 4th soul skill, Tendril Fortress. However, having spent ample time among the students of Shrek Academy, would Mo Xiaodang be intimidated? Certainly not. Mo Xiaodang ascended a short distance, launching her 1st soul skill, Featherblade, which, while seemingly modest, appeared cataclysmic to the female Soul Master still reeling from Qingyao Lizhua. Panicked, the female Soul Master swiftly succumbed to the barrage of feather blades, sustaining numerous injuries before collapsing to the ground. As the captain of the Jiwu Shuyuan team, Yao Zi, witnessed this dramatic turn of events, she promptly called for her teammate to surrender. Below, Jiuxian smiled faintly at the young girl on stage, waving to her teammates in the spectator area. As he turned away, he could not help but smile once more. Though not visibly apparent, he felt his spirit and thoughts age. He could no longer be compared to the true youth. It seemed that the once immature child he had once regarded as a mere infant had grown, ready to venture forth independently. His role as a protective shield had reached its conclusion, for even in the face of danger, that young one was now capable of standing on her own. In the face of adversity, with the presence of Shrek's youthful companions and the formidable demon slayer, under the safeguard of triple assurances, how could that young lad possibly encounter misfortune? The unsettling sensation he harbored merely stemmed from the machinations of the heavenly path. This time, he would allow it to witness with wide-open eyes that he, Jiuxian, was not one to surrender meekly. The heavenly path? Jiuxian was entirely capable of orchestrating his own destiny, wielding his strength to shield those dear to him. Such occurrences he would never permit to transpire again. However, was it truly such a matter? It seemed that the memories he had lost were not of a favorable nature. Nevertheless, whether good or ill, was not a concern for him at this moment. That individual could now soar freely within his own realm, and it was time for him to spread his wings toward his own aspirations. Meanwhile, in the Xingluo Empire, within the Mo family's domain, Yin Xiao sat upon her bed, humming a melodious tune as she carelessly tidied her garments. 2 years had passed since her departure, during which she diligently honed her skills and had now ascended to the level of a 49th rank control system soul master. She believed herself sufficiently formidable for her age and rank, yet her younger brother's letter revealed that he had already attained the title of Soul King, despite being a year her junior. Folding her clothes neatly and placing them into her storage soul guide, She gazed at the ink wash painting on her nightstand, reflecting on the remarkable talent for cultivation she had developed an affinity for. However, she raised an eyebrow. Did this not affirm her discerning eye? It remained uncertain whether that fellow had come to terms with his feelings during her absence of 2 years. Clarity would be optimal, yet uncertainty mattered little, for she was a pragmatic individual. With that thought, she rose to her feet, noting her father's prolonged absence on a collection errand, and picked up the brush and ink on her nightstand to compose a letter. Savoring the aroma of the ink, she placed the letter in the center of the nightstand, weighting it down with a paperweight. Casting a final glance at her chamber, she resolved that the next time she returned, she would do so accompanied by her male counterpart. Yin Xiao exhaled deeply and turned to depart. Both Yin Xiao and Jiuxian were individuals who refused to succumb to defeat. Yet at times, fate operates in such a manner, offering bountiful hope and energy, only to cast one into the depths of despair when least expected, forcing one to confront reality. For instance, Yin Xiao approached Tiando with a heart full of hope, unaware that she was heading towards a meticulously orchestrated trap set by fate. As for the ever-defiant Jiuxian, his tribulations were only just beginning to unfold. The seeds of madness he had sown years prior were finally taking root. The unease he felt was merely the initial spark. A far longer fuse awaited ignition. Chapter 218, The Nameless Ravine. The Herb Gathering Incident. 1. The candle of destiny has been lit. Let us ponder who shall ignite it. In the unnamed Great Ravine, a desolate borderland between Tiando and Xingluo, a group of 7-ring soul saints had circled the area nearly twice. Yet they had not encountered the progeny of the Zhuge and Douluo families. Upon returning to the ravine's entrance, they furrowed their brows in discontent. Young Master Yu is being utterly reckless. He promised to gather here after a 10-day frolic in the vicinity, and yet, half a month has elapsed without a single sighting of him. Yuan Gao, trailing behind, tightened his grip on the long knife spirit in his hand upon hearing this remark. What manner of individuals were these, daring to speak ill of their master? With keen eyes narrowed, he advanced deliberately towards the garrulous soul saints. 6 months prior, he had ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor, and with the guidance of a certain child, he had diligently cultivated his skills to reach the 67th level. Nevertheless, even as a Soul Emperor, his chances of defeating 4 Soul Saints of a higher rank remained less than 50%. However, remaining indifferent to their disparaging remarks about their young master was not in his nature. As he raised his arm, poised to strike down the unsuspecting souls, he was abruptly jolted from behind, causing his shoulder to ache and his arm to drop limply. This disruption was not the primary concern. The most significant issue was that his meticulously planned attack had been thwarted. Observing the now-turned soul saints, he clenched his fist, realizing he had no choice but to proceed with a different tactic. Turning back with an impassive expression, he scrutinized who had rudely interrupted his endeavor. To his astonishment, it was none other than his young master, the very Jiuxian they had been disparaging. The audacity of young Master Yu, who had been so brazenly criticized due to a memory loss, had unexpectedly disrupted his attack, something he had never envisioned. He sheathed his long knife spirit and respectfully clasped his hands before his young master. The 4 soul saints, who had previously voiced their grievances, now donned expressions of ingratiating smiles at the sudden appearance of Jiuxian. Greetings, young Master Yu. Jiuxian cast a detached glance at them, offering no response, and seized Yuan Gao's garment, striding away without looking back. He had heard every word spoken moments ago and had observed Yuan Gao's every move. However, those 4 souls were not to be harmed. After all, they had been specifically dispatched by their beloved Pope to ensure their safety. Should they return with only the 2 of them, the Pope's suspicions might very well be aroused. Therefore, they had no choice but to maintain appearances and perform for the sake of their audience. Yet, as Yuan Gao suspected, the vengeful Jiuxian was not the type to change personality due to a mere memory lapse. He would only become more unpredictable. Thus, how could he allow their comments to pass without consequence? Eliminating them openly was not a viable option, but alternative methods were plentiful and could be discreetly employed. In the shadows, Jiuxian had an abundance of tormenting tactics at his disposal. Chapter 219, the nameless ravine. The herb-gathering incident, too. The so-called demon you speak of was once kind-hearted. Jiuxian was indeed a man of petty grievances. Having heard disparaging remarks behind his back, he could hardly let them slide effortlessly. After all, being petty was not merely a saying. In the vast and unnamed ravine, Jiuxian, with a restless soul, perpetually in motion. While others might seek repose beneath the clear skies and gentle breezes, he found his hands itching to act. Contemplating certain unresolved matters, he retrieved his small whip and prepared to take action. Yet, as he plotted his schemes, he found himself at a loss for how to adopt the guise of child. Recalling that Xiao Hua had mentioned his childish antics during pranks, he decided to embrace his true nature. For the moment, he perched upon a rock. A radiant smile adorned his face as he engaged in a barbecue with Yuan Gao, all the while fixating intently on the four soul saints he had coerced. Naturally, he did not forget to occasionally urge and appropriately motivate them, emphasizing the essence of the task at hand. After satisfying his appetite, he stood up, brandishing his beloved little whip, and teased the four soul saints. "What are you doing? I commanded you to gather flowers, not to gaze about aimlessly." Being soul saints, they quickly corrected their demeanor upon hearing Jiuxian's words. However, who exactly was Jiuxian? He soon found his thoughts wandering again. In his fragmented memories, he recalled that the only flower in his storage ring, a seemingly innocuous blossom known as Mao Zihua, Qirong, had been given to Yu Guan. After retrieving his storage ring, he intended to present the flower to Yu Guan not in its floral form, but as a medicinal pill. This was because, apart from the Xiaobo, he had already tampered with all the other flora within the ring. Although the given Qirong Tongtianzhi appeared unblemished, its essence had undergone a complete transformation due to his previous meddling. Consuming it without proper handling would lead to disastrous consequences for many. Fortunately, Yu Guan retained his rationality and cherished the rare Qirong Tongtianzhi, diligently caring for it ever since it was gifted after Jiuxian's amnesia. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to the consequences. Clearing his throat, he returned to the matter at hand. His request for them to gather herbs was not solely an act of revenge or mischief. He genuinely required the herbs from his crevice. For instance, the Inchi grass and the one-huff flower. The former could be used to concoct a pill that conceals one's presence, while the latter could be blended with the Qirong Tongtianzhi to create a gentle remedy. With just over half a month until the finals, he crossed his arms and continued addressing them. "Dear uncles, do hurry. I await your gathering, for I intend to present the flowers to my uncle Yu." When he spoke leisurely, his words flowed with vigor, yet when it came to labor, they seemed to lack spirit. Upon hearing Jiuxian mention the Douluo, the four feeble soul saints exerted themselves even more fervently. Within the span of a single incense stick, a basket brimming with vibrant flowers, complete with roots, was presented before him. One of the soul saints, seemingly named Liang Li, wiped the sweat from his brow and informed Jiuxian, "We have gathered them, young master Yu. Please inspect." His old companion Zhang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the request for inspection. Jiuxian suspected that had he and Yuan Gao not been present, Zhang Shui would have kicked Liang Li. Liang Li, perhaps not wishing to jeopardize their long-standing friendship, quickly exchanged a look with Zhang Shui to clarify. "Fool, do you not understand the niceties? The notion of niceties?" Zhang Shui, upon seeing Liang Li's expression, pouted. He understood the concept of niceties well enough, recognizing that typically, such remarks were merely formalities that one did not genuinely pursue. However, given the unpredictable nature of the child before them, what if he misunderstood? As for the matter at hand, Jiuxian was not only perceptive but also observant. Watching them exchange knowing glances, he could not suppress a chuckle within. Setting aside their ulterior motives, after all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Nevertheless, their intentions were so blatant. Did they truly think him to be both foolish and blind? This group of old men, if he did not examine the gathered flowers, it would be a disservice to the lengthy exchange of glances. With that thought, he bent down to pick a small purple flower, shaking off the dirt from its petals. Not far away, Yuan Gao, while roasting meat and secretly observing his young master, was filled with amusement at this childish scene. As he turned the roast chicken on the rack, he thought to himself, after all this time, he had finally discovered the little tale. He was about to rise and remind the playful little one not to overindulge, lest the fox fur be lost, when he witnessed a startling scene. His young master, captivated by the flowers, had plucked a petal and placed it in his mouth. Were they serious when they claimed this flower was edible? Before his mind could process the implications, his body instinctively reacted. He sprang to his feet, swiftly dodging the flower in Jiuxian's hand, then grasped his wrist, placing his fingers against the pulse. The rapid series of actions left Jiuxian utterly astonished. He bit his lip, unable to suppress his curiosity. How much of Yuan Gao's story had he missed? Was this still the Yuan Gao he knew? Regaining his composure, Jiuxian swallowed hard and slowly replied, "I am fine." "Are you certain?" Yuan Gao inquired, eyeing the vividly colored flower with skepticism. "Have you forgotten? I am immune to poisons." Jiuxian, not wishing to dwell on the potential slip-up, retracted his hand and spoke in a lowered voice, expressing his resignation. His immunity to toxins was a golden finger he carried through every life. Hearing this, Yuan Gao regained a semblance of rationality, recalling his earlier actions, and awkwardly returned the small purple flower to the bamboo basket, urging Jiuxian to store it away. Clearing his throat, Yuan Gao addressed his young master. "Young master, have you completed the tasks? If so, we should be on our way." Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. "My tasks?" His tasks merely consisted of observing the Shrek group and gathering herbs. The final task had already been accomplished. It dawned on him that they had lingered here for quite some time. Although they were on the border, the journey back, considering the pace of the Four Soul Saints, would take approximately 8 to 9 days. Given his age and current childlike attributes, this time frame would need to be extended. Thus, they truly ought to commence their return, or the petty pope would become anxious. Turning back, he instructed the others to tidy up before setting off, glancing at Zhang Shui and the other Soul Saints. After all, his little disguise had slipped more than once today. Yuan Gao had likely noticed, but that was inconsequential. He was one of their own, while these were different. He flexed his wrist, observing their eager expressions, devoid of any suspicion, before releasing his tightly clenched fist and waving goodbye. He took a deep breath and quickly said to them, "You all go ahead, I have something to attend to." Before leaving, the Pope had specifically instructed that the 4 old fellows should diligently protect the young Master Yuxiao. Should any mishap befall him, they would be held accountable. Initially, they were quite thrilled that the Pope had personally sought them out, but upon hearing that it was for Yuxiao, they realized it was a burdensome task. It is well known that Yuxiao's delicate constitution and mischievous nature were notorious within the Wuhan Temple. After the previous incident, they were apprehensive. The commotion behind them indicated that trouble was brewing. Allowing Yuxiao to venture out alone posed a grave risk. Should he be inadvertently harmed, their heads would surely roll upon his return. Thus, the soul saint named Zhang Shui promptly exclaimed, "What is it? We will accompany you." Jiuxian fiddled with his spatial ring, adopting a child's tone, and replied nonchalantly, "I'm hungry. I want to go to the mountains behind and catch a rabbit to roast." "Hungry?" Zhang Shui looked bewildered. If memory serves, hadn't Yuxiao consumed 3 chickens and 2 bowls of rice before setting out? It hadn't even been a short while, and he was already hungry again? Observing his old friend's expression, Liang Li calmly pulled him aside to remain calm while he stepped forward. "Catching rabbits? There is no need for you, young master. Just give the order, and we shall handle it." Jiuxian suppressed his agitation and retorted, "You old geezers are quite devious. What if you secretly poison me? I must go myself." The 2 soul saints nearby silently rolled their eyes. Poison? They would only consider such a thing if they wished to extend their lives. If he insisted on going alone, then so be it. They feigned eagerness to accompany him, as if they were desperate to be involved. May the young master have a safe journey. After a prolonged wait, he finally heard a satisfactory response, waved his hand, and then vanished in a flash. Yuan Gao watched the young master sprint away, then glanced at the older, puffed-up soul saints and sighed. "You all wait here. I will follow him." Zhang Shui and Liang Li displayed some rationality. They understood that if anything were to happen to the young one, even if the Pope did not hold them responsible, the protective and fierce Dalu would surely seek accountability. Thus, upon hearing Yuan Gao's words, they nodded solemnly in agreement. Chapter 222. The Official Road Incident. A family, 2. On the official road to Wuhan City, the Shrek group dismounted from their carriage in an orderly fashion, observing the descending boulders and the knights struggling to withstand them. At that moment, Flinder's role came into play. He waved his hand, and several accompanying teachers immediately positioned themselves in front of their students. Flinder glanced around and waved again, prompting everyone behind him to unleash their martial souls in defense. Meanwhile, on the hillside to the left of the official road, Jiuxian was intercepted by Yuan Gao as he rushed to the scene. "Young master, I know you have regained your memories. What do you intend to do? Tell me, and I shall assist you." "Assist him?" Jiuxian licked his cracked lips and chuckled lightly. "It's likely to be my Uncle Guan acting. If you don't get fired by him, it will be a miracle. What can you do to help me? Just stay put." With that, he pushed Yuan Gao aside. Yuan Gao, undeterred, stepped forward. With such proximity, he could certainly sense the fluctuations of soul power nearby. After following his master for many years, he understood his character well. If he dared to interfere with his master's mission, he would undoubtedly face dismissal. However, since Jiuxian was the cherished child of his master, the outcome would be decidedly different. Yet, given the chaos below, how could his master possibly pay attention to Jiuxian? He grasped Jiuxian firmly, saying, "Your body truly cannot endure any more strain." Concerned for Xiao Haidang, Jiuxian could not calm himself to listen. He only felt Yuan Gao's incessant chatter was maddening. Agitated, he forcefully shrugged off Yuan Gao's grip. Taking advantage of Yuan Gao's unwillingness to harm him, he swiftly unleashed his martial soul. With a flick of his fan, Yuan Gao collapsed, eyes closed. "Yuan Gao, you have become far more emotional. This marks your transition into a more human-like state, as well as the beginning of your vulnerabilities." After murmuring this, he surveyed the desolate hillside, confirming no beasts lurked nearby, and used his Lingwen fan to hasten his pace towards the battlefield. His speed was already remarkable, and with the fan's enhancement, he arrived at the battlefield's center in mere moments. Observing Shrek, separated from the other academies by a massive boulder, Jiuxian was about to rush over when a thought struck him. Given the chaos during his amnesia, it was likely that the inhabitants of the Wuhan temple recognized him. With this realization, he retrieved a mask with jagged features and a simple black cloak. To be doubly safe, he also infused himself with the power of a head soulbone. Assured of his disguise, he flashed to Xiao Haitong's side. However, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the mysterious figure in black, Missouri Xiao Tang instinctively believed he was under attack. Yet, before he could shout a warning or retreat, he caught a faint fragrance in the air. He moved his lips, about to confirm the identity of the figure, when he noticed more boulders plummeting from above. He flexed his wrist, preparing to unleash his soul technique, only to see the mysterious figure pulling him behind and delivering punch after punch, shattering the falling boulders effortlessly. Such a commotion could not have gone unnoticed by the rest of Shrek. They shared the same bewilderment as Mo Xiaotang. Who was this person? How did he suddenly appear in their midst? Moreover, just moments ago, he had been assisting them. Chapter 223. The Official Road Incident. A family, 3. Seeing the members of Shrek fixated on him, Jiuxian feared he had been unmasked. He instinctively touched the icy metallic surface of his mask. Only upon feeling its coolness did he relax slightly. The mask remained intact, and even if they saw through his illusion, it would be of no consequence. Why should he feel intimidated? Those with confidence speak differently. Unlike this one, who stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. He raised an eyebrow, concealed from view, and remarked nonchalantly, in the face of grave danger, "Why are you all staring at me instead of keeping watch?" Upon hearing this, Daimui clenched his fists and coughed discreetly. They were on guard. It was merely his sudden appearance that had disrupted their vigilance. Moreover, his arrival had been so peculiar that had it not been for his recent actions, they would have already taken him into custody as a precaution. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, this mysterious figure had indeed aided them. Daimui cleared his throat, ready to express his gratitude, when his sharp gaze caught sight of another figure in black hurtling towards them from the air. This one resembled their companion, though not identical. It was evident they belonged to the same faction. Jiuxian noticed that Dalu Bai was staring blankly behind him, prompting him to follow the direction of his gaze. To his astonishment, the enemies had already launched their assault. With the sheer number of boulders he had just summoned, it was evident that their forces were substantial. He couldn't help but wonder if his mouth had been blessed before his arrival. In an instant, thousands of black-clad figures descended from the mountainside, landing in the vicinity of both Shrek and other academies. Ma Hongjun, momentarily stunned, glanced at the attacking black figures and then at the masked figure of Jiuxian. Surely, he was not in league with them, was he? Would he wait until they had dispatched those foes before striking from behind like a mantis stalking a cicada? After delivering a decisive blow, Jiuxian turned to tend to Xiao Haitang, all while recalling the words of the fatty. No, he had no intention of siding with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, yet he was indeed the child of a law enforcement elder from the Spirit Hall. However, revealing this truth now would undoubtedly lead to a brutal beating. After disposing of several adversaries dressed similarly to himself, Jiuxian cast a regretful glance at the hillside on the left side of the official road. Had he known that the Pope would mobilize such a large force? In addition to Uncle Guan's arrangements, he would have summoned Yuan Gao to assist them. Clutching his chest and swallowing hard, he surveyed the surroundings, preparing to devise a new strategy. With thousands of attacking black figures, each academy faced the challenge of confronting hundreds of foes, many of whom were spirit saints. Consequently, the fighting had become somewhat arduous for all but a few instructors. Observing the teachers who had rushed into battle, Jiuxian took a deep breath, securing Xiao Haidang before pushing Dalu Bai and Ma Hongjun to the rear. Channeling his soul power, he braced himself against the combined assault of 5 spirit masters charging towards them, and then released a multitude of small projectiles. This action left those behind Jiuxian puzzled. What did the mysterious figure intend? Was he attempting to impede their advance with these small beings, allowing for their counterattack? After all, there were numerous spirit saints among the enemy ranks. Would this tactic prove effective? Chapter 224, The Official Road Incident. A family for, upon witnessing the mysterious Jiuxian's seemingly unreliable scattering of beans, Tang Sin shook his head and readied his crossbow, aiming at the designated target. His eyes narrowed as he observed his companions preparing their shots in various directions. Just as he was about to call for the release, he noticed the small beans on the ground glowing and levitating in midair. To their astonishment, an even more shocking event unfolded. The beans scattered by Jiuxian erupted, morphing into distorted figures that crashed to the ground. Seeing his first experiment of summoning soldiers from beans succeed, Jiuxian grinned, pressing a hand to his chest as he whispered, after being suppressed for so long, "Here is your chance to unleash your true nature." The summoned soldiers responded with a couple of affirmations before launching themselves at the black-clad adversaries. As they fought with bare fists, the thrill of combat was palpable. Jiuxian glanced at Shrek's group, noting that each held a crossbow, yet stood motionless as if rooted to the spot. Unable to contain himself, he urged them, "What are you waiting for? Fire your crossbows." While his summoned soldiers were ethereal and formidable, their appearance consumed his soul power. 2 years prior, he could have easily engaged in a prolonged battle with them, but given his current condition, lasting even short what would be a feat, he retreated a few steps, seeking a safe position to avoid friendly fire. As another wave of black-clad figures charged past his soldiers, he gently tapped them on the shoulder, confidently commanding them to release. Instantly, a flurry of sounds erupted as Tang San's crossbow, designed with 16 strings, unleashed over 140 bolts. Though not all were as precise as Tang San, a significant number struck true. Witnessing the coordinated fall of numerous foes, Jiuxian clapped in appreciation, drawing Tang San's attention once more. This individual was peculiar. Upon entering, he had concealed himself thoroughly, adorned with a mask and illusion, clearly wary of revealing his identity. During the fray, he proved to be a powerful ally, showcasing strange yet potent abilities, yet he refrained from unleashing his martial spirit techniques. Reflecting on the assistance he had provided, Tang San offered Jiuxian a crossbow for self-defense, but Jiuxian declined. He had an abundance of such weapons within his storage ring. However, To maintain his disguise, he opted not to reveal them, and instead picked up a handful of stones. He recalled the words of the esteemed Professor Guilao. In my domain, there are no fixed techniques. Rather, consider how to wield flowers, leaves, grass, and stone as weapons. Having grasped this principle, he now understood how to transform even the simplest of objects into instruments of combat. With that thought, he flipped his palm and sent several stones flying, each striking a black-clad foe with remarkable precision. Though he appeared to exert little effort, each adversary struck fell without resistance. Chapter 225. The Official Road Incident. A family, 5 children witnessed my true skills, Jiuxian declared, gathering a handful of stones and unleashing them with a flick of his hand. Though seemingly effortless, every stone found its mark, incapacitating the black-clad figures. Tang San, who had been employing the purple extreme magic eye, observed every stone Jiuxian launched, 21 in total, each hitting its target without fail. His accuracy was nothing short of impressive, perhaps even superior, evoking memories of a certain individual known for remarkable precision in combat. As he pondered the potential connections between them, a commanding black-clad figure descended from above, exuding an aura of immense pressure. Although he did not release a soul ring, Jiuxian sensed the overwhelming force emanating from this individual, far surpassing that of the escort, Zhang Shui Liang, or Lu Erlong and Flender. However, it fell short of the levels found among the Douluo. If this individual were indeed a soul Douluo, he could unleash his terrifying martial spirit and easily dominate the battlefield. Yet, given his current state, he could not afford to expend any more soul power, lest he lose control over the turbulent energies within him. Glancing at the young Shrek members, he spoke in a relaxed manner. This formidable foe, I shall leave to you. Coordinate and engage him. Dai Mu Bai and Tang San exchanged a glance, and although they said nothing, they appreciated that someone was willing to assist them. There was no reason for them to expect continuous aid. Meanwhile, Yama and his companions had already formed a line and were launching a coordinated assault on the great eagle soul Douluo. Standing aside, he appeared to be merely a spectator with a smile on his face, but beneath his cloak, his hands were busy retrieving a pill from his storage ring. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly placed it in his mouth and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. Just as Jiuxian was about to conclude his breath regulation, the great eagle soul Douluo was brought down by the combined efforts of the Shrek team. The sound of a thud drew the attention of Flender and Lu Erlong, who were confronting others in the sky, and they, too, looked toward the cloaked figure. However, even though Flender was already a 79th level soul sage, defeating a soul Douluo was no simple task, especially considering the high-level soul masters from Shrek. Moreover, the great eagle's wings, which hung limply on the ground, seemed broken. Although he had his reservations about the Spear Hall, he could not deny that its members were well trained. A soul Douluo should not be so feeble. He stepped forward, regulating his spirit power. He glanced at Imo Xiao Tang, who curiously peeked out but showed no fear. And without hesitation, he pressed the child's fluffy head back down. Just as he did so, a gasp arose nearby. Imo Xiao Tang was pointing at the scene of the incident, urging him to look. Observing the child's innocent expression, Jiuxian swallowed and turned stiffly around. Chapter 226. The Incident on the Official Road, a Family Affair 6. Although it was strange that they had easily brought down a soul Douluo, it did not deter Imo Xiao Tang from tiptoeing to admire the outcome of their battle. Just as he was engrossed in watching, the disguised Jiuxian approached with a serious countenance, pulling him back and giving his head an unceremonious tug. Staring up at his brother, who was nearly a head taller, Imo Xiao Tang puffed out his cheeks in annoyance, seriously suspecting that his lack of height was largely due to his brother constantly ruffling his hair. Unbeknownst to him, Jiuxian, who had shed several layers of disguise, reflected on whether he had overly protected Imo Xiao Tang while accompanying his family. Had his excessive care led the child to naively believe that everyone was good? Otherwise, why did this child, upon seeing him, show no fear or even a hint of wariness? Surely it could not be due to any flaws in his disguise, could it? He looked at the clueless Imo Xiao Tang, reasoning that perhaps he had underestimated the child's intelligence, and he was more inclined to believe in the child's innocence. Meanwhile, Imo Xiao Tang, misunderstood for his intelligence, was focused on the soul, Dalu, and despite his gaze being fixed on his brother, he was still aware of the situation ahead. Quickly shaking his brother's arm, he pointed toward the other side, behind his brother. Seeing this, Jiuxian paused momentarily, shaking off his earlier thoughts of innocence, and turned to closely observe the scene surrounding the masked soul, Dalu. At some point, he noticed the golden wings of that soul, Dalu, glowing and trembling slightly. The great eagle soul, Dalu, with broken wings glowing. These significant keywords made Jiuxian raise an eyebrow, and he tapped his storage ring, already having an answer in mind. No wonder a formidable great eagle soul Dalu was so easily subdued. It all made sense now. Just as he opened his mouth to pull Imo Xiao Tang behind him to signal a retreat, he saw Xiao Wu hastily teleporting to the side of the soul, Dalu, seemingly intent on delivering a final blow. However, he sensed that this lively little rabbit was not yet a soul master, probably at most a level 39. Did she really dare to confront a soul Douluo alone? Did she not fear for her life? Just as he turned to call Tang Sen back, he saw Tang Sen had already unleashed his blue silvergrass. Unfortunately, the blue silvergrass failed to pull Xiao Wu back. Delayed by this, the kneeling great eagle soul Dalu was now prepared. Observing the girl who had barged in, a smile crept across his lips, as if to say they had enjoyed their fight and witnessed enough excitement. Now it was his turn to stretch his muscles. With a relaxed shoulder, he flapped his wings, ready to strike with a single move. Yet, even someone like Damu Bai, who had consumed the rare Qi Rong Tong Tianju, would not dare to claim he could withstand a blow from a soul Dalu, let alone Xiao Wu, who had not yet reached level 40 and had not taken any medicinal herbs. As she approached the soul Dalu, the overwhelming spirit power emanating from him rendered her unconscious, and the subsequent strike sent her flying. Witnessing this scene, everyone's heart sank. Tang San's eyes turned red as he unleashed a flurry of hidden weapons. Jiuxian sighed, pondering what on earth was happening. Chapter 227. The Incident on the Official Road, A Family Affair. 7. Jiuxian shook his head and, with hands clasped behind his back, was about to approach Xiao Wu when he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. Just as he contemplated this, a man clad in light armor and possessing a somewhat androgynous appearance appeared in the space before Xiao Wu. Jiuxian bit his lip and instinctively took a few steps back, hiding himself behind Imo Xiao Tang and the others. Imo Xiao Tang, noticing the scene, was somewhat perplexed but did not speak out. Instead, he nudged his frail body in front of Damu Bai, seeking to shield him, ensuring his brother could hide behind him. Jiuxian, however, had no time to pay attention to such matters. His mind was consumed with one pressing question. Why had Uncle Guan suddenly appeared? As a level 90-plus Douluo, wouldn't it be more fitting for him to assign tasks from above? Why come down personally? Although he had confidently asserted to Yuan Gao that he was not afraid of Uncle Guan, facing him now elicited a different emotion. He did not want Uncle Guan to recognize him or to learn that he was obstructing the smooth completion of this mission. He understood that Uncle Guan had been assigned by the Pope to deal with Shrek, and he had made a significant decision to do so. If he intervened, Uncle Guan would certainly refrain from acting. However, how could he explain his failure to complete the mission to Uncle Guan? But if he chose not to intervene, what would happen to the Shrek team? He couldn't just leave them behind and take Imo Xiao Tang away, could he? It was utterly vexing. He pinched his face, snapping back to reality, and suddenly realized that Damu Bai was now facing off against the previous soul, Dalu. Judging by the situation, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. He clenched his fists, ready to step forward, only to see Uncle Guan assertively wave his hand, sending that soul Douluo flying. Had Damu Bai consumed the Qi Rong Tong Tianju? Wait, had Damu Bai actually taken it? It should have been one of the divine herbs brought back by Tang San during his last visit. He didn't seem to show any signs of having consumed it. Damu Bai's physique should have undergone a significant transformation. Remembering what Xiao Haidang had mentioned, Damu Bai had broken through his bottleneck after consuming the celestial herb and subsequently attained a 4th-level soul power upon obtaining the soul ring. This implies that the extraordinary Qirong Tong Tianju he had given to his Uncle Guan must possess effects that are only enhanced not diminished. His Uncle Juan, currently at the pinnacle of the title Douluo at level 95, also known as the Extreme Douluo, might indeed leap to level 99 if he were to consume the Qirong Tantianju. Should he then consider bestowing a similar herb upon his ghost uncle as well? Lost in thought, he observed Uncle Guan and Daimao Bai engaged in a heated argument, with the soul interjecting reminders. Watching Uncle Guan's dilemma as he sought to accept Daimao Bai as a disciple, yet was burdened by the conditions set forth by Daimao Bai, Jiuxian couldn't help but chuckle softly. This light-hearted laughter stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere, drawing the attention of many around him. Jiuxian adjusted his mask and cleared his throat. Meanwhile, Yu Guan furrowed his brow at the tightly wrapped figure of Jiuxian, feeling an uncanny resemblance to his child. However, his child had embarked on a journey half a month ago, and considering the time elapsed, they should have returned to the Wuhan Hall by now. Thus, it was impossible for this person to be his dear Jiu. It must be a mere figment of his worry for Jiu. In Chapter 228, the official road incident, it is a family matter. In that case, I promise you. How about if I only kill one person among you? Yu Guan retracted his gaze, internally pondering the delay of their arrival, while casually addressing Daimao Bai. Only one person to be killed? Now that is indeed a favorable concession. But our Shrek is a collective. We cannot afford to lose anyone. Without hesitation, Daimao Bai firmly rejected the proposition. No. Yet beside him, Tang San nodded resolutely, declaring, if you release my companions, I will take my own life. Little San, brother. Two voices rose in unison. Despite being mere titles, their meaning was unmistakably clear. They opposed this transaction. With the second refusal, Yu Guan raised an eyebrow, somewhat pleased that his child had attracted such loyal friends. However, the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, casting a discreet glance behind him, feeling increasingly restless. Where were they? If this continued, how would he conclude this matter? As for Jiuxian, who observed the unfolding events, a sudden wave of emotion surged within him, and he felt a tightness in his chest. Unbeknownst to him, an individual he once cherished came to mind. Initially, he had been at odds with this person, adhering to the principle of differing paths, not converging. Yet, recognizing the formidable nature of that individual, he altered his approach, feigning camaraderie. His insincere brotherly address was merely a ruse to lower the other's guard and pursue his own misdeeds, yet that person took it to heart. Despite admonitions to abandon his violent ways, whenever trouble arose, that individual was always the first to stand before him. How long had it been since such a loyal scapegoat had appeared? 18 years or 19? The specifics eluded him. But he knew that individual had long since faded from his life. Unlike his amnesiac state, each recollection of that person now left him feeling hollow and sorrowful. Yet, he could not discern the source of his grief. Gradually, as he regained his senses, he began to suspect the reason, but he hesitated to confront the truth. Hearing the sounds of conflict nearby, Jiuxian exhaled deeply and shook his head vigorously. This was not the moment for such chaotic thoughts. He lifted his gaze and immediately noticed a commotion ahead, with people suddenly gathering around. Upon drawing closer, he found it was Tang San. Before he could inquire about the situation, Emo, shouting, sensing something amiss, leaned closer and whispered, "It seems that the Douluo has grown impatient with us and has unleashed a soul skill against Little San. Yuan has made his move?" Jiuxian glanced again at Tang San, reasoning that a Douluo strike should be significantly impactful. Recalling how Tang San's father had dealt with Zhao Wujia without even using a soul skill, he observed that Tang San appeared merely to have received a punch to the stomach, while Xiao Wu seemed more severely injured. He turned his attention to the storage ring, puzzled, and looked towards Yu Guan. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Yu Guan was aware of his enrollment at Shrek. Yuan Gao had visited him and surely knew he had established good relations with the group at Shrek. This piece of information, though seemingly insignificant, was likely conveyed to Yu Guan by Yuan Gao. If the Pope had commanded his Uncle Guan to handle the Shrek 7, it was evident that Uncle Guan, having been suspected by the Pope, could not refuse. Yet, Uncle Guan was exceptionally indulgent towards him, knowing that Shrek comprised his dear friends. How would he bring harm to them? If he considered that Uncle Guan might have overlooked his amnesia and consequently did not regard Shrek as friends. Then targeting this group of youths would be inconceivable. Uncle Guan was not that kind of person. He approached Tang San, checking his pulse and pressing on his bones. Indeed, he had merely been struck once, with no internal injuries. The truth became clear as he looked towards Yu Guan. After piecing together the events, he reflected on Yu Guan's actions. His uncle was not one to dally. The prolonged inaction and his lingering with the Shrek youths were decidedly abnormal. Moreover, despite Tang San having been hit, the injury was not critical, indicating that Uncle Guan had no intention of truly harming them. After all, Shrek was his friend. He did not dwell on this further, but instead observed Uncle Guan, who seemed to be seeking reasons to delay. After a while, he noticed a troubling detail. His ghost uncle was absent. Furthermore, as he sensed, his ghost uncle was not nearby. A few others lurked in the vicinity, their intentions unclear. Nevertheless, since those few were not as formidable as his Uncle Guan, they were of little consequence. Returning to the matter at hand, it was customary for the Pope to summon both him and his ghost uncle for tasks, given their formidable soul fusion skill, making them nearly invincible. Thus, it was expected that his ghost uncle would have arrived as well. The reason for his absence, now likely tied to Uncle Guan's strategy. Given Uncle Guan's support, he could not simply stand idly by. Since Uncle Guan was waiting, he resolved to accompany him and see this scene through to its conclusion. With determination, he clenched his fist and dashed towards Uncle Guan, delivering an unapologetic punch. As a Douluo, Yu Guan easily evaded the strike, moving with a casual grace as he engaged with the cloaked figure. Certainly, to ensure the scene appeared inconspicuous, they executed their performances with remarkable flair. Those above feigned expertise, while those below watched with palpable anxiety, especially knowing that the figure in black was none other than his brother, Jiuxian. His heart raced with trepidation. However, Jiuxian did not dwell on such matters. He lowered his voice and inquired of his Uncle Guan how the Douluo would account for the completion of the task upon returning to the Pope. "You need not worry about my reputation," Uncle Guan retorted, seemingly sensing the tension. After Jiuxian articulated his thoughts on the plan, he was met with a swift kick that sent him stumbling back several steps. Though the kick was not delivered with full force, it nonetheless stirred his blood. With a slight adjustment of his soul power, he quickly regained his composure. Truly, Douluo's strength was masterfully measured, as evidenced by the precision of his strike. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jiuxian glanced at the bright light emerging in the sky and grasped the hand of Jiuxian, who had come to support him. In Chapter 230, titled The Official Road Incident, a family, Douluo's prowess was evident as he executed his moves with perfect timing. Jiuxian, still recovering from the earlier blow, pondered Uncle Guan's sudden silence. Uncle Guan flexed his wrist and commanded the formidable Inghan Doa, Lord Lodia. Without hesitation, "It seems we have delayed long enough. Lodia, take action and resolve this." Upon hearing this, Lodia's eyes sparkled with excitement. For their eccentric Douluo had finally recognized the urgency of the mission and was prepared to engage. "Yes, my lord," Lodia replied, charging fiercely towards Shrek, intent on a swift resolution, aware that he could not sustain his martial spirit for much longer. Nevertheless, his relentless assault remained formidable as he pressed on. Witnessing this, Franda was poised to assist Lu ere long in defense, yet their troubles were far from resolved. The two black-clad figures they had previously encountered now stood, ready to intervene against anyone attempting to thwart their brother. Consequently, Shrek's youthful members found themselves in dire straits. With Xiao Wu severely injured on the ground, and Tang San still reeling from the earlier blows, how could the remaining 5 hope to confront such a powerful spirit master? Just as Franda began to worry, Jiuxian, clad in black, bravely stepped forward to intercept the lethal strike. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself against the onslaught. While he wondered why Uncle Guan's reinforcements had not yet arrived, 3 radiant lights appeared in the sky. He focused, recalling a familiar yet distant title, the Dragon Snake Couple. During his contemplation, Long Gong swung his serpent staff, disrupting Lodia's attack, and boldly declared to Uncle Guan, "With us here, no one shall harm these children." Although they had successfully interrupted the incoming assault, Jiuxian could not help but critique their situation. While legend spoke of their martial soul fusion skill rivaling that of a titled Dalu, they were merely a 6-ring and an 8-ring spirit master. In contrast, Uncle Guan was a true 95-level titled Dalu, and his ghostly uncle was already en route. Should Uncle Guan choose to intervene, the dragon snake couple would be insignificant in his eyes. However, considering their ability to buy him some time, he refrained from voicing his concerns. As he observed Mo Xiaodang rushing to support him, he steadied himself and clasped her hand in return. The turmoil within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. It seemed Uncle Guan had begun to harbor suspicions about him, but owing to his amnesia, he believed it improbable for him to appear here and had not revealed his martial soul. Thus, he merely suspected, without fully believing that he was Jiuxian. However, he knew that his ghostly uncle, with his calm and rational demeanor, would not be swayed without adequate reason. Once a hint of doubt emerged, he would seize upon it to uncover the truth. Moreover, it was time for Yuan Gao to awaken, and Liang Li and the others would soon come searching for him. In Chapter 231, titled The Official Road Incident, a family, the weight of Uncle Guan's suspicion, his ghostly uncle's rationality, and the impending arrival of Yuan Gao and Liang Li all contributed to his growing unease. After all, aside from Uncle Guan and his ghostly uncle, if Liang Li and the others arrived, his cover would be completely blown, putting not only him but also Uncle Guan and his ghostly uncle in jeopardy with the Pope. Therefore, to mitigate any potential fallout, he resolved to withdraw before the situation escalated. With that thought in mind, he placed his other hand on the muscular arm of Xiao Haitang. As his fingers brushed over her wrist, tracing the soul guide device, he steadied his hand and made a few discreet gestures in her palm. Observing the dragon snake couple engaging Uncle Guan, he gently patted Xiao Haitang's shoulder. He then stealthily retreated a few steps, taking advantage of the distraction to execute several swift movements, vanishing down the corridor in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaodang, aware that her brother was about to depart, felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she watched him disappear once more. Lately, she often found herself gazing at his departing silhouette, her heart increasingly unsettled. With her back to the group, she clasped her hands together and bowed her head in silent prayer for her brother's safety. As for her own unease, she did not wish to pray for her own well-being. After all, compared to the extraordinary Jiuxian, she felt far less significant. However, Mo Xiaodang believed one should not be greedy in their prayers, focusing instead on a single individual. She sensed that misfortune could be imminent, but she trusted that if danger truly approached, her brother would come to protect her, just as he had today. Thus, she prayed for him to remain unharmed. Meanwhile, her ever-watchful companion, Tao Zi, noticed her despondent demeanor and shared in her unease. On the hillside to the left of the official road, as Jiuxian shed his attire, he heard the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps. In this area, aside from those who, like him, sought to frolic while traveling, most would opt for the more accessible official road. Therefore, the noise could only belong to Liang Li and the others. He quickly crouched down, shaking Yuan Gao to rouse him. To attract their attention, he called out, his voice rising in urgency, "Uncle Yuan, what's wrong? Wake up, please don't scare me." Moments later, Liang Li and the others rushed over, startled to find the tearful Jiuxian and the unmoving Yuan Gao on the ground. What on earth happened? They were taken aback. Jiuxian had prepared his lines in advance, and, having discreetly pinched himself to feign tears, explained in a soft, innocent voice, "I set out to catch rabbits, and Uncle Yuan arrived to accompany me. However, after a prolonged search, we failed to find any. Considering you all were waiting for us, we decided to head back home." Unexpectedly, at this juncture, Jiuxian deliberately paused, taking a moment to wipe away non-existent tears while vigorously rubbing his eyes before continuing. Suddenly, a masked man emerged, swiftly incapacitating both Uncle Yuan and me. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself staring at Uncle Yuan. Chapter 232, Matters Resolved. Return to Wuhan City. 1. Suddenly, a masked man had attacked, rendering Uncle Yuan and me unconscious. When I awoke, I was concerned for Uncle Yuan's safety. Jiuxian pretended to wipe away tears, stifling sobs to mimic the sorrow of a 6-year-old child. Listening to him, Liang Li and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Hastily crouching down to check for signs of distress and to take pulses, given Jiuxian's claim that the masked man had also incapacitated him, Liang Li conducted a series of precautionary examinations. After a stick of incense had burned down, the 4 soul saints finally reached a conclusion. There was nothing amiss. Uncle Yuan had merely been knocked unconscious. As for why Uncle Yuan, a formidable adult, had not awakened as swiftly as Jiuxian, it pertained to the degree of force employed by the masked man. Presumably, seeing Jiuxian as a mere child, he refrained from using excessive force. Conversely, Uncle Yuan, being a robust man, may have been struck with insufficient intensity, resulting in the current situation. What should we do now? Should we wait for Uncle Yuan to awaken before departing? This question was posed by Zhang Shui. Without a moment's thought, Jiuxian answered directly, insisting they should hasten back. Firstly, they had not rushed back before Uncle Yuan, which seemed somewhat suspicious. Secondly, his body was nearing its limits. However, he could not afford to succumb to his condition here. He needed to retreat and address it privately. Otherwise, he would have a difficult time explaining to the Pope, particularly since heading out to catch a rabbit had culminated in a chaotic disturbance of his soul power. Not only would the astute Pope doubt his story, but he himself would struggle to justify it. Furthermore, after enduring such strain for a prolonged period, his body would require several days to recuperate, and with the finals approaching, he could not afford to expose any weaknesses during the competition. Thus, he resolved to minimize delays on the journey. He cast a glance at Zhang Shui, who had already shouldered Uncle Yuan, channeling his soul power to accompany them on their way. The journey had progressed swiftly since no disturbances had arisen, and the atmosphere was relatively peaceful. However, just as they were nearing Wuhan City, a minor incident occurred. This was not related to Uncle Yuan's awakening, for he had regained consciousness the day after their journey began. Although he had been treated cruelly by an unscrupulous master, he had tacitly accepted Jiuxian's words, as they were allies. The minor incident transpired as they returned to Wuhan City after traveling for 7 or 8 days, leading to the following scene. Young Master Yu, what troubles you? As they approached the city, Liang Li noticed the child staring blankly at a certain spot and waved his hand in front of Jiuxian, inquiring. Jiuxian pressed his lips together and remained silent, merely retracting his gaze as they entered Wuhan City. Though his expression was calm, his heart was anything but. He was perplexed by the familiar figure he had seen outside the city. Could it have been her? That individual was far too recognizable. Yet she had been absent for 2 years. Flinder had mentioned her departure as a leave of absence, but the duration remained unverified. During his amnesia, he had visited Shrek several times and had spoken with Xiao Haitang about events that transpired in his absence, yet she had not appeared in any of those accounts. As the finals approached, would she suddenly return after such a long absence? If it truly was her, would she participate in the competition? Chapter 233, Matters Resolved. Return to Wuhan City. 2. Was that person truly her? If so, why had she not gathered with Shrek to set out together? Why had she chosen to return only for the finals? Would she compete? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiuxian gazed ahead at the magnificent Wuhan Hall, shaking his head to dispel the distractions. He then observed the 4 soul saints hastily making their way towards the Wuhan Hall. This urgency was no exaggeration. The 4 soul saints were genuinely excited to sprint towards the hall upon its sight. He let out a sigh. In the realm of recruitment, the Pope could lay claim to the first position, with no one daring to challenge her supremacy. However, rather than lamenting others' prowess, he ought to be more concerned about his own situation. After all, having returned from a tumultuous journey, certain individuals needed to exercise their memory and eloquence. If all went well, they would return unscathed. If not, he would find himself beset by new challenges awaiting resolution. At Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, surveying the 4 individuals kneeling before her in the great hall. She gestured for Hulaina, who stood beside her throne, to withdraw. Hulaina hesitated, for she was Bibi Dong's most trusted disciple, personally selected as the holy maiden destined to inherit the Pope's position. Consequently, Bibi Dong had taken her along for recent matters, allowing her to learn at her side. Thus, when suddenly asked to leave, Hulaina was caught off guard, observing Bibi Dong's unwavering gaze fixed upon the four individuals. Hulaina began to form conjectures. However, Bibi Dong was a person who allowed her disciples considerable freedom in matters that pleased her, as long as they did not encroach upon her boundaries. Some matters required discretion. Knowing when to refrain from probing was essential. After bidding farewell to Hulaina quietly retreated. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed slightly as she regarded the four individuals before her. The art of dealing with people was a profound study. She ought not to have dismissed Hulaina, yet the inquiries today pertained to Jiuxian. That child held a significant concern for the lad from the Yu Guan family, and, as the saying goes, worry begets confusion. Thus, this discussion might lead her to lose her composure. Once Hulaina had completely departed, Bibi Dong tapped the metallic armrest of her throne and slowly inquired. With only 4 or 5 days until the finals, why have you arrived so late? Zhang Shui, kneeling first, responded, Your Holiness, young Master Yu, is quite capricious, indulging in play along the way, which caused significant delays. Bibi Dong found this explanation plausible. After all, a child lacking reason would hardly be composed and rational. It was entirely normal for a child to be whimsical and playful. Oh, what sort of mischief has the child been up to? Bibi Dong's tone rose slightly, sending a chill down the spine. However, Liang Li, displaying considerable courage, dared to glance up and suddenly realized that while the Pope's tone was inquisitive, her gaze remained lowered as she absent-mindedly toyed with her fingers, seemingly indifferent. Liang Li, having long ceased to think, assumed the Pope was merely concerned about the well-being of her eldest child. Yet, if Yuguan Gue Mi were present, he would recognize this as one of the Pope's customary tactics. Let one guard down and elicit the most genuine words, or perhaps deliver a fatal blow after disarming their vigilance. In Chapter 234, within the city of Wuhuan, a confrontation unfolds. The Pope's nonchalant demeanor, if witnessed by Yue Guangyi, would reveal that this is a tactic he frequently employs, disarming others to extract truth or to strike decisively when their defenses are lowered. However, the simple-minded Liang Li was oblivious to such nuances. Kneeling on one knee, he responded that he had been engaged in games of hide-and-seek, flower-picking, and barbecuing. Listening to the accounts from his old companions, Zhang Shui interjected, noting that the rest were merely trivial antics, with a slight mishap occurring on their return. Upon hearing that particular term, a glimmer of light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Grasping her scepter with her left hand and tapping her knee with her right, she languidly inquired about the mishap. Her tone remained unhurried, yet carried an unsettling gravity. The four present felt a chill run down their spines. After all, Yue Guangyi, as the law enforcement elder and a trusted aide to the Pope, would naturally garner additional attention for their child. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to accompany him. Yet, with a sole emperor like Yuan Gao and 4 soul saints providing protection, the young master still encounter mishap. This inevitably raises questions about their capabilities and methods. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhang Shui felt a layer of sweat form on his palms. Liang Li, being a good brother, noticed Zhang Shui's nervousness and quickly jumped in to clarify. Yes, it was a minor incident. On their way back, Tian Gao and the young master had gone out to catch rabbits and were ambushed. To avoid any misunderstandings from the Pope, he promptly added that the young master was merely knocked unconscious and was not seriously harmed. However, this was of little concern to Bibi Dong. Narrowing her eyes, she fired off a rapid series of questions. Where did this occur, at what time, and did they have any description of the assailant? The tone of her inquiries had shifted significantly, bringing a sigh of relief from Zhang Shui, who, along with his companions, provided their responses. The incident took place 7 days prior, on the hillside to the left of the official road on their way back. According to the young master, the assailant appeared to be of similar height, likely a youth cloaked in black, possessing considerable strength. The mention of the youth from several days earlier made Bibi Dong's fingers, resting on her knee, clench tightly. She pursed her lips, inhaled slowly, and said, "Very well. You may return for now. Once Yu Guan and the others have returned, I shall discuss this matter with them. Hearing that they could leave without further issue, the expressions of Zhang Shuai and his companions brightened, and they hurriedly took their leave. That afternoon, Yu Guan and Gi returned in low spirits, concerned for their child, and thus did not head straight to the Wuhuan Palace, but instead returned to their official residence. Upon sensing their return, Yu Jiuxian greeted his uncles with a smile as he opened the door. Uncle Guan, Uncle Gue, you have finally returned. Relieved to see his child safe, Yu Guan ruffled Yu Jiuxian's hair affectionately, asking, "Did you have fun?" The tone he used to coax the child made Yu Jiuxian's temples throb. After allowing his uncles to enter, he glanced outside, ensuring only Yuan Gao was present before closing the door. "It was all right," he responded nonchalantly, casting a glance at the two uncles seated on the chair. Not forgetting the purpose of his outing, he retrieved a small wooden box containing pills from his spatial ring and handed it to Yu Guan. "By the way, Uncle Guan, this is for you." In Chapter 235, Yu Guan instinctively opened the box upon receiving it, discovering a dark pill inside. He raised an eyebrow, suspecting it was a prank from the child, and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Didn't I give you a miraculous herb, the Tong Tianju, previously? This medicinal herb has quite a potent essence, so when you take it, this pill will help moderate its effects," Yu Jiuxian explained calmly from his position on the bed. Hearing this, Yu Guan and Gi exchanged looks, their expressions shifting as Yu Guan took a moment to regain his composure before speaking. His tone was a blend of surprise, concern, and uncertainty as he asked, "You've recovered?" Without hesitation, Yu Jiuxian replied, "Yes, I have." On the way back, he contemplated whether he should inform his uncles of his well-being, knowing their attitudes toward him would make such news beneficial. However, upon returning and observing the demeanor of the Four Soul Saints, he felt apprehensive, fearing they might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate. Thus, he decided it was prudent to keep his uncles informed, alleviating their worries and ensuring they would not be caught off guard when questioned by the Pope. With the child back to health, Gi and Yu Guan opted to directly inquire about the situation from the individual involved. "I heard that you and Yuan Gao were attacked by black-clad assailants on your way back." Upon hearing this question, Yu Jiuxian shook his head vehemently. "No, that is a fabrication." "A fabrication?" Yu Guan, puzzled, looked at Yu Jiuxian, unable to comprehend why such a rumor would circulate if no attack had occurred. Yu Jiuxian licked his chapped lips and slowly disclosed a revelation that left his uncles visibly shocked. "That day, it was me who faced Uncle Guan." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan gasped, his heart racing in disbelief. What? Though he had not used his full strength, he had exerted a considerable portion of it, while the young child had not even summoned his martial spirit, yet had managed to endure his attack barehanded. Initially, he had thought the child possessed some skill, but now, all he felt was overwhelming worry. He quickly moved to examine the child, only for Yu Jiuxian to evade him, reassuring him repeatedly that he was fine until their anxiety began to dissipate. Noticing their troubled expressions, Yu Jiuxian swiftly shifted the topic. "Uncle Guan, you haven't met the Pope yet, have you?" They had intended to visit their child first before seeking an audience with her, unaware that their child was so capable, leaving them astonished. Yu Guan replied with a hint of annoyance, "Not yet. We'll go see her shortly." Yet, Yu Jiuxian remained indifferent to such matters. His uncles were formidable and decisive in the outside world, but at home, they were as ordinary as anyone else. Sipping tea and chatting leisurely, if he were present, there would also be the usual sibling rivalry. After resuming his seat, he looked at them with concern. "Uncle Guan, what will happen if you fail your mission?" Understanding the child's fear that they might face the Pope's wrath due to him, Yu Guan suppressed his chill and replied, "At most, we'll receive a reprimand." At this, Yu Jiuxian fell into silence, uncertain of whether to believe such reassurances. In Chapter 236, after a brief pause, Yu Jiuxian solemnly instructed Uncle Guan, "If the Pope inquires about the black-clad assailants, steer the conversation toward the ones I impersonated." Although the details matched time, place, and individuals, Yu Guan hesitated, concerned that this might expose Yu Jiuxian. Yu Jiuxian gazed out at the azure sky beyond the window. For many years, Although he had never had direct contact or conversation with the Pope, he had gleaned some understanding of him through the words of his Uncle Guan and Uncle Gay. Gradually, he realized that the Pope bore a striking resemblance to his former self in certain aspects. If they were similar, wasn't it clear how to deal with the Pope? He leaned back on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly, and gave his Uncle Guan a resolute answer. It was feasible, given that his child was so certain. They would follow suit. After all, if anything went awry, they would bear the consequences. However, as he looked at the weary child before him, Guan questioned, "Do you intend to continue this charade indefinitely? If so, it would be better to strike him directly and let him become truly foolish." He straightened his posture and shared some of his future plans with Uncle Guan. "I won't maintain this facade forever. Once the finals are over, my plan will be complete." Complete after the finals? What about the time leading up to it? Guan cast a silent glance at the lingering figure of Gui Mei, ensuring that the person was still present, and then asked his child in a hushed tone, "What do you intend to do?" Jiuxian lowered his gaze. To be honest, he had never considered revealing the details of his plans to his two uncles. Had he not feared that the Four Souls Saints might encounter unforeseen circumstances, he would not have disclosed that he had regained his senses. Guan, having raised him, could somewhat discern his thoughts. He sighed and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. Why don't you tell us when you regained your awareness?" There was nothing to conceal in this regard. Jiuxian replied straightforwardly, "I woke up 2 months after falling unconscious." That incident, reflecting on the previously tense atmosphere, Guan teased with a smile, "You certainly have a lot of courage." Gui Mei, on the other hand, was less attuned to such nuances. He looked at Jiuxian and doused him with a bucket of cold water. "Shrek is also participating in the finals. What do you plan to do? Face them?" Jiuxian nodded, affirming, "Of course, I must face them. What else can I do? There will be numerous troubles on the Pope's side." Although Gui Mei was a mood dampener, he genuinely cared for Jiuxian. "If you don't wish to, we can." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian quickly interrupted, "No, Uncle Guan, Uncle Gui. No need. No need. Why?" Jiuxian clasped his hands behind his back and pinched himself in a place they could not see, instantly regaining some clarity. He organized his thoughts and explained to them, "You have done enough for me. Over the years, I have been quite lazy, and it is time for me to handle my own affairs instead of relying on you." However, this reasoning clearly could not suffice as a justification for rejecting the support of Guan and Gui Mei. "You are our child. What is wrong with us providing you with support?" Upon hearing this, Jiuxian shook his head, forcing a smile. "Uncle Guan, you know I do not wish to burden you." At this point, he paused, glancing at the expressions on his uncle's faces. Biting his lip, he continued, "Although you have never spoken of my origins, I can guess that you have done more than enough for me." This revelation took both Guan and Gui Mei by surprise. They had thought they concealed it well, not realizing how perceptive this child was. Guan closed his eyes, his gaze filled with solemnity. After a deep breath, he opened his eyes again and said to the child before him, "Very well, you may proceed as you see fit. But know that we will always stand by your side. We are your support." Gui Mei was taken aback by his brother's words, but did not refute them. After all, the child had grown, and they were aging as well. They could not always be the child's shield, nor could the child be hindered in their progress because of them. Seeing his uncle's acceptance, Jiuxian smiled and replied, "I understand," just as he was about to remind them that they needed to report to the Pope. Guan and Gui Mei stood up and spoke again. "We have one final question." "What?" Jiuxian looked at them in confusion. Hadn't they already asked everything? He reflected inwardly, wondering if he had overlooked something. Before he could ponder further, Guan continued, "About your health." "Ah, it was about his health." Jiuxian shrugged, responding with a relaxed tone, "I have ways to suppress it. As long as I don't overindulge, I should be fine for another 10 years. Although 10 years was still a short span for someone of his age, it was considerably longer than the 2 years mentioned by the Pope. However, knowing the nature of children, they understood that not overindulging was quite unlikely. Thus they asked, "What if you do overindulge?" "If I overindulge?" Jiuxian pinched his fingertips, hesitating as he said, "Perhaps a few days, at most a few months." The disparity in this timeline nearly left both Dalu speechless, almost causing them to faint. No wonder he claimed he could live for 10 years if he didn't overindulge, yet mentioned only 2 years. It seemed he had already resigned himself to the fact that he would inevitably overindulge. Yuguan took a deep breath, thinking that ultimately, living life according to one's desires was more important. He lifted his eyelids wearily and said, "As long as you are happy." Jiuxian forced a smile. After expressing himself, he had considered various possible outcomes. He had imagined his Uncle Guan flying into a rage, scolding him for being too reckless. He had anticipated numerous scenarios, but never expected that his uncle would simply say that his happiness was paramount. Sniffling, he retrieved a small red-purple box from his storage ring, resembling the one he had given to Uncle Guan. "By the way, Uncle Gue, this is for you." Gue Mei reached out to take it, opened it, and discovered that its contents were identical to the small black pill in the box given to Yuguan. However, he wondered why he received this when he had not consumed the Qi Rong Tong Tianju. Jiuxian, noticing his uncle's puzzled expression, clarified, though they appear similar, their effects differ. This elixir strengthens the body. He had concocted it using other Qi Rong Tong Tianju after obtaining the storage ring. Originally, it was intended for Uncle Guan, but by a twist of fate, he had given Uncle Guan a genuine immortal herb. After acquiring the storage ring, he had experimented with some herbs to create pills from his past life. Approximately 10 years later, his skills had dulled, resulting in numerous failures. The pill he had given to Xiao Haidang was among his first successful concoctions. Subsequently, he took time to organize the storage ring and selected some relatively intact Qi Rong Tong Tianju for further refinement. When Yuan Gao sought him out last time, he had been in the midst of preparation and had not yet succeeded. After perfecting it, he had failed to find an opportune moment to present it, so it remained in the storage ring. Later, after inexplicably losing his memory, although he returned to Wuhuan City, he had forgotten everything except for the enjoyment of life. During the sunset journey, he had inadvertently noticed that his Uncle Guan's martial spirit bore a striking resemblance to the immortal herb in his storage ring, prompting him to gift his uncle a genuine immortal herb. Upon regaining consciousness later, he contemplated the matter. Having given everything, he carefully stored away the refined elixir. After all, the mystical herb could yield unexpected effects, yet consuming an excessive amount at once would be unwise. As the adage goes, even medicine contains its poison. Thus, he seized this opportunity to seek out a remedy for Uncle Guan's ailments. He did not waste the elixir. On his way back, he tinkered with it for quite some time, enhancing its potency and preparing to present it to his Uncle Gue at the opportune moment. Today, with the atmosphere conducive to such a gesture, it seemed fitting to offer medicine. However, upon learning it was a tonic for strength, Gue Mei glanced at it and returned it directly to Jiuxian. Although unaware of how their child had acquired such items, it was evident that he appeared to be in greater need. Jiuxian did not accept it, simply stating, "It would be of no use to me. Uncle Gue, please keep it." Upon hearing these words, Gue Mei ceased his objections and quietly accepted the small box, recognizing it as a token of the child's goodwill, especially since Yuguan had also contributed. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door from Yuan Gao outside. "Sir, the Pope is calling for you." Upon hearing this, Yuguan gently patted the child's shoulder, saying, "You've been traveling for quite some time. Rest well while we head to the Pope." Jiuxian nodded eagerly, responding affirmatively. Watching them depart and hearing the door close with a soft click, Jiuxian settled cross-legged against the wall, focusing his mind and calming his breath. After a considerable time, he suddenly opened his eyes, raised a hand to his chest, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground, appearing as though he had emerged from water. Since returning, he had been attempting to adjust his internal energy, but just moments ago, Yuguan and the others had unexpectedly returned. He did not wish for Yuguan to discover his injuries, so he had forcibly suppressed half of his adjusted energy back down. Heaven knows this was no different from the practice of martial arts. Had it not been for Uncle Guan's swift departure, he might have been exposed. Fortunately, that was not the case. Nevertheless, he feared the days ahead would be quite challenging. He wondered if he would recover before the finals in a few days. An unsettling feeling lingered within him, and he hoped to navigate through it all smoothly. 2 days later, Shrek and the other 14 teams, under the guidance of the Cardinal, arrived grandly in Wuhuan City. Since their resting place was located in a hotel to the west of the city, They observed many sights along the way. Among the astonishment, they would undoubtedly summarize their impressions with the phrase, heavily fortified, all citizens are soldiers. However, one person felt differently, Mo Xiaotang. She had also poked her head out of the carriage, squinting her eyes to survey the unfamiliar city, yet she did not feel particularly moved. Unlike her companion's expressions of wonder, she was preoccupied with thoughts of what her brother had mentioned last time at the Tiando tea house. He had spoken of joining an academy, though she was unaware of which one had the fortune to attract him. She envied them for being able to fight alongside him. After a brief incense sticks time, the 15 soul masters from Tiando arrived at their dwelling, which had not been opened for 3 days. As the head of Shrek Academy, Franda collected the keys to their rooms at the front desk. Once the cardinal departed, Franda distributed the keys to his students and discreetly advised, just in case, we should occupy the same floor, 2 to a room, with all rooms adjacent. If anything arises, call for us. Understood. They were all aware of the experiences they had encountered on their journey. Hearing the dean's instructions, the Shrek students replied in unison. Franda, well aware of the nature of their academy, observed them congregating in the hall like a rowdy crowd and promptly wave his hand. All right, if there are no issues, you may disperse. Mo Xiaotang nodded and glanced at the room number on her key, heading toward her room with Ma Hongjun. Along the way, she noticed that Tao Zi, seemingly distracted, instinctively inquired, Xiao Tian, where are you going? Hearing the familiar voice, Mo Xiaotang rubbed her temples. I'm just going to rest for a while. Observing the dark circles under her eyes and her tone of impatience, Tao Zi replied apologetically, then you should hurry. Mo Xiaotang nodded and proceeded to her room. As she walked away, Xiao Wu, having finished her conversation with someone else, wrapped her arm around Tao Zi's, asking, What's wrong between you and Xiaotang? Is there something on your mind? Something on my mind? At that moment, fragmented images flickered through Tao Zi's mind. I see those around me hesitating, she said. Xiao Wu quickly added, if it's inconvenient to discuss, then never mind. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I just can't shake the feeling that something significant will happen in Wuhuan City. Upon hearing this, Tao Zi shook her head and explained to Xiao Wu, who was also a soul beast. Master said that the Royal Academy, which is guaranteed admission by Tiando, is not to be taken lightly. But we must not underestimate the team guaranteed by Wuhuan Hall. However, to Xiao Wu, it seemed that those from Wuhuan Hall were not particularly formidable. Although her sense of foreboding was unrelated to what Xiao Wu had mentioned, hearing her words lifted Tao Zi's spirits. As for the ominous feelings, why should she let them trouble her? When challenges arise, they would meet them. With a sigh of relief, she pulled Xiao Wu toward Tang San and cheerfully said, Let us not dwell on these gloomy topics. By the way, Xiao Wu, have you and Xiao San? Before she could finish her sentence, an earth-shattering shout interrupted. The carefully cultivated mood shattered, and Xiao Wu, bewildered, asked, What happened now? Tao Zi sighed in exasperation. The two girls had finally begun to discuss a somewhat embarrassing topic, only to be interrupted so abruptly. She gritted her teeth and declared, Fatty, you better have a good reason for this. The others were also drawn to Fatty's outburst, watching as Tao Zi dragged Xiao Wu upstairs in a fit of anger. Tang San and Dai Mu exchanged glances and followed suit. In the corridor on the second floor, though unaware of Fatty's location, Tao Zi could easily pinpoint it by the continuous shouting. She approached room 102 and pushed open the door without knocking. What are you doing? Shouting so loudly. Are you trying to reach the heavens? Without seeing him yet, Fatty sensed the irritation in her voice and shrank back. Spotting Mo Xiaotang, he quickly pulled the two girls inside before they could kick him, hurriedly explaining, Xiaotang suddenly took out a soul bone, and I was surprised. Soul bone? Dai Mu Bai, who had followed them, raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Meanwhile, Tang San, being more observant, turned to Mo Xiaotang and asked Xiaotang, Wasn't it you who brought it out? Why are you so surprised? Mo Xiaotang stared at the right arm, soul bone in her hand, and said in a daze, I had received a soul bone earlier, but I gave it to Jiuge. You gifted a soul bone. Dai Mu Bai inhaled sharply. They were all well aware of the rarity of soul bones. Moreover, as far as he knew, Mo Xiaotang had never absorbed any soul bone. To think that Mo Xiaotang had actually given away her only soul bone to Jiuxian The rotund Ma Hongjun, standing beside Mo Xiaotang, was equally astonished. He had heard countless tales of individuals who would go to great lengths, even committing murder, for the sake of a soul bone. He shook his head, exclaiming, "Xiaotang, your love for your brother is truly profound. Shall we mention the peach-like figure standing across from them?" Xiao Wu glanced at the two and whispered a reminder, "Fatty." The oblivious Ma Hongjun inquired, "What is wrong?" Xiao Wu took small steps towards him and reiterated, "Didn't you notice the peculiar glances between Taozi and Mo Xiaotang?" Ma Hongjun glanced over and realized she was right. He had heard rumors circulating in the academy, but he hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from the parties involved. Quickly suppressing his smile, he sought to change the subject and asked Mo Xiaotang, "So, is this soul bone the one you had before?" The others, having shared trials together, knew that Ma Hongjun meant no malice. Mo Xiaotang nodded in response. "It seems so." Dai Mubai stroked his chin and summarized, "It's likely that Jiuxian secretly returned it." Hearing this, Mo Xiaotang touched the soul bone and murmured her brother's name softly. Taozi, with her hands clasped behind her back, bit her lip to steady her emotions and asked slowly, "So, Xiao Tian, how do you intend to handle this soul bone?" "Handle it?" Mo Xiaotang pondered the soul bone for a while before replying, "I suppose I'll absorb it. Since he secretly returned it to me, I doubt he would accept it back if I try to return it. Furthermore, as we approach Wuhuan City, I feel increasingly uneasy. Absorbing the soul bone would enhance my strength, allowing me to mitigate some troubles for everyone in case of danger." Chapter 241, Matters Before the Finals, Part 4. Tang San, listening to their conversation, caught a detail and remarked, "Have you all not noticed something curious?" "What?" The 5 individuals in the room, excluding him, questioned in unison. Tang San glanced at them, observing their genuine confusion, and slowly pointed out, "This soul bone originally belonged to Jiuxian. When we set off for Wuhuan City, Xiaotang didn't discover it, yet she found it upon arriving here. How is that possible?" Dai Mubai immediately realized Jiuxian must have appeared along the way. However, they had traveled together, so how could they not have noticed someone approaching him and placing something on him? Yet, nothing is absolute. Tang Sen continued, "What about the man in black?" "The man in black? All right," Ma Hongjun responded, finally grasping Tang San's hints. They had always been together, but the situation along the official road had been different. With so many attackers, their focus had primarily been on the adversaries in front of them, while a man in black was close to Mo Xiaotang. He chuckled, "I always wondered why that man in black was so protective of Xiaotang. Turns out it was Jiuxian." Seeing Mo Xiaotang's expression, Dai Mubai revealed another piece of information. "Xiaotang, did you already know that was Jiuxian?" Mo Xiaotang sighed in frustration. The matter had progressed to this point, and there was no turning back. She nodded, "Yes, my brother asked me not to mention his appearance, which is why I didn't tell you. Though you know now, please pretend as if he never showed up." "Understood." Everyone present agreed immediately. Wuhuan City, Golden Generation Training Ground. Hulaina rested her chin in her hand, her expression listless, observing the 2 lively individuals beside her. They arrived, haven't they? One was the brotherly protector Xiaoyu, and the other was the devoted Yin. They answered immediately, "Yes, they arrived today." Upon hearing this, Hulaina gazed at the floor, lost in thought. As the atmosphere representative among the trio, Xiaoyu pulled Yin and slyly whispered, "I heard they're staying at a hotel in the west of the city. Should we go check on them?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hulaina rejected the idea outright. "We'll see them in 3 days. Why the rush? Are you worried that Xiaojia won't remember?" Xiaoyu felt wronged by her swift dismissal. He just noticed his younger sister's gloom and wanted to find something to occupy her. Hulaina understood her brother's intentions, but found their proposal rather idle. After offering a perfunctory consolation, she turned to ask, "All right then, where's Xiaojio?" Since his return, she hadn't seen him come by to enjoy their company. Finally prompted, Xiaoyu swallowed hard, pulling his close friend aside for a moment before whispering, "Grandfather, you mentioned he's still in his room, feeling unwell." Upon hearing the word unwell, Hulaina flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 242, Pre-Finals. Stretching the Limbs, Part 1. Hearing that Xiaojio was unwell caused Hulaina to react like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Why did you wait until now to tell me?" She swiftly grabbed a towel to wipe off the sweat from her earlier training, adeptly pulling Xie and Yin along to check on the young boy's condition. Though Yin was well aware that Hulaina's feelings for someone were merely that of a friend and an older sister, a wave of jealousy surged within him. Reluctantly being pulled along by his beloved, he stood up slowly, murmuring in a tone just audible enough for Hulaina to hear, "Yes, perfectly fine." This, however, did not catch Hulaina's attention. Instead, Xie asked with confusion, "What makes you say that? What makes me say that?" Yin, with his arms crossed, retorted coldly, "That brat eats more each day. A truly unwell person wouldn't be capable of such gluttony. Considering Jiuxian's appetite, it's a bit frightening." To spare his brother's feelings, Xie wisely refrained from elaborating and simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Douluo residence, Yuguan took out the milky white jade pendant he had kept for nearly 14 years. As his fingers brushed over the carved words on the jade, a memory of a small child without arms surfaced in his mind. He recalled the first time he met that child during winter. The child had been frozen for an unknown duration, his entire body a terrifying shade of purple. After bringing him home, he had even asked Lao Gui if they would be able to raise him properly. Little did he expect, in the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed, and that child was now nearly as tall as them. He inhaled deeply and raised his head, originally intended as an instinctive gesture to muster his spirits. He unexpectedly caught sight of Yuan Gao, clad in simple attire, carrying a large platter of food into the child's room through his window. If his memory served him correctly, this was the 15th platter Yuan Gao had brought in this morning. Although the child possessed the second martial soul of Tao Tai, a representation of gluttony from ancient times, he couldn't help but wonder if consuming so much would truly be without consequence. Yuguan grasped the jade pendant firmly, exited his dormitory, and made his way toward the child's room. As Yuan Gao had just entered with the food and the door remained ajar, he gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Observing the empty plates scattered before the child, he felt his lips twitch. Even though he was aware of how much the child had consumed, witnessing it firsthand stirred a sense of surprise within him. Once Yuan Gao tidied up and departed, Yuguan, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired of the ravenously devouring child, "Qingjiu, are you truly all right consuming so much?" Hearing the voice, Jiuxian finally lifted his head for his feast. He set down the chicken leg and shook his head. Truth be told, not only would there be no adverse effects, but it would also benefit his physique. "Uncle Guan, you know that my internal powers are in disarray. The two conflicting forces battling within me are indeed the powers of my dual martial souls." Yuguan widened his eyes at this revelation, realizing that the chaos stemmed from the incompatibility of martial souls. Logically, the Pope should not have overlooked such an issue. Otherwise, she would have detected it at that moment. Dual martial souls are a rarity, coveted by many, yet had become a burden for his child. Chapter 243, Pre-Finals. Relaxing the muscles, too. The enviable dual martial souls had turned into a burden for his child, leaving Yuguan both amused and exasperated. However, the Pope's original words did not state that. She had mentioned the presence of 3 forces within his child. Among these, 2 were clashing violently, while the third, a more gentle force, offered protection. The former was indeed the result of incompatible martial souls. But what of the latter? After all, it was his own body. Yuguan recounted the Pope's words, voicing his lingering questions. He was acutely aware of where discomfort resided within him. However, regarding this matter, Jiuxian shrugged. He genuinely did not know. Yet one thing was clear. The force was not as the Pope suggested. The idea that he had not perished due to that force was nonsense. It seemed as if that force had always existed, yet it had only manifested after he had sustained injuries while hunting for martial souls. Furthermore, he had not perished due to his own relentless efforts to harmonize his internal energies over the years. Though that force was indeed mild and aided in tempering the 2 conflicting energies within him, it was insignificant. It had only caused him to feel foolish for several months. He would have preferred if it had not intervened at all. Wait a moment. Had that force appeared after his memory loss? And upon regaining his memories, it had become increasingly elusive, almost as if it were fading away. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden truth. Nonetheless, Had they not been discussing the issue of eating? How had the conversation veered so far off course? He decided to set aside these weighty topics for another time. For now, he would simply consume another chicken leg to calm his nerves and forcibly steer the conversation back. By the way, Uncle Guan, my eating is not mindless. It serves to soothe the beast martial soul's power, preventing it from becoming overly agitated. Upon hearing that it could pacify the Taotai power, Yu Guan's eyes brightened, completely unaware that the topic had shifted. He pondered why his child had to endure such trials, stemming from the turmoil within. If the energies could be quelled, might it be possible for his child, sitting opposite his uncle? Yu Jiuxian observed the expression on Yu Guan's face and could guess the direction of his thoughts. However, he held a definitive answer. It was not possible. The conflicting energies wreaked havoc within him, akin to a person rolling on the ground. As one rolls, their clothing inevitably rubs against the floor. If interrupted promptly, perhaps no lasting damage would occur. Yet over time, the marks of friction become evident. At that point, what would it matter to demand stop? It would merely distinguish between partially torn clothes and completely ruined ones. The same applied to him. The damage inflicted by the two forces had already taken its toll. Even if he were to do nothing, given enough time, he would succumb. However, he would not voice these thoughts to his uncle. After all, it would be far too disheartening to tell someone striving for hope that it was all in vain. Noticing the glimmer of hope in his uncle's eyes, he smiled and picked up a piece of pork belly, savoring it alongside his rice. Meanwhile, Yuan did not dwell on his thoughts for long. As a knock resounded at the door, Yuan Gao had come to deliver a message. Knock, knock. Young master. The saintess wishes to know if you would like to go out and play. Chapter 244. Out to relax. Xiao Jiu gets drunk 1. Yuan Gao had just deposited the empty plates collected from his master's quarters into the kitchen when he was intercepted by the hurriedly approaching Hulaina. Yuan Gao. How is Xiao Jiu? While his masters seemed to be faring well, their concern remained solely for him. Yuan Gao, uncertain whether to disclose that his master had regained his memory and was feigning discomfort to stay home, hesitated. After a lengthy contemplation, he resolved to share the news, finding a suitable way to phrase it. He is fine. Upon hearing this, Hulaina let out a relieved sigh. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yin, perhaps due to their masculine perspectives, considered a different angle. They had heard that Yu Jiuxian had been cooped up alone in his room since returning. While they had never believed anything was amiss with him, Hulaina had taken it seriously. Now that he was well, it was essential to encourage him to venture outside. Otherwise, a person confined indoors for too long could develop ailments. Thus, Yin proposed, with the finals just 3 days away, let us draw Xiao Jiu out for some fresh air. This was certainly agreeable, provided the individual in question was willing. Hulaina turned to the expressionless Yuan Gao, asking, could you inquire if Xiao Jiu would like to join us? Of course, Yuan Gao replied with a nod, devoid of emotion as he went to relay the message. Thus, the scene unfolded where Yu Guan and Yu Jiuxian were interrupted, one lost in thought, the other delighting in his meal. Upon hearing Hulaina's invitation to join in the fun, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. Considering he had been at home for several days, it was indeed time to step out. Finishing the last bite of meat on his plate, Yu Jiuxian glanced at his uncle and said, I'm heading out now. Uncle Guan. Yu Guan nodded, about to consent when he glanced at the item in his hand. Spotting the child about to push the door open, he realized his poor memory and quickly called out, Qing Jiu, please wait a moment. Yu Jiuxian turned back in confusion. This is for you. Take care of it. Yuragon swiftly rose, presenting the fan-shaped jade pendant. This object stirred a faint recollection in Yu Jiuxian's mind. It was an adornment he wore around his neck during infancy. He distinctly remembered how his Uncle Guan had been taken aback upon seeing it, a reaction that was not unwarranted. Why was it being given back to him now? Resolving to shed any pretense of ignorance while guarding the secret of his rebirth, he inquired directly, Uncle Guan, why are you giving me a jade pendant? This marked the first time Yu Jiuxian broached the topic of his family's lineage, and he hesitated slightly. Just as he prepared to dismiss the matter as inconvenient to discuss, Uncle Guan began to elucidate. This was always yours, a token of your family. You were too young at the time. Should the Pope have discovered it, both you and your family would have faced peril. However, times have changed, you have grown, and it is only right that this is returned to you. Peril upon discovery? Jiuxian hastily examined the unassuming trinket. The jade was exquisite. A milky white hue shaped like a fan, the front adorned with intricate patterns identical to those on his spirit-patterned fan, while the back bore the inscription Lingwen. Additionally, he sensed a tremendous energy contained within it, akin to the trinket he had once gifted to Xiao Haitang during his amnesia. The reason for the similarity lay in the time-consuming craftsmanship of this pendant, unlike the seemingly ordinary yet simpler item he had presented to Xiao Haitang, which also stored considerable power. In comparison, his gift was somewhat more practical. Since he already wore one, he casually tucked this newly received pendant, which bore little immediate utility yet posed a risk, into his spatial ring. Realizing there was nothing more to discuss with Uncle Guan, and that Hu Lai Na and the others awaited him outside, he bid farewell and stepped out. A short while later, on the streets of Wuhan City, 4 striking youths strolled side by side, creating a vibrant scene. However, this beauty was somewhat marred by the ominous presence of a menacing figure clad in black following closely behind. Yet, the group remained blissfully unaware of the danger as they engaged in lively conversation. "We can't just walk indefinitely, can we?" queried Xiaoyu, taking in the bustling atmosphere. "A short stroll is fine, but prolonged walking will surely become tedious." Hearing this, Hu Lai Na turned to him. "What? Do you have a destination in mind?" Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Yin, then shook his head. "Not really. I've been quite busy lately, and now that I finally have a break, I find myself at a bit of loss." Hu Lai Na shot a glance at the feigning innocence of Yu Jiuxian, recalling that when they sought Yuan Gao earlier, he had just emerged from the kitchen. It was likely that Yu Jiuxian had been eating at that time. Given that the boy had been eating considerably more recently, she wondered if he had been adequately fed before they summoned him. Thus, Hu Lai Na clasped her hands and proposed, "Let us take Yuan Gao, the skilled cook, to the mountain for some fun." Considering his empty stomach, Yu Jiuxian readily agreed. "That sounds like a splendid idea." The group made their way to the mountains, procuring fine liquor and abundance of vegetables, and expertly preparing delectable rabbit meat, culminating in a lively bonfire. Ultimately, they entrusted the meal to Yuan Gao, who possessed the remarkable ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Yu Jiuxian had anticipated a night filled with food and drink. Yet he could hardly foresee that Hu Lai Na and her companions, despite their years of experience, had not improved in their alcohol tolerance. As soon as the feast was laid out, the 3 of them began to drink, their cheeks flushed, soon losing coherence. Hu Lai Na fared better, succumbing to slumber shortly after. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yin, even in their inebriated state, could hardly be expected to behave. They leaned against each other, vociferously discussing life and everything under the sun. Yu Jiuxian sighed, having just begun to adapt to their raucousness when he noticed they had finally settled down, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Nevertheless, being friends, he bore the annoyance and draped a blanket over each of them. Having prepared everything, Yu Jiuxian lifted the wine jar, observing them as they drank and occasionally chiming in with a remark. It was Xiaoyu who first proclaimed, "Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Yu Jiuxian shook his head, internally critiquing their reckless enthusiasm. Who would have thought Xiaoyu was the hidden drinker among them? Just then, he overheard Yin solemnly confessing to Xiaoyu, "No, I must declare, Nana, I have feelings for you." "Ah, the fervor of true love," Yu Jiuxian mused, as he subdued both of them, silently evaluating the situation. It seemed Yin genuinely harbored affections for Hu Lai Na. They say that alcohol reveals the truth. Even inebriated, Yin's thoughts remained fixated on Hu Lai Na, his love for her evident. He could only wonder how Yin would feel upon awakening to discover that the object of his heartfelt confession had been Xiaoyu. Before indulging in such mischief, however, it was prudent to manage the situation. He wrapped them snugly with a blanket, his gaze drifting toward Hu Lai Na, hesitating momentarily before resolutely approaching her. After all, they were siblings. Though she appeared tranquil now, it could very well be the calm before a storm. Just as he was about to act, he noticed Hu Lai Na turn over, softly murmuring, "Xiaojiu, you will be just fine." At this, Yu Jiuxian froze, his hands suspended in midair. Yuan Gao, who had been tending to the meat, observed the 3 in various states of disarray, along with the motionless Jiuxian, and called out, "Young master?" This single exclamation jolted Jiuxian back to reality. Perhaps it was the volume of Yuan Gao's voice that stirred the alcohol within him, igniting a sudden urge to confide in someone. He approached Yuan Gao, seated beside him, lifted the wine jug, and began, "Yuan Gao, an idea has suddenly struck me." Caught off guard by the unexpected remark, Yuan Gao blinked in confusion. "What idea?" After taking a generous gulp of wine, Jiuxian gazed at the stars twinkling against the dark sky and mused, "What standard do people use to judge the goodness or badness of a person? Perhaps it's based on the wrongs they've committed." Yuan Gao responded vaguely, still somewhat dazed. The response, while not entirely erroneous, elicited a startled reaction from Jiuxian, whose dreamy eyes widened as if he had heard something utterly astonishing. He cast aside the wine jar and lunged towards Yuan Gao, questioning why he was labeled a villain from birth. It was not merely because he was so small at birth that he could hardly commit any wrongdoing. Moreover, if they had not treated him in such a manner, how would he have resorted to such misdeeds? Gripping Yuan Gao tightly, he struggled to voice his thoughts, asking if he would be believed if he claimed he was not bad. Without hesitation, Yuan Gao nodded, affirming his belief. However, Jiuxian found himself uncertain about whether he should trust in the belief of others regarding himself. As he lay helplessly on the ground, gazing at the twinkling stars, his eyes reflected no glimmer of light. At times, he truly envied that person. Despite being born at the same time, the world branded him as wicked, while others deemed that individual virtuous. Chapter 247. A relaxing outing. Shout Gio gets drunk. 4. Jiuxian reclined on the cold ground, contemplating the evaluations of that person's every action and then reflecting on his own, exclaiming, "I genuinely envy him." Yet, that individual had assured him that he need not feel envious, suggesting that if he cared deeply, they could exchange lives. Hearing the slightly choked voice of his young master, Yuan Gao felt a pang in his heart. Tears streamed down Jiuxian's cheeks, echoing the words he was about to utter. "It's gone, no longer here." Although Yuan Gao felt a deep sense of compassion, he struggled to comprehend. While it was true that this young master had been taken in by his lord, regardless of treatment or affection, his master had clearly provided the child with the best. After all, having been by his master's side for many years, Yuan Gao understood that his lord was quite prideful. There were many things he refrained from saying, yet he genuinely held this child dear to his heart. Furthermore, prior to this young master's awakening of his martial spirit and subsequent studies, Yuan Gao had constantly been by his side for protection. Thus, it was improbable that this young master had ever been bullied. As for the rumors, despite the persistent negativity circulating outside, Yuan Gao had done his utmost to shield this young master from hearing them, discreetly resolving the issues. Once the young master turned 6 and ventured out, it became even less likely for him to hear anything untoward. As time passed, this young master, growing stronger, would only find himself in positions to bully others, not the other way around. During his amnesiac phase, it was evident that he was far from being victimized. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, they had all indulged in drink, and it was best to take them back for now. "Young master, you are inebriated. I shall escort you home," Yuan Gao stated, slipping his arm under the child's neck and lifting him effortlessly. Meanwhile, Jiuxian, thoroughly intoxicated, continued to confide in Yuan Gao with hazy eyes, expressing, "I miss him so much, but that fellow is nowhere to be found. However, I have discovered someone remarkably similar to him. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers in my heart." Before completing his thought, Jiuxian noticed Yuan Gao, who was hastily carrying him toward the Yuguan residence, and instinctively asked, "What is wrong?" Lowering his gaze, Jiuxian felt a surge of self-doubt, fearing that he could not protect that little one. Not hearing a response, Yuan Gao glanced down at the despondent child and reassured him, "Regardless of the circumstances, we will always be by your side. Nothing will happen. You need not worry." At these words, Jiuxian closed his heavy eyelids and, just before losing consciousness, uttered one final thought. "If only it had been you fighting alongside me from the start. How wonderful that would have been." As they approached the residence, Yuan Gao contemplated whether to voice his thoughts, feeling it was akin to listening to a captivating tale. only for the storyteller to abruptly declare that the conclusion would be revealed in the next installment. Why not either refrain from speaking or reveal everything in its entirety? To leave a narrative unfinished and allow curiosity to simmer while the listener drifts into slumber is hardly fair. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Gao considered the trio of the golden generation still resting on the desolate mountain peak and hurriedly cradled the child back to the room. The moment Jiuxian was placed onto the bed, the previously slumbering child abruptly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 248, in the Hall of the Pope. Mutual Exchange 1. As the Golden Generation trio remained atop the wild mountain, Yuan Gao hastily departed after laying down Jiuxian, failing to notice the child's sudden awakening. His eyes, sharp and fierce, appeared to be entirely unlike his usual self. Were it not for the fact that this world was solely inhabited by soul masters and ordinary people, one might suspect a malevolent spirit had taken possession. Nonetheless, that peculiar moment was fleeting, as Jiuxian soon reverted to his drunken stupor, as if the earlier intensity had merely been an illusion. However, even in his restored drunken state, Jiuxian exhibited abnormal behavior. He slumped on the edge of the bed, clutching a soft pillow while murmuring to the white magnolia on the bedside table, treating it not as a mere plant but as a long-lost acquaintance. If the sober Jiuxian were to offer a defense, he would find it impossible to refute the truth. After all, he may not have noticed that he employed entirely different tones when addressing familiar faces versus strangers. In conversing with the flower, his words radiated a sincerity that could not be feigned. You know, today I believe I encountered someone familiar, the girl who once confessed to me. She, like you, is so innocent, trusting everyone without hesitation. Back when I was at Shrek, she departed, and I lost track of her whereabouts. Yet today, I believe I caught a glimpse of her. The finals are approaching. She must have returned to visit her brother. He pondered. I wonder how that little guy has fared in my absence. Is he being treated well? Is anyone bullying him? With his sister back, I can breathe a bit easier. As he spoke, Jiuxian retrieved a watering can from his spatial ring and began to tend to the white magnolia, whose soil had dried out. Regarding that child, I cannot articulate the sensation it evokes within me. I feel an overwhelming urge to protect him and to treat him kindly. It is different from how I feel toward you, toward Xiao Xiao by Sha, Gulai Na, or Tang San. I have contemplated this before, considering it may stem from the child's purity, but is it truly just that? It seems not. When I am with him, my frozen heart warms, compelling me to conceal my darker side and present my best self to him. The next day, after rolling around in bed for what felt like an eternity, Jiuxian finally mustered the strength to rise. Although he wished he could sleep a while longer, Yuan Gao, standing at his bedside, would not permit it. For a boy who had just endured a night of drinking and countless battles, this was nothing short of a cruel ordeal. By the way, Yuan Gao, what brings you here so early? Jiuxian inquired. Yuan Gao paused before responding. The elite competition finals are the day after tomorrow, and His Holiness the Pope wishes to see you. See me? Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, sitting up wrapped in his blanket. What could a forgetful fool like me possibly have to discuss? Listening to his young master berate him, Yuan Gao couldn't help but recall the latest words spoken, causing his heart to clench and his expression to darken. Young master, observing the burly man emanating coldness, Jiuxian lowered his head to rub his nose, reluctantly clutching the blanket as he sat up in surrender. All right. Do you know what she summoned me for? Yuan Gao shook his head. He was merely a messenger and had not been informed of the actual circumstances. Jiuxian narrowed his eyes, tearing off the blanket and walking toward the washroom while inquiring, did she call just for me, or did she also summon Na and Xiaoyu? Yuan Gao was clear on this, following her to the washroom door and reporting quietly, she only called for you. After taking a combat shower, Jiuxian donned a clean outfit, admiring his handsome reflection in the mirror as a charming smile graced his lips. Chapter 249. In the Pope's Hall. Mutual Communication 2. She only called for me? How intriguing. Since the Pope wished to speak with him privately, Yuan Gao halted his steps upon delivering the large child to the Pope's Hall. He tilted his head, rubbed his cheeks, and adjusted his expression. Truth be told, this was his first face-to-face meeting with Pope Bai Dong. He hoped the encounter would be amicable. Gazing at the woman on the throne, he feigned curiosity. Did you summon me for something? Adopting a maternal smile, the Pope did not take offense at his childish demeanor, but instead gently inquired, "The competition is approaching. Are you nervous?" This elderly woman summoned him for such a simple reason. He returned a naive smile and innocently asked, "What does nervous mean?" At this, Bai Dong descended from her throne in her high-heeled shoes, observing the white-haired child as he retrieved a mask from his storage soul guide. "I heard that Xiao Jiu will compete using the name Yin Chi Quan. Is that right? Such a lovely name." "Lovely?" Jiuxian internally rolled his eyes in disdain, though his face wore a grin akin to a silly dog. "Really? I think so too." Of course, Bai Dong was quite adept at dealing with minors. Had Jiuxian not been aware of the keen intelligence concealed behind the woman's mask, he might have been deceived by her gentle facade. Observing the mask in Bai Dong's hands, Jiuxian curiously asked, "What is this for?" "Ah, this is a mask. Wearing it will look quite cool." Bai Dong handed the mask to the inquisitive Jiuxian, patiently explaining, "If Xiao Jiu likes it, I shall gift it to you." "Sister?" Jiuxian scoffed internally. "How old are you to still call me sister? One could stretch it to grandmother or aunt, but sister is certainly out of the question." Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a small sacrifice leads to greater gains. Thus, he feigned surprise and accepted, "Really, sister?" Unaware of his thoughts, Bai Dong nodded, "Of course. Since Xiao Jiu likes it so much, you can wear it during the competition, all right?" Wearing a mask during the competition? Jiuxian tilted his head in confusion. Why? A glint of shrewdness flashed in Bai Dong's eyes as she explained, "To prevent that group from recognizing you. If Master and the others identified this child and revealed everything, the already recovering child would undoubtedly follow them. What had been delivered to her would belong to her. How could she allow a little genius to slip away? However, could she convey this to the child in front of her? Obviously not." Taking a breath, she summoned her 800 years of patience to say, "Because Xiao Jiu will be very quick while wearing the mask." Now fully aware of everything, Jiuxian reluctantly agreed, "Fine." Observing Bai Dong, who believed she had succeeded, Jiuxian pouted and irritably asked, "Do you have any other matters? If not, I shall return." "Nothing else. You may go back." Bai Dong waved her hand, having said all that needed to be said, allowing the child to leave. Watching the child's retreating figure, she mused, "Despite chatting for so long, I found no flaws. His intelligence appears to have genuinely returned. I hope it is real and not merely a facade. Otherwise, this boy, not yet 14, will be truly formidable." Chapter 250. In the Pope's Hall. Mutual Communication 3. As he glanced around and saw Jiuxian stepping out, deep in thought with his head tilted, Yuan Gao hurried forward to greet him. Heaven knows how torturous it had been for him while his young master was inside. Unable to see what transpired within, he felt a constant state of anxiety, fearing that his young master might inadvertently reveal his regained memories. Once the two had exited the Pope's Hall, and noticing that no one was around, Yuan Gao urgently inquired, "The Pope did not trouble you, did she?" Hearing the deep unease in Yuan Gao's voice, Jiuxian couldn't help but chuckle. "I emerged unscathed. How could anything have happened? Besides, I am someone with grand aspirations. Would I falter over trivial challenges?" Reflecting on the amiable interactions he had shared with Pope Bai Dong, he crossed his arms and nodded. Their recent exchanges could indeed be described as harmonious. Thus, as Jiuxian walked homeward, he reassured Yuan Gao, no, it was quite pleasant. Yuan Gao, who had felt no fluctuations in his heart until now, was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Pleasant. Although this was their first meeting, hadn't they been in a subtle yet fierce rivalry for years? Surely, they had crossed swords countless times. Yet now, they had concluded their encounter with such a positive sentiment. Seeing that Jiuxian did not seem to be lying, Yuan Gao lowered his head, processing this revelation in disbelief. Finding himself unable to digest it, he swallowed hard and shifted the topic. "By the way, the finals are the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day. Does the young master have anything planned?" Unaware of the finals format, Jiuxian did not perceive any flaw in the statement and simply stretched his limbs, muttering, "As I mentioned, it's the last rest day before the finals. Of course, I plan to sleep." Despite successfully diverting the topic, Yuan Gao was genuinely awed by Jiuxian. Is this how children of this age think? Is their world solely composed of eating, sleeping, and playing? Do they not engage in deeper leisure activities or even think about them? Or is it just my young master? Alas, it was quite disheartening. As Jiuxian and Yuan Gao entered the elder's estate, and Mo Xiaotang, lurking at the street corner, pulled away from her self-questioning conversation with Tao Zi. That must be the Great One. It has to be him. But why would he enter an elder's estate? And Mo Xiaotang, already distracted, lowered her head further after hearing Tao Zi's words. The elder's estate here is in Wuhan City, and it is evident whose faction the elders belong to. Therefore, did her brother choose the academy of the Wuhan Temple? Was it due to the temple's allure? Or was her brother inherently affiliated with the Wuhan Temple? Contemplating his elder brother's temperament and the previous entanglements in his words, the latter's possibility seems somewhat greater. However, that is not entirely a line. If his brother were indeed part of the Wuhan Hall, why not simply study there instead of attending an external academy? It appears his brother's insights were indeed accurate. He truly is quite dull. The matter is laid bare before him, yet he remains oblivious. Nonetheless, regardless of his comprehension, his brother will always be his brother, an unalterable truth. Chapter 251. A proper letting go is beneficial to all. Wait, why is he mulling over such a jumble of thoughts here? As long as he understands in his heart that his brother would never harm him, isn't that sufficient? As for other matters, there are others to worry about. Why must he overthink? Clarifying this point, Mo Xiaotang said to Tao Zi, then Tao Zi, please keep today's encounter with the great sage a secret for now. Upon hearing this, a faint pang of bitterness surged in Tao Zi's heart. So in his eyes, she is merely a chatterbox? She forced a dry smile, saying, I understand. Hearing the expected response, Mo Xiaotang expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Tao Zi suddenly halted, turning to Mo Xiaotang. Unable to contain her emotions, she fervently asked, what are you thanking me for? Even if he doesn't speak, the great sage is still my friend. Before clarifying the situation, how could I speak carelessly to others? Moreover, our relationship now is that of lovers. Mo Xiaotang stood firm, turned his head, and looked at Tao Zi with an emotionless gaze, as if he had transformed into a different person. You know, Tao Zi, we are together merely to counter those rumors. Merely to counter those rumors? Although Tao Zi displayed gentleness in front of Mo Xiaotang, it could not erase the fact that she was a formidable woman. She considered herself both soft and strong. Even when she awoke one night, unaware of her identity and finding herself in unfamiliar surroundings, she felt neither panic nor fear. She countered malicious words with her fists, always managing to deliver a decisive blow. However, when it came to Mo Xiaotang, the one she cherished, she found herself utterly helpless. Now, upon hearing this statement, she felt a lump in her throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. Biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Mo Xiaotang, slowly asking, so for you, is it truly only a partnership? Nothing more? Nothing more? Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang's mind conjured the image of a face, and looking at the girl before him, he turned away, lowering his head, filled with regret as he replied, I'm sorry, my heart is rather small. Tao Zi placed her hands on her hips, inhaling deeply, her eyes misty as she looked skyward. This phrase was all too familiar. After all, it was the same response he had given when she confessed her feelings last time. In truth, she had anticipated this answer before the question even escaped her lips. After all, he was such a resolute person. If he were to suddenly utter something different, she would begin to doubt whether he was indeed the Mo Xiaotang she had come to love. Although she could not recall past events, she understood that her affection was her own matter, independent of the other party. Yet, she was unwilling to accept that their late meeting denied her the opportunity, especially when she believed her kindness towards him was no less than that of anyone else. Turning away, she raised her hand to fan her eyes, ensuring no tears would fall before turning back with a smile and saying, what else with the apologies? Agreeing to pretend to be your girlfriend was my choice. Mo Xiaotang nodded, acknowledging her words, but reiterated, thank you. Tao Zi took a deep breath, silently repeating to herself that a proper letting go is beneficial to all, and then offered him a less bitter smile in response. You're welcome. Yet, when she raised her gaze to the clean-cut boy before her, she nearly broke into tears. Gritting her teeth, she turned away, her trembling hands betraying her emotions, as she redirected the conversation while walking towards the restaurant where they were to rest. Chapter 252, The Elder's Residence, discusses the competition rules. Friends, I have returned after a 3-day absence. You're welcome. When Taozi realized that the boy before her possessed a nature that would never allow him to love her, she had contemplated halting her feelings. Yet, each time she lifted her gaze to his pure eyes, she found herself unable to resist continuing. Perhaps she had done something to wrong this boy in a past life, and thus, her fate in this life was destined to be entwined with his. With all her strength, she managed to lift the corners of her mouth, concealing her trembling hands behind her back as she shifted the topic while contemplating the end of the street. On the day of the finals, although Jiuxian had secretly informed Hulayina and the others of his restored memories, they, well aware of his abysmally poor memory during his amnesia, feared potential aftereffects. Hence, the trio specifically arrived on the day of the finals to refresh Jiuxian on the competition rules. After all, there exists an ancient saying that one remembers better in the morning. Why did they not mention this during their previous outing? Was it not to avoid the risk of Jinyu forgetting after a drink? Now, back to the main topic. In the room, after enduring countless trials, Xiaoyu and Yin could no longer contain themselves and, employing rather unrefined methods, pulled Jinyu, oh no, that should be Xiaojiu, up. Hulayina, who had silently observed the entire process, discreetly offered a glass of water afterward. Drink some water, Xiaojiu, to wake up. Then we can discuss the competition rules for the finals. The awakened Jiuxian struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, confusedly responding. But didn't we already discuss the competition rules? Why we need to go over them again? That was ages ago. After so long, you still remember? Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished. In response, Jiuxian shot Xiaoyu a look that clearly conveyed, "Are you foolish?" Seeing this, Xiaoyu felt a bit awkward. It seemed they had never bothered to confirm whether he remembered at all before jumping to conclusions. He rubbed his nose and shot an annoyed glare at Yin. As the most rational member of the team when dealing with Jiuxian, Yin surprisingly didn't remind him or Hulayina. The innocent Yin shrugged. It was really hard to forget the impression left by Jiuxian's previous goldfish-like memory. It wasn't entirely his fault. Observing the two exchanging glances without interjecting, Jiuxian stretched lazily, slowly getting out of bed. As he ambled to the window to savor the morning air, he was greeted by the blazing sun overhead. Had he not reacted quickly to suppress his words, one inappropriate remark would have slipped out. "Isn't there a competition today? It's almost noon. Why didn't you wake me up?" Upon hearing a considerable commotion nearby, Xiaoyu rolled his eyes dramatically. "Wake him up? That's only if someone doesn't cling to the bed, making it hard for us to call him." However, look at this. He had exposed himself, still claiming to remember the competition rules, yet he had forgotten, hadn't he? Upon hearing this, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyu, realizing that today they likely wouldn't need to take the stage. Yet, even if they weren't performing today, why had no one informed him? Jiuxian's expression was shrouded in confusion, prompting Xiaoyu and Yin to reflect on whether they had previously discussed the tournament rules for the finals with him. Regardless of whether they had or not, I shall elucidate them once more. Chapter 253. The finals exciting, isn't it? Due to his lack of understanding, Jiuxian rubbed his brow and sat attentively on the bed, listening to Hulayina's words. The finals of the elite competition adopt an elimination format. As the competition has reached its final stages, in order to better prepare the team members for the upcoming matches, there will be a rest day after every round. This humane competition even allows for a 3-day break before the final round. Here is an introduction to the tournament structure. In the first round of the finals, 3 directly qualified teams will take a bye, while the remaining 30 teams will compete to determine 15 advancing teams. In the second round, the first-place team from Xingluo and Tiando will take a bye, with the remaining 16 teams competing to select 8. In the third round, the teams that secured second place from both nations will take a bye, while the remaining 8 teams will vie for 4 spots. The fourth round, known as the top 6 competition, will not feature any byes. Teams will be drawn randomly to compete directly, determining the top 3. In the fifth round, a personal competition format will be utilized from the advancement matches to determine the champion among the top 3, while the 2 losing academies will continue to compete to establish the runner-up. Ultimately, the most thrilling final round will see the first and second place teams engage in a team battle. This concludes the explanation of the tournament structure. After Jiuxian fully absorbed the information, he took a sip of water and playfully inquired, "What gifts does our esteemed Pope prepare for this year's elite competition hosted by the Wuhuan Temple?" Recalling the conversation they had with the Pope the previous night, Hulai Na paused before slowly replying, "The winning team will receive 3 soul bones." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian nearly choked on his drink. It is well known that even a single soul bone can create quite a stir, and here, Bai Dong was unhesitatingly offering 3. During his time at Tiando Shrek, he had heard of the previous elite competitions. In the past 3 years, Xing Luo had won the championship once, while the Wuhuan Temple had claimed it twice. Given Hulai Na's strength and his understanding of Pope Bai Dong, it was highly probable that these 3 soul bones were intended as rewards for Hulai Na and her companions. Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, internally sighing at Bai Dong's generosity towards her own. If Bai Dong were not so domineering, he might even consider joining the Wuhuan Temple. After all, who wouldn't desire a benefactor? Alas, their personalities destined them to remain on separate paths. However, as a laid-back player, he was content to traverse his own solitary route while allowing others to pursue theirs. He only hoped that Bai Dong would not create any complications, allowing him to navigate his path safely. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to unleash his ruthless side as a reborn individual. The first round of the finals concluded yesterday. Having witnessed the brutal opening match, various academies utilized the rest day to regroup, striving for commendable results in the upcoming second round. Consequently, the streets of Wuhuan City, usually bustling with over 100 people, felt eerily quiet. Nevertheless, this did not deter the audacious Jiuxian from sneaking out to seek some wine under the cover of Yuan Gao. One might wonder, if he was so confident, why not boldly stride out? It was merely a precaution against Bai Dong, that cunning fox, discovering anything amiss. He was not afraid of trouble, yet he preferred to avoid it. Moreover, this was his final gambit. If he won, he could break free from Bai Dong's grasp. So he was keen to avoid any missteps at this critical juncture. Taking a deep breath, he raised his gaze to survey the streets he had traversed, only to spot a figure with their back turned to him. For some inexplicable reason, that silhouette appeared strikingly familiar. Was it a common appearance? Or had he indeed encountered this person before? Considering he had ventured out for leisure, and noticing Yuan Gao had caught up, Jiuxian swiftly donned his mask. "You entertain yourself for a while. I shall return shortly." Just as Yuan Gao, who had just pursued him, was left perplexed, the child vanished from the street, leaving him staring blankly into the emptiness ahead. In a certain alley before a tea house, the stealthy Jiuxian observed a man seated inside and chose a position directly opposite to him for observation. To his astonishment, he realized it was none other than Tang Hao. But why would Tang Hao, the father of Xiao San, be in Wuhuan City? Did he not know that the Pope had been hunting him? However, given Tang Hao's concern for Tang San, as evidenced by the previous incident where he had fought Zhao Wuji, it seemed quite reasonable for him to come and check on his son participating in the competition. How fortunate it is to have a father. He had never experienced paternal affection. Nevertheless, he need not envy Tang San, for he had 2 uncles who treated him well and many friends. He was not alone. He should be grateful. He pressed his lips together, and upon lifting his head, he discovered that the man who had been drinking tea had vanished without a trace. Where could he have gone? Just as he pondered the man's disappearance, he suddenly felt a heavy breath behind him. It was coming from behind. Sensing the forceful energy approaching, Jiuxian instinctively dodged to the side. After all, he was merely a fragile child. A single strike from a tidal Douluo would be formidable, and he had to tread carefully. With an unexpected ambush from behind, it was wise to evade. However, the ideal scenario did not align with reality. In his haste to escape, he failed to check for obstructions to the side and collided with a nearby iron pole. The sound alone was painful to hear. Jiuxian grimaced, clutching his head, while Tang Hao glared fiercely, inquiring in a low voice, "Is the Wuhuan Temple only capable of sending out Soul Kings these days?" Mistaking Jiuxian for an assassin from the Wuhuan temple, he quickly removed his mask to clarify, "We met 2 years ago. I mean no harm." Upon seeing the young, innocent face, Tang Hao exhibited a moment of surprise, recognizing the boy he had indeed encountered before, with a clear memory of him. This child possessed significant talent and had ties to the Wuhuan temple, although the boy had mentioned a defect in his martial soul, preventing him from joining the temple. Tang Hao had kept a keen eye on him. He never anticipated that this child's talent would far surpass that of his own son, having cultivated to the level of a soul king at the tender age of 14. Had the Wuhuan temple ever witnessed such a prodigy? Chapter 255. The finals begin. Excitement abounds. 3. Considering the domineering nature of the Pope of the Wuhuan temple, Bibi Dong, would she truly allow an exceptionally gifted youth to serve her? Reflecting on the tragic events of the past, Tang Hao shook his head with certainty. The Wuhuan temple had a notorious reputation for either winning over those who aligned with them or eliminating them. Yet why ponder so much? Regardless of this youth's choices, he need not concern himself. No matter the path the young man chooses, he shall not permit him to inflict harm upon Xiao San. Given that the youth is a friend of Xiao San, as long as he does not overstep, Tang Hao will refrain from acting against him. However, that merely implies he will not resort to violence. The actions of the Wuhuan temple against his family have forever instilled a deep-seated bias within him. Thus, should the Wuhuan temple decide to take action against this youth, there will be no rescue forthcoming. After 2 years apart, how has he changed so drastically? Jiuxian was well aware that his once ebony locks had transformed into silvery strands in less than 2 years, a startling revelation. Yet, he could not fathom the cause. After all, he had yet to comprehend how his previous white hair had come to be. Understanding the current silver mane seemed even more elusive. Rubbing the tip of his nose, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Do Xiao San and the others know you are here in the Wuhuan temple?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao remained silent, merely gazing at the Wuhuan temple insignia on his attire, his expression unchanging. Jiuxian blinked, thinking to himself that Xiao San's father was indeed an adept conversationalist. "I am indeed within the Wuhuan temple, but I harbor no intentions of causing them harm." Tang Hao, upon hearing this, did not speak further, only tugging at his tattered attire and nodding indifferently. Observing the man enveloped in an aura of deadly intent, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, "Shall we part ways then?" Tang Hao shot him a glance before turning to leave. Once the man had departed, Jiuxian exhaled deeply, clutching his painfully throbbing head. The faint metallic scent in the air and the dampness on his hands left him feeling utterly despondent. Clearly, he had neglected to check the calendar before venturing out today. In the blink of an eye, Jiuxian found himself back at his residence. If one were to scrutinize the sky outside, they would quickly realize that the stars had faded and the sun was rising. This marked the 3rd day since the finals had commenced. Time was of the essence. After being forcibly roused, Jiuxian, whose eyelids had been in a constant battle against sleep, gazed helplessly at the 3 individuals before him. What was the rush? The arena was not going anywhere. Yin, upon hearing this, gave him an incredulous stare, as if to say, "Do you even hear yourself? What does it mean that the arena won't run away? Does time not also flee? Were it not for his current frail condition, he would have dragged Xiaoyu into a sack and given him a proper thrashing." Observing the tense exchange between the 2 boys, Hulaina stood in support of Jiuxian. Yet, as she gazed at the rising sun, she found it difficult to find the words to interject. As moments slipped away, Hulaina's initially calm demeanor began to exhibit signs of anxiety. She hastily gathered clothing and a mask from a nearby cabinet, exclaiming quickly, "We must leave, or we shall be declared to have forfeited." Jiuxian recognized that he had indeed woken up late today and, hearing the girl's words, promptly raised his hands in surrender. All right, no more delays." With that, he took the clothing, slipping it on as he hurriedly made his way outside. Chapter 256. The finals begin. Excitement abounds. 4. The arena constructed in the heart of Wuhuan City. A man clad in agile armor slowly ascended the stage. It must be noted that he was indeed a well-chosen representative of the Wuhuan temple, appearing unfazed before the multitude of soul masters below. With a gentle smile, he announced, The second round of the finals, Wuhuan Temple versus Baiwa Academy, has officially commenced. As he stated, this match was significant, pitting the Wuhuan Temple against other teams. And as a member of the Wuhuan Temple, he naturally favored his own team. However, upon turning his gaze, he realized that the four esteemed members of the Wuhuan Temple were conspicuously absent. A wave of panic washed over him. Yet, faced with such a vast audience, he swallowed hard and maintained his composure, continuing in a measured tone. First to take the stage is the Baiwa team from the Xingluo Empire. The Baiwa team was renowned as the second all-female squad after the Tiando Plan Academy, and it was evident that the members of Baiwa Academy were both beautiful and fierce, all being soul masters. Returning to the matter at hand, the team captain, Mu Dan Wang, and the vice captain, Meihua Koei, were introduced. Captain Mu Dan Wang, possessing the Wuhuan of Peony, is a level 48 soul master specializing in offensive capabilities. Vice Captain Meihua Koei, wielding the Wuhuan of Plum Blossom, is a level 45 soul master, also an offensive specialist. Teammate Lan Huaxiang, with the Wuhuan of Orchid, is a level 45 soul master specializing in offense. Teammate Zhu Zijun, possessing the Wuhuan of Bamboo, is a level 45 soul master, also an attacker. Captain Zhu Huasheng, with the Wuhuan of Chrysanthemum, is a level 45 soul master specializing in control. Teammate Shui Xianzi, wielding the Wuhuan of Narcissus, is a level 47 soul master focusing on agility. Teammate Cha Huajiao, with the Wuhuan of Camellia, is a level 41 soul venerable, serving as a support soul master. Listening to the detailed introductions, the people from the Xingluo Empire felt a swell of pride, for this was their nation's team. Meanwhile, those who had long admired the Wuhuan Temple were less than pleased. What did the announcer mean by this? We demand to hear about the Wuhuan Temple team. The host, who also served as the referee, broke into a cold sweat, feeling a surge of frustration. How could this group of fools be so oblivious? He could have dragged this out for a while longer, but now, there was no time to spare. If those esteemed members did not arrive within the allotted time, he would have no choice but to declare them forfeited, and the Pope would surely have him remade. As the audience's emotions grew increasingly agitated, the host hesitantly stated, "Next up is our Wuhuan Temple team, starting with our captain, Xiaoyu." However, as the announcer called out the names, the audience's eyes scanned the stage in vain for any sign of the participants. What was happening? Someone in the crowd loudly questioned, "Is the Wuhuan Temple team really absent for their first appearance? Have they grown so arrogant from winning the past 2 rounds that they disregard their opponents?" Hearing this, the host felt a wave of dread wash over him. Before he could devise a way to maintain order, voices began to rise in discontent. The Wuhuan Temple has yet to arrive. Are they afraid to face all the soul masters present? Thus, was the Wuhuan Temple truly forfeiting? If so, the referee ought to announce the results promptly, as the audience was eager to witness other teams compete. Chapter 257. The finals begin, excitement abounds. 5. Listening to the uproar from the audience, the host, who also served as the referee, managed to maintain a cheerful facade while internally cursing. As his gaze swept across the crowd, he noted that those who had previously voiced support for the Wuhuan Temple now sat with tightly sealed lips, as if glued shut. He was both exasperated and amused by the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, in a reckless display of enthusiasm, he shouted with fervor, but upon sensing an unfavorable shift in the conversation, he immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a word. What a character! Had it not been for his status and the gravity of the situation, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to that individual. Nevertheless, one must ponder, where are those few little ancestors? If they do not arrive soon, he will truly find himself at a loss to explain himself to this gathering. He anxiously swallowed, his gaze involuntarily darting towards the entrance, just as he was about to continue his rambling, when miraculously, Hulaina and her entourage of 7 appear before him. Adhering to the decorum of his profession, he took a deep breath, slightly adjusted his demeanor, and turned to introduce them with fervent enthusiasm. The 7, making a striking entrance, were indeed the illustrious Wuhuan Temple battle team. At the forefront stood our captain, The dashing Xiegu, with his piercing Wuhuan Moonblade. After many years, he had ascended to the rank of a formidable Soul King at level 52. Next was the goddess of countless boys, Hulaina. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her Wuhuan, the enchanting demon fox, elevates her to the rank of a level 51 control system Soul King. Following her is another notable warrior, simply named Yin, whose Wuhuan is the Flame Lord, a powerhouse on par with Captain Xiegu, also a level 52 Soul King. The next three individuals are familiar faces, so I shall briefly introduce them. Li Kai, with the Wuhuan Black Horn Mountain Pig, is a level 47 Assault System Soul Sovereign. Su Yu, wielding the Golden Scepter, is a level 46 Auxiliary System Soul Venerable. Zhang Ping, with the Wuhuan Golden Waist Flying Swallow, is a level 47 Agile Attack Soul Master. Lastly, we have the impressive Yin Shichuan, a new member of our Wuhuan Temple, who, despite his diminutive stature, possesses the remarkable Wuhuan of the ancient ferocious beast, Tao Tai, and boasts a staggering soul power of level 59 as a Soul King in the Assault System. With that, the introduction has concluded. Observing the young men and women beside him as they readied themselves, Zheng Yuwei, the host, narrowed his eyes and announced the official commencement of this competition with a call to release their Wuhuan. Below, the audience roared with enthusiasm. Thanks to the extravagant introduction of the Wuhuan Temple team, the previously lackluster crowd was revitalized, with one enthusiastic voice booming, "My goodness, the Wuhuan Temple is exceptional." Releasing 4 Soul Kings under the age of 25, others joined in, unwilling to be outdone. 4 Soul Kings, 3 Soul Sovereigns, and the best configuration of Soul Rings. I dare say, no team among Xing Luo and Tian Do can rival the prowess of the Wuhuan Temple. A supportive elder in the back, lacking in vigor and eloquence, nevertheless contributed a note of admiration, succinctly summarizing that any team facing the Wuhuan Temple would consider themselves unfortunate. Chapter 258. The final showdown. Exciting, isn't it? Among the spectators seated in a certain academy, a young boy squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the scene before him, and could not help but remark, "Have you noticed? The Baiwa team and the Wuhuan Temple team both feature a configuration of 4 strong, 1 control, 1 agile, and 1 auxiliary." His companion stole a glance and nodded. Indeed, the same lineup, yet the disparity in soul power is so vast. This is undoubtedly a losing battle. Upon hearing this, someone could not restrain themselves from leading a chant. With such power, why even fight? Baiwa team should concede. A girl, keenly observing the situation, suddenly sprang to her feet, dramatically raising her fist to her mouth as if it were a microphone, and began her commentary. Expecting her to express admiration, the crowd hushed to hear her words. Instead, she declared with vigor, "Between the 2 teams, the Wuhuan Temple has the upper hand, but the Baiwa team displays sharp resolve and will not yield easily. Will the Baiwa team surprise us with a comeback? Let's wait and see." Nearby, a man, noticing her attire resembling that of the Baiwa team, scoffed and shouted, "Wuhuan Temple will surely win." On the stage, Jiuxian adjusted his dark blue mask and cast a fleeting glance toward the source of the shout. Though he preferred not to draw attention, the spectators were clearly astute. "Let's go for it." Xiegu and Yin echoed in unison. "All right, my young lord." Overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the Wuhuan Temple, the Baiwa Academy retreated 2 steps in anticipation of their offensive. They were not cowardly. Rather, they recognized the overwhelming strength they faced. Especially that boy with the dark Wuhuan, level 59, though he had only 1 soul ring. The crimson glow of that ring was not to be underestimated, as it was a 10,000-year soul ring. The other youths, while not as formidable, still possessed optimal soul ring configurations. The king of Peony swallowed hard and glanced at the crowd, who held no expectations. She waved to her female companions. Although they were unlikely to win, surrendering after such a long journey would be disgraceful. They must fight. They could not allow themselves to be belittled by this group. Clenching her fist, her gaze fixated on the 7 standing idly across the arena, devoid of formation. Ultimately, her eyes settled on the masked Jiuxian. If she recalled correctly, he had limped onto the stage in haste. If that were not feigned, it suggested a leg issue. She felt no shame in seeking a weakness in their seemingly perfect team. Lowering her voice, she conferred with her sisters, target that boy's leg. Hearing this, the Meihua queen glanced at the mysterious masked boy, pondering whether he was truly a match for them. As she absorbed her companion's encouragement, she smiled in response to them. What followed was a spectacular display of the blossoming beauty of the Baiwa team, led by their control specialist, Jiuxian. While her wuhuan might evoke whimsical thoughts, her soul skills were undeniably formidable. Chapter 259, the final showdown, exciting, isn't it? As the control specialist, Jiuxian unleashed a mesmerizing flower rain. The entire venue fell into a state of suspension, as if time itself had slowed. Although she was only a level 4 soul sovereign, her control was brief, lasting but 4 fleeting seconds. Her sisters, well aware of the situation, swiftly positioned themselves, supporters on the flanks, agile attackers waiting for the opportune moment, and the remaining 4 strong attackers prepared to strike. Among them was the Meihua queen, employing her highest 4th soul skill, Meihua Lei, where petals fell like tears, a seemingly gentle display, yet a hidden peril lay within. Whether the pink flowers or the unassuming leaves, all were capable of inflicting harm upon contact. Next came the Orchid Fragrance's Orchid Injury, a move likely inspired by their sisterly bond, with both the technique and name being strikingly similar. When the wounds of the orchid and the rain of the plum blossom converge, the spectators find it challenging to distinguish whether it is a single soul skill or 2. A particularly unique aspect is the bamboo sword wielded by Jiuxian, whose soul skill manifests as vibrant green bamboo stalks. If one overlooks the sharp tips, one might be tempted to take them home for cooking. Then there is the captain, Mudan Wang, with her soul skill aptly named Death Beneath the Peony. As the captain, she obviously possesses distinctive qualities. The name of her soul skill, Death Beneath the Peony, suggests a certain flair, not merely a straightforward reference to peonies. It is said that soul skills must have some effect or utility. The fact that Mudan Wang chose this name for her skill partly stemmed from the 3rd soul skill's ability to evoke confusion. Some may wonder why. With her high soul power, she does not employ her most formidable 4th soul skill. It is simply a matter of caution, for she fears that the opponents might breach the defense of her team as protective barriers. Thus, she opts for a more conservative approach, employing a controlling skill and leaving the damage to her more offensively inclined companions. While the opposing side, observing the myriad responses and attacks from the Baiwa battle team, honed through years of synergy, what is the reaction of the 7 members of the Wuhuan Temple? Not to mention others. Let us focus on the most distinctive member of that team, Yu, known as Jiuxian. Indeed, he is the very same Jiuxian who, during the finals, masqueraded as Yunqi Quan. His initial thought was simply, well done, were it not for his certainty that they had acted with the utmost integrity prior to the match. He might have suspected that Hulaina and her 2 companions had threatened them the night before. The nature of the threat likely revolved around their 7 members being compelled to actively unleash their soul skills that day. How else could one explain their compliance in revealing their skills before he even had a chance to employ his well-prepared provocations? Although their cooperation saved him considerable hassle, targeting his weaknesses so pointedly felt rather excessive. With a slight smirk, Jiuxian raised his arm, conjuring a cloud of black mist before him. Just as an attack seemed poised to strike him, his companion Yin wondered if he was experiencing a lapse, a malfunction of his soul skill. Just as he prepared to step forward to intercept the incoming blow, Jiuxian abruptly lifted his hand. The first soul skill, Feast of the Glutton, activated, and in that moment, the breathtaking soul skill was swiftly absorbed into the abyss beneath his hand. Chapter 260. The finals have arrived. How exciting. 8. The breathtaking skill, though undeniably exquisite, bore a high danger rating of 4 stars, now swallowed by an unknown black hole. Apart from Jiuxian and his teammates, all present were left agape in astonishment, as if they could fit an egg into their mouths. Such a maneuver exists. The members of the Baiwa battle team, positioned closest to the spectacle, were even more affected. They hailed from the Xinglua Empire and had heard tales of the Shrek Academy's astonishing martial soul fusion techniques. They had expected to be astounded, Yet nothing could compare to the revelation that this mysterious member of the Wuhuan Temple was capable of absorbing other soul skills. This extraordinary feat, and merely his first soul skill, suggested that such an unfathomable ability could be employed continuously. How could they possibly counter this? Mutant Wong felt her legs weaken. She had intended to stand tall and continue the fight, yet at some point, the other members of the Wuhuan Temple had approached them, brandishing their martial souls in a display of dominance. They had lost, and just like that, without premonition. No, it was not entirely without forewarning. They had long been aware of their impending defeat. Mutant Wong, however, clung to the hope of a miracle that might descend upon them. Yet it must be said, such an outcome was entirely unforeseen. Nevertheless, this result was undoubtedly the most satisfying for Pope BB Dong. As for the others, what did it matter what they thought? Yet, it must be acknowledged that discussion surrounding the protagonist cannot be neglected. So let us clandestinely inquire about Shrek, a topic that has persisted since the beginning of the match. On the observation platform, Flanders squinted at the masked youth below and voiced his curiosity. Why does that individual bear such a striking resemblance to Jiuxian? Although Lu Erlong's demeanor was rather rough and her temper volatile, she nevertheless possessed a keen eye. After careful observation, she chimed in, "Indeed, it is he." The voice and figure are identical. Upon hearing this, Master tightened his grip on the railing. Jiuxian? The Wuhuan Temple's member, Yin Chi Quan, a soul king of level 59. He rapped his head, regretting that he had not recognized the child as a member of the Wuhuan Temple sooner. Meanwhile, Ma Ongjun, less burdened by such contemplations, marveled at the scene below, reflecting on the words of the teachers. Jiuxian truly lives up to his name. His soul skill is simply extraordinary. Hidden behind the crowd, Xiao Wu's eyes darkened as she observed her trembling fingertips, nervously rubbing her hands behind her back. How could Jiuxian be part of the Wuhuan Temple's team? She had intended to quietly inquire with Tang, Sam beside her, but her voice, though soft, was audible to those nearby, and her words were clearly heard throughout the vicinity. The human heart is difficult to fathom, and emotions are not as steadfast as one might imagine. Soon, voices began to murmur, questioning what benefits the Wuhuan Temple had offered Jiuxian to persuade him to betray them. Mo Xiao Tang, who had been silently watching her brother display his prowess, found it increasingly difficult to ignore the surrounding chatter. While he had initially wished to remain disengaged, the incessant commentary, especially any negative remarks about his brother, compelled him to respond. Jiuge is not a traitor. Observing Mo Xiao Tang's sudden outburst, Ning Rongrong murmured. But he did appear as a member of the Wuhuan Temple. Listening to her soft, melodic voice, Mo Xiao Tang clenched his fists. During the time of his brother's disappearance, he had begun to realize why his brother chose not to inform everyone immediately, opting instead to conceal the truth. Was he not fearful of this very outcome? Mo Xiao Tang inhaled deeply and turned away, choosing silence over conflict. In this small area, the atmosphere grew tense with their mutual silence. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had already pulled the plump fatty away from the battlefield, leaned over the observation platform's railing, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, are those three beside Jiuxian the friends who visited him during the second round of grueling training at the Great Soul Arena?" The stout man gazed at the three profiles below, failing to provide an immediate response. To be honest, after more than 2 years, his recollection of the three benefactors who had once rescued him from peril had grown somewhat hazy. After a considerable pause, Ma Hongjun finally stroked his chin and jestingly remarked, "Indeed, this young fellow has a keen eye." To this, Oscar unabashedly acknowledged, "Of course, just look at who I am." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun cast a glance at the slight figure below and then at the icy demeanor across from him, as his thoughts erupted and swiftly dispersed. First, he patted his ample belly, straightened his back with ease, and then cleared his throat to make a solemn announcement. From this incident, one could ascertain that one should never underestimate a dashing, single gentleman's memory of an unparalleled beauty. Oscar felt no hint of danger and chuckled in agreement, indeed. Listening to their banter and observing the actions of Ning Rongrong and Mo shouting, the atmosphere on their side softened somewhat. It was evident that Ning Rongrong, clad in her elegant little shoes, approached Oscar. Gazing at the radiant smile of the single gentleman before her, she directly cast a deathly glare. Proud of his single status, was he? Even Oscar, though somewhat slow-witted, could not remain oblivious to the chilling presence beside him, and he hastily explained himself. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, having successfully executed his plan, scampered over to Mo Xiaotang, softly discussing the background of their esteemed companion with his brothers. He recalled that the esteemed one had mentioned those three individuals were childhood friends, meaning the esteemed one had always been affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple. Beside his own little feline, Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow in surprise at Ma Hongjun's sudden display of confidence. Well done, stout one. Ma Hongjun patted his chest, mirroring Oscar's earlier self-assured demeanor. Yet, the master appeared quite troubled. He remarked, "The Wuhuan Temple has concealed this child remarkably well. We have never suspected anything in the past 2 years." As the final match approached, the master reflected, his gaze drifting to the Pope observing from the empty platform. A complex emotion flickering in his eyes, perhaps a blend of his own helplessness and disappointment in someone. Unexpectedly witnessing this scene, Mo Xiaotang, usually compliant, crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Under normal circumstances, considering both age and status, she ought to show the master deference, given that he had been their teacher for 2 years. However, dismissing that complex gaze, she questioned the master's assertion. Did he truly believe his vast knowledge made him a detective? If her brother wished to conceal his identity, how could he allow it to be discovered so easily? Moreover, during his years at Shrek Academy, while her brother may not have made grand contributions, he had certainly never harmed them. On the contrary, he had risked his life to save them during perilous moments. The result? He could argue that they had only known each other for a year or two, and thus lacked emotional ties. She did not seek their sympathy for her brother's presence in the Wuhuan Temple's ranks. She did not ask them to ponder whether he thrived within the Wuhuan Temple, nor whether he was safe there. Yet, how could they see him associated with the Wuhuan Temple and act like frenzied beasts? When an event occurs, the malicious words that ensue will not cease with mere explanations. But neither could they be allowed to proliferate. I shall say this, my brother is not part of the Wuhuan Temple. Observing the tension between his obedient student and his dear brother, Flender felt his head swell with frustration. He stepped in to separate the two, and, after a cough to clear his throat, he stated as objectively as possible, no one wishes to believe that the esteemed one is affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple. Yet he has fought alongside its golden generation, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Surely an explanation is warranted? Ning Rongrong's kindling and the master's spark ignited Mo Xiaotang's retort, targeting Flender. If my brother is indeed a disruptor sent by the Wuhuan Temple, why did he not take the opportunity to eliminate us during the battle against the Forest King? Instead, he exerted himself to assist us. If my brother were an undercover agent for the Wuhuan Temple, why did he not choose to infiltrate the Tiando or Xing Luo Royal Academies, but instead opted for the dilapidated Shrek Academy? Furthermore, are individuals from the Wuhuan Temple truly so foolish as to dispatch a gifted and astute youth to test us for 2 long years? Did they harbor such confidence, unconcerned that the longer he spent with us, the more his loyalties might shift? Listening to Mo Xiaotang's words, the master felt a tinge of embarrassment. After a moment of reflection, he found himself utterly humiliated for having suspected an innocent child without any evidence. He opened his mouth to apologize, but Mo Xiaotang, incensed by the master's words, paid him no heed. Ultimately, it was Jiuxian, who had remained silent, who approached the fuming Mo Xiaotang. She placed a hand on Mo Xiaotang's now sturdier shoulder and pulled Dai Mubai closer, earnestly declaring, "Xiaotang, we believe in the esteemed one. What about you?" Mo Xiaotang regarded her with a skeptical gaze. If Jiuxian and Dai Mubai expressed their belief in her brother, she would accept it. However, it was the term "we" that raised her doubts. Prepared for the children's skepticism, Jiuxian remained composed in her subsequent actions. As the cool girl, she kept her movements and words minimal, simply lowering her arms and giving a knowing glance to the robust man beside her. In the next moment, the onlookers heard Dai Mubai assert, if the esteemed one were aligned with the Wuhuan Temple, he would not have intervened to help us during the incident on the official road. although no one had openly discussed the mastermind behind that event. They all knew it was none other than the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. They recalled the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, alongside the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the poisoned Dalu who had rescued them from calamity. Just when they thought everything had concluded, another figure emerged, the hidden moon Jiuxian. Lu Erlong felt a flicker of intuition and hesitantly asked, "Is the esteemed one that man in black?" Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, although the master had not been present at the time, upon his return, Lu Erlong and Flinder had briefed him. He had harbored suspicions about the identity of the man in black, initially believing him to be the father of the third party. However, after hearing Flinder's account of the man's youth, he dismissed his doubts. He had not anticipated that this person was, in fact, the esteemed one. Mo Xiaodang had been watching the master closely. Noticing the master's regret upon hearing about the official road incident, she finally spoke up. Go has his own difficulties. Esteemed teachers, I do not seek your understanding of Go, but I implore you not to misinterpret him. The master, visibly vexed, lowered his head, contemplating how life had seemingly regressed. Listening to the child's words, he quickly and earnestly apologized. I was overly agitated earlier. I sincerely apologize, Xiaotang. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang merely cast a fleeting glance, offering no acceptance. The one who ought to apologize is Ge. In the blink of an eye, the second round of the finals had concluded. That afternoon, within the grand hall of the Wuhuan Palace, Pope Bibi Dong sat regally upon her throne, her right hand gripping an ornate staff. She gazed down at the 4 children, remaining silent as her delicate fingers rhythmically tapped upon the metal of the staff. Observing this, Jiuxian tilted his head, pondering how adeptly Bibi Dong wielded psychological tactics. Being a naive fool, he felt no need to feign fear or exhibit anything extraordinary. He could simply let his nature shine. Yet, it was a different tale for Hulai Na and her companions. They were not like Jiuxian. How could they possibly be devoid of trepidation before Bibi Dong? Having been raised in Wuhuan City, the authority of Pope Bibi Dong was ingrained in their very bones. Thus, as they beheld her expression and listened to the crisp echoes of her tapping, chills ran down their spines, hearts quaking in fear of being called upon. However, psychological warfare must have its moment, and before long, Pope Bibi Dong slightly raised her chin and, in a nonchalant tone, inquired, "Why were you late to the competition?" Her voice was calm, seemingly a mere inquiry, yet Hulai Na and her companions understood that this was the commencement of an inquiry into their transgressions. It is said that extending one's head invites the knife, while retracting it invites the knife as well. Xiaoyu, steeling himself, took a step forward. It was unclear who had lent him the courage, but he spoke with notable volume. "I apologize, Your Holiness, I overslept." Upon hearing that it was Xiaoyu who had awoken late, Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed. On such an important day, you overslept? This is inexcusable for anyone, let alone someone of the golden generation. And you, as the leader of this team, are the one who led the tardiness. In that instant, Bibi Dong was incensed. Meanwhile, Jiuxian, observing the situation, rolled his eyes and, with a puzzled tilt of his head, remarked, "Wasn't it Xiao Jiu who woke up late? How did it become Xiaoyu Ge? Xiao Jiu? Xiao Jiu?" Upon hearing this, 2 voices echoed within the hall. The first, filled with anxious urgency, belonged to Hulai Na and her companions, while the latter, tinged with astonishment, was uttered by Bibi Dong. Neither party had anticipated that this audacious child would dare to speak such words. After all, most would retreat as far as possible in such a predicament. Yet this one boldly charged forth into the fray. What they did not foresee was that this was merely the beginning. Unfazed by his age, Jiuxian drooped his head and pitifully asked, "Indeed, yesterday Xiao Jiu went out to play and returned late. So, today, I woke up late. Big sister, have I caused trouble?" Yin Dang Ji covered his head, pondering how this child could ask such a question when they were all present. He truly did not know whether to regard this young one as remarkably bold or simply muddled in his maturity. Just as he contemplated how to retract the child's words, Bibi Dong, in an unexpected turn of events, lowered her voice and spoke gently. "There is nothing to worry about. Today, Xiao Jiu performed admirably. securing a victory for us effortlessly. To this, Jiuxian unreservedly pressed on. Is there a reward? Reward. At this, even Hu Lai Na felt the urge to silence the child. Their actions today had not warranted punishment, and yet this young one dared to ask for a reward? Seeing the horrified expressions of Hu Lai Na and her companions, Jiuxian innocently stated, I won the competition. Surely there is a reward? Bibi Dong, contemplating something, surprisingly nodded, suggesting that there would indeed be one, just as Hu Lai Na and her companions began to suspect that the Pope had been possessed. Bibi Dong added a condition. However, it will only be given once the competition has concluded. Really? Although there were conditions, Jiuxian was still overjoyed like a child. Wait, was he not in essence a child? He felt elated and did not forget his 3 companions, inquiring if they would receive rewards as well. Bibi Dong, with a grand gesture, affirmed, as long as you all win the competition, each of you will receive one. Thank you, big sister. Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, realizing that with Bibi Dong's stature, the rewards would undoubtedly be extravagant. Remarkably, without batting an eye, she offered 4 prizes at once. Truly, she was the grand matron of the Wuhuan Palace, exuding generosity. This incident made Jiuxian aware that Bibi Dong genuinely valued this competition. Conversely, Bibi Dong remained oblivious to the thoughts of Jiuxian, smiling as she responded, It's nothing. Jiuxian, feigning exhaustion, playfully poked his fingers together. Can we go out to play now? Of course you can. Bibi Dong nodded with a smile. As Jiuxian excitedly pulled Hu Lai Na and her companions to leave, she cast Hu Lai Na a meaningful glance. She trusted that Hu Lai Na, as her personal disciple, would comprehend the implications without her needing to elaborate. Upon exiting the Wuhuan Hall, Xiaoyu finally raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat induced by the Pope's earlier intimidation. That startled me. Jiuxian glanced at him, thinking how foolish it was to act heroically when one felt fear. Sensing something, Xiaoyu spoke for himself. You are younger than us and lack our strength. It is only right that you bear the punishment. At these words, a ripple of emotion stirred within Jiuxian. Having walked a long, dark path, he had grown numb, gradually forgetting the feelings of fear and loneliness. Yet this did not imply he was devoid of a desire for light and warmth. Perhaps this is why people seek friendships in the world. He suppressed the corners of his mouth that threatened to lift, thinking, how foolish. This was no foolishness. Upon encountering Jiuxian, Xiaoyu transformed into a simple-minded, physically robust being, retorting without a second thought. A smile flickered in Jiuxian's eyes. Yet he continued to retort without reservation. A fool would never admit to being a fool. Xiaoyu, with gritted teeth, shouted, Jiuxian. The called upon Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, mischievously responding, Your uncle is here. Ah, Xiaoyu was on the verge of madness. Hu Lai Na and Yin, exchanging glances, silently lamented the existence of someone who so eagerly poked at the tender spots of others. Nevertheless, the earlier tension had dissipated. Hu Lai Na interjected appropriately, All right, you two, cease your bickering. TCH, who is bickering? Xiaoyu and Jiuxian replied in unison. Following this, the two locked eyes, once again echoing, Why are you copying me? Following behind, Yin covered his face, bemused. Are these two still immature? How can they be so childish? The one to finally end this farce was Xiaoyu. Surprised, right? Did everyone think it would be Jiuxian, who is nearly 30 at heart, who would stop first? No, it was Xiaoyu. Jiuxian had become so engrossed in the act that he couldn't extricate himself. Observing Jiuxian's frail figure, Xiaoyu thought of his own robust muscles and decided to act magnanimously, choosing not to bicker with someone. Moreover, after all the commotion, it was time to discuss serious matters. He cleared his throat and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yu Jing, inquiring what he had to report. This time, she was not accompanied by joy and mischief. Instead, she spoke solemnly, stating that tomorrow, Shrek would also take the stage. Jiuxian shrugged, unfazed, and replied that they would just compete. Hearing this, Xiaoyu paused, surprised. Weren't they good partners? If Jiuxian knew what he was thinking, he would surely retort that precisely because they were partners, it was no big deal to engage in a match. Yin patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, pulling the captain back to reality, and asked if he was not afraid of being discovered. Discovered? Jiuxian licked his lips, noting that they had already been aware since today's match. Huaina was also puzzled, asking why he seemed so relaxed. Jiuxian glanced at her and tossed a question back, saying, "What else could I do?" Indeed, everyone knew, and what could you do but endure? Observing the playful and carefree Jiuxian, Huaina's gaze fell, recalling what old Gue had said about his plan being completed after the finals. And after completion, without waiting for her to finish, Jiuxian interjected, "I will leave the Wuhuan Hall." Huaina paused and continued to ask if there was even a slight possibility of staying here. Jiuxian shook his head, stating that she knew he was at odds with the Pope. Hearing Jiuxian declare he would not remain at the Wuhuan Hall, the three of them felt a complex mix of emotions. After all, they had grown up in the Wuhuan Hall. Logically speaking, if someone as talented as Jiuxian stayed, it would undoubtedly benefit the Wuhuan Hall. Furthermore, they would not have to bid farewell to their friend. However, they had also seen the outside world. To be realistic, compared to the outside, the rules in the Wuhuan Hall were indeed numerous and harsh. Thus, on a personal level, for a friend like Jiuxian who yearned for freedom, they felt that leaving was the best choice. They would genuinely feel happy for him, as he could finally escape the constraints that had long bound him. Yet, after knowing for so long, the sudden realization that their old friend was leaving brought genuine reluctance. Sunlight spilled onto the ground, and the shadows beneath their feet led the few youths to reminisce about past moments. Among them, Xiaoyu gazed at the careless individual fiddling with his hair, and a scene from when the four of them first met flashed in his mind. Back then, he was still young and truly childish. He and the newcomer often clashed over trivial matters. Thankfully, his sister Xiao Na was there, otherwise, the two would have quarreled endlessly over the years. Looking back, they were indeed quite immature. Yet it was this very immaturity that made their endless training in the Wuhuan Hall feel less tedious. The handsome Yan, who had been quietly observing, noticed the silence and raised his head. With one glance, he directly caught Xiaoyu gazing affectionately at their beloved Yu. Sensing the atmosphere was heavy, he joked, "Xiao Na, do you smell something?" Huaina, lost in thought, snapped back to reality at Yan's words and seriously sniffed the air, shaking her head in confusion. Observing this, Yan subtly pointed to his two good brothers and remarked in a voice that was not quite small, "There's a strong scent of camaraderie." Huaina couldn't help but laugh at this. It was unspoken until it was mentioned, but indeed, there was a hint of that flavor. "Yan, are you looking for a beating?" Meanwhile, the individuals involved were not in the mood for jest. Xiaoyu retaliated against Yan with a flurry of actions. Watching all this, Jiuxian and Huaina exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. Youth is truly wonderful. Under the setting sun, the shadows on the road grew longer, mirroring the thoughts of the group. As they neared the elder's residence, Huaina could not help but speak. After the competition ends, the youth from Shrek should also be graduating. So, Xiaojio, where do you plan to go? Upon hearing this, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he had not thought of where to go after the competition. However, such an answer was evidently not suitable for the serious Huaina. Jiuxian slightly lifted his chin and casually replied, "You know me, I have my few interests, and after going out, I'll indulge in my carefree life of eating, drinking, and having fun." Huaina frowned in disapproval at this response. Clearly, it did not sit well with her, and she was not easily dismissed. Sure enough, within a second, Huaina said, "You know I'm not asking about that. You know, I'm not interested in such trivialities," Huaina said, her voice gradually rising. "Xiaojio, I want to hear the truth." What she sought was the genuine truth, not just the dismissive words he often used. And Jiuxian was not oblivious. He was neither foolish nor blind. He clearly saw their genuine feelings towards him. For a moment, burdened with unspoken concerns, he opened his mouth, longing to share the weight he had carried for years, which had begun to feel moldy. Perhaps then, the burden upon him would feel lighter, and he would not feel so exhausted. But in that fleeting moment, he dismissed the thought. "Xiaojio." Hearing Huaina's slightly choked voice, Jiuxian shook his head, silently saying in his heart, "I'm sorry, but all I can offer you are these words." Just like arriving at the elder's residence, they were about to part ways. His decision was made, and no one could change it. Therefore, why say those so-called truths and add to their worries? He ascended the steps, to the elder's residence, looking at his friends who would soon part ways. According to the competition rules, we ranked first in the second round, and we have a bye in the third round of the finals, so we won TB competing. But do not think that just because you are formidable, you can slack off and sneak out to have fun. During this period without matches, you should rest and research strategies. The 6 finalists in the 4th round are counting on us. Observing the mature Jiuxian, who Lai Na felt her heart soften. She was not truly unreasonable. After Jiuxian's repeated avoidance of the issue, she wrestled with her thoughts and began to adjust her mindset. Her intentions were good. But ultimately, the events were happening to Jiuxian himself. He was no longer the little boy from years ago who had to ask her if he would drown in the river. Now he was clever and had his own decisions. She should not impose her thoughts upon him. In an impulsive inquiry, her goodwill might inadvertently become his burden. Since the younger brother has grown up and feels no longer in need of our protection, we, as his older siblings, cannot forcefully hold him back, becoming a hindrance on his path to freedom. Xiao Jiuer, after the competition concludes, we shall truly let go. However, remember, though we release you, the 3 of us, along with Grandpa Yu and Grandpa Gui, shall forever remain your steadfast support. Thus, should you ever feel regret, know that we are here, always awaiting your return home. The 2 individuals behind who Lai Na exchanged glances, although they were perplexed by her sudden decision to let go. They wholeheartedly concurred with her words. Since your departure has become an unchangeable reality, may you find joy in the world beyond. Otherwise, regardless of the mountains and rivers that separate us, I will bring you back. Young one, all you need to do is to move forward with happiness, for we are behind you. Upon finishing her words, Seiyu drew her sister and brother closer, gently patting them while smiling affectionately. Everything that needed to be said had been expressed. The younger brother wished to reassure them, willing to bear all burdens alone, and it was time for them to alleviate his worries. In their final moments together, they aimed to leave him with cherished memories, rather than grim faces. Let us depart. Let us return to rest. After all, time is precious. Why waste it standing here? As the sun set, watching the young ones wave goodbye, Jiuxian smiled softly, a warmth melting the chill within her heart. Chapter 268. The conclusion of the competition, late-night conversations, the 3rd round of the finals. According to the competition rules, the 2 teams that ranked 1st and 2nd in the qualifying rounds would have a bye, while the remaining 8 teams would compete to determine 4 finalists. On this day, all academies seemed charged with an invigorating energy. However, following the contrasts of the 2nd round, the competitors today presented a rather intricate situation. To the audience, it could be described as an inseparable bond, but in less flattering terms, it appeared rather sticky. Everyone present was merely mortal, unlike the Spirit Hall members, who seemed almost like prodigies. Yet, those gathered here could not be deemed ordinary, each possessing a keen intellect. None were willing to reveal their trump cards, resorting instead to a war of attrition. Victory would lead to a well-deserved rest and hope for the 4th round, while defeat would mean packing up and returning home for good. After all, if their skills were openly displayed in these 3 rounds, the instructors from other teams would undoubtedly dissect every detail overnight. How could they possibly hope to survive the pressure in the 4th round? Brothers, endure to the bitter end. Where down each opponent, the arena was once again filled with a deafening roar. Night fell at the residence of Elder Yu. Knock, knock, knock. Listening to the hurried knocking, Jiuxian, who had just lain down after a long day, struggled to rise from his bed. Ah, what a headache! Who could be so urgent? Reluctantly, he climbed out of bed, leaned against the doorframe, and weakly inquired, "What is it?" Yuan Gao, observing the exhausted child, was somewhat surprised. The young master had been cooped up in his room. What could have tired him so? Yet, adhering to his professional integrity, he refrained from prying into his master's affairs and solemnly reported, "The esteemed one requests your presence in the papal hall." How troublesome! Upon hearing it was that old woman, Jiuxian felt a surge of frustration. Why, in the dead of night, must she stir trouble? Couldn't she let him enjoy a peaceful beauty sleep? After a mental outburst, he composed himself, tidying his appearance and attire. Frustration notwithstanding, he had to maintain his facade. After all, One line necessitates 1,000 more to cover it up. What a torment. He pinched his face, revealing a naive and innocent expression before bouncing toward the imposing papal hall. Yuan Gao, observing the scene, couldn't help but reflect on the burdens this young child bore. At an age meant for carefree exuberance, he found himself trapped within this gilded cage. Upon entering the spirit hall, Jiuxian seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere among the young men and women, cheerfully greeting the woman seated on the throne and the two uncles standing behind her. Good evening. Upon hearing his clear voice, all present, save for the queen who had closed her eyes, felt their hearts leap to their throats. How innocent you are, yet, in such a charged atmosphere, do you not fear inciting trouble? Meanwhile, Jiuxian thought to himself, if she cannot rest, why should she allow him to do so? The queen slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the young boy with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. However, considering the power within him, she nodded gently. Now that everyone had gathered, it was time to discuss matters. The third round of the finals had concluded. Young ones, share your thoughts. Chapter 269, Boasting to No End. It's all over. The third round of the competition had come to a close, perhaps due to the unsatisfactory results of today's matches. A palpable tension hung in the air, causing a heavy atmosphere to settle in. Nevertheless, the crescent moon hung high above, accompanied by dark clouds, resembling a beauty with half her makeup on, adding an air of mystery to the night. In such a mysterious night, how could it be spent without excitement? Naturally, something must be stirred up, otherwise it would be a disservice to the atmosphere created. Thus, our esteemed Pope summoned the 7 chosen youths into the hall. Now that the third round of the finals has concluded, let us hear your thoughts. Bibi Dong, reclining on her throne, spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the 7 young men exchanged glances. What were they supposed to say? An oath of victory? Or post-match evaluations of the various academies? If it were the former, they could speak freely, but if it were the latter, they would be out of luck today. Who knew they would still have to observe the matches while on break? Isn't this typically the teacher's responsibility? In such a trivial competition, wouldn't it usually be the teachers gathering information on the participants for analysis and strategy? What kind of situation is this? As they awaited a response, Bibi Dong tapped her fingers on the armrest of her throne. The sound echoed throughout the hall, ringing in each young man's ears, especially the dreaded call for names. Xiaoyu, as the captain, why don't you start us off? Feeling a chill run down his spine, Xiaoyu swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this cursed captaincy. Damn this awkward beginning. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Otherwise, the Pope seated above would undoubtedly make him regret having spoken at all. Returning to the matter at hand, as captain, he needed to exhibit a strong mindset and resilience under pressure. He quickly organized his thoughts and boldly declared, victory. Yes, victory. As the golden triangle of the Spirit Hall, the young prodigies, how could they neglect the importance of such a competition? Facing those mischievous youths, his response was succinct, embodying both strength and the confidence instilled in him by his teammates. Bai Dong nodded, her expression inscrutable, leaving others uncertain as to her true sentiments. Regardless of the outcome, with the captain's declaration paving the way, the subsequent participants found their bearings, unleashing a torrent of motivational phrases. Bibi Dong straightened in her seat, casting a glance at the seemingly evasive Jiuxian, who wore a smile, attempting to draw him out for amusement. And what of you, Xiaojiu? Do you have any thoughts regarding the competition among the top 6? Xiaojiu, bewildered, suddenly comprehended the sentiments of another, his lips twitching. The esteemed Pope certainly had a keen interest in him, beaming at him foolishly. How absurd. He curled his lip, determined to emerge victorious in the end. What a resolute declaration, a promise of triumph. Truly, he was a fine youth of the Wuhan Temple. Bai Dong rose gracefully, offering her compliments without reservation. Yet in the next breath, she posed a rather daunting question. So, for the 4th round of the finals, I shall grant you a brief respite of tea time to conclude a battle. That should pose no issue, correct? With such words, what objections could they possibly raise? The young men, harboring discontent in their hearts, vocally affirmed with unwavering assurance, no problem. Bai Dong flashed a charming smile, for grand proclamations were the realm of all. Yet if they failed to deliver, they were well aware of the consequences. Jiuxian felt momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the youths led by Xiaoyu were beset by memories of a hellish place, shivering at the recollection. The stakes had indeed escalated dramatically. Chapter 270. The competition begins. Unexpected surprises on the day of the competition. At the heart of Wuhan City, the host stood upon the stage, delivering the familiar opening remarks, meticulously guiding the proceedings. Welcome to the fourth round of the finals. What surprises shall the 6 elite academies, who have emerged through layers of selection, unveil for us today? Let us await in anticipation. The host then called forth the captains of the top 3 academies, Wuhan Temple, Shrek Academy, and Shun Feng Academy, to draw lots. Following the previous incident of Wuhan Temple's tardiness, each academy's members had been promptly escorted to the venue by their respective instructors. Thus, as soon as the host concluded, the 3 captains ascended the stage simultaneously, each a paragon of beauty and strength. Their appearance evoked a chorus of gasps from the audience. However, as the exquisitely inscribed cards denoting the competing academies spun and settled before the trio, an immediate silence enveloped the arena. Outside, every spectator held their breath, eyes widening in fear of missing the unfolding events. Within, the 3 participants bore heavy expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. After a brief moment, it was Xiaoyu, the loyal soldier of Wuhan Temple, who broke the impasse, decisively flipping the card. Their opponent would be the Monster Academy. With this initial revelation, the other 2 captains also revealed their cards, resulting in a collective sigh of relief as none had drawn each other. To be honest, this outcome brings a tinge of disappointment, as many, like myself, had yearned to witness a clash between Wuhan Temple and either Shrek or Shun Feng Academy. Yet, with both sides possessing formidable strength, a confrontation was inevitable. Now, let us observe the sparks that will fly between the valiant Wuhan Temple, Shrek Academy, and Shun Feng Academy, and their equally unyielding counterparts from the Monster Academy, by Ashung Academy and Luo Academy. With the drawing concluded, the host promptly resumed his commentary. As the host, it was his duty to maintain the atmosphere, and noticing the audience's lack of enthusiasm, he quickly transformed into a jovial figure, employing humor to reintroduce the results. Observing the revived energy in the crowd, Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, silently musing. Indeed, the individuals from Wuhan Temple are quite remarkable. From combat soul masters to the host, each exudes their unique charm. In this seemingly trivial matter, the identical outcome is presented with 2 distinct attitudes. Truly a coveted place. As he contemplated, the host began announcing the order of the matches. The first bout would feature Wuhan Temple against the Monster Academy. He exchanged glances with Hulai Na, their intentions unmistakable. Let chaos reign. As he gazed upon the extraordinary youths, the host dutifully introduced the Wuhan battle team, recalling their previous stunning performance. Let us revisit the members of the Wuhan Temple battle team. Leading the charge is the formidable Captain Xiaoyu, wielding the Moonblade, a level 52 Assault Soul King. Next, we have our goddess Hulai Na, embodying the Demon Fox, a level 51 Control Soul King. Following closely is Yin, with the Flame Lord as his soul, equally matched with Captain Xiaoyu at level 52 Assault Soul King. And let us not forget the dark horse Yin Chi Quan, whose soul is the Gluttonous Beast, a level 59 Assault Soul King. Li Kai, with the Blackhorn Mountain Pig as his soul, is a level 47 Assault Soul Master. Su Yu, wielding the brilliant Golden Scepter, is a level 46 Support Soul Master. Zhang Ping, with the Golden Waist Flying Swallow as his soul, is a level 47 Agility Soul Master. After detailing the members of Wuhan Temple, the host's gaze shifted to the other side. Just as he prepared to continue his customary introduction, he was taken aback by the sight of the Monster Academy S team, each releasing their soul rings. Heavens! What is this? All are assault types? I knew this, but 5 Soul Kings? They exceed even Wuhan Temple in number. Observing the other 2 members, he noted they were also level 49 Soul Masters. Here follows the situation of the Monster Academy. Captain Yo 2, with the Black Bull as his soul, is a level 52 Assault Soul King. Team member Nyo Shou, with the Red Bull as his soul, is also a level 52 Assault Soul King. Team member Nyo San, with the Dairy Cow as his soul, is a level 50 Assault Soul King. Team member Nyo Si, with the Demon Bull as his soul, is a level 55 Assault Soul King. Team member Nyo Wu, with the White Bull as his soul, is a level 49 Soul King. Team member Nyo Lu, with the Flower Bull as his soul, is a level 49 Soul Master. Team member Nyo Chi, with the Flower Bull as his soul, is a level 50 Soul Master. Chapter 271. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. Having outlined the contestants, the competition commenced with Wu Hun Temple and Monster Academy releasing their formidable auras. Surprisingly, neither side made the first move. Meanwhile, in the viewing area, the members of Shrek Academy watched intently as the two teams faced each other, their eyes fixed on the powerful soul masters of Monster Academy. Oscar could hardly contain his excitement. During previous observations with the master, he had not noted the presence of such a formidable academy. The emergence of 5 Soul Kings from Monster Academy undoubtedly astonished everyone. The master's expression grew serious. But upon hearing the students' anxious inquiries, he quickly reassured them. In a competent team, instructors will always ensure their students conceal their true capabilities. We employ the same strategy. Upon hearing this, the young monsters of Shrek exchanged glances. Although the sentiment was conveyed, the level of concealment was far from negligible. It was as if the entire team was shrouded in concrete. As Tang San, the master's disciple, had reviewed the competitors' profiles prior to the match, the Monster Academy was included in that list. If memory serves him correctly, the participant information recorded Monster Academy with members of above-average strength possessing mediocre talent, categorized as those who thrive through diligent effort. Such a description renders the members rather unremarkable among numerous academies, easily overlooked by anyone. However, no one anticipated that this seemingly ordinary group would astonish the audience during the 4th round of the arena. Those present were not devoid of intelligence and quickly realized that the wordplay was quite clever. It is important to note that the members on stage were of moderate strength, while the 5 Soul Kings had not previously appeared in combat. This tactic proved to be truly lethal. This is where the Wu Huan Temple encountered the Monster Academy. Managing to contend with them, had they faced Shunfeng Academy today, they would have surely faltered. This thought inevitably stirred frustration among the onlookers, a reminder of their own inadequacies. At that moment, Dai Mubai fixed his gaze on several individuals in the arena, narrowing his eyes. If I recall correctly, I have seen the captain of Monster Academy before. This revelation surprised many and piqued their interest. Dai Mubai did not obscure his statement. During my initial acquaintance with Jiuxian, I had fought in the Duhan Arena alongside him. In our first match, we faced that pair of brothers positioned prominently, and I recall their soul power being around 37 or 38 levels. In just 2 years, they have ascended by over 10 levels? Is this still human? As the crowd marveled at the talents of Monster Academy, Emo, shouting, silently bowed her head, her face etched with concern, urging her brother to be cautious. Meanwhile, on the arena, Jiuxian observed the 7 adversaries across from him, feeling a headache from the absurdity of the Wu Huan Temple-esque blunder. He had previously regarded the Wu Huan Temple as extraordinary and charismatic. With a sigh, he exchanged a glance with Xieyu. The opponents remained unfazed. Prolonging this standoff was merely a waste of time. Since they wanted a confrontation, they would oblige. After all, they had tasks at hand. Xieyu, upon noticing, promptly assigned roles. Jiuxian, along with Li Kai and the others, would confront the 55-level Soul King and the 2 Soul Ancestors. Yin would distract the 2 50-level Soul Kings, while he and Hulaina would deal with the 2 52-level ones. Very well, let us proceed. After receiving their assignments, Jiuxian glanced at his 3 companions. The opponents had clearly reviewed their information. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in such a stalemate from the outset. Thus, their ultimate soul skills would not be easily revealed. Therefore, Zhang Ping, as an agile attack soul master, would advance to lure the 2 soul ancestors, aiming to coax out their soul skills. While Li Kai would provide flank protection, I will confront that bulky opponent. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded obediently. Although Jiuxian was the youngest in the team and had some quirks, his status as a foster son of two titled Douluos, coupled with his evident strength, commanded respect from everyone present. As everyone received their orders, Suyu awkwardly touched his nose and asked, "What about me, young Master Yin? Your support. Stay behind us, observe the situation, and be ready to provide assistance at any moment." With that, everyone commenced their actions. On the arena, the participants had already begun their movements. Observing this, Jiuxian quickly approached his target, smiling at the 55-level Nyo-C. Noticing the bewildered expression on his opponent's face, he tilted his head, confirming the astonishing news. "Do not look elsewhere. Your opponent is only me." Nyo-C flexed his wrists. Before the duel, he had anticipated that he would certainly clash with this young friend, as both were formidable assault types, with the highest soul power. However, upon facing him, he felt a flicker of unease. After all, the greater the level, the larger the gap in strength. He was 4 levels beneath this young adversary. But now, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his martial spirit and soul rings once more. Even an astute observer could discern that his martial spirit was merely a common beast spirit, a testament to his diligent training. In contrast to Jiuxian, who possessed a high level and an ancient fierce beast martial spirit, he felt overshadowed. However, upon seeing the solitary black ring at Jiuxian's feet, a disdainful smile crept upon his lips. "Kid, what are you so arrogant about with just one soul ring? It is true that the higher the level, the greater the disparity, but that is under the condition of equal soul rings. What does one soul ring matter? I can still pin you down." Jiuxian defiantly retorted against the provocation. After enduring a series of taunts, Nyo-C finally unleashed a powerful punch fueled by his soul power. Yet, was Jiuxian so easily harmed? With a swift and graceful turn, he evaded the attack and brought Nyo-C, now irrational with rage, crashing down. Simultaneously, Zhang Ping, who had approached to provoke Nyo Lu and Nyo Qi, successfully lured out their soul skills with the assistance of the strong attacker, Zhang Kai. Third soul skill, Flower Boule Roar. Second soul skill, Flower Bowl Charge. Just as the two prepared to withstand the assault, Suyu was ready to activate his healing skills. Jiuxian, noticing the situation, swiftly retaliated, sending Nyo-C crashing into the barrier, rendering him unconscious. Only then did he feel reassured and swiftly moved to assist the 3 beleaguered individuals. Devour. Below, the spectators marveled at this wave of counterattacks and rescues. But this was not the end. Having absorbed 2 soul skills, Jiuxian cast a glance at the young man and woman before advancing alone against Yin in a 1-on-2 scenario. Observing his struggling companion, Jiuxian rushed forward. With shared burdens, Yin felt significantly relieved. After receiving an affirmative glance from Jiuxian, they unleashed their skills, delivering blows that caused the 2 50-level Soul Kings to cough up blood. First soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. First soul skill, Mount High Press. Turning back to Zhang Ping's side, after receiving Jiuxian's signal, Zhang Ping and Zhang Kai immediately targeted the recently released soul skills of the Soul Ancestors, who were caught off guard by the successive attacks, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, on Hulaina's side, the combined martial spirit fusion skill of the brother and sister duo left the remaining 2 spinning in circles. This series of maneuvers decisively toppled the monster battle team, earning admiration from professionals who witnessed it. As the competition neared its conclusion, Jiuxian approached the edge of the arena, rubbing his neck. As he counted the time, preparing to urge everyone to intensify their efforts for a swift conclusion, a voice echoed in his ear. "My lord, it is time to awaken." This ethereal voice carried a chilling aura, sending a shiver down his spine. He froze momentarily. Who is it? Although no name was mentioned, he felt an intense certainty that these words were directed at him. Listening to that strange voice, the power within him, belonging to the beast martial spirit, suddenly surged, causing an eruption in his chest. Yet, only he understood the bittersweet sensation it brought. To conceal his anomaly, he pressed his hand against his chest, attempting to alleviate the pain through pressure. The significance is rather pitifully minuscule. However, at the moment of pressure, one can distinctly feel the fierce throbbing within, Thump, thump. He leaned against the railing, appearing strikingly handsome, yet internally he incessantly urged himself to hold on. As the saying goes, misfortune befalls those who are already unfortunate, as if even drinking water causes one to choke. The next moment, Jiuxian deeply resonated with this sentiment, for at such a time, several familiar faces in the distance appeared flustered, as if something terrifying lurked behind him. Due to the pain, his movements became sluggish, and before he could react, warmth spread along his waist. Having been frequently injured in his earlier years, he did not need to investigate further. That warmth was unmistakably blood. He had been ambushed. Moreover, the ambush had been successful. He silently recited 3 numbers in his mind. Predictably, upon reaching the last number, his body went limp, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The spectators were left stunned by the unfolding scene, a wave of discussions rising. Goodness, to think there could be a reversal in such a situation. Truly, it is the renowned B-Spirit Academy. Impressive indeed. The Wuhuan Temple had underestimated the situation this time. Who could have anticipated this? Indeed, no one could foresee that the level 55 Soul King, who had been thrown out and knocked unconscious by Jiuxian, would suddenly awaken at this moment. And by a stroke of fate, Jiuxian just happened to be carrying him, lost in his own world. Without further ado, the arena witnessed new developments. The young warriors of the Wuhuan Temple, witnessing their teammate being ambushed, especially by Jiuxian, displayed expressions of anger and concern. With the absence of a supportive soul master on the opposing side, the youths promptly kicked aside the person who had been rendered defenseless beneath them. Moving to engage with Nyosi, the clash erupted fervently, while Jiuxian seized the opportunity to catch his breath, slowly rising with the support of the railing. Yet in the next moment, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded once more. Just as Jiuxian had regained his footing, a wave of black energy struck his legs, forcing him to kneel again. Under repeated assault, his already disordered internal energy surged, and he coughed up bright red blood. Observing from his stance, Mo Xiao Tang felt a heart-wrenching pain as he watched his brother collapse to the ground, ready to rush down to confront Niu Si for injuring him. Xiao Tang, however, before he could descend, he was blocked at the entrance by the master and several teachers. The master, with a hint of resignation, stated, "This is Wuhuan City. Even in competitions elsewhere, once one steps onto the stage and the match begins, unless the participants concede, it is impossible to interrupt or terminate." The implication was clear. This was not a place for frivolity. Mo Xiaotang turned his head to glance at the arena below, where he could still see his brother, barely clinging to life on the ground. Sniffling, he spoke with a quivering voice, "Then I will go down and tell my brother to concede." Concede? The master shook his head. The Wuhuan Temple cannot concede. Upon hearing this, the others could no longer remain seated. Why? Conceding is a right every competitor possesses. How could there be a notion of an inability to concede? The master placed his hands behind his back, his gaze distant and tinged with helplessness. As long as those youths are in the Wuhuan Temple, they dare not lose. Mo Xiaotang was no fool. After a moment of contemplation, he comprehended that in the Wuhuan Temple, a place teeming with formidable warriors, one simply could not afford to lose. Yet, such words made him ponder how much pain his brother must be enduring. With blood-red eyes, Mo Xiaotang fixated on the fallen Jiuxian. His heart twisted in agony. At that moment, while Mo Xiaotang was in torment, Jiuxian was not faring any better. Currently, he lay on the cold ground, his ears ringing, hearing nothing but the sensation of his body threatening to explode. Every movement caused excruciating pain. Was he to simply wait to grow cold? He was unwilling. Gritting his teeth, he bore the immense pain and slowly attempted to rise again. If his legs were broken and he could not stand, then he would kneel. He had to struggle, even if it meant facing death. However, just as he began to rise, Jiuxian found his strength nearly depleted. A movement so simple for others became an insurmountable task for him, causing pain that felt as if it would ignite. By the time he straightened his back, sweat drenched his garments, the blood staining them, rendering him as if he had been pulled from a pool of blood. He glanced at Hu Lai Na and the others. To his dismay, their previously established momentum had drastically diminished following his injury. Except for the relatively resilient Yin, the others were in a state akin to his own. Conversely, the 7 contestants from the Beast Spirit Academy exuded a dark aura, visibly recovering at an alarming rate, perhaps emboldened by their newfound strength. They held themselves with an air of arrogance. He let out a cold laugh, summoning his martial spirit, a creature with the body of a sheep and the face of a human, eyes nestled beneath its arms, and fangs like a tiger, an ancient and fearsome beast indeed. They had witnessed this formidable martial spirit in the previous matches. Yet, for reasons unclear, they sensed that this release bore a pressure more potent than any they had previously encountered. He exchanged a glance with Yen, instructing him to protect Hulai Na and the others, before slowly crawling toward the Beast Spirit team. Thus, the scene unfolded, leaving trails of blood in his wake. Hulai Na, observing the frail figure, felt her eyes welling with tears as she turned to the host standing below the arena, her lips moving. "We concede. Please, stop the fight. Enough. Quickly halt." However, witnessing the raging battle souls on both sides, the host merely lowered his head in silence. In the center of the arena, Jiuxian, facing off against the Beast Spirit Academy, gradually sensed something amiss. The 7 enveloped in dark energy, upon feeling the pressure of his martial spirit, experienced a swift increase in their soul power. Were this any other martial spirit, he might have believed it to be a unique passive ability, growing weaker against the weak and stronger against the strong. But they were merely ordinary bovine martial spirits. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the peculiarity of this team. Did not the multitude of spectators notice? No, perhaps they had long since perceived it, yet the Wuhuan Temple's formidable presence rendered them too intimidated to act. They lacked confidence that if the Wuhuan Temple survived, they could overcome it. Thus, the emergence of such a peculiar team served their intent. In this match, should the Wuhuan Temple lose, they would undoubtedly report the Beast Spirit Academy. Conversely, if the Wuhuan Temple triumphed, they would suffer no loss while depleting the Wuhuan Temple's strength. At that time, would the once mighty Wuhuan Temple not be left at their mercy? Ah, what a shrewd calculation. He lowered his gaze, his expression shifting slightly, raising a hand to brush across his forehead. Then lightly flicking his wrist, a wave of soul power surged forth like a scorching breeze towards the opposing side. If that is the case, then let them witness. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. Despite being continually pressed back, the Beast Spirit Academy remained unharmed. The leading Nyo Si patted his clothing, unable to suppress a mocking sneer. "Is this truly all you have?" Jiuxian curled the corners of his mouth. "Is it?" He raised his hand once more, and as he did, his bones creaked like a rusty machine. Enduring the pain, he snapped his fingers. At the sound of the sharp crack, the expressions of the 7 members of the Monster Beast Academy instantly turned to terror. Outside the arena, though the spectators were unaware of the unfolding events, witnessing the fearful and flushed faces of the Monster Beast Academy students, who appear to be suffocating, sent shivers down the spines of the attending audience. Meanwhile, a few knowledgeable instructors were ablaze with excitement. This was the realm. In the lounge of the Wuhuan Temple, 7 young men lay on their beds, each more pallid than the last, particularly Jiuxian, who appeared so lifeless that one would mistake him for a corpse were it not for the rhythmic beating of his heart. Through the glass, Bai Dong narrowed her eyes, recalling the messages relayed by her subordinates on the day of the competition. In light of the disparity, she swiftly teleported to the scene. What she witnessed was Jiuxian manifesting his domain, causing the students of the Monster Beast Academy to become entranced. While the Academy's instructors were so frightened that they cried out to forfeit, the victory was claimed. The Wuhuan Temple had turned the tides. Once again, the might of the Wuhuan Temple was showcased. Yet, not a soul present could muster a smile. The astonishing young lad, after declaring victory, could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed backward. The power of the beast's martial soul erupted suddenly. He struggled to contain the force within him, unwilling to succumb to its control and risk losing consciousness and harming his comrades, all while utilizing the strength granted by the beast's martial soul to protect his friends and secure the victory. Ultimately, his body and meridians could not endure. Upon achieving victory, he fell to the ground. As the standby physician rushed to his aid, he was already bleeding profusely from all 7 orifices his meridians severed. Reflecting on this, Bai Dong sighed internally, just as she overheard several healing spirit masters lamenting that, given his current state of recovery, they feared he would be unable to participate in the 5th round of the competition. Upon hearing this unsatisfactory response, she interjected, unable to participate? Unbeknownst to her, the Pope had been standing behind her. The casual conversation among several spirit masters was abruptly silenced, and they hastily denied her claim. Bai Dong waved her hand, recognizing that it was unrealistic to expect everyone to recover in just 3 days. Upon reaching this point, she paused, and the eyes of several spirit masters brightened. They understood that the Pope was not devoid of compassion. In the next moment, they heard someone generously declare, aside from that, you lad, I want to see the others standing on the stage in good condition on the day of the competition. The spirit masters felt a wave of naivete wash over them. How could the Pope, who was an embodiment of authority, possibly possess such empathy? They vowed not to disappoint the Pope's expectations. After hearing the head physician's response, Bai Dong left with satisfaction, accompanied by her subordinates. The healing spirit masters looked at their leader with furrowed brows. My lord, how can this be accomplished? Increase the dosage. All auxiliary healing spirit masters must take turns. Their leader gritted his teeth and provided the answer. In the lounge, a revived Hulina listened to the sound from outside, revealing a bitter smile. Xiao Jiuer's decision was indeed correct. The Wuhuan Temple was not a place suited for him. Here, power reigned supreme, filled with covetous allure, yet devoid of any warmth. Weakness, too, was met only with death. After 3 days of recuperation, the 5th round of the competition commenced as scheduled in front of the Wuhuan Temple. The host had been replaced, compared to the previous announcer. This one delivered the competition rules with a tone devoid of emotion, coldly announcing the proceedings. The final round of the championship would utilize a personal competition format from the advancement rounds, with the top 3 vying for first place. The 2 losing academies would engage in a group battle in the afternoon to determine second place. Ultimately, the first place academy from the individual competition and the first place academy from the group battle would compete the following day to determine the champion of this elite contest. First, the Shenkong Academy, Shrek Academy, and Wuhuan Temple are to each send forth 1 student to draw lots for their matchups. As the drawing segment commenced, Shenkong Academy dispatched a prearranged student as per their strategy. Shrek Academy followed suit, sending forth a corresponding delicate young boy. However, the Wuhuan Temple's battle team, still reeling from their injuries and having focused solely on recovery over the past few days, had not formulated any strategies. The arrangements made by the Pope had not been communicated to them either. Observing the 2 unremarkable youths taking the stage, Xiaoyu instantly deduced their intentions, casting a displeased glance at his teammates behind him. Although the Pope had provided them with the best treatment, recovery in just a few days was implausible. While onlookers might assume they were unscathed, aside from Hulina, Yin, and himself, who possessed robust strength and constitution and had recovered significantly, others had barely regained a third of their strength. Under such circumstances, how could he send his teammates into the fray? Gritting his teeth, he prepared to step onto the stage himself when he was halted by Douluo. Your body has only just begun to recover. Do not act recklessly. Before he could finish, Douluo waved his hand toward the back. A handsome young man, whom they had not encountered before, silently walked onto the stage. Once all 3 competitors had arrived at the center of the arena, an elder from the Wuhuan Temple, with graying hair, slowly approached, holding 3 exquisite cards for the 3 to draw from. In the individual competition, although the team still consisted of 7 participating students, they would compete one by one, with the victor remaining on stage while the defeated team continued to send forth participants until one side had exhausted all its entrants. Despite being an individual competition, the team selections were decidedly inadequate. Yet, the audience was well aware of this reality. The 6 finalists had just concluded their match, and everyone was gathering their strength, particularly the Wuhuan Temple, whose previous battle had severely depleted their main force's vigor. Now, they were all considering arranging for some weaker participants to deplete the opposing team. While lost in thought, the results were declared. Wuhuan Temple would face Shenkong, while Shrek would have a bye. On the stage, A woman glared at a couple in the corner, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. The team led by this individual was indeed fortunate. She wondered if such luck could last until the end. She raised her hand, and her subordinates immediately stepped forward to receive her instructions, nodding before departing to relay the message. Moments later, the two young men who had just taken the stage exchanged glances. Upon the referee's command to begin, the student from the Wuhuan temple expressionlessly announced his withdrawal. This move was indeed clever. What was happening? Wasn't the Wuhuan temple determined to fight to the end? Why were they withdrawing at the very start? Observing the Pope, elevated above them, the master on the observation platform murmured a name. Bye-bye, Dong. You truly play your cards well. With the Wuhuan temple withdrawing this round, the victory was awarded to the Shenkong student. The next round would see Shenkong Academy pitted against Shrek Academy. As they faced the new opponent, the Shenkong student remained unfazed. Just as the two youths engaged in a battle of gazes, the master beside them spoke up, mirroring the earlier exchange. Shrek Academy relinquished the first half of the finals, voluntarily entering the afternoon's losers bracket final. Jingling return. Listening to the master's deep voice, BB Dong stood up in disbelief. Why? Is this still the proud and invincible master? The master, with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly replied, There is no reason. I believe that conceding should be our right. BB Dong, after all these years, you have changed, and so have I. Shrek Academy withdrew from the morning's individual competition, leaving only Shinfeng and the Wuhuan Temple in the fray. Shinfeng Academy, knowing they would face Wuhuan Temple again, glanced at a remarkable young man from Shrek, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, and began to stir up trouble. Shinfeng Academy, believing themselves outmatched by Wuhuan Temple, willingly withdrew from the morning's individual competition to join Shrek in the afternoon's losers bracket final. Thus, Wuhuan Temple would secure the first place in the individual competition. The master narrowed his eyes, angrily flicking his sleeve as he departed. Chapter 277, The Decline of Society. The Changing of Hearts 3. After completing the morning's agenda, Gulaina bid farewell to her brother and Yin and returned to her dormitory in a daze. Just as she sat down, she heard a cacophony of chatter in the hallway. She immediately scolded herself. Gulaina, how much of a fool are you? With such luxurious apartments, why return to this shabby dormitory instead of the Holy Maiden's residence? She covered her ears, yet the indistinct voices still penetrated her defenses. It was a mystery how attuned her ears were. Defeated by reality, she ceased her struggles and lay flat on her bed, vaguely hearing mention of Jiuxian from outside. Thus, she calmed herself and caught a few words amidst the noisy corridor. Elder Yu's adopted son is in stable condition, said the physician. With a sudden leap of inspiration, Gulaina sprang up, excitedly rushing out. Please repeat that. At this moment in the elder's residence, after settling Jiuxian, the physician and Yu Guan entered the courtyard to converse, the atmosphere heavy, with everyone holding their breath. Elder Yu, I have heard about the child's condition. You had the Pope examine him earlier. He must have informed you, right? Yes. The Pope's authority needs no elaboration. As a titled Douluo, you should understand that using soul power in such a situation is inherently dangerous. You still allowed him to compete. Isn't that akin to dancing on a tightrope, courting death? Upon hearing the reproach, Yuan did not react with anger, but bowed his head in self-reproach, reflecting on his own failures. It was his inadequacy that failed to protect his child. Observing Yu Guan's demeanor, the physician gradually understood that he had misjudged the situation. It was not Yu Guan who forced the child to compete. In this place, the soul masters raised by Wuhuan Temple had no choice in the matter. This thought made him sigh, softening his tone. The young master, after suffering harm, has chaotic soul power within, and his martial spirit has been forcibly awakened, leading to the rupture of his meridians. He survived solely due to a flicker of consciousness. Once the young master awakens, if possible, try to ensure he refrains from using soul power. You and that esteemed individual should spend more time with him. At this point, even a fool could grasp the implication that the child did not have much time left. Tears welled in Yu Guan's eyes, but that was his own child, the one who had accompanied him through countless days and nights. Perhaps his heart was not resolute enough. After learning of the child's situation, he truly could not remain indifferent. Was there truly no way? The physician glanced towards the room behind him. As the healer, if there were a solution, he would certainly wish to heal. Moreover, this was an extraordinarily gifted youth. He had done his utmost. The fact that the young master could awaken and that his meridians were beginning to reshape was already the best outcome. Yuan clenched his fists, lips moving slightly as he turned away, unwilling to look at the physician any longer. In that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the entrance's shadowy figure. Upon seeing his good partner, Yu Guan's resolve crumbled, and he could no longer maintain his facade. Meanwhile, as a close brother to someone in a pair, the shadowy figure merely glanced and understood everything in his heart. He waved his hand to disperse the servants in the courtyard and beckoned the physician over. The physician, perceptive, obediently approached the shadowy figure and departed with him. Once the courtyard was empty, leaving only Yu Guan alone, he did not unleash the expected outburst but quietly closed his eyes. Chapter 278. The Decline of Society. The changing of hearts after the people in the corridor relayed the news. Hulaina speculated that Jiuxian might have awakened. She hurried to find Yu and Yin, bringing them along to visit the child. However, when they grandly arrived at the Yu residence and saw the gloom on everyone's faces, Hulaina hesitated. Could it be that she was mistaken? Just then, the shadowy figure emerged after calming Yu Guan. You all came to see Jiuxian, right? Why are you standing around foolishly? He is awake now, so feel free to enter. You won't disturb him. Receiving the official word, the three of them rushed towards Jiuxian's room, yet upon reaching the door, they tiptoed, fearful of disturbing the occupant inside. Observing their flustered demeanor, the shadowy figure recalled the newly settled individual within and could not help but sigh. Yuan Gao was instructed to leave. Hulaina gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Although they had anticipated that Jiuxian, having just awakened, would not be in the best condition. Upon seeing the boy's pale face, they could not help but have their eyes well up with tears. However, they did not let this deter them from confronting Jiuxian, each throwing words at him in a mix of concern and reproach. Jiuxian, is it just you who can endure this? It's just a minor injury. Who doesn't get hurt in a match? Must you endure immense pain to rise and stand up for us? Hearing their words, Jiuxian shrugged, ignoring their concerns. What's the fuss? I'm fine. You still want something to be wrong? Listening to the somewhat loud grumbling of a certain someone, Yan's voice rose several octaves in excitement. For the first time, Hulaina did not side with him, subtly supporting Yin in her words. Little Jiuxian, I'm not joking with you. That day truly frightened us. You must not do this again in the future. Observing their escalating emotions, Jiuxian paused for a moment, then somewhat restrained himself, finding a way to soften his stance in response to their concerns. Once they calmed down, he began to shift the topic. Uncle Guan mentioned that today marks the 4th day of my unconsciousness, and with noon approaching, you should have completed your individual competitions by now. What was the outcome? Upon hearing this, Hulaina did not respond immediately, but instead gazed at Jiuxian's childlike face, which bore no flaws, though her earlier suspicions had already received confirmation. She bit her tongue and recounted the events of the morning in detail. Jiuxian slowly sat up, sharing his thoughts. I'll take it easy this afternoon and recover well. Perhaps tomorrow I can join you for the final team showdown. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yin exploded in outrage. You're in this state and still thinking about the competition? See, you also wore a disapproving expression. Little Jiuxian, my little ancestor, can't you just take it easy for once? Hulaina slowly began to speak, seeking to dissuade him. Given his current state, it was certain that the Pope would grant him release once the competition concluded. Release? Huh, how naive indeed. That day on the stage, he had thoroughly awakened his martial soul and developed a domain. With the Pope's cold-blooded nature, would he truly let him go after draining him of every last ounce of power? One must understand that the world has deteriorated, and the hearts of men have grown untrustworthy. Jiuxian, after all, is Jiuxian. His words were astute, and his vision was clear. If the Pope were truly capable of mercy, how could he have attained his current position? Upon learning of Jiuxian's awakening and that his body was largely unharmed, the Pope was quick to inquire whether he would participate in the following day's competition. Although framed as a question, the underlying implication left no room for refusal. Indeed, the youth was not one to be rendered foolish by mere bouts of unconsciousness. Chapter 279. Prepared and unyielding on the final day of the championship. The most significant match of the elite competition unfolded with surprisingly few formalities. It was merely a matter of gathering the participants and commencing the battle to determine the ultimate champion. Yet, the organizers' approach of simplifying the process did not lead anyone to underestimate this contest. Rather, it was regarded with greater gravity than any in previous years. The moment the 14 extraordinary youths ascended the stage, a wave of fervent excitement erupted from the crowd. The moment had arrived. Shrek Academy versus the Spirit Hall. However, the audacity of the Spirit Hall was remarkable, fielding a team composed of 3 assault type, 1 control, and 3 support members. Such a combination was not without precedence. Yet to employ it in this final showdown seemed rather frivolous. To speak candidly, while the Spirit Hall was undeniably formidable, this year's competitors were equally capable. Could the Spirit Hall, with its 4 elite members, secure victory against the synchronized, resilient Shrek? As the host, possessing a bird-like martial soul, took flight to the center of the arena, the audience fell into an anticipatory hush. The competition commenced. Young warriors, go forth in battle. With the final word spoken, the crowd's gaze swept across the spirited youths. First, from the Spirit Hall, Yun Chi Quan, a rising star and dark horse of the finals. Martial Soul, ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, Soul Power, level 59, Assault Type, Soul King. Xiaoyu, one of the Golden Triangle of the Spirit Hall, captain of the team. Martial Soul, Moon Blade, Soul Power, level 52, Assault Type, Soul King. Hulaina, another member of the Golden Triangle. Martial Soul, Demon Fox, Soul Power, level 51, Control Type, Soul King. Yin, also from the Golden Triangle. Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Soul Power, level 52, Assault Type, Soul King. Bai Xiaoning, Martial Soul, Jade Buddha, Soul Power, level 47. Healing Type, Soul Master. Su Xian, Martial Soul, Mini Meatball, Soul Power, level 49, Food Type, Soul Master. Lulu, Martial Soul, Golden Flower, Soul Power, level 49, Healing Type, Soul Master. Now, from Shrek Academy, Tang San, a core member, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Soul Power, level 43, Control Type, Soul Master. Daimu Bai, the captain and prince of Xing Luo. Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, Soul Power, level 45, Assault Type, Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, the second miss of the Zhu family. Martial Soul, Nethercat, Soul Power, level 42, Agility Type, Soul Master. Xiao Wu, one of Shrek's members. Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, Soul Power, level 40, Agility Type, Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, another member. Martial Soul, Phoenix, Soul Power, level 42, Assault Type, Soul Master. Oscar, also from Shrek. Martial Soul, Sausage, Soul Power, level 42, Food Type, Soul Master. Ningrongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Soul Power, level 42, Support Type, Soul Master. At this moment, the audience noticed that they had been so focused on observing the Spirit Hall that Mo Xiao Tang from Shrek Academy had not taken the stage. Facing the 4 Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall, it was indeed unexpected that Mo Xiao Tang, with the same level of 45 as the captain, was absent. On the stage, the formidable members of the Spirit Hall recognized this as well. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, noting that this match was not meant to pit brothers against each other, apart from Jiuxian and that child. Recalling an earlier admonition, he tilted his head, realizing it spared them considerable trouble. Shrek Academy, we anticipate your performance. The youngest recipient of the Zilu medal, do not let us underestimate you. Chapter 280. Prepared and unyielding as the match commenced, the Spirit Hall employed a strategy markedly different from previous encounters. Xiaoyu, with a serious demeanor, exchanged a subtle glance with his sister and brother. Hulaina, utilizing her natural agility akin to that of an agility type, swiftly approached the Shrek 7. As an enchanting queen, each of her movements radiated allure, captivating all who beheld her. With her formidable and beguiling demon fox martial soul, she was utterly mesmerizing, rendering her opponents weak in the knees. Nonchalantly swaying her fluffy tail, she raised a finger to a young man's chin and bestowed upon them a bewitching smile. The fervent youth, unable to withstand such provocation, became entranced at once. Seeing his sister's success, Xiaoyu promptly coordinated with his comrade Yin to flank their opponents. Leaving Jiuxian to guard the 3 support members, they prepared for battle. Third soul skill slash. Second soul skill, granitic rock. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but question the recovery of the 4 participants from the Spirit Hall. If Xiaoyu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly reply, "Isn't the answer obvious?" The Spirit Hall invests considerable resources annually to nurture such talent, not merely for show. While these individuals may not possess the same exceptional qualities as their elite counterparts, they are certainly regarded as prodigies in their own right. If they had not fully recovered, how could the Pope permit them to risk embarrassment in the arena? After all, they were among the best of the Spirit Hall, and following their previous battle, the Pope had dispatched the finest healing team and the most advanced medical equipment. Only this morning had the healing ceased. And how could they be so ineffective when their injuries had already healed by 90% prior to the match? The hasty decision to conclude swiftly stemmed from concern over Jiuxian's recent awakening, fearing he might overexert himself too soon. However, it must be said, who is Jiuxian? With a mere handful of herbs from his storage ring, he could bounce back to vitality by the following day. Their worries were unwarranted. Yet, in this world, amidst a vast array of individuals, how many can genuinely show kindness without expectation? This heartfelt care was graciously received by Jiuxian. Thus, the scene unfolded with Liana and her companions launching relentless attacks while Jiuxian remained still. As for Shrek Academy, the actions of the Spirit Hall mirrored the strategy imparted by their master the previous night, revealing no significant deviations that could not be adopted. Therefore, as Liana and her companions charged forward, the Shrek team exhibited no signs of alarm. Rather, they felt as though their prey had willingly walked into a trap. Although Douluo had cautioned them to be wary of Liana, they ultimately underestimated the capabilities of the control type Liana. Apart from Tongsan, who possessed the ZG Ma Tong and the inherently alluring Xiao Wu, the rest of the group, regardless of gender, succumbed to Liana's enchanting allure. As the attacks from Xieyue and Yin were about to descend, Tongsan hastily invoked his 4th soul skill, Lan In Xiolong. As the name suggests, Lan In Xiolong is a confinement made of Lan In grass. This control-type skill was initially intended to restrict the opponent's movements in conjunction with his teammates. To confine movement, it was imperative that no one could breach the barrier, except for himself, demonstrating its formidable resilience. However, in this moment of crisis with attacks imminent, limiting the opponent's actions was futile. Yet, as a defensive shield to mitigate the oncoming assault, it served its purpose splendidly. With the protection of Lan In Xiolong, the Shrek 7 managed to catch their breath. Tongsan wasted no time and quickly roused Ao Si Ka, urging him to concoct detoxifying sausages for the others to consume. As his gaze swept over the members of Wuhuan Dian, he noticed a masked youth hiding in the rear, causing him to furrow his brow. Clearly, the Jiuxian of Riyue was gravely injured. Otherwise, given his combative nature, he would have joined a fray alongside those from Wuhuan Dian. If he had participated, they would have had no chance to regroup and would have perished long ago. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He refocused, glancing at the waning Xiolong and then at his teammates regaining their senses. One could not deny that Wuhuan Dian's recent maneuvers had indeed disrupted their plans. Yet, they were not to be trifled with like lambs for slaughter. He leaned down and whispered to Daimu Bai, questioning who claimed that only they could turn passivity into initiative. After hearing their strategy, Zhu Zhuqing found herself not contemplating how to execute her part of the plan perfectly within this competition, but rather reflecting on the aloof youth, Yue Jiuxian. Her master. Due to the match against Wuhuan Dian, the master had shared much last night, including the potential changes in personnel from Wuhuan Dian. However, she had not anticipated that Yue Jiuxian would be among those not affected by these changes. The youth who had sustained the most severe injuries in the fourth round was, as expected, competing again. She had not envisaged meeting him once more. The one who once inspired awe, who seemed beyond reach, had ultimately descended into the mundane world, now bearing numerous weaknesses. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by Tong San's voice, urging her to prepare. She regained her composure, quickly wiped her eyes, and restored her state, ready to join her teammates in battle. At the edge of the arena, the three support members followed the Pope's orders closely, remaining by Jiuxian's side. For an ordinary person, witnessing their teammates engage fiercely on the battlefield while they merely accompanied the injured would evoke a sense of guilt. They would likely inquire if assistance was needed or if their teammates required supplies. Yet, here, nothing of the sort occurred. They stood silently beside Jiuxian, akin to emotionless automatons, executing commands without deviation. Fortunately, Jiuxian retained some semblance of humanity. Although appearing nonchalant, he remained sharply observant of every movement within the arena. Suddenly, he addressed the person beside him, asking if their martial soul was a meatball. Shi was taken aback for a moment before nodding, affirming, yes, a mini meatball. Considering the Pope's instructions, he glanced at Jiuxian's pallid visage, assuming he was unwell again. Just as he was about to suggest that his soul skill primarily enhanced speed and power, and was less effective for healing than the two young ladies, he swallowed his words upon encountering Jiuxian's unwavering gaze, silently presenting four distinct meatballs. Jiuxian assessed the two he selected from the edge, one resembling a gourd, the other slightly transparent, before stating, "Make more green meatballs." Julian had previously mentioned that the food-type member's third soul skill, the green per core meatball, enhanced speed. Although he did not fully comprehend, Xiu dared not inquire further, having been intimidated by Jiuxian's past brilliance. Thus, they witnessed Xiu, head bowed, dutifully attending to his tasks. In this contest, setting aside the incapacitated supports, Wu Huan fielded 4 members while Shrek had 5, excluding the uniquely situational Jiuxian. It effectively became a 3 versus 5 scenario for Wu Huan. Under such circumstances, unless each member possessed extraordinary abilities, they would inevitably find themselves vulnerable to attack. Indeed, Shrek deployed Tong San, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjuan to engage in fair one-on-one duels, with Xiao Wu and Jiuxian momentarily free. They exchanged glances and stealthily approached Jiuxian. Their approach was not as discreet as they intended upon their arrival. Jiuxian had already instructed the 3 support members to withdraw, greeting them with a smile. "Little girl, you've truly grown up. You've learned to pick on soft targets," he remarked, offering encouragement, though he could not deny that their judgment was still lacking. He was far from a soft target, eager to unseat Jiuxian. Xiao Wu paid little heed to her surroundings. With a flash of her third soul skill, she teleported close to him, and to be safe, she activated her 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. She exchanged a glance with Jiuxian, who quickly maneuvered to flank Jiuxian, preventing any escape, while Xiao will launch her attack from the front, aiming to use her agile techniques to send him out of the arena. The rationale behind not merely defeating him, but rather dislodging him, stemmed from the realization that if even the formidable Shenxi Xiulo Tong San had failed to triumph over him, how could they dare to aspire for victory? Thus, within their capabilities, their goal was simply to invite this esteemed figure off the stage. Drawing a breath, Xiao Wu seized Jiuxian's wrist and flung him upward, then with a swift kick aimed at his slender waist, followed by a series of relentless strikes. Observing this, Jiuxian's pupils constricted in alarm. This was no mere waist throw. As Jiuxian was her master, she was mindful of his still healing injuries. Therefore, before engaging, she had instructed Xiao Wu to simply use their 1st and 2nd skills to force him off the stage, striving to avoid inflicting further harm. Just moments ago, Xiao Wu, fearing Jiuxian's reluctance, had taken the initiative. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Jiuxian gritted her teeth. What a magnificent 8-section throw. Meanwhile, in the 3 ongoing duels, each pair was matched by type, control against control, brute force against brute force. In the clash between Yin and Ma Hongjuan, their shared fire attribute was evident. Yet the Fire Lord had the upper hand against the Fire Phoenix. As for the controlled duel featuring Hu Liana, despite being of a higher level than Tong San, her allure primarily relied on auditory and visual triggers, making her battle against Tong San far from effortless. The longer the confrontation continued, the more pronounced her struggle became. She glanced at the trio of support members drawing closer and signaled to her brother and Yen. A few individuals grew up together, and their shared history speaks volumes. At that moment, the three of them distanced themselves from their opponents. Suyu, following the instructions of Jiuxian, swiftly tossed 3 speed-enhancing parkour pills to them. Without hesitation, Hulai Na and Xiaoyu, under Yan's protection, successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique. The Shrek monsters had garnered considerable acclaim in the promotion matches. Let me witness how long you can endure under the allure of the enchanting mist. As the crimson fog enveloped the arena, Tang San felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, those ensnared by the red mist found their senses dulled by half, their soul power suppressed by half, and every action hindered by half. Furthermore, they discovered that within this peculiar crimson fog, visibility was utterly compromised. Chapter 283. On High Alert, Without Mercy 5, we shall not play with you any longer. Observing the crimson fog spreading from the center of the arena, Jiuxian emerged from behind Zhu Zhuqing, precisely on cue. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily stunned, wondered how he had positioned himself behind her, just as she recalled the target of Xiao Wu's 8-section throw. The final strike sent Jiuxian crashing violently against the barrier. At that instant, he disintegrated into powder, scattering with the wind, an illusion. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Wu was momentarily perplexed, yet she quickly resumed her assault on the real Jiuxian, seemingly determined to not relent as long as he remained on the platform. However, this time, Jiuxian had no intention of engaging with her. He seized the incoming Xiao Wu and delivered a swift kick in the opposite direction, reuniting her with her companions. Considering Tang San and the 2 bulky figures, he had initially refrained from genuinely harming the young girl, but her obstinacy left him no choice. After all, he was not a benevolent figure. Having dealt with one, he turned to the other. Perhaps due to the existing relationship, Zhu Zhuqing was different from Xiao Wu. She did not seek quick gains or display ruthlessness, but rather stood there, seemingly dazed. He approached Zhu Zhuqing, whispering in her ear, "Did I not advise you that once you enter the arena, regardless of your opponent's strength, you must remain vigilant? Your leniency could lead to grave consequences." Gazing into her crimson eyes, Zhu Zhuqing wished to express that she was already adhering to his advice, albeit with a hint of personal bias due to facing him. However, she merely moved her lips without uttering a word. After all, she was not Mo Xiaotang, and Jiuxian had no time for patience with anyone outside of her. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Jiuxian narrowed his eyes, feeling rather bored, and pushed her into the crimson mist. He had previously instructed his team to be gentle with Zhu Zhuqing and Mo Xiaotang, ensuring no heavy blows were dealt, making this push utterly effortless. With nothing to occupy his time, Jiuxian approached Yen, who was also idly standing nearby. "The carriage is prepared. I shall depart immediately after the match concludes." Yen, taken aback, had not anticipated such a swift pace. Observing the expressionless Pope atop the platform, he recalled Hu Laina's words, muttering a wish for a smooth journey. Jiuxian smiled, intending to change the subject for further conversation when he noticed several members of Shrek emerging from the crimson mist. In fact, when Tang San and his companions had just entered the mist, they had briefly exited, only to be thrust back in by Yen. This time, however, they had learned their lesson and soared into the skies. Yen counted 6 figures above. Jiuxian glanced at the mist and casually remarked, "Tang San remains inside." Yen was puzzled. If they could fly, why not exit together? After all, their strength was significantly diminished within the mist. Was it perhaps confidence in their own abilities? The martial soul fusion technique was formidable, yet also drained considerable soul power from the users. Once the time elapsed, Xiaoyu's martial soul fusion would dissipate, making it easy to deal with them. Jiuxian remained non-committal, exchanging a glance with Su Yu before stretching his body. Since they wished to exit, They would indulge these naive individuals. Chapter 284. On high alert. Without mercy 6, since the Shrek team desired to emerge, they would entertain these innocent souls until the end. Jiuxian extended his hand, and Suyu promptly presented 2 gourd-shaped pills. They were not truly flying. They would descend when the time came. Although they possessed doppelganger pills, the doppelgangers only retained 50% of their strength, whereas their opponents had 4 fully powered entities. As they engaged in combat, he planned to leave one of his doppelgangers behind while advising the 3 of them to remain cautious. Once the opposition reacted, they would soon return to claim their lives. After all, their team included a support-type Soul Master, specifically a healing Soul Master, which presented a significant advantage, akin to an invincible dungeon. They were virtually unkillable. Moreover, the opposing team had 3 members, 2 of whom were healing types. To genuinely defeat them, the healing Soul Masters needed to be neutralized. Indeed, they responded. As anticipated, Shrek quickly descended to the ground. However, upon landing, they found themselves not in a 2 versus 4 scenario, but rather 4 against 4. Spotting the additional 2 figures. Mirror images of Yin and Xiaoyu, Dalu realized they had underestimated the opposing food-type Soul Master, Oscar. Now they faced 2 extra adversaries, complicating their mission to breach the Spirit Hall. The strength of the doppelgangers remained unknown. Xiao Wu had just discreetly informed him that their duration was approximately 5 minutes. Thus, they needed to endure for at least that long. Meanwhile, Yan's team aimed to conclude matters within 5 minutes. The battles resumed anew. On Hulaina's side, after the martial soul fusion, Xiaoyu took the lead in assault while Hulaina focused on control, creating an almost flawless synergy. They directed their gaze toward Tang San. After several trials, they had discovered that Tang San could see through the crimson mist, which greatly surprised them. No wonder Jiuxian had warned them to be particularly cautious against Tang San, as they wielded their crescent blades, preparing to launch another attack. They noticed 8 spider legs sprouting from Tang San's back. This was an external soul bone. It was astonishing for one so young to possess such an asset. However, they held no envy. Immediately, the 2 crescent blades were hurled once more. This time, unlike their previous experiment, one blade aimed directly at Tang San while the other veered past him. Given their prowess, Tang San had no reason to doubt their intent. Indeed, using his Ziji demon eye, he observed the other crescent blade pass by him and descend toward the outer combatants. Employing his 8 spider lances, he blocked the crescent blade while also casting a blue-silver prison to shield his teammate from harm. Although the blue-silver prison was composed of plant material and had become remarkably resilient, the crescent blades remained exceptionally sharp. Fortunately, after the blue-silver prison was shattered, Dalu promptly conjured a protective shield to deflect the attack, and the moon blade was retracted by its master. With a sigh of relief at the safety of his teammates outside, he soon confronted a new dilemma. Following the absorption of the Earth Abyss Demon Pearl, the fortified 8 spider lances broke while attempting to block the moon blade. Observing the moon blade hurtling towards his face, he swiftly transformed his Xianyu hand, grasped the blade's edge, and utilized its force to fling it away. Chapter 285. On high alert. Relentless, it is crucial to understand that once the external spirit bone is absorbed, it becomes akin to one's own bones. Thus, having a leg of the 8 spider lance severed by the moon blade felt like having a limb brutally fractured, causing Tang San to break into a cold sweat. Yet, in this moment of crisis, he had no time to lament the pain. He gritted his teeth, heightened his vigilance, and prepared to face Hulaina's renewed assault. Meanwhile, outside the crimson mist, Ma Hongjun unleashed wave after wave of attacks against Yen. Having faced him before, he understood deeply that this youth, sharing the same elemental affinity, surpassed him in skill. Although he appeared chaotic, he was, in fact, methodical. He initiated with his 3rd soul skill, Phoenix Wings Sky Soar, granting him a brief flight capability and doubling the potency of his Phoenix Flames. He then rained down a barrage of attacks upon the Soul Hall members below. Despite launching dozens of strikes, only a few landed, all of which were deftly countered by Yen. This led him to hesitate on whether to deploy his 4th soul skill, Phoenix Crying Heaven Strike. While it was his most powerful move, it required precise targeting within a 5-meter radius. However, given his current aim, he doubted its effectiveness, especially as a sole ancestor with limited uses of his fourth skill. On the high platform, the Pope observed the seemingly playful skirmish outside, the crimson mist with a furrowed brow. The clones they consumed relied entirely on the main body's mental control, which could prove challenging for others. Yet, without considering the Pope's thoughts, even Yu Guan found it hard to watch. He wanted to voice his concern, questioning the efficacy of the training that this individual had undergone. Reflecting on the child's fervent assurances to the Pope the previous night, he felt an urge to roll his eyes in disbelief. With such a clumsy teammate, victory seemed unattainable. Looking downward, Yan's clone also took action, as a Huagong rock sent the assisting Xiao Wu tumbling away. Nearby, Jiuxian hesitated for a moment, but then leaped forward to catch Xiao Wu. Stabilizing herself, Xiao Wu wiped the blood from her lips, recalling how easily she had been captured by Jiuxian. It turned out that the great immortal had shown mercy earlier. However, Jiuxian was now single-handedly contending with Dai Mubai and Jiuxian. Occasionally, when Jiuxian lost grip, Jiuxian would manage to escape, only to be sent back by the assisting clone. There was truly no respite for them. Jiuxian sighed inwardly, contemplating the futility of lamenting Jiuxian's prowess, as he effortlessly toyed with them without even using his soul skills. She exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai, considering that if matters escalated, they might attempt a martial soul fusion technique. However, before they could act, the crimson mist echoed with a series of shattering sounds and Tang San's anguished cries. What was happening? Jiuxian glanced over, observing that Xiaoyu had unleashed the full moon. Prior to the finals, Xiaoyu had used this technique to defeat a level 68 Soul Emperor. Although Tang San was extraordinary, he found himself retreating repeatedly against this attack, with his 8 spider lances shattering one after another. As all the 8 spider lances were broken, Xiaoyu and Hulaina also dispelled their martial soul fusion technique. Likely forced to do so, remembering their previous weakened state, Jiuxian quickly moved to their side. Chapter 286. On high alert, unyielding. Seeing this, both sides' supporters immediately provided healing and restoration. The Spirit Halls UFO and Golden Flowers, alongside Shrek sausages and 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, aided Hulaina and Tang San in regaining some strength. Tang San slowly rose from the ground, while Xiao Wu, filled with concern, shed tears. He raised his hand, and the remnants of the 8 spider lances fell into his grasp, leaving everyone perplexed. Just as the crowd pondered this turn of events, he shattered the 8 spider lance once more, with his fingers pinching the shards, although the match forbade the use of external weapons. These were remnants he had severed from himself. Jiuxian's eyes shifted slightly, recalling his promise to the Pope. He grasped Hulaina and Xiaoyu's wrists, his form flickering as he hurled them off the stage. Just as Yin began to speak, he was also sent flying by Jiuxian's kick. Coldly, he regarded the trio of support. Suyu swallowed hard, voluntarily leaping down with the 2 girls. This maneuver took everyone by surprise. What was happening? Although Hulaina and Xiaoyu were not as formidable as in their prime, Tang San, one of the main forces opposing them, was also injured. Why did Jiuxian not resist, and instead push his teammates down? Did he deem victory impossible? Or was it a 1-against-7 scenario? But how could that be feasible? Was Jiuxian not severely wounded? Wait, wounded? Who said being injured meant one could not recover? Tang San flicked his hand, sending the shards of the 8 spider lance flying towards Jiuxian. Lacking a weapon to defend himself, Jiuxian stood motionless as the shards pierced his skin and traversed his body. Tang San watched in disbelief. Was he not capable of devouring? Why did not do so? Observing Jiuxian battered and bloodied, the spectators echoed Tang San's incredulity. Jiuxian smiled faintly, collapsing to the ground and spitting out blood. Xiaojiu, Hulaina's eyes widened in shock as she, already exhausted, stared blankly at the bloodied youth, her ears ringing. Yin, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Did we not agree to leave once it was over?" What was he doing? The Pope, equally perplexed, observed as Jiuxian's eyes darkened, nearly obscuring the bloodshot whites. He tilted his head, surrounded by dark energy, kneeling rigidly. If he were to glance back now, he would surely be astonished. The dark energy emanated from behind him, coalescing into a figure resembling a youth. It was the ghost general from his past life, in the very form he had during his illustrious battles. With severed legs and 2 empty sleeves hanging by his sides and a hollow left eye, he raised an arm, channeling his soul power to extract the shards embedded in him while drawing in the fragments from the ground. Here, take them back. He harnessed his soul power to launch the shards outward. Tang San, possessing the ghost shadow mist, was unharmed by these projectiles. While evading, he simultaneously cast the blue-silver prison around his nearby teammates. Just as the blue-silver prison began to rise, it proved less resilient than anticipated, akin to being doused in sulfuric acid, disintegrating into ashes upon contact. Daimao, in a moment of urgency, pulled Jiuxian into his protective barrier, leaving the others to face the dire consequences alone. None of them managed to escape. The pain was secondary. The venom from the Ba Zhu Miao rendered them unconscious instantly. Jiuxian raised his arm once more, concentrating his soul power, his fingers curling slightly as if grasping something. Before anyone could speculate, the shadow behind him revealed the answer. It resembled a spear, but those familiar with Jiuxian understood it was a long gun. With a subtle motion of his wrist, the long gun surged forward, whirling through the air in a mesmerizing 36-degree spin, striking down Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing from the stage. The long gun then reversed direction, lunging towards Tang San. In the wake of Zhu Zhuqing's exit from the stage, Jiuxian harbored no reservations, enveloping the entire arena with his domain, leaving Tang San with no escape. Tang San's pupils contracted. He finally grasped the precarious situation of the Beast Academy on that fateful day. He later heard that several individuals from the academy, unable to withstand the pressure, went mad overnight after the match. At that moment, he had little comprehension of such despair. Only through personal experience did he come to realize that once ensnared in Jiuxian's domain, one was akin to descending into the depths of hell. Before him lay a multitude of horrifying tortures. In his ears echoed the ceaseless wails of countless tormented souls. Tang San pondered how a mere child could conjure such a terrifying domain. Although he was unable to break free, his consciousness had initially allowed him to endure a while longer. However, due to recent distractions, chaos began to overwhelm him. Below the stage, observing Tang San's unyielding stance against the long gun, Master hesitated. As the gun approached to pierce Tang San's chest, Flinders shouted for Shrek to surrender. He summoned his soul power to disperse the misty long gun, leaping forward to interrupt the contest. Jiuxian, forced to halt, suffered a backlash, blood surging violently as he coughed up a mouthful. He felt darkness descend before his eyes, the world spinning uncontrollably. Despite pressing his hands against the ground, he struggled to remain conscious. In his heart, he murmured a silent vow. He could not fall. He had promised them he would not lose. He conjured a small orb of black mist in his palm, transforming it into a blade, gripping it tightly. The pain jolted him back to a semblance of clarity as he looked toward the dazed announcer below, ready to declare the results. Yes, in the final round of the elite competition, the Spirit Hall triumphs over Shrek Academy. As the announcer's voice rang out, a smile crept into Jiuxian's eyes. Although the process diverged from his plan, the outcome remained unchanged. He had emerged victorious. With that thought, his vision blurred, and he collapsed on the stage. Hulaina and her companions quickly rushed onto the platform. Xiaojiu, on the day of the rewards within the Spirit Hall, Jiuxian, undeterred by the commotion outside, sat in a specially designed wheelchair, gazing calmly at the lofty figure of the Pope. Having won the competition, would he truly not be retained? Bai Bai Dong regarded the child from the Yu family, attempting to persuade him to stay, though the sincerity of her intentions remained uncertain. Jiuxian lowered his gaze, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. I have become a complete invalid. Remaining in the Spirit Hall serves no purpose, does it? Bai Bai Dong remained silent, merely snapping her fingers, summoning a girl who had competed alongside them, possessing the UFO martial soul. Jiuxian looked at the Pope in confusion. Bai Dong felt genuine regret. Such a talent had fallen to ruin. Yet, seeing his actions during the competition, she was willing to extend kindness toward him. Upon hearing about your condition, Yuan has been diligently searching for herbs to heal you throughout the continent amidst his duties. However, as you are aware, his hopes dwindled until he encountered this child. She was in peril, and upon witnessing her rare UFO martial soul, he decided to bring her back, hoping she could keep you company. She glanced at the girl. The UFO martial soul was exceptionally rare. Once reaching level 50, its healing abilities were unmatched, although its side effects were equally formidable, rivaling the aberrant martial soul of the Yu family child. Take her with you when you depart. Bai Dong was willing to offer him a gifted soul master. Such a turn of events was truly unexpected. Jiuxian nodded, maintaining his composure. Thank you, Your Holiness. Perhaps sensing that the outcome was already sealed, Bai Dong engaged him in light conversation. Do you have plans for the future? Jiuxian rolled his eyes internally. He hadn't even confided in Uncle Guan. How could he disclose anything to her? However, after maintaining his facade for so long, he revealed a semblance of longing. I have heard the scenery in the south is quite beautiful. Safe Treves, Bibi Dong replied, nodding. As she tapped her staff on the ground, the guards blocking the entrance stepped aside. Outside the spirit city, Jiuxian leisurely reclined in the carriage, one hand fanning himself, while the other gradually infused soul power into his fractured legs. The girl opposite him, Bai Xiaoning, watched in astonishment as she observed the healing process unfold. Young Master Yu's legs. They're slowly healing. Isn't young Master Yu a strong attack-type soul master? How is he employing a healing technique? She felt faint from the shock. Jiuxian glanced at her, puzzled. Has Uncle Guan not informed this young lady that I possess dual martial souls? Perceiving his thoughts, Bai Xiaoning nodded, revealing, Douluo told me about it. Really? Jiuxian tilted his head, intrigued. Bai Xiaoning seized the opportunity to voice her confusion. Young Master, isn't your other martial soul an attack type? I have heard that you are incredibly powerful when utilizing it, able to take on 10 opponents at once. Incredibly powerful? Jiuxian's expression remained indifferent, though a bitter taste settled in his heart. He lifted the carriage curtain, confirming their direction, while countering her statement. I only acknowledge the latter half of that statement. Then the first half must be erroneous? Bai Xiaoning observed the vibrant light emanating from his hand, blinking in surprise. Is your other martial soul an auxiliary type? Jiuxian nonchalantly nodded. Bai Xiaoning marveled at the prowess of Douluo and Douluo, acknowledging how fortunate they were to be friends and raise such remarkable children. She opened her mouth to lavish praise, but her words were drowned out by a distant, thunderous roar. With a resounding crash, Jiuxian felt a sharp pain in his chest, rendering him breathless. Simultaneously, in his mind, he found himself suspended in the air, witnessing the devastation of those he cherished, powerless to intervene as blood stained his world repeatedly. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and abruptly flung open the carriage curtain, leaning out to gaze vacantly at the scene behind the carriage. The immense turbulence emanated from the direction of Wuhuan City. What calamity had befallen the Wuhuan Temple? He patted the carriage, issuing a terse command to the outside. Yuan Gao, turn around, we must return. In his urgency, he scarcely noticed how hoarse his voice had become. Yet, this time, Yuan Gao did not comply. He silently apologized, forgive me, young master. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on the reins and struck the horse's flank with vigor, unintentionally hastening the carriage's pace. Jiuxian urgently pounded on the carriage. Yuan Gao, I said to turn around. Xiao Haidang is still at the Wuhuan Temple. Although he was unaware of the specifics, an ominous premonition gripped him, suggesting that something dire was unfolding at the temple, potentially threatening Xiao Haidang. If he did not hasten back, the repercussions could be grave. However, Yuan Gao was resolute today, imposing layer upon layer of seals on the carriage, rendering it impenetrable. Young master, pondering the affairs of the Wuhuan Temple is futile. It would be wiser to focus on your own well-being. Jiuxian clutched his knees tightly. He possessed the ability to break the seal and heal himself instantaneously. Yet his physical condition was abysmal. After exhausting his soul power, could he truly reach the Wuhuan temple? He clung to the carriage's door frame and whispered, "Yuan Gao, please turn around. I beg you." The once exalted prodigy now leaned against the door frame, pleading in a voice thick with emotion, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Bai Xiaoning knocked on the carriage, adding her voice, "Lord Yuan Gao, please turn around. What if something truly happens?" Another deafening crash resounded, causing Jiuxian to pale, a mouthful of dark blood spewing forth. He believed he had heard the heart-wrenching cries from within Wuhuan City, despite being just outside its borders. Brother, it hurts so much. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. It felt as if he plunged into an abyss, breaking through all barriers to reach the Wuhuan temple. He ran frantically, searching through the chaotic crowd for the child he so dearly cherished. Finally, atop a high platform, he spotted the child, clutching their chest, kneeling on the ground, their vacant eyes gazing blankly towards the direction of Wuhuan City. He gently caressed the child's cold cheek, but upon contact, everything dissolved into nothingness. He collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Haitang. Dark mist enveloped him, and behind him, the fallen ghost general materialized once more. Bai Xiaoning trembled in fear. Outside, Yuan Gao remained oblivious to the turmoil, desperately urging the horses onward. Jiuxian slowly lifted his head and lightly touched the carriage, causing the external seal to shatter in an instant. What sorcery is this? The seal had been placed by Yuan Gao, and its dissolution left him in a poor state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He paid no heed to his own condition, attempting to reinforce the seal, but the carriage was soon engulfed by the dark mist. In mere seconds, it was reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind. Jiuxian's feet hovered above the ground, his gaze unfocused, one hand coalescing dark mist, the other clutching a jade pendant, resembling a mindless puppet. He cast a shocked glance at Yuan Gao and Bai Xiaoning before soaring towards Wuhuan City without a backward glance. Bai Xiaoning, bewildered, asked, "What now? What can we do?" "We pursue." Yuan Gao wiped the blood from his mouth, his toes barely touching the ground as he summoned his soul power to give chase. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the path, leaving no trace behind. How cool! Bai Xiaoning glanced at the unconscious horse and then at herself, pouting. What is so cool about being a mere support? She was just an ordinary support. It would take her long. Mo Xiaotang stared at the blinding wave of light, momentarily lost in thought. He was about to die. He felt no fear. In the years past, death had always loomed over him, and with time, he had grown indifferent to it. It was his brother who had given him hope for life. Speaking of his brother, he had not seen him today. Was that injury from that day still unhealed? His brother was a member of the Wuhuan temple. Would he know what was transpiring here? Surely, he must not have recovered, or else he would have rushed to his aid immediately. No, if his brother were present, he would not be in danger. After all, his brother was incredibly formidable. It was he who was too weak. Under the overwhelming pressure of Douluo, he could not even move, merely standing by, awaiting death. Farewell, Xiaotang. After your demise, may your spirit transform into a star, forever by your side. The wave of light crashed heavily against his chest, forcing a mouthful of blood to surge forth. He felt his body uncontrollably topple backward, vaguely perceiving a gaping wound in his chest. Such a large gash, it was truly terrifying. Perhaps the pain had reached its zenith, leaving him numb. He seemed to feel little pain, merely sensing the blood flowing away, his limbs gradually losing sensation, his vision blurring. The child collapsed. Douluo's pupils constricted as he rushed down from the high platform. Who allowed you to attack that child? Chapter 290. Are there any casualties? The recently engaged Douluo paused, taken aback. He held the same rank as Douluo, but his identity did not compare. In the past, their interactions had been mildly cordial. But today's fury was unprecedented. He retracted his hand and stated with precision, "The Pope has just decreed that members of Shrek are to be killed without exception." The Pope? Douluo scoffed coldly. "He may seek a scapegoat, but I declare that child from Shrek must be protected. Did you not hear me?" Beside them, Gouei may noticed his brother had lost his composure and hurriedly intervened. "Old Jew, calm down. Find a healing soul master. There may still be time." Taozi felt dizzy. She navigated through several people until she reached Mo Shouting's side, calling out, "Little sweet," in a heart-wrenching, soul-stirring cry. She embraced the boy's lifeless form, her heart heavy with regret, knowing full well the danger here. Why hadn't she stayed close to protect him? She looked at the members of Shrek, tears streaming down her face. Who will save him? Yet the Shrek members were preoccupied. Tang San and Xiao Wu were engaged in frantic combat. Dai Mubai and Zhu Jiuxian were valiantly fending off attacks. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were dodging strikes. Ma Hongjun was assisting Tang San against the forces of Wuhuan Temple. It seemed they each had their own battles to fight. No one noticed this small corner of despair. She felt utterly powerless. Who will save him? Just as her tears threatened to spill, a figure cloaked in black, resembling a divine being, leaped forth. The newcomer was Yin Xiaoxiao. Having infiltrated Wuhuan City, she had secretly observed every match. Bored on the day of the awards, she had sought a quiet place to linger, only to be startled by the commotion that erupted nearby. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of panic. She ran with all her might, but still arrived too late. She gazed at the once vibrant child who had called her sister, now motionless on the ground, his complexion growing ever paler. Her heart ached beyond words, her mouth opening as if choked, unable to voice her despair. She crouched on the ground, her icy fingertips brushing against her younger brother's brow, whispering to herself, "Xiao Tang, your sister will take you home." Taking a deep breath, she snatched her brother from the arms of the tear-stained girl, a dark mist swirling around her. With her third soul skill, she shifted the space. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao and Xiao Tian, feeling the unwelcome touch of another, were about to unleash their anger when they noticed that this person bore a striking resemblance to Mo Xiaotang. Instantly, any trace of fury dissipated within them. Observing the scene, she instinctively leaned closer to Yin Xiaoxiao, stating, "I will assist you in providing cover." Upon entering Wuhan City, Jiuxian gradually regained his composure. Gazing upon the ruined statue of the Spirit Hall, it was evident that a fierce battle had transpired. Yet what was the outcome? He grasped a panicked passerby, inquiring, "Excuse me, what has transpired at the Spirit Hall?" The bystander, astonished that someone was still unaware of the events, scrutinized Jiuxian's disheveled appearance. Noticing the patrolling soldiers, he led the weakened Jiuxian into an alley. There was a student from Shrek Academy who had transformed into a 10,000-year spirit beast, and the Pope sought to capture him. Shrek refused to comply, leading to a confrontation with the Pope, who was discovered during this turmoil, Xiao Wu or Tao Zi. Jiuxian felt an unsettling throb in his head, as if a string was about to snap. He cautiously asked, "Were there any casualties?" The passerby shot him a disdainful glance, deeming his question rhetorical. In such a grand conflict, how could there be no losses? Hearing this, Jiuxian's already injured leg grew weaker, forcing him to lean against the wall. Chapter 291. Wasn't it your responsibility to protect him? The thought of death weighed heavily on his heart. The passerby, lost in his memories, continued speaking, oblivious to Jiuxian's distress. "I heard that towards the end of the fight, 2 young women managed to take a child from Shrek Academy. I caught a glimpse from afar. The child had a large wound in his chest. He likely won to survive." Jiuxian collapsed onto the ground, as if a shard of glass lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. Just as the passerby turned to leave, he desperately tugged at the man's garment. "What did the child look like? Was he in the finals? Do you know his name?" The passerby, feeling pity, hesitated before responding. In such a large competition, "I can't recall clearly." "Can't recall? You must remember." At that moment, Jiuxian resembled a desperate child, clinging to the passerby as if grasping the last thread of hope. "Sir, I implore you to think carefully. This is of utmost importance to me. I truly beg you." The passerby, feeling a sense of helplessness, sighed. "Please, don't be like this." Regret crept in for not leaving earlier. Yet seeing Jiuxian's distress, he relented, saying, "I genuinely can't remember the name, but it seems to start with M.O. He was quite handsome, a slender child. He must have appeared in the elite tournament. I think I even heard his name back then. M.O., slender, known in the elite tournament." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian's frail form seemed to weaken further, rage igniting within him as a surge of blood welled up. When Yuan Gao caught up, he found a young man kneeling in the alley, ashen-faced. His eyes were vacant, and his bloodied hands clutched a jade pendant. He mumbled softly, "Xiao Hua, Xiao Zhu." Yuan Gao approached, supporting Yu Jiuxian. "Yu Jiuxian, I feel utterly useless. My flower has withered once more." "Flower?" Yuan Gao was momentarily taken aback, suggesting, "Just find another. This time, I will help you take care of it." Yet, he soon noticed that Yu Jiuxian's hand had opened, revealing a shattered jade pendant. This was no longer the same flower. Suddenly, he recalled the small flower Yu Jiuxian had mentioned in his acquaintance, Mo Xiaotang. Perhaps everything would be fine. Hearing Yuan Gao's words, Yu Jiuxian's eyes flickered with hope. Yes, perhaps it was merely his imagination. He stumbled to his feet, but with the demonic transformation and his fractured leg, standing proved impossible. Yet, he was consumed by an obsession, repeatedly uttering, "It's fine, Shrek is fine. The 7 monsters of Shrek, I will go to Shrek. My flower may be there, Shrek." Finally, Yuan Gao could no longer bear it, and hoisted him up. At Shrek Academy, the disheveled Yu Jiuxian fixed his gaze upon the seated youth and maidens. Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong. None among them were the person he sought. With bloodied hands, he tightened his grip on the 9-dragon whip, calmly asking, "Where is Mo Xiaotang?" At this inquiry, Dai Mu Bai's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with his companions, each bearing a look of guilt. In that moment, Yu Jiuxian's heart already knew the answer, yet he refused to accept it, unwilling to believe. Why? He endured until he could no longer restrain himself, lunging at Dai Mu Bai, seizing his collar. "Did I not instruct you to protect him while I was absent? Did you not promise to take care of him? Why are you all here while he is missing? Tell me." Chapter 292, Where is my flower? The master, unable to watch any longer, interjected, "Yu Jiuxian, do not be agitated. It was not his fault." However, this intervention struck like a dagger, provoking an outburst from Yu Jiuxian. He shoved Dai Mu Bai away, raising the 9-dragon whip. The assembled crowd had witnessed the whip's formidable power, as Lu Erlong hastily stepped forward to shield them. Yet, Yu Jiuxian was deeply wounded by the unfolding scene. "Do not tell me to calm down?" He scoffed, violently swinging the 9-dragon whip. "That was my brother, the child I cherished, afraid he might fall, and guarded with utmost care. I entrusted him to your protection. If danger arose, Xiao Wu had Tang San, and you were there to shield him. If harm came, Master had the formidable Lu Erlong to protect him. But where is my Xiao Haitang? Where is my flower? How can you expect me to remain calm?" The master furrowed his brow, perceiving the irrationality in Yu Jiuxian's outburst. The chaos had been overwhelming. When Xiao Wu's true nature as a 10,000-year spirit beast was revealed, who could have managed the situation? Managed? Yu Jiuxian laughed bitterly. What fine excuse. He lowered his head, tears cascading like scattered pearls. His gaze swept over each face present. "So, this is your justification for abandoning Xiao Haitang?" Flinder, witnessing Yu Jiuxian's descent into madness, closed his eyes. Meanwhile, someone remarked, "He is not alone. Xiao Tao is by his side." Xiao Tao. Yu Jiuxian's eyes turned crimson, the dark mist erupting from his chest as the ghostly general behind him roared silently in fury. Unable to find the source of his rage, he seized the master, the one who had initially provoked him. The encroaching black mist enveloped the master, leaving him gasping for breath. Yu Jiuxian, indifferent to the master's plight, continued, "Xiao Tao, a mere girl, cannot even ensure her own safety. And you entrusted my flower to her? How could you be so cruel? I have heard whispers that a significant wound marred his chest." Xiao Hua's health has always been frail, and having sustained such a grievous injury, one can only imagine the agony he must endure. Yu Jiuxian dared not contemplate this, as his fingers pierced the Grandmaster's chest, leaving 5 gaping wounds. As the Grandmaster lay on the brink of death, he forcefully pushed him aside and, with a flick of his long whip, carved deep furrows into the ground, creating a barrier between him and Shrek. "Shrek, mark my words from this day forth Yu Jiuxian, shall be your sworn enemy. Young master, how is your internal injury? You toil tirelessly, yet your body cannot withstand such strain." Observing the emaciated youth before him, Yuan Gao felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. If only he had not argued with the young master earlier. Perhaps he would have arrived sooner, and that child would have been spared. Unbeknownst to him, Jiuxian retrieved a celestial herb from his storage ring and began to chew on it absent-mindedly. The herb entered his stomach, and his complexion improved ever so slightly. Yet it was merely a fleeting change. Is everything all right? Yuan Gao questioned, noticing how far from all right he appeared. Clenching his fists, he sought a different approach to dissuade him. Young master, if you continue like this, word will spread that you sought out young master Mo. Yet, you have not found him, and your health is already in decline. Imagine how heartbroken he would be. Upon hearing Xiao Haitang's words, Yu Jiuxian closed his eyes and exhaled, stating, "Let us rest for today and set forth tomorrow." Yuan Gao beamed at this declaration. Any opportunity to rest, even for a night, was preferable to the relentless journey they had endured. In Chapter 293, within the valley, Xiao Tao gazed at the bloodless boy on the rocks. Overwhelmed with guilt, Xiao Tian, will you accompany me? I have never witnessed such grandeur. To the award ceremony? Such an event might hold great allure for Shrek, who had fought tirelessly. However, for Mo Xiao Tang, whose heart only harbored thoughts of her brother, it seemed rather dull. Moreover, Yu Jiuxian had suffered grave injuries during the competition and would likely not make an appearance today. Nevertheless, the boy could not resist her plea and ultimately decided to attend the award ceremony, clinging to the slim hope of seeing his brother. Had it not been for her, he would not have endured such severe injuries. She knelt beside the cold figure, her voice heavy with regret. Sister Mo, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I should not have taken him there. I failed to protect him. Yin Xiao sensed her remorse. Yet the boy was already dead. Words would not alter that reality. She simply remarked, this was Xiao Tang's choice. But did it not matter at all? Xiao Tao glanced back and saw Yin Xiao standing beneath a tree. Her expression despondent, her eyes swollen, betraying her inner turmoil. Yes, he was her brother. She quickly averted her gaze, afraid to look further. She looked at the lifeless form and gently inquired, what about Xiao Tian? Before she could finish, Yin Xiao interrupted. Do you have any news about you, Jiuxian? Xiao Tao nodded, then shook her head. I previously learned that young master you had inquired about Xiao Tian in Wuhan City. Afterward, he seemed to have gone to Shrek, but I do not know what happened thereafter. Yin Xiao nodded, gazing at her brother's body, muttering to herself, let us wait a little longer. Wait for what? Xiao Tao, ever the blabbermouth, voiced her confusion, her curiosity spilling forth before she realized the implications. What were we waiting for? Startled by her own words, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing Xiao Tian's sister would be angered. A fleeting glance at Yin Xiao revealed her calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Her eyes appeared distant, as if recalling a certain person associated with Xiao Tian. She murmured, let him find us. Xiao Tang would like to see him again. Once she regained her composure, she approached Xiao Tian and placed him into her storage ring. A month later, in a dark and frigid cave, Yu Jiuxian stirred his stiffened body and slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed the multitude of figures shrouded in darkness, countless and indistinguishable. With a snap of his fingers, a man draped in a black robe stepped forward. This man was, how shall I put it, his disciple. They shared the same fallen souls and malevolent powers. But how had he discovered them? No, it was this group that had intercepted him upon his departure from Shrek Academy. They referred to themselves as evil soul masters and hailed him as their sovereign, welcoming him back with reverence. He was unaware of what an evil soul master entailed or what being a sovereign meant, yet he understood that he required strength. Whether it was to seek out Xiao Haitang or to exact vengeance on her behalf, if they were willing to obey him, what harm would there be in becoming their sovereign? After all, what does righteousness signify? In the face of danger, the ones he wished to protect remained beyond his reach. He could only howl like a rabid dog. What else could he do? Speak of virtue and morality? The dead cannot hear, cannot feel. What purpose does righteousness serve? What value does it hold? Buddha benevolence. In that year, beneath the statue of Buddha, who heeded the cries for help, who came to his aid? In Chapter 294. So what if it is deemed evil? He could act with virtue for one individual. Yet, when faced with immutable circumstances, he could also raise a city for one person. Seeking justice. Jiuxian exhaled and waved his hand gently, causing the cave to be illuminated with a dim, golden glow. He observed his bandaged hand, contemplating power, and immediately summoned dark mist into his palm. Over the past month, he had fully merged with the black mist and learned to wield it proficiently. In a corner, Bai Xiaoning stared blankly at the young master. Although she had never witnessed the young master's initial expressions, she had heard many recount tales of him. Lord Douluo spoke of their son as well-behaved, intelligent, and extraordinarily gifted. Hu Lai Na and others referred to him as their cherished little one, claiming that if allowed to grow, he could rival countless members of the Spirit Hall. During this time, she had witnessed the young master speak humbly to others, appearing lost and teetering on the edge of despair. She had observed a once great prodigy descend into madness for another. The transformation was truly heart-wrenching. Now that the metamorphosis was complete, all that remained was to await the opportune moment to wield the sword and strike decisively. As she pondered, she heard a familiar knock, followed by a voice asking, "Is there any news?" At such times, those beneath would not dare to breathe a word, while the one lying in bed would erupt in fury. However, today was different. An elderly man trembled as he stepped forward. "My lord, we have located the young master's whereabouts in a corner of the canyon." Without needing to look, Jiuxian's eyes sparkled at this news, and he broke into a long-awaited smile, exclaiming, "Wonderful!" He donned his garments and tidied himself up. Just as he was about to step outside, he glanced at his long untouched, wrinkled attire with disdain and swiftly changed into a fresh, neatly arranged outfit from his storage ring. He meticulously groomed his hair and beard, attending to every detail of his appearance. His anxious demeanor made Bai Xiaoning feel as though he was not meeting a friend, but rather a lover. The elderly man beside him observed Jiuxian's frantic preparations and quickly approached. "Sir, your current condition makes it unwise to rush about, if necessary. We shall bring him to you." To stop him? Bai Xiaoning scoffed, thinking it was a reckless endeavor. As anticipated, Jiuxian roared like a furious dragon, "Get lost." The journey was neither particularly short nor excessively long, but Jiuxian's heart was tormented with anxiety. His hands and feet were icy, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He was terrified, fearful of encountering that person, and equally frightened of not seeing that person at all. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the leading black-clad soul master halted. The turmoil within him ceased at that moment. Jiuxian descended to the ground, pausing for a moment. He had been here before, the Wuming Liegu. His last visit had been tumultuous. Back then, the little Hai Tang, upon discovering her true self, had sparkled with trust as she hid behind him. Yet, he had ultimately betrayed her. He walked step by step into the valley, spotting Yin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Tao resting inside. Hearing the footsteps, Yin Xiaoxiao stood alert, calling out, "Who goes there? Come out." Jiuxian stepped forth, lowering his cloak to reveal himself to them, softly uttering, "It is I, Jiuxian." "Jiuxian?" Yin Xiaoxiao turned to look. The youth was emaciated, with flowing white hair, his once enchanting red eyes now turned black, the corners stained crimson, and his lips dry and cracked. Clearly, he had not fared well during this time. Chapter 295. Defying fate, she rushed forward, cupping the young man's face with concern in her eyes. "Jiu, it's all right." Jiuxian turned his face away, evading Yin Xiaoxiao's touch, and replied indifferently, "It's nothing." He then peered inside, nervously asking, "Where is he?" Yin Xiaoxiao stiffly raised the corner of her mouth, thinking to herself how heartless this person was towards someone who had confessed to him. She touched the ring on her finger, and her brother's body appeared before them. Upon seeing the ashen-faced Mo Xiaotang, Jiuxian felt darkness cloud his vision. Had it not been for Yin Xiaoxiao supporting him, he would have collapsed. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at him with concern. "Jiu?" Jiuxian pushed her away and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Xiao Dang, Ima saw thee. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you." "Sorry for not protecting Mo Xiaotang?" Yin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a sigh escaping her lips, her eyes misting over. Recently, she had heard this phrase repeatedly. Xiaotang had said to her, "I'm sorry, I failed to protect Mo Xiaotang." She had gone to Shrek, where everyone had echoed, "We're sorry, we failed to protect Mo Xiaotang." Now, Jiuxian had arrived, saying, "I'm sorry. I failed to protect Mo Xiaotang." This time, however, he was speaking directly to Mo Xiaotang himself. She tried to help him up, but despite his frail body, he remained as immovable as a mountain. All she could do was offer comfort. "It's not your fault." After all, how could he be at fault toward Mo Xiaotang? What responsibility did he or they have to ensure Mo Xiaotang's safety? Yet, it was evident that someone felt differently. He carefully lifted Mo Xiaotang, cradling him as if he were still alive, fearful that his every movement might cause discomfort. His health was genuinely poor. After taking just a few steps, he coughed. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, gazing tenderly at the person in his arms, saying, "Xiaotang, I will take you away." Witnessing this scene, Yan Xiao felt a deep sense of frustration. She recognized that it stemmed from jealousy. However, she could not contain herself any longer. She rushed forward, her rationality dissipating in an instant. "Where are you taking him?" Jiuxian continued on his path, simply stating, Xiao, I promised to take him to see the world, to protect him." Before he could finish, Yan Xiao interrupted him hastily. "But he is already dead." "Dead?" Jiuxian halted, looking up at the azure sky, and broke into a smile. "And so what if he is? As long as I wish it, what is stopping me from defying fate to bring him back?" Yan Xiao opened her mouth, dryly asking, "You mean resurrect him?" "Resurrect?" Before Jiuxian could respond, she spoke for herself. How could that possibly be done? Yet, looking into Jiuxian's eyes, she was struck with a sudden realization. He truly seemed capable of such a feat if he could really do it. Her brother would return, but why did her heart feel so bitter? Even Jiuxian, despite having once studied ancient resurrection techniques from over a decade ago, had not reinforced his knowledge and now found his memories fading. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, perhaps fate itself was conspiring against him. Each time he reached a breaking point, a glimmer of hope would surface, only to be swept away by the winds. Leaving no trace behind, he rummaged through his ring, discarding treasures as if they were worthless. He smashed item after item, clutching his head and screaming, "Why can't I find it? Why can't I remember?" Chapter 296. The one she loved her brother Yan Xiao watched Jiuxian's every move, her heart aching. Finally, she could no longer contain herself. She embraced him tightly and whispered a plea. "Jiu, please stop. Xiaotang is gone. Let him go. Go." Jiuxian pushed her away as if he had been struck, his eyes reddening, his mind filled with blood-red visions and anguished screams. He collapsed to his knees. As he saw Yan Xiao approach once more, he shouted vehemently, "Get away! Jiu!" Yan Xiao stared blankly at the youth who had lost himself in madness for her brother, her heart heavy with sorrow. Someone cared so deeply for her brother's life. She should have felt joy. Yet, as she touched her face, she realized it was wet. She was crying. Yes, she was crying. In the past, her tears had fallen for the one she loved, who had feelings for someone else, not her. Now, she cried for the one she loved, who had feelings for someone else, her brother. Deep down, she had sensed that Jiuxian treated her brother with an exceptional kindness, a difference she could not deny. Yet, she had refused to accept it. Now, she could no longer conceal the truth. She called out Jiu. Desperately, she wanted to ask why. Why is it him? They had known each other first, had they not? Yet the words failed her. She staggered back, closing her eyes, turning away, and leaving that place behind. She was gone. Jiuxian finally crumpled to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. In his mind, he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Hua perished before him. In his mind, he could only scream hoarsely after waking, yet no one responded. Fear gripped him. After his rebirth, he encountered Mo Xiaodang, who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Hua in both temperament and the pure essence radiating from them, accompanied by their sweet smiles. With a mere glance, he resolved to protect Mo Xiaodang, vowing never to let her suffer harm again. However, he found himself as powerless as in his previous life. He could not afford to lose this flower again. The thought was unbearable. Wiping the moisture from the corners of his eyes and clearing his throat, he inquired if there was any news regarding resurrection on this continent. Yuan Gao, who had been waiting outside, helplessly replied that there was none. The notion of resurrecting the dead was indeed fanciful. If there were a method for revival, it would have long spread throughout the continent, disrupting the balance. Nonetheless, despite understanding the truth, witnessing the increasingly frail form of Jiuxian pained him deeply. Inside the room, Jiuxian gazed at the sleeping Xiao Haitang, his eyes dimmed. They needed to intensify their efforts. Outside, Yuan Gao sighed quietly. The path of the sinister soul master was fraught with challenges, constantly suppressed by the righteous forces of the Wuhan temple. The last time they managed to gather information about young Master Amo was due to Yin Xiao and her companions deliberately leaving traces. Under normal circumstances, merely surviving while evading capture was already a significant feat. Furthermore, the task of gathering intelligence was arduous. Yet, as a devoted caretaker, Yuan Gao would not betray at such a critical juncture. He nodded in agreement and reminded, "Little master, their powers are peculiar and differ from ordinary soul masters. Exercise caution." Inside, Jiuxian shrugged indifferently. Different from ordinary soul masters, so what? Does that inherently make them evil? What defines good and evil? Who establishes these definitions? To label them as malevolent is one thing, but have I witnessed them committing heinous acts or taking lives? At least, during my time here, I have not seen such things. The Wuhan temple was once a place of admiration. By that logic, it must represent goodness, yet it has harmed my flower. Before the specter known as Old Nine, he had once been kind-hearted. Some may claim that Jiuxian had lost his sanity, yet he cared not for such judgments. Perhaps this indifference stemmed from the brutal lessons imparted by others in his previous life. Before achieving fame, Old Nine had once visited a hillside strewn with corpses. People generally abhorred the place, deeming it eerie, and seldom ventured there, only doing so when compelled, often to discard a body before hastily departing. However, he lingered there for quite some time, pondering the world's perception of him as utterly wicked down to his very core. Yet, he questioned where his true wickedness lay. Upon birth, one is neither good nor evil, and how can one define such concepts? Even when he and Xiao Hua were abandoned, they too had experienced kindness at certain moments. He had once prayed and hoped for the sun to shine upon him, yearning for someone to extend a hand for his redemption. Had it not been for the incident involving Xiao Hua, despite his disdain for this world, he would not have acted to harm it. Thus, he concluded that every individual possesses duality, a facet of goodness and a facet of wickedness. Regardless of how one is perceived, whether inherently good or evil, it ultimately depends on how society views and treats them. Reflecting on Yuan Gao's warning, Jiuxian lowered his gaze, wishing to respond that even if their powers were indeed sinister, he could manage them, for he understood them. However, by the time he regained his focus, the outside had fallen silent, indicating Yuan Gao had departed. He pressed his lips together, and after a while, he slowly climbed onto the bed. He tenderly cradled Xiao Haitang, treating her as a treasured gem, extending his hand to gradually channel verdant soul power into her. This was distinct from the healing he had performed on himself. This was the fourth soul skill he had acquired from the Lingwen fan. This skill had harnessed the soul ring of the demon eye tree, and combined with the wood attribute of the Lingwen fan, it birthed unexpected effects. The first application was shattering the Lingwen fan. This passive skill transformed the shattered fan into a blade, attacking any living target within 10 meters, infused with the toxins of the demon eye tree, the burrowing demon spider, and the mandrake snake. Due to its uncontrollable nature, it indiscriminately harmed friend and foe alike, so he generally refrained from using it. The second application was interference, the primary skill of the fourth soul technique, characterized by mental disruption, heavily influenced by the demon eye tree. The third application was growth, a skill of his own invention, enhancing the vitality of surrounding plants. It could be paired with the second application to command plants for offensive purposes, or combined with the Lingwen fan's inherent wood attribute to accelerate the growth of a particular entity. Currently, he employed the third application of the fourth soul technique to hasten the life of Xiao Haitang. However, given Xiao Haitang's grievous injuries and absence of a heartbeat, this endeavor bore no effect on her lifeless form. Nevertheless, it would ensure her body remained intact and vibrant. Thus, when he discovered the method for revival, Xiao Haitang's soul would find its way back into her original vessel, Otherwise, should her soul be located without her body, it would be futile. Perhaps it was due to his recent fatigue that while he contemplated this matter, his hands skillfully controlled the output of soul techniques. And he began to doze off beside Xiao Haitang. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Awakened, he frowned in displeasure, irritation evident in his voice as he demanded, "What is it?" A soul master, exuding an aura of malevolence, bowed at the entrance and began to explain. "It is the elder. He has sent a message from overseas indicating a potential method for reviving the young master." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian instantly became alert. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed several good in rapid succession, revealing his elation. "You go to the main hall and gather everyone. I will prepare, and we shall set off for overseas immediately." A moment later, in the main hall, Jiuxian had regained his composure and inquired about the specific location from the malevolent soul master. "Sea God Island? I have heard of this place during my childhood at the Wuhan Temple, yet I had never drawn a connection." He turned to Yuan Gao, who replied, "The claim that Sea God Island holds the possibility for reviving young Master Mo is not without merit. The information provided by the malevolent soul masters is indeed credible. On Sea God Island, all inhabitants must undergo trials upon turning 18. Those who pass the trials, whether native sea soul masters or outsiders, are bound to remain on the island for life, lest they incur the wrath of the sea god. Conversely, those who succeed in the trials are granted the protection of the sea god. Certainly, those who cannot pass the trials shall be sent away. Moreover, the guardian of the sea god island, the deity Poseidon, is a title Douluo of level 99, nearly divine in his prowess. One can only imagine the unfathomable power of the sea god himself. Thus, while the information gathered may not be erroneous, the hope remains rather dim. After all, access to the sea god island is fraught with challenges, and even after successfully completing the trials, departing is no simple task. However, for the young master, who has become somewhat obsessed with this endeavor, it is hardly a significant issue. The mere presence of hope is sufficient. As anticipated, Jiuxian decisively struck the table. "My ancient memory technique has yet to fully resurface. Therefore, any glimmer of hope is worth pursuing. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall set sail for the island." The operational efficiency of this cohort of evil soul masters, led by Jiuxian, is not to be underestimated. No sooner had the command been issued than the elders began organizing the necessary arrangements. In less than half a day, personnel, ships, supplies, maps, and itineraries were all meticulously prepared. Princess Jiuxian boarded the ship, cradling the small Haitang. She cast a glance over her companions for this journey, noting that Yuan Gao and Bai Xiaoning were still with her, along with the persistent little Tao who had tagged along. On the side of the evil soul masters, 2 elders accompanied 20 subordinates. Other elders remained behind to supervise the remaining subordinates. After a brief wait to ensure no one else was boarding, she raised her hand, and the subordinates of the evil soul masters set sail. After settling little Haitang, she stepped outside. Yuan Gao was on the deck, seemingly inquiring about something. As she approached, she realized he was asking whether Miss Yin had settled her people since she had stormed off in anger and had not joined them. Then came the voices of the elder disciples, expressing their concern for the young lady and the young master. Acknowledging their importance, I had dispatched someone to search for her before boarding. I instructed that upon locating Miss Yin, regardless of whether she wished to return or continue, she must be accompanied for protection and kept updated on events regarding the Sea God Island. Yuan Gao expressed his gratitude sincerely, stating it was all for the master. The elders replied in kind. Hidden in the corner, Jiuxian exhaled a sigh of relief. Before boarding, she had not seen Yin Xiao and had worried about her safety amidst the chaos on the roads due to the incident involving Xiao Wu. Little did she know that Yuan Gao and the 2 elders had already made arrangements. In the days that followed, Jiuxian spent her time on the ship. Finally, after a fortnight, they arrived at the Sea God Island. The evil soul masters brought the ship to shore, and everyone disembarked in turn. As for herself, she entered the ship's cabin. Pushing the door open, she found little Haitang peacefully resting on the bed. Thanks to you, Jiuxian's daily infusion of soul power, Hai Tang's condition was remarkably well preserved, her appearance akin to that of a living being, merely asleep. Approaching, she gently caressed Hai Tang's cheek and softly murmured, "We have arrived." She then carefully lifted little Hai Tang and exited the vessel. Yuan Gao had already coordinated with the elder waiting for them on the Sea God Island. Who informed her, "My lord, the elder says that the Sea God Island is not very welcoming to outsiders." The implication was clear as they sought assistance. Their imposing group might appear somewhat intimidating. Jiuxian nodded, understanding the situation for the sake of little Hai Tang. She glanced around and made the following arrangements. The elder would lead the way, Yuan Gao would remain with her, while the others would stay on the periphery of the Sea God Island under the elder's direction. Little Tao and Bai Xiaoning exchanged looks, both seemingly eager to accompany Jiuxian onto the island. After much contemplation, Little Tao spoke up, "Yuan Gao is a man, robust and sturdy. I shall accompany you, as a girl should be more attentive." Upon hearing this, Jiuxian showed no particular reaction, but Yuan Gao shot Little Tao a piercing glare, taken aback by her audacity to question his capabilities. Bai Xiaoning, sensing the tension, playfully intervened, saying, "Uncle Yuan, do not mind what the young lady has said." Feeling the warmth of her hand on his arm, Yuan Gao stiffened momentarily before turning away, thus sparing Little Tao from further scrutiny. Bai Xiaoning, having rescued the situation, also sought to justify her decision. "My lord, your health is already fragile, and you have been expending considerable soul power for young Master Mo. My presence can provide you with timely energy replenishment." Listening to her, Jiuxian pondered. Each time she utilized her fourth soul skill for an extended period, her body would be left drained. Thanks to Bai Xiaoning's healing, she could reliably channel soul power to Little Hai Tang the following day. Without Bai Xiaoning, she might truly struggle to adapt. Considering this, she found Bai Xiaoning's reasoning quite sound and nodded in agreement. As for Little Tao, having an additional girl along was hardly an issue. She could simply keep Bai Xiaoning company, especially since their time on the island would undoubtedly be prolonged. Due to the elder's prior arrangements with the inhabitants of Sea God Island, their entrance was met with no significant obstacles. Whether the second and third elders had informed the Saint Lord remained uncertain, but it was well understood that participating in the trials was the best way to meet the Sea God. Jiuxian nodded, acknowledging her awareness of this, not to mention her current inability to wield her full power. Even if she could, she would not resort to using force to coerce the Sea God into appearing, as the revival of Little Hai Tang was at stake. Should she inadvertently provoke the deity, the consequences of meddling in the resurrection process would be beyond her capacity to bear. Therefore, she preferred to navigate this matter with caution, seeking a reliable approach. As they conversed, the group traversed through the dense forest, halting at its edge. Jiuxian lifted her gaze to behold a vast body of water, a sea within a sea. In the tumultuous center of the water, a triangular platform emerged, upon which stood a stone pillar, with a figure clad in black seated at its base. The diligent elder introduced, "This is the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island." Seahorse Sacred Pillar? The soul masters of Sea God Island distinguish their ranks by the color of their attire, ascending from white, yellow, purple, black to red. Hence, the individual's power must be considerable. Jiuxian focused intently, sensing that the black-clad soul master possessed the strength of a tidal Douluo. Tidal Douluo? It appeared that the Seahorse Sacred Pillar was guarded by a tidal Douluo, and the other 6 sacred pillars were likely under similar watch. Coupled with the near-divine guardian Poseidon, she raised an eyebrow, contemplating the formidable nature of Sea God Island. Just then, a foreign voice interrupted her thoughts, inquiring whether these few were the participants for the trials. The elder affirmed, indeed. He turned his head to see his soul master clad in yellow conversing with the great elder. After confirming the details, the yellow-clad soul master gathered his soul power and respectfully addressed the black-clad soul master at the center of the water pool. "I report to you, Lord Haima, that an outsider soul master has come to undergo the trial. Please grant permission." Upon hearing this, the figure in black slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing his energy as he stood up, fixating his gaze on Jiuxian and his companions, releasing an invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon them. Among those present, aside from the yellow-clad Soul Master and Jiuxian, who was not entirely human, the rest were merely the Great Elder, who was an eighth-ring Soul Douluo at best. How could they withstand the oppressive aura of a level 90 title Douluo? In a short while, their complexions turned pale, cold sweat beading on their brows. Clearly unable to endure the pressure, Jiuxian cast a glance, showing his displeasure, but he was on someone else's territory and could hardly voice his thoughts. Instead, he walked ahead, shielding those he brought with him, absorbing the weight of the title Douluo's oppression. The black-clad Soul Master, known as Douluo, narrowed his eyes slightly, silently retracting his pressure, perplexed by the performance of this young boy. How old could he be? 14 or 15? And what about his soul power? Was it even at level 60? Yet he was able to effortlessly withstand the pressure of a title Douluo while protecting his companions. Quite remarkable. Nevertheless, as much as he marveled, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Earthbound Soul Masters, you must traverse the Sea of the Sea and stand before the Haima sacred pillar to qualify for the trial. Xiao Tao, eager to prove her worth, declared, I'll go first. Jiuxian nodded in agreement. All right, you may proceed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gao hesitated, as the path ahead was uncertain. In such circumstances, it was prudent for him to take the lead and scout the way. However, Jiuxian thought to himself, what could possibly happen to a Soul Master? Even if they sank, they could simply be retrieved. Nevertheless, considering Yuan Gao's evident concern, he reassured him, it will be fine. Thus, Xiao Tao rolled up her sleeves, ready to showcase her abilities, and unleashed a technique called Peach Blossom Demon. This soul skill caused countless peach blossoms to cascade from the sky, which, under Xiao Tao's control, bloomed and burst open. This was a damage-dealing skill, but its application could be flexible. A multitude of peach blossoms floated on the water surface, forming a delicate pathway. With her soul power sustaining the effect, she moved gracefully across the petals. Yuan Gao turned to the young master. This time I will go, he said, pointing to Bai Xiaoning and indicating that she should join him. Jiuxian nodded once more. Yuan Gao then summoned his martial soul, slashing at the water's surface, which instantly erupted in waves. The creatures within the water were startled and scattered. During this time, he seized Bai Xiaoning by the collar and dashed toward the opposite shore, reminiscent of the ancient deities gliding over water. Consequently, only the elder and Jiuxian remained. They exchanged a glance, and Jiuxian suggested, let us go together. The elder readily agreed. Thus, the two made their way to the shore. Observing this, Douluo fixed his gaze intently on Jiuxian, his eyes never wavering. The performances of the others were commendable, but he was particularly eager to witness the abilities of the child who could withstand his pressure. Jiuxian, cradling Xiao Haidang, stepped upon the water pool. In that instant, the water seemed to solidify like ice, allowing him to traverse it effortlessly. Xiao Tao had the peach blossoms as her stepping stones, while Jiuxian walked directly across with nothing beneath him. A twitch of Douluo's mouth betrayed his astonishment. Once everyone had crossed, he led them to the Haima sacred pillar, suppressing his amazement and calmly inquired, who will go first? This time, it was Jiuxian who stepped forward, still holding Xiao Haidang. Douluo regarded him with surprise. Since the beginning, this child had not released the boy he was carrying. Just as he was about to remind them that the trial could not be conducted with two individuals, he sensed something unusual from the boy in his arms. The expression on his face shifted slightly. He let out a sigh, but with the trial at hand, Douluo quickly reined in his scattered emotions and adopted a serious demeanor. He slowly raised his hands to his chest, palms facing each other with a half-foot gap. A faint blue light gradually emanating from the center of his palms. As the blue light filled his palms, it suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire Haima sacred pillar in a serene azure glow. Then, a flash of light glimmered beneath the sacred pillar, and a blue beam surged along the pillar's patterns, swiftly ascending to the top. He turned and pointed at Jiuxian. The blue column of light enveloped him, and in an instant, the color shifted from blue to rapidly changing hues of white, yellow, and purple, finally settling with a resounding thud into black and crimson. Simultaneously, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, as if a thunderstorm were imminent. All the creatures on Haima Island began to emit distressing sounds. Their cries echoed, as if mourning some profound sorrow or howling in response to deep-seated rage. Moments late, tunde rumblat turantial rain pourat. And lightning crackled in the dark clouds, illuminating the faces of everyone present. Douluo Haima frowned slightly at the unfolding situation. Jiuxian, understanding the abnormality, activated his soul power and tightened his embrace around Xiao Haitang. In the sea god palace, sea god Poseidon sensed something and opened her tranquil eyes. She glanced out the window, reflecting that it had been many years since Haima Island experienced such turbulence. With a wave of her hand, Poseidon appeared before the testing pillar, astonished by the black and crimson aura surrounding it. Yet, that was not the most surprising aspect. Peering into the boy's dark mist with her spiritual energy, she discerned a flickering streak of platinum. Observing the foul weather and listening to the creature's cries, Poseidon felt the subtle tremors of the sea god's presence. With a swift motion, she descended. Jiuxian, on high alert, regarded this extraordinarily beautiful yet gentle woman with trepidation. Despite her soothing words, "Young man, I bear you no malice," he tightened his grip on Xiao Haitang, unwilling to lower his guard. His unease stemmed not from any ill intent, but from her overwhelming strength. Before Poseidon could speak further, Douluo Haima, while bowing, addressed Jiuxian, "Greetings, great offering." The great offering was none other than the guardian of the island, sea god Poseidon. Hearing this, Jiuxian lowered his gaze, contemplating. So this is what near-divine power feels like. In his prime, could he have emerged unscathed from a confrontation with sea god Poseidon? He dared not make an assertion. As he pondered, a gentle feminine voice echoed in his ears. "Young man, please follow me." Jiuxian's fists clenched and relaxed, and after a moment's hesitation, he resolutely asked, "Where to?" "To the sea god palace," Poseidon replied softly. Although Jiuxian was perplexed, he nodded and followed closely behind Poseidon. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight, leaving those behind blinking in astonishment. It was only after a moment that Douluo snapped back to reality and cleared his throat to remind everyone, "They've already left. It's futile to keep staring. As for the assessment, do you wish to continue?" The Grand Elder had no intention of participating. He had come solely to accompany the Saint Lord, and now that the key figure had departed, why should he partake in such trivialities? Yuan Gao waved his hand dismissively as well, declaring he had no interest in participating in this assessment now that the young master was gone. Thus, Douluo turned his attention to the two young ladies present, Bai Xiaoning and Xiao Tao. Their purpose for being here was primarily to accompany others, and upon realizing their intent, they too shook their heads in refusal. Within the sea god palace, Jiuxian gently placed Xiao Haitang on a soft couch and then gazed at the two figures in the center of the grand hall. One was Poseidon, who had brought him here, and the other was the true sea god, who had emerged from the statue. Although he had come to meet these two, the manner in which he encountered them was entirely unexpected and disrupted his plans. He inquired, "Why have you summoned me?" The sea god raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the boy's demeanor, as it was the first time someone had approached him with such indifference. Yet, considering the memories of this individual, it was not entirely unfathomable. He gestured for Poseidon to step aside and slowly began to speak. "You were once a deity with a heart for the world, devoted to goodness, yet for the sake of others, you fell into despair and became a demon. In your first life, you fell from grace for him once more. Now, for this young man, will you make the same choice again?" The phrase "the same choice" made Jiuxian turn his head to look at the figure on the couch, contemplating what it meant, transforming into a devil, battling against heaven and earth. If that were the case, then indeed, he would. In response to Jiuxian's declaration, the sky fell silent, and 9 black and red cards materialized before him with a crackle of electricity. The sea god glanced at them and remarked nonchalantly, "This is the legacy of the evil god, the inheritance of one of the 2 god kings, the evil god. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly astonished, for these were indeed 2 god kings. However, as the sea god, he had long been privy to such matters and had already been astonished at that time. Now, he remained composed. As his words faded, another 9 sets of platinum cards appear before Jiuxian, causing the sea god to widen his eyes in disbelief. This is the legacy of the good god. How could the followers of the evil god and the good god collide? 2 opposing forces united? He had not received any news about this. As he pondered, a golden white figure appeared in his mind, and he exclaimed, "I want that one too." Upon uttering these words, a swirling black and red mist rushed forth, immediately clashing with the golden white figure. The spectacle of divine beings in conflict was nothing short of breathtaking, especially in his mind, where he could not escape the chaos. Should anything go awry, the headache would be his to bear. Once they concluded their dispute, he wearily inquired, "What now?" The black and red mist replied, "Both legacies should be passed to him. Let him participate in the assessments. Whichever assessment he successfully completes, he shall inherit that legacy." With a sigh, he rubbed his temples and cleared his throat, stating, "Both the good god and the evil god have chosen you as their successor. Upon successful completion of the assessment, you shall inherit their divine positions." Jiuxian looked at him in confusion. "Isn't this your sea god island? Shouldn't it pertain to the sea god alone? Why have the good god and evil god appeared?" The sea god twitched his lips, wondering if Jiuxian had any awareness of his own strength. However, would he dare say as much? The good god and evil god were observing from above. He, a mere level 1 god, dared not speak out. Clearly, he did not have the audacity. With a forced smile, he replied, "Hee, perhaps your overwhelming aura has attracted the attention of the 2 god kings." Jiuxian nodded thoughtfully. Before arriving at Sea God Island, he had heard Yuan Gao speak of the place, where one could undertake various assessments, and those who excelled could become guardians or serve as offerings. He had not anticipated that it was so extraordinary, directly making him a successor to a divine position. However, this was not what he had envisioned. Becoming a deity held no allure for him. His intention was merely to undergo a reasonable assessment and then seek out Poseidon. Of course, it would be even better if he could meet the sea god. Now that he had encountered them, what need was there for assessments? Gently caressing Xiao Haidang's cheek, he asked, "I have no desire for assessments. I merely wish to ask this esteemed being, can you save my beloved?" Love is innocent. The sea god would not mock Jiuxian for his feelings toward a young boy. Instead, he lamented the fact that someone could forsake immense power and unparalleled glory for love. After a lengthy silence, the sea god suppressed his emotions and glanced at the lifeless boy on the bed. "If I am not mistaken, he has been gone for quite some time, has he not?" Jiuxian lowered his gaze, refraining from answering, instead countering with, "So, can you?" The sea god shook his head. His body shows no signs of life. "I am the exalted level 1 god of the sea, yet everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. To provide an inappropriate analogy, it would be like asking a blacksmith to embroider. What sort of outcome would you expect?" He longed to grant this child's request, for he could see how much the boy on the bed meant to him. However, because it mattered so greatly, he could not deceive this child. Offering false hope only to later reveal despair would be a blow far heavier than the moment this child learned of the boy's demise. It appeared to be futile. Disappointment flickered in Jiuxian's eyes as he prepared to lift Xiao Haidang from the couch. For if there was no hope here, what was the point of remaining? Just as he was about to raise Xiao Haidang, he heard the sea god muttering, if only he had just died recently. His soul might still linger nearby, and perhaps that could help you. At these words, Jiuxian abruptly turned his head. If there was even the slightest glimmer of hope, he would not let it slip away. Then he heard the sea god mention, one of the 3 great enforcers of the divine realm, the god of life. "How can I meet him?" Jiuxian asked with excitement. The sea god waved his hand, and the 2 sets of cards reappeared before him. "I do not know. If you wish to find him, you must undergo the assessment to inherit his divine position, and then seek him out in the divine realm." Upon saying this, the sea god felt a wave of admiration in his mind. "Well done, Xiao Haidang." However, the ensuing thoughts in their minds made the 2 figures wish to leap forth and vanquish the sea god. The sea god spoke, "Let me make it clear beforehand. Without a soul, Even the god of life can only restore his physical form. Oh, by the way, do you understand what it means to merely restore a body? Donc na? Jiuxian understands that if only the body is revived, it would at best be a mere puppet. Although the process is complex, he could indeed accomplish it. So, is it truly hopeless to resurrect Xiao Haidang? He did not believe it. He clutched his head, desperately trying to recall the anthology he had perused decades ago at Guishan Feng. Where was it? What must be done to bring Xiao Haidang back to life? The sea god, sensing his despair, spoke again. Do not lose hope. After all, you are the god of life, and there may yet be a way. Upon hearing this, Jiuxian's muddled gaze flickered with a glimmer of clarity as he murmured, Indeed, perhaps there is still hope. He resolved not to give up, wiped his face, and mustered his spirit to inquire of the sea god, what is the content of the assessment? The sea god, puzzled, glanced at the two sets of cards, which were astonishingly blank. Nothing written? How could I know? He hastily delved into his mind and grasped the two divine beings who were quietly bickering. Hold on. What exactly is the assessment for this child? The god of kindness was the first to halt. To be honest, it has been many years since we encountered such a suitable candidate. Being suddenly asked about the specifics of the assessment has left us momentarily bewildered. Moreover, as the most powerful deities, they did not need to personally engage in matters, unlike the sea god, who still had the sea god island on the continent. Reflecting on this, they realized they did not even have a specific location for the divine assessment. However, could they disclose this to the sea god? They needed to maintain their authority. The god of kindness nudged the god of evil, his eyes brimming with urgency. Weren't you just very impressive? Think quickly. Reluctantly, the god of evil stepped forward, ruminated, and finally stated, Chapter 305, participating in the assessment, crossing the sea god's light, ascending the 1,001 steps. Since this child has come to you, let him take the assessment here. Xiao Hai Zi, do you mind? This served as an excuse for their lack of an assessment location. The sea god, fearing to object, nodded in agreement. The god of evil continued, 9 cards, 9 assessments. His eyes narrowed, contemplating the mental strain involved, and declared, My successor need only possess perseverance, patience, and strength. Thus, using their own power, they must traverse the sea god's light of your sea god island and ascend the 1,001 steps, enduring the relentless tides for 8 years, defeating a tidal Douluo of level 99. If they succeed, my assessment will be deemed complete. After stating this, the god of evil glanced at the god of kindness, indicating that it was now his turn to speak. The god of kindness smirked. I find it too troublesome to bicker endlessly. Prolonged waiting for results can lead to anxiety. Hence, my assessment, like that of the god of evil, will culminate in granting him the dual title of God King upon completion. The sea god sighed, rubbing his forehead. These two, must you articulate your laziness so eloquently? Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts regarding the assessments they had established. Despite the lesser number, the quality was indisputable. Contemplating his own assessment for his successor, it consisted of merely 333 steps. Enduring the tides for 8 years may seem trivial, yet it is the most excruciating trial. The deep-sea silver pillars above the sea god island could temporarily suppress a soul master's soul power. But the intensity of the tidal training is immense, causing great agony. Those undergoing the trial might even succumb to death from the unbearable pain. He had only required his successor to persist for 10 hours daily for a year. These two, however, were merciless, multiplying the challenge by several folds. Furthermore, although he too had established the requirement of defeating a tidal Doa, it was to vanquish the guardians of the 7 holy pillars. While numerous collectively, those 7 tidal Douluos were not nearly as formidable as a level 99 tidal Douluo. 99, nearly godlike power. Defeat them? He inhaled deeply. Truly, the trials of the god kings are formidable. He exited his mind and conveyed this to Jiuxian. Jiuxian, puzzled, wondered if it could be done this way, but who wouldn't he prefer convenience? However, for the second round of the assessment, he would need to dedicate an hour each day to infuse his beloved with soul skills for growth, ensuring his body does not decay. This requirement was not excessive. The god of kindness readily agreed. With conditions settled, Jiuxian encountered no further issues. Well, since I am to participate in the assessment, the sooner the better. After all, the quicker I complete it, the sooner I can resurrect Xiao Haidang. He approached the 1,001 steps. Jiuxian gazed upward, perceiving the steps reaching the heavens. Yet, having just descended from above, he knew that it was not the clouds but the sea god palace. He gently squeezed the jade pendant and murmured, "Xiao Haidang, wait for me." Then he gathered his scattered thoughts and began his ascent. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He climbed effortlessly at first, feeling that the assessment was rather too easy. However, he soon realized that the trials presented here were far from simple. Upon reaching 1/10 of the way up, each step became increasingly burdensome. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed onward, step by step. Chapter 306: Cultivating the Soul Ring. From the sea god palace, Poseidon observed with keen mental acuity, noting the boy's remarkable prowess as he ascended 100 steps in one breath. Moreover, he appeared capable of continuing. While he could indeed go on, the situation was not favorable. Blackish red blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He first gathered his soul power, then unleashed his Taotai martial soul, revealing several soul bones in succession. Initially, the head soul bone, followed by the left arm, then the left leg, and finally, he was compelled to reveal his external soul bone, pushing forward against the wind. Yes, the last was an external soul bone. He too possessed an external soul bone. Upon acquiring the second soul skill, Lightning Flash, after defeating a soul beast, he obtained the external soul bone, Thunder Wings. Originally damaged and unable to fly, it regained functionality after absorbing the 4th soul ring. After ascending over 300 steps, his limbs felt as though they were shackled by iron chains. With each step forward, the sound of cracking bones accompanied his movements. Observing from a distance, Poseidon's eyes darkened. Recalling the sea god's admonitions, she swiftly descended, aware that he could not continue any longer. This youth was indeed formidable, yet his current capabilities could only allow him to reach this point. Further progress could cost him dearly. She flew to Jiuxian's side, and the pressure from the sea god's light diminished, providing him with respite. There's no time limit. Why push yourself so hard? Jiuxian smiled. Why? Because I'm still waiting for her. As both say, she pondered something unknown. A look of yearning graced her features as she led Jiuxian away. Upon departing, she advised him to take care of his health, lest he leave the child waiting in vain. Hearing her words, Jiuxian nodded, assuring her of his vigilance. In the days that followed, Jiuxian practiced diligently while attempting to ascend the steps. With each endeavor, he made incremental progress. The number of steps mirrored the growth of his soul. The number of steps mirrored his soul power, which had originally reached level 59, but had not increased recently due to a lack of training. Now, having resumed his practice, those in the know might question why he had not acquired a soul ring upon reaching the 60th level, for such elevation necessitated one. For such a feat seemed impossible without it. However, during the assessment, should he achieve a breakthrough, both say she would grant him a divine soul ring. Yet, upon contemplation, I have no need for such a thing. Bosexy paused, noting that the soul ring could be granted to another in need. Jiuxian acquiesced, affirming that it could be kept for others. How then would he acquire his own soul ring? He believed his soul power was advancing swiftly, and after several days of contemplation, devised a method to absorb his own soul power. By compressing the cultivated energy, he intended to transform it into a soul ring for his own consumption. This technique, though seemingly whimsical, was a testament to Jiuxian. Yet Jiuxian was determined to achieve his goals. 10 days later, he successfully forged a soul ring through his own strength. Its potency was approximately a century, but the soul ring he created could be upgraded in the future. In his ongoing training, he could choose to enhance his soul power or elevate his soul ring. Furthermore, he could absorb the power from his other soul rings, facilitating his swift ascension to the rank of a Douluo. However, allowing him to swiftly ascend to the rank of Douluo. However, such a method would undoubtedly lack the purity of strength acquired through rigorous training. Chapter 307: Encountering Shrek. Cough, cough, cough. Jiuxian found himself bound to the Chunhai silver pillar, enduring the relentless onslaught of the tide. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Unbeknownst to him, half a decade had slipped away. His strength had surged to the 70th level, and the 2 soul rings he crafted had reached a millennium of power. Feeling accomplished, he recalled that day vividly. His strength had soared to the 70s, and the 2 soul rings he crafted had attained the might of 10,000 years. Feeling accomplished, after successfully passing the first assessment, Bosexy reappeared, primarily to extend her congratulations. She had remarked, "Congratulations, you completed the..." Upon succeeding in the first assessment, she reappeared, primarily to offer her congratulations. She had remarked, "Congratulations, you completed the first assessment in just 5 months." 5 months. Even on the rare occasion he missed a day, Bosexy would send someone to summon him. Yet, he had overlooked one matter. He inquired, "What am I Bosexy cast him a glance, realizing he had finally recalled that he had not come to the Sea God Island alone. Rubbing her forehead, she replied. Realizing he had finally remembered he had not journeyed to Haishun Island alone. Rubbing her temples, she replied, "He might not see them again." He promptly expressed his apologies and recounted the events that had transpired in the Sea God Hall. Subsequently, he arrived at his... He might not see them again. He expressed his apologies to them at the earliest opportunity, recounting the events that transpired within the Sea God Temple. Subsequently, this experience reminded him of the 3 years he spent imprisoned in the underworld. He yearned to break free, yet escape was futile. This inevitably reminded him of the 3 years he spent imprisoned in the underworld. He yearned to break free, yet escape was impossible. Were it not for the hour he devoted daily to imparting soul power to the small Haitang, he might have forgotten why he was suspended there. Now, he felt akin to a lifeless husk. Were it not for the hour each day spent channeling soul power into Xiao Haitang. He had recently heard from his subordinates that Tang San had undergone a significant transformation and had reunited with the Shrek 7 monsters. Although Xiao Wu had sacrificed herself during this period to protect him, becoming an ordinary little rabbit, presently, she had purportedly to participate in the assessment and strengthen herself. Furthermore, there were updates about Yin Xiao, who had not followed. Someone had found her and was now closely guarding her. That individual was a soul saint. As long as they did not provoke the spirit hall, her safety was assured. Who had been located and was being protected by a soul saint, ensuring her safety as long as they did not provoke the Wuhuan temple. He felt reassured. Years passed. They appeared to be undergoing their own assessment. Contemplating the reunion with old friends, he deemed it impolite not to greet them and approached. Yet, as he drew near, he realized their numbers seemed to exceed 6. Among them were Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and among them were Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing once more, Tang San, a stranger girl, and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Observing their joyous camaraderie, particularly Xiao Wu nestled against Tang San, Yue Jiuxian couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 308. How could I possibly endure this? Observing their joyful camaraderie and the way Xiao Wu nestled against Tang San, Jiuxian revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 308. How do I persevere? Applying enough pressure as if he intended to crush his bones. The others from Shrek were taken aback at his presence. Daxian. A flurry of disjointed questions. He furrowed his brow, dismissing their chatter, and leaned closer to whisper in Tang San's ear, "You have a method for Xiao Wu's revival. Yet I find myself helpless regarding Xiahetang." Later, he inquired with Xiao Tao, who revealed that at the time, Xiahetang had been quite close to Tang San and believing in Tang San's remarkable abilities, hence she had stepped back slightly. Little did she know that Tang San recognized his fault, and who revealed that at the time, Xiao Haitang had been quite close to Tang San and Xiao Wu, believing in Tang San's formidable abilities. Thus, she had distanced herself. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San recognized his mistake and, rather than resisting, accepted it with a stoic demeanor, uttering, "I am sorry." Jiuxian's expression remained serene, yet his heart was cold. Just as he contemplated whether to escalate matters further, his arm was seized. It was the sea god Bosei Shi. He was uncertain when she had appeared behind him. Contemplating the impending actions, Jiuxian did not shake her off. Instead, he turned his head and amiably inquired, "What brings such tension?" She observed the marks upon Tang San's forehead, then glanced at Jiuxian, her heart heavy with concern. How had these two come to blows? She lowered her voice to explain that he would inherit the title of God of the Sea. Jiuxian, disinterested, merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, stating, "Let us return." Inside the hall of the God of the Sea, Jiuxian caressed Xiao Haitang's cheek while articulating his request to Poseidon. "Over the past 8 years, I have recalled some ancient formations that could facilitate my return. If I succeed, I shall be away for a time. Therefore, please ensure you take good care of Xiao Haitang's health." Upon hearing of his departure, he still struggled to remember how to traverse time and space. Jiuxian narrowed his eyes, channeling he could not rely solely on the God of life for hope. Unable to recall the ancient methods of resurrection, the colossal statue of the God of the Sea on the island trembled slightly. Moments later, Poseidon materialized before him, asking, "For how long?" "I do not know," his gaze revealing a rare tenderness. "I wish to return, and should I succeed, I will bring Xiao Haitang back with me." At his words, Poseidon swallowed hard. He had heard Jiuxian's intention. If this child found a method and successfully resurrected his beloved, would Jiuxian, who had initially suppressed the examination for the sake of resurrection, still participate in the final assessment? If he failed to complete the examination, would the two divine kings not execute him? Jiuxian seemed to contemplate something and lifted his head. "Upon my return, regardless of success or failure, I shall partake in a final assessment as a means of repaying your kindness in caring for Xiao Haitang during my absence." Poseidon exhaled, relieved. Would the two divine kings not execute him? Jiuxian seemed to contemplate something and lifted his head. "Upon my return, regardless of success or failure." Poseidon then remarked, "What will happen to the child during your absence? If left unattended, she may wither. It can be sustained with soul energy." Jiuxian replied, "That is good to hear. I wish you safe travels and success in your endeavors." Jiuxian smiled, expressing his gratitude. With his burdens lifted, Poseidon departed. However, Poseidon then remarked, "What will happen to the child during your absence? If left unattended, she may wither. It can be sustained with soul energy." Jiuxian replied, "Is it truly that simple?" Poseidon raised an eyebrow. Jiuxian nodded affirmatively. "Then why have you been so hands-on for the past 8 years? He tilted his head. In the midst of this endeavor, he made corrections, pausing intermittently, his eyes filled with determination. Bai Xiaoning watched in admiration, thinking how handsome a serious man. Jiuxian immersed himself in his work. He knelt on the ground, meticulously etching the ancient formations from his memory with vermilion mixed with his blood. Bai Xiaoning hastily lifted her skirt and hurried after him. "Yuan Shu, wait for me. I cannot be left here alone. Do not follow me." "You said you wouldn't follow, so why are you? How embarrassing for me. What does a young lady like you have to do with a man like me? Go find that girl named Taozi to play with. I am not bothersome. I willingly choose to follow you." Inside, Jiuxian listened to their back-and-forth dialogue and rose from the floor, stretching his stiff neck. He recalled arriving here, intending to bring Xiao Tao to alleviate Bai Xiaoning's boredom, only to find that Yuan Gao had served alongside him for many years. Despite being older, he was strong, skilled in cooking, attentive, and possessed excellent character. Truly an ideal partner. The two complemented each other well, one being reserved and the other lively. Reflecting on their companionship, it seemed rather pleasant, at least not dull. After all, Yuan Gao had served alongside him for many years. Despite being older, he was strong, skilled in cooking, attentive, and possessed excellent character. Truly an ideal partner. Furthermore, the two complemented each other well, one being reserved and the other lively. Reflecting on their companionship, it seemed rather pleasant, at least not dull. After all, dipped his brush in paint and resumed his meticulous work on the floor. After days of painting and revising, he finally preparing everything and reporting the happenings outside to him. Yet that was before things changed. Gazing at the cracked jade pendant around his neck, he stood up, dipped his brush in paint, and resumed his meticulous work on the floor. After days of painting and revising, he finally beheld the ancient formation. To see this letter is to see me. The ancient formation is complete. I am off to seek a way to resurrect Xiao Haitang. I know not how long I shall be gone, but during my absence, I kindly ask everyone to care for Xiao Haitang. After finishing, to see this letter is to see me. The ancient formation is complete. I am off to seek a way to resurrect Xiao Haitang, infusing it into the formation. Moments later, he vanished from the room, the formation having successfully transported him. In the tunnel, after enduring 8 years of tidal onslaught, he believed his resilience had significantly increased. Only to realize the pain of time, he clenched his jaw tightly. Time passed, and eventually the time tunnel dissipated, revealing him on a street. Observing the ancient charm of the surrounding, Jiuxian realized he had succeeded. However, a glance at his tattered attire made him inhale sharply. He quickly scanned the area. He clenched his jaw tightly. Time passed, and eventually, the time tunnel dissipated, revealing him on a street. Observing the ancient charm of the surroundings, he was knocked to the ground by an oncoming carriage. The impact caused him to gasp in pain, internally cursing, "Is this carriage in such a hurry to seek?" As he pushed himself up with his arms, a brash man shoved him back down, angrily demanding, "Do you know who I am? How dare you try to scam me?" He was knocked to the ground by an oncoming carriage. The impact caused him to gasp in pain, internally cursing, "Is this carriage in such a hurry to seek reincarnation?" As he pushed himself up with his arms, a brash man shoved him back down, angrily demanding, "Do you know who I am? How dare you try to scam me? Look at you, you must have never had a proper upbringing, and now you think you can be tough in front of me. Gu Lao Jiao." He fumed. "Who the hell is trying to scam you? It was clearly you who ran into me. I haven't even asked for compensation yet, and you're already barking accusations at me." As his eyes narrowed, he prepared to teach this arrogant fool a lesson when the patrolling guards nearby shouted, "My lord, the strategist, the living strategist." Strategist? Are they referring to me? He instinctively touched his face, aware of his unusual appearance and the memories he carried from this realm. He has indeed reincarnated in Dalu, possessing this very visage. Unbeknownst to him, he has gradually become more and more reminiscent of Gue Lao Jiao. Yet, it seems implausible that he would be recognized, considering how long it has been since Gue Lao Jiao of Baigua perished. In a moment of daze, a group of soldiers surrounded him. Faced with this situation, his first instinct was to flee. After all, if they were merely Xiao Zhao's men, it would be manageable, but if it were that esteemed personage seated above, it would spell disaster. He drew forth the annihilation spear, seeking a gap to escape. However, just as he was about to take a step, he heard a voice call out, "Jiao?" His eyes brightened, and upon turning around, he indeed saw Misha, his little brother to me. "It's me." Misha strode forward, excitedly embracing the long-missed figure. In his fervor, he did not forget to inquire, "Brother, what brings you back? Is it because things were not going well there?" The eyes of Jiuxian revealed complexity. Were things not going well? Over the past few years, Xiao Haitang had encountered an accident, plunging him into madness. And the relentless tides of the past 8 years had indeed been unfavorable. Yet, how could he dare to divulge this to the lad? He was certain that the moment he spoke, the boy would rush to confront the matter. With a preemptive smile, he replied, "It's nothing. I have come back for a purpose." "Oh." Misha released Jiuxian, intrigued about what could be so significant as to necessitate Jiu's traversal through time and space. Jiuxian patted his shoulder and vaguely replied, "To find some ancient texts." Misha nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I see." It was uncertain whether he believed it or not. This boy appeared honest, yet in truth, he was quite astute. Prolonging the conversation could lead to revealing too much. Misha nodded and instructed the soldiers surrounding them to disperse, leading the untidy Jiuxian. He subtly scrutinized Jiuxian. Years had passed since their last meeting, and both had matured. During this time, while Jiuxian seemed to have endured much. His stature had grown taller and more robust, yet he walked with a slight limp. Upon realizing this, Misha's eyes filled with compassion. Chapter 311. The formation is complete. Returning to hometown 3 Xiao Xiao. Come. While Jiuxian seemed to have endured much. His stature had grown taller and more robust, yet he walked with a slight limp. Upon realizing this, Misha had also sent someone to summon his Xiao Xiao. Before long, Hua Xiao appeared at the entrance, tears glistening in her eyes. Jiuxian. Hua Xiao's tears flowed uncontrollably as she dashed into Jiuxian's embrace. Misha had also sent someone to summon his Xiao Xiao. Before long, Hua Xiao appeared at the entrance, tears glistening in her eyes. Jiuxian extended his arms. The sight of her tears caused Jiuxian's eyes to redden as well. Do not cry, Xiao Xiao, it pains my heart. All right. Hua Xiao quickly wiped her tears, yet her voice still carried a hint of sobbing. Jiuxian gently caressed Hua Xiao's head. It had been so long since they had seen each other, and her sorrow made him wonder if Demi had mistreated her. Hua Xiao quickly wiped her tears, yet her voice still carried a hint of sobbing. Jiuxian gently caressed Hua Xiao's head, promptly delivered a punch that left Demi's corner twitching and his eyes sparkling. Feeling better now? Before Hua Xiao could respond, a child's voice echoed through the room. Uncle in the painting, please do not hit my father, okay? Jiuxian gazed in bewilderment at the little one leaning against the door. Whose child is this? What is this uncle in the painting nonsense? Realizing before Hua Xiao could respond, a child's voice echoed through the room. Uncle in the painting, please do not hit my father, okay? The child had taken precedence over her brother in her mind. She presented the little one before her brother, exclaiming, I have a child now. As the child's uncle. Jiuxian, upon learning of the child's identity, did not immediately inquire about the name, but instead said to Hua Xiao, You have suffered. Tears welled in her eyes once more, and she shook her head repeatedly. So many years. Misha expressed his gratitude for her. Jiuxian, upon learning of the child's identity, did not immediately inquire about the name, but instead said to Hua Xiao, You have suffered, Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, tears welled in her eyes once more, and she shook her head repeatedly. So many years. Misha expressed his gratitude for her. Brother will start to dislike you for making my little princess weep. Hua Xiao sniffed and shook her head. I am not crying. The little one, being held, blinked innocently. But it was her brother who first acknowledged her suffering. Jiuxian gently patted her head. If you continue to cry, brother will start to dislike you for making my little princess weep. Hua Xiao sniffed and shook her head. I am not crying. The little one, being held, blinked innocently. This diversion rendered them momentarily overlooked. An hour later, the gathering had concluded. Jiuxian spoke, indicating it was time to attend to the matters that had compelled him to come here. Before Hua Xiao arrived, Misha had hinted at the search for ancient texts, correct? Yes, I'm uncertain how long I can remain here, so I must expedite my search for the books. Jiuxian contemplated the other realm, still awaiting his return, his voice deepening. Hua Xiao is not one to be unreasonable. After collecting her emotions, she replied, Xiao Xiao, we are fortunate to have you. Indeed, they replied. Without Brother Jiu, they might have perished over 20 years ago. Chapter 312. I will send someone to prepare a carriage. Jiuxian tenderly brushed his gaze over the now graceful Hua Xiao, aware of their bond. He said, Thank you. You seek ancient texts? Why? With neither Hua Xiao nor Misha present, Jiuxian candidly responded, I wish to resurrect someone. After all, the ancient texts of Gue Shanfeng were boundless. Seeking the aid of Gue Lao was the most effective means to locate the desired text swiftly. However, you seek ancient texts? Why? With neither Hua Xiao nor Misha present, Jiuxian candidly responded, I wish to resurrect someone. After all, the ancient texts of Gue Shanfeng were boundless. Seeking the aid of Gue Lao was the most effective means to locate the desired text swiftly. However, I have preserved his body well. As for the soul, I will devise another method. Gue Lao gazed at him with disappointment. You truly have no regard for your life. Otherwise, he would not have come here. Gue Lao continued, to resurrect a person, both their physical body and soul must be intact. Jiuxian clenched his fists. Gue Lao tossed a book to him and swiftly turned away, clearly not wishing to look at him. Take it, the forbidden technique of resurrection. As the words fell, once for that person, now for another. Jiuxian did not refute his words, but knelt on the ground with a thud, revealing his determination. Lao tossed the book to him and swiftly turned away, clearly not wishing to look at him. Take it, the forbidden technique of resurrection. As the words fell, another thud echoed. This time, Jiuxian had heavily knocked his head against Lao's. Though Lao did not look, he could surmise the meaning behind it, gratitude for his teachings, and for this tome on resurrection. After all, he had watched this child grow up. Weakly, he waved his hand. You are now a person of another world. It is not good to linger here for too long. Take what you need and depart quickly. Indeed, not a theoretical scholar like Tang San's master, Yu Shaojiang. Lao was a man of strength, wealth, and intellect. He was calm, powerful, and in Dalu. Half a year later, Jiuxian returned. Gazing at the dried paint marks beneath him, he realized that his journey had not been lengthy. Not a theoretical scholar like Tang San's master, Yu Shaojiang. Lao was a man of strength, wealth, and intellect. He was calm, powerful, and instilled fear in others. So this is how the resurrection ritual works, and then this, and it requires these and those as well. Of course, the most critical and essential yet the passage of time was significant. He took a moment to ease his fatigue and began to peruse the forbidden book in his hands. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. Oh, so this is how the resurrection ritual works, and then this, and it requires these and those as well. Of course, the most critical and essential premise of resurrection, as Lao had mentioned, was that both body and soul must be present. Concerning the body, he struck his head, unable to conceive how to retrieve Xiao Haitang's spirit. As far as he knew, he had also ensured Poseidon would properly preserve Xiao Haitang's body using soul power. Thus, the body posed no issue. However, the soul, this elusive yet vital essence, he might find someone but could never return. Furthermore, there was a substantial risk of being imprisoned again by the denizens of the underworld. So what should be done? He engaged his mind. Chapter 313, Dreaming Back to the Bai Kingdom. Yet, perhaps due to the fatigue of traverse, he might find someone but could never return. Furthermore, there was a substantial risk of being imprisoned again by the denizens of the underworld. So what should be done? He engaged his mind. Chapter 313, Dreaming Back to the Bai Kingdom. Yet, perhaps due to the fatigue of traversing time and space, just when he thought there was little left to polish and was preparing to put away, Xiao Hua's consciousness awakened, excitedly saying, Xiao Ji. Lao Jiu sat calmly on the steps, observing the soldiers train while his subordinates polished the annihilation spear. How could I allow you to die? Jiuxian reacted with displeasure, remaining silent. Xiao Hua immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, I misspoke. Do you know what I discovered? The annihilation spear contains a spirit. It told me it can absorb souls. After I die, perhaps I will accompany that spirit. What nonsense! Battered and on the brink of death, he was brought back by reinforcements, receiving urgent medical attention. Upon awakening again, he found himself back, staring blankly at the small white flower on the bedside table. The Xiaohua within him had vanished. No longer did he sleep, unable to hear his calls, nor was it a matter of mutual silence. It was as if he had completely disappeared from his body. He inquired of the gentleman beside him what had transpired during his healing, to which the soft-spoken man replied, "The 100 souls dispersed." Coldly, he asked, nor was it a matter of mutual silence. It was as if he had completely disappeared from his body. Later, the calm Lao Jiu recalled Xiao Hua's earlier words. The annihilation spear could absorb souls. Clinging to hope, he retrieved who said the 100 souls dispersed could be treated. The man replied it was Qi Wang. He was filled with hatred. He roared, but that person was no longer present, who responded that the annihilation spear had already recognized him as its master. Summoning its spirit would depend solely on him. He blankly stated, then what about Xiao Hua? He could only wield it simply, unable to summon the spirit within. He sought consultation with Lao, setting aside whether you can successfully summon the spirit. If the annihilation spear truly can absorb souls, how do you intend to bring out the Xiao Hua you mentioned? When he inquired about the annihilation spear, He recounted everything regarding Xiao Hua to Gui Lao, hoping for assistance. However, Gui Lao responded, "The matter of dual souls is terrifying. Setting aside whether you can successfully summon the spirit, if the annihilation spear truly can absorb souls, how do you intend to bring out the Xiao Hua you mentioned?" After a period of attempts, he began to question whether the annihilation, considering that the ghost blade and the nine-dragon whip he wielded so adeptly were also divine artifacts, yet they lacked spirits as well. He scoured all the texts of Gui Shan Peak, yet records regarding dual souls were scarce. There were even fewer accounts detailing the revival of a soul after one had perished. He could only seek other methods. What resurrection, what rebirth? He tried them all, but none bore fruit. After all records indicated that the prerequisite for resurrection was a person. He was ultimately forced to admit, if Xiao Hua had vanished, then he was truly gone. On that day, another kind-hearted Gui Lao Jiu had also disappeared. Chapter 314. A Way to the Soul in the Annihilation Spear. Lying in bed, Jiuxian appeared to have dreamt of something horrifying. He was ultimately forced to admit, if Xiao Hua had vanished, then he was truly gone. On that day, another kind-hearted Gui Lao Jiu had also disappeared. The moment he touched Jiuxian, he was pushed away, and Jiuxian abruptly opened his eyes. He sat up. Taking a moment to untangle the thoughts from his recent dream, he looked around. Noticing Xiao Haidang was not beside him, he answered himself, "Oh right, I gave it to Xiao Haidang." Gave it to Xiao Haidang? Yes, if the annihilation spear, how could she encounter danger or accidents? However, he could not afford to dwell on that. He grabbed Yuan Gao's sleeve and asked again, "Where is Xiao Haidang?" He answered himself, "Oh right, I gave it to Xiao Haidang." Gave it to Xiao Haidang? Yes, if the annihilation spear was with Xiao Haidang, how could she encounter danger or accidents? However, he could not afford to dwell on that. He grabbed Yuan Gao's sleeve and asked again, "Where is Xiao Haidang? What about my spatial ring? Where is the annihilation spear? Perhaps Xiao Haidang's soul is within it." He spoke rapidly, and the older Yuan Gao nearly failed to comprehend. But there was no sign of the annihilation spear. He called for Xiao Tao, asking, "Have you seen the annihilation spear?" The long spear, white in color. Leaving Yuan Gao bewildered, staring at Bai Xiaoning, who was equally wide-eyed. Jiuxian rummaged through everything in the spatial ring, but there was no sign of the annihilation spear. He called for Xiao Tao, asking, "Have you seen the annihilation spear?" The long spear, white in color. She trembled under the force of the reprimand, quickly relaying the local happenings like a potato. Once the rewards were dispensed, capture that girl. In their haste that day, they had forgotten important details. Why was the Mie Shun Chong, which I had given to Xiao Haidang, in Tang San's possession? She trembled under the force of the reprimand, quickly relaying the local happenings like a potato. Once the rewards were dispensed, capture that girl. Bai Dong commanded from her elevated platform. Her staff pointed directly at Xiao Wu. "What? Capture Xiao Wu?" The master immediately interjected. "A spirit beast?" The familiar companions were astonished by the sudden transformation of one of their own into a spirit beast. "Is that true? A spirit beast?" Xiao Wu's eyes grew hollow as she concealed herself behind Tang San. Bai Dong scoffed, asserting that the reason was her identity as 100,000-year spirit beast. A spirit beast? The familiar companions were astonished by the sudden transformation of one of their own into a spirit beast. "Is that true? A spirit beast?" Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes. She longed to explain, but what could she say? Yet, Tang San held her close, declaring that regardless of her nature as a spirit beast, she remained his sister. The others instinctively shielded Xiao Wu, vowing not to allow her harm. Realizing that it was futile to expect them to surrender Xiao Wu, Bai Dong bellowed for the capture. Countless spirit masters surged forth from the shadows, evoking memories of the ambush on the official road. Last time, they had the protection of Jiuxian, but this time, they could only rely on themselves. As the attacks commenced, they immediately steeled themselves for combat. Alas, while the divine weapon was indeed formidable, rendering it nearly useless in his hands, there was no comparison to Jiuxian's mastery, where every move was a display of might. In this moment, it could only serve a protective purpose. At this juncture, the master instructed Xiao Tang, hand the Mieshun Chong to Tang San, rendering it nearly useless in his hands. There was no comparison to Jiuxian's mastery, where every move was a display of might. In this moment, he was adept with any weapon or hidden weapon. Mo Xiaodang believed that entrusting the Mieshun Chong to Tang San would indeed yield the greatest. But what about himself? The multitude of formidable foes surrounding him left him anxious about his own safety. Without them, another wave of attacks surged forth, prompting the master to shout, "What are you hesitating for? The greater good is at stake." Very well. Reassuring himself that even without the Mieshun Chong, he would remain safe with the dean and others by his side. With that thought, another wave of attacks surged forth, prompting the master to shout, "What are you hesitating for? The greater good is at stake." Very well. Mo Xiaodang clenched his fists, reassuring himself that even without the Mieshun Chong, he would remain safe with the dean and others by his side. With that thought, as he was positioned perilously close to Tang San, the master, believing Mo Xiaodang, a level 45 soul master, had enough capability for self-defense, positioned Xiao Tao beside Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Thus, Xiao Haidang found herself defending against attacks from behind Tang San. Being a soul master, as he was positioned perilously close to Tang San, the master, believing Mo Xiaodang, a level 45 soul master, had enough capability for self-defense. Gifted by Jiuxian, he struck down foes one by one. Yet, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's distant warning to be cautious, but the enemies before him were far beyond level 45. Soon, Mo Xiaodang found himself at a disadvantage. Armed with the other divine weapon, Hu Junin, the attacking spirit master stood upon 6 or 7 luminous circles, rendering him utterly defenseless. He felt a chilling death had long lingered in his thoughts, and after so long, he had grown indifferent to it. It was his brother who had given him hope for life. Speaking of his brother, he hadn't seen him all day. Perhaps his injuries had not yet healed. Being from the Wuhuan Temple, death had long lingered in his thoughts, and after so long, he had grown indifferent to it. It was his brother who had given him hope for life. Speaking of his brother, he hadn't seen him all day. Perhaps his injuries had not yet healed. Being from the Wuhuan Temple, left only to await his fate. Brother, farewell. After Xiao Tang's demise, may his spirit ascend as a star, forever by your side. The wave of light struck against his chest, causing blood to surge violently in his throat. He felt his body uncontrollably falling backward, and he caught sight of a gaping hole in his chest. Such a gaping wound, truly terrifying. Perhaps the pain had reached a peak, leaving him numb. Strangely, it didn't hurt much. He only sensed blood flowing away, his limbs growing increasingly numb, and his vision slowly fading. The child fell. He caught sight of a gaping hole in his chest. Such a gaping wound, truly terrifying. Perhaps the pain had reached a peak, leaving him numb. Strangely, stating, "That is how it transpired." Jiuxian chuckled coldly, realizing that Xiao Haitang's death was no accident. He thought to himself, it would have been nearly impossible for Xiao Haidang to meet her end, even if she wished for it. Under his command, the Mieshun Chong would have protected her. Stating, "That is how it transpired." Jiuxian chuckled coldly, realizing that Xiao Haitang's death was no accident. He thought to himself, with the divine weapon in her possession, it would have been nearly impossible for Xiao Haidang to meet her end, even if she wished for it. Under his command, the Mieshun Chong would have protected her. She understood that her world had lost the light of Jiuxian, but she was engulfed in profound sadness. She walked on, unaware of how long she had been walking or where she was headed. All she felt was an aching heart. That day was overcast and rainy. She stumbled along the dilapidated streets, suddenly hearing someone exclaim, "There is still another person." His skin a bronze hue, towering stature, and a long scar etched across his face, exuding an intimidating presence. Realizing something was amiss, but against the soul Douluo, escape was futile. The formidable Douluo seized her, forcefully pinning her to the ground. She then noticed a dark figure rushing toward her. His skin a bronze hue, towering stature, and a long scar etched across his face, exuding an intimidating presence. Realizing something was amiss, she attempted to flee. He had followed her, obeying her commands. After she departed, he continued to pursue her. Once she realized he was trailing her, they had a fierce argument. Being a subordinate of Jiuxian and an evil spirit master, she vehemently opposed his company. After their quarrel, she believed he had left. He had followed her, obeying her commands. After she departed, he continued to pursue her. Once she realized he was trailing her, they had a fierce argument. She summoned all her strength to shout, "Fool, what are you coming for? Run." He was a soul saint, formidable in reputation, persistently shadowing her, always the first to appear whenever she found herself in peril. As she pondered, a mist appeared in her eyes. Pressed to the ground, she summoned all her strength to shout, "Fool, what are you coming for? Run." He was a soul saint, formidable in reputation. She found herself hundreds of meters away at an intersection. Observing the two combatants, she focused her soul power on the soul saint, urging, "What are you still fighting for? Leave." However, the soul saint was thoroughly overwhelmed by the soul Dalu, not in a position to simply depart. She found herself hundreds of meters away at an intersection. Observing the two combatants, she focused her soul power on the soul saint, urging, "What are you still fighting for? Leave." However, the soul saint was thoroughly overwhelmed by the soul Dalu, not in a position to simply depart. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly identified an opportunity to deploy her first soul skill, mistransformation, stacking it with her third skill, space alteration. Each drop struck heavily upon her heart. With the soul saint vanquished, the soul Douluo rushed to her side. She stood. The soul Douluo plunged a blade into the chest of the soul saint. From afar, she distinctly witnessed the droplets of blood cascading down. Each drop struck heavily upon her heart. With the soul saint vanquished, the soul Douluo rushed to her side. She stood motionless, lost in thought. Everything that followed was beyond her anticipation. She truly witnessed the world's peril and the significance of power. If you have the ability, kill me. What is the meaning of this humiliation? I am a young lady of the Mo family. Dared, and I will not let you off. But all was in vain. Later, she lay on her bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She murmured, "Why has Jiuxian become like this?" Just then, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and she shrank into a corner. Who surveyed Yin Xiaoxiao's disheveled state, revealing her fury. Upon recognizing her, Yin Xiaoxiao tears, "She is no good person. When I found her, she was there, accompanied by an evil spirit master who had already reached soul saint level. She must be involved." Who surveyed Yin Xiaoxiao's disheveled state, revealing her fury. Upon recognizing her, Yin Xiaoxiao's tears flowed freely. The soul Douluo who had humiliated her followed closely behind, explaining, "Saintess, she is no good person. When I found her, she was there, accompanied by an evil spirit master who had already reached soul saint level. She must be involved. I am a friend of Jiuxian." Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately kicked the soul Douluo aside. "You are Xiao Jior's friend? Then spare her." Yin Xiaoxiao knelt in anguish, sobbing. She thought, why should she die like this? She must avenge him. "I am a friend of Jiuxian." Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately kicked the soul Douluo aside. "You are Xiao Jior's friend? Then spare her." Chapter 317. Seeking Tang San to retrieve the annihilation spear, Jiuxian departed. Hulaina retrieved a garment from her storage ring and placed it before Yin Xiaoxiao. If it weren't for that damned master, Xiao Haidang would not be lying motionless in bed. His hatred boiled. He resented why he had not slain the master that day. Why was that man still alive? Of course, he also despised the spear hall. If it weren't for that damned master, Xiao Haidang would not be lying motionless in bed. His hatred boiled. He resented why he had not slain the master that day. Why was that man still alive? Of course, he also despised the spirit hall. This was the news he received upon leaving. At that moment, he loathed himself for his impotence, for not having eradicated every member of the Spirit Hall. Why did those who deserved death continue to live? Why did the wrongdoers thrive while smiling and enjoying themselves? His hatred. He approached the Shrek 7 monsters. Everyone, how useful is my item? Listening to you, Jiuxian's words, the master's pupils dilated in shock. Why did those who deserved death continue to live? Why did the wrongdoers thrive while smiling and enjoying themselves? His hatred surged. Thus, wielding the Nine-Dragon Whip, Jiuxian swung the Nine-Dragon Whip with ferocity. Seeing this, Dai Mubai immediately charged forward, activating his White Tiger protective shield. However, at this moment, Jiuxian had already reached level 90. He had been too busy recently to cultivate his rings, or else he would have. Jiuxian swung the Nine-Dragon Whip with ferocity. Seeing this, Dai Mubai immediately charged forward, activating his White Tiger protective shield. However, at this moment, the protective barrier created by Dai Mubai shattered upon impact, and the whip struck sharply against his chest. Even as Dai Mubai channeled, he staggered back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. However, Dai Mubai understood that Jiuxian had shown him mercy. But would that mean Jiuxian would show mercy to them? Absolutely not. Filled with rage, Jiuxian advanced without uttering a word, delivering a devastating strike. I only realized that my Xiao Haidang could have been perfectly fine. I had thought, with the Annihilation Spear in hand. But would that mean Jiuxian would show mercy to them? Absolutely not. Filled with rage, Jiuxian advanced without uttering a word, delivering a devastating strike. That Xiao Haitang's life was treated as inconsequential. I had thought, with Xiao Tao around, even if Xiao Hai, how then did he die? I have come to realize that you, Master, are truly disgusting. Your disciple, Tang San's life is precious. The lives of your student, that Xiao Haitang's life was treated as inconsequential. I had thought, with Xiao Tao around, even if Xiao Haidang were in dire straits, she could have led him to escape. Every individual present bore numerous wounds. The master, being the weakest, suffered greatly under Jiuxian's relentless assault. Remembering how he had lost his composure in the face of Jiuxian's wrath, he was left blushing and battered, promptly waving his sleeve. Jiuxian, I did teach you. Every individual present bore numerous wounds. The master, being the weakest, suffered greatly under Jiuxian's relentless assault. Tears of laughter streaming from his eyes. Mourn? Ha ha ha. I see no trace of sorrow or regret in you, Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 3:18. Words of a consider me half a teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. Do not go too far. We mourn Xiao Tao's death as well. Jiuxian glanced at him. Tears of laughter streaming from his eyes. Mourn? Ha ha ha. I see no trace of sorrow or regret in you, Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 3:18. Words of oppression. What are you, Yu Xiaojiang? Speaking of teachers? Fathers? Ha ha ha. Master, who do you think you are? You are merely a soul master of the soul sect. A laughingstock on a continent. I was merely polite once, giving you face, and you took it seriously? The master, unable to retort, could only glare and bellow, Jiuxian, desiring to reclaim the rationality of Jiuxian, yet it ultimately hinges on his willingness. He prodded Yu Xiaogang's chest with a whip, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. You claim to be my half-father? Are you aware of my father's fate? The tone was laced with sarcasm, hinting that such a fate was likely grim. As anticipated, the crowd soon heard Jiuxian declare he was no virtuous man. He confronted Yu Xiaogang further. You profess to be my half-teacher, implying you desire to take on the role of my father? Could not muster a response and stumbled backward. Yet, as he retreated, did Jiuxian not advance? He pressed on with his verbal assault. He confronted Yu Xiaogang further. You profess to be my half-teacher, implying you desire to take on the role of my father? Yu Xiaogang, taken aback, could not muster a response and stumbled backward. Yet, as he retreated, did Jiuxian not advance? He pressed on with his verbal assault, declaring, Master, unable to contain himself, Tang San? How dare you mention Tang San? With that, his demeanor shifted, and he leaned closer to Yu Xiaogang. This struck a nerve within Yu Xiaogang. provoking an immediate, furious reaction. I have validated my theory. Xiao San is the result. Unexpectedly, Jiuxian erupted into laughter. Jiuxian then turned to Tang San, gesturing toward his limbs. We are both outsiders, equipped with advantages. Tell me, if stripped of these, would you Xiao still achieve success? Tang San's gaze darkened, and he lowered his head. Observing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Jiuxian scoffed. Jiuxian then turned to Tang San, gesturing toward his limbs. We are both outsiders, equipped with advantages. Tell me, if stripped of these, would you Xiao Gang still achieve success? Tang San's gaze darkened, and he lowered his head. Observing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Jiuxian scoffed. Your ability to cultivate stems solely from your mother being a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast, while your martial soul is blue-silver emperor. And your father is the Jiuxian Dalu, inheritor of the Jiuxian hammer. Tang San interjected sharply, Enough, master. Enough? Is it your ability to cultivate stems solely from your mother being a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast, while your martial soul is blue-silver emperor. And your father is the Jiuxian Dalu, inheritor of the Jiuxian hammer. Tang San interjected sharply, Enough, master. Enough? Is it truly enough? Jiuxian questioned. The word struck the hearts of the Shrek members heavily, particularly Tang San, who immediately produced the Annihilation Spear, bowing in apology. With death having already occurred, what value does an apology hold? As for your desire to apologize, Jiuxian said, casting a glance at Xiao, the soul master who harmed Xiao Haitang shall face my retribution. If you wish to atone, perhaps it would be simpler to sever Xiao Gang's head? With death having already occurred, what value does an apology hold? As for your desire to apologize, Jiuxian said, casting a glance at Xiao Gang. This would mean killing the teacher who had guided him for so many years. A man of deep loyalty like Tang San would never consent. Teacher? Jiuxian retorted. Is Xiao Gang your teacher, Tang San? And what of Xiao Haitang? She is also my beloved. This would mean killing the teacher who had guided him for so many years. A man of deep loyalty like Tang San would never consent, exclaiming, He is my teacher. Teacher? Jiuxian retorted. Is Xiao Gang your teacher, Tang San? And what of Xiao Haitang? She is also my beloved. Nor a few lashes. I will traverse Shrek and the entirety of Douluo Continent to exact vengeance upon you, Xiao Gang, as a tribute to Xiao Haitang's. Jiuxian was acutely aware that individuals like Xiao Gang value their pride. Verbal humiliation could be more torturous than death itself. This encounter would leave Xiao Gang in anguish for quite some time, with an urgent desire to revive Xiao Haitang. He did not linger after reclaiming the Annihilation Spear, vanishing from sight and leaving the stunned Shrek group behind. Once they regained their senses, this encounter would leave Xiao Gang in anguish for quite some time, with an urgent desire to revive Xiao Haitang. He did not linger after reclaiming the Annihilation Spear, vanishing from sight and leaving the stunned Shrek group behind. Once they regained their senses, Xiao Gang erupted in fury, hurling accusations at Jiuxian, citing disrespect towards elders, rebellion against moral order, and childish ignorance. Yet, did he truly deserve respect as an elder? Had he ever imparted genuine teachings to Jiuxian? Was he worthy of such acknowledgement? Was he truly rebellious? Setting aside the morality of the situation, who was he to judge others' actions? Did he possess the right to critique? And as for his claim of immaturity, what of the fact that despite his youth, it was Xiao Gang who lacked the capacity for rational dialogue? Furthermore, regarding the incident that befell Xiao Haitang, was Jiuxian truly did he have the right to speak? Unable to comprehend human speech? How could he dismiss Jiuxian's words as false when he clearly understood them? It was Xiao Gang who lacked the capacity for rational dialogue. Furthermore, regarding the incident that befell Xiao Haitang, was Jiuxian truly in the wrong? Had you not made such reckless arrangements, perhaps Xiao Tang would not have perished. My reckless arrangements? Wasn't it all for your sake? For our sake? Jiuxian shrugged, dismissing Xiao Gang's assertions with derision. Unlike Tang, had you not made such reckless arrangements, perhaps Xiao Tang would not have perished, and Master would not hold resentment towards us. Yu Xiaogang's eyes bulged in disbelief. My reckless arrangements? Wasn't it all for your sake? For our sake? Jiuxian shrugged, dismissing Yu Xiaogang's assertions with derision. Unlike Tang San, there were too many unsettling details to ponder. They dared not delve deeper. Yet everything had irrevocably changed, cognizant that Zhu Zhuqing had planted seeds of doubt in their minds regarding Yu Xiaogang's integrity. Was Master truly so impartial and selfless? After such a lengthy period together? But he knew he was not alone. Great Priest, please assist me in summoning the weapon spirit within this spear. Bo Saishi, bemused yet compliant, attempted to do, but the annihilation spear yielded no results. Was it that Bo Saishi was incapable? Chapter 320. The resurrection of Xiao Haitang commences. Yu Jiuxian approached the statue of the sea god, knocking gently. Great one, could you assist? But the annihilation spear yielded no results. Was it that Bo Saishi was incapable? Chapter 320. The resurrection of Xiao Haitang commences. Yu Jiuxian approached the statue of the sea god, knocking gently. Great one, could you assist me? The benevolent and malevolent deities residing within did not permit him to save face. What should he do? Please assist me in summoning the spirit of the annihilation spear. He was a deity. What harm was there in being courteous? Yet, was he to endure constant servitude without dignity? Very well. In his mind, the benevolent and malevolent deities residing within did not permit him to save face. What should he do? Please assist me in summoning the spirit of the annihilation spear. Yu Jiuxian patiently reiterated his previous words. Was it truly that simple? The sea god grasped the annihilation spear, silently invoking the spirit to manifest. Soon, recalling the words spoken to him by that individual in his memories, the annihilation spear contains a spirit and is capable of absorbing the soul. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's fingers trembled uncontrollably. That day, you absorbed Xiao Haitang, which means I asked you to, recalling the words spoken to him by that individual in his memories. The annihilation spear contains a spirit and is capable of absorbing the souls of the deceased. Indeed, Master. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's fingers trembled uncontrollably. That day, you absorbed Xiao Haitang, which means I asked you to protect that young man's soul. Although only a few seconds had passed, it felt as if Yu Jiuxian had waited an eternity. Finally, the annihilation spear affirmed, yes. With that single word, a tear rolled down Yu Jiuxian's cheek. After nearly 9 years of anticipation, his anxious heart finally found solace. The soul was now in place, and the process of reviving Xiao Haitang was about to commence. Poseidon found a spacious room. Yu Jiuxian carried Xiao Haitang inside. For a full 7 days and nights, it was evident that Yu Jiuxian had been teetering on the brink of collapse. After some time, when they finally located Xiao Haitang, Yuan Gao observed Yu Jiuxian in a prolonged state of despondency. After much effort, he finally rallied, yet faced repeated failures and obstacles. Now, with a physical body and a soul found, they could embark on the so-called revival. If this Yuan Gao observed Yu Jiuxian in a prolonged state of despondency. After much effort, he finally rallied his spirits, insisting on reviving Xiao Haitang. The sight that met their eyes was that of a disheveled Yu Jiuxian. Yuan Gao rushed forward, only to see that Yu Jiuxian's left leg, obstructed by the door, was nearly mangled, with the lower part entirely hollow. His left calf was gone. Xiao Haitang. Yu Jiuxian, supported by another. The sight that met their eyes was that of a disheveled Yu Jiuxian. Yuan Gao rushed forward, only to see that Yu Jiuxian's left leg, obstructed by the door, was nearly mangled, with the lower part entirely hollow. His left calf was gone. Xiao Haitang. Yu Jiuxian, supported by another, coughing up blood throughout his unconsciousness. Yuan Gao had someone fetch a basin of clean water, using a cloth to wipe away the blood. Yuan Gao swiftly picked him up and carried him to the adjacent room. After laying him down, Yu Jiuxian lay there with a furrowed brow. She was not there without reason. She provided crucial information. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but when I went to check on that young Master Mo, I felt his complexion seemed a bit more vibrant. Yet, he had been dead for nearly 9 years. It was a miracle he hadn't decayed. So how could he appear rosy? The deceased Mo Xiao Tang could not possibly be rosy. But what if Mo Xiao Tang were to be revived? As he pondered this, Jiuxian, amidst violent coughing, gradually regained consciousness. His first words were, "Where is she?" So how could he appear rosy? The deceased Mo Xiao Tang could not possibly be rosy. But what if Mo Xiao Tang were to be revived successfully? That young master Mo had undoubtedly administered some kind of sedative to him, making him disregard his own health. Yet, if Jiuxian were to know what he was thinking, he would certainly say that he was poisoned by a poison that had deeply infiltrated his lungs, and he willingly succumbed to its effects. Chapter 321. Since returning from the ancient world and successfully casting the forbidden revival spell, Jiuxian had remained by a poison that had deeply infiltrated his lungs, and he willingly succumbed to its effects. Chapter 321. Do you not remember? Since returning from the ancient world and successfully casting the forbidden revival spell, Jiuxian had remained by Mo Xiao Tang's side, vigilantly watching over him day and night, forbidding anyone else from intervening. Days later, Mo Xiao Tang, lying on the bed, furrowed his brow and emitted a faint groan, displaying signs of awakening. Jiuxian, infusing Mo Xiao Tang with a continuous flow of vitality. He patiently awaited the child's awakening. Is there anything uncomfortable in your body? Mo Xiao Tang clenched his fists, assessing his condition. His soul power was consistently flowing, and there were no significant issues. That is simply because you have been lying down for too long. Once you feel better, you can move around a bit. What else? Mo Xiao Tang shook his head. Mo Xiao Tang clenched his fists, assessing his condition. His soul power was consistently flowing, and there were no significant issues, just an overwhelming stiffness. Stiff? That is simply because you have been lying down for too long. Once you feel better, you can move around a bit. What else? Mo Xiao Tang shook his head, gazing at the breathtaking youth before him. Who are you? Upon hearing this question, Jiuxian was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. You don't recognize me? Should I know you? Where's this? Where's my sister? Mo Xiao Tang rubbed his head, trying to recollect the last fragments of memory before his unconsciousness. Blood oozing forth, yet he did not relent. It was only when he caught the nauseating scent of blood in the air that he finally released his grip. Jiuxian looked at Mo Xiao Tang, who remembered everything and everyone, yet failed to recall him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his palms. It was his fault. He had brought the child out, but failed to uphold his promise to protect him. Perhaps it was better that he forgot. After a long while, he unsteadily stood, saying, "Your sister is outside. I will call her in." Oh, as he watched the man prepare to leave, Mo Xiao Tang, "You still haven't answered me. Who are you?" Jiuxian made a face. After a moment of hesitation, he decided not to. He unsteadily stood, saying, "Your sister is outside. I will call her in." Oh, as he watched the man prepare to leave, Mo Xiao Tang could not help but voice. Perhaps it was because the first person he saw upon awakening was this villain. He inexplicably trusted him. Moreover, with such a handsome appearance, he surely cannot be too bad. Jiuxian extended his hand, intending to ruffle the child's hair, but "I will go get your sister." Oh, Jiuxian turned and exited. As he descended the stairs, twisting his ring, he caught sight of Yin Xiao conversing with Tao Zi outside. Ever since learning of Yin Xiao's circumstances, he had discreetly arranged for her return. "I will go get your sister." Oh, Jiuxian turned and exited. As he descended the stairs, twisting his ring, he caught sight of Yin Xiao conversing with Tao Zi outside. Ever since learning of Yin Xiao's circumstances, he had discreetly arranged for her return. After all, with Xiao Tao and by Xiao Ning alternating to keep her company, she was doing much better, making it difficult to properly care for Yin Xiao. During the initial days of her return, Yin Xiao had been rather melancholic. Fortunately, Chapter 322, A Hero's Struggle with Beauty. Yin Xiao heard a voice. Jiuxian listened intently, but ultimately heard nothing. Yin Xiaoxiao pinched the tips of her fingers as she approached Hai Shun Dao. Chapter 322. A hero's struggle with beauty. Yin Xiaoxiao heard a voice, turned her head, and gazed at him, her lips moving slightly. Jiuxian listened intently, but ultimately heard nothing. Yin Xiaoxiao pinched the tips of her fingers as she approached Hai Shun Dao. Xiao Tao initially intended to follow, but upon noticing Jiuxian's reluctance, couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you going in?" In recent days, Jiuxian's concern for Mo Xiaotang had become common knowledge. Now that Mo Xiaotang had awakened, where'd he go? No, the revival has been successful. These past few days, I have been rehabilitating his body. Both his flesh and bones are in far better condition than before. By the way, since he has just awakened, it would be best for you to allow him a moment of respite. When the time comes, you shall see. If he wishes to leave, take him with you. If he does not, then stay. I will negotiate with Poseidon. Just as Yin Xiaoxiao was about to enter, she halted upon overhearing the conversation nearby. She turned and exchanged a distant glance with Taozi, urging her to check on her brother first, while she fixated stubbornly on Jiuxian. Having said so much, but to cast aside Mo Xiaotang as well, 8 or 9 years had passed, compounded by the events that transpired. She contemplated deeply, accepting. Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head. It is not like that. He had abandoned her and Taozi, which she might understand, for one was unloved and the other indifferent. Coming to terms with this, she felt considerably steadier. Yet now he spoke such words. She truly wished to cast aside her rationality and seize his collar, demanding to know what he truly desired. He did not harbor affection for her. Fine, she understood his preference for the same sex. Coming to terms with this, she felt considerably steadier. Yet now he spoke such words. She truly wished to cast aside her rationality and seize his collar. Solely to revive him, what was his intent now? Was he to abandon her brother? Yin Xiaoxiao observed his grave expression. In the end, she could not bring herself to wound him further and turned to check on her brother. Watching them enter, solely to revive him, what was his intent now? Was he to abandon her brother? Yin Xiaoxiao observed his grave expression, aware that he bore his own burdens. Jiuxian leaned lazily against a pillar. Recalling their previous promise, he said softly, Having spent ample time together, Poseidon understood his temperament quite well. After the success, he had anticipated such a development. I regret that I was unable to assist you. Jiuxian intended to wave it off. However, reflecting on the fact that the child had never ventured far from home, always remaining within the academy. Having spent ample time together, Poseidon understood his temperament quite well. After the success, he had anticipated such a development. I regret that I was unable to assist you. Poseidon appeared surprised. When that child was in a coma, he had never left his side, trusting no one else to care for him. Now, however, he was to depart without the child? Jiuxian understood her thoughts. He no longer remembers me. Poseidon's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had heard from the sea god that this youth, no matter how many reincarnations he underwent, was born with divine bones, destined to ascend to greatness. A hero finds it difficult to navigate the trials posed by beauty. Each lifetime, he faltered for a singular person, willingly descending into ruin. Chapter 3. I will not in this lifetime. He again sacrificed himself for the sake of another. Yet this time was different. For the sake of the youth, he was willing to conceal his rebellious nature. She had once thought that if given the chance, this child might alter his fate in this life. However, I will not in this lifetime. He again sacrificed himself for the sake of another. Yet this time was different. For the sake of the youth. Gading Hai Shen Dao. Yet in this realm, there exists more than just Hai Shen Dao. Poseidon, have you ever known love? Is there someone you cherish who reciprocates your feelings? Beyond the vastness of the heavens and the populace, is there someone you wish to protect? Gading Hai Shen Dao. Yet in this realm, there exists more than just Hai Shen Dao. Poseidon, have you ever known love? This was something Poseidon knew well. That child, perhaps. Jiuxian nodded. He is one among them. In my life. Poseidon reflected on the figures in her memories, initially intending to respond affirmatively. However, what were the sentiments of that person towards her? Ultimately, she remained silent. I have. This was something Poseidon knew well. That child, perhaps. Jiuxian nodded. He is one among them. In my life, there have been two individuals for whom I would expend all my effort and life to protect. He is one of them. And the other? Poseidon inquired. May I know who that is? It is nothing of consequence. Jiuxian replied candidly, my brother. They say my fate is extraordinary, destined for greatness. However, right before my eyes, Poseidon raised an eyebrow, reasoning that this should not be the case. Did not the young man, surnamed Mo, come back to life? Thus, your brother should have been revived as well. Why, then, do you appear so forlorn? Jiuxian discerned her thoughts and shook his head. No, right before my eyes. Poseidon raised an eyebrow, reasoning that this should not be the case. Did not the young man, surnamed Mo, come back to life? Thus, I have lived in agony throughout the latter half of my life, drowning in darkness. Observing the self-reproach that enveloped Jiuxian, Poseidon placed her palm. At that time, I could not even locate his soul, let alone prepare the prerequisites for the forbidden technique. It is easy to imagine the failure. For this, he was pure and untainted, not a speck of dust upon him. At that moment, I thought, what a clean child, reminiscent of my brother. From the very first glance, I wished to protect this child, to shield him from the world's corruption. I promised to protect him well. Yet I failed. Sometimes I wonder. Perhaps it is because of me that they have suffered. Had it not been for me, how could such good people endure these hardships? Poseidon felt a headache coming on. I wished to protect this child, to shield him from the world's corruption. I promised to protect him well. Yet I failed. Sometimes I wonder. Perhaps it is because of me that they have suffered. Had it not been for me, how could such good people endure these hardships? Poseidon felt a headache coming on. Why did this child become increasingly radical in his thoughts? Why did he take upon himself the weight of everything? Not to mention, he was merely a mortal now. Even if he were to become a god, there would still be many things beyond his control. Thus, how could he bear the blame? Then she heard Jiuxian say, now that he has returned, Poseidon hastily interrupted him. So you intend to leave him? Leave? Jiuxian rubbed his forehead, feeling quite disoriented. He decided it was best to step away for a while and clear his mind. Jiuxian shook his head. I do not wish to leave, yet you speak of such morose thoughts. Poseidon, in disbelief, asked, what do you plan to do? Jiuxian was aware that it was he who held affection for Mo Xiaotang, and that it was he who wished to protect her with his very life. This had nothing to do with Poseidon. The persistent disturbances had already caused him enough trouble. Jiuxian was aware that it was he who held affection for Mo Xiaotang, and that it was he who wished to protect her with his very life. I will resolve this swiftly and return to protect myself. Poseidon pondered in the shadows. Then, Jiuxian smiled softly. I love him. But he also has someone he cherishes. Besides, that child sees me as a brother. He is kind-hearted, and I will resolve this swiftly and return to protect myself. Poseidon pondered in the shadows. Then, Jiuxian smiled softly. I love him. Jiuxian glanced down at the jade pendant resting against his chest. For him, I have no regrets. Chapter 324. Such a clandestine affection must be exhausting. No? Poseidon queried. Do you not regret it? In the days to come, I shall quietly guard him. Bai Xiaoning caught it, but set it aside without tasting it. The flavor was identical to what she had experienced before, and she sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have followed you out. I miss my days in the valley. My guards would prepare a variety of delicacies for me every day. Yuan Gao tightened his grip on the long knife, seemingly lost in thought, then asked, shall we go down? I'm going to grill some fish. Grill fish? I wouldn't have followed you out. I miss my days in the valley. My guards would prepare a variety of delicacies for me every day. Yuan Gao nodded and casually inquired, do you want to? This was the first time Yuan Gao had extended such an invitation to her. Bai Xiaoning beamed. Yes. They arrived at the riverbank. Yuan Gao cast his bait and waited patiently for a catch. Bai Xiaoning, not wanting to be idle. Do you remember the day you brought me out? That day? Yuan Gao nodded. It was a clear day, and autumn leaves blanketed the ground. Bai Xiaoning had quarreled with her parents and sat on a rock at the village entrance, swinging her small feet. As Yuan Gao passed by, he glanced at her, recalling the troublesome young mistress, and said, "Be careful not to catch a chill." Bai Xiaoning looked up immediately. She hastily slipped on her shoes and hurried to his side. "My name is Bai Xiaoning, Bai for pure white, Xiao for dawn, and Ning for tranquility." Yuan Gao thought to himself that she was anything but tranquil, yet she had shared her name. "Yuan Gao." Bai Xiaoning continued her eager questioning. "Yuan Gao." She hastily slipped on her shoes and hurried to his side. "My name is Bai Xiaoning, Bai for pure white, Xiao for dawn, and Ning for tranquility. What about you?" Bai Xiaoning, noting that her own guard was not as handsome as him. She continued, "Are you the kind that goes swish, swish, swish and kills people?" Yuan Gao, aiming to frighten her away, replied brusquely, "Yes, so stay away from me." "No," Bai Xiaoning exclaimed. She followed Yuan Gao for quite some time, even as he approached Yuan, without faltering. Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Someone's following you." Yuan Gao shot a glance at Bai Xiaoning, denying it. "No, she isn't." "Not so." Yuan chuckled, replied brusquely, "Yes, so stay away from me." "No," Bai Xiaoning exclaimed. She followed Yuan Gao for quite some time, even as he approached Yuan, without faltering. Considering the tumultuous life he envisioned for himself, Yuan Gao quickly denied, "No, I don't like her." However, Bai Xiaoning thought other. Yuan smiled at this lively child. "What is your spirit? If your talent is lacking, we may not want you." "I have the Jade Buddha spirit, and my talent is exceptional." "Jade Buddha?" Both men paused at her words. Eventually, Yuan took her back with him. Yuan smiled at this lively child. "What is your spirit? If your talent is lacking, we may not want you." Bai Xiaoning quickly introduced herself. So why was she suddenly bringing this up? "Because Uncle Yuan has been revolving around that young master since his appearance. I've hardly spoken with you. It makes me reminisce about the past." Yuan Gao understood the girl's feelings, but knew he was not a worthy match. "Do not follow me." So why was she suddenly bringing this up? "Because Uncle Yuan has been revolving around that young master since his appearance. I've hardly spoken with you. And the one who loves more suffers greater." She had already developed feelings. "So why discuss my own life? I willingly choose to follow you, to share your life. You serve young master Yu, and I shall accompany him, caring for him while you care. And the one who loves more suffers greater." She had already developed feelings. "So why discuss my own life? I do not need you to provide it." Casting a layer of seals around the perimeter. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, celestial beings fighting could cause widespread repercussions. Secondly, Chapter 325, the final assessment battle with Poseidon. Preparation for the final assessment were underway. Jiuxian conferred with Poseidon and selected a spacious, uninhabited location. "Allow me to witness your legendary powers, nearly divine in nature." Poseidon, gripping her staff, hesitated. "You need not rush." She recognized capable of astounding feats on the continent. However, he had only recently crossed the threshold of level 90, while she had already reached. "Allow me to witness your legendary powers, nearly divine in nature." Poseidon, gripping her staff, hesitated. "You need not rush." She recognized that the individual before her was exceptionally gifted, capable of astounding feats on the continent. However, it had only recently crossed the threshold of level 90, while she had already reached 99. It is well known that upon attaining the title of Douluo, even a single level can create a significant disparity, not to mention the numerous levels separating them. Moreover, she had known him for 9 years. She understood his world weariness and that he was not an entirely virtuous individual, yet he was undeniably a pitiable child. She could only proceed cautiously and advise him not to rush. Jiuxian understood Poseidon's good intentions. However, today's battle was not a... She had to treat it with utmost seriousness. This was the will of the sea god, which she could neither defy nor wish to. Hence, he had many individuals to contend with upon his departure, and their strengths were uncertain. While he held confidence in himself, he had been secluded for 9 years. During that time, although he had diligently practiced, he had not engaged in actual combat. He had many individuals to contend with upon his departure, and their strengths were uncertain. While he held confidence in himself, he had been secluded for 9 years. The ancestral wisdom echoed in his mind. There are always greater heights and greater individuals. He was aware of his growth, but remained uncertain of his current prowess and where it stood. The ancestral wisdom echoed in his mind. There are always greater heights and greater individuals beyond one's ken. This was one reason he had refrained from truly engaging with the Shrek group that day. If he were to battle Poseidon today and emerge victorious, feeling a pang of frustration at his apparent inability to heed her advice. Upon reflection, however, she realized he was not devoid of intellect. He must have prepared himself before arriving. With that in mind, let the confrontation begin. Jiuxian unleashed her sea god martial soul. Jiuxian, witnessing this, feeling a pang of frustration at his apparent inability to heed her advice. Upon reflection, however, she realized he was not devoid of intellect, and her pupils constricted in astonishment. Without having accepted any divine soul rings, all 8 of his soul rings were red. Spread his arms wide to release his own martial soul, with his soul rings manifesting one by one at his feet. Jiuxian cast a glance, thus remaining unaware of his actions during this time. Nevertheless, she speculated that his ambitions from years ago had been realized. Upon this, it was evident that he had not merely succeeded, he had triumphed magnificently. Coupled with the ancient martial soul, Tao Tai's imposing presence, Jiuxian felt a surge of anticipation for the forthcoming battle. As for Jiuxian, his excitement matched hers. Over the years, it was evident that he had not merely succeeded, he had triumphed magnificently. Coupled with the ancient martial soul, Tao Tai's imposing presence. Chapter 326. The final assessment against Jiuxian to the atmosphere had reached a critical juncture. To remain idle would be remiss. Jiuxian surged toward Jiuxian. Jiuxian was not one to lag behind. She swung her scepter, unleashing a wave of soul power that surged toward her opponent like a colossal tsunami. In that fleeting moment, the sheer force of nature bore down, leaving one breathless. Yet, Jiuxian surged toward Jiuxian. Jiuxian was not one to lag behind. She swung her scepter. The true challenge lay ahead. However, during his 8 years submerged in the deep sea, he had trained daily against the onslaught of towering waves. Thus, he was well acquainted with such pressures. The notion of suppression felt trivial. Yet, given her femininity, a little coaxing would not go amiss. Jiuxian, adopting an exaggeratedly strained demeanor, as if genuinely hindered. Observing this, Jiuxian felt a rush of triumph, and followed by her 5th skill, Haishui Chongji Lu. With a breath, the surrounding waters were summoned to her command. Adopting an exaggeratedly strained demeanor, as if genuinely hindered. Observing this, Jiuxian felt a rush of triumph and immediately unleashed her 4th skill, Zhong Lu Gui Hai. A misstep could result in being shredded by the intense currents. Jiuxian flung his spirit-patterned fan outward. Jiuxian, realizing he might have found himself in considerable trouble. As she pondered, she noticed that Jiuxian's fan merely spinning rapidly to create a tornado. This was his 3rd skill, Storm, designed to enhance his allies' speed and crush foes into oblivion. Alternatively, realizing he might have found himself in considerable trouble. As she pondered, she noticed that Jiuxian's fan merely feigned a wide arc before returning swiftly to encircle him, employing gentleness to overcome rigidity, allowing 2 forces of nature to clash and counterbalance each other. Jiuxian exclaimed in admiration. However, could she not employ rigidity to counter gentleness? After all, water is formless. She waved her scepter, invoking her 6th soul skill, water, employing gentleness to overcome rigidity, allowing 2 forces of nature to clash and counterbalance each other. Jiuxian exclaimed in admiration. However, if he could use gentleness to overcome rigidity, the water was drawn into the tornado, and as Jiuxian was doused in droplets, it appeared that he was simply wet, yet the contact stung. The waters once more surged at her behest, but this time they were not forceful. Instead, they were soft and gentle, imparting a soothing sensation. His second soul skill, Electric Flash, was poised for deployment. Jiuxian narrowed her eyes. Her intuition warned her of impending danger. Jiuxian amplified the electrical intensity manifold. Water conducts electricity. At this juncture, a miscalculation could inadvertently bolster Jiuxian's strength. Yet, he escalated the power from the outset, resulting in the surrounding water being vaporized. After all, electricity also bears heat. Jiuxian regretted not having Jiuxian amplified the electrical intensity manifold. Water conducts electricity. At this juncture, a miscalculation could inadvertently bolster Jiuxian's strength. Yet, Jiuxian was clever. He would expend considerable energy. Now, while she had unleashed a flurry of her 5th, 6th, and 7th soul skills, he had merely utilized his 2nd and 3rd skills. Martial Soul, True Body, earlier. With the Sea God True Body's augmentation, how could Jiuxian's attack possibly succeed? Even if it did, contemplating that if skills were insufficient, then sheer strength must prevail. After all, she was a rank 99 titled Douluo. The disparity of 9 levels was not. She summoned her Sea God True Body, unleashing her 8th soul skill, Haoru Yanhai. Enhanced by her true form, the 8th soul skill expanded exponentially. Moreover, contemplating that if skills were insufficient, then sheer strength must prevail. After all, she was a rank 99 titled Douluo. The disparity of 9 levels was not easily surmountable. Jiuxian's overwhelming display plunged him into the depths of the sea. Oxygen dwindled, and the pressure of the deep water bore down on him. Despite having endured the tides for 8 years, he was, after all, a confirmed landlubber, while he had been battered by the currents. Jiuxian's overwhelming display plunged him into the depths of the sea. Oxygen dwindled, and the pressure of the deep water bore down on him. Despite having endured the tides for 8 years, he was, after all, a confirmed landlubber, while he had been battered by the currents. He still had ample air above the surface. Now he was submerged beneath the waves. Before long, he swallowed several mouthfuls of briny seawater. His mind raced as he sought a solution and devised a strategy. His gaze darted around, catching a glimpse of a faint green hue that sparked hope within him. Yet, he was truly on the verge of succumbing. Hastily, he cast his 1st soul skill, Healing, to buffer his body, followed by his 4th soul skill, Growth. The surrounding greenery was composed of plants. However, merely enhancing their power was insufficient. Utilizing his spirit pattern fan, he activated his 6th soul skill, Transference. This time, he unleashed the 7th soul skill of the Taoye martial spirit, Taoye. His physical prowess immediately elevated to an entire. He moved with the ease of traversing solid ground. Poseidon gazed on in astonishment, contemplating that perhaps the sea god had overestimated her abilities. Although she possessed strength, it could not compete with the quick wit of her opponent. Nonetheless, she remained resolute, determined to give her all. Even in defeat, she aimed to uphold her dignity. He moved with the ease of traversing solid ground. Poseidon gazed on in astonishment, contemplating that perhaps the sea god had overestimated her abilities. Although she possessed strength, it could not compete with the quick wit of her opponent. Nonetheless, she remained resolute, determined to give her all. Even in defeat, she aimed to uphold her dignity. The initial concern for her adversary's safety was nowhere to be found in her thoughts. Poseidon resolved that if she could not suppress him or mount an effective attack, she would let him experience the might of her sea tactics. Thus, Poseidon unleashed her first 4 soul skills in succession. At her level, employing these techniques 100 or even 1,000 times would evoke no fatigue. First, she summoned the tidal wave of water, a skill reminiscent of the crashing tides. Then he would don iron armor for protection. As such, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of tactics, battling from dawn until dusk, and from dusk until dawn. He was still susceptible to pain. To counteract this, he activated the 3rd skill of the Taoye martial spirit, Tiejia Xiongbing, if pain was inevitable, declaring that the prolonged struggle was unsustainable. Her tactical expertise in sea warfare though formidable, felt clumsy and ultimately self-defeating. The rules of the assessment offered no option for a draw. Hence, they resolved to determine a victor. Chapter 328. The Divine, declaring that the prolonged struggle was unsustainable. Her tactical expertise in sea warfare, though formidable, felt clumsy and ultimately self-defeating. Jiuxian too grew weary of this endless contest. However, if victorious, there was nothing more to be said. If defeated, she would harbor no regrets. Upon her agreement, Jiuxian retracted the spiritual fan, leaving only the Taoye martial spirit. They exchanged smiles and then unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously. In that instant, the seal enveloped them in swirling, illuminated by a brilliant blue light. The situation within remained obscured for the duration of an hour. When the seal finally dissipated, the black mist lifted, leaving only the Taoye martial spirit. They exchanged smiles and then unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously. In that instant, the seal enveloped them in swirling black mist. Jiuxian opened his eyes, sat up, and replied, "You are not lacking either." Subsequently, two figures, one dark and one light, appeared above them, revealing a desolate landscape with the two combatants lying motionless in a giant pit. After a prolonged silence, Poseidon uttered the first words of their battle. "You are quite impressive. Are you prepared to receive the dual legacies of the Divine Kings?" Trembling slightly, Jiuxian brushed off the dust from his attire and gazed at the two figures. Truth be told, this was his first encounter with them, yet he understood that they were the legendary evil god and good god. "Will I ascend to divinity upon receiving this legacy?" The good god nodded, his voice warm and gentle, responding, "Indeed, my child." Upon hearing this, truth be told, this was his first encounter with them, yet he understood that they were the legendary evil god and good god. No one anticipated he would genuinely decline. Poseidon was taken aback by his audacity. The evil god, veins throbbing on his forehead, thought of leaping down to strike him, stating, "In that case, I am not ready." His words shocked all present. After all, it was widely known that such inquiries were merely polite formalities. No one anticipated he would genuinely decline. Poseidon was taken aback by his audacity. The evil god, veins throbbing on his forehead, thought of leaping down to strike him. Did he not realize that with a single utterance, they could revoke his eligibility? The good god shot him a glance and nudged him aside, communicating telepathically. "What is the matter? You possess the ability, yet you refuse it." Upon witnessing the good god's ire, the evil god immediately relented. "I was wrong." The good god then stated, "Very well, I shall wait 1 year for you. 1 year hence, at this very sea god island, you shall inherit your divine position." What is the matter? You possess the ability, yet you refuse it. Upon witnessing the good god's ire, the evil god immediately relented. "I was wrong." The good god tugged at the evil goddess' ear as they departed. Poseidon, rising to her feet and gazing at Jiuxian with admiration, sincerely remarked, "You truly are remarkable." Jiuxian offered a wry smile. "Remarkable? What does that matter? At times, I long to be an ordinary, indulging in hearty meals, sipping wine, discussing recent events and future dreams. Yet, my identity forbids me from such comforts." He adjusted his clothing. "You truly are remarkable." Jiuxian offered a wry smile. "Remarkable? What does that matter? At times, I long to be an ordinary person, sitting by the hearth with family." Poseidon shook her head, pondering how fate had dealt him a challenging hand. "I wish you smooth sailing ahead." Chapter 329. Blood stained his hands. Jiuxian cherished the memory of Xiao Haitong. His heart brimmed with thoughts of her. However, he did not forget the two uncles who had raised him in this world, nor the 3 friends who had genuinely cared for him. His current mission involved dealing with the vile entities and extracting them. As he passed through the Soul Master City at the junction of Tiando and Shiluo, he halted, regarding the city that thrived in the crevices with a cold gaze. Nor the 3 friends who had genuinely cared for him. His current mission involved dealing with the vile entities and extracting them. As he passed through the Soul Master City at the junction of Tiando and Shiluo, he halted, regarding the city that thrived in the crevices with a cold gaze. The angelic statue had been restored, and high-ranking Soul Masters had gathered once more, now even more formidable than before. But what did it matter? Gazing at the clear skies and vibrant dawn, he sighed. The weather is fair, but it will soon change. Numerous rogue. He glanced back at the second elder and issued a command. Have them investigated. The second elder nodded and departed with a group of rogue Soul Masters. Gazing at the clear skies and vibrant dawn, he sighed. The weather is fair, but it will soon change. Numerous rogue Soul Masters lurked in the shadows, and his hands were drenched in crimson as the rain fell, creating a dismal yet harrowing scene. A month later, and the third, none present that day escaped unscathed, each one struck down with lethal precision, much like what had befallen Xiao Haitong. Blood stained the cobblestones. He ventured alone into the Soul Master City under the cover of night, intending to rescue Uncle Guan and the others, including. In the past month, a series of deaths have occurred within the city, and as the Pope, Bibi Dong could hardly be oblivious. He ventured alone into the Soul Master City under the cover of night, intending to rescue Uncle Guan and the others, including Helena. Meanwhile, within the Soul Master Temple. In the past month, a series of deaths have occurred within the city, and as the Pope, Bibi Dong could hardly be oblivious to this grim reality. Fearing that Bibi Dong would single them out for retribution, resembling quails before a predator. Yet they pondered whether Bibi Dong would relent. And this was the impenetrable protection you promised me? I would not be surprised if the world laughed at such a farce. The assembled individuals hung their heads in shame. It had been stated that the killings were executed silently. What could possibly be discovered? However, particularly her right-hand man and law enforcement elder, Yu Guan, would have been uncovered. Yu Guan's lips twitched. He noted a commonality. All victims have been pierced through the chest. Bibi Dong nodded and turned her gaze toward. What are your thoughts? Helena lifted her head, her expression contemplative, though internally. Have you yet to formulate a response? Helena gazed skyward in exasperation. Just then, Yin interjected, Your Holiness. It seems they all appeared on that fateful. What are your thoughts? Helena lifted her head, her expression contemplative, though internally she was seething. She found the situation utterly absurd. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong pressed. Have you yet to formulate a response? Helena gazed skyward in exasperation. Just then, Yin interjected, Your Holiness. It seems they all appeared on that fateful day. The recent turmoil caused by Shrek's members was fresh in their minds. Bibi Dong leaned back, having considered this possibility. Yet she doubted that anyone could achieve such feats undetected upon entering Wuhan City. After all, they had indeed disrupted. Chapter 330. A soft spot within her heart. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter and commanded. Enhance the protective. Upon hearing the Pope's concession, the group responded in unison, yes. After a long day's deliberation, Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. That'll be all. You may depart. Chapter 330. A soft spot within her heart. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter and commanded. Enhance the protective measures and ensure they are effective. I too am a friend of the Nine. How could I possibly speak ill of him? You think too poorly of me. It was not merely a question of his intentions, but rather a reflection of his often absent-mindedness. Helena shot him an exasperated glance. Nevertheless, Yan's earlier assertions were indeed astute. Judging by the Pope's demeanor, it was highly. The city had been rife with news of deaths. Upon learning that the wounds were all located on the chest, they reached an unsettling conclusion. The perpetrator was likely their old acquaintance, Jiuxian. It had been 9 years since they last met, and she had not anticipated that mere whispers of his name could evoke such fear. Lost in thought, prompting an instinctive exclamation, she swiftly grasped the wrist of the intruder, engaging in a struggle within the shadows. Upon striking the individual's left, and she had not anticipated that mere whispers of his name could evoke such fear. Lost in thought, Helena felt a sudden tap on her back. With their wrist in her grip, It was improbable for them to evade her strike unless they had performed an acrobatic maneuver. Momentarily stunned, she soon found herself restrained by the assailant. Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged incredulous glances. Hulaina's prowess was formidable. Yet this individual had subdued her without revealing any soul power. Just as they were about to intervene, the stranger spoke. In the presence of the elegant Hulaina and the two dashing young men, Jiuxian felt a headache coming on. Moments prior, yet this individual had subdued her without revealing any soul power. Just as they were about to intervene, the stranger spoke. It is I, Jiuxian. Still determined to inspect his injuries, was met with staunch refusal. After several insistences, doubts arose regarding he had attempted to clarify that he was the one they had engaged in combat with, only to be brought here by the trio. Hulaina, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, truly? You managed to silently slay dozens within Wuhuan City without any consequences? In the face of her frustration, Yu acknowledging his misstep, yet his words ignited a flame within Hulaina's heart, long stifled by the weight of anxiety. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she erupted. Do you have any idea how frantic we became upon learning it was you? We feared the Pope would uncover your involvement. What then would become of us? You are adept at silent assassination, yet you could not send us a word? After vanishing for 9 years, do you not realize we were worried sick about you? As she uttered her final words, tears streamed down her cheeks. Though she was a strong woman, her heart held its own tender vulnerability. You are adept at silent assassination, yet you could not send us a word? After vanishing for 9 years, do you not realize we were worried sick about you? As she uttered her final words, tears streamed down her cheeks. Though she was a strong woman, her heart held its own tender vulnerabilities. Yin and Xiaoyu stepped forward to embrace her, and Jiuxian, overwhelmed by the moment, joined in their embrace. This is all my fault. We have adhered to the Pope's directives. Each fleeting escapade outside brought us immense joy. To claim we do not desire to leave would be disingenuous. Momentarily lost in thought, murmured leave? We have been part of the Wuhuan Temple since childhood, over the span of more than 20 years. He grasped Hulaina's hand, continuing, yes, we shall leave. I will grant you new identities, and once outside, you may pursue whatever. His strength had been insufficient to extricate himself while ensuring their safety. But now, circumstances had changed. He possessed the capability to protect them. His proposition was undeniably enticing. He grasped Hulaina's hand, continuing, yes, we shall leave. I will grant you new identities, and once outside, you may pursue whatever you desire. Previously, his strength had been insufficient to extricate himself while ensuring their safety. But now, circumstances had changed. He possessed the capability to protect them. His proposition was undeniably enticing. Jiuxian nodded, affirming this necessity. Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, a bittersweet smile forming. Who does not yearn for freedom? Yet, Xiaoyu, aware of Hulaina's intent, clarified, if you intend to take us away, surely you plan to rescue Uncle Guan and Uncle Gue as well. Jiuxian nodded, affirming this necessity. Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, a bittersweet smile forming. Who does not yearn for freedom? Yet, they could not jeopardize their friend's safety for their own liberty. The disappearance of 2 law enforcement elders and the Golden Generation would undoubtedly draw the Pope's attention before long. The Pope may not care about their lives or deaths, yet for the sake of dignity, he would still dispatch numerous personnel to search for them. In such a scenario, if you were to suffer any harm, we would be consumed by guilt. Jiuxian, upon hearing this, understood their concern. However, in the current Wuhuan city, as long as you are safe, that is enough. We have grown accustomed to this way of life, and there is no need for you to worry about us. If you were to suffer any harm, we would be consumed by guilt. Jiuxian, upon hearing this, understood their concern. However, in the current Wuhuan city, aside from the troublesome Dalu, the rest posed little threat. To instill confidence in them regarding his strength, he unleashed his Taotai Wuhuan, with 9 crimson rings manifesting beneath his feet. 9 rings? A title Dalu. Hulaina and her companions widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet, it did not end there. Jiuxian retracted his wuhuan and urged the three to follow him. Then, let us summon Uncle Guan. We shall depart Wuhuan City at once. Do you believe me? Yin nodded repeatedly. With such power, how could he not believe? He believed, he truly believed. Jiuxian retracted his wuhuan and urged the three to follow him. Then, let us summon Uncle Guan. We shall depart Wuhuan City at once. After witnessing the earlier display, Hulaina and her companions fell silent, closely trailing behind him. As they were about to exit the Holy Maiden's estate, he could not act freely with Hulaina and the others, so he provided them with a small gift to proceed first while he sought out Uncle Guan. Jiuxian's eyes narrowed. He remembered that if not for Bai Dong's orders, subsequent events would not have transpired. Given the heightened security in the city, he could not act freely with Hulaina and the others, so he provided them with a small gift to proceed first while he sought out Uncle Guan. Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. Is this truly his Guaijiu? How could he have changed so drastically? The child, while not particularly bright before. Hearing the sounds behind him, Yuan stiffly turned around. Guaijiu? Jiuxian nodded. Yes, Uncle Guan, it has been a long time. Observing the disheveled, despondent youth, Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. Is this truly his Guaijiu? How could he have changed so drastically? The child, while not particularly bright before, was undeniably a handsome young man. He stepped forward and embraced Jiuxian, his heart aching. He had thought the child would thrive after leaving. Jiuxian nodded and quickly went next door to call for him. Upon learning that the youth before him was Jiuxian, Gue Mei's reaction mirrored that of Yuan. However, they had already delayed for far too long. Jiuxian simply stated Uncle Guan, Uncle Gue. Jiuxian nodded and quickly went next door to call for him. Upon learning that the youth before him was Jiuxian, knowing he was not one to act recklessly, there must be a valid reason behind his actions. With success, Jiuxian led Yuan and Gue Mei away, departing that sorrowful place under the cover of night. Cough, cough. Jiuxian cleared his throat. This marked the third day since their departure from Wuhuan City. The Pope had discovered the disappearance of her 2 trusted aides and 3 formidable generals. As she searched for them, she suffered significant injury from the small items left by Jiuxian. She was an astute woman. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of Pope in the Wuhuan Hall. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced the situation. She suffered significant injury from the small items left by Jiuxian. She was an astute woman. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of Pope in the Wuhuan Hall. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced the situation. Although it was hard to believe, they had finally reached the seaside. He forced himself to muster energy, chewing on 2 medicinal herbs from his spatial ring. Whether it was fate conspiring against him, he could not tell. After resting, when they set out again, they encountered both Shrek Academy and the Wuhuan Hall. With Wuhuan Hall in front and Shrek behind, they had finally reached the seaside. He forced himself to muster energy, chewing on 2 medicinal herbs from his spatial ring. Whether it was fate conspiring against him, he could not tell. After resting, when they set out again, they encountered both Shrek Academy and the Wuhuan Hall. With Wuhuan Hall in front and Shrek behind, Jiuxian wiped his face, muttering, how troublesome. He exchanged a glance with Uncle Guan and then unleashed his wuhuan, engaging the Wuhuan Hall personnel. As a black mist enveloped him, his eyes filled with darkness, he appeared ominously sinister. He stepped back to the center, glancing at Uncle Guan and Hulaina. With a booming voice, he declared storm. A whirlwind swept the 5 of them onto the vessel. Jiuxian waved his fan vigorously, propelling the ship toward the horizon. As a black mist enveloped him, his eyes filled with darkness, he appeared ominously sinister. He stepped back to the center, glancing at Uncle Guan and Hulaina. But the distance was too great, and his voice too faint for them to hear. They could only read his lips, understanding he was saying, wait for me. They then witnessed a burst of white light. The protagonists of 2 distinct worlds clashed, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. Both were children of destiny. But the distance was too great, and his voice too faint for them to hear. They could only read his lips, understanding he was saying, wait for me. They then witnessed a burst of white light. The protagonists of two distinct worlds clashed, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. Both were children of destiny. A flood of memories surging through his mind, filled with moments shared with Jiuxian. He clutched his heart and called out, "Brother." His voice trembled. Chapter 333, Side Story 1. Xiao Hai Tang remembers Jiuxian on Sea God Island. Xiao Hai Xiao Tang suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing her brother's reddened eyes and tears glistening on his lashes, Yin Xiao embraced him. "Xiao Tang, what is wrong?" Xiao Tang did not respond, evoking tears from those who heard it. Outside the door, upon hearing the commotion, Yin Xiao disregarded any decorum and hurriedly pushed the door open. "You remember Jiuxian?" They had only learned after Jiuxian's departure that Xiao Tang's memories were incomplete. Initially, everything seemed normal. They noticed that Xiao Tang, who once mentioned Jiuxian in nearly every conversation, had not spoken of him in quite a while. One day, Taozi remarked, "You remember Jiuxian?" They had only learned after Jiuxian's departure that Xiao Tang's memories were incomplete. Initially, everything seemed normal, but over time, they noticed that Xiao Tang, who once mentioned Jiuxian in nearly every conversation, had not spoken of him in quite a while. One day, Taozi remarked, Jiuxian doesn't know when he will return. Did he say anything to you?" Montak Cio Tang pausit, bewilderit. "Who is Jiuxian?" "He has been gone for half a year." Xiao Tang stared blankly ahead. "Half a year? Is he in danger?" Turning his head, he continued to ask, "Sister." Xiao Tang became increasingly anxious. "Where's my brother? Where are the others?" Yin Xiao looked at her younger brother with a sense of helplessness and said, "It's you who should lie down obediently." Seeing her sister's disbelief, Xiao Tang struggled to get up, determined to search for him. However, Yin Xiao could not allow him to go out. "Please, don't stop me, sister. Let me find him. I can sense that he is in danger." "Sense?" Yin Xiao retorted. "Do you think you possess some mystical sixth sense?" She pushed him back onto the bed. "You're just having a nightmare. A good sleep will suffice." Xiao Tang was restrained on the bed, tears streaming down his face, soaking his collar. "I am not lying to you, sister. Let me go find him." Seeing her brother in such distress, Yin Xiao felt a headache coming on. Considering their mutual affection, perhaps there was indeed. Xiao Tang was restrained on the bed, tears streaming down his face, soaking his collar. "I'm not lying to you, sister. Let me go find him. You cannot resolve it alone. I will seek Lord Poseidon. She may have solution. Just wait for me." Upon hearing that his sister would assist him, he nodded vigorously. She wiped away his tears. All right, don't cry. I believe you. Wait here. I will find Lord Poseidon. If that person is indeed in danger. Even if he is in danger, what does it matter? He has abandoned you. Why do you still care? Abandon me?" Xiao Tang retorted loudly. "He would never abandon me." "Never?" Xiao Tao sneered. "He left the moment you awoke. Is that not abandoning you? After awakening. Even if he is in danger, what does it matter? He has abandoned you. Why do you still care? Abandon me?" Xiao Tang retorted loudly. "He would never abandon me. I will still seek him out." Just then a respectful voice from the guards announced, "Greetings, great offering." Following that, Xiao Tang had indeed only met Jiuxian once during his amnesia and had not seen him since. Yet so what? Even if he has abandoned me. Wanting to express her lingering feelings for Xiao Tang, while feeling jealousy at seeing his concern for Jiuxian. However, her previous actions didn't, disregarding their thoughts, immediately addressed Poseidon upon her arrival. "My lord, and she did not wish to intervene too deeply. However, seeing the child's earnestness, she considered that he might truly be in trouble. Disregarding their thoughts, immediately addressed Poseidon upon her arrival. "My lord, you are powerful, right? Can you save my brother?" Poseidon frowned. This was originally Jiuxian's matter. Yin Xiao quickly went to soothe Xiao Tang. After he closed his eyes, she stepped outside. "My lord, what is happening with Xiao?" She glanced at Xiao Tang and said to Yin Xiao, "Let your brother rest for a moment. Let us discuss outside." With that, urging me to prevent you from leaving. Hearing this, Yin Xiao's fists clenched tightly. 5 individuals? She could not ascertain who they were at once. Yet, Poseidon nodded. A few days ago, 5 individuals arrived from Sea God Island, claiming to be Jiuxian's uncle and friends. They just sent word to me, urging me to prevent you from leaving. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao's fists clenched tightly. 5 individuals? She could not ascertain who they were at once. Yet, why could Xiaodang sense that Jiuxian was in danger? Poseidon appeared troubled. Jiuxian likely did not inform his companions out of concern for their worries. Yet they were genuinely anxious. Yin Xiaoxiao clasped her hands together. My lord, I implore you to enlighten us. Unwelcomed by heaven and earth, for the youth to bring your brother back. He must exchange his own soul for the chance of your brother's resurrection. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by a soul exchange for a chance at resurrection? So, does that mean he has not succeeded yet? How much has that person sacrificed for a brother? Poseidon continued, your brother has been dead for too long, although his body has been preserved by your companions. Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by a soul exchange for a chance at resurrection? So, does that mean he has not succeeded yet? What else has Jiuxian done? Poseidon sighed and explained he utilized his self-created soul skill, exchanging his blood for your brother's. Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with compassion. Blood exchange? Although I did not witness it, I can imagine that the process must have been excruciating. She closed her eyes and softly urged, please continue, my lord. Poseidon shook her head, knowing that the moment they learned the truth, it would be hard for them to accept. After all, when she first learned of the resurrection's details, she too was profoundly shocked. Jiuxian truly... She closed her eyes and softly urged, please continue, my lord. Poseidon shook her head, knowing that the moment they learned the truth, it would be hard for them to accept. After all, when she first learned of the resurrection's details, she too was profoundly shocked. Jiuxian truly loved Mo Xiaotang deeply. So that is how it works. Yin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, realizing how much Jiuxian was willing to sacrifice for her brother. What else has he done? Why is my brother able to sense his comfort? Poseidon looked at the nearly collapsing figure before her voice growing softer with each word. So that is how it works. Yin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, realizing how much Jiuxian was willing to sacrifice for her brother. She took a deep breath and asked, what else has he done? Why is my brother able to sense his comfort? Poseidon looked at the nearly collapsing figure before her voice growing softer with each word. The forbidden technique requires his bones and essence as mediums to activate the array. Originally, only one artifact was needed, but he no longer possessed it. In desperation, Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. He actually severed his leg? Yet, this still did not explain why Xiaodang could sense Jiuxian's danger. She turned to Poseidon. He possesses 3. One was given to your brother. One cannot serve as an activation condition, and the last, after extracting your brother's soul, sealed itself away. With your companion's flesh and blood, it is not surprising that he can sense his danger. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, as if she had lost her mind. Jiuxian, what Jiuxian? Earlier, when he told her to take good care of Longyang. With your companion's flesh and blood, it is not surprising that he can sense his danger. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. She was willing to risk her own life. As she pondered this, tears began to glide down her cheeks. Upon which she had thought him heartless and had dismissed it as a ruse. But unexpectedly, he had long since fallen in love with her brother. For the sake of her brother. After a long silence, Xiaoxiao composed herself and asked, how is he now? Bo Sexy replied calmly, he is under the judgment of heaven and earth, lamenting that love often brings harm to both oneself and others. Yet, wasn't she also guilty of this? She had waited in vain for so many years, recalling the immense turmoil caused by the sea god not long ago. On that day, the sea god had mourned for a long time, lamenting the loss of his heir. Under the judgment of heaven and earth. What nonsense is that? Xiaoxiao's eyes reflected her confusion. Osexy dutifully explained, recalling the immense turmoil caused by the sea god not long ago. On that day, the sea god had mourned for a long time, lamenting the loss of his heir. The demise of a few individuals goes unnoticed by heaven and earth. Considering the events of that day, she couldn't help but speculate whether the calamity caused by Jiuxian was the result of killing the heir of the sea god. However, Yang Xiaoxiu did not dwell on such thoughts, merely stating he clearly loves freedom so much. In the valley, Jiuxian had sustained considerable injuries from the battle that day and sought refuge in this valley to recuperate. The ground shimmered with golden light, forming concentric circles of a magical array. Seeing this, he attempted to retreat, but was yanked back by soul-binding chains emerging from the array. In the valley, Jiuxian had sustained considerable injuries from the battle that day and sought refuge in this valley to recuperate. Yet, upon entering, the ground shimmered with golden light, forming concentric circles of a magical array. Seeing this, he attempted to retreat, but was yanked back by soul-binding chains emerging from the array. Falling into its center, he then heard a celestial voice resonating in his ears, a sound he was all too familiar with. Jiuxian lowered his head and easily spotted the jade pendant on his chest, which reminded him of the one who gifted it to him. Previously, it was merely a small punishment, confinement for reflection, but now that you have returned, you continue to wreak havoc upon the world. You have broken the law, the god-slaying whip, 30 lashes. Do you acknowledge this? Jiuxian raised his arm, and he couldn't help but wonder how that person was faring now. However, with his sister around, he assumed things would not be too dire. Just then, the ethereal voice returned. You have broken the law, the god-slaying whip, 30 lashes. Do you acknowledge this? Jiuxian raised his arm, ensnared by the chains, tore off the jade pendant. Acknowledging that it was indeed a weapon of comparable power to the god-slaying spear, its might formidable. The subsequent 29 lashes would certainly be arduous to endure. As he braced himself against the ground and attempted to rise again, the god-slaying whip cracked down once more. The soul-binding chains held him in place. At this point, even collapsing slowly was not an option, just as he contemplated how to withstand this ordeal. As he braced himself against the ground and attempted to rise again, the god-slaying whip cracked down once more. Yet this time he could not fall. Let me out, so I can take the punishment for him. A faint smile crept onto Jiuxian's lips, but soon the pain made it impossible to maintain his. Another celestial voice echoed from within the cave. The voice was muffled, emanating from his storage ring. Stop hitting. Let me out. If you have the ability. The moment he discovered that his brother had always been by his side, he felt immense joy, yet also deep regret for his prior ignorance. It seemed his brother was angry, having never spoken a word to him during their time in that world. After realizing his brother's presence, it appeared his brother grew even angrier. However, this time, his ears were filled with his brother's voice. Observing the halted god, it seemed his brother was angry, having never spoken a word to him during their time in that world. After realizing his brother's presence, it appeared his brother grew even angrier. However, this time, his ears were filled with his brother's voice. Observing the halted, god-slaying whip, he chuckled softly. Why stop? Continue. Crack. What can you do? Are you so afraid of pain that you— But Jiuxian paid it no heed. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, resolutely silent. As if to convey to his little flower that he could truly endure this. Inside the storage ring, the little flower listened to the sound of the whip with a heart full of pain. Jiuxian clutched the jade pendant tight. Perhaps you have always been accompanying him within the god-slaying spear. Yet in his life, little flower, becoming strong and no longer adopting a protective stance, he had transformed into a guardian. Chapter 336. Extra 4. Perhaps you have always been accompanying him within the god-slaying spear. Yet in his life, little flower, you were ultimately absent. He had changed, becoming strong and no longer adopting a protective stance. He had transformed into a guardian. Chapter 336. Extra 4. Upon discovering his brother lying in a pool of blood. Brother. She had always known him as the gentle yet formidable Jiuxian, the evil spirit master. Noticing that his master was intent on entering the— There is a seal at the entrance. A seal? What of it? Today, No one shall stop me from bringing my brother back, she declared, gathering her soul power and exuding a chilling aura, breaking through the barrier regardless of the obstacles. Even as the shards of the broken array pierced her, nothing could hinder her resolve. She dashed into the cave, carefully lifting her brother from the blood-soaked ground and cradling him in her arms. I'm sorry, brother. I have come too late. You waited for me for so long. Last time, you brought me home. This time, let me bring you home. Nothing could hinder her resolve. She dashed into the cave, carefully lifting her brother from the blood-soaked ground and cradling him in her arms, her tone filled with remorse. I'm sorry, brother. I have come too late. You waited for me for so long. Last time, you brought me home. This time, let me bring you home. Being her own flesh and blood, seeing him in such distress made Yangxiaxio's heart ache, and she felt a pang of sympathy. Ma Xiaotong, in a daze. He still managed to firmly hold his brother in his arms at that moment. Observing Ma Xiaotong's previously shadowed expression, despite having been in a coma for 9 years and only waking for less than half a year, he still managed to firmly hold his brother in his arms at that moment. Observing Ma Xiaotong's previously shadowed expression, Yangxiaxio sighed softly behind her. Perhaps her brother had disguised himself too well. She had almost forgotten his true self. She couldn't help but wonder if mutual pursuit in love resembled this. Although neither of them was aware of the other's affections, they were both immensely passionate about freedom, yet for the sake of their beloved, yet to draw closer to the one she loved. She had long since donned the guise of what he favored. Years had passed. As the sister who had grown up alongside him was well aware, Ma Xiaotong, with her angelic smile, harbored a heart filled with shadows, and the other initially malevolent, yet turned virtuous through love, under the influence of affection, and he had long abandoned his true self. The two of them, one originally benevolent yet transformed into a demon for love, and the other initially malevolent yet turned virtuous through love, under the influence of affection, they ultimately became reflections of one another. On the island of Haishandao, in his unconscious state, Jiuxian felt the tugging at his wounds and could not suppress a groan of discomfort. This sound startled Mo Xiaodong, who froze in place. To leave the wounds untreated would risk infection. Recalling her childhood injuries, when her father would tenderly rub her head and reassure her, Xiaotong, be good. In his unconscious state, Jiuxian felt the tugging at his wounds and could not suppress a groan of discomfort. This sound startled Mo Xiaodong, who froze in place. Yet, to leave the wounds untreated would risk infection. Recalling her childhood injuries, when her father would tenderly rub her head and reassure her, Xiaodong, be good. Daddy will blow it away, and the pain will vanish. She unconsciously echoed those words to her brother. Once she realized what she had done, her face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling was rather childish. Moreover, the phrase brother, be good, little Haitong will blow it away, and the pain will vanish felt utterly humiliating. However, a greater humiliation awaited her. The injured man, unaware of when he had awakened, responded with a simple, all right. Chapter 337, Side Story 5, Applying Medicine, all right. Yet, Jiuxian seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. After enduring punishment and feeling faint, he perceived the child as is Xiaodong treating Brother S wounds? He inquired. Mo Xiaodong nodded, her cheeks still flushed. Thank you, Xiaotong, he replied with a smile. Stealing Yet, Jiuxian seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. After enduring punishment and feeling faint, he perceived the child as heartfelt declarations along their journey. But Mo Xiaodong felt a profound sense of guilt. Observing the blood seeping forth, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Jiuxian, noticing her trepidation, understood that she feared causing him further pain. Xiaodong, please step to the door and turn your back. Perplexed by her brother's gentle command, she hesitated. Why? Yet feigning it. But Mo Xiaodong felt a profound sense of guilt. Observing the blood seeping forth, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Jiuxian, noticing her trepidation. Jiuxian slowly sat up, retrieving a piece of wood from his spatial ring, about the size of his palm and the width of his fingers. He then concealed his hand behind his back, laboriously grasping the corner of the fabric that the child had lifted. Looking at her fragile silhouette, he spoke softly, "Shout, can you promise me one thing?" Fearing further displeasure from her brother, Emo Xiaotong resolutely replied, "Yes." Yue, do not look back. Emo Xiaotong seemed to contemplate, parting her lips as if to protest, "Brother, how about I?" But Yue Jiuxian, having witnessed her, wouldn't he allow her to move? "Are you disregarding my words?" Emo Xiaotong's gaze fell. "All right." Having received the answer he desired, Yue Jiuxian inhaled deeply. "Do not look back." Emo Xiaotong seemed to contemplate, parting her lips as if to protest, "Brother, how about I?" But Yue Jiuxian, having witnessed her fearful expression, wouldn't he allow her to move? "Are you disregarding my words?" Emo Xiaotong's gaze fell. "All right." Having received the answer he desired, Yue Jiuxian inhaled deeply, biting down on the wood and forcefully tugged at the fabric. With a ripping sound, the material was torn away, causing him to gasp in pain as his head instinctively arched back. Hearing the child's sobs from the doorway, he paused. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? Reflecting on her brother's wounds, Emo Xiaotong pushed his hand aside and roughly wiped her tears. "Brother, can I turn back now?" Seeing the child's spirits lift slightly, Yue Jiuxian nodded slightly. Emo Xiaotong moved to his back. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? Reflecting on her brother's wounds, Emo Xiaotong pushed his hand aside and roughly wiped her tears. "Brother, can I turn back now?" Seeing the child's spirits lift slightly, Yue Jiuxian nodded slightly. Emo Xiaotong moved to his back, observing the wounds that had been torn open anew, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her icy fingertips brushed against the unscathed flesh of his waist. Yue Jiuxian sighed and retrieved medicine from his spatial ring. "Please apply the medicine for me, Xiaotong. Brother can't move, so it's up to you to help, all right? Applying ointment would be like rubbing salt in them. It's fine." Hearing her brother repeatedly insist it was fine, Emo Xiaotong felt her heart twist painfully. He was clearly in distress, but continued to endure for her sake. Did he truly find it so difficult to... What would happen if he removed the facade? This thought led her to reflect on her own pretense. Hearing her brother's muffled groans, she too was suffering. He was clearly in distress, but continued to endure for her sake. Did he truly find it so difficult to speak the truth? What would happen if he removed the facade? This thought led her to reflect on her own pretense. Hearing her brother's muffled groans, she too was suffering. Her heart ached with the desire to take his pain upon herself. Yet, if he wished to pretend, she would indulge him. Let them both share the pain together. E.M. Sori. Chapter 338. Side Story 6. Reconciliation. Under the moonlight, Haitong reunited Emo Xiaotong. She wondered who would be with her brother in the future, and whether he would embrace another person like this. The thought made her heart ache with a sourness. Especially since it was her brother who was injured, yet he was the one apologizing. Yue Jiuxian, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Brother cares for you, my dear Xiaotong." Emo Xiaotong gently pushed against her brother's warm body. Although his embrace was comforting, it was not something that belonged to her, and eventually, rather than wait for that separation, she decided to take the initiative. Yue Jiuxian. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. It was the first time a child had called him by his full name. Emo Xiaotong swallowed hard, nervously asking, "What do you truly see me as? A substitute for your beloved?" Yue Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that after her heartfelt confessions, she would... "And you? Do you see me as your brother, or as a lover?" Emo Xiaotong fell silent, pondering whether he truly had the right to utter the last. "A substitute for your beloved?" Yue Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that after her heartfelt confessions, she would think this way. Straightening his posture, he countered, "And you? Do you see me as your brother, or as a lover?" Emo Xiaotong fell into a contemplative silence, pondering whether he truly possessed the right to utter the last two words. After a prolonged moment, he finally whispered hoarsely, "Lover. I feel the same. I feel heartache too, Heartache for my brother not taking care of himself. Clearly so powerful, yet still hurting himself. Jiuxian pressed his lips together, recalling the blood-stained shores. His eyes dimming. It was brother's fault. It shall never happen again. Hearing his brother's promise, Imo shouting nodded, setting aside other matters. His brother was indeed commendable in keeping promises. Brother, allow me to apply the medicine. Thinking of the child's earlier appearance, Jiuxian shook his head. Go call Yuan Gao in. Let him administer the medicine. Imo Xiaotang, rejected, looked at Jiuxian with pleading eyes. Why? I did not mean to hurt you. Jiuxian affectionately ruffled the child's hair. How could he blame the little one? As long as the child desired. He could turn his back and let him poke the wound. He simply feared that the child might be frightened. Just then, Imo Xiaotang's assertive voice broke through. No, I want to apply the medicine for you. Imo Xiaotang entwined his fingers with Jiuxian's. Having acknowledged his feelings, he wished, I didn't mean to hurt you just now. Jiuxian affectionately ruffled the child's hair. How could he blame the little one? As long as the child desired it. He would turn his back, allowing the child to poke at his wounds freely. He merely feared that the child might be frightened. Just then, he heard Imo Xiaotang's resolute voice. No, I want to apply the medicine for you. Imo Xiaotang entwined his fingers with Jiuxian's, having acknowledged his feelings. He wished to remain close to his brother and did not want anyone else to touch him. Seeing the child so endearing, Jiuxian relented. All right. But Tang Bao promises not to shed any more tears. Montak Xiaotang nodded vigorously. During the application of the medicine, Imo Xiaotang spoke to divert Jiuxian's attention. Brother, I feel as if you're looking through me at someone else. Jiuxian suddenly understood, so that is how it is. However, that is merely a misunderstanding. His sister had said he had been dead for 9 years, which meant his feelings must have begun at Chongqing Academy. His excitement surged as he asked, so, you never treated me as a substitute? Jiuxian was also curious about this question. Why do you think I see you as a substitute? Imo Xiaotang continued to apply the ointment while mumbling, sometimes I feel like you're looking through me at another person. Jiuxian suddenly understood. I do not want to miss you. I wish to protect you and avoid future regrets. However, I still. Upon hearing this, Imo Jiuxian candidly shared. At first, I felt that Tang Bao radiated a similar aura to him, but later I realized you are entirely different. Due to certain events, he climbed onto the bed beside his brother, asking, Brother, can you tell me about your brother? Since they were together, it was only fitting to share, allowing the child to understand him better. Jiuxian spoke joyfully. His name is Xiaohua. I wish to protect you and avoid future regrets. Yet, I still let you. Hearing this, Imo Xiaotang shook his head repeatedly. I have never blamed you, brother. Jiuxian understood, feeling sorrow for the child's plight. After applying the final touch of ointment, Imo Xiaotang climbed onto the bed beside his brother. Can you tell me about your brother? Since they were together, it was only natural to share his story, helping Imo Xiaotang understand him better. Jiuxian spoke with joy. His name is Xiaohua. It's not a nickname, but his actual name. We are two souls in one body, growing up together. Would it not invite criticism? He was indifferent to others' opinions, but he did not want anyone to speak ill of his brother. Jiuxian sensed his hesitation and gently patted the child's head, asking, Why? Jiuxian smiled, then let us marry. At his words, Imo Xiaotang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother, in a marriage, the groom rides a tall steed to fetch his bride. So, in our union, who shall come for whom? That begs the question, does my Tang Bao wish to be the groom fetching brother, or the bride being fetched by brother? He certainly desired to marry his brother, but they were both men, and such a union might draw criticism. He personally did not mind. 10 miles of bridal procession. Everything in sight is beloved. A glance surpasses countless mortals. Hence, I desire the 3 books and the 8 bearers of the bridal sedan, and 10 miles of red bridal procession to fetch my brother. Jiuxian had no objections, allowing the child's preferences to dictate the arrangements. However, Xiao Haidang furrowed his brow after saying this. Considering I am currently on Sea God Island, a 10-mile bridal procession may not be feasible. Please do not hold it against me, brother. Jiuxian would never harbor. Mo Xiaodang pondered for a moment before decisively nodding. He wished to be the groom. There's a saying, with a phoenix crown and a radiant gown. Finalizing the wedding date. When shall we marry? In 1 month, Jiuxian mused. He deemed that a rushed timeline would not allow for adequate preparation. And he wished to provide the very best for Xiao Haidang. Coincidentally, a month later was also Tong Bao's birthday, so brother would present himself as a gift. All right. The next day, upon awakening, Jiuxian noticed that Xiao Haidang was already absent from his side. Recalling the child's excitement from the previous night, that Jiuxian would never be disheartened. Embracing the soft child, he declared confidently, even without a splendid bridal procession, my Tang Bao will suffice. Therefore, enter. As the words fell, the door creaked open, revealing a frowning Yuan Gao and a playful Bai Xiaoning entering. Seeing that Jiuxian had yet, Yuan Gao was about to urge him to get up when Bai Xiaoning interjected, Young master, what time is it? The sun is almost shining on your backside. A month later would coincide with Tang Bao's birthday. Brother will gift you myself. All right. The next day, upon waking in bed, does he not wake up around this time? However, as he was soon to be a man with a family, he quickly donned a loose garment from his storage ring. Soon after, Yuan Gao stated, Young master, there is someone in the hall looking for you. As he spoke, Yuan Gao's expression clouded, his gaze at Jiuxian resembling that of a farmer witnessing his prize cabbage being ravaged by pigs. Jiuxian harbored. Yuan Gao was about to urge him to get up when Bai Xiaoning beat him to it. Young master, what time is it? The sun is nearly up. Why are you still in bed? Is there something urgent? Jiuxian shot her a look of exasperation, thinking, what is this girl going on about? I always awaken at this hour. However, now that he was soon to be a family man, he quickly donned a loose garment from his storage ring. Subsequently, what brings you here? Jiuxian was rendered speechless. Was this truly necessary? The young master of the Mo family has taken a liking to you and wishes to marry you. I, as the matchmaker. Could it be that Yuan Gao was aware of the impending union between her and the child? However, it soon became clear that it was not just Yuan Gao who was privy to this information. The entirety of Haishan Island was in the know. Indeed, it was rather amusing that someone who harbored feelings for her would send a proxy to seek her opinion. A sense of helplessness flickered in her eyes. What brings you here? Jiuxian was rendered speechless. Was this truly necessary? The young master of the Mo family has taken a liking to you and wishes to marry you. I, as the matchmaker, pondering whether gifts were indeed a part of the ceremony. Would Tang Bao be preparing all the ceremonial documents and gifts? Her anticipation. Xiao Tao reappeared, accompanied by 4 sinister soul masters, realizing that the earlier segment was the proposal from the male side, and now it was time for the latter half, wherein the female side would respond affirmatively. The young master of the Mo family was requesting the young mistress of the Yu family to inscribe her name and birth details. Declared, oh, then I shall return and inform young Master Mo to prepare the wedding gifts. Jiuxian raised an eyebrow at this, pondering whether gifts were indeed a part of the ceremony. Would Tang Bao be preparing all the ceremonial documents and gifts? Her anticipation grew. Half an hour later, Jiuxian mused that, according to the traditional process, the next step would be for Xiao Tao, the matchmaker, to return to the male side with the birth details to commence the third rite of the 6 traditional gifts. The third rite, known as Naji, involved the matchmaker visiting the temple for divination to select an auspicious date for the wedding ceremony. However, following Naji, the 4th rite, Najeng, Jiuxian recalled the date of her first birthday celebration arranged by Tang Bao and inscribed it on the paper. After submitting the document, Xiao Tao departed once more. Jiuxian mused that, according to the traditional process, the next step would be for Xiao Tao, the matchmaker, to return to the male side with the birth details to commence the third rite of the 6 traditional gifts. The third rite, known as Naji, involved the matchmaker visiting the temple for divination to select an auspicious date for the wedding ceremony. However, since they had already set a date, this step could be bypassed. Following Na Ji, the fourth rite, Na Zheng, required both parties to prepare the betrothal gifts. The ceremonial documents, gifted to the bride upon her arrival, would signify the completion of the traditional rites. As the events unfolded, Tang Bao diligently. At last, 1 month later, all the rites had been completed and preparations were finalized. She would send Yuan Gao to summon Xiao Tao to receive the documents and present the betrothal letter. In this manner, departing from Haishin Temple, behind her was a grand palanquin carried by 8 bearers, truly embodying the phrase 3 letters, and Jiuxian glanced at the lavish bridal adornments he had prepared, a smile gracing his features. Yuan Gao approached, immediately noticed by Xiao Ning, following closely, blinked in awe, contemplating that this must be the true essence of affection, though Jiuxian exuded strength. At last, 1 month later, all the rites had been completed and preparations were finalized. On the day of Tang Bao's birthday, coinciding with the wedding, the entirety of Haishan Island was adorned in resplendent red. Clad in a brilliant red gown, holding the ceremonial documents, Tang Bao rode a magnificent steed. It was said that Tang Bao had waited nearly a decade for Jiuxian to recognize her feelings. How long would this foolish boy make her wait? She hoped the duration would not be excessive, for she was already in her 20s, and as an ordinary soul master, waiting another 10 years would be disheartening. If time doubled, she feared she would become too old. The complexities of marriage were manifold. As the male party, Tang Bao had numerous social obligations to fulfill. He was willing to bow to Tang Bao, showcasing his love by donning the bridal attire to provide her with the most splendid wedding. Chapter 341, Epilogue 9. Under the moonlight, Hai Tang joyfully unites upon it. It was said that Tang Bao had waited nearly a decade for Jiuxian to recognize her feelings. How long would this foolish boy make her wait? And Zhu Qing, the only Shrek member unscathed from the previous battle, appeared as mutual friends representing both sides. Congratulations to both of you. If time doubled, she feared she would become too old. The complexities of marriage were manifold. As the male party, Tang Bao had numerous social obligations to fulfill. Finally, Tang Bao felt a wave of emotion and cast a glance at Jiuxian. Sensing her gaze, Jiuxian reciprocated. Nearby, Hulai Zhou, unable to resist stealing glances. Are we? Xiaoyu chimed in. Let us proceed with the vows. After the ceremony, feel free to indulge in your affections. We shall not interfere, so please refrain from showing off here. Tang Bao, her face flushed, hurriedly glanced at Poseidon, the officiant. Soon, the ceremony commenced. A bow to heaven and earth, a bow to the elders, and finally, the couple bowed to one another before being led into the bridal chamber. Although there were minor interruptions, the wedding proceeded smoothly. Upon returning, Tang Bao lifted the veil from Jiuxian's face and, with a swift motion, dove into the bed. Tang Bao felt a wave of emotion and cast a glance at Jiuxian. Sensing her gaze, Jiuxian reciprocated. Nearby, Hulai Zhou. Shall we too? Jiuxian gently pushed her away, inquiring, Do you understand what such actions entail? Hearing this, Tang Bao's cheeks flushed, and she bashfully replied, We shall not interfere, so please refrain from showing off here. Tang Bao, her face flushed, hurriedly glanced at Poseidon, the officiant. Soon, the ceremony commenced. A bow to heaven and earth, a bow to the elders, and finally, the couple bowed to one another before being led into the bridal chamber. He realized that he had always regarded Tang Bao as a child, yet in truth, she was no longer a mere child. Coming to his senses, he caressed her waist. Tang Bao positioned herself atop Jiuxian and exclaimed, Brother, I read in a story that after marriage, couples engage in certain intimate activities to deepen their bond. Very well. Jiuxian gently pressed Tang Bao beneath him, gazing into her innocent eyes, his throat tightening. He leaned down, and they exchanged smiles. Through the night, their hearts resonated in harmonious melody. Synopsis. One day, he awoke to find himself in the Douluo Continent. Martial soul, he possessed a dual martial. Enough of this nonsense. Tang Bao swatted his hand away, retorting, I did not. Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback, observing the earnest expression on her face. What the support martial soul that was said to be the weakest? A mere solitary blow could annihilate it? Are you jesting? The title of Hellbringer, wielded with a sudden crack of his whip, is merely a facade? What? I have heard that so-and-so has perished, and that another so-and-so. Very well. Jiuxian gently pressed Tang Bao beneath him, gazing into her innocent eyes, his throat tightening. He leaned down, and they exchanged smiles. Through the night, their hearts resonated in harmonious melody. Synopsis. One day, he awoke to find himself in the Douluo Continent. Martial soul. He possessed a dual martial soul, capable of both offense and support. Soul power? He had innate full soul power with astonishing cultivation speed. What the support martial soul that was said to be the weakest? A mere solitary blow could annihilate it? Are you jesting? The title of Hellbringer, wielded with a sudden crack of his whip, is merely a facade? What? I have heard that so-and-so has perished, and that another so-and-so has succumbed to darkness?